Chapter 1 Gao Wu Nanqing, Lottery System. The sun is scorching. A woman wearing a pink sun protection jacket and delicate makeup was standing in the shadow of a house, seemingly waiting for someone. Not long after, a man in his 30s came over. He had an ordinary face and was not particularly good looking. "Xiao Meng, is there something you want me to do?" the young man asked with a smile. "Shin Tunan, there's no need to call me so intimately. I came here today to break up with you," said the woman in pink sun protection clothing coldly. Upon hearing this, Shin Tunan froze in place, the smile disappearing from his face. "Why?" Shin Tunan asked. Lu Meng said coldly, "I gave you 5 years to become my boyfriend, but you have been such a loser in these 5 years, and your salary has only increased by a few thousand yuan. People like you can't give me the life I want, so let's break up and stop pestering each other. It's also a way to give each of us some dignity." Hearing these naked words, Shin Tunan couldn't help but recall some memories. He is not a native of this world, but a time traveler. This place is also called Blue Star, and most of it is similar to the place he traveled through. There are also countless skyscrapers and railways built here, as well as high-speed trains, televisions, and so on. But the only difference is that this is a world of high martial arts. It is now 2030. Shin Tunan called it Gaowu Blue Star. He was an ordinary worker before he traveled through time, so after traveling to Gaowu Blue Star, he worked hard and studied diligently. When he traveled through time and space to become this person, he was only 10 years old and was in elementary school. Therefore, his academic performance has always been very good. If he were in his original world, obtaining a higher education would directly change his destiny. But it's different here. Martial arts are the trend, and no matter how good your grades are, they are not of much use. Any warrior could look down on him. Although he excelled in his studies, he was always at the bottom of the class in martial arts practice. He was unable to become a martial artist and was ridiculed by others as a waste of practice. So when he graduated, he went to work in a small company and earned an average salary, just like most ordinary people. After much difficulty, he finally met Lu Meng at the age of 22. 3 years after they knew each other, she agreed to be his girlfriend. He was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. Because Lu Meng is the most beautiful and considerate person he has ever met. Even though she knew her job had no future as a warrior, she was still willing to be with him. He couldn't help but recall every little moment the two of them spent together, which were countless beautiful memories. The first time she fed him ice cream, the first time she went to Disneyland with him, the first time they went on a trip, the first time she whispered in his ear that she would be with him forever. But all these have now vanished like bubbles. Ding ding. Suddenly, a car horn was heard not far away. Shin Tunan looked forward and saw a conspicuous car logo with a little golden man on it. This car is worth at least millions. With his current salary of 10,000 yuan a month, even if he doesn't eat or drink, he doesn't know how many years it will take him to be able to afford it. There was a man wearing sunglasses in the car. He took off his sunglasses and waved to Lu Meng. "Xiao Meng, we should go now. We have to go to your house for dinner today." After saying that, he glanced at Shin Tunan provocatively. At this moment, Shin Tunan understood everything. It turned out that he had found a better one. He clenched his fists, but never swung them. In the adult world, some things should indeed be kept tacit. Although Lu Meng never mentioned this matter from beginning to end, he should have guessed it. He should be a spare tire. Shin Tunan recalled that after being with Lu Meng, she always found fault with him. "It's just that I was willing to spend money on him that I didn't break up with him right away. Everything was a sign long ago, but I subconsciously ignored it at the time, thinking that she was really good to me and was pushing me to make progress. This is my new boyfriend, He Tao. He's already a 3-star martial artist," Lu Meng proudly introduced. Then, she changed the subject. "Shin Tunan, I hope that after we break up, we can just pretend we don't know each other. You don't need to look for me anymore." She was anxious to distance herself completely from the matter. Shin Tunan smiled, with a bitter smile. In fact, he has made a lot of efforts over the years to keep the two of them together, but what's the point of trying anymore? After all, he is not a warrior. The money he earns in a year may not be as much as a warrior's annual subsidy. Not to mention, the boyfriend she was looking for was a martial artist. This world is a world with huge gap between the rich and the poor. The fates of ordinary people and warriors are also very different. It turns out we're not destined to be together. I actually thought it was possible. What a joke. Shin Tunan watched the car gradually disappear from his sight and knew that this person was not worth it. I've been a spare tire for so many years, it's time to wake up. Shin Tunin turned around and returned home. But as soon as I opened the door, I saw two people and hurriedly ran back to the sofa. The two men were extremely young, looking about 18 years old, in the prime of their lives. The man was tall, with fair skin, and was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt and black pants. The woman was tall, about 1.7 meters, with long hair draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, jeans, and white sneakers. These two people are his younger brother and sister. His younger brother is called Shen Zikong and his younger sister is called Shen Mengyao. It was obvious that they were eavesdropping because the incident happened downstairs and could be heard by those upstairs. Shin Tunin didn't care and prepared to go back to his room. But at this moment, his sister Shen Mengyao stopped him and said, "Brother, don't be sad." Shen Zikong also quickly said, "Brother, sister is right. It's not worth it for a woman. You are so outstanding, you can definitely find someone better." Listening to his younger brother and sister's words, Shin Tunin felt a little warm in his heart. Although I don't have any talent, at least I still have my family. Before he traveled to this place, he was an orphan and had to rely on himself for everything. Only after coming here did I feel the warmth of home. Tunin, that woman is not suitable for you. I told you a long time ago. A middle-aged man in his 50s spoke, with a puff of white smoke from his mouth and a cigarette in his hand. He is Father Shinyu. Old Shin, if you don't know how to speak, then don't speak. Next to my father, there was a woman who looked about the same age, and it was Shin's mother. Shin's mother felt that her son was in a bad mood and should not say such words, otherwise it would intensify the conflict. But Shin Tunin didn't take it to heart, he knew his father was doing it for his own good. It's just that he didn't see Lu Meng's true character at the beginning. In the past 5 years, for the so-called ambition and for promotion and salary increase, I was the last person to leave the company every day. I didn't expect that the result would be such a ridiculous one. Lu Meng is not a good man at all. Back in the room, Shin Tunin closed the door and lay on the bed. His mood was completely different from when he left. I looked at the ceiling and recalled myself in my mind. I worked hard in this life, but still couldn't change my fate. It was the same before I traveled through time. No matter how hard I tried, I still couldn't escape my fate as an ordinary person. You will never get what you want. Shin Tunin sometimes thought that living an ordinary life might be a good thing, but he also knew that this was just words he said to comfort himself. No. I won't accept my fate. I'm only 30 years old. I'm still young. I still have hope. Shin Tunin stood up. Ding. The conditions are met to travel through 20 years, detect the host's will to refuse to accept fate, and begin the awakening system. Ding. Congratulations to the host for awakening the lottery system. Chapter 2, Crucible of Heaven and Earth, Warrior 1 star. Lottery system, the host can draw a lottery once a month and obtain various talents and abilities to change their own destiny. Shin Tunin heard the prompt from his body, but he stood there in a daze, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Even his pupils were filled with disbelief. After traveling here for so many years, I have always wanted to awaken the system. After all, every time traveler has a standard system. But he has never awakened, and he even thinks that it will be impossible for him to awaken the system in this lifetime. The system only exists in novels, not in reality. But now, after waiting for so many years, that untouchable dream, that system that he had not thought about for a long, long time, actually awakened at this moment. After all the hardship comes happiness, that's exactly how I am now. Shin Tunin let out a long breath and felt like he was going to be proud of himself. The system is the golden finger. Anyone with a golden finger can change his or her destiny and become a favored child of heaven that everyone envies. Start the lottery. Shin Tunin muttered to himself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the lottery. Shin Tunin felt a turntable appear in front of him. The turntable was spinning rapidly, and finally the pointer stopped on a ball of golden light. The golden light quickly magnified and became extremely dazzling. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gifted Heaven and Earth Furnace, which can smelt all things and obtain different levels of amplification. Boom. After obtaining this talent, Shin Tunin's body shook. Afterwards, he felt a cool sensation in his body, and then it became hot, which was a sign of a breakthrough in his realm. After a while, his breathing gradually calmed down. Entering the martial arts to perfection. Shin Tunin had not broken through the realm for many years, but he actually broke through at this moment. Originally, he was only in the late stage of martial arts. The realm of martial arts, the initial realm is the entering martial arts realm. This state is divided into 4 small states, namely early stage, middle stage, late stage, and perfection. Anyone living in Gaowu Nanxing can reach this state. At this level of perfection, the strongest physical strength can only exert a force of 450 kilograms. It seems that you have good power, but this is a world of high-level martial arts. If you have not stepped into the realm of martial arts, it will all be in vain and you can only be an ordinary person. Once you step into the realm of warrior, your strength will skyrocket. Even if you are only a 1-star warrior, you will have a strength of 1,000 pounds, which is doubled. Only by becoming a warrior can you change your fate as an ordinary person. After the warrior realm comes the martial artist realm. In their city, people at this realm are all privileged classes. Whatever they do, they have priority. For example, if you go to the hospital to queue up, there will be a special entrance. After reaching this level, wealth will be within their reach. A strong martial artist can serve as the principal of any school in Luochang, or he can open his own martial arts family or create a martial arts school. After the martial artist realm comes the lofty grandmaster realm. There is only one such strong man in their Luo city, and that is the city lord. He is the mainstay of the entire Luo city and a great man admired by everyone. Before Shintunan crossed over and learned about this realm, he made up his mind to become a master. He knew at that time that once he became a master's true chi would be born in his body and his strength would surge. It is said that every grandmaster is invincible. A grandmaster can protect a city by himself, or fight against 10,000 enemies at once, like a god of war. The grandmaster realm is like a god to Shintunan. In his opinion, it has completely reached a level like ghosts and gods. Shintunan heard that there was a realm beyond the grandmaster, but Shintunan didn't even dare to imagine being a strong man at that level. After the warrior realm, there are 10 small realms, ranging from 1 to 10 stars. After he broke through the realm, he felt the flow of chi and blood in his body and felt unprecedented power. Originally, when he entered the late stage of martial arts, he only possessed 300 kilograms of strength, but now he possesses 450 kilograms. Such power made Shintunan feel a sense of fulfillment. He swung his fist, and immediately there was a sound of breaking air in the air. Sure enough, he has reached the realm of martial arts perfection, which is much stronger than before. Shintunan's eyes showed surprise. Sometimes, people just want to prove themselves. And now, after breaking through the realm, Shintunan felt proud. The reason why he broke through the realm was because he gained talent and no longer had that decadent feeling in his heart. Lu Meng treated himself as a backup, and probably never thought that he would have the opportunity to change his fate. Lu Meng, I wonder if you will regret drawing a line between you and me in the future. Shintunan whispered to himself. At the same time, in an office in Chanha building, a young man sat on a chair with his legs crossed. To his left stood a well-proportioned man in a suit and tie, with an expressionless face. On the right stood a beautiful woman, it was Lu Meng. Secretary Zhao, please help me with something, said the young man. Master, please give me your orders. The man in a suit said with a smile. The young man said calmly, go to the new technology company and get Shintunan fired. This fool has offended me. After saying this, he glanced at Lu Meng. Because this matter was proposed by Lu Meng said that Shintunan might continue to pester the other party, so it would be best to get rid of his job. Don't give him time to bother. Good. Secretary Zhao nodded quickly, because the man in front of him was the young master of Star Group, and he could decide other people's fate with just one word. The Starry Sky Group has deep roots, profound cultural heritage, and many strong people. It has industries in major cities and has opened many group branches. The Star Group in Los Angeles is just a branch. However, even the person in charge of the Luochang Star Group has to give young Master He Tao some face. Brother Tao, you are so awesome. Lu Meng chuckled. Her new boyfriend He Tao can decide the fate of others while chatting and laughing. Such a person is worthy of her dependence. Instead of that waste Shintunan. Refined martial arts. Shintunan took out a martial arts secret book from the drawer. This is the second-level martial art, pure Yanggong. He bought this martial arts secret book from the second-hand market at a high price. This book of his was not originally just a handwritten copy, but this martial arts book cost him more than 100,000 yuan. He was unwilling to give up and had been practicing all these years, but the funny thing was that the second-level martial arts was too difficult to practice and his talent was too poor, so he could only barely get started. Martial arts are equivalent to the ancient internal power techniques. It's just that internal skills can improve internal strength, while practicing martial arts can only improve one's chi and blood by absorbing spiritual energy. I saw a large number of words flashing through his mind. In the end, these words were swallowed up by a furnace and then reflected back to him. Ding! Smelting successful. Congratulations to the host for achieving the perfect level of pure Yangong. Ding! Strengthening successful, gaining a tenfold increase in training speed. Shin Tunin suddenly felt the blood and energy in his body become violent, and his whole body turned red, like a cooked shrimp. A large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth poured into his body at an extremely terrifying speed, forming a vortex. Shin Tunin could feel his energy and blood constantly increasing. The veins on his arms bulged, and even some whiteness emerged from his body. Shin Tunin was shocked. It was said that this would only happen when a warrior broke through. The cultivation speed is 10 times faster, so terrifying. At the moment when Shin Tunin broke through, a middle-aged man happened to pass by the window downstairs. The man suddenly looked towards Shin Tunin's house with a shocked expression in his eyes. What a terrifying speed of devouring spiritual energy. Is some martial artist practicing this? He is a warrior, but it is absolutely impossible for a warrior to absorb spiritual energy so quickly. Am I going to break through to become a warrior? Shin Tunin felt like he was dreaming. Breaking through realms one after another is as easy as eating and drinking water. The talents rewarded by this system are truly terrifying. Shin Tunin thought about what kind of talents his golden finger would bring him, but he never imagined it would be so incredible. As he expected, after a few minutes, Shin Tunin's skin color returned to normal, and his skin became a little smoother. Standing here and looking at the mirror on the table, you can see that the figure in the mirror is angular. His original face shape was a bit baby fat. It is said that the stronger your martial arts skills are, the changes in your appearance will occur. I used to think it was nonsense, but I didn't expect it to be true. Shin Tuanan looked at himself in the mirror and felt very satisfied. Originally he was just an ordinary-looking guy, but now he can barely be considered handsome. But the most important thing is not this, but the perfection of his pure Yangong. Second-level martial arts, divided into 4 levels: entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. Generally speaking, if you want to practice the second level of martial arts to perfection, the average martial artist will have to spend 10 years of hard training. He saved himself so many years of hard training just by passing the furnace of heaven and earth. If this were to get out, I'm sure many people would be jealous. Outside the door, Shin Mengyao's eyes suddenly became sharp, and she looked around vigilantly. What a terrifying spiritual energy flow speed! Who was breaking through? She pondered in her heart, but the breath came and went quickly, and she could no longer sense it. Chapter 3, Tenfold Increase, Warrior 6 Star. After breaking through the warrior, Shin Tunin swung his fist, and the air made a violent sound of breaking through the air. Is this the realm of a warrior? He is indeed much stronger than I was before. I'm now a 1-star warrior. With my martial arts skills, I can unleash a force of up to 1,000 kilograms. Shin Tunin looked at his hands and clenched his fists, making crackling sounds. But this is far from enough. I need to get stronger, get stronger. In Shin Tunin's eyes, there was a desire to become stronger. Becoming a warrior was once an unattainable thing for him, but when he really became a warrior, his next goal is to become a martial artist and a master. Since God has given me the opportunity to change my fate, I will no longer be content to be an ordinary warrior. Shin Tunin looked at the scenery outside the window. People were coming and going downstairs, and cars were flowing continuously. He was feeling uncontrollable joy and excitement at the moment. There was also a middle-aged man downstairs, looking at him. The other party saw Shin Tunin and bowed to him. Shin Tunin, it seems that this is the etiquette for communication between warriors. He also clasped his hands together and saluted the middle-aged man below. When the other party saw his response, he looked excited and extremely happy. Shin Tunin didn't know that this middle-aged man had mistaken him for a martial artist. Shin Tunin watched the middle-aged man leave and disappear from his sight. He turned around, opened the drawer, and took out a martial arts book. It was a second-level martial arts book, which he had bought for more than 100,000 yuan. Of course, the difficulty of practicing the second-level martial arts is higher than martial arts, and he has not yet started. Martial arts are also very important for a warrior. Martial arts can improve one's training speed in chi and blood. But martial arts are moves. If one only has powerful qi and blood power but no techniques or skills to circulate the qi and blood in the body, he will not be able to unleash the full power of a one-star warrior. The 3 words "breaking sky fist" are written on this weapon. Shintunin chose smelting without hesitation. The next moment, dense words appeared in his mind again. This was the practice method of breaking the sky fist. Then these words entered the huge furnace and fed back to itself. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have achieved the perfect level of sky-breaking fist. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained a 10-fold attack boost. Shintunin listened to the system's prompts, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. Although a second-level martial art can improve one's own attack, I heard that even if one cultivates the sky-breaking fist to perfection, it can only mobilize the energy of the whole body faster, condense it into a point, and burst out a powerful attack. But I've never heard of any martial arts book having an amplifying effect. Shintunin felt that this talent was too incredible. If there really is a 10-fold attack increase, then his 1-star warrior status would probably be comparable to a 10-star warrior status. That is to say, my maximum burst of strength can now reach 10,000 kilograms. Shintunin had the urge to roar to the sky. After working diligently for so many years, I am finally going to stand out and completely change my destiny. But this is not enough, I have to be stronger. Shintunin suddenly thought that he seemed to have another second-level spiritual medicine. Second-level spiritual medicine is a medicine that is created by absorbing spiritual energy. However, the best effect of the elixir is to make it into a potion so that its full medicinal effect can be exerted. But once it is made into medicine, the price will be much higher. The cheapest second-level spiritual medicine costs only 100,000 yuan if bought alone, but if it is made into a potion, the price will double. So Shintunin couldn't afford it, nor was he willing to buy it. Shintunin opened the drawer again and took out a glass box with a crimson flower inside. This red sunflower is the cheapest second-level spiritual medicine. If I smelt it and use it with the innate heaven and earth furnace, it should be able to increase its efficacy tenfold, far surpassing the effect of a second-level spiritual medicine. Shintunin started trying directly. He swallowed the elixir in one gulp, then activated the furnace of heaven and earth. A huge furnace appeared in his body again and began to help him refine the elixir. When the furnace swallowed the red flame flower, in less than a few breaths, the terrifying energy was fed back into Shintunin's body. At that moment, Shintunin felt as if his body was about to be torn apart, and his whole body became extremely hot. He felt like he was in hot water, with a lot of white smoke coming out of his body, and the energy and blood in his body were rising wildly at an astonishing speed. 2-star warrior. 3-star warrior. It was not until he reached the 6-star warrior realm that Shintunin's realm stopped improving and the white mist on his body stopped coming out. After continuously breaking through several star realms, Shintunin felt unprecedentedly powerful and shocked. Not long ago, he was just a small warrior in the late stage. Ordinary second-level spiritual medicine may not be able to help me break through to the 1-star realm. The effect of this scarlet flame flower has definitely been amplified tenfold. When he was absorbing the elixir just now, he was too focused and did not hear the system's prompts. But he was sure that even a second-level potion could not achieve such an effect. After Shintunin made a series of breakthroughs, he looked outside and saw that the sun had been covered and the sky was filled with white clouds. He walked out of the room and went straight downstairs, eager to test his strength. Every community has a standard strength testing machine, and their community naturally has one too. Chapter 4, 60,000 Gene Strength, My Sister is Reborn. Shintunin came to the community, where the machines were placed. The machine in front of you is equipped with a 15-inch LCD screen, and the testing process is also very simple. As long as you apply force to the machine, the force will be displayed on the screen. Shintunin took a deep breath, activated his martial arts, mobilized the energy and blood in his body, and exploded quickly. Boom! The machine shook violently. 6,000. This number represents the power that erupts from within him. 6,000 kilograms of force, and this is without using any amplification. Cool. Shintunin couldn't help laughing. It's afternoon now and there are not many people around. Almost everyone has gone to work and hasn't come back yet. After being depressed for many years, I can finally change my destiny. Shintunin began to use attack amplification, his own blood became rich and hot, and his whole body was like a furnace. He just waved his fist violently again. Boom! The fist landed on the machine, and the machine began to shake violently again. 12,000. This was the power he unleashed when he tried to use the double amplification. Triple increase. Shin Tunan's attack speed was getting faster and faster. The rich energy and terrifying power kept making sounds of breaking through the air and tearing the air apart. 18,000. 24,000. Until the end, Shin Tunan successfully achieved a tenfold increase, and the number above has become 60,000. 60,000 pounds of strength. This is no longer the strength of a warrior, but of a martial artist. As we all know, the basic strength of a 1-star martial artist is 50,000 gene. Every time the level is increased by 1 star, the strength will increase by 50,000 gene. If he went for certification now, he would definitely be able to pass the martial arts certification. A tenfold increase, it's truly terrifying. Shin Tunan couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement as he looked at the numbers above. He is only at the warrior level now, but he can unleash such power. If he becomes a martial artist in the future, won't he be able to unleash the power of a grandmaster? Not a master, but very much like a master. Thinking of this, Shin Tunan was very excited and had an urge to let out a loud roar. Wanting to become a strong man has been his dream since he was a child, and he has been waiting for this day for too long. As for Lu Meng, didn't she just find a boyfriend who was a 3-star martial artist? Surpassing the other party seems so easy. Shin Tunan no longer has any feelings for his ex-girlfriend. From the moment he knew he was the backup, their relationship was severed. Lu Meng, you will regret it sooner or later. Shin Tunan was in a very good mood and even felt that breaking up with Lu Meng was a good thing. Otherwise, he really couldn't see through a person easily. I, Shin Tunan, now have the power. I will never let my brother, sister, or parents suffer any injustice in the future. They are my family, the most important people I need to protect in my life. Shin Tunan looked towards his home and said with a firm expression. Only family members are trustworthy, they are blood relatives and will not stab you in the back. Unlike Lu Meng, he only realized after they broke up that he had been a spare tire and an ATM from the beginning to the end. Lu Meng has been urging him to make progress. She earns 4,000 yuan a month, and while spending her own money, she feels at ease urging herself to make progress. He was really confused at the time and didn't understand it at all. He was just in love. Thinking about it now, it's really ridiculous. Forget it, why do I still miss her? Let me go home and eat first. Shin Tunan felt that his appetite had increased after his realm improved. Now I really want to eat something to replenish myself. Shin Tunan hummed a little tune and walked towards home. At the same time, in Shin Mengyao's room, she was sitting in the computer chair at the moment, but she fell asleep with her eyes closed. Sudden. Shen Mengyao opened her beautiful eyes, and an expression of disbelief appeared in her clear pupils. She looked at the table in front of her, where the date was displayed on the computer. 2035-30. Looking at the date above, Shin Mengyao's pupils trembled violently. I am reborn? She looked up at the ceiling, and her heart was restless for a long time. Tears unconsciously flowed from the corners of my eyes. She stood up from her computer chair and flung open the door. As I watched my parents watching TV on the sofa, I heard the sound of games coming from my brother's room. She couldn't help laughing. I was really reborn, this is not a dream. Shen Mengyao murmured to herself, her body trembling slightly with joy. Mengyao, what's wrong with you? Mother Shin noticed that something was wrong with her daughter, stood up from the sofa and asked with concern. Father Shin watched his daughter cry, completely confused about what was going on. Mengyao, why are you crying? Did something happen to you? Facing parents' concerned inquiries. Shin Mengyao wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, It's okay, I'm just very happy. Previous life. All races broke through the front battlefield and invaded the human race on a large scale. There were corpses and blood everywhere. Everyone must step forward to defend against the enemy and resist all tribes. Shen Mengyao saw with her own eyes that her father was torn apart and swallowed by the ferocious beast. She was in so much pain that she couldn't even make a sound. Her mother was also captured by a ferocious beast that fell from the sky and torn into pieces in the air. That painful memory filled her with immense hatred whenever she thought of it. Of course, there is more to lose. She also witnessed her elder brother Shin Tunan and younger brother Shin Zikong being blown into a bloody mist by the roar of a terrifying beast. All her relatives died before her eyes. She had vowed to seek revenge, and she kept getting stronger and more obsessed with killing ferocious beasts. As a result, she became stronger and stronger, and her martial arts skills were so advanced that she was honored as the empress. She even entered the ancient Holy Land and obtained inheritance. But it was on that day that the gods of all races launched the final war. Before she could break through the divine realm, she was covered in blood and died on the spot. When she opened her eyes again, she was back to the present. In this life, I have the inheritance of the Holy Land, and I will definitely be able to break through the shackles in one fell swoop and become a god of the human race. In this life, I want to become stronger and protect my family from any harm. No ferocious beast can harm her family. April 30th, 2040, is when the ferocious beasts break through the front lines and invade in force. I still have 10 years, so I must become stronger as soon as possible. Shen Mengyao clenched her fists and made a secret decision. Sister, you are still crying? Brother Shen Zikong walked out of the room and saw his sister wiping her tears. He had an incredible expression on his face. Because in his impression, his sister Shen Mengyao is a cheerful and optimistic person, and he has never seen her shed tears. You little bastard, go wash the dishes and get ready for dinner. Father Shen scolded sternly. Faced with the majesty of the head of the family, Shen Zikong had no choice but to wash the dishes obediently. Shen's mother went to heat up the food. Not long after, Shen Tunan also came back, and the family sat at the dining table and started eating. Chapter 5 Family, 9 Shadow Sword Technique. Brother, you seem to be in a good mood. While eating, Shen Mengyao glanced at her brother Shen Tunan. Logically speaking, my brother should be in a depressed mood after his breakup today. But now, it is too abnormal. So she was a little worried that her brother would do something abnormal. I'm naturally in a good mood after breaking up. Shen Tunan took a big mouthful of rice and said with a smile. If he had not broken up with Lu Meng, he might not have awakened the system and completely changed his destiny. So for him, breaking up is actually a good thing. Tunan, are you really okay? Father Shen also felt that something was wrong with his son. In the past, his son loved Lu Meng very much and always obeyed her words. Now that his attitude has changed so much, he feels something is wrong. Mother Shen also looked worried. Shen Tunan saw what his family was thinking and said, Mom, Dad, and Xiaoming, I'm really fine. I even ate 2 extra bowls of rice. There were some things he didn't know how to explain. He couldn't tell his relatives that he had awakened the system, right? Brother, I believe you. Shen Mengyao smiled. Seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. Shen said no more. Shen Tunan went to get another bowl of rice and started eating it in big mouthfuls. After a series of breakthroughs, his appetite increased greatly and he ate as much as he could. Even he was surprised by his own appetite. He might not be able to finish it in 2 days before, but now he can eat so much in one meal. Shen Mengyao stared at Shen Tunan, thinking that her brother had turned his grief and anger into appetite. However, it is good that my brother, parents, and younger brother are still alive. I will work hard to become stronger in this life, and I will protect you, even if it means sacrificing my life. Shen Mengyao clenched her fists and made up her mind secretly. Now that these things that she had lost were back, she would not allow herself to lose them again. Brother, you were roared into a bloody mist by a ferocious beast in order to let me escape. I swear in this life that I will never let you be harmed by a ferocious beast. Shen Mengyao thought of the things that happened before her rebirth, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Her brother Shen Tunan originally wanted to cover her and her brother's escape. But the beast was too terrifying. Even though it was hundreds of meters away, the power of its roar was simply not something that anyone below the level of a warrior could withstand. She was able to escape the disaster because her brother and younger brother stood in front of her. She was only seriously injured by the yelling. Fortunately, a strong human came and she saved her life. She remembers being devastated. At that time, living was more painful than death. I'm full. Shen Zikong put down his bowl and chopsticks and went back to his room. Mr. and Mrs. Shen looked at their eldest son Shen Tuanan, and after he had eaten and drunk his fill, he took the initiative to wash the dishes and share the housework. They also knew in their hearts that their eldest son had really thought it through. When Shen Tunan was washing the dishes, his sister Shen Mengyao came over and said, Brother, let me help you wash the dishes. Shen Tunan looked at his sister in surprise. His sister had never offered to help the family wash dishes before. Of course he got used to it. As an older brother, he should take better care of his younger siblings. Mengyao, you have really grown up. Shen Tunan felt a little relieved. After washing the dishes, Shen Tunan sat on the sofa, watching TV absent-mindedly. Of course, it's mainly about thinking in your mind. Without a girlfriend, I actually feel really good. Women only hinder me from becoming stronger. I must become strong as soon as possible, not only for myself, but also for my family to live a better life. My current strength is far from enough. Shin Tunin knew that his younger brother and sister were also going to take the entrance exam to Wuhan University this year. Tuition and living expenses will also be a big expense at that time. In addition to paying for his tuition, his parents also said that if he bought a new house and got married in the future, they would give him a down payment. But my parents' salary is not very high. So he has saved a lot of money after working for these years. He earned this money by working diligently. I should use this money to buy martial arts skills and continue to become stronger. Just relying on a skybreaking fist is not enough. We need a more powerful offensive martial art. He is now fighting the enemy with bare hands. If he encounters an opponent with weapons, he will definitely suffer a great loss. So Shin Tunin prepared to buy a sword technique. Swordsmanship is also a type of martial arts. It has the highest attack power and explosive power, and can inflict more extreme damage. I still have time now. I must make myself stronger as soon as possible and share the pressure on my parents. He should buy the house himself, and if his younger brother and sister are admitted to Wuhan University, he should also pay for their tuition and living expenses. Think about this. Shin Tunin hurried back to his room, turned on his computer, and prepared to order martial arts online. In this era, martial arts skills purchased will be delivered directly to you by express delivery, which is very convenient. The name of the website is Martial Arts Mall. As long as you pass the real name authentication, you can buy things on it. Shin Tunin began to screen suitable martial arts. 9 Shadow Sword Technique, Level 2 Martial Skill, Price, 120,000. Shin Tunin looked at the price above and frowned, but it was not because it was expensive. But it's a bit too cheap. A few years ago, he would have to spend hundreds of thousands of yuan to buy a second-hand martial arts book. The normal price is over 200,000 yuan. But this sword technique was too cheap, which was beyond Shin Tunin's expectations. But after thinking about it carefully, Shin Tunin felt that it was normal. Few people practice swordsmanship, as it requires too much talent. The difficulty is several times that of other martial arts. Even if the training is successful, the attack power will be the best in the same level. However, the disadvantage is that it takes too long. Maybe with this much time, others would have already broken through to a higher realm. At that time, I will crush them with pure force, and no matter how strong the attack is, no one in the lower realm can withstand it. Shin Tunin didn't hesitate and clicked to buy. Less than an hour later, someone called him. "Hello, are you Mr. Shin Tunin? Here's your delivery." Shin Tunin answered the phone and heard a voice from the other end. He went downstairs directly to pick it up. After receiving the package, he did not go home to practice. Instead, he walked out of the community and came to a secluded park. There are not many people here at night, only a few streetlights. Shin Tunin muttered to himself. Smelt. The next moment, a huge furnace appeared in his body again, swallowing all the words and then feeding them back to Shin Tunin. In less than 10 breaths, Shin Tunin opened his eyes, and a sharp aura emanated from his whole body. The whole person is like a sword, sharp and imposing. A panel slowly appeared inside Shin Tunin's body. Host, Shin Tunin. Talent, Crucible of Heaven and Earth. Martial Arts, Level 2 Pure Yanggong Perfect 10 times the training speed. Martial Arts, Level 2 Sky Breaking Fist Perfect, Level 2 9 Shadow Sword Technique Perfect, 10-fold attack amplification. Originally, it was only a second-level martial arts and skills, but because of the amplification effect, it was better than a third-level martial arts and skills. Shin Tunin suddenly swung his fist, and a violent whistling sound erupted. Boom! There was a big tree not far away, and a lot of leaves fell. Shin Tunin was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and pinched 3 leaves with his fingers. Then he waved his hand forward, and the 3 leaves instantly turned into 9 shadows, rushing forward. Crack! 9 sword marks more than 2 meters long appeared on the ground, and it cracked directly. Looking at such an attack, Shin Tunin was very satisfied. This is just an attack using leaves. If you buy a sword, the power will be even greater. Chapter 6, 10 Star Warrior, Ally Weapons, 3 Martial Arts Schools. I can feel that the power that the 9 Shadow Sword technique can unleash should even surpass the Skybreaking Fist. Shin Tunin said slowly, feeling that it was worthy of being called a sword technique. The power of swordsmanship is definitely stronger than the explosive force of boxing. Moreover, the sword technique is to break through the surface with a point, concentrating all the strength on the tip of the sword, which can instantly destroy the meridians in the human body, causing the body to explode and die. Of course, although the sword technique is very powerful, if the boxing technique can comprehend the meaning of boxing, its power will definitely surpass the sword technique without comprehending the meaning of sword. However, it is too difficult to comprehend the power of artistic conception. Shin Tunin had heard that among the masters, there were very few who could comprehend the power of artistic conception, let alone him. Now you should just focus on improving your realm. Shin Tunin checked the text message and found that his balance was exactly 100,000 yuan. If I spend all this money, I will have to rely on my parents for support. However, as Shin Tunin walked towards home, he decided to buy a magical medicine. If you lose your money, you can earn it back quickly as long as you are strong enough. After all, this is how the world is. As long as you are strong enough, making money is easy. When I got home, it was already night. Shin Tunin turned on the computer, logged into the Warrior Mall, and started buying items. Shin Tunin didn't feel sad when he saw his balance of 100,000 yuan disappear in an instant. Less than an hour later, the courier called Shin Tunin again. Shin Turan went downstairs to pick it up and found that the courier was the previous one. He chatted with him for a few words. I was impressed by how fast he delivered the goods. The courier scratched his head sheepishly and said, for something as precious as yours, the delivery must be faster. Shin Tunin smiled and waved goodbye to the other party, then returned to his room. Shin Tunin swallowed the elixir in one gulp with ease. Smelting. The terrifying energy quickly feeds back into himself, flowing through his meridians, madly enhancing his chi and blood power. This time, Shin Tunin's physique was stronger and his ability to endure became stronger, so the pain was reduced a lot. 10 minutes later. Shin Tunin opened his eyes and let out a breath. He found that a lot of stains were discharged from his body, which were impurities in the body. If you smell it carefully, you can still smell a foul odor. Shin Tunin took some new clothes and went into the bathroom, scrubbing his body. Then she walked out of the bathroom with a faint scent of shower gel. Then he went straight downstairs again. At night, Shin Tunin came to the side of the testing machine. The maximum force that this test machine can withstand is 100,000 kilograms. The machine is only about 1 meter high, with a test area on top and an LCD screen in front. Shin Tunin was amazed. Because such a machine can actually withstand such terrifying force. If it were an ordinary machine, 50,000 kilograms of force would be enough to blow it up. After refining the elixir, my realm has reached the 10th Star Warrior realm. Combined with the 9 Shadow Sword technique, I wonder how much more power I can unleash. Shin Tunin felt a little excited. Normally, the maximum combat power of a 10-star warrior combined with his weapon is just over 10,000. He took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. He used his hand as a sword and slashed hard at the machine. 51,256. A dazzling number soon appeared on it. Shin Tunin first used a 5-fold increase, but the power that erupted actually exceeded 50,000 pounds. Shin Tunin used the sky-breaking fist again, which amplified his power 5-fold. Boom! The machine trembled and the number 50,000 appeared on it. Swordsmanship is definitely more powerful. Shin Tunin sighed. He uses his hands as swords, and the power he unleashes reaches this level. Looks like I'll have to find a way to get a weapon later. Shin Tunin murmured. But the weapon is too expensive, and an ordinary sword cannot withstand his terrifying burst of power. It can only be used as a disposable weapon and there is no need to buy it. At least a level 3 alloy weapon is required. However, the price of that kind of weapon is more expensive than the 3rd level skills and martial arts, and it is a sky-high price. This is also the reason why many people are unwilling to learn sword and knife skills. These martial arts are not only difficult to practice, but also difficult to purchase weapons. I remember the cheapest 3rd level alloy weapon was about 10 million. When Shin Tunin talked about this number, he felt a sense of powerlessness. You know, the house his parents bought, if it weren't for the loan, would have been worth just over 1 million. However, the price of level 3 alloy weapons is 10 times more expensive. I'm short of money. Shin Tunin found that the stronger he was, the more money he lacked. Afterwards, Shin Tunin gathered his thoughts and burst out with the highest 10-fold increase. Boom! An invisible sword energy burst out from his hand, tearing through the air and suddenly falling on the machine. The test machine shook violently several times. 100,000. Finally, the number was fixed at 100,000, and the sound of beep, beep continued to be made. Then it got stuck on this number, not moving at all. It seems like I broke it. Shin Tunin felt that he must have used a force beyond the machine's tolerance limit, which is why this happened. However, Shin Tunin was very satisfied with the power he displayed. In terms of strength alone, a strength of 100,000 Jin has already reached the level of a 2-star martial artist. And his strength should be several thousand more than 100,000 pounds. Now I am only one step away from becoming a martial artist. Shin Tunin's eyes flashed. A martial artist, a master of martial arts, reaches this level. The power of qi and blood will produce an astonishing leap, and the qi and blood will become more and more rich. It's like changing from gas to liquid, a complete qualitative change. Even if 10 warriors with 10 stars are put together, they cannot be a match for a martial artist. This is also the reason why martial artists have a noble status in Los Angeles, and can even open their own small martial arts schools and become principals. Of course, most martial artists will still choose to join one of the 3 major martial arts schools. The 3 major martial arts schools are truly top-notch martial arts schools, and they have opened different branch schools all over the country. It is said that the strongest person behind the 3 major martial arts schools has reached an unfathomable level. The masters were like ants in his hands and could be crushed to death with ease. To join the 3 major martial arts schools, you will undergo level assessment and certification, and you can only join if you meet the standards. Shin Tunin looked up at the full moon in the sky. Suddenly I remembered that I once watched the moon with Lu Meng. But when he thought of this, he couldn't help but sneer. If Lu Meng knew that he possessed the power comparable to a 2-star martial artist, he would definitely regret it and might even ask me to get back together with him. However, Shin Tunin now no longer looks down on vulgar women like Lu Meng and has completely severed this relationship. Let's think about how to make money. Shin Tunin felt that he was too short of money now. As long as he has money, he can grow faster and maybe become a master in a very short time. By then, Lu Meng might not even be qualified to see him. There are 3 ways to make money the fastest. The first is to go into the ferocious beast forest and hunt ferocious beasts. But this is too dangerous. The level of the ferocious beasts is difficult to determine. Shin Tunin had heard before that some people were unlucky and were torn apart by ferocious beasts as soon as they entered the ferocious beast forest. It is said that he is also a martial artist. Moreover, in addition to being dangerous, one also needs to be certified by the 3 major martial arts schools and make an appointment. This is also strictly controlled, and no one will go in and die in vain. The second way is to go to the front line of all races, where there are more ferocious beasts and it is more dangerous. It is said that even the masters will die there, let alone him. If you want to go to the front line of all races, in addition to certification, you also need to pass the application. The process is more complicated and the waiting time is longer. Then there's only a third way left: pass the certification and join one of the 3 major martial arts schools. The 3 major martial arts schools are Thunder Martial Arts School, Red Flame Martial Arts School, and Bright Martial Arts School. The treatment in the 3 major martial arts schools is similar. After passing the certification, you can obtain a badge issued by the 3 major martial arts schools. It is said that only warriors are eligible for certification. The original badge was bronze, the martial artists was silver, and the grandmasters was a dazzling gold badge. After passing the martial arts school certification, you can receive a martial artist subsidy every month. Of course, if you want to make money faster, you still have to make an appointment to enter the forest of ferocious beasts. Chapter 7, Mentality, Attack, Demon Cult. Or go to the front line of the 10,000 races, but I don't need to think so far. If you have time, you should first pass the certification of the 3 major martial arts schools. Shin Tunin determined his target and then went to sleep. He slept soundly that night. The next morning, he opened his eyes, opened the window, took a breath of fresh air, and felt refreshed. I still have to go to the company. Although Shin Tunin has become extremely powerful, it doesn't matter if he doesn't do the job in the company. However, Shin Tunin is a man who sees things through to the end. He has one last project in the company and has also taken on an apprentice. This apprentice also followed him for a while, and was also a poor child with no talent for martial arts. He is not even 20 years old yet and comes to the company as an intern. If he loses this project, his apprentice will definitely be fired. Maybe even eating will become a problem. I'll quit after I finish this project. Shin Tunin thought to himself. He doesn't think he is a good person, but he doesn't think he is a bad person either. After all, it's not easy for anyone to work outside. This project will only take a few days, so it won't be too late to get certified then. Shintunen was in a very good mood. He put on a suit and washed up. Found that the table was already prepared. The mother looked at Shintunen with a smile and said, "Tunen, you got up early today. You can have breakfast before going to work." Normally, Shintunen would sleep a little longer in the morning and often skip breakfast. But his mother still made breakfast for him every day. This is love hidden in the details. "Mom, thank you." Shintunen was a little touched. On weekdays he didn't pay attention to these things and even thought his mother was nagging. "You kid, why are you still telling me thank you?" Shin's mother felt that her son had become a completely different person after the breakup and had become much more sensible. Shintunen smiled, finished his breakfast, and then went to work. In the past, going to work seemed like a compulsory task, and the journey to work was boring. But now his mood is different. Shintunen actually feels that going to work is interesting. After all, these are the last few days, and he will have no chance of working in the future. After passing this certification and joining the 3 major martial arts schools, I have to hunt ferocious beasts frequently. As Shintunen was thinking, he walked to the bus stop. A bus stopped not far away. Shintunen squeezed onto the bus with the crowd and found a seat to sit down. Most of the people on the bus are students. There are also some elderly people and some working people. At the same time, new technology company. In an office building, a middle-aged man with a big belly was sitting on an office chair. He picked up the teacup and took a sip of coffee to perk himself up. It's so unpalatable. If it weren't for promoting metabolism, no one would drink this kind of black coffee. The middle-aged man couldn't help but complain. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and a man walked in. The man was wearing an expensive and exquisite black suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and it was obvious that he was of extraordinary status. Who is so blind as to come in without even knocking? The middle-aged man frowned and stood up with an extremely displeased expression. However, when his eyes fell on the man in a suit and tie, he immediately swallowed his saliva and said in a lost voice, "Secretary Zhao. What brings you here?" The middle-aged man quickly changed his expression and went forward to greet him. Secretary Zhao is from the Galaxy Group and is a close friend of the current president of the Galaxy Group. Everyone has to give face to the Galaxy Group. Otherwise, you will have no business in the future. In the entire Los Angeles, the Galaxy Group branch monopolizes most of the business and is a true business giant. Manager Wang, long time no see. Secretary Zhao sat directly on the office chair where Manager Wang had just sat. But Manager Wang didn't dare to say anything and just agreed. "I'm honored that you remember me." Manager Wang smiled. "I wonder what brings you here, Secretary Zhao." He was able to sit in the manager's position because he was good at observing people's words and expressions. "Well, you have an employee named Shintunen here, find a reason to fire him," Secretary Zhao said lightly. Manager Wang thought about it carefully and said, "There is such a person. I let him lead a project independently. But if he offends Secretary Zhao, he will lose his job." His tone was filled with indignation and he looked very angry. Secretary Zhao sneered in his heart, knowing that these people wanted to get in touch with him. "Then you must do this matter beautifully. This is something young master he specifically instructed me to do. It's best not to give Shintunen a single cent of his salary," Secretary Zhao said lightly. Manager Wang was shocked. He thought Shintunen had only offended Secretary Zhao and felt strange. But he immediately understood what had happened after he had offended Master He. The young master was usually arrogant and domineering, and offended many people, but no one dared to retaliate. It was because the other party's surname was He, and he was said to have been exiled from a big place, so he didn't have much real power. However, on weekdays, the president of Luochang Galaxy Group often helps young Master He solve problems. Over time, everyone knew that there must be a big shot standing behind this young Master He. "Okay, I will definitely do this well and not let Shintunen take a penny," Manager Wang agreed. Secretary Zhao smiled and said, "Then I'll wait for your good news." He left this sentence and got up and left. Manager Wang personally escorted Secretary Zhao out the door, then faded his smile and said, "Shintunen, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being blind and offending young Master He. That young Master He is powerful and influential, and even he dares not offend him, otherwise he will lose his job." The other side. The bus stopped and started. Shintunen sat by the window, watching the surrounding scenery quickly recede. He felt very calm. How interesting. He had never admired the scenery along the street before, but now it seems that he has a completely different mentality. When I was working, I didn't have the mood to enjoy the scenery. Now when I go to work or look at the scenery, I am completely watching with my heart and experiencing life. There are people coming and going on the streets, and many tall buildings have been built, which look very beautiful from a distance. Because the weather is quite hot now, there are many women on the streets wearing short jeans and belly-bearing tops. These women have great figures and white thighs that easily attract the attention of passers-by. Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment, the bus suddenly shook violently and the glass shattered. Then blood splattered and several people died on the spot. It all happened so fast that people couldn't react at all. Then there were screams, cries, and exclamations, all mixed together, very chaotic. The people on the bus were already in chaos, with expressions of fear on everyone's face. Shintunan turned his head and saw several people pointing guns at this place. There were crazy expressions on those people's faces. They were all wearing black clothes with the word demon written on them. Guns are no longer of much use to even the most powerful warriors and martial artists, and it's very difficult to kill them. Because powerful warriors have extremely fast reaction nerves, they are difficult to be harmed by these thermal weapons. But for ordinary people, this kind of thermal weapon is extremely lethal. The demonic cult. Shintuanan had already guessed the other party's identity. It's them. The demon cult is a branch of the 10,000 races cult. We are dead. One of them showed a look of despair on his face when he heard Shintunan's words. The people of the demon cult are the running dogs of all races, and they like to cause destruction in the human world. There is no reason, and killing will begin for no reason. In their cognition, except for the myriad races, everyone else can be killed. These are a group of lunatics and real demons. Chapter 8 Soul Stealing Hand, Cruel. Los Angeles. Superintendent. Ding ling ling. In the hall, the bells kept ringing. Soon the police answered the call. Help! Someone is armed with weapons and killing people on Changming Road. A frightened voice came from the other end of the line. After receiving your message, we will send someone over as soon as possible. The police who received the call prepared to notify their colleagues. But at this moment, screams came from the other end of the phone. Ah! It soon came to an abrupt end. When the police heard this sound, they knew they had to go quickly. At this time, another voice rang on the other phone. Someone else answered the phone. Help! There are people from the demon cult causing trouble on Changming Road. They're killing people. So many people have died, so many people. The person who called the police had a trembling voice, and one could feel the deep fear in his voice. After hearing this, the police officer who answered the phone looked serious and informed his companions. They're from the demon cult. Go inform Captain Lee. If it was an ordinary matter, they could just send a few police officers to solve it. But the demon cult is different. It is the running dog of all races, a real cult, and it also has real strong people. Good. A man hurriedly ran to an office, and soon a tall and mighty man in uniform walked out of the office. The man looked to be about 30 years old, with extremely rich energy and blood, and was a powerful warrior. These damn bugs actually dared to cause trouble in Los Angeles. I will never let them go. Captain Lee had a terrible murderous aura and his pupils were bloodshot. Almost all of their colleagues knew that Captain Lee hated members of cults the most. Every time something like this happens, he has to take the lead. It is said that his wife was killed by members of a cult when she was pregnant, leading to the destruction of his family. Therefore, he hated the people in the cult to the core. Whenever we know of a cult operating in Los Angeles, we always use ruthless means to kill them all, leaving no one alive. The higher-ups also tacitly approved Captain Lee's behavior. After all, those people in the cult can no longer be called human beings. Each of them has at least several lives on their hands. They are a group of complete lunatics. They once captured members of a cult, but they couldn't get anything out of them after torturing them because these people had already been brainwashed. All they will do is kill, destroy, and ruin. Willing to contribute everything to all races, just to cause civil strife among the human race. Help! Please let me go. Suddenly, a plea for mercy was heard from the other end of the phone, and the police officer who answered the phone had a feeling that something was wrong. Then, sure enough, another scream was heard. There was a trace of pity and anger on his face. Is that the superintendent? Your people need to come quickly. Otherwise, there will be no survivors on this road. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone, with madness and cruelty in the voice. Who are you? The police officer asked through gritted teeth. He. A strange laugh came from the other end of the line. Don't you even recognize me? I've killed many of your people before. I'm Wang, the soul taker. The laughter on the other end of the phone grew louder and louder. Captain Lee, who was about to go out at this moment, quickly grabbed the phone and yelled towards the other side. Wang, just wait for me, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. The person who killed his wife was Wang. He always wanted to take revenge on him, but the other party was hiding very well and had not appeared in Luocheng for a long time. Showing up now is his only chance for revenge. Looking forward to meeting you. Wang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Then there were more screams. Captain Lee rushed out like the wind and quickly rushed to the scene with a group of police officers. On the bus. Most of the passengers squatted down with their heads in their hands and did not dare to run around. Because those who were running around were shot mercilessly, bright red liquid was flowing and there was a bad smell everywhere. Boom! I don't know when the sky became gloomy, with layers of dark clouds pressing down on me. There was also thunder and lightning across the sky, erupting with a deafening sound. A drizzle soon began to fall from the sky. The rain mixed with blood, the ground was red, and the massacre continued. Those crazy demon cult members kept shooting and killing passers-by. With every gunshot, someone fell to the ground. Shintunen looked in the direction of the driver, who had already fallen in a pool of blood, and the bus had completely stopped. Those demon cult members kept getting closer. If you stay here, you will almost certainly die. Shintunen took a deep breath and looked at the passengers on the bus. Some students were so scared that their faces turned pale and they were trembling all over. They were at their best age and should not die here. The same goes for other passengers. Life is already difficult, and they have to endure an additional layer of hardship. This is not right. A great warrior has taken action, someone outside suddenly exclaimed. Shintunen saw a middle-aged man rushing towards the demon cultists. He dodged the bullet with his sharp reflexes, grabbed the two demon cult members with his two hands, and squeezed hard, breaking their throats immediately. The warrior threw the body aside. You stinky rats from the gutter, how dare you come out to see people? The middle-aged warrior exuded murderous aura. The other cult members were not panicked when they saw this person and looked elsewhere. There stood a skinny man. The most noticeable thing about him was his hands. His left hand is much bigger than his right hand. One hand looks like a child's, and the other hand looks like an adult's, which is extremely asymmetrical. It seems that my soul-stealing hand will be burdened with another blood debt. The skinny man walked forward step by step. Hearing the words soul-stealing hand, the middle-aged warrior's pupils trembled fiercely, and said, Intermediate disciple, soul-stealing hand? He had heard of the other party's name, and many warriors had died at his hands. People from a cult. There are usually 3 levels. Lower-level believers usually enter the martial realm. Intermediate disciples are all at the warrior level. As for the strongest senior believers, they are at the martial artist level. When I go to hell, please help me repent. The soul taker smiled coldly, his eyes full of mockery and contempt. The middle-aged warrior's face changed drastically, but he still instinctively used his martial arts, and his energy and blood were quickly mobilized. His entire body became scorching hot, and his right hand clenched into a fist, smashing towards the soul taker's face. This is the martial arts skill Explosive Fist. The soul taker's left hand quickly enlarged, making a series of air-breaking sounds, and steadily caught the opponent's fist. You are just a 3-star warrior, and you dare to punch me? The soul taker smiled coldly and turned suddenly. The middle-aged warrior's arms bent rapidly, soon forming a twist shape. The middle-aged warrior's face was distorted and twisted in pain, and his pupils dilated. I've even killed an 8-star warrior before. I'll send you to see him right now. As soon as the words fell, the soul-stealing hand stretched out 2 fingers and stabbed forward suddenly, directly piercing the middle-aged warrior's eyes. Ah! The middle-aged warrior had 2 lines of blood and tears flowing from his pupils, and he was in extreme pain. You didn't use enough force. I'll let you live for a while. His voice was full of sarcasm and contempt. He was obviously teasing the middle-aged warrior. Things happened too fast at this moment, and when Shintunen reacted, it was too late. At this moment, Shintunen, who was on the bus, was filled with anger. He pried open the bus door with his hands and rushed out of the bus as fast as he could. Stop! Shin Tunen's voice spread like thunder. It was still drizzling, and a cold wind was blowing, and the leaves around were falling down with a rustling sound. Chapter 9, Instant Kill Soul Taker, Invitation. As soon as these words were spoken, all the members of the demon cult turned their eyes to Shin Tunen. Obviously, they didn't expect that there would still be a young man who dared to stand up now. He is simply courting his own life. You all deserve to die. Although it was the first time that Shin Tunen met people from the demon cult, he now understood very well why this group of people was called a cult. The other party killed a vigorous warrior, but instead of giving him a quick death, he kept teasing and torturing him. This made him very uncomfortable, and murderous intent boiled in his heart. Bang! One of the lower-level believers pulled the trigger without hesitation after hearing Shin Tunen's words. A bullet came toward Shin Tunen, making a sound of breaking through the air. Shin Tunen had no intention of dodging at all. He stretched out 2 fingers and caught the bullet steadily. Seeing this scene, the lower-level believers showed expressions of astonishment on their faces. Because they really didn't expect that this seemingly unremarkable man in front of them was so powerful. It seems that you are also a warrior. The soul taker wiped the blood off the toilet paper and showed an interested expression. His greatest hobby in life is to torture human warriors and let them die in despair and pain. He loved listening to the warriors' wails the most, and thought it was the most beautiful sound in the world. Give it back to you. Shin Tunen threw the bullet, which contained a trace of sword energy, and directly tore through the rain and fell on the Wanzu cultist who fired the gun. Bang! The bullet hit the man right between his eyebrows. With his eyes wide open, he fell into a pool of blood. The other believers looked at Shin Tunen with shock and a hint of fear in their eyes. Kill him! The soul taker waved his hand. Originally, he was confident that he could deal with Shin Tunen, but when he saw the other party show this move, he became unsure again. So he planned to let the lower-level believers consume Shin Tuanen's physical strength. Although the believers were afraid, they surrounded Shin Tuanen without hesitation after hearing the order from their superiors. Soon, more than a dozen cult members gathered here and surrounded Shin Tuanen. Shin Tunen stood there like a javelin, his pupils blank. He looked at the cultist he had just killed. It was his first time killing someone, and he thought he would feel a little uncomfortable. However, he felt nothing in his heart, because he felt that cult members were no longer human beings. The passers-by who were still running around saw that no one was chasing them and couldn't help but look back, only to see a scene that they would never forget. They saw a man stretch out his hands on a rainy day and catch 9 green leaves falling from the sky. He held them between his fingers. 9 Shadow Sword Technique. Shin Tunen mobilized the energy and blood in his body and gathered them on these 9 leaves. Powerful sword energy immediately emanated from the leaves, seemingly able to tear everything apart. He waved his hand, and everyone saw 9 shadows in a trance. They were 9 sword shadows. The leaves flew out one after another, stirring up the air and emitting an aura that could break anything. Before the cult members could fire their guns, the leaves in their pupils rapidly dilated. Then a leaf pierced his chest, and he was knocked flying, hitting the wall not far away. With just one move, all the believers who besieged Shin Tunen were pierced by the sword energy, and there was no trace of breath on their bodies. This was also the first time that Shin Tunen used the 9 Shadow Sword technique against the enemy. It was really too powerful and ferocious. Those believers were as fragile as fish on a chopping board in his hands. Is he still a human being? A passerby who was fleeing looked at Shin Tunen in a daze, his pupils filled with awe and shock. And at this moment, a group of people in police uniforms also offered to get out of the car and come over. The leader was Captain Lee. He saw Shin Turan's attack from afar. After becoming a warrior, his eyesight would become extremely good, much better than that of ordinary people. What amazing swordsmanship! How come I didn't know there was such a person in Luochang? Captain Lee was also a little surprised. He was a 9-star warrior, but he was not sure he could take on Shin Tunen's move just now. Captain, he just used the 9 Shadow Sword technique, said a female police officer. The female police officer had fair skin, was wearing a uniform, and her eyes were full of shock. Yes. That is indeed the 9 Shadow Sword technique. This person must have cultivated it to the level of great success. Captain Lee also felt a little emotional. I think Shin Tunen's talent is too terrifying. The 9 Shadow Sword technique was notoriously difficult to practice. He had practiced it before, and it took him 5 years to barely get started. The power is far less terrifying than Shintunen's. Being able to make fallen leaves contain sword energy and kill people like a long sword is truly shocking. The Soul Taker watched as all his men died, without a trace of regret on his face. He said, "Interesting, very interesting. It seems I've met a genius today. Killing you now will eliminate a future threat for the elders of all races. It will definitely be a great achievement." He didn't seem to be afraid of Shintunen's 9 shadow sword technique. "What's your name?" asked the Soul Taker. Shintunen was too lazy to answer him. He just stared at him fiercely and said, "In my eyes, you are already a dead man." Ha ha. The Soul Taker laughed, and then his eyes gradually became gloomy. "This is the funniest joke I've heard this year." As soon as the words fell, Shintunen's energy and blood suddenly mobilized, and he used his hand as a sword and slashed out. 9 shadow sword technique, triple amplification. Just now, when Shintunen killed those ordinary believers, he did not use any amplification because he felt it was completely unnecessary. But now, if this person wants to kill with one blow, it would be difficult to do so without using amplification. At this moment, in the eyes of the Soul Taker, Shintunen's palm turned into a sharp sword, with countless shadows flashing. If you count carefully, you can find that there are 9 sword shadows, real and fake, which are difficult to distinguish. Soul-stealing palm. His left hand circulated energy and blood, and he slapped it forward violently. It was the only thing he could do. But he still underestimated the power of the triple amplification. The terrifying force of more than 30,000 pounds and the unparalleled sharp aura instantly split the palm of the soul-grabbing hand, and the sword energy passed through his body from top to bottom. The rain around seemed to stop for a moment at this moment. Afterwards, Soul Stealer stood there, trembling all over, his eyes filled with resentment, and said, "You actually hid your strength?" He originally thought that his opponent had used all his strength, but he now realized that he was totally wrong. But now it's too late, everything is too late. Boom! His body was still lying in the rain, and behind him, there were several sword marks several meters long. His body was chopped into several pieces, staining the rain red. Shintunen looked at the scene indifferently. The threefold increase actually only meant that he had used 1/3 of his strength. This cult member looks so powerful, but in fact he is so vulnerable. The people in the distance looked at this scene, their mouths slightly opened, and they all suspected that they had seen it wrong. Each of their pupils was filled with shock, and each of their faces was filled with astonishment. Especially the police officers, they know the horror of the Soul Taker. Such a terrifying cult member would end like this. Good kill. Captain Lee strode forward and came in front of Shintunen. "Hello, my name is Lee Chahan. I work as a police inspector and am also a martial artist at the Thunder Martial Arts School. Are you interested in joining our school?" Lee Chahan stretched out his hand and asked with a smile. Shintunen killed the Soul Taker, which was also a disguised way of avenging his family. He was very grateful to Shintunen in his heart. Chapter 10 Hero Medal, Million Reward. Thunder Martial Arts School? Shintunen didn't expect that a warrior from the Thunder Martial Arts School would take the initiative to invite him. His goal is also to join one of the 3 major martial arts schools. "My name is Shintunen. I will take the test when I have time." Shintunen nodded, stretched out his hand to shake hands with the other party, and then let go. Lee Chanan seemed to see that Shintunen still needed to think about it. After all, there were 3 major martial arts schools, and he didn't necessarily have to choose their Thunder Martial Arts School. "Then I look forward to your joining." Lee Chang'an smiled. "Brother Tunen, I know you have your considerations, but joining the Thunder Martial Arts School will have other benefits. You are good at swordsmanship. The advantage of our Thunder Martial Arts School is that you can get a discount of 20% on alloy weapons. It will save you a lot of money then." When Shintunen heard these words, his eyes suddenly lit up. If it's really 20% off, the savings will be huge. "Any alloy weapons are 20% off?" Shintunen asked. Lee Chanan saw that Shintunen was a little excited. He knew that he had impressed the other party, and he took advantage of the victory and said, "Yes, this is the exclusive privilege of our Thunder Martial Arts School. Other martial arts schools don't have it." After hearing this, Shintunen was completely certain that he had to go to the Thunder Martial Arts School for the assessment. This privilege alone seemed to him of vital importance. "My current small goal is to buy a level 3 alloy weapon, but when I become stronger, I will definitely buy higher level alloy weapons. If it's 20% off by then, I don't know how much money I can save." "You must buy a handy weapon." Brother Tunin, originally a murder occurred here, and you were supposed to go with us to the police station to record your statement. This is our procedure for handling cases, but since you seem very busy, I won't take you with me. Li Chang'an did a favor for Shin Tunin. Although it was a small thing, it could definitely win the other party's favor. Of course, there was a reason why he did this. Shin Tunin was so talented and didn't look very old. Once I join the Thunder Martial Arts School, I don't know how much I will grow in the future. If you do someone a favor now, the rewards you will receive in the future will be unimaginable. Thank you. Shin Tunin thanked him, feeling that this person was a good person and his words made him feel comfortable. Li Chang'an waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me, it's just a small matter. Also, this is a hero medal, representing your outstanding contribution to Los Angeles." Captain Li took out a medal from his arms and handed it to Shin Tunin. The officer nearby saw this and whispered, "Captain Li, even we have to achieve 3 first-class merits to get the Medal of Hero. Why did you just give it away?" For police officers like them, it is difficult to win first-class merit once, let alone 3 times. Brother Tuanin killed the Soul Taker, and he has so many followers of all races, which is enough for him to get this hero medal. Li Chang'an's expression became serious. He glared fiercely at the police officer who spoke next to him. The man immediately shut up. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that Shin Tunin deserved it. Just killing a soul stealer is something that ordinary police officers like them cannot do. I said those words just now because I was too emotional. After all, what he wanted most was the hero medal, so when he saw Captain Li awarding the medal to others, his emotions got out of control. I know many of you think this is unfair, but this is the privilege of the strong. If you can kill the Soul Reaper, a mid-level cultist like him, I will also reward you with the hero medal. When Li Chang'an said this, his eyes swept over the police officers behind him. Those people lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Shin Tunin looked at the round medal in his hand, on which was written the word hero. This medal is made of silver and feels of good texture. Thank you, Captain Li. Shin Tunin bowed and thanked him. Li Chang'an smiled and said, "This is what you deserve. Also, give me your card number. I'll transfer the money to you. Anyone who receives this hero medal will be rewarded with 1 million. When Shin Tunin heard this number, his eyes lit up again. For the first time, he realized that making money was so easy. You know, if he just earns money based on his original salary, it would take him a long time to save up the 1 million. Now, just for taking out some cult members and getting a hero medal, I get such a huge reward. It's really cool. Shin Tunin then gave his card number, and Li Chang'an wrote it down and said, "I'll have someone call you when I get back." Shin Tunin nodded. "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, you can take out this medal if you get into trouble. Anyone who recognizes this medal will give you some respect and won't embarrass you." Li Chang'an informed Shin Tunin. People who can get this kind of medal usually have strong enough strength, and people who know about it don't dare to do it for Shin Tunin. In addition to the 1 million reward, this hero medal also represents his noble status as a warrior. After all, in this world, there are always some warriors who have achieved success but have not joined a martial arts school in the first place and have not obtained certification and badges. Of course, this medal has another meaning. It represents Shin Tunin's great contribution, which is an honor. Shin Tunin first put away the medal, then said goodbye to Li Chang'an and walked to the company. This place is not too far from my company, and it can be reached in just a few dozen minutes walk. Now he just wants to go back to the company and work hard, finish that project first, and doesn't want to be too conspicuous. However, because of the time lost on the road, he was still a few minutes late when he arrived at the company. "Shin Tunin, you're only here at this late hour. Come to my office." Manager Wang, who was chubby with a big belly, spoke coldly with a stern face. The workers around him quickly lowered their heads to work, knowing that Manager Wang was angry. Shin Tunin picked up his phone and saw a text message saying that there was an extra million yuan in his card. He felt very happy. He didn't care what Manager Wang was thinking. Walking into the office, Manager Wang slammed the table and said, "Shin Tunin, you are fired. Get out." Shin Tunin frowned, thinking that Manager Wang was in trouble. I clearly didn't offend him. "You can fire me, but we all signed a contract and you should compensate me." Shin Tunin laid it out directly and was too lazy to say more. Manager Wang sneered and said, "You're the only one who wants compensation. How dare you?" He picked up a piece of paper next to him and threw it at Shin Tunin's feet with an angry look. "Shin Tunin, you are suspected of leaking company secrets. If you just get out of here, I might consider letting you go. If you keep pestering me here, I'll put you in jail. After saying these words, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Manager Wang's eyes. This trick works every time. As long as you scare the other person, he will definitely obey you. Chapter 11 Framed, I Can't Stand It. In the office. Shin Tunan looked at Manager Wang's angry expression, and he realized that something was wrong. What leaked company secrets and when did he leak them? It's obviously a frame-up. Did you hear that? Hand over your work ID and get out. Manager Wang's voice gradually became louder. Outside the door, several people were eavesdropping and thought that Shin Tunan was in big trouble. It's over. Shin Tunan must have offended Manager Wang somewhere. I don't know why Manager Wang is so angry today. Let's just work hard to avoid getting fired too. The group chatted for a while, then quickly returned to their workstations, pretending to be working hard. Shin Tunan took his work permit and slammed it on the table, saying, "You want me to quit without any compensation? I don't agree." When Manager Wang heard this, he immediately laughed and said, "It seems that you want to go to jail. Shin Tunan never thought that you have such a hobby." Shin Tunan snorted coldly, "Don't scare me here. If you want me to resign, just follow the contract. According to the contract, compensation is required, which is a considerable amount." Shin Tunan naturally would not give up the money easily, after all, he was short of money now. There is also the feeling of being wrongly accused for no reason, which can make you feel unhappy. You're quite bold. I'll have to have someone investigate you for leaking the company's internal prices. Manager Wang immediately took out his phone. In fact, it was he who leaked the price, and he would get a generous reward. However, as long as he puts the blame on others, he will not be able to find out the truth. Shin Tunan is not the first scapegoat, nor will he be the last. Shin Tunan looked at the other person's determined expression and glanced at the piece of paper on the ground. The above content is very simple, that is, it is suspected that Shin Tunan leaked the company's internal price to competitors, causing the project to be terminated early. So now the project is no longer viable and he even faces the risk of going to jail. But all this is a false accusation. He is not stupid, so why would he disclose the company's prices? Why not just endure it? This thought suddenly popped up in Shin Tunan's mind. But he extinguished it the next moment. Some things are unbearable. Shin Tunan's blood and energy surged, and he walked to Manager Wang. Manager Wang's heart skipped a beat when he saw the aggressive Shin Tunan. Just as I was about to say something, I felt a sharp pain in my leg. Plop! He fell directly to his knees on the ground, his legs were in unimaginable pain, and he gritted his teeth in agony. It was as if his bones were broken, causing his fat body to tremble. Shin Tunan, how dare you hit me? I'm going to have you arrested. Manager Wang yelled, thinking Shin Tunan was crazy. In the past, Shin Tunan was a submissive person. No matter how the other party scolded him, he didn't dare to refute him. Now he is just like crazy. Not only does he dare to contradict him, but he even dares to do such crazy things. I used to think that if you take a step back, you'll have a much wider world. But now I know that the more you back down from some people, the more they will push forward. Manager Wang, since you didn't listen to me when I spoke to you kindly before, I must teach you what pain is. Shin Tunan's tone was neither hurried nor slow, but it frightened Manager Wang. He felt like he didn't recognize Shin Tunan anymore. He had become a completely different person, as if possessed by a demon. Shin Tunan, don't mess around, this is the company. Someone come quickly, call the police. Manager Wang shouted loudly, and those who were still working came over after hearing the noise. Someone pushed open the door and stood outside looking at Manager Wang kneeling on the ground, their faces filled with shock. After all, they had never seen Manager Wang in such a miserable state. Shin Tunan, don't be impulsive. Intentional injury is a serious crime. It's not too late to turn back now. Some of Shin Tunan's colleagues tried to persuade him. But Shin Tunan doesn't care about these things now. It is unacceptable to swallow your anger after being bullied to such an extent. Moreover, being a warrior has certain privileges. As long as no one is killed, most things can be settled by negotiation, and just some money has to be paid. Besides, he didn't break Manager Wang's leg. He just made him suffer a little pain, and he would recover in a few days. I didn't do anything wrong. This Wang guy framed me. I can't swallow this. Shin Tunan looked down at Manager Wang. At this moment, Manager Wang actually felt an astonishing sense of oppression, as if he was a subordinate facing a superior. Mr. Wang, do you know what this is called? Shin Tunin took out his hero medal. The badge sparkled brightly under the light. Especially the word hero, Manager Wang's face gradually turned pale. His other colleagues were also shocked. This is a hero's medal. How could Shin Tunin possibly get this medal? Doesn't one have to be a warrior to get this kind of medal? Who told you that warriors can get it? You must make a great contribution to my city of Luo. Everyone was talking about it, obviously finding the scene before them too unbelievable. Manager Wang also felt that everything happening before his eyes was too absurd and completely overturned his cognition. What is Shin Tunin's identity and why is he qualified to receive this medal? You know, those who have this medal are almost all powerful warriors. If Shin Tunin was a warrior, how could he have worked diligently in their company for so many years? It's fake. How dare you make a fake hero medal? You're doomed. No one can save you. Manager Wang suddenly became emotional. Anyone who dares to make a fake badge like this will be sentenced to at least 5 years in prison. He felt that Shin Tunin was really asking for trouble. Leaking company secrets might prove his innocence, but since he dared to make such a fake medal to fool people, no one can save him. He immediately picked up his phone and dialed the number. Beep. The call was connected soon. Hello, is this the superintendent? I want to report someone forging fake hero medals here at New Technology Company, Building A, 6th floor. Shin Tunin did not stop the other party, but just watched the scene with a sneer on his face. His colleagues felt that Shin Tunin was too impulsive and would have to bear unbearable consequences. Shin Tuanan had worked with them for so many years, and they felt a little uncomfortable when the police came and sentenced him. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, Shin Tunin found that his cell phone was vibrating and someone was calling him. It's an unknown number. Shin Tunin chose to answer the call, and then heard a familiar voice. Brother Tunin, we just received a call saying someone was using a fake hero medal at the New Technology Building. Are you using it? Although no phone number was left, everyone's information is registered with the police and can be found with a simple search. I'm using it. Shin Tunin said, someone wants to frame me, so I have to use it. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then someone said, I'll come over here in person right now. Then he hung up the phone. In less than 10 minutes, Li Chang'an rushed into the New Technology Company with a group of police officers and came in front of Shin Tunin. He glanced at Manager Wang, who was kneeling on the ground, his eyes full of indifference. That's great, Captain Li, you have to make the decision for me. When Manager Wang saw the person coming, he thought he was his savior. Because he knows the other person, but the other person doesn't know him. What should we do if someone makes a false report and slanders a hero? Li Chang'an asked the police officer behind him. The police officer said loudly, imprisonment of up to 3 years and a fine of 1 million yuan. Li Chang'an nodded, let's do it. Manager Wang was stunned on the spot, his mind went blank, and he felt like the sky was falling. Chapter 12 Knowing, Anger. Captain Li, you can't do this to me. Manager Wang quickly grabbed Captain Li's trouser leg with a painful and sad expression on his face. It was as if I had suffered a great injustice. Captain Li's eyes flashed like lightning as he glanced coldly at Manager Wang and said, it seems you are not satisfied with this punishment. I should investigate further. I originally just wanted to lock him up for a few years, but now that he is so ungrateful, I have to get to the bottom of it. Captain Li kicked Manager Wang away and ordered his men to investigate. The results of the investigation came out very quickly. Manager Wang's secretary confessed voluntarily and handed over evidence, saying that this was not the first or second time that Manager Wang had leaked company secrets. But he was of low status and did not dare to offend Manager Wang for fear of being fired. Manager Wang's face was ashen, and he looked at his secretary with eyes full of resentment. It's equivalent to destroying him directly. Now that we have both witnesses and evidence, it's not just a matter of sentencing. It will take at least 10 years, which means his life is over. Moreover, if this matter is reported to the higher-ups, he will be finished. You know, this company is run by his brother-in-law. If his brother-in-law knew about these things, he would never let him go. What his brother-in-law hates most is betrayal. Where is the finance department? Li Chang'an looked at the people behind him. Soon a middle-aged woman came out, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses, and said, I'm from the finance department. Call your boss and ask him to come over and deal with this matter. Captain Li said coldly. The finance manager nodded repeatedly and then dialed the number. After a brief description by the financial department, an angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Wang Feng, this traitor, actually dared to betray me. When I come back tomorrow, I will definitely not let him go. The first thing to do now is to calm this matter down. Compensation is due, and we must not offend Captain Li. He naturally recognized Li Chanan. In addition to arresting criminals, the other party could also monitor their company. He is from the Thunder Martial Arts School and he can't afford to offend him. If he really offended Li Chanan, his company would go bankrupt. Since ancient times, people have not fought against officials, and he is not stupid. Understood, Mr. Wang. The finance department hung up the phone and told Li Chanan what the boss meant. Li Chanan glanced at Shen Tunen and said, "Brother Tunen, are you satisfied with this result?" He came here this time to support Shen Tunen. Very satisfied. Shen Tunen nodded, and then an astonishing pressure suddenly burst out from his body. However, I still have one thing I want to ask Manager Wang. Why did you frame me? Shen Tunen is now a 10-star warrior, and he can unleash terrifying pressure that no ordinary person can withstand. At this moment, Manager Wang felt his scalp tingling, as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. The next moment it would tear him apart. No. I didn't mean to target you. I was also entrusted by someone. Manager Wang was trembling, his whole body was shaking, and fear was spreading in his heart. He felt that if he didn't tell the truth, Shen Tunen might kill him. Who is it? Shen Tunen asked. Secretary Zhao from the Galaxy Group. He is too powerful, I can't resist him. Manager Wang knew that he was doomed, so he simply exposed the person behind him. Galaxy Group? Shen Tunen had a puzzled expression on his face. He had naturally heard of this big group, but he couldn't figure out from beginning to end what kind of hatred he had with the other party. Why target him? Do you know something? Li Chanan's eyes, as sharp as an eagle, flashed with a cold light. Manager Wang was startled and said quickly, Secretary Zhao said that you offended Mr. He Tao, the young master of the Galaxy Group. After hearing these words, Shen Tunen couldn't help but sneer, with murderous intent appearing in his pupils. Isn't He Tao the new boyfriend of his ex-girlfriend? It wasn't enough that he stole his ex-woman, he also lost his job. There really is no way out. If I didn't have my current strength and the awakening system, I would probably be framed and thrown into jail. I must avenge this. Shen Tunen clenched his fists tightly, with a huge rage in his heart. But he has to endure it now, because the Galaxy Group is not a small group, it is spread all over the country. His current strength can indeed surpass He Tao if he unleashes all his strength, but the Galaxy Group also has strong people. It was almost impossible for him to kill the other person. Moreover, even if you kill him, he may not be able to escape. You can't make the wrong decision because of momentary anger. If you want revenge, you must do it slowly. I have a system, I need to become stronger. If I were a master, would He Tao still dare to frame me like this? Shen Tunen's desire to become stronger grew stronger. Moreover, if one wants to retaliate against the other party, one needs at least the strength of a grandmaster, and one also has to worry about retaliation from the Galaxy Group. Li Chanan sighed and patted Shen Tunen on the shoulder. Let's forget about this matter for now. I know He Tao. He's said to be the illegitimate son of a certain important figure. No one in Luocheng dares to touch him easily, even the city lord has to consider it. Shen Tunen didn't answer, but just loosened his palm and said, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Obviously, this matter cannot be resolved so easily. Mr. Shen, according to the contract, we will fire you and compensate you with 200,000 yuan. Are you satisfied with this? The financial officer asked in a friendly manner. In fact, she originally wanted to add a few 100,000 more. After all, the relationship between Shen Tuanen and Captain Li seemed unusual now. But in the end I gave up and still followed the contract. Shen Tunen nodded expressionlessly, and no one could understand what he was thinking. Everyone looked envious. After all, Shen Tunen was just like them a few days ago, working honestly, but today he defied fate and changed his destiny. It is really enviable. Mr. Shen, our boss also said that if you still want to continue working here, you are welcome to join us at any time, said the finance department with a smile. But now Shen Tunen no longer has the heart to go to work. Please find someone else to take care of my little apprentice. I won't continue working here. Shin Tuanan said. Okay. The finance department nodded quickly and even wrote it down on a piece of paper. It seems that everything Shin Tuanan says now is a big deal. This is because people's identities and status are different, and the value of what they say is also different. Brother Tuanan, judging from the energy and blood you just burst out, you should be almost close to breaking through to become a martial artist, right? Li Chanan asked with a smile. But he feels that Shin Tuanan is stronger than him. Shin Tuanan said calmly, I can easily defeat any ordinary martial artist. Li Chanan was stunned when he heard this, then said, forgive my poor eyesight. It turned out that when Shin Tuanan's colleagues heard these words, there was indescribable shock in their eyes and deep awe on their faces. It is unbelievable that the colleague who has been working with them is actually a powerful martial artist. Captain Li, thank you very much for your help today. We'll say goodbye now. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Shin Tuanan said. There's no need to be so polite between you and me. If you have any troubles in the future, you can call me directly. Li Chanan was still very happy to make the acquaintance of a strong man. Good. After Shin Tuanan said goodbye to him, returned home. My parents went to work and my younger brothers and sisters went to school. Shin Tuanan started to log into the martial arts mall. Now he had 1.2 million, and he could buy the elixirs, martial arts, and skills he wanted again. Chapter 13 Breakthrough Martial Arts Master, Self-Created Sword Technique, Dragon Roar Style. Shin Tuanan sat in front of the computer desk, slid the mouse, and began to browse the warrior mall. Level 3 Spiritual Medicine, Ice Flower, price, 500,000. Level 3 Potion, Ice Potion, price, 1 million. Shin Tuanan thought about it and decided to just buy the elixir, as he was still too poor. After adding the ice flower to the shopping cart, Shin Tuanan started looking for swordsmanship. What we are looking for this time is of course the third level swordsmanship. Phantom Sword Technique, Level 3 Martial Arts, price, 600,000. After buying these two items, I would only have 100,000 yuan left. I originally thought that this was a huge sum of money. Martial arts training is too expensive. Shin Tuanan knew that he shouldn't look at money from an ordinary person's perspective. After the purchase, the delivery was even faster this time, and it was delivered to my home in less than 20 minutes. This time, the courier was a man who was very respectful to Shin Tuanan, and there was even a hint of envy in his eyes. Shin Tuanan went upstairs directly with the ice flower in martial arts, and then began to practice. He swallowed the ice flower directly, intending to break through the realm in one fell swoop. The furnace in his body reappeared, helping him absorb the medicinal effects and then quickly feed back to himself. At this moment, Shin Tuanan felt that the tremendous energy was about to explode his meridians. His whole body was steaming and his skin quickly turned red. Especially his meridians, each one of them was revealed, and veins bulged all over his body. Breaking through the martial artist realm means that one's strength will be greatly improved. Shin Tuanan felt as if his whole body was being crushed by energy, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered, circulating the pure yang power in his body to relieve the pain. After more than 10 minutes, Shin Tuanan's body was no longer steaming and his breathing gradually stabilized. Is this the realm of a martial artist? Shin Tuanan opened his eyes and felt an unprecedented power. The experience of a martial artist and a warrior is completely on a different level. There is a world of difference. The energy has been completely absorbed, and he can exert a force of 50,000 kilograms by using martial arts without using any amplification. But I feel that if I use the 9 shadow sword technique now, I'm afraid the maximum amplification I can get may not be 10 times. Shin Tuanan thought to himself. After all, the 9 shadow sword technique is only a second-level martial art. But fortunately, he also bought new martial arts. Phantom sword technique. After practicing to perfection, the sword technique is like a dream, making the enemy defenseless. This sword technique is somewhat similar to the 9 shadow sword technique, but it is obviously an advanced version. Shin Tuanan used the furnace of heaven and earth without hesitation. A few minutes later, Shin Tuanan had mastered this sword technique to perfection again. However, after practicing the 2 sword techniques to perfection, Shin Tuanan suddenly had an idea in his mind. Perhaps, I can create my own sword technique. Once this idea was born, I couldn't stop. Shin Tuanan began to concentrate on creating sword techniques and became immersed in it. He didn't hear any sound until his parents came back in the evening. He practiced and tried continuously until he reached the point of selflessness. Until the next morning. Shin Tuanan jumped out of the window. His body was in mid-air. He stepped on a tree and then slowly fell down. Afterwards, he left the community and went to a nearby park. Since it was still early, people who went for morning jogging had not arrived yet. Only then could Shin Tunen feel at ease and use the sword technique he had just created. He saw a discarded wooden stick on the park track. He picked it up and started waving it forward. Swish! The wooden stick was swung from bottom to top, forward, drawing a perfect arc. Invisible sword energy burst out with a sound like a dragon's roar, rolling forward, and everything around returned to calm. But at this moment, two young men came outside for a morning jog. They looked to be about 20 years old. A man and a woman, they looked like a young couple. They were all wearing sportswear and running shoes. Just as they reached the park entrance, they suddenly felt something passing by them, and at that moment their whole bodies became a little stiff. The young woman was so frightened that she was sweating profusely. She said, "Why did I feel like something was trying to kill me just now?" The man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "I felt it too, but it must be an illusion." As soon as they finished speaking, they suddenly heard a crackling sound. Then the two of them widened their eyes and saw a crack more than 10 meters long on the ground, extending to their side. The ground looked like it had been split in half by a sword, emitting an extremely sharp aura and giving people a mysterious feeling. The young couple looked forward suddenly and found a man standing in front of them with a wooden stick in his hand. But now the wooden stick was covered with cracks and then exploded on the spot. Boom! The wooden sticks exploded into sawdust all over the ground. Shin Tunen was very satisfied with the sword technique he created. However, he has only created the first style now, and he has also smelted it through the furnace of heaven and earth, so the attack power is increased tenfold. This move, with its rolling sword energy, is like a dragon's roar, hence the name Dragon Roar style. Now his swordsmanship has not been fully perfected, he has only created the first move, the Dragon Roar style. As for the name of this sword technique, let's call it Taishian sword technique. Shin Tunen talked to himself. Now this newly created sword technique has become his most powerful killing move. In the future, you can practice more sword techniques and integrate them into it to make your Taishian sword technique even more powerful. Roar! Above the sky, the white cloud suddenly split and rolled to both sides, and the sound of a dragon's roar was heard again, resounding through the clouds. This sword is enough to shock the world. In the city lord's mansion, there was a man in a long black robe who opened his eyes. He looked to be about 40 years old and exuded the majesty of a superior. At this moment, he couldn't help but look up at the sky and listen to the dragon's roar. Such a strong sword energy. Could it be that a swordsman who has comprehended the power of artistic conception is passing by here? The middle-aged man was none other than Luo City Lord, Luo He. He is also the only grandmaster in Luocheng. Inside the park, when Shin Tunen saw someone coming, he immediately burst out with amazing speed, stirred up a gust of wind, and left the place. The young couple was left looking at each other in shock. The other side. In a villa, He Tao was leaning on the leather sofa. Next to him, a woman was leaning on his shoulder, her face full of happiness. Xiao Meng, Secretary Zhao just called me and said that Shin Tunen lost his job, but received a compensation. It is said that there is someone behind him who supports him. He Tao spoke gently to Lu Meng. "Brother Tao, you are so awesome." Lu Meng's face was full of admiration. So what if someone had his back? He was fired anyway. Now in Lu Meng's eyes, He Tao is omnipotent and is her greatest support. She must pay any price to completely capture this man's heart and make him marry her. He Tao enjoyed the admiring look, lifted Lu Meng's chin with his hand, and said, "Then thank me well." Lu Meng's cheeks turned slightly red. At the same time, after leaving the park, Shin Tunen returned home and had breakfast made by his mother. Then he prepared to go to Lei Ting martial arts school. As for resigning, he did not mention it because he was afraid that his parents would worry. Shin Tunen took a bus and headed directly to the city center. The three major martial arts schools are all located in the heart of the city. Chapter 14 Special Channel, Half-Step Grandmaster, Shocked Examiner. Sitting on the bus, Shin Tunen circulated the energy and blood in his body to adapt to his terrifying power. If my chi and blood were like a small river before, now they should be like a big river, surging and reaching everywhere. Shin Tunen is extremely confident in his own abilities. After breaking through to become a martial artist, Shin Tunen felt stronger than ever before, and his body became more flexible. Warriors and martial artists are two completely different realms. And he seemed younger again. Shin Tunen looked at the seat in front of him, where a woman was holding a mirror and putting on makeup. In the mirror, Shin Tunen saw himself with more delicate skin. He looks like a man in his mid-20s now. Martial arts can make people younger. In the future, I can't just judge the appearance of the strong people I see. Shin Tuanan said in his heart. If I continue like this, I will definitely be a few years younger when I break through to the Grandmaster level. However, he didn't think much about this question. He quickly withdrew his thoughts and looked outside the bus. The bus is slowly heading towards the city. After 2 hours, the bus finally arrived in the city. Shin Tuanan followed the crowd and got out of the car. Then he took out his cell phone, turned on the navigation, and walked towards the Thunder Martial Arts School. After passing several streets, Shin Tuanan finally arrived at the door of Lei Ting Martial Arts School. Lei Ting Martial Arts School is a high-rise building with more than 20 floors. There are many people waiting at the door. They are all beings with strong chi and blood, obviously warriors, and they want to pass the assessment to join the Thunder Martial Arts School. Shin Tuanan took a look and saw that there were more than 100 people queuing up here, taking number plates one by one, and then walking into the building for testing. Shin Tuanan came later and started to line up obediently in the crowd. The man in front of him turned around and glanced at Shin Tuanan, saying, "Brother, are you nervous?" The man looked to be around 25 years old, but he was extrovert and very lively. Shin Tuanan shook his head. He came here to get the martial artist badge. He was absolutely confident in his own strength and was not panicked at all. It seems you're very confident in your own abilities. The man in front scratched his head. I'm different. I just broke through to the warrior level. I heard there are many benefits to joining the Thunder Martial Arts School, so I wanted to give it a try and see if I can pass the assessment. Shin Tuanan also realized that the man in front of him was much weaker than him in terms of energy and blood. But he did not look down on the other party. If he didn't have the awakening system, he wouldn't even be able to become a warrior now. The person in front of him became a warrior through his own training, and his talent is much better than his original one. Come on, Shin Tuanan said. The people in line gradually entered the martial arts hall with their number plates. Finally, it was Shin Tuanan's turn. You are number 368. The staff member was a man who registered some of Shin Tuanan's identity information, mobile phone number, etc., and then gave him a number plate. The number 368 is written on it. Shin Tuanan took the number plate and walked in. Etc. Suddenly the staff member called Shin Tuanan. This made Shin Tuanan feel a little confused. The staff member, who had originally had a blank expression, suddenly forced a smile and said, "So you're the holder of the hero badge. You should have told me earlier that if you have a hero badge, you'll have priority in the assessment test. I just looked up your information on the computer and found out you're a hero." Shin Tuanan took out the hero badge from his arms. He didn't know that this thing had such a use. He put it on his chest. The warrior who had just been chatting with Shin Tuanan was stunned when he saw Shin Tuanan's hero badge, his face full of shock. Because he knew it was not easy to get this badge. I'm afraid he is at least a 9-star warrior. The other testers also showed expressions of envy and awe. This badge represents both strength and contribution to Los Angeles. I didn't expect that there would be a hero among our group of examinees. The hero actually queued up so obediently. How low-key. The warriors waiting for the test in front started talking. The staff member then said, "I changed your number plate for you. You can go to a special channel and skip the line. Take the test in advance. Go to the room on the left. There is a special passage there, open only for heroes." After hearing this, Shin Tuanan nodded and said, "Thank you. If I had to queue up normally, I would have wasted most of the day. Now that I can take the test in advance, I can save a lot of time." Shin Tuanan followed the instructions and came to the room on the left. Outside the door of the room was a large screen of more than 20 inches, on which the words "exclusive channel" were flashing. He took the number plate, pushed open the door and walked in. There stood a man in his 30s, wearing a blue martial arts uniform with the word Thunder written on it. Shin Tuanan handed over the number plate. After confirming it, the man said, "My name is Li Di, and everyone calls me Master Li." The other party took the initiative to introduce himself. The machine in front can measure a force of up to 1 million kilograms. You are a hero. Ordinary people only have 3 chances to take the test, but you have 10 chances. I will take your highest score to determine your warrior level. Shin Tuanan followed the other person's line of sight and found a black machine equipped with a 16-inch LCD screen. There was a load-bearing area under the screen, but it was made of better materials and looked much more upscale than the machines in his community. Shin Tunin nodded slightly, then came to the machine. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, and the energy and blood in his body began to flow rapidly. The temperature around the body begins to change. But Shin Tunin suddenly thought of something and turned to the examiner beside him and said, "Master Li, will the Thunder Martial Arts School provide weapons?" Upon hearing this, Li De said, "Weapons are available. If you want them, come with me." Shin Tunin showed a happy expression, restrained his own chi and blood power and said, "Then I'll trouble Master Li." Then Shin suddenly followed the other party and came to a gate next door. There are many weapons inside, including knives, guns, swords, etc. But they are all ordinary weapons, and there are no alloy weapons. This made Shin Tunin look a little disappointed, but after thinking about it, he felt that this was normal. It is impossible to place alloy weapons in such a small room. After all, that stuff isn't cheap. For example, the first and second level alloy weapons correspond to the martial arts realm and the warrior realm. However, the cost of manufacturing it is too high. Apart from the children of some wealthy families, ordinary people simply cannot afford it. Shin Tunin randomly picked up a long sword that suited him, then walked out of the room and returned to the testing machine. The Dragon Roar style is too powerful to be used lightly. Let's test it with the Phantom Sword technique. Shin Tunin thought to himself. He felt that by testing with the Phantom Sword, he could also obtain the highest level martial artist badge. There is no need to use the Dragon Roar style, it consumes too much physical strength and blood. He began to mobilize the chi and blood in his body, flowing it on the sword. Boom! Then he suddenly chopped down. The machine trembled and a number appeared on the display. 160,000. This is the power unleashed by Shin Tunin using a triple amplification. Sure enough, there are weapons, and they are more powerful. Crack! But the next moment the weapon suddenly broke and fell directly to the ground. Shin Tunin felt a little embarrassed. The examiner showed a shocked expression in his pupils. Obviously he did not expect Shin Tunin to be so powerful. He is a 3-star martial artist and is also practicing swordsmanship. He has a bright future. Li De said with emotion. He didn't care that the weapon was broken. "I'll change your weapon. Wait here." Afterwards, he returned to the room again and brought out a long sword for Shin Tunin. Shin Tunin, holding the weapon again, decided to use the tenfold amplification right now. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to keep changing weapons. Taking a deep breath, Shin Tunin's blood and energy began to flow rapidly, and he silently said in his heart, 10 times the increase. The next moment, the long sword in his hand chopped down. In that instant, Li De seemed to see countless sword shadows, like a dream, making him unable to tell whether it was real or fake. Boom! This time the machine trembled more violently, and the numbers kept jumping. Finally, it froze completely. 550,306. It was a very eye-catching number, and the examiner's eyes almost popped out of his head. He quickly clicked the mouse on the table and began to check Shin Tunin's information. After seeing the age, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, his face full of shock, and exclaimed, "A half-step master at the age of 30. At this moment, the long sword in Shin Tunin's hand exploded directly and turned into debris on the ground. The strength of a 10-star martial artist is generally 500,000 jin. Those who exceed this strength but do not reach the strength of a master of 1 million jin are generally respected as half-step masters. Chapter 15, Half-Step Grandmaster Badge, Selecting Body Movement. In the whole room, it became completely silent. Li De looked at Shin Tunin with shock and astonishment in his eyes. Even his body was shaking slightly because he was too excited. In Luochang, half-step masters are rare. He considers it an honor to be the examiner of such powerful people. "Master Li!" Shin Tunin shouted. Li De finally came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Sorry, I was so shocked just now that I was a little distracted. I never thought that a 30-year-old half-step grandmaster would appear in our Luo city. It really makes me feel incredible. You are a genius that is 1 in a million." Shin Tunin listened to the other party's evaluation, smiled and was not arrogant. After awakening the system, he was destined to be a genius, 1 in a million. "Wait a minute, I'll go report to Master Long." After saying this, the martial artist left the room in a flash, as if he was racing against time. Not long after, Li De came back again. This time he was followed by a man who was like a lion. He was an extremely burly man, about 1.8 meters tall, but with a very strong build. Standing there, he gave people the feeling of being as still as a mountain. Moreover, the energy and blood flowing in this person's body makes people feel a little numb. This is a truly powerful warrior, probably a half-step grandmaster. Master Long, that's him, a 30-year-old half-step grandmaster. Li Di introduced. Upon hearing this, Master Long strode up to Shin Tunin and said in a rough voice, "Well done. I heard that Chang'an recommended you. I am his teacher." Shin Tunin felt a sense of familiarity when he heard this. Because he had a very good impression of Li Chanan, and since the other party was Li Chanan's teacher, he must be good. "Hello, Dragon Master," Shin Tunin said politely. "Since you have chosen our Thunder Martial Arts School, we will certainly not treat you unfairly. Since you are a half-step grandmaster, your treatment should not be bad. How about this, I'll personally take you to get the badge later, and you can enjoy the highest level of treatment for a martial artist. You can receive a subsidy of 2 million per year. In addition, all items below the grandmaster level can be purchased at a 30% discount, except for alloy weapons. However, you cannot sell them to others." Hearing this, Shin Tunin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he felt that the benefits of passing the certification seemed to exceed his imagination. After all, he had never been certified before and did not meet the certification standards, so everything was just hearsay. Items below Grandmaster level, that is, treasures below level 4, except for alloy weapons, can be discounted by 30%. How much money can you save? Thunder Martial Arts School is indeed wealthy and powerful, no wonder so many people are scrambling to join. Shin Tunin felt that the other two martial arts schools might not offer him such good treatment. But there's one thing I need to tell you in advance. Since you've passed the certification of our Thunder Martial Arts School, you must complete at least 2 missions every year. And the 2 million subsidy can only be obtained after completing the task. After hearing these words, Shin Tunin did not think there was anything wrong with it. Although it is a subsidy, it is actually equivalent to a reward for completing the task. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, which is understandable. I understand. Shin Tunin nodded. Seeing that Shin Tunin had no objection, Master Long continued, Chang'an was right about these people. They are some warriors who just came into our Thunder Martial Arts School. They were excited when they heard about the subsidies and rewards, but their expressions immediately changed when they were told to complete the tasks. They don't even think about how they can feel at ease after receiving so much money for no reason. We still need someone to do some ideological work. When Shin Tunin heard these words, he just smiled and did not comment. By the way, Master Long, I'm a little short of money right now. Can I get an advance of 2 million? Shin Tunin felt that completing the mission was not a problem, but the problem was that he needed money now to buy skills, elixirs, etc. Mr. Shin Tunin, please don't make things difficult for Master Long. The rules of our Thunder Martial Arts School do not allow advance payments. Li Di said. Want to dissuade Shin Tunin from his idea. Hearing this, Shin Tunin showed a hint of disappointment. But he believed he would be able to complete the task soon. Can. As a result, Master Long suddenly nodded, and his voice was sonorous and powerful, echoing in the room. Li Di looked at Master Long in disbelief. This man is the general manager of the Los Angeles Thunder Martial Arts School. He always keeps his word and never jokes. Isn't this a bit against the rules? Li Di asked cautiously. Master Long's eyes fell on Shin Tunin's face and said, rules are only set for ordinary people. Shin Tunin is a genius, so he can naturally break these rules. I can make the decision and advance you 2 million. When Shin Tunin heard these words, he quickly thanked him. Thank you, Master Long. Master Long waved his hand and said with a smile, you're welcome, this is what you deserve. Looking at Li Di standing aside, he was filled with envy. But if you think about it carefully, you can understand it. A 30-year-old half-step grandmaster will sooner or later become a grandmaster, and may even become a being above the grandmaster. It doesn't seem so unacceptable that such people enjoy special treatment. Come with me, I'll take you to get the badge. Master Long said. Shin Tunin followed closely behind. The two walked out of the room, Li Di followed them, and even chatted with Shin Tunin on the way. You are so lucky. Master Long is the owner of our Thunder Martial Arts School. You are the first one to receive the badge personally by him. Li Di's tone was full of envy. It was only at this time that Shin Tunin realized that Master Long's identity and status were so high. No wonder such a thing can be decided so easily. Several people took the elevator to the 20th floor. There was a beautiful woman at the front desk. When she saw Master Long coming, she quickly stood up. Hello, Master. This is a new warrior who has joined our Thunder Martial Arts School. Please help him record his identity information and so on, and then issue him the half-step Grandmaster badge. The owner of the Long School said. When the woman at the front desk heard this, she looked at Shintunen in surprise and said politely, Mr. Shin, please come over here and record your identity information. Shintunen stepped forward and began to record identity information, etc. A few minutes passed and a silver badge was handed to Shintunen. The badge had the word division written on it and 11 silver stars on it. Congratulations on joining our Thunder Martial Arts School. From today on, you are a member of our school. Master Long said with a happy smile. You now have the opportunity to choose a martial art and technique. You can choose any one below level 4. When Shintunen heard about such benefits, he couldn't help but smile and felt a little excited inside. This saves another lot of money. Among the current martial arts, there is the pure Yang Gong, which is no worse than any third-level martial arts because it has 10 times the training speed. There's no rush to change now. What is most lacking now is body skills, which are a kind of martial arts. If practiced, it can make people more flexible, more explosive, and faster. Chapter 16, Innate, F-Level Mission, Floating Light Step. I want to choose a physical form. Shintunen said. Upon hearing this, the receptionist said, you can choose from the martial arts mall on the computer. We have them in stock in the warehouse at the back. Pavilion Master Lon looked at Shintunen and said, you can tell me the card number, and I will have someone transfer the money to you right now. After Shintunen thanked him, he gave out his card number and then started checking it in the martial arts mall. After checking for 10 minutes, he set his sights on a martial arts technique that required physical movement. Floating light step, a third-level martial art. After cultivation to perfection, it is like a fleeting light, difficult to capture. Price, 1,500,000. Even with a 30% discount, it would still cost more than 1 million. Even if he bought it directly, Shintunen felt that it was worth the money, not to mention that it was free. He would definitely choose an expensive and powerful one. This is also the most expensive book among all the martial arts skills. This one. Shintunen told the receptionist. The lady nodded slightly, then went to the warehouse at the back to get it herself. Floating light step, good judgment. Master Long thought Shintunen had a good eye. However, this martial art is very difficult to practice. He heard from his men that Shintunen was practicing swordsmanship, and he knew in his heart that Shintunen was very talented. But sometimes being too confident will delay your own cultivation. After all, Shintunen is qualified to reach a level above Grandmaster. Is it difficult? Shintunen didn't care. In front of the furnace of heaven and earth, any martial arts is not difficult. 10 minutes later, the receptionist handed the book to Shintunen. After taking the book, Shintunen flipped through it in front of everyone and memorized the contents. Then he used the innate furnace of heaven and earth. He slowly closed his eyes and felt a huge furnace phantom appear in his body, melting everything. Even when looking at the furnace, it gives people a very spectacular feeling. Because this melting pot of heaven and earth seems to be able to integrate the entire heaven and earth into it. Shintunen can be sure that this talent is definitely the strongest one and extremely amazing. After dozens of breaths, Shintunen opened his eyes. Then he mobilized the chi and blood in his body and started to perform. Swish! He disappeared from the spot in an instant, just like a fleeting shadow, completely difficult to capture. Everyone present stared at the scene with wide eyes in shock. Lido was stunned. The receptionist wiped her eyes and even thought she had seen it wrong. Because they all thought it was incredible, how could one learn it instantly? This is, only when the floating light step is perfected can it be performed, floating light. Pavilion Master Long looked at this scene in surprise. As a half-step Grandmaster, he saw clearly that floating lights kept appearing under Shintunen's feet. This made him feel that the Shintuanen in front of him was probably an unimaginably terrifying genius. Xiantian, perhaps our Luochang is really going to produce a powerful Xiantian realm master. Pavilion Master Long was extremely excited and prepared to report the matter. The Thunder Martial Arts School in Luochang is just a branch, located in the area of Changha City. Luochang can only be considered a county. He wanted to inform the Leiting Martial Arts School in Changha City. Shintunen used his skills and instantly arrived at the elevator. He felt that the space here was too narrow and he couldn't move around at all. And his speed can be even faster because the furnace of heaven and earth also has a tenfold amplification bonus. Even Shintunen himself couldn't predict how fast he would be able to burst out with all his strength. But what is certain is that choosing the floating light step was absolutely correct, and it even exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Shintunen also deliberately showed his talent. Since he joined the Thunder Martial Arts School, it means that he has a backer and there is no need to hide it. He knew that the people in the Thunder Martial Arts School were very united. Even if someone dared to covet any opportunities in him in the future, they would have to consider whether they could withstand the wrath of the Thunder Martial Arts School. Moreover, the higher your talent, the higher your value, and the more benefits you will be able to obtain in the future. Brother Tunen, your talent is really beyond my expectations. After Master Long finished the call and reported to his superiors, he began to treat Shintunen as a brother. There was even a hint of awe and envy in his eyes. Because when he called to inform his superiors, the other party was silent for a long time, then told him that he had done a good job and looked forward to Shintunen coming to Changha City as soon as possible to pass the Grandmaster assessment. You have to know that superiors generally don't praise him easily. Obviously, the top management also has high expectations for Shintunen, and thinks that Shintunen's breakthrough to the Grandmaster level is completely certain. Li Di and the receptionist were both shocked for a long time. Only after hearing the voice of Master Long did they slowly come to their senses. Afterwards, he became more respectful to Shintunen. After all, someone who could be treated as a brother by the museum owner was destined to soar to great heights in the future. The receptionist, who was wearing black stockings and had a good appearance, felt her heart pounding, and even her cheeks began to blush slightly. Shintunen is only 5 or 6 years older than her at the age of 30, but he has a bright future and is likely to become a big figure that no one can reach in the future. My mind became a little more active. But she also understood that for such a person, there would be little hope unless the other party took a liking to her. Master Long, you are too kind, Shintunen said modestly. He could sense that Master Long's attitude towards him had changed drastically again. It must be the talent he displayed that shocked the other party. After the two chatted for a while, Shintunen began to check the tasks, also on the computer. First, use the camera next to the computer to scan your half-step Grandmaster badge, which will redirect you to the martial arts mission website before you can view the mission. F-level mission, hunt down the level 3 ferocious beast, the demon flame wolf. The ferocious beast forest, which is home to numerous ferocious beasts. Reservations are required to enter. Once you reach the half-step Grandmaster level, reservations are no longer necessary. You can accept a quest and enter directly by presenting your badge. Danger level, high. The mission level is currently known. The lowest mission level is G, which requires a warrior to accept. F-level tasks must be accepted by martial artists. Only Grandmasters can accept and complete E-level tasks. Strictly speaking, a half-step Grandmaster also belongs to the realm of martial artist and cannot accept E-level tasks. Shintunen hadn't expected that accepting a mission would come with privileges. It seemed that he was right to reveal his strength as a half-step Grandmaster. There is a description below the task, saying that you can get points after completing the task, and the points can be exchanged for various treasures. Potions, martial arts, skills, etc. can all be exchanged. Even ally weapons can be exchanged, but the points required are a large number, so we will not consider it for now. Let me check other tasks. Shintunen scrolled the mouse and continued to view. F-level mission, kill the cultists. Lingwu High School, there are suspected members of the demon cult lurking there. They are a cruel and evil cult, and they are a branch of the 10,000 races cult. They are capable of all kinds of evil. Wherever they are, it is bound to be extremely dangerous and there will definitely be murders. Find him and kill them all. Danger level, high. Seeing this task, Shintunen immediately stopped sliding the mouse, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Lingwu High School is the school of his younger siblings, which means that if he doesn't complete this task, his younger siblings may be in danger. Accept. Shintunen clicked the mouse without hesitation and intercepted this dangerous mission. He had seen those people in the demon cult and knew that none of them were good people. He didn't want his family to be threatened. Chapter 17, Consequences, Confessions, and Secrets. If you have successfully accepted the task, please complete it within 7 days. If you exceed the deadline, it will be considered a failure. After accepting the task, a line of text pops up below. Shintunen was not in the mood to check other tasks, so the second task was to hunt down the third-level ferocious beast, the demon flame wolf. Accept 2 tasks at the same time. The second task also had a 7-day deadline, but Shintunen felt that he should be able to complete it easily and everything would be a small problem. He also wants to go to the ferocious beast forest to hunt ferocious beasts and make more money. Now Shintunen has higher standards and wants to buy level 4 alloy weapons, so he must be even short of money. However, we must first go to Lingwu High School and deal with those believers. This is the most important thing. Shintunen glanced out the window and then looked at the time on the computer. It was already late, and it was a bit too late to go to Lingwu High School. The time on the computer is 1500 hours. Taking the bus to Lingwu High School is farther than going home, at least 3 hours. Taking a taxi saves time, but it will also be a bit late. The mission says that there are members of the demon cult lurking here, which means they haven't been exposed yet and they won't act rashly. Shintunen also thought of this, so he wasn't in a hurry for that day. After calming down, Shintunen exited the task list and opened the martial arts mall. Get ready to pick out some goodies for your family. After all, I have some money now, and I can get discounts, so I must buy some good things for my family. My younger brothers and sisters are still in the initial stage of martial arts. They can buy a level 1 potion to help them break through to the martial arts realm as soon as possible. Parents can use it too. Shintunen naturally would not buy elixirs for his family. It would be a complete waste and they could not absorb it. The most expensive one is only 100,000 yuan for 50 milliliters. The price was reasonable, so Shintunen placed an order without hesitation and bought 4. After the discount, it's 320,000. These medicines can enhance qi and blood, which means increasing strength. There is a saying that goes, expensive things are not necessarily good, but good things are definitely expensive. When buying things for your family, you should buy good things. As for martial arts and skills, I can teach my Piryang Gong and breaking the sky fist to my family and they can all practice them, so there is no need to buy them again. After buying things for your family, you can choose for yourself. Level 3 potion, spiritual fluid, price, 1.66 million. Shintunen looked at the high price and curiously asked Pavilion Master Long, what kind of spiritual medicine is this spiritual liquid made of? Pavilion Master Long said with a smile, this is a newly discovered 3rd level spiritual medicine, the snow vine. Due to its small quantity and excellent effects, it is sold at a high price. Are there any elixirs of white snow vine for sale? Shintunen asked. Pavilion Master Long shook his head and said, no, we only have potions for sale. The demand is outstripping the supply, and there's only 1 bottle left. Shintunen hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to buy it. Although he had never used the potion, he always felt that he might make a profit by buying it. After the discount, I still paid nearly 1.3 million. There is less than 500,000 yuan left in my bank card now. He really spends money like water. Shintunen feels that making money is too difficult, but when he spends money, it is almost gone in a flash. But money can always be earned back, and the best way is to improve your own strength. Shintunen is now ready to go home. He now had a clear goal. He would first give the potion to his family, then go to Lingwu High School to complete the task the next day, and then go to the ferocious beast forest. Master Long, Master Li, I'm ready to go home. Shintunen said goodbye to them. Wait. Pavilion Master Long suddenly called out to Shintunen, Brother Tunen, you must remember to try not to reveal your identity as a peerless genius. Otherwise, there may be adverse consequences. Shintunen frowned, what are the bad consequences? The people of the 10,000 races sect love to wipe out the geniuses of our human race. If they knew your talent, they would definitely find ways to get rid of you. They might even threaten you with your family and lure you in. Master Long had a serious expression when he said these words. This had happened before, so he reminded Shintunen not to follow in the footsteps of other geniuses. I understand. Shintunen's expression also became solemn. What he values most is his family. If anything happens to his family, he will definitely find it difficult to forgive himself. Therefore, once you encounter members of a cult, you must never leave them alive and let them tip off the enemy. There was murderous aura surging from Shintunen. Afterwards, Shintunen took the elevator and left. Lida looked at Shintunen's departing figure and said, I really don't know how far he will go in the future. Pavilion Master Long said solemnly, his future achievements will definitely surpass the current city lord Luohe. Hiss. There was a sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air all around. The current city lord is a grandmaster, and there is a chance to surpass the grandmaster. Doesn't that mean that he can step into the lofty innate realm? Xiantian can awaken the power of elements and can control fire, thunder, wind, and water. The innate realm is in existence like Mount Tai and the North Star. If they frown, countless people will be frightened and worried all day long. Xiantian is a hegemonic figure that only exists in cities at the municipal level or above. In their rage, they turned blood into rivers and caused the mountains and rivers to tremble. It is said that the mayor of Changhe City is such an innate strong man who can dominate a city with a population of millions. He is high above everyone else and is like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea. This kind of strong person has reached an inhuman level and can walk in the air. Even the masters have to look up at him, which is awe-inspiring and admirable. It took 2.5 hours on the bus. Shin Tunin returned to the area near his home and went to the vegetable market to buy dozens of kilograms of beef, some seasonings, and some fruit snacks. He spent over 1,000 yuan and prepared to take them back to his family. Of course, there are some ferocious beast meats in the vegetable market, but the price is dozens of times that of beef. Although it tastes good, the effect is far inferior to that of medicine. Shin Tunin didn't buy it. It was already 6 p.m. when I got home. When Mr. and Mrs. Shin saw Shin Tuanan coming back with so many things, they hurried over to help him, bringing the meat to the kitchen and placing the rest in the living room. Tunan, it's okay. Why did you buy so many things? Shin's mother asked in confusion. At this time, younger brother Shin Zikong and younger sister Shin Mangyao, together, pushed open the door, walked in, and returned home. I saw that I bought so many things at home. Shin Mangyao asked, is today a holiday? Shin Zikong saw the snacks and rushed over, saying, Oreo, this is my favorite. He opened the package and put it in his mouth. Shin Tunan watched this scene with a smile. It's not a holiday, I'll buy something for you to eat. Shin Tuanan said. Brother, are you hiding something from us? Shin Mangyao stared at Shin Tunan and did not touch the snacks. At that moment, Shin Tunan felt that his sister's eyes were actually majestic, and he didn't know if he was seeing things. It's nothing, I just got fired. Shin Tuanan felt that this matter would be revealed sooner or later, so he just said it out loud. What? Father Shin was very excited when he heard this and put out his cigarette. Then why did the company fire you? You work overtime every day at the company. Even if you don't have any merits, you have worked hard, right? He felt his son was being treated unfairly. Dad, I don't want to do it anymore. Shin Tunan explained. Oh. Shin's mother sighed, it's okay. There are so many job opportunities. There's no need to hang yourself on one tree. Shin Tunan looked at his mother's understanding expression and took out 4 tubes of medicine from his pocket. This is a gift I bought for you. He then distributed the medicine to his family members. Shin Mangyao looked at the potion in her hand and said, isn't this the first level potion, the Qingfeng potion? She was an empress before her rebirth, so she naturally knew the name of the potion. A tube of this medicine costs 100,000 yuan. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone who received the potion suddenly felt that the potion became very hot. So expensive? Shin Zikong was shocked when he saw the crystal clear potion in his hand. The same was true for Shin's father and mother. They also felt that this was too expensive. It's almost half the price of their house. Tunan, why don't you return it? Shin's mother was reluctant to use it, feeling it was too luxurious and wasteful. Shin Tunan had no choice but to tell a white lie and said, I can't return it. This is part of the company's compensation. If I return it, it will be a bargain for the company. After hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Shin said nothing more. However, Sister Shin Mangyao stared at her brother and felt that there was no such coincidence in the world. She had never heard that being fired would result in 4 tubes of first-level medicine. Something worth $400,000 was just given away for free? Forget it. Shen Mengyao retracted her gaze, thinking that it was also her brother's good intention. Maybe her brother had some opportunity, and there was no need to delve into it. Everyone has secrets that are unknown to others, and she does too, doesn't she? Chapter 18 framed, Young man, do you want to become stronger? After confessing my resignation, Shin Tunan felt a lot more relieved. Although he had tried to hide it before, it would be discovered one day. It will be difficult to explain then. Let's eat first, said Shin's mother. The food is ready, just waiting for the family to come back and eat together. The family sat at the dinner table and started eating. As for beef and other things, we can only eat them tomorrow. Shin Tunan ate 3 big bowls of rice, but he was not actually full, but it didn't matter. I will refine my third level potion later to replenish the energy needed by my body. But his sister, Shen Mengyao, ate more than him, which made him a little strange. My sister is so thin, but her appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Sister, you eat so much every day, why don't you gain any weight? Shen Zikong asked curiously. Shen Mengyao glared at her brother and said, what do you care? Just eat your meal. Bloodline suppression. Shen Zikong immediately didn't dare to say anything more. He lowered his head and looked at the potion in his pocket, and he couldn't wait to refine it. He had never used this thing before, and few people in his school could afford it. It is difficult for ordinary families to afford it. Change the TV station. Mr. Shen wanted to watch the football game, so he took the remote control and pressed it. As a result, I accidentally saw a familiar person appear on TV. Isn't this that, Lu Meng? There are reporters interviewing on TV. Lu Meng attended a banquet in a gorgeous white dress with delicate makeup on her face. He was holding the arm of a man in a suit, who was his new boyfriend He Tao. He Tao was wearing a black suit and a black tie around his neck, looking like a knight. As the saying goes, a suit is a man's armor and a tie is a man's spear. For truly wealthy people, they pay great attention to their image. Mr. He Tao, is this your new girlfriend? She's so beautiful. A reporter asked. Yes, this is my new girlfriend, and I plan to marry her in the future. He Tao said. As soon as these words were spoken, the reporters below became extremely excited, and each of them wanted to grab the headlines. Lu Meng's face was full of satisfaction, and he felt a strong sense of security. Madam, I heard that you come from an ordinary family. How did you get to know Mr. He Tao? A reporter asked. Lu Meng smiled and said, we met at a charity dinner. I love my current boyfriend very much and will definitely grow old with him. Current boyfriend? That means you still have an ex-boyfriend. Then why did you break up with your ex-boyfriend? Another reporter asked a sharp question. Lu Meng was stunned for a moment, glanced at He Tao, and found that He Tao had a blank expression and didn't seem to care. She thought for a moment and explained, my ex-boyfriend had a lot of bad habits, gambling, drinking, lack of ambition, temper, and even a love of pestering. I was forced to break up with him. Shin Tunan watched his ex-girlfriend slandering him on TV and just sneered. He really wants to curry favor with He Tao, so he would say anything. After hearing this, Shen Mengyao said angrily, what an ungrateful person. My brother used to be so nice to her. That's right, I have to keep my eyes open when looking for a girlfriend in the future. I will definitely not look for a disgusting guy like this. Shen Zikong was also extremely angry. They naturally knew what kind of character their brother was. It is definitely not as terrible as Lu Meng said. This girl is so vicious. Just because she has won over the rich, she can slander others so casually? Shen's mother is a good-tempered person, but now she wants to rush into the TV station and tear the other party apart. It's really too much. Father Shen slammed the table and said, fortunately, I didn't marry her, otherwise she would have been a disaster. He had long seen that Lu Meng was not a person who would keep to himself. Shen Tunan didn't care what Lu Meng said, because he looked down on her now. In the past, he cared about Lu Meng, so he was hurt by her words. Now he no longer cares and doesn't care what Lu Meng says. Brother, don't take what he said to heart. Shen Mengyao said. Brother, this kind of person is not worth it. Shen Zikong glared at the person on TV. I'll change the channel right now. Father Shen quickly used the remote control to change the channel. Mother Shen put a piece of meat into Shen Tunan's bowl and said, don't be angry. It's not worth getting yourself hurt by someone like that. Seeing how my family cares about me. Shen Tunan felt warm in his heart and smiled, I've let it go a long time ago. Lu Meng is just a stranger to me now. But he'll regret it one day. Shen Mengyao looked at her brother Shen Tunan and felt that he was like a completely different person. Before she was reborn, she remembered that her brother felt very depressed after seeing this incident. But the current reaction is completely wrong. She felt that her brother was now confident, sunny and cheerful, and had completely moved on from his previous relationship without any regrets. After the family finished their meal, they sat on the sofa and chatted. After chatting for a while, we talked about some very formal issues. Zikong, Mengyao, you two must practice hard and become warriors as soon as possible. Don't let me down. Shen Tunan could see that his younger siblings were more talented than himself. Even without the first level potion, it is definitely possible to break through to become a warrior. Giving them a level 1 potion now will only speed up the process. We will. They both nodded at the same time. Shen Mengyao thought to herself, even without this potion, I can reach the warrior level within a week. With this thing, I will enter the warrior level today. After all, she is a reborn person and her cultivation speed is extremely fast. In order to deal with the disaster that is coming, she must become stronger quickly. I'll go back to my room first. Shen Mengyao thought about the disasters she would face in the future, and she couldn't wait to refine the potion to become more powerful. When Shen Zikong saw his sister leave, he also stood up and returned to his room. He also wants to become stronger and live up to the expectations of his parents and brother. When Mr. and Mrs. Shen saw this scene, their eyes were filled with relief. I think Shen Tunan is a good big brother. He is worry-free and also encourages his younger siblings. Brother, when I become stronger, I will buy you a lot of potions. When Shen Zikong was about to return to his room, he suddenly stopped and turned back to say this. Shen Tunan smiled and said, maybe you'll have to become a grandmaster first. Shen Zikong held his head high and said, I am destined to become a grandmaster in the future. Looking at my brother's high-spirited look, both Mr. and Mrs. Shen couldn't help laughing. They thought this was impossible, but they didn't want to undermine their son's confidence. Then I look forward to this day. Shen Tunan responded. Shen Zikong walked into the room and closed the door. Then I turned on the computer and prepared to check the precautions when taking the medicine. At this moment, he was wearing a Casio-like watch on his hand, and the hand suddenly moved. The lights around me began to flicker. The computer also started blinking. The moonlight shone through the window beside him, and the fluorescent light of the computer hit Shen Zikong's face. Young man, do you want to become stronger? A voice came from the watch. Chapter 19 New Humans, People of the Future. What? Shen Zikong was so scared that his scalp went numb and he wanted to throw off the watch on his wrist. He thought it was too weird, as it was difficult to tell whether the sound coming from the watch was male or female. It's like being haunted. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person, I'm the one who can change your destiny. A beam of white light emerged from the watch, and then slowly formed an old man. The old man had white hair and beard, but the skin on his face was as smooth as a baby's. The clothes he wore were not ancient clothes, but modern clothes. Hearing the words, change your destiny, Shen Zikong calmed down. He really wanted to change his fate, even though he told his brother in the living room that he would become a master. But he knew his hope was slim. There are very few people in Luocheng who can become a master. Zikong, are you okay? Shen's mother seemed to have heard Shen Zikong scream just now. She was a little worried and knocked on the door and asked. Fine. Shen Zikong responded. Then he heard footsteps and it was his mother leaving. Tell me, how can I change my fate? And who are you? After Shen Zikong calmed down, he thought about the novel he had read in which an old man emerged from a ring. Suddenly I felt that it was normal for an old man to appear in the watch. Maybe I really am the child of destiny and can change my own fate. But what was a little strange was that he bought the watch in the second-hand market for less than 200 yuan, and he had been wearing it for more than a year. Nothing abnormal was found. I am a new human being. You can call me a newborn. I am not from this era, nor from the ancient times, but from the future. The old man introduced himself in a calm and steady tone. New humans? Newborns? A strange title, a strange name. Shen Zikong complained. The old man was not angry when he heard this. He said, it's normal that you can't understand. You should know that I am from the future 1,000 years from now. Shen Zikong asked curiously, after 1,000 years, have humans completely driven out the ferocious beasts? After this question, the new student fell silent, and then said in a hoarse voice, no, the new humans of the future will have an even more difficult situation. The rupture of civilizations, the fall of civilizations, the birth of new civilizations, the drastic changes in the environment, the fading of spiritual energy, will make it even more difficult for gods to be born in the future. When Shen Zikong heard this, he felt something was wrong. The fall of civilization and the rupture of the world sound like the end of the world. Young man, I went through so much trouble to return from the future to the present, just to change the ending. I want to train you to become the god of this era, rewrite all endings, and change the future. Are you willing? The freshman asked with a serious expression, not joking. Hearing such heavy and serious words, Shen Zikong said without any hesitation, I just want to become stronger. Okay. The freshman smiled. I will teach you the future martial arts and techniques. You need to enter the martial arts master realm as soon as possible to be qualified to search for medicinal materials that can change your qualifications. After saying that, the freshman began to teach Shin Zikong the future second-level martial arts and martial arts skills. He just pointed his finger, and countless words appeared in Shin Zikong's mind. By practicing according to the above text, Shin Zikong found that these second-level martial arts and martial arts were easier to practice than modern ones. It seems to be more perfect, and the difficulty of practicing is greatly reduced. Moreover, the second-level martial arts skill has another effect. After practicing it to perfection, it can actually double the power. Doesn't that mean that if they are at the same level, he is twice as strong as his opponent? Originally, he was a little skeptical about what the freshman said, but now, he felt that what he said was true. After all, he had never heard that modern second-level martial arts skills had an amplifying effect, which was simply incredible. In less than an hour, he successfully mastered the future martial arts to the entry level. The speed of absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy is several times faster than before. This is too simple, easier to practice than level 1 martial arts. Shin Zikong opened his eyes, a shocked expression on his face. The freshman smiled and said, "The martial arts of the future have undergone many improvements, so they will naturally be easier to practice. It's just that your qualifications are too ordinary, you must change them." Shin Zikong nodded, although he didn't know what realm the god that Xinqing was talking about was at. But it sounds very cool, definitely surpassing the Grandmaster. It seems I must enter the martial arts master realm as soon as possible. After saying this, he picked up the first level potion and swallowed it in one gulp without checking the instructions. He was confident that he could now refine it all and transform it into his own chi and blood power. This is the confidence that the second level future martial arts brings him. At the same time, in Shin Tunan's room, he was currently sitting on the bed, holding a third-level potion, spiritual fluid, in his hand. This was his first time taking the medicine. He opened the bottle and swallowed the medicine in one gulp. Let me see the difference between the effects of a third-level potion and a third-level spiritual medicine. Just after swallowing it, Shin Tunan used the furnace of heaven and earth again, and then a large amount of heat flow was fed back to his limbs and bones. At that moment, Shin Tunan felt as if his whole body was on fire. The terrifying power was constantly transforming his body and strengthening his aura. His strength increased rapidly again. At this moment, the temperature in the room was rising rapidly. When he breathed, streams of hot air were emitted, hitting the glass and causing fog to fill the room. As time passed, the aura emanating from Shin Tunan became more and more terrifying. A terrifying vortex of spiritual energy formed around him, rushing into Shin Tuanan's body frantically. 2-star martial artist. 3-star martial artist. 4-star martial artist. After advancing 3 small realms in a row, Shin Tunan finally fully digested the effects of the potion. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a sharp light emanated from his pupils, which was sharper than a sword and had an oppressive aura. However, this breakthrough made him sweat profusely and discharged some black stains, causing his body to stink. Even if you can eat a whole grain, there will inevitably be impurities in your body. The improvement of realm can eliminate these impurities. Shin Tunan took a bath towel, found some clothes to change into, walked into the bathroom and started taking a shower. After taking a shower, Shin Tunan looked at the mirror in the bathroom and found that his muscles were more even and perfect, showing an extremely smooth beauty. His current body shape is more perfect than those who exercise regularly, and he has explosive power in his body. A 4-star martial artist, if he unleashes all his strength, possesses a force of 200,000 jin. If it is amplified tenfold, wouldn't it be able to compete with a Grandmaster? Shin Tunan's eyes sparkled with surprise, and he looked a little unable to suppress it. Although the effect of this third-level spiritual liquid was beyond his imagination and better than spiritual medicine, he felt that it was great value for money and understood why the elixir was so expensive. But more importantly, his current strength has increased to such a terrifying level. His original goal was to become a Grandmaster, but his current strength is not that of a Grandmaster, but it is very similar to that of a Grandmaster. It can burst out a maximum force of 2 million pounds. If sword techniques are used, the power should be increased by about 100,000. With such power, he can walk around Los Angeles with ease without fear of any opponent. You know, even a 1-star Grandmaster has a strength of only 1 million pounds. And his current strength has surpassed the 1-star Grandmaster and is comparable to the 2-star Grandmaster. Ha ha ha. Shin Tunan couldn't help but burst into laughter at this moment, his aura spreading unrestrainedly. Then he walked back to his room. In Shin Mengyao's room. She had just finished refining the potion, and at this moment her realm had also entered the warrior realm. The energy and blood flowing in her body was twice as strong as before the breakthrough. The martial arts of the ancient Holy Land are truly extraordinary. They have enabled me to cultivate at a speed more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. Shen Mengyao is very satisfied with the martial arts she has learned. With the inheritance of the ancient Holy Land, she didn't need to spend a lot of effort to find martial arts and skills. However, in order to improve your cultivation as quickly as possible, you have to make money to buy potions and become stronger quickly. However, she remembered that she had just felt a terrifying aura and felt that the speed of the spiritual energy flowing in the air had become extremely terrifying, like a torrent. When did a master-level expert appear near my home? Shen Mengyao was a little surprised. The breath came quickly and went away quickly, but she was just refining the potion and couldn't detect the direction of the spiritual energy flow. Where did it converge? In Shin Zikong's room. 20 minutes ago. The freshman is guiding Shin Zikong in his training, telling him the key points of martial arts training so that he can digest the power of the potion faster. But at this moment, the freshman also felt that the speed of the spiritual energy flowing around him was a little strange. Someone is consuming a large amount of spiritual energy to replenish his own chi and blood. The freshman noticed it at a glance. But the only one who can cause this kind of spiritual energy to flow at such a speed is probably a grandmaster. I didn't expect that this kid has a grandmaster in his family. He could sense that this spiritual energy was constantly flowing into the next room. This kid probably doesn't know yet that his relative is a master. I'd better not tell him for now, in case he thinks he has a backer and becomes lazy in his cultivation. Although the freshman was a little shocked, he quickly calmed down. Chapter 20 New Talent, Source of Life, Person in Charge. The moonlight was like a veil, shining through the window onto the ground. Shen Mengyao stood in front of the window, looking at the bright moon in the sky. Her heart was very peaceful. So what if I'm a grandmaster? I'll return to this realm sooner or later. Although Shen Mengyao was shocked that there were masters around her community, she became more confident in herself. The grandmaster is an unattainable figure in Los Angeles. But looking at the whole world, it is just a drop in the ocean, insignificant. In that catastrophe, the grandmaster was nothing more than cannon fodder, being crushed and unable to resist. Shen Mengyao withdrew her gaze, gathered her thoughts, and began to practice with her eyes closed. After breaking through to become a warrior, she could remain energetic and not feel sleepy even if she didn't sleep for several days and nights. The other side. Shin Tunen was not asleep either. After breaking through the realm, he circulated the chi and blood in his body slightly, and crackling sounds came from his body, like firecrackers. Then when it flows rapidly, the sound in the body will turn into thunder-like sound. If I break through to Grandmaster and increase my power tenfold, how powerful would I be? Shin Tunen's eyes flickered, and he was looking forward to the day when he would become a Grandmaster. After the breakthrough, Shin Tunen began to check the panel. He muttered to himself, and then a deep blue panel appeared in front of him. Host, Shin Tunen. Talent, Crucible of Heaven and Earth. Martial Arts, Level 2 Pure Yanggong Perfect 7 times the training speed. Martial Arts, Taishan Sword Technique Unable to Determine, Level 2 Sky Breaking Fist Perfect, 7 times Attack Amplification. Phantom Sword Technique Perfect, 10-fold Attack Increase. Looking at the contents on the panel, Shin Tunen began to think. If one's strength improves, but the martial arts and weapon levels are not replaced with the latest ones, the increase will decrease. No wonder it seemed like it took him longer to refine the potion just now. It must be because his cultivation speed had slowed down. Looks like I need to get a new third-level martial art. Shin Tunen understood that every time he reached a higher level, he had to change all his martial arts and techniques. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a tenfold increase at the highest level. But there is no rush for this matter. I will deal with it after completing the task. Anyway, I don't have any new potions now. It doesn't matter if your cultivation speed is slow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering fate's favor and receiving a chance to draw a prize. The system's voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Shin Tunen was full of confusion. Wasn't it agreed that the talent would be awakened once a month? What the hell was this fate favor? As if sensing Shin Tunen's doubts, the system spoke again. Fate's favor, when the host's luck reaches a certain level, it can be randomly triggered. We have detected that the host's luck is extremely strong, so it has been triggered. Shin Tunen's face became even more confused. Luck is something illusory, and he doesn't know how to judge whether his luck is high or low. However, Shin Tunin was too lazy to think about it. Since he had gotten a chance to draw a lottery for free, he might as well take it. Lottery! Shin Tunin muttered to himself. The next moment, the turntable appeared in my mind again. The turntable spun rapidly, and finally the pointer stopped on a ball of purple light. The purple light quickly amplified, accompanied by the sound of a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate source of life. Source of Life LV1 upgradable, can instantly repair injuries, even severely injured, and can be instantly restored to health. Can be used once a day. Seeing this talent, Shin Tunin showed a surprised expression on his face. This talent seemed to be inferior to the furnace of heaven and earth. But it can actually be improved, and the effect before the improvement is gone, it's so scary. This made a faint smile appear on his face. If you raise your level to the highest level, can you be resurrected from the dead? Shin Tunin was not sure, but he felt that there might really be such a possibility in the future. Now the source of life can be used once a day, which means he has one more life than others. As long as you are not dead, you can counterattack and catch the opponent off guard. Shin Tunin was also very satisfied with this talent. Having acquired a new talent, he had no desire to sleep that day and waited until the next morning. The sound of birds chirping came from the branches outside, and a ray of light pierced through the darkness and fell on Shin Tunin. Shin Tunin now looks younger, and under the shining light, he looks even more handsome. He slowly got up and went to brush his teeth and wash his face. Mother had gotten up early to make breakfast, and when she saw Shin Tunin get up, she greeted him. Tunin, did you sleep well last night? Asked Shin's mother. Shin Tunin nodded, sleep soundly. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Shin Tunin sat at the dining table and started to eat breakfast. Breakfast was millet porridge with 2 boiled eggs, which was very light. After finishing breakfast, Shin Tunin said goodbye to his mother. Mom, I'm going out to look for a job today. Please tell Dad, don't worry. Don't you want to take a few days off? Shin's mother felt a little sorry for her son. In fact, she felt that her son didn't need to find a new job so soon. He could relax a little. It's also okay to travel and relax. Let's find a company for an interview first. It won't be that fast to start working. Shin Tuanin lied. He was going to complete his mission and go to Lingwu High School today. However, he didn't plan to tell his family, as telling them would only increase their worries. After all, going to work is different from completing a task, and completing a task can be life-threatening. Tunin, do you want to go on a blind date in the future? Shin's mother's words almost made Shin Tunin vomit the millet porridge he was eating. I just broke up with my boyfriend, and now I have to join the blind date army? Mom, don't mention this matter. I don't have any idea now. Shin Tuanin quickly refused. If he hadn't awakened his talent, he might have compromised and found someone to live an ordinary life with. But fate is sometimes so wonderful that it can change in an instant. Shin Tunin hurriedly left home and breathed the fresh air outside. After practicing the floating light step, he felt his legs were full of strength and his body was lighter. They walked much faster than others. However, he still took the bus to Lingwu High School obediently. Although his full speed would definitely exceed the speed of the car, it was still a bit scary. It will also consume a lot of your physical energy. If you want to find the members of those cults, you must spare your energy and physical strength. After all, it is not difficult to deal with them, but finding them is a troublesome matter. As for my younger brothers and sisters, they will go to school later and usually stay in the classroom, so there will be no chance of meeting each other. Shin Tunin quickly arrived at the bus stop and waited for the earliest bus to arrive. Not long after, Shin Tunin got on the bus, turned on his cell phone and made a call. For the mission of killing the cultists, you can first contact the person in charge, who will provide some clues. Hey, I'm the one who accepted the mission to kill the cultists. Where should we meet? So it's you. You're at the Happiness Restaurant to the right of Lingwu High School. Good. The two chatted for a while. Shin Tunin hung up the phone and then looked out the window at the receding tall buildings and pedestrians. Chapter 21 Traitor, Trap, Xiang Mansion. Happy Restaurant. A middle-aged man was sitting in the restaurant, eating noodles with big mouthfuls, a satisfied expression on his face. He likes the noodles here the best, they are very authentic. When he finished eating the noodles, a shadow suddenly appeared at the door. It was a man who looked to be about 23 years old, and he walked straight towards him. However, the middle-aged man didn't care, but continued to look outside the door, as if waiting for someone. "Hello, are you the person in charge?" asked the young man. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment and said, "Are you the strong man who accepted the mission?" He was a little surprised because he was the person in charge and knew that there was a half-step grandmaster who accepted the task. But the young man in front of him didn't look like a half-step grandmaster at all. "Yes, my name is Shintunen." Shintunen stretched out his hand and said with a smile. The middle-aged man immediately stood up, also extended his hand, and said, "My name is Lumu, I will contact the others right away." "Everyone else, isn't this a solo mission?" Shintunen just roughly checked the mission content, but it didn't say it was a group mission. Lumu quickly explained, "Originally, yes, but after my investigation these days, I found that there are quite a few people in the cult. I also sensed an aura that looked like a half-step grandmaster, so I requested that this be changed to a team mission. But don't worry, even if it's a group mission, everyone will receive a reward once it's completed." After hearing what the other party said, Shintunen picked up his phone to check the task. The original danger level of the mission was high, but now it has become extremely high, which means it is even more dangerous. However, Shintunen was confident in his own strength and did not care whether there were strong people or not, because he would be able to deal with them anyway. "I understand. You can make the call." Shintunen found a stool and sat down. Lumu quickly dialed the number, and not long after, two men walked in. They were a pair of twin brothers, wearing black casual clothes. They were over 1.8 meters tall and a little thin. Both of them had a silver martial artist badge on their chest, with 5 silver stars printed on it. They were obviously all 5-star martial artists, and they attracted a lot of awe-inspiring glances when they walked on the street. The twin brothers simply found a stool and sat down without introducing themselves. "Is there anyone else?" Shintunen asked. Lumu nodded. "There is also a new person in charge, a half-step master. He is only a 3-star martial artist, the weakest among everyone." Shintunen showed a surprised expression on his face. He was the only one who had 2 half-step grandmasters. It seems that this mission is really not easy. 5 minutes later, a man with the gait of a dragon and a tiger walked into the restaurant. The man was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and had a green dragon tattoo on his left arm, making him look ferocious. In addition, he is big and strong, which gives people a sense of oppression from the beginning. "Hello everyone, I'm the new person in charge. My name is Wang, but I prefer you to call me Captain Wang. This new mission requires us to capture the enemy first. We absolutely must not cause any chaos or disturb the students." This Wang looks ferocious, but he seems to be someone who cares particularly about rules. This made Shintunen feel a sense of contrast. It turns out that sometimes you can't judge whether a person is good or bad based on his appearance. Shintunen glanced at the twins. They looked indifferent when they first came in, but when they saw Wang, they suddenly became respectful. Maybe they know each other. Then Shintunen has no objection to Wang being the captain. Anyway, the mission is to be completed, so it doesn't matter who is the captain. At the same time, Lingu High School, in a rental house next to it. There were more than a dozen men standing here. They were all wearing black clothes with the word demon written on their clothes. But there were 4 exceptions. These 4 people were hidden in the darkness and the colors of their clothes could not be distinguished. However, there is an extremely terrifying energy and blood force flowing there, just like a ferocious beast, making people tremble when they come into contact with its breath. "My lords, is there anything you need us to do?" one of the believers asked humbly. Because these 4 people were sent by the 10,000 Races sect, and their demon sect is a branch of the 10,000 Races sect. The 10,000 Races sect is equivalent to their headquarters, and anyone sent by the headquarters is a big shot. Not to mention sending out 4 big figures at once. Go out and destroy it. There's no need to hide. A great man spoke in the darkness, his voice was like thunder, making people's eardrums hurt. Yes. The demon cult follower nodded and said no more. The person who asked the question was also a senior believer with martial arts master level cultivation, but in front of such a big shot, he felt that he might be killed instantly. This is a great figure, most likely one of the 4 half-step grandmasters. Thinking of this, he felt a little excited. Who was the purpose of mobilizing such a large force to deal with? Go! The voice came again from the darkness. This group of demon cultists quickly bowed and retreated. Just after they left, 4 middle-aged men walked out of the darkness. They were also dressed in black robes. However, the word carved on the black robe was not evil, but all races. For them, the followers of the demon cult can be sacrificed at any time and can contribute their lives at any time. "Brother, why did the higher-ups send the four of us here?" one of them asked. Although they were all at the half-step grandmaster level, the only one who knew about the situation was their eldest brother, nicknamed Bloody Hand. He was a middle-aged man with bloodshot pupils and dark circles under his eyes. It looked like he hadn't had a good sleep for a long time. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is his left hand, which is extremely blood red, so he got that nickname. Some of our people in the Thunder Martial Arts School have sent news that this time, there is a genius who is very likely to break through to the Grandmaster level. We must kill him. Bloodhand's voice was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice, without any warmth at all. I see. Upon hearing this, the other half-step masters nodded, exuding murderous aura. Although there is only half a step between half-step Grandmaster and Grandmaster. However, only 1 out of 20 half-step masters can become a master. It is not an exaggeration to let the 4 of them take action to wipe out a future master. I can't wait to taste the blood of this genius. One of them sneered, with a greedy look in his eyes, and even licked his lips with his tongue. He loves to drink the blood of the strong, this is his habit. Okay, I've finished what I want to say. Wang He glanced at everyone and finally landed on Lu Mu. Now it's your turn to lead the way. Lu Mu stood out from the crowd. Be prepared to lead the way. He was most familiar with this place because he had started this mission a few days ago. He had a lot of clues and also knew the traces of those evil cults, but he didn't dare to act rashly. You must obey my instructions later. Wang He said seriously. No one had any objection. As everyone walked out of the restaurant, they passed by the school. The last student in the school was running in hurriedly. The students are full of youthful energy. Lingwu High School, I heard that a few years ago, someone here was admitted to Wuda University in Ziyang Prefecture. I wonder if there will be another one this year. Lu Mu mentioned this when he passed by here. Everyone else couldn't help but take a look at the plaque of Lingwu High School. It's incredible that such a genius can appear in a high school like this. Ziyang Prefecture is a place that is even larger than Chenghe City. It is a major city with a population of tens of millions. The number of masters in that kind of place far exceeds that in their Luo city. Basically, as long as you are admitted to Ziyang Wuhan University, there is a great possibility that you can become a master in the future through the resources of Wuhan University. Unlike their city of Luo, where resources are limited, there are very few grandmasters. Shin Tunan also looked up at Lingwu High School, thinking about his younger brothers and sisters. It would be great if one of them could be admitted to Ziyang Wuhan University. But this depends on personal talent. If you pass the exam, you will bring honor to your family. When I make money, I can buy more medicine for my younger brothers and sisters. Shin Tunan thought to himself. He wanted to do his best to train his younger brothers and sisters to be better, so that even if they could not get into Ziyang Wuhan University, he could still let them perform better in the college entrance examination. Okay, continue leading the way and don't disturb the students. Wang He said. The crowd moved forward again, approaching the rental house next to the school. It's in front. After my observations over the past few days, the person in the rental house in front is the most suspicious. Lu Mu said as he walked in front. Then we will surround the rental house soon. Once we find someone from the cult, we will capture him alive if possible. If not, we will kill him on the spot. Don't kill him. Wang He told everyone. The people in the cult are cruel and ruthless. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. Chapter 22, Unrest, Killing. And inside the rental house. A dozen or so members of the cult were standing upstairs in their rental house, a 6-story building. Looking down through the window from here, you can see the people below. Master Bai, I've seen that man before. He's been following me stealthily for several days. A cult member pointed downwards at Li Mu, who was approaching. The cult member known as Lord Bai is a senior cult member with a 6-star martial arts level. He looks to be around 35 years old and has an obese body. It seems we have been exposed, but it doesn't matter. Let's go and kill. The guy called Lord Bai grinned. His gaze shifted to the Lingwu High School playground not far away. Let's kill some more students while we're at it. This is his hobby and also a special fetish. He likes to hear students screaming the most, because that makes him feel very comfortable and refreshed. Moreover, he had done some investigation in the past few days and found that there was a genius among this group of students, although there was only one. If he killed this genius, he could take credit for it. But he is the only one who can kill this genius. Yes. The cult members behind him nodded one after another, murderous intent in their eyes. Go downstairs first. With those 4 adults here, no matter how many people come, they will die. Lord Bai's real name is Bai Mo. At this moment, he is filled with murderous intent and wants to kill as much as he can. Then he led a group of people downstairs. In the corridor, a man wearing slippers and holding breakfast, who was also a resident of this building, was preparing to return to his room. Suddenly he saw a group of people walking towards him, but he didn't pay any attention. As I took out the key, I suddenly felt a chill on my neck, and then with a bang, my breakfast fell to the ground. Bai Mo retracted his palm and sneered, "Finally, I can stop hiding and suppressing myself." He glanced at the man lying in a pool of blood and didn't care. Ah! Someone happened to pass by and saw the body and screamed. But before he had taken a few steps, he was caught up by a cult member, who stabbed him in the heart and killed him on the spot. They felt that since they were already completely exposed, there was no need to hide. Moreover, the order given to them by the bigwigs above was not to hide their identities but to destroy and kill. Then you can completely let yourself go. 2 people died in succession, and the smell of blood filled the air. Some people staying in the rental house opened the door with some confusion. But the moment they opened the door, that was their death. They saw many hideous faces, and before they could call the police, blood splattered all over their bodies and they fell in a pool of blood, turning into corpses without any warmth. Some smart tenants closed their doors tightly after hearing the noise and did not dare to open them at all. However, this group of people didn't care. They broke open the door roughly and rushed towards the floor below. His hands were stained with blood. Almost all the users in a building were killed by them. When Shintunin and the others arrived downstairs at the rental house, they could already smell blood. It seems that the cult members inside have discovered us, and now they are desperate in killing innocent people. Wang Yi, who has a green dragon tattoo on his arm, said solemnly. What should we do now? Lu Mu asked. If it is delayed any further, more innocent people will die in vain. Go straight in and kill them. Wang Yi made a quick decision. The others nodded, and then Wang Yi kicked the door open. He was a half-step master, and he kicked the door open with 1 foot, then rushed in. Everyone followed closely behind. Then they found several bodies lying in a pool of blood not far away, as well as several cult members with ferocious expressions, like demons. Kill. Wang Yi originally wanted everyone to capture them alive, but now, he felt that these people deserved to die. Living in this world is a complete waste of air. He rushed forward first, and with lightning speed, he grabbed the neck of a cult member with one hand, and with a slight force, broke it on the spot. The others were all martial artists, so naturally they were not idle either, each displaying their magical powers. The twin brothers were good at physical movement. When they rushed upstairs, they came in front of the 2 cult members in just a few jumps. Then, each of them violently punched the cult members in the face, causing them to spit blood, their teeth to fly out, and their noses to bend. His body slammed heavily against the wall, cracking it and making a loud bang. The other side. Linggu High School, on the playground. Thousands of students were doing gymnastics there. Among the crowd, there was a tall woman, who was Shen Tuanan's sister Shen Mengyao. Shen Mengyao inherited good genes and outstanding looks, and was considered a school beauty. When doing radio gymnastics, it is easy to attract the attention of the opposite sex. After Shen Mengyao finished a set of radio gymnastics, she suddenly felt a little uneasy in her heart. She always felt that there was a crisis around her. She was originally an empress, and her ability to sense crisis was far beyond that of ordinary people. She just felt an inexplicable murderous intent. Although she couldn't be sure where it came from, it felt a little unsafe here now. Even though she is a warrior now, she still feels extremely dangerous. Teacher. Shen Mengyao raised her hand. What's wrong? A female teacher wearing glasses came over. I feel like someone is watching this place. Shen Mengyao said. The female teacher smiled and said, You're not talking about other male students, are you? The boys around him quickly glanced away when they heard this, feeling a little embarrassed. Shen Mengyao shook her head. I sense a murderous aura. Perhaps there are people from a cult hiding nearby. The female teacher looked at Shen Mengyao and said, Don't be afraid. Even if there are people from a cult, we teachers will protect your safety. Besides, the principal is here, so the cult members won't be able to cause any trouble. Don't be so sensitive. Maybe it's just some male classmates looking at you. When Shin Mengyao heard the teacher say this, she knew that the teacher didn't listen and it would be useless to say more. She could only sigh inwardly, hoping that nothing serious would happen. I hope it's just my illusion. Shin Mengyao looked around, but still couldn't figure out where the murderous aura came from. After all, she is just a warrior now, and she doesn't have the powerful strength she had before her rebirth. Okay, let's continue doing radio gymnastics. The female teacher left the place without taking it seriously at all. At the same time, Shin Tunin and his 5 companions had already fought their way from the first floor to the 4th floor, and almost each of them had killed 2 cult members. However, there is still anger in their hearts. Because along the way, they have seen too many innocent people die tragically, all killed by these heartless people in cults. There may be experts up there, so be careful. Wang he reminded everyone. The twin brothers nodded superficially, but their expressions showed indifference. Shin Tunin didn't take the sentence to heart. After all, his strength was there, and with the source of life, he could recover from his injuries instantly. He is not afraid of sneak attacks. Lu Mu, on the other hand, became a little nervous and was on guard. Lu Mu is the weakest. If he didn't have this sense of crisis, he would have died long ago. Everyone slowly walked up to the 5th floor. It was very quiet up there, without any sound, but they could still smell a strong smell of blood. When a few people came forward, they saw several bodies lying on the ground, but they didn't care and began to look around. There are 2 rooms on the 5th floor with their doors closed. I'll push open the door in front, and you push open the door on the right. Wang he ordered. Since the twins were walking in front, it was not Shin Tunin's turn. The twins nodded and walked towards the door, just about to push it open. Suddenly, I felt a deadly murderous aura, the door opened automatically, and a short blade stabbed out from inside. Careful! Shin Tunin's reaction was amazing. He took a step forward, pulled one person behind him, and suddenly retreated violently. As for the other twin, it was too late to save him. He was stabbed in the throat and a lot of blood was flowing from his neck. He was holding his neck tightly at this moment, trying to slow down the blood flow. But it was too late. The moment the attacker drew out the dagger, the man fell in a pool of blood. Elder brother. One of the surviving twins, Hanamizu, cried bitterly, letting out heart-wrenching howls. Bayamo retracted the short blade, a sinister smile on his face as he said, "What a pity I couldn't send you brothers to hell together." In front of another gate, several cult members also attacked Wang He. But a half-step grandmaster is not someone that can be dealt with by some small minions. It was dealt with in a few rounds without any harm to the opponent. Shin Tunin looked at Bayamo, who was smiling and holding a blade, with a cold expression, and there was a surge of anger in his heart. He hated these cult members the most, who treated human life as worthless and took pleasure in killing. Phantom sword technique, triple amplification. At the same time, Shin Tunin used his body skills, and floating light appeared under his feet. Like a ghost, he used his hands as swords and chopped down quickly, and countless phantoms appeared. Bayamo only had time to pick up the short blade in his hand to resist, but when a white light flashed, his short blade broke on the spot, and there was a flat blood mark between his eyebrows, which spread from his face to the soles of his feet. Boom! The ground exploded, leaving a crack several meters long. Baimo's smile froze on his face, and there was still fear and disbelief in his eyes. Facing Shin Tunin's attack, he had no chance to fight back and was killed instantly. Chapter 23 appeared, careless, shocked everyone. Shin Tunin instantly eliminated a cult martial arts master. This made everyone present look shocked. Especially Hua Shui, he originally thought that there was only one master in this mission. But unexpectedly, there was another half-step grandmaster hidden. The terrifying power and aura just now gave him goosebumps all over his body. Even though it was not directed at him, he felt the danger. "Thank you for saving my life." Hua Shui bowed to express his gratitude. Although his brother died and he was extremely sad, if Shin Tunin had not saved him, he would probably have been a corpse. "You're welcome." Shin Tunin didn't care about the other party's gratitude, he just felt that these cult members were inhumane. He would have saved someone else, and he would have killed this cult member as well. Wang Yi, who had dealt with the other cult member, was also a little surprised and looked at Shin Tunin. He only knew that this was a team mission and did not care about the strength of others. He did not see Shin Tuanan wearing a badge and did not know the other party's strength. "Brother, I was blind just now." Wang Yi walked over and asked, "What's your name?" "Shen Tunan." "So you are the 30-year-old half-step grandmaster." Yesterday, a half-step grandmaster joined the Thunder Martial Arts School. He was very young, said to be only 30 years old. He had heard from his friends that he had never seen the real person, so when he saw him today, he found it a little unbelievable. Because Shintunen looks younger, just like a young man in his 20s, yet he is so strong. Wouldn't it be possible to step into the grandmaster realm in the future? But he is almost 50 years old, and his hope of becoming a grandmaster is very slim. Hua Shuwei was shocked again, and looked at Shintunen with shocked pupils, thinking to herself, I didn't expect that there is someone pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger in our team. Shintunen was too low-key from beginning to end and was easily overlooked. Lu Mu was also somewhat shocked, muttering to himself, a 30-year-old half-step master? He hadn't been to the Thunder Martial Arts School these days and had no idea about the news. When I hear it now, I just find it incredible. He thought Shintunen just looked young, but now he found out that he was wrong. This is the future master, the future big man. It is very likely that he will only be able to see her once in his life, and there will be no chance again. Shintunen felt the change in everyone's attitude. Everyone became a little in awe of him, even Wang He, who always called himself the captain. If I had known that Brother Tuanen was here, I should have given you the captaincy. Wang He said with a smile, fearing that this matter would offend the other party. After all, once Shintunen becomes a master, it will be easy to take revenge on him. He was actually a little scared now. If he had known earlier, he should have told Lu Mu first and become the person in charge and the team leader himself. This might inadvertently offend Shintunen. Captain Wang, you're joking. I don't care about the position of captain. Shintunen explained. He could sense a hint of tentativeness and caution in the other party's words. As long as the mission is accomplished. It sounds nice to be the captain, but in the end he has to remind his teammates along the way and say a lot of nonsense. Shintunen doesn't have the heart for this. He simply wanted to complete the mission. Wang Yi felt that Shintunen had no intention of blaming him, and he felt relieved. At this moment, applause suddenly came from the 6th floor. Pa pa pa. Everyone looked up and first saw a pair of black leather shoes, and then a blood-red palm. The other person's palm was an abnormal color, giving people a weird feeling. The moment he saw the bloody palm, Wang Yi's face changed drastically, his pupils shrank sharply, and he even took 2 steps back in fright. Bloody hand. He is not afraid of ordinary masters, but Blood Hand is different. He is a very terrifying half-step master. He is also extremely cruel. It is said that he once killed a half-step grandmaster alone. He is a truly ruthless person. Brother, this scene is so good. In the darkness, another person walked out from the 6th floor with a smile on his face. But his smile gave people a chilling feeling. Smiling tiger. Wang Yi felt his throat dry. There were actually 2 hidden half-step masters of the Wanzhou sect in this mission, and they were both ruthless people. He had seen both of them on wanted posters. They were both murderers without blinking an eye. Before becoming a half-step grandmaster, they all had amazing battle records. Even if he faced one of them, he couldn't guarantee that he would escape unscathed, let alone there were 2 of them. But the next moment, something worse happened. There were more footsteps heard on the 6th floor, and 2 expressionless men appeared and stood with Bloodhand and the others. Although they did not burst out with blood and energy, they were obviously strong men of the same level. Brother, I heard there's a 30-year-old half-step grandmaster. I'm a little excited. Brother, leave that genius to me. I will torture him to death. The 2 newly appeared half-step masters stared at Shintuanen, obviously treating him as prey. For half-step grandmasters. Hua Shuwei originally wanted to carry his brother's body away for burial, but now, his whole body was stiff and his legs could not help but tremble. It feels like the sky is falling. This mission is so dangerous that there is no hope of survival. For half-step grandmasters, how could they have a chance to survive unless the grandmaster was here? A mission like this shouldn't just be F level, it should be upgraded to E level. Lu Mu's face turned pale with fear. He held onto the escalator with his hands and looked behind him, obviously thinking about how to escape. Retreat, run. Wang Yi shouted to remind everyone that he had no intention of resisting at all. If he stayed, he would almost certainly die. Hua Shuwei and Lu Mu turned around and ran downstairs without hesitation, but because they were both frightened, their steps felt a little stiff, and they always felt that they would be killed in the next moment. Want to run? A half-step grandmaster from the 10,000 races sect sneered, it's too late. This person also practiced body skills, and shot out like an arrow, his figure difficult to catch, and went straight to Lumu. Wang He did not make any move to resist, because he was in danger at the moment. The smiling tiger was staring at him with a smile. As long as he dared to make a move, he would be met with a thunderous attack. Not to mention the strongest bloodhound, who was still sitting upstairs, looking down with an expressionless face. The way he looked at them was like looking at fish on a chopping board. Lumu felt a strong wind behind him, and heard a faint sound of air tearing. It's like a person wailing and crying. Faced with this deadly killing move, Lumu turned around, and a palm quickly appeared in his pupils. The opponent's fist was coming towards his face, and he also saw a cruel smile on his face. You are the 1692nd person I kill. I will remember you. He closed his eyes in despair, thinking to himself, it's over. In this situation, no one can save him and he can only save himself, but he cannot deal with a half-step master. But after a long time, the imagined pain did not come. When he slowly opened his eyes, he saw the half-step grandmaster who was originally rushing towards him, his pupils turning white quickly. His face also became distorted, as if he was suffering from great pain. At this moment, Shintunen was holding a half-broken blade in his hand, with blood dripping from it. You! This half-step grandmaster turned around and looked at Shintunen. Seeing the other party's calm face, his body split into two at this moment. He rolled down the stairs. At this moment, there was complete silence, and the surroundings were as still as death. Everyone looked at Shintunen in disbelief. Just now, Wang Yi saw with his own eyes Shintunen slashing at the half-step master of the cult. He originally thought that the cult's half-step master would not be able to remain silent and would definitely take action to resist. But in the end, he was killed instantly by Shintunen with one move. He even wondered if this half-step master of the cult was a fool. After all, there was a violent sound of breaking air when Shintunen attacked. Normally, one should be able to react in time. Old Four is careless, Bloody Hand spoke, breaking the silence at the scene. Smiling Tiger stared at Shintunen, still smiling, and said, he deserves death for being careless, but I will help him get revenge. Crack! The short blade in Shintunen's hand exploded directly, turning into countless fragments and scattering on the ground. Chapter 24, One sword cuts off your arm, can you escape? Stairwell. Shintunen looked at the short blade that turned into pieces, and his desire for alloy weapons became more and more intense. It's too difficult without even a suitable weapon. Just now he unleashed a fourfold increase in power and instantly eliminated a half-step grandmaster. Except for the grandmaster, almost no one can withstand the force of 800,000 kilograms. What a pity, the fourth brother won't be able to taste your blood later. A half-step master of the 10,000 races sect did not panic at all when he saw Shintunen killing his companions. Instead, he continued to stare at Shintunen like he was looking at his prey. Because he has two companions who are stronger than him. With the combined strength of the three, they could even challenge the grandmaster. However, when encountering a master, the first reaction is to run away, otherwise even if you can fight, you will be killed. There is a huge gap between a grandmaster and a half-step grandmaster. The master's true chi born from the master is an extremely domineering force that is difficult to resist. Even chi and blood as thick as liquid will be defeated in an instant. Otherwise, the grandmaster wouldn't be so high and mighty. Work together to kill him. Bloody Hand spoke. He stepped on the ground, and the blood in his body began to boil, flowing on his blood-red arms. When a half-step grandmaster attacks with all his strength, the power is terrifying. Everyone seemed to be able to hear the sound of surging blood and the sound of the air being torn and wailing. He rushed towards Shintunen first. At this moment, he showed a terrifying domineering aura, like a ferocious beast. At this moment, the people around felt a chill down their spines. But this is not the end yet. Smiling Tiger and other cult masters also began to mobilize the energy and blood in their bodies. The surging voices of the three half-step grandmasters filled the place with a sense of oppression, and everyone present couldn't help but bend their bodies slightly. They felt they couldn't bear it anymore. Lumu and Hua Shui groaned on the spot, with blood flowing out of their mouths. Because the pressure present was so terrifying that they couldn't bear it. The cement stones on the ground could not withstand the power of the half-step grandmaster and began to show spiderweb-like cracks. Boom! The smiling tiger exerted his strength, and a tiger roaring sound was heard in the air. This was a kind of martial arts practiced by the other party, which was shocking. The ground also shattered with a loud bang, and everyone almost lost their balance and fell to the ground. Shintunen faced the pressure from the three half-step masters with a calm expression. He glanced at his companions beside him and said to Wang, "This place is going to collapse soon. You take them out first. After all, this is the 5th floor. If it collapses, even martial artists will be in danger and seriously injured." "Good." Wang didn't hesitate. He grabbed his 2 companions and rushed downstairs. However, when he went downstairs, he couldn't help but look back at Shintunin worriedly. At this moment, Smiling Tiger was approaching Shintunin. His palms were in the shape of tiger claws, his pupils were scarlet, and he was laughing crazily. "Ah, die." Shintunin clenched his fists, gathering strength in them, and the blood in his body surged like a rapidly flowing river. He clenched his palms tightly, making a crackling sound. Sky-breaking fist, triple amplification. The fist collided fiercely with the opponent's tiger claw, making a deafening sound and an invisible airwave spreading in all directions. The moment the Smiling Tiger made contact with the fist, his pupils trembled violently, and his body retreated rapidly like a piece of rag. Finally, he slammed into the wall with all his might, and his terrifying body shattered the wall, and he fell directly from the 5th floor. The cult's half-step master, who had been confident of victory, showed a shocked expression on his face when he saw one of his companions being knocked away in an instant. Sky-splitting palm. But at this moment, the arrow is on the string and must be shot. A half-step master of the cult roared, and the hot energy and blood flowed on his palm, like a branding iron, and hit Shintunin's head. Shintunin glanced coldly, used his body skills, and light appeared under his feet, easily avoiding the opponent's move. Boom! He slammed his palm hard on the wall, leaving a huge palm print on it. The wall then exploded into stone and fell from the 5th floor. This is the power of a half-step grandmaster. Bloody Hand also took advantage of the situation at this moment, and a blood-red palm came with a rolling heat wave, like a volcanic eruption. The power on this palm is even more terrifying, having reached 3 times the level of Shintunin. There is also a gap between the half-step grandmaster and the Blood Hand's strength should obviously reach 600,000 Jin. But this was a piece of cake for Shintunin. He raised his hand, raised his palm high like a sword, and then chopped it down fiercely. At this moment, Blood Hand seemed to see 9 sword shadows, and it was difficult to tell whether they were real or fake. 9 shadow sword technique, quadruple amplification. The terrifying force of 800,000 pounds erupted again, and the momentum and pressure surpassed Bloody Hand, splitting Bloody Hand's palm alive with a devastating force. Ah! Bloody Hand screamed miserably and watched helplessly as a sword energy flashed by and cut off his blood-red arm. His body jumped up like a rabbit, retreated to the broken wall, and looked at Shintunin with horror. The 3 of them, half-step grandmasters, were unable to do anything to the other party. He was almost killed. If he hadn't made a quick decision and sacrificed an arm, he would have died. Third brother, run. This guy is unbeatable. Bloody Hand had a broken arm and bright red blood was dripping down, but he still quickly reminded his companions. The third brother looked at his eldest brother's miserable appearance, his pupils filled with fear. Because he knew the strength of his elder brother, who had once killed a half-step grandmaster. Logically speaking, at the level of a half-step grandmaster, he should be invincible. Apart from the grandmaster's true chi, he really couldn't think of anyone who could easily cut off his eldest brother's arm? Could this person be a master? As soon as this thought came to his mind, his expression changed drastically. Crack! Crack! At this moment, countless cracks began to appear on the ground, and the building began to collapse and crumble. This was the power of the sword energy that erupted from Shintunin, which shattered the ground of the building. Jump! Bloodhand took the third brother with him, and the 2 of them jumped from the 5th floor without hesitation. Before jumping down, Bloody Hand waved a medicine bottle in his hand, and some powder spilled out, attacking Shintunin. Shintunin covered his mouth and nose, and his true energy burst out, forming a strong wind that blew away the powder. The ground was shaking violently, but Shintunin, standing upstairs, was able to maintain his balance. The 2 half-step masters of the cult have already escaped. His eyes flashed like lightning, and he asked coldly, "Can you escape?" After saying that, he chased after him. At this time, Bloody Hand and his companions had already fallen to the ground, creating 2 large holes. "Brother, your arm." Although Smiling Tiger was knocked away by Shintunin, he did not suffer any fatal injuries, only a few ribs were broken. When he saw Bloody Hand's broken arm, his face was filled with disbelief. "I can't believe how the invincible big brother could be in such a mess. Run. I just used poison powder to hold him back for a while, but he'll catch up soon. We have to hurry to the school and take hostages. We've probably fallen into a trap." This person might have already reached Grandmaster level. Bloody Hand said solemnly. Hearing this, Smiling Tiger was startled and ran towards the school without hesitation. The school's iron gate posed no obstacle at all to the 3 half-step masters. 3 half-step masters forced down the iron gate and rushed in, intending to take hostages. Chapter 25, Master of the Swordway, Grandmaster? Boom! When Shin Tunin landed, smoke and dust billowed behind him and the building collapsed at an extremely fast speed. Wang He and his companions stood not far from the building, looking at the 3 cult half-step masters who were running away. He was a little confused. Logically speaking, Shin Tunin risked his life to save them. But now everything seems different. This is the opposite of Tiangang. 3 half-step grandmasters were actually chased and killed by Shin Tunin alone. What kind of fierce man is he? Wang Yi felt that he might have met a truly terrifying genius. The 2 companions beside him were like sculptures at this moment, looking at Shin Tunin's motionless back, feeling incredible. Originally I thought that Shin Tunin was lucky to kill a half-step grandmaster, but now it seems that it is all due to his strength. They are trying to escape to the school and may hurt the students. Lumu looked at the 3 half-step masters of the cult, knocked down the iron gate of the school, and hurriedly reminded Shin Tunin. The others also looked solemn when they heard this. Wang Yi took the initiative to stand up and said, "We can't let them hurt the students." After saying that, he rushed into the school. Shin Tunin said, "With me here, no one can move them." Then he used his skills and rushed towards the school. At the same time, the students had just finished doing radio gymnastics and were preparing to return to the classroom for class. Suddenly they saw 3 people rushing towards them from afar. One of them had blood dripping from his arm and looked ferocious. Ah! When a student saw this scene, he was the first to exclaim, "Run!" Someone also shouted, and the scene suddenly became chaotic, with countless students screaming and running away. Even the teacher couldn't stop it, because now the teacher was panicking. At this moment, the principal stood on the podium with a serious expression on his face. He said to the teacher beside him, "Go and evacuate the students." The teachers nearby heard the order and walked down from the platform. "Masters of the Myriad Races sect, I don't know if my old bones can stop you." The principal is an old man who looks to be almost 60 years old, and his chi and blood power is probably only at the level of a 3-star martial artist. He jumped down from a platform several meters high, trying to stop the 3 menacing figures rushing towards him. Roll! The third one, who had a bad temper, saw someone daring to block not far away, and it was a dead old man. He shouted fiercely, his blood and energy burst out, and the pressure of a half-step master came towards him. The principal was so frightened at that moment that he trembled all over and immediately realized that this was not someone he could deal with. His body became a little stiff, but he still used martial arts to resist. Bang! One of the cult masters sneered and slapped the principal with a casual palm, sending him flying. The principal hit the wall directly, tearing it apart. The principal stood up from the wall, feeling as if his whole body was falling apart. He felt a piercing pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then the 3 of them rushed forward like a sprint, setting off waves of heat, and pounced on the students like hungry wolves. "Don't kill me!" A female student was caught by the 3rd brother and screamed. Hearing the scream, the 3rd brother instinctively opened his mouth wide and bit down hard, then sucked hard. The student's body trembled and then fell to the ground. There was a bloody tooth mark on her neck, but the student was not dead, she was just scared unconscious. Old 3 is still sucking blood at this time. Smiling Tiger couldn't help but scolded. The 3rd brother scratched his head awkwardly. "I heard the screams, it became an instinct." "Sorry, 2nd brother." Bloody Hand said nothing, his eyes fixed on a pretty female student. "And this student is Shin Mengyao." "It's you!" He stepped hard, crushing the ground of the playground, and then pounced on Shin Mengyao like a cheetah. In a state of desperation, Shin Mengyao's energy and blood burst out, and she quickly retreated. She was very flexible and directly avoided the opponent's capture. "Sister!" Shin Zikong's loud shouting came from not far away. The voice was urgent and full of worry. "Xinxing, is there any way to save my sister?" Shin Zikong asked, picking up his watch. A helpless voice soon came from the watch. "You are too weak, there is nothing we can do." When Shin Zikong heard this, his eyes became even more worried and he looked in the direction of Shin Mengyao. That was his biological sister, and he couldn't just watch her get into trouble. Shin Mengyao was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. If she hadn't practiced her body skills, she would definitely not have been able to dodge that attack and would have been caught. Damned members of the 10,000 Races cult. Shen Mengyao also recognized the identities of these cult members. These cult members are cruel and bloodthirsty, none of them are good people. 10 years later, when the 10,000 Races conquered the city, it was also thanks to the contributions of these people from the 10,000 Races sect. They collaborated with all other races, which was a disgrace to the human race. You can actually dodge my attack. It seems you are a genius. Bloodhand showed an expression of surprise on his face, and then he laughed strangely. He, if I take you hostage, I bet that person won't dare to do anything. After saying that, Bloody Hand stared at Shen Mengyao again with his bloodshot eyes. At this moment, Shen Tunen, who was not far away, had amazing eyesight and could tell at a glance that it was his sister. Shen Tunen was filled with anger. If something happened to his sister, how would he explain it to his parents? And he would also feel guilty about it. Court death. Shen Tunen watched as several security guards took out iron rods, and he exerted a little force with his palms. One of the security guards' iron rod automatically fell into Shen Tunen's hand and he held it tightly. Let me lend you my iron rod. The blood in Shen Tunen's body began to boil violently, and white mist began to emerge from his body. His whole body was shrouded in the white mist and became a little blurry. His arms began to turn red, and the blood in his body trembled wildly. An astonishing heat emanated from his body. At this moment, it seemed as if the shackles in his body were unlocked, and he gripped the iron rod tightly in his hand. Recite silently. Taishan sword technique, dragon roar style, tenfold amplification. At this moment, Shen Tunen swung out his strongest sword, the iron rod in his hand drew a graceful arc, and the blood in his body roared like a volcanic eruption. An unimaginable pressure emanated from him. Immediately following, everyone heard a dragon's roar, and they also saw a white light wrapped in rolling sword energy, which was domineering and violent, rushing towards the three half-step masters of the cult at an extremely fast speed. The first to suffer was the third brother. He only had time to raise his finger before his body was slashed by the bright white light. The second person to suffer was Smiling Tiger. Just as he was about to grab someone, he was hit by a white light and retreated dozens of steps. His body was covered with cracks like porcelain and then exploded on the spot. Like blooming fireworks. The last one was Bloody Hand. He watched helplessly as the white light came and passed through his body. He didn't even resist because he felt that kind of unbreakable aura. Even if you resist, it will be futile and you will still die. Grandmaster, my death was not unjust. Then the ground exploded, and the white light killed 3 people in succession and rushed straight into the sky. Roar! Another dragon roar sounded, resounding through the sky. There was a crack hundreds of meters long on the ground, and the playground looked like it was split into 2. The security guards stared at the scene in amazement, feeling like they were watching a special effects blockbuster. How could this be an attack that a human could unleash? Ordinary people generally don't have the chance to witness a master-level expert in action, so this kind of shock is beyond words. Wang He and the others couldn't help but stand up straight with their pupils dilated. Hiss! They all gasped almost at the same time, not daring to breathe, frightened by the power of the sword. Chapter 26 Overload, Strange Statue. The students and teachers were so frightened looking at the 100-meter-long crack on the ground that they dared not move. They all looked at the person who made the move with awe. But now there was white mist everywhere, and a pair of pupils emitting red light could be seen. Shen Tunen was worried about his sister's safety. His pupils were bloodshot and even the veins on his body bulged at that moment. He displayed his strongest sword move, and his energy and blood burst out crazily. However, the tenfold increase is not so easy to unleash. After the sword unleashed, Shen Tunen felt a sense of weakness and his muscles ached all over. It felt like it was being torn apart. My body is overloaded. Shen Tunen moved slightly, and his muscles seemed to be torn, perhaps he was strained. At this moment, the iron rod in his hand exploded into a pile of broken iron pieces and fell to the ground. Boom! The building outside the school also collapsed completely at this moment, with billowing smoke and dust and loud noises. Shen Tunen took advantage of this opportunity, and with a light flashing under his feet, he left the place like lightning. The source of life. Shen Tunen used his second talent without hesitation. He could use it once a day anyway, so it wasn't a waste. After using this talent, Shen Tunen felt a refreshing coolness in his body, the pain of muscle strain quickly dissipated, and the fatigue in his body was swept away. It seems that the tenfold increase cannot be easily unleashed in the future. Shen Tuanan thought to himself. He felt that the Taishan sword technique he created was so powerful that it was abnormal and too terrifying. He suspected that the power that erupted was increased by more than 10 times, and that the sword technique itself might also have an amplifying effect. That's why when you burst out with all your strength, you will feel the pain of muscle tearing. But this was also the result of his being too impatient. If the phantom sword technique is amplified tenfold, my body will be completely fine, Shen Tuanan thought as he walked. When he was taking the assessment test at the Thunder Martial Arts School, he used the power of a half-step grandmaster with a tenfold increase, but his body was still able to withstand it. After determining the reason why his body was injured, Shen Tuanan decided not to use the Taishan sword technique unless it was the most critical moment. Everyone watched Shen Tuanan disappear from their sight, and they had not yet recovered from the shock. The principal wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood straight with a look of awe, and bowed in the direction Shen Tuanan left. "Thank you, sir, for protecting Lingwu High School." Even though the other party couldn't hear him, he still saluted solemnly. That person just now was a grandmaster, right? Could he be the city lord? Impossible. The city lord doesn't seem to have learned swordsmanship. His swordsmanship isn't that terrifying. This must be a master from some other big place. The teachers were talking about it and guessing the identity of this important person. Shen Mengyao looked at the direction where Shen Tuanan left. Although there was white fog there just now, she always felt that the figure was somewhat familiar, as if it looked a bit like her brother's figure. As soon as this idea came into Shen Mengyao's mind, she felt it was too absurd. She is a reborn person. Her brother never became a warrior until his death, let alone a master. She thought she must have missed her brother so much that she treated other people as her brothers. A breeze blew, blowing her beautiful hair and revealing her crystal ears. She stood in the sun, and even in her school uniform, she still gave people a sense of beauty. Shen Zikong stood there in a daze for a long time, staring blankly at the crack on the ground. His body was trembling slightly, and his heart was restless. This is the powerful Grandmaster. A single strike of the sword can destroy the heavens and the earth, and the swordsmanship can reach the level of a god. Shen Zikong used all the adjectives he could think of at that moment, his eyes full of longing. He had never seen the Grandmaster in action before, but had only heard that the Grandmaster possessed supreme power. But now that I see it with my own eyes, the feeling is completely different. The shock he received made his heart beat faster. Excited. Excited. Shao Kong, don't be envious. I will guide you in your cultivation. You will become more powerful than him in the future. A sound came from the new life in the watch, but only Shen Zikong could hear it. No one else reacted, they were all discussing what happened with the Grandmaster just now. Shen Zikong also looked in the direction Shen Tuanan had just left, and murmured softly, "Can I really surpass this person?" The other students were also discussing enthusiastically, and their yearning for martial arts now had a clear goal. I want to become a strong man like that adult in the future. I also want to become a master of swordsmanship and kill those bad guys with one sword. The students were extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. After being shocked, the teachers quickly went to deal with the bodies of the cult members on the ground. However, the bodies of those people were completely unrecognizable. After being cut by such sword energy, there was not even a complete body left, only some fragments. These damned myriad races believers are actually hiding near the school. Looks like we'll have to conduct strict inspections around the school from now on. A teacher had just asked the security guard and learned that the cult members were rushing in from the rental house not far away. He couldn't help but complain. The other teachers were also scared and sweating, and they also felt that a thorough investigation was necessary, and the safety of the students was the top priority. A few minutes ago. City Lord's mansion. The City Lord Luohe, dressed in a suit and with an imposing presence, was reviewing documents. Suddenly hearing the roar of a dragon from the sky, he couldn't help but look up. There was a puzzled look in his eyes. He put down the documents in his hand and looked at the sky. Hasn't this powerful man who has comprehended the power of artistic conception left yet? Luohe originally thought that this powerful man was just passing by, but now his idea was overturned. Logically, he should try to curry favor with such a person, but he doesn't know the other person's temper. If the person has a bad temper, trying to curry favor with him might backfire. So to be on the safe side, just pretend that nothing happened. He sat down again and continued to review the documents. The other side. Shen Tuanan returned to the collapsed rental house. The building had now become ruins. The people around had already run away in fear and did not dare to approach the place. Shintunin took a look at the ruins and suddenly found that something was reflecting light, which was a bit dazzling under the sunlight. Shintunin took a step forward and took out a strange statue from the ruins. This statue looks like a strange person with 6 wings behind him and a diamond-shaped gem inlaid between his eyebrows. This person had his eyes closed, and only the gem between his eyebrows emitted a dazzling and mysterious luster. Shintunin held it in his hand and felt a biting chill from the statue. You know, it's summer now, but this statue is colder than ice. It's so strange. Take this thing first and bring it back to Thunder Martial Arts School to ask. Shintunin put the statue away. After all, it was something that was discovered in the hiding place of the people of the 10,000 Races sect. Now that the mission is completed, it's time to go to the Thunder Martial Arts School to report. Originally, he wanted to go directly to the Forest of Ferocious Beasts, but he felt that this strange statue should be handed over to the Thunder Martial Arts School as soon as possible. Chapter 27 Reward, Tyrant Body Skill. In a private car. Shintunin sat in the front row, behind him were Wang, Lumu and others. They saw Shintunin slash with the sword with their own eyes, and now they are full of awe for Shintunin, and even have to think twice before speaking. The Shintunin in front of them is not only their savior, but also probably an invincible master. Hua Shuwei was driving, and the few of them were rushing all the way to the Thunder Martial Arts School. No one said anything and the car was silent. Shintunin could feel that Wang He and the others were becoming more and more awed by him. Perhaps it was because he showed too much strength that others felt a huge gap. But there's nothing that can be done about it. I couldn't just watch my sister get caught, right? Master Shin, thank you for saving my life. Lumu was the first to break the silence. He was the original person in charge and the person who talked to Shintunin the most. Now he feels very fortunate. Fortunately, I was full of awe for Shintunin from beginning to end. I haven't passed the Grandmaster certification yet, so I'm not a Grandmaster. Shintunin said lightly. After hearing these words, Lumu became even more certain that Shintunin was definitely a master. Although he did not sense the true energy, it was impossible for anyone other than the Grandmaster to display that terrifying sword move. Master Shin, I'm glad to complete this mission with you. Wang He also became extremely respectful, and even didn't dare to call Shintunin his brother. Even though Wang He was a half-step master, he felt that Shintunin's current status was very different from his. At this moment, the burly man with the green dragon tattoo was as well behaved as a child. Shintunin glanced at the blue dragon tattoo on his arm and asked curiously, does having a blue dragon tattoo have any meaning? Wang He said a little embarrassedly, this is not actually a tattoo, I put it on, it can be washed off. I just like dragons. I've liked them since I was a kid, but I'm a little afraid of pain, so I don't dare get a tattoo. Hearing this, everyone in the car looked at him strangely. Who would have thought that Wang He, who looks ferocious, would have such a side to him? Captain Wang, are you still afraid of pain? Hua Shuwei asked with a puzzled expression. But I heard that you're a tough guy who completed 100 missions in 10 years. Completing a mission is always dangerous and may even result in injury. If you are not afraid of completing tasks, why should you be afraid of pain? I do this mission for my wife and children. I have 7 children, which is a huge expense. I have to earn money so that my children can live a good life. Even if the mission is dangerous and I might get hurt, I will do it for my family. When Wang He said these words, there was a smile on his face. He didn't look so fierce, but more like a happy father. Shintunin felt a little touched. Wang He, who is afraid of pain, can become a task maniac for the sake of his family. He is a half-step master worthy of respect. Speaking of family, I remembered that my father is already 90 years old, and I should spend more time with him, said Lumu. At this moment, Hua Shuwei's eyes were filled with tears. She said, my brother is dead. I don't know how to explain it to my parents. His voice gradually became choked. Shintunin handed the other person a pack of tissues and said, wipe it. He didn't say anything like I'm sorry. At his age, he has to digest a lot of things on his own. At that critical moment, he also wanted to save the Hua brothers, but unfortunately he was one step too late. The atmosphere in the car gradually became heavy, and no one continued to talk along the way. After driving for more than an hour, we arrived at the Thunder Martial Arts School. Private cars do not have to stop along the way, so they are much faster than buses. Several people got out of the car and walked towards the Thunder Martial Arts School. When Shintunin and his group walked into the hall, they immediately attracted countless eyes. Although Shintunen did not wear his badge on his chest, but Wang He and the others were wearing them. A half-step grandmaster and 2 martial artists, they were all big shots for ordinary people. Submit the mission to kill the cultists. Wang He leaned on the windowsill and spoke to the receptionist on the first floor. The lady looked at everyone and then asked some questions. After submitting, you still need to wait for a while. Just when the front desk lady was operating it, footsteps were heard behind them, and Master Long was striding towards them. After seeing Shintunen, he hurried over. Brother Tuanan, I didn't expect that we meet again. Pavilion Master Long was very enthusiastic. After seeing this scene, Wang He and the others became even more certain that Shintunen was the Grandmaster. Even though he had not passed the Grandmaster certification yet, he was indeed a real Grandmaster. Master Long was extremely enthusiastic and pulled Shintunen to sit there and chat. This is a statue I got when I killed the cult members. I wonder what it is. Shintunen placed the statue on a table. Pavilion Master Long took a look and said with a serious expression, "This thing seems to have told me something." Wait a minute. Then Master Long left for a while and brought back a tablet computer. There was a pattern on the tablet computer, exactly the same as the statue Shintunen took out. This is it. This is a statue of a deity from the myriad races cult. It clearly states that if you see a statue like this, you must never leave it to anyone from the myriad races cult. Although we haven't figured it out yet, what's the use of this? This thing, if handed over, could be worth 3 million. When Shintunen heard this number, his eyes brightened. Such a broken thing is worth so much money? Don't miss it, it's really a good deal. Then I'll turn it in. Shintunen handed the statue to the other party without hesitation. This thing is useless in his hands. The strong men in the Thunder Martial Arts School haven't figured it out, let alone him. Might as well make some money. Master Long ordered someone to put the statue away, and then told Shintunen that the money would be transferred to his card later. There is naturally no need to worry about the reputation of Thunder Martial Arts School. Shintunen nodded slightly. At this time, Wang He came over and said, "The task submission is over. You will receive a maximum of 200 points for your contribution." Shintunen nodded. He remembered that the original reward for this task was 100 points. Now his reward points were doubled, and he felt it was worth it. Wang He then greeted Master Long. Master Long also smiled and chatted for a few minutes. Shintunen just checked his points. Points can be exchanged for money at a ratio of 1 to 10,000. That means 200 points would be 2 million if converted into money. Adding the 3 million as a reward for the statue, he now has 5 million in his hands. This is a considerable sum of money. However, even if you buy the cheapest third-level alloy weapon, with the discount, there is still a difference of 3 million. Moreover, as your strength increases, level 3 alloy weapons will become obsolete, so you can only give them up for now. For some reason, Shintunen felt obsessed with weapons and always wanted to get a high-level alloy weapon. But after calculating, the money is not enough. So now I can only change potions, martial arts, etc., and improve my strength first. It's time to upgrade the pure Yang Gong, then buy a bottle of level 3 potion, and buy some potions for my family. Shintunen suddenly remembered that he saw his sister Shin Mangyao from afar, and a powerful energy and blood burst out. That kind of energy and blood power is definitely not something that can be achieved by martial arts. It seems my sister's talent is stronger than I thought. You have to know that his sister is only in high school, but she is already a warrior. This can be considered a genius and she has a bright future. The potion given to my sister naturally had to be replaced with a level 2 potion. Shintunen told the owner of the Long Pavilion that he hoped to borrow his computer to purchase some items. Without saying a word, Master Long took Shintunen to the 3rd floor and arranged a computer for him. Shintunen started selecting on the computer. His eyes were quickly fixed on a 3rd-level martial arts book. Level 3 Martial Arts, Tyrant Body Skill, first 3 levels, price, 2 million. Ba Ti Gong, there are 6 levels in total. It can enhance one's willpower, increase the probability of perceiving elemental power, and improve chi and blood. The full version is a 6th-level martial art. After seeing this introduction, Shintunen was tempted. He also understood why this martial art was so expensive, as the complete version was actually a level 6 martial art. This means that after he has practiced this martial art, he can just spend money to buy the subsequent ones in the future without having to worry about changing to other martial arts. Given his difficulty in making decisions, Shintunen placed the order without hesitation, and it only cost 1.4 million after a 30% discount. Shintunen started to choose medicine again. Although martial arts are important, potions are equally important. Chapter 28: Favors, Swords, and Luxury Goods. The Tyrant Body technique may even allow one to generate true chi before reaching Grandmaster. So now I have to choose the potion that contains the most energy. It's best to be good quality and cheap. Shintunen thought inwardly, and with a clear purpose in mind, he began to look up medicines on the computer. Soon his gaze stopped. Level 3 potion, Crane Potion, with efficacy comparable to that of spiritual liquid, made by blending 3 spiritual herbs. Please choose with caution, as it may cause dizziness, weakness, and other symptoms. Price, 800,000. The price was much cheaper than the spiritual liquid potion he had bought last time. When the owner of the long pavilion next to him saw Shintunen choose this potion, he reminded him, this is a newly developed potion, but it has serious side effects. And many of the side effects are unknown. A martial artist bought this potion and reportedly became bedridden for 3 months. When Shintunen heard this, he thought about his own talent and thought he should be able to ignore this side effect. Buy one and try it, it's worth it. Even if he is paralyzed, there is still the source of life that can restore his body. This is it. Shintunen clicked to buy without any hesitation. Seeing this, Master Long didn't say anything. After all, this was Shintunen's own choice. However, at this moment, a martial artist hurried over, and after seeing Shintunen, his eyes showed awe. Master Shen. He saluted Shintunen directly with his fists clasped. Shintunen took a look and didn't recognize him, but he still hummed and nodded. Master Long thought that this person was addressing Shintunen with respect and did not take it seriously. Half-step Grandmaster, some people also call it Grandmaster, omitting the word half-step. Of course, I only dare to say this in Los Angeles. If I dare to call you that somewhere else, I will definitely be laughed at. This martial artist told Pavilion Master Long everything that happened during the mission to kill the cultists. Pavilion Master Long's pupils trembled violently, and his gaze shifted to Shintunen, full of disbelief. Killing 4 half-step masters of the evil cult was like crushing dry wood and rotten wood, and a single sword strike created a 100-meter-long crack. Congratulations to Grandmaster Shin for successfully entering the Grandmaster realm. Pavilion Master Long bowed and congratulated Shintunen. He knew that this day would come to Shintunen sooner or later, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. A 30-year-old master came from their Luocheng. The other 2 martial arts schools would definitely envy them. And if this matter is reported to the higher authorities, he will also receive commendation. Shintunen saw Pavilion Master Long saluting him. He waved his hand and said, I hope you can reach the Grandmaster level one day. The Dragon Pavilion Master gave a bitter laugh. Grandmaster. Grandmaster. If there was one, and it was so easy to enter, then there wouldn't be only one truly invincible Grandmaster in Luo City. And you are the second Grandmaster of Luo City. Even the city lord has to give you some respect. Shintunen asked, can I take the Grandmaster test and obtain the badge here? Master Long shook his head helplessly. In this small place of ours, there is no machine to test the combat power of a Grandmaster. If you want to take the test, you can go to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Shanghai City. I can inform you first. If you want to go, I will send someone to take you there myself. Master Long no longer dared to address Shintunen as a brother, and simply called him sir. This was the benefit brought by the change in strength. Then let's report it. Shintunen continued searching online and selected 2 medicines with no side effects, each costing 300,000. Then he selected a few first-level potions for his younger brother and parents. After the discount, the total price of these medicines is about 700,000. Including the Tyrant Body skill and the 3rd-level potion he bought, nearly 2,700,000 was spent in one go. But this is normal, the path of martial arts is expensive. Sir Shin, I see you practicing swordsmanship, but I don't see you carrying any weapons. Do you want to choose the right weapon? Asked Pavilion Master Long. Shintunen said bluntly, I do have my eyes on alloy weapons, but I don't have enough money. Pavilion Master Long smiled and said, the 4 cult masters who were half-step masters that you killed are all on the wanted list, so you should be rewarded with an extra 500 points. If you are short of money, you can buy some on credit and get the alloy weapons first. After Shintunen heard what the other party said, he realized that the privilege of exposing the Grandmaster's combat power was simply too great. Okay, let me pick one. Originally, the 3rd-level alloy weapon was too expensive to buy, but now he can get 500 points for free, which is equivalent to 5 million. He only needs to pay another 3 million to buy a third-level alloy weapon. What Shin Tunin valued most was the durability of the alloy weapon, so he directly chose the cheapest one. Level 3 alloy weapon, slashing sword, features incomparable hardness, indestructible, and extremely heavy. Price, 10 million. Shin Tunin has a privilege when buying alloy weapons. He can get a 20% discount, which can save him 2 million. When Master Long saw Shin Tunin choose this alloy weapon, he quickly ordered someone to bring it over. Shin Tunin waited for a while, and an exquisite box was handed to him. The box is square, about the size of 2 palms. Shin Tunin was a little curious whether this thing could hold alloy weapons. When he opened the box, he found something inside that looked like a pokeball with a button on it. "Sir, the alloy weapon you want will appear as long as you press this button," Master Long reminded. Shin Tunin suddenly felt a sense of luxury. No wonder it was sold at such a high price. He had never come across it before. "I didn't know this thing was so high-tech." As his finger pressed the button, something similar to a pokeball opened, and then a sword about 1 meter long appeared in front of him. The long sword looks plain and simple. The whole body of the sword is black, and there is something like a round bead in the middle of the hilt. Shin Tunin gripped the sword tightly in his hand and suddenly felt a sense of heaviness. This was a feeling he had never experienced with other weapons. "Nice sword." Shin Tunin swung the sword vigorously a few times, and felt that even if this thing exploded tenfold several times in a row, there would be no problem. The third-level alloy weapon solved his weapon problem. "Since you like it, I'll pay for the remaining 3 million. Master Long suddenly said this. This caught Shin Tunin off guard. "How can I feel comfortable with that?" Shin Tunin felt a little embarrassed about getting something for free. "Sir, please don't refuse. If you pass the Grandmaster assessment test directly, the reward I will receive will far exceed the value of these 3 million. Consider this my gift to you, my lord." Master Long did not doubt Shin Tunin's strength. After all, only a master could create a sword mark of 100 meters. Seeing the other party's persistence, Shin Tunin nodded and said, "Thank you very much. If there is anything I can help you with in the future, please let me know." This is considered as a favor he owes the other party, and he will definitely repay it in the future. Shin Tunin put the sword back into the weapon ball similar to a pokeball, and then put it away. Oddly enough, when placed in the weapon ball, you can't feel the weight of the sword. This is real high technology. He now has a balance of 2.8 million in his hand, which is the remaining money in his card from last time. Soon, the skills were delivered, and the medicines and other items were packed. Shin Tunin did not practice on the spot. There was no rush. He could go back and practice slowly. Anyway, it all depended on talent. Everyone was very satisfied with this transaction. Shin Tunin got a good deal, and Master Long received a favor from Shin Tunin. This is a favor given with real money. Moreover, Master Long knew very well that if Shin Tunin became a grandmaster at this age, the probability of him breaking through to the innate realm would become even higher. If Shin Tunin really becomes a Xiantian, let alone 3 million, even 30 million or 300 million would be hard to come by to earn a favor from him. Shin Tunin waved goodbye to Pavilion Master Long, then got into the car driven by Hua Shui. The other party had been waiting for him outside and did not leave early. "Master Shin, where do you want to go?" Hua Shui asked. Other companions on the mission were also in the car, but they were still prepared to listen to Shin Tunin's opinion first. "You can just call me by my name." Shin Tunin felt that there was no need to put on airs in front of his companions. "Your Excellency is joking." "I wouldn't dare," Hua Shui said respectfully. In his eyes, the Grandmaster was a high and mighty figure, on the same level as the city lord. How dare he call the other person by his name? Shin Tunin looked at the other person's expression, was silent for a while, and did not force it. This may be some of the defects caused by being too powerful. After all, they had completed a task together, and Shin Tunin regarded the other party as a friend, but the other party felt very distant from him. He couldn't help but think of a story at this moment. A young master and a servant's son played together since childhood, but when they grew up and met again, the servant's son still respectfully called the young master and did not dare to regard the other as a friend. That is the difference in status. However, if you put yourself in the other person's shoes, Shin Tunin feels that the other person is not wrong. "Let's go to Luochang Street," Shin Tunin said. "It is the most prosperous high-end commercial street in Los Angeles. I also want to buy a few sets of clothes there and some high-end products for my family." He didn't dare to go there before because he heard that the prices there were outrageous and it was normal for a set of clothes to cost hundreds of thousands. But now he wants to go there and buy some good things. Now that I am somewhat well off, I cannot treat my family badly. If I buy it for them, they will definitely be happy. After all, they have never worn anything here in their lives. Of course he had never worn it himself, so he wanted to buy it and try it out. Good. Hua Shui stepped on the accelerator. The SUV moved quickly forward, and I felt a push on my back from behind. Because the weather was hot, the car windows were open and the wind was whistling all around. Brings cool breeze. Shin Tunin fastened his seatbelt. He could feel that the engine was very powerful and had plenty of horsepower. The car quickly entered the highway, the windows were closed and the air conditioner was turned on. Shin Tunin looked at himself in the rearview mirror. His nose seemed to be even straighter, and his face had a sense of majesty without even being angry. Since there was no traffic jam, the car stopped at Los Angeles Street after more than an hour. Shin Tunin got out of the car and waved goodbye to Hua Shui and the others. Go slowly. Shin Tunin watched the car gradually disappear from his sight, and he began to walk into Los Angeles Street. This is a top shopping mall with a large number of luxury brands. This was also Shin Tunin's first time shopping here. Soon, he saw a men's suit store with extremely luxurious decoration and walked in. The shopping guide was a young and beautiful woman who began to explain the long history of their brand. The other party explained in great detail and also tried to test Shin Tunin's purchasing power indirectly. Shin Tunin was not averse to this behavior and chose 2 suits and a set of sportswear. The suits are for him and his father respectively, and the sportswear is for his younger brother. Shin Tunin also selected some women's clothes for his mother and sister. If I just spend some money here, I'll have lost 700,000 yuan. Shin Tunin never dared to think about such consumption before, but now he thinks it is normal. And the stronger you are, the easier it will be to make money. It's just a small amount of money to buy these things. Mr. Shin, please tell us your address and we will have someone deliver it to your door later. The shopping guide said. It was only after Shin Tunin bought these clothes that he realized that this kind of clothing is usually packed in boxes to prevent wrinkles. And tell him that the purpose of the box is to protect clothes. I have to say that for this kind of luxury product, the service attitude is really good. Shin Tunin filled in the address, paid the money and prepared to go home. When I was leaving, a couple happened to pass by. The couple was He Tao and Lu Meng. Why is it him? Lu Meng was surprised. She looked at Shin Tunin's back as he left, then looked at the name of the store. She was a little curious. How could Shin Tunin afford to spend money in such a store? A year's salary can only buy 1 set of clothes there at best. How is that possible? When he was with me, he never came to Luocheng Street. Lu Meng said. He Tao sneered and said, did you see what he was holding? He definitely didn't buy anything. He didn't care at all because he was not short of money at all, and then he took Lu Meng into the store. Out of curiosity, He Tao asked the shopping guide. The person who just left didn't make any purchases in your store, right? The salesperson smiled politely and said, that gentleman spent 700,000 yuan. Hearing this number, Lu Meng opened her cherry lips slightly, obviously a little surprised. He Tao felt that his face had been insulted, and his expression turned somewhat ugly. He then sneered, so what if I have a little money? Without martial arts skills, I'm just a waste after all. You can pick any clothes here. I'll pay later. He Tao said to Lu Meng. Lu Meng was very surprised, because she couldn't afford the clothes here on weekdays, but now she could pick whatever she wanted. She started to choose happily. Forget about what you just saw, Shin Tunin. He Tao's expression grew increasingly cold, his pupils flashing with a cold light as he murmured in a low voice, damn you, sooner or later, I will destroy you, and I will make your family suffer a fate worse than death. He values face the most and hates being slapped in the face the most. When he gets the chance, he will make sure that Shin Tunin's family will never be able to recover. Chapter 29 I'm not pretending anymore, a martial artist with 7 stars can kill a master. Shin Tunin took a taxi and returned home. Shortly after he entered the house. Several people wearing black suits who looked like security guards walked in carrying several boxes. Mr. Shin Tunin, these are the clothes you bought, please sign for them. One of them, in a black suit, took out a form and asked Shin Tunin to sign it. Shin Tunin wrote his name, and then these people retreated. The family hasn't come back yet. Shin Tunin began to practice the tyrant body skill first, but with the talent furnace, he skipped the practice process. The words in his mind quickly transformed into his own power. The blood in his body began to boil wildly, and his whole body turned red. He vaguely felt that an inexplicable power seemed to be born in his body. That kind of power is more advanced than the power of qi in blood. True qi? These two words popped up in Shen Tunan's mind, and he became a little excited. If he could generate the Grandmaster's qi ahead of time, his power would surge again. Even if you don't break through the realm, your strength will still increase. Shen Tunan began to carefully feel the new power that was about to be born in his body. But just when Shen Tunan thought he was about to be born successfully, the power suddenly dissipated, causing his body to tremble. Just a little bit. Shen Tunan felt that he was just one step away from condensing it, but unfortunately, his current realm was too low and the concentration of his qi in blood was not enough, which led to the failure of the last step. It seems that I still have to take the potion to improve my strength first, and then try to see if I can generate true qi in advance? Shen Tuanan was not discouraged. Because even without the birth of true qi, his combat power is still at the Grandmaster level. Those who are born are the icing on the cake, those who are not born will have to wait and see. Tunan, you're back. Outside the door, Shen's mother walked in. My mother usually gets off work early. Mom, here is a gift for you. Do you like it? Shen Tunan handed over the clothes he bought. Mother Shen looked at the clothes in the box, which looked very exquisite, and said, Didn't you go find a job? Why did you go shopping for clothes? You don't have a job now, so you should save some money. Shen Tunan smiled and said, Mom, don't worry, I have money. Shen's mother was still a little worried and decided to wait until his father came back before telling Shen Tuanan. Shen's mother even made a phone call directly. Not long after, Shen's father came back. He had taken a leave of absence directly from work. What's wrong? He just received a call from his wife. The wife said that her son didn't find a job, but instead spent money on some exquisite clothes. Dad, this is a gift for you. I wish you a happy Father's Day in advance. Shen Tunan handed over a suit. Father Shen looked at the suit, touched the material, and felt that it felt very good. This thing isn't cheap. Although he has never worn luxury brands and doesn't know much about these brands, he can tell they are expensive just by looking at the workmanship and the fabrics. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I found a new job. Shen Tunan comforted. Mr. and Mrs. Shen were skeptical, but they still put the gift away. After all, it was an act of filial piety from their son. When it was time for dinner, my younger brother and sister came back. Shen Tunan directly gave them the clothes he bought for them. My younger brother Shen Zikan was very happy because he hadn't bought new clothes for a long time and it was very cheap to buy them for himself. He was very happy to see such exquisite and comfortable clothes. He has never been familiar with luxury brands, he just thinks they are comfortable to wear. Shen Mengyao recognized it at a glance. It was a piece of clothing from a luxury brand. After all, she was a reborn person and she had also bought this kind of clothing before. Brother, where did you get the money? Shen Mengyao asked in a low voice. Don't worry about these things. I have another gift for you. Shen Tunan took out 2 level 2 potions and placed them in his sister's hands. Shen Mengyao was stunned for a moment. She naturally knew the price of the medicine in her hand. She couldn't help but ask, Brother, did you win the lottery? Because apart from this explanation, she didn't know why her brother suddenly became so rich. Whether it was the second level potion or the luxury clothes, his brother had never bought them before he was reborn. Because I can't afford it at all. Now that he has been reborn, he finds it increasingly difficult to understand his brother, as if he is shrouded in a mist. I won't pretend anymore, I am the master, said Shen Tuanan. There was silence at the scene for a long time. Shen's father and mother looked at Shen Tuanan worriedly, wondering why their son would talk nonsense like this. How could a person like the Grandmaster be born in a family like theirs? That's a big shot that can only be seen on TV. Aha, brother, you haven't passed puberty yet. His younger brother Shen Zikan laughed. He felt that his brother was even more immature than himself. Shen Mengyao couldn't help but laugh and said, Brother, this joke is not very funny. Shen Tunan was speechless. He announced his strength, but none of his family members believed him. But he had expected this a long time ago. After all, this was indeed a bit outrageous. Some time ago, he was still a person struggling to enter the martial arts realm, and suddenly became a master. This leap was indeed a bit big. At this moment, the old man in Shen Zikan's watch shook his head. This silly boy doesn't even know that his brother is a master. Shintunen glared at his younger brother and sister and said, "I'm giving it to you, just take it and don't ask any questions." "I told you the truth, but you didn't believe me." Shin Mengyao and Shin Zikong were immediately suppressed by their blood, shut up, and dared not laugh anymore. "Just think of it as if I won the lottery, otherwise I wouldn't have robbed a bank, right?" Shin Tuanan said. Seeing this, Shin's father and mother did not ask Shin Tuanan. They felt that their son was also filial and they should not doubt him. At this moment, my younger brother and sister were eating their meals obediently with chopsticks. Shin Tuanan happened to distribute the first-level medicine he bought to his parents and younger brother. He knew that his parents and brother might not be able to refine the potion he gave them yesterday so quickly. But this thing has a long shelf life, so the more the better. Zikong, Mengyao, with these training resources, you must work harder. I believe that with your abilities, you can get into a good Wuhan university. Shin Tuanan encouraged his younger siblings. Shin Zikang and Shin Mengyao listened attentively and nodded occasionally. Shin Zikong was holding the medicine in his hand, feeling a little excited. He had already finished refining yesterday's potion. After all, he had the old man's guidance and that powerful future martial arts. With the new potion, I can try to break through to become a warrior. Shin Zikong was a little excited. And after listening to his brother Shin Tunan's words, he also felt that there were some things that didn't need to be asked. If my brother doesn't want to tell me, then just think of it as winning the lottery. Anyway, when he becomes stronger, he will be able to buy good things and give back to his brother. Shin Mengyao looked at the second-level potion in her hand and felt that it could help her improve her realm faster. She thought to herself, "Brother, I don't know where you got the money from, but maybe you paid a huge price, or maybe you really won the lottery. But none of this matters anymore. I will use your cultivation resources to become even stronger. I will definitely protect you and all your family members." The family finished their meal quickly. Shin Tuanan helped his parents clean up the dishes and then returned to his room. He delivered everything for his family. Next, I need to become stronger. Shin Tuanan checked his balance and found that he still had more than 2 million. With this money, you can also buy new third-level potions. However, if the medicine is taken continuously for 1 day, its effect will be greatly weakened. That's why he didn't buy 2 level 3 potions. This kind of thing can be delivered to your home very quickly. As long as you place an order online, it won't take long. Now all he has to do is make money and complete the mission. When I become a master, I will definitely have to replace my martial arts, skills and potions with more advanced ones. So we should earn more money. But now is not the time to think about these things. Shin Tuanan took out the newly bought potion, swallowed it in one gulp, and used his talent to refine it. Immediately afterwards, veins began to bulge on his body, and a huge amount of energy was fed back into his body. Just as Shin Tuanan thought, he did not feel any side effects, but just felt that the energy was too surging and would take some time to refine. Shin Tuanan activated the tyrant body technique, and the surging energy began to transform into his own strength. The tyrant body skill was indeed a third-level martial art. In just a few minutes, he had completely absorbed the medicinal properties of the third-level potion. This process was shorter than the last time, and not a single bit of energy was released. Even the movement of absorbing spiritual energy was smaller, and ordinary people could not detect it at all. This is equivalent to a car with a more powerful engine and less noise. Shin Tuanan felt that this tyrant body skill was a really good purchase. I'm a 7-star martial artist. If I burst out with all my strength now, I can kill the Grandmaster. Shin Tuanan was sure of this. After all, his basic strength was bursting out now. They can both reach 350,000 Jin, which is 3.5 million after a tenfold increase. Even a master using his true energy cannot withstand such a force. Just as this idea came into Shin Tuanan's mind, the blood in his body began to flow rapidly again. The feeling of generating true energy reappeared. Shin Tuanan's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he quickly sat down and began to practice the tyrant body skill, carefully sensing his own chi and blood power, sensing the power that was about to be born. When a person's chi and blood reach a certain level, he or she will be able to sense the master's chi, thereby breaking through his or her own shackles, and his or her strength will surge, allowing him or her to enter the Grandmaster realm. But now Shin Tuanan, relying on his tyrant body skill, can sense this power in advance and is about to bring it into being. Chapter 30, The Birth of Grandmaster Chi, 500,000 Jin of Strength. The blood in Shin Tuanan's body was boiling violently. He felt that at this moment, he had turned into a burning object, as if he was constantly burning himself. He felt an unbearable heat, and his whole body was getting hotter and hotter. The temperature around him began to rise as his body temperature changed. The lights in the house began to flicker. Break free from the shackles and create true energy. Shin Tunin roared in his heart, and at this moment, an extremely terrifying pressure erupted. Layers of invisible heat flow spread in all directions. Next room. Shen Mengyao, who was taking a potion to practice, suddenly felt the house shake. Her beautiful eyes were a little shocked and showed an expression of surprise. This is the breath of a grandmaster's true qi. Could it be that my brother is really a grandmaster? Shen Mengyao was a little skeptical at first, but since she was reborn, perhaps her brother's fate had also changed this time. With doubts, Shen Mengyao walked out of the room and then walked to Shin Tunin's door. Bang, bang. She knocked on the door, but it was quiet inside. Brother, are you asleep? Shen Mengyao asked. I just went to bed. Is there anything wrong? A voice came from inside the room. Shen Mengyao quickly said, It's okay. I just felt the house shake violently. I thought it was an earthquake. I was scared to death. It did shake a bit just now, but we are in a coastal area, so it's inevitable that it will shake occasionally. Shin Tunin's voice was heard again in the room. The door was not opened. Shen Mengyao looked at the crack in the door and saw no light. She thought her brother must have fallen asleep. I am disturbing my brother's rest now. That's right. Shen Mengyao took a step and left Shin Tunin's room. Then I won't disturb your rest. She quickly returned to her room, thinking that she was just overthinking it. If there was a master in their community, this was a possibility. But her brother wanted to become a grandmaster in such a short time at such an age, something even she couldn't do. You know, before her rebirth, she was the empress and one of the top fighters of the human race. If her brother was a warrior, she would have discovered it long ago, and there would be no way that he would not have left any clues. It's better to improve your strength. She put away her random thoughts and began to take the potion and practice. In Shin Zikong's room. At this moment, he turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside and concentrated on practicing, hoping to reach the realm of warrior through the potion today. Even though he felt movement, he didn't care because the freshman told him that he wanted to become a strong person. You have to focus and not be distracted by other things. His goal is to become a supreme master, or even a god of the human race, so he must become stronger. At this moment, the white-haired old man is reborn and is sitting at the computer desk. He looked out the window and said, The aura is getting stronger. It seems that Zikong's brother must be a genius. But he didn't care. So what if he was a genius? There will be too many geniuses in the future, but even geniuses cannot become gods. Since he chose Shin Zikong, it was fate and he would not easily choose anyone else. A few minutes ago. In Mr. and Mrs. Shin's room. The couple did not fall asleep, but were taking medicine to increase their qi and blood strength. Although they are of a certain age, they are much slower than young people in refining these potions. But everything can be done slowly, and improving qi and blood is a good thing for them. Increasing the power of qi and blood can not only increase strength but also delay aging. The two also felt it, and the house shook violently. When they opened their eyes, the house stopped shaking. Now. There is a bright moon in the sky outside. The moonlight leaked through the leaves, and the fragments looked like pieces of residual snow. Father Shin looked out the window and instinctively wanted to take out a cigarette from his arms. But suddenly I felt a biting chill, and then met a pair of cold eyes. Smoking again, can't you change this habit, said Shin's mother. She hated the smell of cigarettes the most and had told Father Shin about it countless times, but he just wouldn't listen and said he couldn't quit. Then the two of them made 3 rules, saying they could only smoke 3 cigarettes a day, but Mr. Shin was about to exceed this number today. I'm used to it. Father Shin smiled awkwardly. Mother Shin sighed and said, You don't care about Guan Tunin. It's not easy for him to be alone outside. I know. Father Shin looked outside at the swaying branches, but Tunin has always had a strong sense of self-esteem since he was a child. Though I don't know how he got these expensive potions and suits. Mr. Shin was shocked when he thought of the suit because he had looked up the brand online. A suit costs at least 100,000 yuan, which is a huge sum of money. But he knew that he would never take back the things his son gave him, nor would he listen to their advice. Their son is too opinionated and stubborn, and this temper is just his own. Tunin must have suffered a lot. Shin's mother felt sorry for her son. Father Shin found a chair and sat down, saying, Yes, he must have suffered a lot, but since the child didn't say anything, we shouldn't ask any more questions. He knew his son's character very well, and he wouldn't get anything out of him even if he asked further questions. What they should do is not to cause trouble to their son. In Shin Tunen's room. The heat here has dissipated. The terrifying pressure had long since subsided, and a power more advanced than the power of qi and blood was flowing in Shin Tuanen's body. Grandmaster's true energy. At this moment, his realm also entered the martial master 8 stars. After the birth of the Grandmaster's qi, his strength also skyrocketed. Originally, an 8-star martial artist should have a strength of about 400,000 pounds. But now Shin Tunen feels that his strength is definitely more than this number, it should be 500,000. This is the benefit of generating Grandmaster Qi in advance. Shin Tunen sensed this master's true energy, which could flow freely in his body and could also be circulated at will. However, he did not test it in the room, otherwise, if the master's true energy exploded, even the room he was in would probably collapse. This kind of power is no joke. There was a news report on TV before about a master from a big city who dreamed of a ferocious beast while sleeping at home. He burst out with the true energy of a master and demolished his own house with one punch. His neighbors were so scared that they called the police in the middle of the night. Although he did not become a master, he controlled the power that only a master could control. Shin Tunen took out the remote control and turned on the air conditioner, ready to dissipate all the heat in the room. Although there is no heat flow, it is summer now and it is very hot at night. In addition, his breakthrough caused the room to become very hot, making it very stuffy. After turning on the air conditioner, the temperature began to drop rapidly as the cold air was taken in. 10 minutes later the room became cooler. Shin Tunen was in a good mood and lay on the bed and took a nap. The next morning, sunlight shone in, and the fragmented sunlight swayed, forcing Shin Tunen to open his eyes. I had a good dream last night. Shin Tunen put on his clothes. He looked at the suit on the table, thought about it and decided not to wear it. After all, this thing is a bit expensive, so you can wear it casually on weekdays. But today, he has to go to the beast forest to complete his second mission. He used to think that the forest of ferocious beasts was extremely dangerous. But now that I am strong, I feel that it is nothing special. Brush your teeth and wash your face after eating breakfast. Shin Tunen went out early in the morning and took a bus with few people in the early morning, heading towards the ferocious beast forest. 2 hours later, Shin Tunen successfully got off the car and arrived outside a huge city wall. On the city wall, there were soldiers as fierce as tigers and wolves, standing straight and guarding there. Shin Tunen walked over. He had heard that in order to enter the ferocious beast forest, one must show a reservation code. However, since he was a half-step grandmaster, he just showed his badge. The two soldiers became respectful after seeing the badge. Sir, please come in. The soldiers opened the checkpoint and let Shin Tunen in. This made Shin Tunen feel that this half-step grandmaster badge was really useful. And the same is true in this world, the strong have a lot of privileges. However, an appointment is required to enter the forest of ferocious beasts, which is also a form of protection for the weak. Shin Tunen passed through the checkpoint at the city gate and looked up. There is a clear lake not far away, and you can even see fish swimming in the water. Across the lake is a dense forest. Some of the trees are illuminated by the sun and have distinct colors. Another part of the trees are hidden in endless darkness and are not exposed to sunlight. Shin Tunen. Suddenly, not far away, on a small boat on the lake, someone waved and shouted at Shin Tunen. Chapter 31 Invitation, Old Classmates, Killing Beasts with a Flick of the Finger. Shin Tunen looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a man happily getting off the boat and walking towards him. Zhang Ming. Seeing this person, Shin Tunen also hurried over. This is an old classmate of his. They were in the same class from elementary school to high school. Originally, the other person was his neighbor, but later when he heard that his father had become rich, he moved away. The two of them occasionally chat with each other on software and exchange messages. Sometimes we chat all night long. Some people are in the list and you can chat with them at any time, or not chat with them at any time. It can be said that this person is both his old classmate and his childhood friend. It's been a long time since we last met. How come you haven't changed much? Zhang Ming saw Shin Tunen hugging him, and then they separated. Long time no see. Shin Tunen was also very excited. We haven't seen each other for 8 years. Shin Tunen remembered very clearly what happened after the two of them had eaten that meal 8 years ago. There is rarely any intersection in reality. One is busy with work, the other is busy improving his martial arts skills. Moreover, their two families are quite far apart, so even when they greet each other during the new year, they do so through video calls. People seem to drift apart as they grow older. No matter how good friends they are, they rarely meet because they live in different circles. Yes, it's been many years since we last met. I was planning to stop by for dinner after I finished this mission. Zhang Ming said with a smile, I didn't expect we'd meet here. What a coincidence. Day. Just as the two were chatting, several people came down from the boat, both men and women. They all have one common characteristic, which is the powerful flow of qi and blood. Only warriors can enter here. Shintunen, I didn't expect that you would become a warrior as well. Among the group of people, one person had a surprised expression. Shintunen took a look and saw that it was a classmate of his in high school. However, although they are classmates, he is not interested in each other. Lu Hai. Shintunen just greeted him politely. Although Lu Hai was shocked for a moment, he didn't want to talk too much with Shintunen. Because most of them have reached the late stage of warriors. That is, the strength of a warrior above 7 stars. Shintunen, what mission have you accepted? This ferocious beast forest is too dangerous. How about you join our team? Zhang Ming invited Shintunen. In his impression, his friend had always been in the martial arts realm, even if he had luckily broken through and became a warrior. But it is still difficult to complete the task. Directly inviting Shintunen is actually a disguised way of helping him complete the task. Zhang Ming, thank you, but I'm still used to being alone. Shintunen politely declined. Because he could feel that Zhang Ming had not yet become a martial artist, and the same was true for his teammates. If I really team up with them, I will be harming them. After all, what he wanted to hunt was the 3rd-level ferocious beast, the demon flame wolf. This ferocious beast can tear martial artists apart and is extremely brutal. Okay. Zhang Ming did not show any surprise when he saw Shintunen's refusal. Because he also understands his friend's character. Zhang Ming, it's time to go. One of his companions urged him on. Zhang Ming then said goodbye to Shintunen and said, we'll meet again sometime. Shintunen also waved goodbye to the other party, and then watched the boat slowly row across the lake to the other side. Shintunen came to another small boat. There was a boatman there. When he saw Shintunen coming, he said, sit tight. The boatman did not take the money, but started rowing the boat and slowly moved towards the other side of the lake. Sitting on the boat, feeling the cool breeze blowing towards him, Shintunen felt extremely comfortable. Although they were heading to a dangerous forest full of ferocious beasts, Shintunen felt like an ancient person traveling for fun. The lake is not very big and the boat reached the shore in less than 10 minutes. Shintunen got off the boat and asked, don't you need to pay? The boatman smiled and said, no need. We have someone to pay us. If we accept the money, we might even be reported. Shintunen nodded and said, thank you. You're welcome. The boatman did not leave immediately, but waited. Not long after, Shintunen saw several warriors with blood on their bodies coming here. These people all had serious expressions, and 3 of them were carrying 3 companions on their backs. Their companions were covered in wounds, and it was obvious that they were seriously injured. It was unknown whether they could survive. After these people got on the boatman returned the same way. If an ordinary warrior saw the scene just now, he would be shocked and feel uneasy. But Shintunen had no worries in his heart and walked calmly into the dense woods. The mission introduces the possible location of the demon flame wolf, and you just need to go and look for it. At the same time, Zhang Ming and his group were walking on the road. Rushing towards a destination, there were lush trees overhead, blocking out much of the sunlight, leaving only some scattered rays of light. This is why the forest has a cold and gloomy feeling. In addition, the trees are dense, and there are occasional gusts of wind, making a whoo sound, as if someone is crying. Zhang Ming, is your classmate very strong? Why did you invite him to join our team just now? Someone asked. She was a tall woman, about 1.75 meters tall, wearing a black long skirt, with an ordinary appearance. Her name was Gao Chang. Zhang Ming was about to answer. Lu Hai chuckled and said, that's my high school classmate. His martial arts talent is mediocre. I heard from other classmates that he's only at the entry level of martial arts at the age of nearly 30. I don't know what kind of luck he had, but by some chance he became a warrior, but his talent is just that. It's a good thing that guy didn't join our team, otherwise he would have been a burden. His face was full of sarcasm and he looked down on Shintunen. Zhang Ming was a little unhappy. After all, he and Shintunen had been good friends for so many years. Lu Hai, I know you're a bit harsh, but please don't say bad things about my friends in front of me, or I'll be angry. Hearing this, Lu Hai sneered, your father is a powerful martial artist, and you can become one in the future. Why do you want to be friends with a loser? Shintunen's grades were only slightly better when he was studying, but his martial arts talent is too poor. If you make friends with him, you're simply lowering your own status. Zhang Ning raised his eyebrows when he heard this and said angrily, that's enough. It's none of your business who I make friends with. You have no right to lecture me here. Seeing that the two were about to have a quarrel, his teammates tried to persuade them. Stop arguing, we're here to complete the mission, not to quarrel. Besides, this is a ferocious beast forest. If you make any louder noises, you might attract some ferocious beasts. Are you trying to save your lives? Hear the dissuasion of companions. The two of them temporarily put aside their grudges, but turned their heads away, unwilling to communicate with each other. The other side. Shintunen walked along a path through the dense forest and saw an open area with no trees but some strangely shaped rocks. Further ahead is a towering cliff, above which is shrouded in clouds and mist. This is it. Shintunen began to scan the surroundings to see if there was any trace of the demon flame wolf. However, at this moment, a rustling sound was heard from an open space not far away. Although the sound was very soft, Shintunen still noticed it. His gaze shifted to a bluestone not far away. A giant black snake slowly crawled out from the bluestone. The snake looked to be more than 8 meters long, with cold eyes. The giant snake has a triangular head, its tongue constantly sticking out of its mouth, and its body is slightly upright. Level 2 Beast, Black-Headed Snake. Shintunen recognized the ferocious beast at a glance. This kind of ferocious beast can hunt down warriors in the late stage when it reaches adulthood. The snake in front of me looks like an adult. Evil beast. Shintunen glanced over coldly. Because this black-headed snake obviously regarded it as prey. A trace of true energy in his body condensed at the tips of his fingers and gently flicked them out. It's just right to use the snake in front of me to test my true energy. Shintunen did not use any martial arts, but simply released the master's true energy. Puff! The next moment, the black-headed snake was pierced through the head by the invisible true energy, black blood spilled, and it fell on the bluestone with a bang. A level 2 ferocious beast died so easily at the hands of Shintunen. Hiss! A sound of someone sucking in a breath of cold air suddenly came from behind Shintunen. Shintunen looked over and saw 2 men and 1 woman, all of whom looked to be in their 30s, looking at the scene in shock. They were obviously warriors who had just entered the ferocious beast forest. Chapter 32, Fierce Beast Crystal, a treasure land for cultivation. These 3 warriors. He was so scared that he dared not move, especially when he saw Shintunen's eyes. He was so scared that his whole body trembled. The chi and blood in their bodies became disordered. Seems out of control. Sir, we didn't mean to disturb you. We were just passing by, one of the men explained quickly. I was afraid of offending this terrifying big shot. If you can kill a ferocious beast of the black-headed snake's level in the blink of an eye, then you can also kill them in the blink of an eye. You know, even if they worked together, it would be extremely difficult to kill the black-headed snake. They had heard long ago that it was possible to meet some real big shots in the forest of ferocious beasts. Because in the ferocious beast forest, sometimes some extremely precious spiritual medicines appear. These spiritual medicines can be made into potions, which can help those big men improve their martial arts level. Obviously, they thought that the man in front of them was from another city, a big shot from another city. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill such a terrifying beast with just a snap of his fingers, as easy as killing an ant. Moreover, the big shot in front of him was too young, and looked like a young man in his early 20s. Maybe he is a top genius like Ziyang Wuhan University. Anyway, they are definitely not to be offended. Shintunen withdrew his gaze, without any intention of blaming him. After all, the entire ferocious beast forest is so big, it is normal to encounter it. Shintunen walked up to the black-headed snake, took out his sword, and cut open the black-headed snake's body with one sword. I saw a gem-like thing inside the black-headed snake's body, emitting bright light under the sunlight. Shintunen took it out. This thing is called the ferocious beast crystal, which is the essence of the ferocious beast. If it were in a novel about cultivating immortals, this thing should be called Inner Elixir. In the high-level martial arts world of Blue Star, it is called by a different name. This thing is round, like a crystal bead, and when held in the hand it weighs about the same as some marbles. Shin Tunin could feel that there was a kind of energy contained in the beast crystal. He began to refine it immediately, but he did not use his talent. Instead, he wanted to try out his own refining speed. In less than a minute, all the energy of the beast crystal had been absorbed by him. The strength increased by less than 3,000 pounds, which can be said to be better than nothing. After all, his current realm is a bit high, and this second-level beast crystal really can't bring much improvement.
Do you have any wine? Shin Tunin asked the person behind him.
Have. One of the men behind him quickly handed him a bottle of wine.
Shin Tunin nodded and said, "Thank you."
Then he took out the snake gall, went into the forest, found half a bamboo, split it in half, washed the bamboo and snake gall, and then put them in. Then he started to make a fire, preparing to cook the snake gall and swallow it.
After all, it is a ferocious beast.
In addition to the ferocious beast crystal, snake gall is also a good thing. Eating it will not make you afraid of the severe cold, and it has only benefits and no harm to your body. It's just that there is no iron pot now, otherwise it would taste good if I used an iron pot to cook the snake.
After steaming for a while, Shin Tunin felt that the snake gall was cooked and swallowed it.
I didn't feel anything when I ate this thing, except that after eating it, my body felt a little hot, which quickly dissipated. After all, his chi and blood power is too strong.
Thank you for the wine. You can take the snake away if you want.
The most valuable parts of the black-headed snake are its gallbladder and beast crystal. Rest of the parts are worthless, and the meat may fetch a little money. But the snake is so big, he can't possibly carry it around with him. His mission this time was to kill the demon flame wolf, not to carry the snake.
Thank you, sir.
The two men and one woman hurriedly bowed and expressed their gratitude.
Shin Tunin looked deeper into the ferocious beast forest.
After all, he had not used his talent just now. A ferocious beast crystal could add several thousand combat power. It seems very low, but if you use the furnace of heaven and earth, the effect will be greatly doubled. If you kill a few more ferocious beasts and refine the ferocious beast crystals, you may be able to reach the realm of perfection as a martial artist. By then, his strength will reach an astonishing 600,000, and his power will be even stronger.
This is a true treasure land for cultivation. No, maybe, I can become a grandmaster.
Shin Tunin's eyes suddenly lit up, because no one knew how many ferocious beasts there were in the ferocious beast forest.
Maybe I can really become a master through this.
If there are enough ferocious beasts, this possibility may exist.
Shin Tunin's eyes were burning.
Although his fighting ability can reach the Grandmaster level, he has never truly entered this realm.
There is still infinite yearning in my heart.
After all, his goal from the beginning was to become a master, and this was also an obsession in his heart.
Shin Tunin stepped on the leaves and went deeper into the ferocious beast forest.
He strode forward and disappeared from the sight of the people behind him. I didn't expect to meet such a big shot in the outskirts.
Yeah.
The aura this person just gave off made me feel like I was going to collapse to the ground in fear any second.
Do you think this person could be a grandmaster? He must be a master. Didn't you see the power that erupted in the blink of an eye?
That wasn't the power of blood and chi.
It must be the master's true chi.
Several warriors were discussing while looking at the direction Shin Tunin left. There was an expression of awe in their eyes. After the discussion, they cut some black-headed snake meat and followed Shin Tunin's method to slowly cook it and then eat it. It is not easy to enter the forest of ferocious beasts, and it is impossible for them to turn back directly.
But if you don't eat it, the black-headed snake meat will be wasted.
So they planned to eat some and then continue on their way to hunt the ferocious beasts they wanted.
At the same time, Shin Tunin has entered the depths of the ferocious beast forest.
This place is similar to the outside world, with dense forests everywhere and towering mountain walls in front that block the sunlight. It is darker and colder here than outside. Gusts of cold wind blew, and it felt like a bone-chilling chill. Crack! As soon as he entered this place, Shin Tunin heard the sound of something crushing branches. Then, a pair of green eyes lit up in the darkness, emitting a cold light. Roar! A violent roar was heard, and the place seemed to be shaking, enough to make the blood of some warriors boil.
A huge monster slowly emerged from the darkness.
It was a huge black wolf, 2 meters tall and more than 3 meters long, that walked out of the woods.
This wolf is larger than some ordinary tigers.
This black wolf obviously regarded Shin Tunin as food delivered to its doorstep. Level 3 Ferocious Beast. Shin Tunin could sense from the energy and blood that this ferocious beast was obviously a level stronger than the black-headed snake.
Chapter 33 Wusher Jiuxing, I finally found you. The huge black wolf continued to roar. Roar!
Then he turned into a black shadow and pounced towards Shintuanan, bringing with him a fishy wind.
Shintuanan had no intention of dodging at all. He gathered the true energy in his fist and rushed forward with a sound of breaking through the air. Bang! The black wolf was instantly knocked away and crashed into a nearby mountain wall, cracking it. You're asking for your own death. Shintuanan did not continue to attack, but walked straight over. The huge black wolf still had green light flashing in its eyes, as if filled with immense hatred and unwillingness. However, no matter how he struggled, the black wolf had no chance of survival. He used his true chi in that punch just now. The power exploded and all the ribs in Black Wolf's body were broken by the true chi. His skull was shattered and half of his face was rotten. Bright red liquid began to flow from the black wolf's ears, nose, and mouth, and then it lost its life. A level 3 ferocious beast died in the hands of Shintuanan. This black wolf should be able to burst out with a force of 150,000 kilograms, which is only comparable to a 3-star martial artist. It's unlucky for him to meet me.
Shintuanan took out his sword, cut open the black wolf's body, and took out a level 3 ferocious beast crystal. This third level ferocious beast crystal is twice the size of the previous second level ferocious beast crystal. Shintuanan immediately used the furnace of heaven and earth to refine it, and the energy and blood in his body continued to increase. After a few breaths, Shintuanan broke through another small realm and reached the 9th star of martial artist. His strength reached 550,000 pounds, without using any amplification. The fur of this ferocious beast is worth a lot of money and can be used to make clothes.
Shintuanan directly skinned it and then cleaned the fur. This kind of thing must not be wasted.
Shintuanan also has a clear understanding of his own strength. Even if you encounter a master-level beast, you can kill it. I am currently in Luo City and should be considered the most powerful being. I just don't know what level of Grandmaster status the City Lord of Luo City is at. Shintuanan was confident that if the City Lord's realm had not reached the late Grandmaster stage, that is, the Grandmaster level of 7 stars or above, he would have nothing to fear. However, he also felt a little emotional. His strength was so weak a few days ago, but in just a short period of time, his combat effectiveness skyrocketed to this level. At this time, Shintuanan suddenly thought of his enemy He Tao, who forced him to lose his job and wanted to play him in the palm of his hand. When I pass the Grandmaster certification, I must solve it. By then, even the people from the Galaxy Group will not be able to protect him.
Shintuanan took out his cell phone and checked it.
In this deep forest, the SIM card had no signal.
Only the time and date are shown above.
Shintuanan put away his phone and continued to go deeper. However, most of the ferocious beasts encountered later were level 2 beasts. That third level ferocious beast seemed to be the overlord of this area. Although he continued to refine a few more beast crystals, the improvement was not very obvious. I did collect a lot of furs from ferocious beasts, but I definitely couldn't take their corpses away. These ferocious beasts are so big that it is too difficult to carry them. It would be great if there was a storage device that could hold the corpses of ferocious beasts.
Shintuanan thought to himself.
He didn't care about these things before, but now that he has entered the forest of ferocious beasts, he knows the benefits of such things.
It should be here soon. Shintuanan has passed by several places where the demon flame wolves might appear. Now is the last place.
It was a cave entrance, more than 3 people tall, surrounded by weeds, shrubs, etc. If you don't look carefully, most people won't be able to find the entrance to the cave.
Roar!
But at this moment, a violent roar suddenly came from the cave entrance.
But it seemed to be very far away from him. When the sound came through, the echo disappeared in an instant.
Shintuanan saw more than a dozen people running out in a hurry, with fear on their faces, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying.
Run, this is the lair of the demon flame wolf.
I saw someone go in before us.
No wonder they haven't come out yet.
It looks like they're in big trouble. Fortunately, we saved our lives. They pushed aside the bushes and escaped from inside. When they saw Shintuanan standing at the entrance of the cave, they were stunned. Then he looked away without paying any attention and walked away from Shintuanan. At this time, a kind-hearted person reminded Shintuanan, "Let's go, brother, the demon flame wolf inside is going crazy again." He felt that as soon as he mentioned these 3 words, Shintuanan would know to run away. However, Shintuanan's eyes lit up, with some excitement in his eyes. Finally he found the demon flame wolf and was about to complete the mission. It was worth it for him to come so far.
Thank you for letting me know. I'm here to deal with the demon flame wolf, Shin Tuanan told the other party with a smile.
Upon hearing this, the man said, that demon flame wolf has now broken through its own shackles and its strength has probably reached the level of a half-step grandmaster.
I advise you to give up this mission.
I have seen no less than 100 people die at the hands of that demon flame wolf, including quite a few powerful martial artists. When Shin Tuanan heard this, he looked a little surprised. Because the demon flame wolf's strength was originally estimated to be at the level of a 7-star martial artist, but unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, it had reached the level of a half-step grandmaster.
What kind of opportunity did this demon flame wolf get? This made Shin Tuanan a little curious.
They say that where there are ferocious beasts there might be magical herbs.
Could this demon flame wolf be guarding some kind of magical herb? Shin Tuanan thought to himself.
Otherwise it would be hard to explain why the demon flame wolf's realm improved so quickly. But this is just a possibility.
Perhaps the elixir was eaten by the demon flame wolf. But no matter what, he must deal with the demon flame wolf.
Thank you, but even if the demon flame wolf is a half-step master, he will only die in my hands.
Shin Tuanan was full of confidence and did not look like he was joking. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Shin Tuanan, the man sighed and said no more. After all, he had made it clear enough. If the person in front of you has the strength of a half-step grandmaster, then you can give it a try. If he doesn't have this strength, then you will just die in vain. I have said everything I need to say. Good luck to you.
The man walked out of the ferocious beast forest.
Shin Tuanan pushed aside the bushes and entered.
With his strength, let alone the demon flame wolf being at the half-step grandmaster level, even if it reached the 4th level ferocious beast and reached the grandmaster level, it would still die if it met him. After entering the cave and walking a few hundred meters, I saw a ferocious beast over 3 meters tall with shiny fur, standing next to a pool, grinning.
The most conspicuous feature of this demonic flame wolf is that it has a sharp horn on its head, which is extremely black.
There were many corpses and bones around him, and it looked like a nest of death.
Not far from the demon flame wolf, there were 6 people.
They were 6 men, their bodies covered in blood and had wounds of varying sizes. The leader has strong blood and energy, and looks like a 10th level martial artist. His companions were all martial artists, confronting the demon flame wolf.
Thank you for your hard work, brothers. I'll cover your retreat. You should leave first. We can't deal with this demon flame wolf.
The most powerful martial artist Healy spoke, obviously not wanting to waste any more time. There were 12 of them this time, but now there are only 6 left, and all of them are injured. There was no hope if he continued to fight, so he had already given up on hunting the demon flame wolf.
The others nodded and had no objection.
However, at this moment, the demon flame wolf suddenly changed direction and stared at another place. A young man walked out from there, emitting terrifying energy and blood power, just like a furnace that was burning all the time.
Half-step grandmaster.
Healy's pupils dilated, obviously sensing the man's terrifying energy. The only one who was stronger than him, a 10-star martial artist, is a half-step grandmaster or above.
Devil Flame Wolf, I finally found you.
Shin Tuanan smiled slightly. He didn't care about others mistaking him for a half-step master. After all, his chi and blood power had indeed reached that level, but the realm was still a little short.
Chapter 34 Breakthrough Again, Red Leaf Spirit Flower, Wang Xiao.
The demon flame wolf, with a pair of scarlet eyes, stared at Shin Tuanan intently, with a cold light emitting from its eyes. This is a top-level level 3 ferocious beast, and also the most powerful ferocious beast Shin Tuanan has ever encountered. This ferocious beast launched an attack at this moment. Suddenly, the pointed corner of his forehead lit up with light, and then a black light like lightning shot out and blasted towards the direction of Shin Tuanan.
Be careful.
Healy quickly warned, don't get hit by the black light, it's poisonous.
Shin Tuanan became a little alert when he heard the hint.
He used his body skills, and a light appeared under his feet. In an instant, he left his original position and came to 10 steps away.
Boom!
The black light fell to the ground with an explosion, followed by a hissing sound. Shin Tuanan looked closely and found that there was a pit more than 1 meter in diameter on the ground, and white smoke was constantly coming out of it. The ground was corroded.
This demon flame wolf is obviously very different from ordinary demon flame wolves.
You should know that ordinary magic flame wolves are not poisonous at all.
The magic flame wolf in front of you may have mutated.
If he was hit by the black light just now, he would probably feel uncomfortable, and his skin would even be corroded and toxins would invade his body.
My friend, this demon flame wolf has killed several of my teammates. How about we join forces to kill him? He Li's voice came from not far away. Because he felt that a half-step grandmaster might not be able to kill this demon flame wolf. But if we work together, our chances of winning will be much higher. Originally, he wanted to escape from this place, find help outside, and then deal with this ferocious beast. But now that there is a teammate who comes to his door, he naturally has to invite him to give it a try. No need. Shintunin shook his head, then took out the sword, the alloy weapon in his hand. Shintunin's temperament began to change, and he exuded an extremely dangerous aura, like a sharp sword, and the aura he exuded was aggressive and domineering. Li originally wanted to continue speaking, but when he felt this breath, he closed his mouth on his own initiative. Shintunin raised the long sword in his hand, then stomped heavily on the ground, causing the ground to explode and create a small pit. Then, floating light appeared under his feet again, like a swimming dragon, flashing at an extremely fast speed, rushing towards the demon flame wolf. The demon flame wolf's pupils tried hard to capture Shintunin's figure, but found that it was unable to do so. This is the benefit of body techniques. The demon flame wolf became extremely vigilant and prepared to defend himself. 9 Shadow Sword Technique, Double Amplification. Shintunin muttered in his heart, and then 9 sword shadows appeared directly in the sky, some real and some fake, and it was difficult to tell the true from the false. The demon flame wolf was dazzled and wanted to resist, but didn't know which one to resist. Before he could react, the 9 sword shadows merged into one in an instant and fell one after another at an astonishing speed on the body of the demon flame wolf. The sword light cut him into 2 pieces on the spot, blood splattered all over the ground, and his huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. After doing all this, Shintunin put away his sword. When Li and the others saw this scene, they were so frightened that their bodies trembled violently, and then they looked at Shintunin with great awe. Able to kill the demon flame wolf with one blow. A half-step grandmaster would never be able to do that. This means that the young-looking man in front of him is a true master. Brother this person is a master, right? Someone next to him asked. The other companions also roughly guessed that this was definitely a master-level strength. Li nodded slowly, then saluted towards where Shintunin was. Greetings, Grandmaster. Seeing this, others also saluted with fists. Greetings, Grandmaster. Thank you, Grandmaster, for saving my life. There was awe and respect in the eyes of each of them. Anyone who reaches the Grandmaster level is considered a big shot to them, and they dare not disrespect him. As for the body of the demon flame wolf, they had no idea what to do with it. You're welcome. Shintunin waved his hand, you can leave as you please. Looking at Shintunin's calm and composed look, everyone felt deeply moved, thinking that he was worthy of being a master. Moreover, he is such a young master, perhaps he is the prodigy of a large family in a city with a population of millions. This group of people, carrying the bodies of their companions, bowed to Shintunin and left. Shintunin came to the demon flame wolf and took out the beast crystal from the beast's body. As for the animal hide, he had already cut it in 2 and it was all rotten, so it wasn't worth much anymore. But this black horn is the most precious thing besides the crystal of the ferocious beast. That's why I controlled the force just now and didn't cut off the horn. He took off the complete black horn and put it away first. He then began to refine the beast crystal in his hand, hoping to reach the level of a 10-star martial artist. He felt that he was different from others because his strength had long reached the level of a half-step grandmaster. He felt that he might not have the transitional realm of half-step grandmaster. As long as he reached the 10-star martial artist level, he should be able to directly sprint to the grandmaster realm. Thinking of that realm, Shintunin couldn't help but smile. That was the realm he most desired. If he reached the grandmaster realm, he would be the real number 1 in Los Angeles. Furnace of heaven and earth. Shintunin closed his eyes and began to use his talent to refine the ferocious beast crystal and increase his chi and blood power. At the same time, in a dark forest in the forest of ferocious beasts, a group of people appeared here. There were about 5 of them. The one in the front was a man about 25 years old, wearing an expensive black suit and tie. He had a handsome face and shiny black hair. It doesn't look like they are here to hunt ferocious beasts and complete a mission, but rather to go on a picnic in the wild. Next to him was an old man with half of his hair white. The old man was wearing a black martial arts uniform. He had a blank expression on his face, but gave people a serious feeling. The rest of the people were all men. They wore the same uniform, also martial arts uniforms, and walked with the gait of a dragon or a tiger. They were all tall and strong, and looked well trained, like bodyguards. Old Bai, do you think there really are mutated demon flame wolves in this shabby place? The young man asked the old man next to him. Old Bai smiled and said, Master Wang, isn't this the news you asked someone to find out?
Where there are mutant demonic flame wolves, there must be 4th level spiritual medicines. When the time comes, add some ingredients and refine a 4th level potion. It will definitely allow you to enter the Grandmaster realm before the age of 28. When Wang Xiao heard the word Grandmaster, a smile appeared on his face. He is a descendant of the Wang family and came here from a real big family. Father always says that I don't strive for progress. This time, I'm going to get a 4th level spiritual medicine myself, and then make it into a potion to improve my strength. Wang Xiao's real name is Wang Kong. With his status, his family can actually get 4th level spiritual medicine and even 4th level potions. But he wanted to prove himself that he could get it on his own without relying on his family. That's why he accepted the mission to kill the demon flame wolf and came to the ferocious beast forest here. I hope the 4th level spiritual medicine guarded by this mutated magic flame wolf is the spiritual medicine I want. Wang Kong continued to move forward. Old Bai next to him and the martial arts masters behind him followed closely behind. Wherever the group of people walked, no ferocious beast could survive. There was no need for Old Bai to take action. The martial arts masters behind him were also martial artists and could easily deal with the ferocious beasts. At this moment, a huge gasp suddenly came from the darkness, followed by a huge monster rushing out quickly. It was a giant elephant nearly 10 meters tall, with blood-red pupils, and the ground it stepped on was shaking. It's a level 3 ferocious beast, a red-eyed elephant. We must have stepped into the territory of this ferocious beast. There was a martial arts master with a serious expression. This kind of ferocious beast, when it reaches adulthood, has the cultivation level of a 10-star martial artist. Moreover, this ferocious beast is born with extraordinary strength. In terms of strength alone, even a half-step master has to temporarily avoid its edge. Young master, please step back. Old Bai was about 1.7 meters tall, looked a little thin, and sounded weak when he spoke. But young Master Wang listened to Old Bai's words very much and took a few steps back. And suddenly, an astonishing amount of energy and blood, and a violent master's true energy burst out from Old Bai's body. Then he stomped his foot on the ground, and with an even more terrifying force, he stepped out a deep pit in the ground. With the help of the recoil force, he jumped high. His skinny fist contained terrifying power. Boom! When his fist landed on the red-eyed giant elephant, the huge beast let out a scream on the spot, blood spurted out, and the sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. His body kept rolling like a ball, hitting the mountain wall not far away, with smoke and dust billowing. Then there was no sound. Old Bai landed steadily on the ground and said, "Young master, this giant red-eyed elephant has been killed by my punch. You can continue to move forward." The unremarkable old man said with a smile. No one could have imagined that this person was actually a master. So no one would question whether he was lying, and everyone believed him unconditionally. Wang Xiao nodded and winked, and a martial arts master beside him went to pick up the red-eyed elephant's beast crystal. It was soon handed over to Wang Xiao. He collected the beast crystal and continued on his way. In the cave, Shin Tunan let out a long breath, and the energy and blood in his body surged. In addition to the Qi and Blood Grandmaster's true Qi, it was almost doubled. So the improvement is obvious. He entered the 10-star martial artist realm, and his strength skyrocketed to about 800,000 pounds. The strength was increased by 200,000 pounds. This kind of power is infinitely close to that of a true master. However, Shin Tunan always felt that he still had room for improvement. Maybe my foundation is too solid, so I still can't get past the realm of half-step Grandmaster. Shin Tunan guessed secretly in his heart. He felt that if he wanted to break through to the Grandmaster level, he would probably have to reach a strength of 1 million gene first. By then, even without amplification, he can be called a master, not a Grandmaster, but someone very similar to a Grandmaster. I am increasingly looking forward to entering the Grandmaster realm. How strong will I be? Shin Tunan's body was rumbling, and the power of Qi and blood was surging. The master's true energy also emanated and flowed outside his body. Shin Tunan stood up from where he was and then looked at the pool in the cave. As soon as he came in, he found that the demon flame wolf had been blocking the pool and its attacks were long range, as if it was trying to prevent others from entering the back of the pool. Maybe there is a magic medicine there. Shin Tunan observed here and found that there was nothing in the water. Instead, there was a wall behind the pool. The wall was covered with many vines, covering a hole.
Shintunin took out his sword and cut off all the vines, and then a hole appeared inside. Once you enter the cave, it is extremely dark and there is no light at all. It was even pitch dark. Shintunin was a man of great skill and courage. He continued to move forward, not knowing how long he had been walking. Suddenly I saw a little light. He saw a swaying flower. The flower was completely red, even its leaves were red, emitting red light, like a bright lamp in the dark night, extremely conspicuous. This is a 4th-level spiritual medicine, the red leaf spiritual flower. Shintunin was a little excited. The price of this 4th-level spiritual medicine is worth more than 15 million, which is more expensive than his sword. Moreover, this 4th-level elixir has special properties and can greatly increase the probability of a person breaking through to the Grandmaster level. When made into a potion, it is more expensive than ordinary 4th-level potions. So usually if there are any, they are bought up instantly, and sometimes even at a higher price. Shintunin remembered watching a video. A wealthy man raised the price to 30 million to buy this 4th-level spiritual medicine at an auction. So even if you don't take this thing yourself, you can still make a fortune by selling it. It seems that my luck is really good. Shintunin was very happy and approached quickly. However, he discovered that this 4th-level spiritual medicine originally had 12 petals, but now 2 were missing, probably eaten by the demon flame wolf. That's why the demon flame wolf was able to mutate and break through to the level of a half-step Grandmaster. Although it's a pity, even if 2 petals are missing, they are still priceless. This thing doesn't have to be complete. 10 petals can also be made into a potion, or swallowed directly. The price may be a few million cheaper, but it's no big deal. After picking the red leaf spiritual flower, Shintunin returned along the original path. After all, it was too dark here. He still likes to find a place with light to refine this elixir. Soon he arrived at the exit. With his agility, he easily jumped over the small pool about 5 meters long and wide, and stepped steadily on the ground. However, just as he landed, he heard footsteps in front of him and looked forward. I found a young man in a black suit, who looked very high-spirited and was obviously a kid from a wealthy family. His temperament is somewhat similar to He Tao's. The people following behind him were all emitting powerful energy and blood. Especially the unremarkable old man, who walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, carrying the wind with him. Red leaf spirit flower. When the young man in the black suit saw the elixir in Shintunin's hand, his eyes lit up and he looked a little excited. The old man glanced at the corpse of the demon flame wolf not far away and said, "No wonder this demon flame wolf mutated and even grew sharp horns. It turns out it ate the petals of this spiritual medicine. It was a bit of a waste." Then, Old Bai turned his gaze to Shintunin and said, "Young man, my young master wants the red leaf spirit flower in your hand. Can you give it to me if I can pay for it?" He saw that Shintunin was young but had an extraordinary aura, and perhaps he was a descendant of a big family. Not willing to make enemies easily. Wang Kong, however, didn't care about all that. He said to Bai Lao beside him, "Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just grab it from me. It would be a waste if this thing falls into his hands." When Shintunin heard this, a murderous look appeared in his eyes. I originally wanted to have a nice talk with this group of people. After all, the old man was quite polite in his words. He didn't expect that this young man in a suit would actually want to rob him of his things. Did he really think he was a soft persimmon that he could easily take advantage of? Master. After hearing what his young master said, Bai Lao sighed, "You should just think about these things in your heart, and you shouldn't say them out loud. This person in front of me was able to kill the mutated demon flame wolf. His own strength must be quite strong. In addition, he is not very old. He might be a genius from a martial arts university or a large family. We shouldn't have created a powerful enemy for no reason." However, young Master Wang no longer wanted to listen to this nonsense and said, "No matter who he is, I want this red leaf spirit flower. Even if the sky falls, his father will support him, so he is not afraid at all." Although Old Bai felt somewhat helpless, he was the patriarch of the Wang family and the guardian assigned to this young master. His status is not as good as young Master Wang's. "Young man, you have heard what my young master said. Hand over the elixir in your hand," Old Bai said in a calm voice, with a dangerous light in his eyes. Young Master Wang laughed even more arrogantly and said, "I am from the Wang family of Ziyang Prefecture. My father is the patriarch of the Wang family of Ziyang Prefecture. If you have any sense, just hand over what you have in your hands. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here safely." He took the initiative to reveal his identity in order to put pressure on Shintunin.
After all, if they are from the same big family or are geniuses, they will definitely know the Wang family and feel wary of it. When Shintunin heard the other party speak, he replied coldly, "Get lost." He doesn't care whether the other family is the Wang family or the Li family. If they dare to steal his things, he will kill them. In the past, I didn't have enough strength, and some of the places that should have been mine were taken away by others. Later, his girlfriend was taken away by someone, and the things he wanted were taken away by someone. I lived such a miserable life before I was 30. Now that my awakening system is so powerful, will I still endure this humiliation? Even if the world is turned upside down, he is not afraid. Chapter 35, Kneeling Down and Begging for Mercy, Super Genius. In the cave. Old Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, and an astonishing murderous aura flowed from his body, making the people around him instinctively feel a sense of danger. It was like a frog encountering its natural enemy, with goosebumps all over its body. It seems that Old Bai is really angry. This guy is in trouble. One of the martial artists who followed Wang Xiaolai whispered. Old Bai is a true master, and he is not someone who has just become a master. He has been famous for many years and is a true veteran master. His strength has reached the Grandmaster level of 3 stars or above, and most Grandmasters have to give Bai Lao some face. But this guy in front of him, who was so ignorant of his own life, actually dared to scold young Master Wang directly and didn't care about Old Bai's warning at all. He was simply courting death. You really don't know me? Wang Xiao stepped forward and asked, with a hint of anger on his face. Logically speaking, who doesn't know his name? Unless the person in front of me is not from Xiang Mansion. Shin Tunin glanced at him coldly and said, "Are you famous? Why should I know you?" He felt confused. Wang Xiao smiled coldly and said, "Since you don't know me, it's understandable that you dare to talk to me like this. But I'm looking forward to seeing you kneel down and beg for mercy next. That will definitely be fun." When Shin Tunin heard this, he felt like the person on the other side had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Wang Xiao continued, "My Wang family has a powerful innate master in charge." He only said these few words, and then looked at Shin Tunin proudly. When Shin Tunin heard the words innate strong man, his expression changed slightly. He had learned about this realm on an online forum. Above the Grandmaster level was the innate realm. A strong man of this level is completely a hegemon. If they get angry, rivers of blood will flow and the mountains and rivers will be in turmoil. Such a strong person can suppress a major riot by himself. It is said that there was a city with a population of millions where a horrific case of collusion once occurred. The people of the 10,000 races sect colluded with several of the masters to rebel, hoping to launch a surprise attack and eliminate the innate strongmen. It is said that in that battle, the 10,000 races sect deployed thousands of people, all of whom were powerful warriors, including some masters. However, despite such a large force, they were counterattacked by that terrifying innate strongman. It is said that the innate strong man had raging flames on his body, the power of elements was surging, and flames filled the sky and the earth. None of the 10 masters who besieged him survived, and thousands of people from the 10,000 races sect all died under the flames. The innate strong ones control the power of elements, and those who control fire can burn everything, with unparalleled dominance. Those who control thunder can judge all living beings and frighten away evil spirits. By controlling the power of the wind element, you can listen to everything and be as free as the wind. Of course, there are more elemental powers than these, but one must reach the innate realm to comprehend them. This is also the reason why the innate strong can be as high and mighty as gods. Even a master is filled with awe when facing an innate strong man, just like an ordinary warrior is in awe of the master. In the forum, this kind of powerful person is described as possessing unfathomable power. Of course, this may be an exaggeration. But it is undeniable that the innate strong are absolutely invincible like Mount Tai and the North Star. One person can suppress unrest, one person can intimidate countless villains, and can guard a city of millions of people like a solid wall of steel, like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea. In a small city like Los Angeles, if a powerful innate being was born, there would probably be drums and gongs, and celebrations for 3 days and 3 nights. They might even build statues and hang banners. From this point, it can be seen that the innate strong are indeed high above and awe-inspiring. And this young Master Wang in front of him, he claimed that his family had a strong man of this level. No wonder he dared to be so domineering, no wonder he dared to act so recklessly. Bai Lao's eyes were like sharp blades, falling on Shin Tunin, and he said, "Young man, hand it over. The Wang family is not something you can afford to offend. Even if you have a big family behind you, I'm afraid they won't stand up for you." Shin Tunin remained silent at this moment and did not answer Wang Xiao and the others. Indeed, upon hearing the words innate strong man, Shintunen felt a sense of awe in his heart. In addition to their great strength, the most important thing about the innate strongmen is that they have made great contributions to the human race. Guard the city and protect the peace of all living beings.
No. Shintunen's eyes suddenly became firm. I have a system and an invincible talent. Sooner or later, I will become an innate, and even become an existence above the innate. A congenitally strong person is not enough to make me in awe.
At this moment, Shintunen broke free from the spirit in his heart, and his state of mind was elevated at this moment. The so-called innate strong man is just the object he wants to surpass in the future. At this time, Wang Xiao looked at Shintunen's dazed look and thought that he was frightened. After all, as long as the words innate strongman are mentioned, few people dare to resist him. You must consider the consequences of offending him. You, go and take the elixir from his hand. Wang Xiao ordered a martial artist behind him.
The martial artist nodded slightly, then strode to Shintunen, ready to take the elixir.
Hold it carefully, don't damage the elixir.
Wang Xiao reminded from behind.
The martial artist nodded again, then reached out to take the elixir from Shintunen's hand. But the next moment, he suddenly felt cold all over, as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. Everything around him was fading away, and only darkness was left before his eyes. In the darkness, all one could see were two pupils as sharp as swords, emitting endless chill.
If you want to die, I'll grant you that.
Shintunen didn't bother to care about the martial artist who had been scared to the ground by him, but instead shifted his gaze to Wang Xiao. At this moment, his energy and blood burst out, and the master's true energy in his body also penetrated his body and flowed outside his body surface. The air around became heavy at this moment. The scene became extremely depressing, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on everyone's chest, making it difficult to breathe. Shintunen exuded his dominance without any concealment. With a strength of 800,000 jin, he could fight against a master without using any amplification. He was a true strong man. The pressure he exuded was equivalent to that of a master, sweeping away everything, suppressing everything, and being extremely domineering. At this moment, Wang Xiao was so frightened that he instinctively took a few steps back, and his legs felt a little weak. He quickly looked at the old man beside him. At this moment, Old Bai was also stunned, his eyes were about to pop out, full of shock.
Grandmaster, this person is actually a grandmaster. The characteristic of becoming a master is the master's true chi. Almost all of 10,000 people are like this. It is almost impossible to generate the master's true chi in advance. I don't know how many people have tried, but there have been countless failures and almost no one has succeeded. If he had succeeded, he would have become famous all over the world and would be a true super genius. Therefore, he guessed that Shintunen in front of him was also a master, and not the kind of super genius who had the master's true energy born prematurely. But this is scary enough. After all, Shintunen doesn't look very old, only in his early 20s. If this person's real age were known, his talent would be terrifying, and he would surpass this old man sooner or later. Chapter 36, Kill the Grandmaster and send you down to accompany him. Old Bai, quickly kill him. Young Master Wang's voice trembled. He felt extremely uncomfortable all over, facing such a master-level pressure. He felt like all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. I felt an unprecedented pain all over my body. Only then did Old Bai come to his senses and immediately burst out with astonishing pressure, which collided with Shintunen's pressure. Boom! At that moment, a thunder-like explosion seemed to ring in everyone's ears, making their scalps numb and their minds shocked. Although the collision of that force was invisible, everyone still felt the unimaginable oppression and deafening sound. How can he be a grandmaster? Such a young master, this is too terrifying. The martial artists who followed Wang Xiao were now filled with horror and felt extremely shocked. Each of them is older than Shintunen, and although they are from a small place, they can still be called martial arts masters. But their ultimate goal is to become a master and change their own identity and destiny. Just like Bai Lao was originally just an ordinary guard like them. But after becoming a master, his status and position immediately improved by several levels. If a martial artist could be abandoned at will, the family would not care too much even if he was killed. But if the grandmaster were to be killed, the Wang family would probably be furious. Because the number of masters is very limited, even in large families they are the backbone of the family and can be entrusted with important tasks. This is the difference in status between a grandmaster and a martial master. Young man, I really don't want to kill you.
At this moment, Bai Lao's energy and blood were completely released, and he did not hide the master's true energy in his body. His master's true qi and blood are more powerful than Shen Tunan's, the difference is almost several times.
But you really don't know what's good for you and don't know how to bow your head. Then today I will teach you a lesson you will never forget and send you to hell for free.
Old Bai grinned, and the master's true energy in his body burst out wildly, and the surrounding air currents were distorted at this moment. The ground was shaking slightly, as if it was about to be torn apart at any time.
At this moment, Old Bai didn't look like a human being at all.
Instead, he looked like a mad beast. His blood and energy was so strong that it was terrifying. This kind of qi and blood was like a flame, releasing astonishing heat, causing the temperature of the entire cave to rise rapidly, instantly climbing to over 40 degrees.
It makes people feel hot and unbearable. This is the Grandmaster.
When the Grandmaster gets angry, blood flows for 100 miles. There was once a master of the 10,000 races sect who brutally massacred thousands of people, causing rivers of blood to flow. The Grandmaster's wrath is not something that ordinary people can bear. The flying insects and animals around the cave, sensing this breath and pressure, also fled around frantically, obviously frightened.
Old Bai, he actually dared to treat me like this. I must cut him into pieces to relieve the hatred in my heart.
With the protection of Old Bai, Shen Tuanan's pressure could no longer be suppressed on him.
So he became arrogant and started shouting there.
He was confident that Bai Lao could defeat his opponent because that was how he had done it before.
He absolutely trusts Bai Lao's strength.
A master once tried to assassinate him, but was repelled by Old Bai, not to mention Shen Tuanan in front of him. After all, Shen Tuanan looks younger than him.
Even if he is a master, how powerful can he be? There is a difference between grandmasters.
The gap between the old grandmaster and the new grandmaster is not a little bit, but a world of difference. You should know that each star level of the grandmaster will increase his strength by 1,000,000 pounds.
As long as there is a difference of 1 star, the difference in combat power will be huge.
Shen Tuanan smiled slightly when he heard this, but there was a hint of coldness in his smile. I am like the rising sun, bright and shining, with a good time ahead of me, but you are old and frail. If anyone goes to hell, you, an old man, will go there first. Why don't I send you down first, and then send your young master to hell to accompany you, so that you won't be alone?
When it comes to talking, Shen Tuanan has never been afraid of anyone.
Seeing that he couldn't win the argument, Bai Lao snorted coldly, then let's see who's the winner.
He couldn't wait to tear Shen Tuanan to pieces.
The feeling of killing such a genius must make him feel very refreshed. Shen Tuanan said, it just so happens that I've never killed a grandmaster before, so I'll use you as an opportunity to open this gap today. Hearing such arrogant words, Bai Lao suppressed his anger in his heart and felt that he shouldn't talk so much nonsense to Shen Tuanan. The other party showed no respect for him, the veteran master, and was even provocative and sarcastic. This made him feel seriously insulted.
Court death.
Old Bai stepped on the ground, and then the master's true energy wrapped around his left leg, stirring up a gust of wind underground.
Under the blessing of the true energy.
The power of his kick was extremely domineering, with a violent sound of breaking through the air, that was the sound of air exploding, and the momentum was surging. Fourth martial art, collapsing cloud leg. He had practiced this move for who knows how many years, and he was only one step away from perfection, with terrifying power. With the support of his millions of leg strength, he could kick Shen Tuanan to pieces, not to mention a mountain. When the people around saw this scene, they all thought that Shen Tuanan was doomed to die. But the next moment, Shen Tuanan suddenly disappeared from the spot, and everyone noticed floating lights appearing on the ground. At this time, Old Bai landed at the place where Shen Tuanan was just now. The terrifying force fell on the ground, creating a deep pit 6 meters wide. The surrounding gravel splashed and shot in all directions, creating a gust of air.
Bai Lao frowned slightly, obviously sensing some trouble, and asked in surprise, perfection-level body movement martial arts?
It is very difficult to practice martial arts skills, especially to perfect them, which are as rare as a 1,000-mile horse. Old Bai's eyes rolled, and he suddenly had an idea. He said, if you have the guts, stop hiding like a rat and hand over the red leaf spirit flower. I'll spare your life. The other party has mastered this kind of body movement, and if he wants to escape, he really can't catch him. So he could only try his best to provoke Shen Tuanan.
Shen Tunan's face was expressionless and he didn't look happy at all. So the Grandmaster is just like this. I was too cautious.
Shen Tuanan pressed a button and took out the weapon in his hand to slash with the sword. Holding the alloy weapon, he slowly slid his 2 fingers across the blade and said, today, I will let you drink the Grandmaster's blood.
Then he pointed the sword at Bai Lao. When old Bai saw that Shin Tunan was so easily fooled, he showed contempt in his heart. It was certain that Shin Tunan's strength was far inferior to his. As long as the other party dared to confront him head-on, he could kill him with one blow and eliminate this disaster. Grab the elixir from the other person's hand. Then let me see how you drink my grandmaster's blood. Even though it was an alloy weapon, old Bai didn't take it seriously. After all, alloy weapons depend on who uses them. Just now, when he saw that Shin Tunan didn't dare to fight head-on, he also realized that the other party seemed to be a fake master. The strength in his body does not seem to have reached the level of 1,000,000 pounds. He should be a master with weak blood and true energy. He might have taken some elixir or potion and forced himself into this state, but he is not stable. He felt that he could kill such a master with just one hand. He mobilized the true energy in his body and slowly condensed it on his legs again, preparing to launch a sudden and fatal attack to eliminate the opponent. Phantom Sword Technique, Tenfold Amplification. Shin Tunan raised the sword in his hand and then slashed it out. This sword was like a dream, with countless sword energies rolling and converging around the sword energy, which was extremely terrifying. What you? Facing this sword, Bai Lao's face suddenly changed and he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Even the body became a little stiff and tense at that moment. At this moment, he found himself like a prey being targeted by his natural enemy. However, his body's instinct made him kick out, and he moved forward with a rolling wave of air, accompanied by countless stones spinning and rolling, and at the same time wrapped in the master's true energy. Swish! However, when he kicked out, it also meant that his life came to an end. The brilliant sword light split his master's true energy and rolled forward. The phantom sword light cut off his legs, and the power did not decrease as it slashed across Bai Lao's body. A red line appeared on his body, and then he fell to the ground with a bang. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip, filled with disbelief and horror. A great master fell in this way. The surroundings were as quiet as death, without a single sound. At this moment, Wang Xiao and the people behind him felt like the sky was falling. Everyone was in a daze, feeling that the scene before them was somewhat unreal. Bai Lao. The dead silence was broken by Wang Xiao's roar. Wang Kong, the young master of the Wang family, felt his legs go weak and he fell to his knees on the ground. He ignored the dirt and mess on the ground and crawled to Bai Lao's side little by little. His suit was torn, but he didn't care at all. Young Master Wang trembled as he held old Master Wang's body, his teeth and hands shaking. Mr. Bai has been with him since he was a child, even longer than his father and mother. In his heart, he has long been like a family member. It was Master Bai who taught him how to practice and led him on the path of martial arts. It was also old Bai who had always been by his side protecting him. But now, he is harmed by Lao. At this moment, his eyes were red, tears and snot were flowing, and he had completely lost the demeanor of a young master. He no longer had the arrogance he had just now, and cried like a helpless child. Since you are so sad and crying, why don't I take you down to accompany him? Blood was flowing down from the tip of Shin Tunan's sword as he looked down at Wang Xiao from above. Chapter 37 Killing, Harvest, Space Ring. Shin Tunan was holding an alloy weapon and had just killed a master. He exuded an astonishing murderous aura. This murderous aura is enough to make people feel fear and terror. Master. The martial artists quickly came to Wang Xiao and stared at Shin Tunan nervously. Although they could escape, they could not flee. If they escape, they will not survive. As long as anything happens to Wang Kong, the head of the Wang family will not let them go, and even their families will be implicated. The Wang family is so domineering. With a powerful innate master in charge, many rules can no longer pose a threat to the Wang family. They surrounded Wang Xiao. One of them said, "Master, hurry up and leave. We will cover your retreat." Although they knew they would surely die, at least their families would not be implicated. At this moment, Wang Xiao didn't listen to the guards at all. His pupils were full of red bloodshot and tears flowed uncontrollably. He felt his eyes were sore and painful. It felt like there was a wild beast roaring in my heart, but the sound was suppressed in my throat and could not be uttered. At this moment, Wang Xiao was extremely painful, and his hatred for Shin Tunan reached its peak. "What's your name?" Wang Xiao calmed down and finally spoke in a hoarse voice from his throat. Swish. As soon as he finished asking the question, a sword energy cut down a martial artist guard. This person took the initiative to stand in front of Wang Xiao, and his body was cut off on the spot. He screamed and fell to the ground. Bright red liquid spilled all over the ground, and the smell of blood became even stronger.
Young master, now is not the time to talk about this, let's go, one of the guards roared. He felt like he was going crazy. They risked their lives to resist this young master, but their young master didn't run away and kept asking these questions. It's so stupid. When Wang Xiao saw that one of his guards had died again, there was no sadness in his eyes. Because he only cared about Bai Lao, and had no feelings for the other guards at all. Do you think I can escape? His agility is so great that even old Bai can't catch up with him. If I run away now, I'm afraid I'll be the next to die. This young master Wang looked arrogant and domineering, but after old Bai's death he seemed to have grown smarter and become much smarter. The guards who were protecting young master Wang thought for a moment after hearing this. They felt that what Wang Xiao said made sense. But if young master Wang died here, they would not be able to report their mistake, so they could not leave. 9 Shadow Sword Technique. Shin Tunin could also see the determination of those guards, so when the 9 sword shadows fell, the guards' pupils reflected the sword light and they fell to the ground one after another. No one could withstand Shin Tunin's sword. After all, the gap between them is too big. Even if Shin Tunin didn't use any amplification, killing this group of people would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Young Master Wang remained indifferent, as if the person who had just died was not his guard. No matter who you are, if you kill me, my father will definitely find out the truth, and then you will definitely die. Young Master Wang supported himself on the ground with his hands, then struggled to stand up. He seemed to foresee his own death and uttered his last words. It's a pity that you can't see the scene. Shin Tunin swung the sword in his hand. A flash of sword light burst out, and a white light passed across young Master Wang's neck. Everything is settled. Bang! Young Master Wang's body fell to the ground with a loud bang, representing the fall of a member of a prominent family. Shin Tunin's pupils were indifferent. Even though he knew that the other party had an innate background, he still acted without hesitation. He will not show mercy to anyone who dares to snatch his opportunity or even wants to kill him. After all, I have been feeling depressed for so long, and now I can finally let it all out. However, sooner or later I will have to face a powerful person in the Xiantian realm, so I have to prepare as soon as possible. Shin Tunin knew that such powerful people were mysterious and unpredictable. If he wanted to deal with beings of that level, he must first break through to the Grandmaster level. Only then will you have the strength to fight. Moreover, once I break through and become a Grandmaster, I should change my martial arts as soon as possible. Otherwise, without a tenfold increase, it would be really difficult to face a strong man in the innate realm. The most important thing is that he has never fought against such a strong man, and he has no real idea of what kind of power the strong man has that can shake the world and make ghosts cry. I'll have to go back to Tieba and check it out. This is to avoid being in a panic when you really encounter a congenitally strong person in the future. After all, based on the currently known information, he only knew that innate strong people could control the power of elements, and he didn't know much else. For example, how much power can a congenitally strong person achieve? Completely unaware. Shin Tunin glanced at the corpses on the ground and suddenly saw that Wang Xiao on the ground was wearing a ring on his finger. This ring is extremely exquisite. It has a lion pattern on it and 2 small words Lion King engraved on it. There was a small button on the ring. Shin Tunin pressed it and the ring made a sound, as if something suddenly opened. Suddenly, something made up of countless numbers appeared in front of Shin Tunin, emitting blue light, like a virtual space. This space is about 30 cubic meters and is marked on it. This is a space ring. Shin Tunin knew it immediately. This is where Gaowu Nanqing is developed and where high technology is created. He could see that there were some crystals in this virtual space. He just clicked the button on the virtual space. Do you want to take it out? A question like this popped up above. Shin Tunin nodded without hesitation, and then a level 3 ferocious beast crystal appeared in his hand. With this thing, everything is so convenient. Shin Tunin immediately put everything he had gained during this period into this space ring. Just click to put in, and then put these things in the virtual space, they will automatically enter the ring and be quietly stored in a corner. If you want to take it out, just click on the panel in the virtual space, which is extremely convenient. As expected of a descendant of a wealthy family, he is truly wealthy. Shin Tuanan saw several third-level ferocious beast crystals and many second-level ferocious beast crystals inside. There were also gold bars inside, about 45 kilograms, worth about 10 million. Gold is universal and easy to sell, and can be directly exchanged for cash by selling it to a martial arts school. Of course, the most expensive one is this space ring.
Shin Tunin knew that a space ring with 30 cubic meters should be a 4th level space ring.
This kind of thing usually costs hundreds of millions, and usually has to be purchased through connections. It is difficult to buy it through general channels, and even if you can buy it, you have to pay a premium. In addition to being convenient, this kind of thing is generally also a symbol of status. Therefore, it is more expensive than some alloy weapons, and there is still a shortage of demand. Since it has the words Lion King on it, let's call it the Lion King ring. After getting the space ring, Shin Tunin felt in a good mood. He hummed a little tune, cleaned the sword in his hand, and left the scene. Prepare to find a quiet place, devour the elixir and crystals to break through. I want to use this to enter the Grandmaster realm. Chapter 38, 12-fold amplification, Source of Life LV7, cutting the mountain with one sword. Come to the cave entrance. Shin Tunin gathered his master's true energy into his fist and swung it violently. Boom! Like the roar of an angry dragon, there was a deafening explosion, and the entire cave collapsed in an instant, with rubble rolling and falling from the sky. Countless clouds of smoke and dust rolled up. Shin Tunin broke through the smoke and dust and left the place. The reason for doing this was to let the people of the Wang family find out later that it was him who dealt with the young master of the Wang family. Buy yourself time to become stronger. Shin Tunin came to a deserted place, which was very quiet and secluded. It was also a cave. However, it is obviously much smaller than the cave on the site of the demon flame wolf, and there should be ferocious beasts inside. But there is no trace of it. Shin Tunin found a place to sit down and then began to practice. The first thing is to devour the 4th level elixir in your hand. Furnace of Heaven and Earth. Shin Tunin used his talent, and a huge furnace appeared in his body again to melt everything. After refining this level of spiritual medicine, a large amount of medicinal effects were fed back to his body, and Shin Tunin once again felt the feeling of his flesh being torn apart. The terrifying medicinal effect surged like a tide, flowing through Shin Tunin's body. He quickly activated his tyrant body skill and began to refine the medicinal effects to increase his own strength. The power of Qi in blood is increasing, and the master's true Qi is becoming more powerful. At this moment, Shin Tunin forgot the passage of time and concentrated on refining this power. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from his body, a terrifying heat current spread everywhere, and his breath reached its peak at this moment. The ground collapsed directly, and spider web-like cracks appeared, unable to withstand Shin Tunin's strength at the moment. The terrifying master's true energy flowed around Shin Tunin. He looked at his hands, where a large amount of Grandmaster Qi gathered. This made Shin Tunin feel that this power needed to be released, otherwise he would feel like he had a breath stuck in his heart. Go! He threw a punch, performing the martial arts skill of breaking the air fist. The fist light was like the sun, rushing towards the sky, like a stream of light, cutting through the darkness. Then a huge noise erupted in the sky and echoed throughout the forest. The terrifying sound made the eardrums of countless people buzz. At this moment, countless people looked up at the sky. That's the aura of a Grandmaster. Has a Grandmaster arrived at the ferocious beast forest? Which Grandmaster is it? Countless people were shocked and found it unbelievable. After all, it is rare to encounter a master in the ferocious beast forest of Luochang. Many people even wanted to rush in that direction, but after thinking about it, they hesitated. After all, they couldn't figure out the master's temper. If the master had a bad temper, they might get taught a lesson. At this time, Shin Tunin restrained his own master's true energy. Now he has already possessed the combat power of a master level through the most basic training, without any need for amplification. The power of that punch should have reached 1.2 million pounds, which increased the strength by 400,000 pounds. However, what troubled Shin Tunin was that he did not feel the pleasure of a breakthrough. It is said that when one breaks through to the Grandmaster level, there will be a feeling of overflowing water, and then one will naturally step into the Grandmaster realm. However, he is far from reaching this limit, so now he can only be regarded as a half-step master. But he has all the methods of a Grandmaster, whether it is the Grandmaster's true Qi or the Grandmaster's level of strength, all of them have met the standards. I should be considered the most terrifying half-step Grandmaster. Shin Tunin originally thought that he could skip this transitional stage, but he found that his accumulation was too profound, which made him different from other masters. Even if one reaches a strength of 1 million Jin, one still cannot enter the Grandmaster realm. I still have some ferocious beast crystals. If I refine them all, I should be able to increase my strength. Shin Tunin took out all the ferocious beast crystals in the space ring. Use all of your talents to refine them, feed them back into yourself, and increase your strength.
But 5 minutes later, Shin Tunin opened his eyes and showed a disappointed expression. After his strength exceeded 1 million gene, the improvement brought to him by these third-level and second-level beast crystals was too small. After refining all of it, the strength was only increased by 100,000 pounds. The effect is completely different from that of the fourth-level elixir. I currently have a strength of about 1.3 million kilograms. Shin Tunin estimated. Then he checked the panel inside his body. Host, Shin Tunin. Talent, Crucible of Heaven and Earth, Source of Life LV1 upgradable. Martial Arts, Tyrant Body Skill 3rd level. Martial Arts, Taishan Sword Technique Dragon Roar Style comes with a double amplification. One style is a 4th level martial arts. You can continue to create moves and upgrade levels 10-fold amplification. Level 3 Phantom Sword Technique Perfect, 7 times amplification. Level 2 9 Shadow Sword Technique Perfect tripled amplification. In martial arts, the domineering bodybuilding skills have already covered other martial arts. As for martial arts, when his strength exceeded 1 million, the Phantom Sword Technique, as expected, did not increase tenfold. As for the 9 Shadow Sword Technique, the increase is even lower, as well as the Sky-Breaking Fist and so on. But there is also a benefit. The level of Taishan swordsmanship has finally been revealed. It has its own amplification, plus a 10-fold amplification, which is a full 12-fold amplification. No wonder he felt a pain as if his meridians and flesh were being torn apart when he burst out with all his strength. At that time, his body must have reached its limit. If he swung the sword a second time, his body might explode. As for the source of life, why is there an additional word about upgradable? Shin Tunin remembered that he didn't see it last time. Out of curiosity, Shin Tunin tried clicking it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading the source of life. Source of Life LV7 can instantly repair injuries, even if severely damaged, can be restored to its original state. Can be used once a day to gain the special effect of stepping into the air. It was improved by 6 small levels at once, which made Shin Tunin wonder whether the improvement of the source of life was related to his own realm. I just happened to be promoted from a 4-star martial artist to a half-step master. Half-step grandmaster cannot actually be considered a realm, it can only be said to be a transition, so it has not been recognized by the system. In other words, he had just advanced 6 levels in martial arts. It all fits in. However, the overall effect of the source of life has not changed, with only one additional special effect. Missed the opportunity. Shin Tunin was a little surprised and even a little excited. There is no limit to this missed opportunity. But he had heard that even a master, although he could create a false sense of hovering in the air, still needed help from others and could not walk in the air by his own strength. To achieve this, one must be a master above the level of grandmaster. But now he has obtained this special effect, which means he can walk in the air at will. Shin Tunin couldn't wait to use it, and the master's true energy in his body began to circulate. Then, as if there were steps, he walked towards the air step by step. Finally it arrived at a place more than 10 meters above the ground. Without the help of any objects, he stood in mid-air relying on his powerful master's true chi. Looking down from here, the perspective is completely different. However, the speed at which the step into the air consumes the Grandmaster's true energy is somewhat terrifying. It is estimated that it will be consumed within half an hour. A divine light flashed in Shin Tunin's eyes. He took out his sword and poured the Master's true energy into it. Then he used the Phantom Sword technique, with countless phantoms overlapping each other, which were extremely psychedelic and gorgeous, and could easily confuse the opponent. A 7-fold increase. The terrifying sword shadow eventually turned into a sword energy, cutting through the air, and the rolling airwaves rolled and slashed towards a mountain in the distance. Boom! I saw a sword mark on the mountain, smooth as a mirror, and then it collapsed with a loud bang. The huge mountain fell to the ground. When it fell to the ground, even the ground shook violently, like an earthquake. You have to know that this place is hundreds of meters away from the mountain, but it was still cut off directly by his phantom sword technique. In other words, this sword of his can kill a master from hundreds of meters away. Shin Tunin was very satisfied with his own strength and put away his ally weapon. But he had a premonition that Zhang Jian might not be able to accompany him for much longer. Just now he seemed to have felt the sword slashing, and it seemed that he was about to reach his limit. If the Dragon Roar style is used, this ally weapon will probably shatter. Shin Tunin guessed that the maximum bearing capacity of a third-level ally weapon should be 10 million pounds of force. I'm really reluctant to part with it. Shin Tunin looked at the long sword in his hand, although this ally weapon had only been in his hands for a short time. But after all, it was his first weapon that he was comfortable with, and he had a special feeling about it. When the task is handed in, I will go to the Thunder Martial Arts School and ask if I can upgrade the slashing sword into a level 4 alloy weapon. Shin Tunin thought to himself. Then he slowly fell from the sky. However, this scene was seen by a warrior not far away. These warriors were originally hunting ferocious beasts near this area, but they saw a sword that shook the sky and cracked the earth, and a figure walking in the air like a god. They all felt like they were dreaming. I wasn't blind just now, was I? Walking on air, isn't this something only a Xiantian realm expert can do? Holy crap! Xiantian realm, how could such a powerful person emerge from such a shabby place? It's out of the question. Such a top figure appears here. Is something big going to happen? These warriors came from Changha City to complete a mission, but they witnessed this horrific scene. They mistook Shin Tuanan for a powerful innate being and were afraid that something big might happen here. After discussing with each other, they hurriedly prepared to leave. As for the failure of the mission, it was a failure. At worst, they could just find another one. They are now like frightened birds, feeling extremely anxious. Chapter 39: The Beast Tide Attacks, Killing and Death. Deep in the forest of ferocious beasts, Shin Tunin walked towards the outskirts. He passed through the woods, but found that the surroundings were quiet. Not even a ferocious beast could be seen. Moreover, he deliberately chose a route that was completely different from the direction he came from before. Originally, he wanted to try and see if he could find a master-level ferocious beast. He had heard that there was a possibility of a 4th-level ferocious beast appearing in the ferocious beast forest. But unfortunately, even the 1st-level ferocious beasts could not be seen. Shin Tunin looked up at an ancient tree not far away. It was hundreds of meters tall, lush and green, blocking out the sun. There are some vines on this ancient tree, entwined around it and growing wildly. It looks like this ancient tree would require 2 or 3 adults to hug it with their arms fully outstretched. Shin Tunin used the floating light steps to climb up the ancient tree, wanting to see what was going on. After all, we are at a high place with a wide view, so perhaps we can find out the reason. Coming to the top of the ancient tree, Shin Tunin looked around and found that it was not only here, but also the places farther away were silent. You have to know that there are many ferocious beasts in the ferocious beast forest. It is impossible for it to be so quiet. It is as if there is no ferocious beast at all. Just when Shin Tunin was puzzled, his eyes suddenly looked into the distance. He felt the ground shaking, and there was a sense of danger that even he could sense. Could it be? Shin Tunin already had a guess in his mind that this might be an event that only occurs once every 10 years or so. A sign of a beast tide. The other side. Zhang Ming and others reaped great rewards. A group of people joined forces to kill a ferocious beast. The beast was a level 2 beast, but it was easily dealt with by the combined efforts of several warriors. This is a ferocious beast similar to a bear, and its fur is worth a lot of money. Zhang Ming took a knife and began to peel off the fur of the ferocious beast, and his companions also helped. Only Lu Hai, who had a conflict with Zhang Ming, stood aside and watched the fun with his hands folded. This is the last mission. After completing this mission, we should return, said a female companion. Everyone else had smiles on their faces because the mission was completed extremely smoothly without any casualties. Sure enough, sometimes you have to form a team to complete a task. This is the fastest and safest way to complete the task. By the way, do you think there's anything wrong around here? A cautious companion suddenly spoke up. Lu Hai sneered from the side. Lu Shan, he's such a big guy, but he's just like a woman, timid and cautious. Hearing this, the female companion among them was a little unhappy. She glared at Lu Hai fiercely and said fiercely, "What's wrong with women? Lu Hai, I want to tear your mouth apart." Lu Hai realized that he had offended his 2 companions with an unintentional word, so he quickly kept silent. After all, they will have to team up together to complete the mission in the future, so they can't offend each other to death. At this moment, Zhang Ming had already cut off the fur of the ferocious beast and took away the ferocious beast crystal. After doing all this, he smiled and prepared to treat Shin Tunin to a meal after completing the task. After all, they haven't had a meal together for a long time. What? Suddenly Lu Hai exclaimed because he felt an extremely dangerous aura. He was very sensitive to this kind of aura. What happened? Someone asked. I feel a chill down my spine. There might be a large number of ferocious beasts approaching this place. Lu Hai looked at one place, his hair stood on end, and he looked extremely nervous. The others sensed it carefully and found that there was not even an ant around. It was too quiet and too weird. Could it be that a beast tide is coming?
After hearing those two words, everyone's expressions became solemn, and some people's teeth were even chattering slightly. Every time a beast tide breaks out in the ferocious beast forest, countless warriors will die. It is extremely dangerous. After all, if the overwhelming number of ferocious beasts attacks, even a half-step master may not be able to withstand it and will be torn to pieces by the beast tide. Not to mention these ordinary warriors. Our luck can't be that bad, right? Zhang Ming's expression gradually became serious. If a beast tide really comes, they will be in danger. Let's leave first, someone suggested, feeling uneasy. Everyone also felt that the current atmosphere was a bit weird and nodded. Anyway, the mission is accomplished. After everyone discussed it, they prepared to return the same way. Boom! But the ground suddenly shook violently, and the two companions lost their balance and almost fell to the ground. They were horrified at this moment and all looked suddenly towards one place. There was billowing smoke and dust, accompanied by countless footsteps, and the vibration came from there. Run! At this time, Zhang Ming shouted loudly and ran away at his fastest speed. There is no need to guess now. A beast tide is really coming. If we don't run away, we will die. When his companions heard the sound, they reacted immediately and came over to escape. But right now. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in the sky, and a hissing sound was heard continuously. There were more than a dozen ferocious beasts like crows, with wings 6 meters long when spread out, swooping down here with a fierce momentum. One of his companions was caught off guard and was grabbed by the back of the head by the ferocious beast and then lifted into the sky. Seeing this scene, his companions were all frightened at this moment. Save me! The companion asked for help, but no one dared to look back at this moment, because if they looked back, they would surely die. These ferocious beasts are just the vanguard of the beast tide. There are more ferocious beasts not far away, roughly estimated to be more than thousands. Such a ferocious beast would crush them to death if it stepped on them. Ah! A scream was heard from the sky. One of their companions was torn apart in mid-air by a terrifying beast, and blood was spilled from the sky. This is an extremely bloody scene. But the incident did not only occur here. The area covered by the beast tide was too large. Some warriors who were in the deeper part of the ferocious beast forest had no time to escape and were trampled to death by one ferocious beast after another. Under the overwhelming tide of ferocious beasts, all life seemed extremely fragile. Even a warrior, or even a martial arts master, would surely die if they escaped a little too slowly. Zhang Ming was horrified, his heart in his throat. He didn't know if he had any hope of leaving here alive. Bah! From the sky came the roar of a ferocious beast filled with rage, accompanied by a strong wind. Zhang Ming felt a chill down his spine because this time the ferocious beast was coming towards him. Faced with this deadly crisis, he rolled violently into a forest ahead. With the resistance of the trees, the ferocious beast suddenly grabbed a huge ancient tree, crushed the ancient tree, and even overturned an ancient tree. Then the ferocious beast rushed directly into the sky, circled in the sky, and continued to search for prey. At the same time, Shin Tunan's ears suddenly moved. He seemed to hear the voice of his old classmate. From the sound, the other party should be not far from me. If I fly over, I should still make it in time. Shin Tunan thought of Zhang Ming and felt that he should go and save this friend. He jumped down from the tree and landed in mid-air. The master's true energy burst out and the power of qi and blood surged. When he burst out with all his strength, the air around him was slightly distorted and the temperature was rising at an alarming rate. The appearance has become a little blurry and ordinary people cannot see clearly. Swish! Shin Tunan walked into the air, tore through the sky, turned into a stream of light, and rushed towards the direction of his old classmate. Chapter 40, Sword cuts through the beast tide, divine power is mighty. Zhang Ming fell into the woods and saved his life. Just now, they were in an open area, so they became easy targets, but if they hid in the woods, it would not be so easy for those flying beasts to kill them. At this moment, Zhang Ming's face turned pale because he was scared. After all, those ferocious beasts are too brutal. And this is just the vanguard of the beast tide. If we don't leave quickly, no one will be able to escape when the beast tide comes. There was a pond not far from the woods. One of Zhang Ming's companions suddenly emerged from the pond and looked at Zhang Ming from a distance, ready to meet up with him. Zhang Ming. That companion was none other than the tall and strong Lu Shan. He was a burly man who climbed out of the water, walked to the shore, and shouted from a distance.
Zhang Ming also waved to the other party, preparing to meet up with him and escape together. After all, we had to disperse just now. If two people get together and leave together, the probability of survival will be much greater. Ah! But just as he was about to move forward, he discovered a huge creature suddenly emerged from the water. A huge snake head appeared in the water. The bald head was more than 3 meters long. Its bloody mouth opened wide and swallowed Lu Shan in one gulp. This horrifying scene frightened Zhang Ming so much that he turned around and ran without hesitation. What seemed to be quiet all around turned out to be the prelude to a storm. Now that the beast tide has arrived, countless ferocious beasts have begun to wreak havoc and gathered from all directions. This is a doomsday scene, so terrifying. Zhang Ming. While he was running away, he heard someone calling him again. It was a man with a broken arm, disheveled hair, and blood all over his body. Zhang Ming didn't recognize who this person was at first glance, and he looked at him with some vigilance. As a result, the other party lifted up his hair, and Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment. Because the two of them had a disagreement not long ago and had a big fight, and no one paid any attention to each other. Lu Hai, why do you look like this? Zhang Ming asked. I encountered a ferocious beast and nearly died. My other companion who escaped with me was ripped open by the beast. Having said that, a trace of sadness and pain flashed in Lu Hai's eyes. A perfectly good person was gone just like that. It was still jumping around in the previous second, and lying there quietly in the next second, being eaten by those ferocious beasts. Hey! Zhang Ming didn't know how to comfort others, but the grudge between the two was temporarily put aside. Let's run away quickly. It's becoming increasingly unsafe here. We must leave the ferocious beast forest before the beast tide completely descends. Lu Hai nodded. The two of them began to rush towards the outskirts of the ferocious beast forest together, trying to escape from this horrible place. But the killing did not end. Deep in the ferocious beast forest, several warriors who were traveling together were covered in blood, and each of them looked miserable. The team was led by a powerful martial artist, but at this moment, there was only fear in his pupils. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up from the sky, and one of them saw a pair of cold eyes. Those eyes exuded an oppressive coldness that made people shudder. It's a level 3 ferocious beast, the tiger-headed eagle. Everyone looked up and saw a ferocious beast with a head like a tiger, but with a pair of wings that were more than 10 meters wide. When he spread his wings, covering the sky and blocking out the sun, it was like a dark cloud pressing down on the sky. The terrifying shadow made everyone's heart palpitate. The martial artist who took the lead had a look of fear in his eyes. Because a ferocious beast of this level is impossible to kill unless there are several powerful martial artists present. I saw the tiger eagle flapping its wings and landing quickly. Everyone looked for places to hide. But they underestimated this terrifying third-level beast. When its sharp claws fell, a huge bluestone was directly shattered, and the warrior hiding behind the bluestone was torn into pieces. Then the hawk flew high into the sky, circled once, and continued to stare at its next prey. The tiger eagle's claws were extremely sharp, like a divine weapon, indestructible, and emitted a cold light under the sunlight. Not far away from them, there was an overwhelming sound of footsteps and smoke and dust filled the sky. That was a real army of ferocious beasts, a truly terrifying tide of ferocious beasts. Although the tiger-headed eagle in front of him was also extremely dangerous, it was nothing compared to the tide of ferocious beasts behind him. Run, don't resist. The martial artist leading the team quickly reminded everyone. It is difficult to deal with just one tiger eagle, let alone the tide of beasts behind it. If you delay for one more second here, the risk will increase. Yes. They did not care about the death of their companions and quickly fled in all directions. But they had only one direction to escape, which was to the outskirts of the ferocious beast forest, and they had to leave this place quickly. Otherwise, you will surely die. At this moment, the tiger-headed eagle in the sky did not chase the crowd, but flapped its wings in the opposite direction and fled. He seemed to sense the arrival of some dangerous person. The leading martial artist was a little surprised, because he knew that a ferocious beast like the Stellar's eagle would not give up until it had killed all its prey. Just as he was wondering, a streak of light appeared in the sky. One could vaguely see that it was a truly powerful person, walking in the air. He held a weapon in his hand, which was an alloy long sword. Evil beast. Shen Tunan saw the ferocious beast killing people from afar, so he rushed over immediately. The sword came down with the hand raised. A sword beam cut through the sky, and the tiger-headed eagle's claws flashed with cold light, trying to resist.
But he underestimated the power of the sword, and his claws were cut off on the spot.
The huge body split into two.
Shin Tunin landed on the ground, took the beast crystal, and continued to rush deeper. Because he had not found Zhang Ming yet, killing the tiger-headed eagle was just a side job. The martial artists and warriors he saved were now rubbing their eyes, thinking they had seen it wrong.
What's going on? Why do I seem to see someone walking in the air? What a powerful person this is. Is this the Supreme Grandmaster? A group of people were discussing the matter.
They were all local warriors and thought that the most powerful one was the Grandmaster.
As for the innate strong ones, they are too far away.
They only know that such strong ones are very strong.
But only that martial artist knew that even a master could not walk in the air as if on flat ground. Thank you for saving my life, sir.
He bowed and clasped his fists, saluted in the direction Shin Tunin left, then turned and fled. Such a strong man might be able to go in and out of the beast tide 7 times, but he couldn't do it. Saving his life was the most important thing.
In the dense woods,
Zhang Ming and Lu Hai took care of each other. When they encountered some ferocious beasts that wanted to attack them, they killed them together. At this moment, Zhang Ming suddenly thought of Shin Tunin and felt a little emotional. He said, "Fortunately, my old classmate is not with me, otherwise, in this situation, I don't know if I can keep him."
No one could predict that a beast tide would break out. Lu Hai was silent.
Now that he had a broken arm, his hope in martial arts was basically gone, and it would be difficult for him to make progress in his lifetime.
Now I just want to get out alive. Boom!
However, at this moment, a terrifying aura erupted not far from them.
Even though they were hundreds of meters away, they could still vaguely see that it was a human figure.
The figure quickly cut through the sky and rushed directly towards the beast dynasty. The flying ferocious beasts in the sky kept falling from the sky like rain.
Zhang Ming and Lu Hai were stunned when they saw the scene.
They could hardly imagine how terrifying the powerful being who could fly in the sky was. And the strong man seemed to pause when passing by Zhang Ming and his group.
Shin Tunin saw his old classmate Zhang Ming. He just took a look and smiled slightly after making sure that the other party was safe.
Then he continued to move forward at high speed towards the direction of the beast tide. He held the sword in his hand and looked at the surging tide of beasts that was raising a cloud of dust. There was no fear on his face and he slashed with his sword.
Phantom sword technique, 7 times amplification.
Countless sword shadows emerged and eventually turned into a sword energy, which set off a wave of air and a white sword light, slashing directly towards the beast tide.
Boom!
Just one sword, and the sky collapsed and the earth split, as if the god was angry, with great power. The sword energy was like a tide, indestructible. It appeared in the beast tide and cut and killed a large number of ferocious beasts. His sword energy turned into a meat grinder, and the ferocious beasts were blown into bloody mist, their bodies torn apart. The beast tide began to fall apart in an instant. When the sword light dissipated, a sword mark hundreds of meters long appeared on the ground. Hundreds of ferocious beasts were killed with one sword, and their remains were everywhere.
Chapter 41, Calming the Beast Tide and Scare Away the Beast King. A terrifying tide of beasts. Stunned by Shin Tunin's sword, countless ferocious beasts became panicked and stopped gathering to attack.
In the depths of the ferocious beast forest, everyone who saw the scene stood there like sculptures, motionless. He was obviously frightened by this scene. Such power was too terrifying and only a master could produce it.
We're saved. The Grandmaster is here. Someone shouted excitedly.
Although he didn't know where this master came from, he was sure that he was definitely a master of the human race.
Foolish. A Grandmaster can only use force to step into the air. This is an existence above the Grandmaster.
There were also people coming from other cities who mistook Shin Tunin for someone in the Xiantian realm. After all, some people do understand innate strong people and know that being able to walk in the air is a characteristic of innate strong people. But he never imagined that this was one of Shin Tunin's talents.
No matter what realm this gentleman is in, he is our savior.
Many warriors who survived the ferocious beast forest were full of gratitude to Shin Tunin. Although they didn't know the name of Shin Tunin, the fact that he saved them was a favor worth remembering for a lifetime.
At the same time,
in the forest of ferocious beasts, Zhang Ming and Lu Hai stood there in a daze for a long time, listening to the sound of the mountains collapsing and the earth cracking, and looking at the sword swung by a god from afar, with shock on their faces.
The powerful man just now actually passed by them.
At this moment, their scattered companions also arrived. Their only companion now was a woman, who was also covered in blood and had wounds of varying sizes on her body. It was obvious that she had fought her way out with great difficulty.
Zhang Ming, Lu Hai.
When the woman saw the two of them, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes and she quickly approached them. Only then did Zhang Ming and the others come to their senses, but besides shock, there was also a desire in their hearts. I long to be like that strong man, to possess that invincible power and the might of my sword, just like a sword god.
I will become a supreme master one day. Zhang Ming clenched his fists and made up his mind.
The desire in his heart reached a peak. I feel that no matter what, I must step into this mysterious realm. Upon hearing this, the woman burst out laughing and said, "It's not that easy to reach the Grandmaster level. Although your idea is beautiful, it's too difficult to become a Grandmaster. And I think the guy just now didn't seem to be a Grandmaster." When these words were spoken, Lu Hai was shocked. In his eyes, the Grandmaster is already high above everyone else, like a god, and cannot be slandered.
How is it possible? How could he not be a master? Lu Hai asked in confusion.
Of course, it's possible that he isn't a Grandmaster, but rather a being above the Grandmaster level, a more terrifying Xiantian realm. When the woman mentioned those three words, her eyes were filled with awe and admiration. The Grandmaster is indeed a powerful person, but compared with the innate realm, there is still an insurmountable gap.
Just as the three of them were talking. Far away. Roar! Suddenly there was a roar, and the sound could be heard 1,000 meters away.
The sound was so loud that it made one's scalp tingle. I saw a huge golden lion with shiny fur. The golden fur reflected the light like the scorching sun under the shining light.
This terrifying golden lion is 7 meters tall and 10 meters long.
It is an extremely terrifying behemoth. This ferocious beast was standing on a mountain at the moment. It did not join the beast tide, but seemed to be commanding the beast tide.
Level 4 ferocious beast, the golden lion.
Shintunin narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that this ferocious beast was probably the source of the beast tide chaos. After hearing the sound, the ferocious beasts that were originally panicked became orderly and their eyes turned red again. They gathered together again, densely packed, ready to slaughter everything and kill all the warriors who were training in the ferocious beast forest. And on the distant mountain peak, the golden lion stared at Shintunin provocatively.
It seems to be saying, "See how you stop it."
The ferocious beasts everywhere were extremely crazy and trampled on the earth again, wanting to reap lives. We must turn the beast forest into the burial place of countless warriors. Behind each of those warriors there is a family, and every death of one of them represents the destruction of a family.
Shintunin gripped the sword tightly in his hand and raised it high again. Cut.
The second sword burst out was also the phantom sword technique, and it also burst out with a 7-fold amplification. The sword light slashed across, and a bottomless crack appeared on the ground again. The sword light spread forward, and all the obstacles in front of him were shattered. Rocks collapsed, ferocious beasts howled, and a bloody mist filled the air. Shintunin killed hundreds of ferocious beasts again, but it seemed that all this could not be stopped.
Because the number of ferocious beasts has not decreased much.
There were originally thousands of ferocious beasts, and they should have been continuously reduced in number. However, every time Shintunin killed some ferocious beasts, other ferocious beasts joined the team. They seemed to absolutely obey the orders of the golden lion. It is the absolute overlord of this ferocious beast forest, and no ferocious beast can resist it.
Roar! Roar!
The golden lion roared again, and the terrifying power of sound waves rolled over, shaking the sky and the earth, and the area seemed to be about to collapse completely. A 4th-level ferocious beast is a terrifying beast comparable to the Grandmaster level. Coupled with the ability to command a tide of beasts, it is simply invincible. Under the beast tide, even the master seemed unable to stop it and could only watch as the ferocious beasts trampled and destroyed everything. And the golden lion had a hint of human contempt and sarcasm in its eyes. When a ferocious beast reaches the 4th level, it can already think like a normal person and is much smarter than the average ferocious beast. The 4th-level golden lion was smarter than Shintunin had imagined, and knew that a powerful human might show up. So he only commanded the beasts from a distance and did not personally participate in the chaos, but used other ferocious beasts as his pawns.
In that case, Shintunin was also completely furious.
The true energy in his hand was madly gathered into the sword.
Taishan sword technique, dragon roar style, 6-fold amplification.
Shintunin did not burst out with all his strength, but only used a 6-fold increase. Because this move comes with a double amplification, it can reach an 8-fold amplification.
The strength has exceeded 10 million. Shin Tunin could feel his sword trembling constantly, as if it could not withstand such force. Roar! This sword energy was like an angry dragon, and the dragon roar it emitted made all the ferocious beasts tremble at this moment. Even the golden lion not far away was frightened and trembled, with horror in its pupils. This sword strike was different from the previous two. It did not explode immediately, but simply passed through the bodies of the ferocious beasts before disappearing into thin air. Boom! After a while, the power fully erupted. Thousands of ferocious beasts burst into light like exploding fireworks, and then shattered and exploded into bloody mist. Amidst the tide of ferocious beasts, the sound of dragon roars could be heard continuously, scaring the remaining ferocious beasts that had managed to survive so much that they kicked their legs frantically and fled in all directions. Even the golden lion in the distance ran away without knowing when, obviously frightened. If this kind of ferocious beast hides in the vast mountains, finding it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, this was also because the fourth-level ferocious beast was too cautious, so he was able to survive until now. If he had not been careful enough, he would have been killed by the strong men of the human race. The beast tide was completely pacified. Shin Tunin looked at the sword in his hand. There was a crack on the sword body, and he felt a little distressed. Finally, it reached the limit of what the third-level alloy weapon could bear. Chapter 42, The Wang family is enraged, the terrifying innate realm. After quelling the unrest, Shin Tunin began to collect the beast crystals on the battlefield. Every ferocious beast he killed would drop ferocious beast crystals, and Shin Tunin picked up hundreds of ferocious beast crystals. As for the rest, unfortunately, they were chopped into pieces by his sword energy, and only these hundreds of them remained intact. There are third-level ferocious beasts and second-level ferocious beasts, which are also a huge fortune. After putting all the ferocious beast crystals into his Lion King ring, Shin Tunin prepared to leave. With the help of the master's true energy and his talent, he walked in the air, transformed into a stream of light in the sky, and left calmly. However, before leaving, Shin Tunin still confirmed the safety of his old classmate Zhang Ming. He saw that the other party was also looking at him, but when he burst out with the master's true energy, the figure became a little blurry. The other party probably wouldn't recognize it. Swish! Then he turned into a stream of light, walked away into the air, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Is it my illusion? Why did I feel that the strong man was looking at us just now? Gao Chang, the woman standing next to Zhang Ming, was very observant. Lu Hai looked at the direction where Shin Tunin left thoughtfully. He felt that the other person looked like an acquaintance of his. Shen Tunin. Zhang Ming exclaimed, Lu Hai, do you think that man's figure is very similar to Shin Tunin? Although I didn't see that adult's face clearly, I always felt that he was Shin Tunin. When Lu Hai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Zhang Ming, you have a fever, right? Why are you saying such nonsense? Shin Tunin is also his old classmate. If he is really such an invincible strong man, he would have been famous in Luocheng long ago. How could he be unknown? Gao Chang, who was tall, also felt that her companion was a little confused. Hush! Zhang Ming, don't talk nonsense. If that important person knew you were talking nonsense like that, he might come after you. Gao Chang reminded Zhang Ming. Originally, Zhang Ming was sure that it was his old classmate. But when he saw that no one believed him, he suddenly began to doubt himself. Shin Tunin, is it you? Zhang Ming felt a little crazy and doubted whether he had really made a mistake. The other side. Xiang Mansion. In an office building in the city center. There was a middle-aged man in a neat black suit reviewing documents here. This man's appearance is somewhat similar to the young master of the Wang family who was killed by Shin Tunin, and he looks very majestic. As a large family, they also have their own industries, making money continuously and providing resources for cultivation for family members. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly felt his heart palpitate, as if something important was leaving him. He stopped reviewing the documents on the spot, and a terrifying master's chi burst out from his body, sweeping across the entire office building. Everyone who felt this breath couldn't help but shudder. Could something have happened to Conger? The head of the Wang family became panicked and quickly called Old Bai, but there was no answer on the other end. I also tried to call Wang Kong, but there was still silence. He put down his phone, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out, with sadness in his eyes. He remembered that the mobile phones he gave to Mr. Bai and his son were both the latest models with satellite-level signals. Even in the deep mountains and forests, you can receive his call. But now, no one answered the two calls, so there was only one possibility. That means he was murdered. Although he was unwilling to believe it, the probability was just as he guessed. After all, Mr. Bai is very confident that no matter when and where he calls the other party, the call will be connected as soon as possible. Boom! Thinking of this, the master's true energy that burst out from his body hit the glass. Crack! Crack! The glass of the floor-to-ceiling window began to shatter, countless cracks appeared, and finally all exploded and scattered on the ground. Someone come! The head of the Wang family shouted. Immediately, a secretary in a suit came in and said, "Master, what can I do for you?" "My son's Wang Kong and Bai he may have been murdered. Send someone to investigate their last known location. If you confirm they were murdered, tell me immediately and find the murderer. I will make him pay with blood." The head of the Wang family was very majestic at this moment, with a serious face. He spoke in a low voice, but the secretary's pupils trembled several times. The young master was murdered? The secretary knew the urgency and importance of the matter, and nodded quickly and ordered someone to investigate. The forest of ferocious beasts. Above the lake. Shintunin followed the crowd and sat on a small boat, looking at the surrounding scenery and watching the boat slowly rowing towards the opposite side. The ship was almost full. Luckily Shintunin arrived in time, otherwise he would have to wait for the next trip. After returning to the other side, Shintunin walked through the city wall and came to a crowded place. Finally, I smelled a fragrance, the smell of stewed chicken. He suddenly felt hungry and walked straight into a restaurant to have a big meal before going back to complete the task. The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. After ordering some dishes he liked, Shintunin swept them all away, eating the amount that several people could have eaten by himself, and still felt unsatisfied. But the restaurant owner was not surprised, because many warriors have big appetites. After paying, Shintunin took the last bus to Lei Ting Martial Arts School. Still sitting on the bus, Shintunin started browsing the forum to check out some information about the powerful people in the innate realm. However, there are different opinions in the forum, and many people have never seen a true innate strong person. He didn't know who was right. However, in the forum, there is a post by a big V that is very popular. The most obvious characteristic of those who are strong in the Xiantian realm is that they can walk on air and fly freely in the sky. They are like birds without restraints. The Xiantian realm can give birth to elemental power, and the elemental power can form an elemental shield. As long as the shield is not broken, there will be no harm, standing in the invincible position of the Xiantian realm. This is also the origin of the name of the Xiantian realm. Every Xiantian realm expert possesses at least 20 million gene of strength, possessing the power to destroy a city. This is awe-inspiring. Unless you use the power of elements or the power of your mind, you'll need to unleash at least double the force to break the elemental shield they created. This forum has more than 100,000 floors. They are all talking about Big Boss 666. Boss accept my knees and so on. Obviously, the identity of this Big V is extraordinary and highly credible. This made Shintunin feel a little troubled. He felt that he had underestimated the Xiantian realm. He was afraid that even if he broke through to the Grandmaster level, he would still find it difficult to deal with the invincible existence in the Xiantian realm. Maybe you can't even break the opponent's shield. It seems that I have to lie dormant for a while. During this period, I have to become stronger quickly, at least to reach a strength comparable to the innate realm. After a long journey, the bus finally arrived at its destination. After getting off the car, Shintunin went straight to the Thunder Martial Arts School. Enter the Thunder Martial Arts School. He found that many people were discussing it. Have you heard? A beast tide broke out in the ferocious beast forest. It's just like the previous beast tides, but not many people died. Of course I've heard of it. I heard there was an invincible warrior who could walk on air and quell the beast tide with 3 sword strikes. It's a pity that I haven't had the good fortune to see such a warrior take action. As these people discussed, all was revealed in their eyes. Shintunin smiled slightly when he heard these words, wondering what expressions these people would have if they knew that the strong man they were talking about was standing in front of them. He walked to the front desk to submit the task. Hello, for your task of killing the demon flame wolf, you need to provide materials from the demon flame wolf, such as wolf claws or other parts. The receptionist said gently. Shintunin frowned. He took the horn of the demon flame wolf. He handed over the black horn and said, "Is this okay?" The receptionist took the corner and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll have someone identify it. It will take some time." Shintunen nodded, then found a random seat in the hall and sat down. It was unknown when Pavilion Master Long got the news, but he came to Shintunen surrounded by a group of people. Sir Shin, it seems that you have completed the task successfully. Pavilion Master Long smiled and sat next to Shintunen. It went quite smoothly. Shintunen looked at Pavilion Master Long, knowing that he would definitely bring good news. For example, the last time I applied for the Grandmaster qualification exam, I should have an answer. Sir Shin, I'm here to inform you that I've already notified the higher-ups. The reply I received is that you are requested to go to the Thunder Martial Arts School in Changha City within a week for an assessment. If successful, the Grandmaster badge will be awarded. Chapter 43, Destroy the Machine, Amazing Rewards. I heard the words Grandmaster badge. Shintunen's eyes lit up, he finally got the news. This means that he can go to Changha City for testing at any time. I've finally waited until this moment. However, when this opportunity really came, Shintunen thought about it and felt that there was no need to rush. Because he wanted to break through to the true Grandmaster level before taking the test. At that time, you can directly take the assessment for the more advanced Grandmaster badge. When are you going to take the test, sir? Master Long asked with a smile, looking a little impatient. After all, Shintunen came from Luochang and was recommended by him. Once the assessment is successful, he will also get rewards and promotion opportunities. If Shintunen reaches the Xiantian realm in the future, he will be even more developed and have the opportunity to enter the Grandmaster realm. Shintunen shook his head and said, "Don't worry, just wait for a few days. I will let you know when I go." Master Long nodded but did not urge him. It is Shintunen's freedom to go whenever he wants. He doesn't want to leave a bad impression on the other party by urging him. Lord Shin. At this moment, the voice of the receptionist came over. Shintunen stood up and walked over. "Hello, after testing, your mission has been completed. If you don't want to complete the mission again this year, you can take a rest. And the price of that broken corner is 1 million, would you like to sell it?" Shintunen nodded without hesitation and said, "Of course I will sell it." "Okay, 1 million will be transferred to your account later. I wish you a happy life." The receptionist smiled sweetly, revealing 2 dimples, which made people feel much better. Shintunen returned to his seat. The task was worth 100 points, plus the broken corner. The combined value of the 2 amounts to a profit of 2 million. This kind of money is really easy to make. If he wanted to earn these 2 million, he would have worked so hard for many years. "Sir Shin, did you meet that mysterious strong man when you went to the ferocious beast forest?" Pavilion Master Long suddenly remembered the recent rumors and asked. Shintunen had a strange expression on his face and did not respond immediately. Because he probably guessed who the mysterious strong man that Pavilion Master Long was talking about was. It is said that the mysterious master can walk on air, and the power of his 3 swords can quell a tide of beasts. He is truly admirable. But according to my guess, that mysterious strong man should not be in the Xiantian realm, but a veteran master. It's a pity that he's not the Grandmaster of my Luo city. It's so rare for a Grandmaster to appear in our Luo city. Pavilion Master Long continued to chatter on, even analyzing the situation here. "Can I see it?" Shintunen asked. The Dragon Pavilion Master explained, innate masters usually use elemental power to defeat their enemies. The destructive power of elemental power doesn't require 3 swords at all. Only 1 move is needed to quell the beast tide. Although I've heard some speculate that it's Xiantian, many people don't know how terrifying the Xiantian realm is. It's a truly invincible existence. The gap between it and the Grandmaster is like a chasm. Although walking on air is a sign of an innately strong person, even those who are not innately strong can still walk on air for a short period of time with some special body movements and martial arts. Besides, how could an innate strongman suddenly appear in the ferocious beast forest? This is completely unreasonable. If there really was someone at the innate realm in Luo City, the city lord would have come out to greet him in person long ago. Shintunen felt that the other party's analysis made sense, and he was indeed not at the innate realm. As expected, anyone who can become a museum owner must be quite smart and flexible. That makes sense. Shintunen nodded in agreement. Pavilion Master Long pondered for a moment and said with emotion, "It's a pity that I don't have the opportunity to make friends with such an existence. It is said that this person is still practicing swordsmanship. If someone invites him to give you some advice, you will definitely benefit greatly." When Shintunen heard this, his expression became more and more strange, and he asked him to guide himself. This Long Pavilion Master is really an interesting person. Master Long, I have something I'd like to ask you. Can my slashing sword be upgraded to a level 4 alloy weapon?
Shintunen thought that his sword could no longer bear the pressure, and after he broke through the Grandmaster realm, he would not be able to use the highest amplification power easily. Otherwise, if it breaks, there will be no suitable weapon. Pavilion Master Long was at a loss for words and said, this type of third-level alloy weapon can be used even by a late-stage Grandmaster. No need to upgrade now, right? Shintunen took out the weapon ball helplessly, and finally pressed the button. The sword appeared in his hand, with a crack on it. It's really not enough. Shintunen sighed, it would be best if you could upgrade it. Tell me the price. At this moment, Master Long was standing there in a daze, his expression becoming extremely complicated. He looked directly at Shintunen, as if he wanted to see Shintunen clearly through his pupils. That mysterious strong man, could it be you? The general manager of the Los Angeles Thunder Martial Arts School felt a huge shock in his heart at this moment. It seemed a little far-fetched, but he felt his guess was correct. To be able to create an extra crack on a level 3 slashing sword must mean that it has reached the limit that this level 3 alloy weapon can withstand. The one who pacified the beast tied with 3 swords was indeed me. Shintunen admitted frankly. As soon as these words were spoken, countless eyes in the hall gathered and fell on Shintunen. But Master Long felt that he shouldn't talk here anymore, so he quickly took Shintunen to the elevator and went to the top floor of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. He couldn't calm down. Sir, may I ask what level of strength you have reached now? Pavilion Master Long asked solemnly. Shintunen said calmly, it should be no problem to pass the Grandmaster examination. Then please test it. Master Long pointed to a machine not far away. This machine has just arrived and can withstand a maximum force of 1 million pounds. However, if you want to obtain the Grandmaster badge, even if you have met the standards here, you still have to go to Changha City. Shintunen looked at the machine, picked up the sword in his hand, and slashed it out cleanly and neatly. No amplification was used. Boom! The sword suddenly hit the machine, and the numbers on the machine kept jumping, and then a number of 1 million was displayed on it. The red light kept flashing and smoke began to appear around the machine. It had obviously reached its limit and had broken down. Hiss! The owner of the Long Pavilion next to him gasped when he saw this scene. Shintunen's sword strike just now didn't seem to be serious at all, but it was able to unleash such terrifying power and destroy the machine. It can be said that his power is unfathomable. Coupled with the achievement of pacifying the beast tide, he has a bright future ahead of him. Sir, I now believe that you pacified the beast tide, and you will be rewarded with 1,000 points, or you can choose any 4th level martial arts, and an additional bottle of 4th level potion. Master Long informed Shintunen. When Shintunen heard this, he showed a surprised expression on his face, because he pacified the beast tide just to save people, and never thought that he would receive such a large reward. Chapter 44, Body Protection Jade Bracelet, Cloud Piercing Sword Technique, Vicious. The top floor of Thunder Martial Arts School. It seems that some achievements have to be spoken out directly. Shintunen thought to himself. If I hadn't said it, all these rewards would be gone, which is such a loss. However, Master Long found a place to sit down and calm himself down. I will report this matter to the higher-ups, who will send someone to investigate. If it's discovered that you're an imposter, you'll be expelled from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School and sent directly to the 10,000 Races battlefield to serve for 100 years. He told Shintunen the bad things and hoped that Shintunen would not lie about this matter, otherwise no one could be saved. It is difficult to survive 100 years of service on the front lines of all races, even for a master. There are countless ferocious beasts attacking the city every day, and every warrior has his head tied to his head, which may fall off at any time. Shintunen smiled and said, I don't even bother to do something like this. He doesn't care how the higher-ups investigate. He knows it was really him who did it, and he's not lying. Take me to choose martial arts. Shintunen said. He is now a little impatient and wants to practice the 4th level martial arts. Good. Master Long led the way. As Shintunen walked, he asked, is there any way to upgrade the sword slashing skill? Pavilion Master Long shook his head helplessly and said, there's nothing we can do about it. The cost of upgrading the slashing sword is too expensive. It would be better to get a new level 4 alloy weapon. However, this kind of weapon costs at least 100 million. If you want to buy it, you can only buy it in Changha City. Shintunen looked at the sword and then put it away, knowing that he could only use it for the time being. Because according to what Pavilion Master Long said, the cost of repairing it may be infinitely close to that of a new weapon, so he would really lose money if he upgraded this weapon. Besides, there are discounts when buying new weapons, so there is really no need to upgrade the sword. Shin Tunin came to a computer desk, then logged into the martial arts website and began to look up martial arts techniques on it. Martial arts of this level come in different prices, some are expensive and some are cheap. The cheapest one costs only 2 million, but it is a common product. Only masters with almost no hope of advancement would practice that kind of martial arts. Shin Tunin selected for a while and finally set his sights on a martial art that satisfied him. Level 4 martial skill, cloud-piercing sword technique, price, 13.22 million. Cloud-piercing sword technique, when cultivated to perfection, one possesses the power to pierce through clouds and shatter the air. One can cleave the clouds with one sword, just as if the sky were split open with one sword. This can create a powerful sword pressure. There is a very small chance of comprehending the sword intent. Sword intent is the so-called power of artistic conception. If he could truly comprehend it, then he would have the capital to fight against the strong ones in the innate realm. This is it. Shin Tunin chose without hesitation. Master Long nodded, and then ordered someone to bring the martial arts book over. This martial arts book is in a box. It is not the original, but a handwritten copy. Master Shin, after reaching the 4th level of martial arts, you can no longer pass it on to others, otherwise you will be held accountable. Master Long solemnly reminded them that this was a rule set by the higher-ups. Good. Shin Tunin agreed. Then he put away the cloud-piercing sword technique. The final reward is a level 4 potion, which is a fixed reward with no choice. The 4th level potion awarded as a reward is called the Spirit Wood Potion. The liquid is green and full of vitality. Shin Tunin put it away and prepared to take it the day after tomorrow. After all, he had taken a 4th level elixir before, so it would be best to use the potion one day later so that the effect would be at the best level. And with this 4th level potion, breaking through to the Grandmaster level is basically a sure thing. After all, he still has so many ferocious beast crystals. Once you break through to the Grandmaster level and take the assessment again, the higher the level of the Grandmaster badge you obtain, the greater the rewards you will receive. There is no need for multiple assessments. After all, it is very troublesome to go to Changha City, and it is a long distance away. By the way, is there anything that can protect you? Shin Tunin asked. He thought of his family. Although he was getting stronger all the time, it was impossible for him to be with his family all the time. In addition, he had offended the family of a powerful innate person, and he was worried that the other party would retaliate. If he is not found and his family is targeted, he will regret it deeply. Yes, it's a level 3 body protection jade bracelet, a type of defensive weapon. But the price is quite high. Even a half-step grandmaster can withstand at least 3 hits. If you want something cheaper. Before Master Long could finish his words, he was interrupted by Shin Tunin. Just by the protective jade bracelet. The things he bought for his family naturally had to be the best. With these things, he could go on to train with peace of mind without having to worry about the safety of his family. Shin Tunin took out gold and exchanged it for 10 million, and then bought 4 body-protecting jade bracelets. However, this thing also has a disadvantage, that is, it will break if it can withstand 3 attacks. Otherwise, it would not be priced at 2 million after the discount, and the price would definitely be sky-high. He spent another million of the remaining 2 million to buy some potions, both level 2 potions and level 1 potions. These things have a long shelf life and can be used frequently by your family. You can just keep them at home anyway. It is definitely worth buying this kind of thing. If you don't want it, you can give it back to the martial arts school and it won't lose too much either. Now with the points, I still have 5.1 million. At this time, Shin Tunin thought again that his ferocious beast materials had not been sold yet. After talking with Pavilion Master Long, the final price of these materials was around 1.2 million. If I had earned this much money in the past, I would have been happy for a long time. But now Shin Tunin is very calm. The number of deposits reached 6.3 million. Shin Tunin checked the 4th level of Wuxwadagang again, and the selling price was 10 million. Obviously, there is not enough money and I can't afford it at all, so I can only give up temporarily. After buying what you want. It's getting late and I can't go back tonight. After Shin Tuanan made a phone call to report his safety, he found a hotel to sleep in. And with the help of the furnace of heaven and earth, he practiced the cloud-piercing sword technique. More than 10 minutes later, Shin Tunin opened his eyes, and a terrifying and sharp aura emanated from him. All the lights around went out in an instant, and all the light bulbs were destroyed. After perfecting the cloud-piercing sword technique, he released a terrifying aura of pressure from his entire body, even more terrifying than that of an ordinary grandmaster. This is one of the effects of the cloud-piercing sword technique, the pressure of the sword. The advantage of this kind of pressure is that when facing an opponent with a lower realm than oneself, the unleashed pressure can make the opponent lose the will to fight, and even a single look can scare the opponent to kneel down. But unfortunately, Shin Tunen did not comprehend the meaning of the sword. The power of artistic conception is indeed not so easy to comprehend. Shin Tunen was tired after a day of work, so he fell asleep and slept until the next morning. I returned the hotel room card and compensated the hotel for the lights. Then returned home. At the same time, Los Angeles. In a luxurious villa. This area belongs to the Star Group, and they are responsible for its development and sales. Secretary Zhao, have you investigated thoroughly? He Tao was wearing a white shirt with the two upper buttons open, revealing his collarbone. His slender fingers were holding a transparent wine glass, slowly tasting the red wine inside. I found out that Shin Tunen's father, Shin Yu, is an accountant in our cooperative company. Secretary Zhao, dressed in a suit and tie, informed. That's easy. He Tao shook his glass. Then you plan to send him to jail. I want to see how Shin Tunen saves his father. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shin Tunen made him lose face last time, so he naturally wanted to get it back. He wanted Shin Tunen to come in person and beg him on his knees. Yes. Secretary Zhao bowed, then stepped out to arrange this matter. Chapter 45, The younger brother becomes a warrior, the mysterious older brother. Squeak. Shin Tunen opened the door and returned home. The house was quiet. Shin Tunen sat on the sofa and lay down at a comfortable angle. This time I gained a lot and was even close to reaching the Grandmaster level. He felt a lot of emotion at this moment. After all, he hadn't reached the Grandmaster level for decades before, but how long did it take now? Am I about to become a master? However, before breaking through to the Grandmaster level, it would be good to take a day off and relax. After all, I have been pushing myself too hard before. Bang! At this moment, a loud voice suddenly came from the room. It sounded like something fell to the ground, which scared Shin Tunen. His gaze shifted to outside his brother's room. Could this kid not have gone to class? Shin Tunen thought there was no one at home. He stood up from the sofa and opened the door, only to see his younger brother Shin Zikong, scratching his head in embarrassment. The desk not far away broke into two pieces, as if it had been split in half by someone's palm. Brother! Shin Zikong called out guiltily. He had just achieved a breakthrough as a warrior and was so excited that he ended up smashing the table with his palm, breaking it into pieces. Shin Tunen felt the energy and blood flowing in his brother's body. It had already reached the level of a warrior, but it seemed like it had just broken through and was not completely stable. Good boy. Shin Tunen was a little surprised. His sister had made a breakthrough before, and now his brother had also made a breakthrough and become a warrior. Are his family genes so good? Then why didn't I make any breakthroughs in the past few decades? Although there is an effect of potions, they are ultimately just auxiliary. If you don't have enough talent, how can you easily break through? It's simply impossible. Otherwise, there would be no shortage of geniuses in this world. Take this useless desk out and throw it away. I'll pick out a new one for you. Since he had nothing to do today, Shin Tunen planned to take his brother to the mall to buy a new desk. Good. Seeing that his brother did not lose his temper, Shin Zikong easily picked up the broken desk, then went downstairs together and threw it into the trash. The two went to the mall to choose a new desk and had it delivered directly to their home. The other party then installed it personally and of course paid the installation fee. Shin Tunen handed a crystal-clear jade bracelet to his brother and said, "This is a gift from me to you. You must carry it with you at all times and never leave it." When Shin Zikong heard that it was a gift from his brother, he accepted it without any hesitation. Thank you, brother. Shin Zikong put it on his hand and looked very happy. You have achieved a breakthrough as a warrior, right? Shin Tunen asked. When Shin Zikong heard this, he showed a surprised expression on his face, wondering how his brother could have seen that. He remembered that he did not expose his chi and blood power. This is a level 2 potion. I originally thought you wouldn't use it so soon, but now it seems I was overthinking it. Shin Tunen handed the 2 bottles of medicine to the other party.
Shin Zikong felt a little touched when he held this thing. He felt that his brother was so good to him and would immediately give him anything he needed. With these things, it will break through the realm faster. Don't think too much. Just practice hard and strive to become the pride of our family. Shin Tunin patted his brother's shoulder. Hearing this, Shin Zikong stopped being pretentious and nodded heavily. At the same time, Lingwu High School. On the school playground. Under the shade of a tree, Shin Mengyao sat on the grass, with qi and blood flowing through her body. Her skin turned a little red due to the flow of blood. Mengyao, the school hunk from the next class, looks so handsome playing basketball. Let's go and take a look. A young and beautiful woman in school uniform walked over. Shin Mengyao refused without even opening her eyes. No. She wants to become stronger now, otherwise how can she resist before the disaster comes? She doesn't have time to think about love affairs. Mengyao, you have changed. The female student who called her stomped her feet in anger and then left angrily. They said they would be best friends forever, but she didn't even go with him, which made her extremely angry. But now Shin Mengyao has no time to care about what her best friend thinks. Ding ding. At this moment, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. Shin Mengyao opened her eyes, exhaled slowly, and the energy and blood in her body became much stronger. I finally broke through to the 3-star warrior level, but this is far from enough. Shin Mengyao looked up at the sky, seemed to remember something, and frowned slightly. The sky in the future will not be as bright as it is now, but will be covered with dark clouds and bloody mist. Time passes. Shin Tunin was sitting on the sofa watching some funny TV series when his parents walked in and returned home. My mother was soon busy cooking, and my father was helping her. Not long after, my younger sister Shin Mengyao also came back, looking carefree. However, Shin Tunin always felt that his sister seemed to have changed a little during this period of time. But I can't tell what exactly has changed. It seems that he has become very sensible. It feels like I've grown up all of a sudden. The family gathered at the dining table again and ate their meals. After finishing his meal, Shin Tunin gave away the protective jade bracelets in his hands. The family members seemed to have gotten used to it a long time ago and didn't ask any questions. They just accepted the gift. Shin Tunin repeatedly instructed them to keep wearing it on their hands and not take it off. The parents nodded in agreement. Only her younger sister Shin Mengyao showed a strange expression, as if she recognized what this thing was. After dinner, Shin Tunin was pulled into a room by his sister Shin Mengyao and asked alone, "Brother, where did you get this thing?" Shin Tunin smiled and joked, "Of course I bought it. Could it be that I picked it up? You should study hard. This is the second-level potion I bought for you." Shin Tunin placed a bottle of level 2 potion on the table and then walked out. Shin Mengyao looked at the medicine on the table and finally decided not to ask. Her brother was becoming more and more mysterious, and she was a little confused. Could it be that history has undergone major changes because of her rebirth? But instead of wasting your time thinking about these things, it is better to practice harder. Anyway, Shin Tunin is my brother, he won't harm me. Abandoning the messy thoughts in her mind, Shin Mengyao prepared to continue practicing and improve her strength. The most important thing now is martial arts cultivation, everything else is secondary. Chapter 46, Becoming a Grandmaster, Shocking Los Angeles. The moonlight is like water. A gentle breeze caresses. Shin Tunin stood on the balcony, listening to the chirping of insects and birds around him, and felt an unprecedented peace in his heart. You will be able to enter the Grandmaster realm tomorrow. Shin Tunin is sure of this. But this time, I definitely cannot break through at home, and I cannot tear down my own home. You must choose a good place to break through to the Grandmaster level. Shin Tunin took out his cell phone and checked the nearest scenic spot nearby, which was about 30 kilometers away from his home. Suddenly, I saw a picture. It was a place with beautiful mountains and rivers, dense forests, and white clouds in the sky, as if lingering around the top of the mountain. Chaoyun Mountain, this is a great place. Although it is a scenic spot, not many people go there. Because there are not many investors and it is not very famous, most people who go there go hiking. The road to that scenic area had not been repaired yet, and he had only been there once. We walked along the old and primitive road and were out of breath when we reached the top of the mountain. We were in extremely bad condition and our feet were all rubbed raw. But now, he felt that it was definitely an excellent place to break through. After enjoying the breeze on the balcony for a while, Shin Tunin returned to the room, threw his phone aside and fell asleep. He slept soundly that night. The next morning, it was still dark. Shin Tunin was ready to go. He didn't eat breakfast because he wanted to wait until he broke through to the Grandmaster level. It's hard to get a taxi at this time, so Shin Tunin plans to use his skills to get there. I saw a light flashing under his feet, and he was rushing towards Chaoyun Mountain at an astonishing speed. Chaoyun Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a young figure suddenly appeared, like a ghost, and most people would be scared if they saw it. Shin Tunin stood at the foot of the mountain, looking ahead. Since no one cleans up here, there are a lot of weeds and few footprints on the road. It is obvious that this place has been abandoned. This is a deserted scenic area. But it just so happened that no one was here, so he could break through with peace of mind. Shin Tunin began to mobilize the energy and blood in his body, and then suddenly burst out, rushing out like lightning, and rushing towards the top of the mountain. A few minutes later, Shin Tunin had already stood firmly on the top of the mountain. Looking down from there, everything seemed so small. Shin Tunin immediately sat cross-legged and used his talent to refine the ferocious beast crystal. Hundreds of ferocious beast crystals were constantly devoured and refined by Shin Tunin. But for him now, the improvement of these beast crystals is too small. If it weren't for the tenfold increase of the heaven and earth furnace, he would probably sell all of these beast crystals. After a while, after refining everything, Shin Tunin's strength increased by about 200,000 pounds. This made Shin Tunin speechless, because the improvement was too small. There are hundreds of ferocious beast crystals and this is it? Compared with the effects of elixirs, it's simply weak. Perhaps only the 4th level Grandmaster level beast crystal can be as effective as elixirs? Thinking of this, he thought of the golden lion in the forest of ferocious beasts. It was a pity that the lion escaped. Otherwise, the effect of the lion's beast crystal would definitely be more than just this. But fortunately, there is a bottle of level 4 potion as a reward. Shin Tunin took out a green potion from his Lion King ring and swallowed it in one gulp. A huge furnace appeared in his body again, swallowing all the medicine, and then rotated several times. The energy released from the furnace quickly flowed into Shin Tunin's limbs and bones. At this moment, Shin Tunin felt his body was burning and his blood was boiling, as if he was being roasted on a fire. This energy rushed into his body crazily, causing his chi and blood to grow stronger rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his own master's true energy became more and more powerful, and directly burst out, forming astonishing heat waves that continuously impacted all directions. The ground on the top of the mountain was impacted by this breath and cracks began to appear. Shin Tunin used his tyrant body technique to quickly digest this energy. Every time he digested a bit, his aura became stronger. At this time, Shin Tunin felt the path to becoming a master. He felt as if a door had appeared in his body. As long as he pushed open that door, he could enter the realm of Grandmaster. Break it for me! Shin Tunin roared loudly, like thunder, shaking the sky. His energy and blood power exploded wildly, forming an invisible airwave. The master's true energy was also released at this time, forming a terrifying pressure. On the mountain peaks, countless birds and beasts were trembling in fear. Boom! Finally, Shin Tunin broke through, and the door in his body disappeared. What just happened was just an illusion that appeared during the breakthrough. Once you fully enter the Grandmaster realm, everything disappears. When water is full, it overflows. Shin Tunin has completely entered the Grandmaster realm. The Grandmaster's true energy flowing in his body is extremely strong and twice that of the same realm. His eyes sparkled, as if divine light was shining, and his gaze could make people tremble. After entering this realm, Shin Tunin let out a breath of foul air. Then his eyes flashed as he saw a branch not far away, picked it up casually, and then suddenly slashed it towards the sky. Boom! With just such a simple action, the clouds above the sky suddenly split apart and kept flowing to both sides, as if the sky was combed into a middle-parted hairstyle. The sky above his head became extremely clear. The branch in his hand naturally exploded into a pile of debris. What he just used was the piercing cloud sword technique, the power of which was close to the first move of his Taishin sword technique. The 4th level martial arts was indeed far superior to the 3rd level martial arts, and Shin Tunin was very satisfied with its power. At Shin Tunin's home, Shen Mengyao was sleeping, but was suddenly startled by some breath and opened her eyes to look into the distance. She saw the clouds in the distance splitting apart on their own, and the terrifying sword aura coming from there made her look surprised. Master of Kendo? Besides being surprised, she was more confused. She was wondering if this master was the same person as the mysterious master in their community? Or was it the master who saved her? Otherwise, why would masters appear one after another in the small city of Los Angeles?
In Shin Zikong's room,
The young man at this moment was standing by the window.
he was also looking into the distance, watching the clouds split on both sides, and his heart was filled with longing. He was also sleeping just now and was startled by a shocking breath, as if someone had slashed past him with a sword. Even though they were so far away, he could still feel an extremely powerful sword energy, as if it could cut through the sky with one sword.
This should be the master who saved my sister last time. Could it be that he has made another breakthrough in his realm?
Shin Zikong touched his chin and thought, his heart becoming more and more eager for this realm. One day he will become a master and become such an invincible strong man. The warriors near Chaoyun Mountain were all awakened from their sleep, and some even broke out in cold sweats. Some people were having sweet dreams when they suddenly felt a sword stabbing towards their faces. They almost thought they were going to die.
Which martial arts master is it?
Such terrifying swordsmanship, such terrifying pressure. When did Luo Chang have a new sword master? Countless people talked and looked up in the direction of Chaoyun Mountain. The clouds there split open, letting almost everyone know that there was definitely a sword master in that place who could rule an entire city.
City Lord's Mansion.
The city lord in black felt the aura that could cut through the sky, and he was now very calm. Because this wasn't the first time he had felt it. But this time he clearly felt that the strong man had become even stronger, and his aura was even more domineering and pure.
This sword master is improving really fast.
I wonder which prefecture-level city this invincible genius is from. Counties, cities, and prefectures have clear levels. A prefecture-level city with a population of tens of millions, a large number of cultivation resources, and many talented people. Generally, the geniuses in county-level cities become just like everyone else when they arrive in city-level cities. Similarly, compared with the city-level geniuses and prefecture-level geniuses, they do not seem so outstanding. Therefore, that kind of city will give birth to geniuses that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. An invincible being far beyond the Grandmaster will also be born. Just like the existence of this man who could cut the sky with one sword, he was already certain that the other party must be an invincible genius, otherwise his strength would not have been able to increase so rapidly.
Shin Tunin walked down Chaoyun Mountain, preparing to take a shower and change clothes.
After breakfast, it's time to go to Changhe City to take the Grandmaster badge test. Chapter 47. Arriving in Changhe City, the examiner's questions.
Mom, I'm going out. I might not be back today.
After Shin Tunin washed up and changed into new clothes, he had breakfast and prepared to leave home to take the Grandmaster badge test.
I said hello to my family before going out.
Although Shin's mother didn't know what her son had been doing during this period, she still chose to believe it.
Be careful on the road and go to bed early at night,
Shin's mother advised.
Shin Tunin nodded and left home.
After leaving home, Shin Tunin called Master Long immediately.
Hello, I'm Shin Tunin.
I want to go to Changhe City for an assessment today.
Could you please arrange it for me? Good. The conversation between the two ended quickly.
Shin Tunin could sense from the other person's voice that Master Long was very happy, even a little excited. And now, he also wants to get the reward after being certified as a Grandmaster. Shin Tunin took the bus to Lei Ting Martial Arts School. Master Long had been waiting at the door for a long time, and personally escorted Shin Tunin to an airport. This is a private airport, belonging to the Thunder Martial Arts School.
Sir Shin, I wish you good luck in your assessment.
Master Long personally sent Shin Tunin to the helicopter and then waved goodbye.
Shin Tunin was sitting on the helicopter and also waving.
He was naturally full of confidence for this assessment, and he closed his eyes and dozed off.
I don't know how long we flew until the helicopter landed.
Shin Tunin slowly opened his eyes and then walked off the helicopter. I took a taxi and went directly to Lei Ting Martial Arts School in Changhe City. The three major martial arts schools are extremely famous, and any taxi driver will know them. Soon he came to a tall building. The martial arts hall here has 4 big characters written on it, Thunder Martial Arts Hall.
It is a 40-story building.
It covers an area several times that of the Thunder Martial Arts School in Los Angeles and is located in the city center of Changhe City. After paying the taxi fare, Shin Tunin walked directly into the Thunder Martial Arts School.
I wore a badge when I entered. Half-step Grandmaster? After seeing the badge, some people looked at Shin Tunin and thought he was too young. How could such a young half-step Grandmaster appear in Changhe City?
After breaking through to the Grandmaster level, Shin Tunin now looks a bit like a young man in his 20s, with extremely delicate and smooth skin and a very thin figure. There is also a special aura when he stands there, as straight as a sword, which makes people unable to help but look sideways.
Shin Tunin walked to the front desk.
There was a beautiful girl with shoulder-length hair.
She smiled sweetly at Shin Tunin and said, "Hello, how can I help you?" Shin Tunin said, "I'm here for a test. I've already made an appointment."
The girl at the front desk took a look at Shin Tunin's badge, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly returned to normal.
Then asked Shin Tunin to show the appointment number.
Shin Tunin took out his cell phone and showed the number, and the owners of the Dragon Pavilion solved all the problems for him.
He just needs to take the test.
The receptionist checked the number and once again, a flash of shock flashed in her eyes.
She said, "A 30-year-old half-step grandmaster making an appointment for the grandmaster exam?"
It is understandable that he is a half-step grandmaster at this age, but it is too unbelievable that he can be directly tested as a grandmaster. In the eyes of the receptionist, no matter where they are, those who are 30 masters can be called geniuses and be looked up to.
"I'll take you to the test right now."
The girl led the way and put down the work at hand first.
Then he took Shin Tunin into the elevator and pressed the button for the highest floor. At the same time, in the lobby on the 40th floor,
several examiners sat at a table, sipping tea, looking extremely relaxed.
They are all half-step grandmasters and have backgrounds behind them, so they got a sinecure.
Those who can take the test here must at least be a 6-star martial artist.
If no one comes to take the test, they can rest here. So it's a very leisurely job.
At this moment, one of the examiners, who looked to be in his 40s and had a mustache, heard his phone ring and read the message on it and smiled. Interesting, Luo Chang said there's a 30-year-old grandmaster coming to test him.
Upon hearing this, the other examiners couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha! How could there be such a young grandmaster in such a remote place?
I remember that the mayor of Luo City also became a grandmaster when he was almost 50 years old.
Why bother with him so much? If that person wants to embarrass himself, then let him do it. Several examiners couldn't believe that such a small place could have such a young master.
They all knew that the owner of the Long Pavilion in Luo City had a good relationship with the owner of their Changha City. They suspected that Shin Tunin had used his connections and gone through the back door to get the test. As for whether it passed or not, that is another matter. After all, the Grandmaster examination is very strict and there is no room for cheating.
Ding dong! The elevator rang and a man and a woman walked out.
The girl at the front desk was leading the way, and Shin Tunin followed closely behind.
His eyes first fell on a machine not far away in the hall.
That machine says that the maximum measurable force is 10 million. The girl at the front desk brought Shin Tunin here and said, next to the machine not far away are the examiners.
If you pass their assessment, you will get the Grandmaster badge. I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave first. The girl completed the task, returned to the elevator, and disappeared.
Shin Tunin strode to the front of the machine. Looking at this exquisite machine, he couldn't wait to test its power. After all, after breaking through to the Grandmaster level, Shin Tunin was not sure to what extent his strength had reached.
"Are you Shin Tunin?" Among the examiners, an older-looking man with a mustache asked. Shin Tunin nodded. "My name is Chu Feng. You can call me Master Chu.
The people next to me are my companions and also the examiners of your Grandmaster examination.
But you don't need to know them. All you have to do now is pass the assessment. If you can't pass, just go home."
This Master Chu also wore a silver badge on his chest with 11 stars on it, representing that he was also a half-step Grandmaster. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Shin Tunin feels that this person is very cold and a little prejudiced. It seemed that because he was from Los Angeles, they thought he would not pass the assessment.
I understand. Shin Tunin didn't care about these people's attitudes.
Anyway, I came to the assessment just to get the badge, not to please these people.
Next, I'll explain the rules to you. You have 3 chances to make a move. I'll help you get the highest score. If you don't reach 1 million, you can't be called a Grandmaster.
This Master Chu spoke a lot in a long-winded manner, as if he was reciting a script and going through the motions.
Shin Tunin felt a little annoyed after hearing this. Shin Tunin finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the other party finally finish speaking.
To be honest, the other party talked too much nonsense, which delayed his assessment time.
Okay, you can test it now.
Master Chu stood by and let Shin Tunin perform, but he felt that there was little hope of passing the Grandmaster's test. His companion next to him had the same idea as him. Chapter 48, 10 million combat power, half-step innate. Shin Tunin took a deep breath and did not take out any weapons, but fought with his bare hands. The energy and blood in his body exploded, and the Grandmaster's true energy surged on his fist, erupting with the momentum of a ferocious beast. The examiners around widened their pupils when they saw this scene. Even without Shin Tunin testing them, they knew that he was a true master.
Because the master's true energy cannot be faked. Boom!
Shin Tunin's fist light intersected with the machine, and a deafening sound erupted.
The machine was vibrating slightly and even shaking a few times. Then the screen on the machine began to show a dazzling number. 2 million.
2 million, without using any amplification at all, just simply using his own boxing martial arts.
If swordsmanship is used, the power will be even more terrifying.
Seeing this number, the examiners all gasped.
Hiss. Los Angeles really has such a young master, it's incredible. Could it be possible that Luo Chang will produce a Xian Tian in the future?
They began to discuss in low voices. Chu Feng's attitude also changed from being somewhat disdainful at the beginning to becoming respectful.
He didn't dare to offend a master with a promising future easily. But the test is not over yet, it has to continue. There are still 2 chances.
At this time, Shin Tunin took out his sword.
The alloy weapon emitted a cold light under the light. Cloud-piercing sword technique, triple amplification.
The alloy weapon in Shin Tunin's hand fell down at an extremely fast speed, which was difficult to capture with the naked eye.
Everyone only felt as if something passed in front of them and hit the machine. 667-0069. A combat force of nearly 6.7 million appeared in everyone's sight.
The examiners were all terrified and stared at the screen intently, feeling as if they were witnessing a miracle. A 30-year-old Grandmaster is already terrifying enough, and reaching a level close to 7 stars of Grandmaster at this age is an unimaginable genius.
It's not enough. Shin Tunin sighed.
He has only used a 3-fold amplification to reach this level. If he really uses a 10-fold amplification, he will definitely reach the innate level. It is impossible to test this machine.
Do you have any better machines? Shin Tunin turned around and asked.
Master Chu replied cautiously, this is already the best testing machine in Changhe City. He felt that the young master in front of him was simply unfathomable. He had even thought that the other party was relying on connections to test him. Now he really wanted to slap himself twice to wake himself up.
Don't make such random guesses in the future. You are just slapping yourself in the face.
But the scene before him was still too unbelievable.
Then I have no choice but to use it. Shin Tunin swung the sword in his hand again.
The terrifying sword energy burst out, and the surrounding air seemed to flow slower at this moment. The dazzling sword light fell on the machine again at lightning speed.
Boom!
Then, on the machine, an astonishing number jumped wildly, and finally froze completely, motionless, as if the number was stuck there.
10 million.
This number made all the examiners feel as if they were acupunctured. They stood there with dull eyes, unable to move. At first I didn't understand what Shin Tunin meant, but now I understand.
This is the true top-level Grandmaster combat power. No.
It should be said to be half a step to innateness. Because it is impossible for an ordinary top master to directly damage the machine and make the number on the machine freeze at this number. You must have a force exceeding tens of millions of pounds to do this. Almost all the examiners felt that they were hallucinating at this moment.
Because this is impossible to happen. After all, Shin Tunin is old. 30 years old.
At their age, they have just broken through to the martial arts master level at best, and there is only a slim hope for them to break through to the Grandmaster level. And the person in front of him has directly reached the level of half-step innate.
How terrifying is that?
He is simply a true super genius.
Even in Xiang Mansion, geniuses of this level are pitifully rare.
Whenever one of them appears, he is definitely an invincible existence that surpasses his peers. But such a person now came from Los Angeles, which made it difficult for them to accept. Wait, the machine must be broken.
Let me check it. One of the examiners had eyes as sharp as an eagle. He absolutely did not believe that Shin Tunin could destroy the machine. This was simply outrageous.
If there really is such a terrifying super genius, how could he hide his power in plain sight? It is totally unreasonable and absolutely absurd that he didn't jump out until he became a half-step immortal.
Yes, let me check the machine first.
Another examiner began to inspect the machine.
Shin Tunin touched the crack on the sword with some heartache. He had just accidentally released a force of tens of millions of pounds, and it had reached the limit that the sword could withstand. If used a few more times, this alloy weapon will definitely break. Then I will have to buy new alloy weapons. Still short of money. I hope that through this certification, he can be rewarded with some good things. The examiners checked for a long time and finally found that there was nothing wrong with the machine. It was just because Shin Tunin used too much force that the machine started smoking. The machine needs to be sent for repair. At this time, these examiners looked at Shin Tuanan in astonishment and no longer dared to raise any questions. How could they possibly offend such a young half-step innate person? Such people are destined to be big shots, and they can be removed from their positions with just one word in the future. You know, the owner of their Changha City Thunder Martial Arts School is only half a step away from being an innate. The other person is almost 50 years old. There is no comparison with the super genius in front of him, and his future achievements will be very different. Sir Shin, I apologize for my negligence just now. Master Chu quickly bowed and apologized. There is nothing wrong with bowing your head to a half-step innate being, but it would be foolish not to bow your head now. Shin Tunin asked calmly, is my assessment over? It's over. I'll go prepare the half-step innate badge right away. Please wait a moment. Master Chu hurried to a computer and entered Shin Tuanan's latest information into it. His companions also hurried over to help, and after several people worked together, they finally finished it. Then Master Chu came over with a golden badge. Although it is a half-step innate realm, it is actually just a transitional realm, just like a half-step Grandmaster. Strictly speaking, half a step to the innate realm actually still belongs to the Grandmaster realm. The word zone was written on the golden badge, and there were 11 golden stars on it, which were bright and dazzling under the light. As for the original silver badge, it naturally does not need to be worn anymore and will be recycled by the Thunder Martial Arts School. Finally passed the assessment, but the next reward was what Shin Tunin was looking forward to. Chapter 49 Privilege, Ruthless Hand. Master Chu respectfully handed the half-step innate badge to Shin Tunin. Then he began to explain, congratulations on becoming a half-step Xiantian in my Thunder Martial Arts School. You will receive the following privileges. First, you have the authority to mobilize Changha City and some of the armed forces within its jurisdiction. Just show your badge. Second, you will receive a subsidy of 10 million per year. Third, you can get a 30% discount on alloy weapons. Fourth, you will be rewarded with a 4th-level martial art or skill. You can choose any one. Fifth, you have the power to enforce the law. Within the jurisdiction of Changha Market, you can execute first and report later. After Shin Tunin heard what the other party said, he realized how powerful this half-step innate person was. You can basically walk around Changha City freely. The subsidy was increased to a staggering 10 million, and alloy weapons were discounted, making them even cheaper by 10%. This was something Shin Tuanan had not expected. You have to know that the cheapest alloy weapons above level 4 cost hundreds of millions. What a terrifying number. A 10% discount is equivalent to a direct saving of tens of millions. The Thunder Martial Arts School is indeed wealthy. There are also 4th-level martial arts and martial arts as rewards. You can choose any of them, but you must choose the ones worth tens of millions. Including law enforcement power, this is simply opening a back door. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. There are not many half-step innate people in the entire huge Changha City. Even if there are, they are all famous figures with high positions and power. Take me to choose a martial art. Shin Tunin spoke. Master Chu quickly led the way and brought Shin Tunin to an office. There was a turned-on computer over there. Shin Tunin started sliding the mouse, opened the website, and started to select something. Originally, Shin Tunin wanted to choose the 4th level of Tyrant Body Skill, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that this was a bit of a loss. After all, this martial art only costs 10 million, so you can choose a powerful martial art. With the cloud-piercing sword technique, you don't need to use offensive martial arts for the time being, but you can choose body movements. After breaking through to the Grandmaster level, the original floating light steps would definitely not be enough. Your speed will no longer have any advantage. After choosing your body skills, you should return to Los Angeles. By then, it's time to settle accounts with Itao. Shin Tunin's eyes flashed coldly. He has never forgotten that the other party had someone frame him, tried to force him to resign, and almost sent him to jail. This revenge must be avenged. With the power to enforce the law and mobilize local armed forces, he didn't believe that Itao could escape. Even if the Starry Sky Group is behind it, he wants to see whether the Starry Sky Group will offend a half-step innate expert like him for Hitao. At the same time, the 30th floor of Thunder Martial Arts School. There are several machines placed here, and the maximum test combat power marked on the machines has reached 600,000. This is usually where warriors and martial artists are tested. A group of people are queuing up, waiting to be tested. However, at this moment, a loud noise came from the back of the crowd, and everyone turned around to look. As a result, I saw a young man with a middle-parted hair, wearing a burgundy suit, with a defiant look on his face, walking towards me with a swagger. Behind him followed several expressionless bodyguards and a group of followers with colorfully dyed hair. The young man with a middle-parted hair behaves like a dandy and looks down on others. Seeing that this group of people were not easy to deal with, everyone stepped aside and let them pass first. However, there are exceptions. You are quite brave. The young man with middle-parted hair sneered, looking at a burly man in front of him who looked like a brown bear. This man was unwilling to give way and there was a smell of blood on him. It was obvious that he had just returned from killing a ferocious beast and had not had time to cleanse the aura on his body. Queuing up for the test, shouldn't this be the rule? What gives you the right to break the rules? The burly man's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and an astonishing aura was wrapped around him. Just because I'm Wang Fong. The young man with the middle-parted hair had a gradually cold look in his eyes. No one who dared to talk to him like that would have a good ending. When the burly man heard these two words, his pupils trembled, and he obviously thought of something. He asked with doubt, Wang family, Wang Fong? It seems you have heard of my name. Wang Fong raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and a weird smile appeared on his face, which made people feel a little creepy. The burly man Zhaoque took a few steps back, a look of fear in his eyes. Wang Fong is a well-known playboy, with the innate Wang family standing behind him. His father is also a well-known master, so he is usually arrogant and domineering. Don't take anyone seriously. Even the person in front of him has a lot of bad reputations and has done a lot of bullying against men and women. However, because the background behind him was too powerful, many things were left unresolved. Master Wang, I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. Please forgive me. Zhaoque apologized quickly. If a person does not bow his head when he is under someone's roof, he may not be able to leave safely. You were slow to apologize. Wang Fong shook his head with a regretful expression on his face. Then he stretched out his hand and waved behind him. Two martial artist-level bodyguards stood out with murderous aura on their bodies. They were obviously masters who had experienced many battles. Zhaoque's face changed drastically and he took a few steps back. If possible, he really didn't want to fight, but the other party was too bullying, and he couldn't leave here safely without fighting. Swish! Suddenly, the opponent in front of him disappeared, and then a whistling sound came to his ears, followed by a gust of wind. He quickly raised his hand to block, but there was a cracking sound from his arm. The power of the opponent's kick was really terrifying. Martial Master 7 stars. Zhaoque was kicked back dozens of steps, his waist hit hard on a machine, and a painful expression appeared on his face. The examiner next to the machine was shocked. But no one dared to take care of this matter, as Wang Fong was well known for his madness and arrogance. Unless he is a half-step grandmaster, or even stronger. Otherwise, he would be a little bully and anyone who offended him would be severely beaten. The unlucky ones may even have their tendons in their hands and feet severed. Among the examiners here, only two were in the late stage of martial arts. They looked at the middle-aged man standing next to Wang Fong with fear. The middle-aged man was about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a black suit, and did not exude any scary aura. But even so, the two examiners from the Thunder Martial Arts School present did not dare to interfere in this matter. Because they recognized this person's identity. The Heartless Han Long Fong. This is a half-step grandmaster, known for his ruthlessness, and was previously wanted. Later, because he joined the Wang family, he was protected, the wanted order was revoked, and he became a running dog of the Wang family. At this moment, two martial artist-level bodyguards beat Zhaoque back repeatedly, leaving a look of horror on his face. You two are useless. You are so powerful in terms of realm. We have been fighting for so long but still haven't captured him. Wang Fong cursed, thinking that these two bodyguards were useless. Then, he said to Jueqingshu beside him, Master Long, I have to trouble you to take action and end this farce. Jueqingshu nodded, then took a step forward, and no one could see his figure clearly. Zhaoque, who had been dodging, was picked up by someone with one hand. The face of this 5-star martial artist turned pale and he showed an expression of pain. Zhui Qingshu grinned, and with his other hand, he condensed into a fist and punched Zhao Kuo in the stomach. The terrifying force began to destroy the opponent's meridians. After doing all this, he threw Zhao Kuo's body to the ground and returned to Wang Feng's side at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 50, Yun Hebu, it's your turn next. Master Wang, this person is ungrateful. I have already abolished his martial arts skills. He will be a useless person from now on, a life worse than death. Zhui Qingshu's voice was cold, as if it had no warmth at all. The warriors around who were preparing for the test had expressions of fear in their eyes. He felt that the other party was too cruel, destroying other people's martial arts skills just because of a disagreement. How is this different from taking someone's life? But no one dared to say anything at this moment. After all, strength is king in this world. This ruthless man dared to do this, there must be someone protecting him, so he is not afraid at all. I'll call Master Chu and the others. The two examiners on the 30th floor looked at each other, and one of them spoke in a low voice. This matter has gotten out of control and must be resolved by a strong person. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the face of their Thunder Martial Arts School. This young Master Wang dared to order people to do this, so he should at least give an explanation to their Thunder Martial Arts School. However, the person that young Master Wang wants to instruct can only be a strong person at the level of half-step Grandmaster. These martial artists don't dare to confront them head-on. 40th floor. Shen Tunen finally chose a movement technique that satisfied him. Level 4 Martial Arts Animal Movement, Cloud Crane Step, price, 14.6 million. This martial art allows him to burst out at a speed 3 times faster than the floating light step, making him as gentlemanly and ghostly as he is, making his moves invisible. Even after practicing to perfection, one can stay in the air for a short period of time and walk on air, just like a congenitally strong person. Although he does not value the hovering effect, the increase in speed is significant. He only needs to practice to a small level of success, which is equivalent to his previous perfection of the floating light step. Otherwise, the price wouldn't be so high. Most of the martial arts skills practiced by grandmasters cost only around 5 million, but this one is almost 3 times the price. If it wasn't free to choose, Shen Tunen would not be willing to buy it. I'll choose this one. Shen Tunen pointed at the computer. Okay, I'll send someone to get it. Chu Feng quickly ordered someone to fetch this martial art. After choosing the body movement, the rest of the time is spent waiting. At this moment, Master Chu's cell phone suddenly rang. After he answered the call, his expression suddenly became serious. What's wrong? Shen Tunen asked casually. There is something I need to take care of. Master Chu's face looked a little ugly, and he obviously felt that this matter was a little difficult to handle. Shen Tunen didn't want to meddle in other people's business, so he didn't ask too many questions. After all, this Master Chu never gave him a good look when he came for the test. It was not until he saw his own powerful strength that he changed his expression. What happened? Why do you look so unhappy? Asked one of his companions. This is a lean half-step grandmaster, wearing a martial arts uniform with the word Thunder embroidered on the left chest. Master Hua, the young master of the Wang family, came to cause trouble and crippled in public a martial artist who was being tested in our Thunder Martial Arts School. Master Chu felt a headache and held his forehead, feeling that this matter was not easy to handle. Even if the young master of the Wang family is caught, he cannot be punished, otherwise the Wang family will not let it go. You know, even their owner has to give the Wang family some face. After all, the Wang family's headquarters is in Ziyang Prefecture, and there are terrifying innate strongmen in charge. Dealing with the young master of the Wang family now is simply a hot potato. But if nothing is done, the prestige of the Thunder Martial Arts School will be tarnished, and people will laugh at it if the news gets out. So now he is in a dilemma. Shen Tunen, who originally didn't want to get involved in this matter, stood up from his chair when he heard the word Wang family. Then he walked to Chu Feng's side and asked, "Is it the Wang family in Ziyang Mansion?" Shen Tunen's voice was gentle, but for some reason, Chu Feng felt a chill. Yes. He nodded instinctively. Lead the way, I'll take care of this. Shen Tunen spoke calmly, with no expression on his face. But in his heart, he couldn't help but think of the young master of the Wang family who wanted him to steal the elixir in the cave. The opponent used his power to overpower him. If he was not so strong, he would have been killed by the expert beside him. Now I meet someone from the Wang family again, what a coincidence. If Shen Tunen had not broken through to the Grandmaster level, he might not have cared about this matter. Because they don't have enough strength, it is almost impossible to survive against a behemoth like the Wang family. But now, he is already a true master, and he can obtain the badge of half-step innateness by using only 5 times the amplification. He estimated that if he burst out with all his strength, he would definitely be able to rival a congenitally strong person. Having such powerful strength naturally gives him unparalleled confidence. What about the Wang family? He uses his power to bully others every day for no reason. He always steals things and destroys other people's martial arts skills. It's really disgusting. Ah! Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then reacted and hurriedly led the way. It is true that he is not easy to deal with, but the one in front of him is a half-step innate cultivator, and he is so young and has a bright future. If Shin Tunin completely offends the Wang family will have to consider whether to take revenge. When you have enough strength, even a behemoth like the Wang family needs to be treated with caution, and you dare not make enemies easily. The two got into the elevator and soon arrived at the 30th floor. The elevator opens. Shin Tunin smelled a bloody smell. A group of people with yellow and green hair dyed in various colors were beating a man. The man did not defend himself, but lay on the ground with a look of despair on his face, as if he had lost hope of living. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to Master Wang like that? Look carefully at your own position and don't be so blind in the future. Stupid guy, you shouldn't be alive in this world. This group of people, with their hair dyed in various colors, looked like gangsters. The leader was a green-haired young man who beat and cursed the most fiercely. Not far away, Wang Feng was watching this scene with great interest. He liked to see other people's desperate expressions, the expressions that showed they had lost hope in life. Stop! Chu Feng shouted fiercely, his voice echoing throughout the entire 30th floor. The young thugs who had started the fight stopped what they were doing and quietly took a few steps back. What do you think of my Thunder Martial Arts School? Chu Feng strode over, his cold eyes sweeping over those young gangsters, bringing a chill. What a powerful official! Wang Feng chuckled not far away, not caring at all about the half-step grandmaster who came. Because the person standing next to him was Zhui Qingshu, a ruthless man among the half-step grandmasters. He once killed a half-step grandmaster. Young Master Wang, you're going too far. Do you really think my Thunder Martial Arts School is your own home? Chu Feng questioned. Wang Feng smiled, staring at Chu Feng, then looked at Shin Tunin, and said, I don't regard this place as my home, otherwise, anyone who offended me would have been killed by me long ago. I've saved his life, he should be grateful. When Zhao Kuo heard these words, veins popped on his forehead and his teeth chattered. He was extremely angry, but he had no ability to retaliate. Oh? Shin Tunin stepped forward slowly. If his life is worthless, then you are even less worthless than that? When Wang Feng heard this, his eyes suddenly became fierce, and then he winked at Zhui Qingshu next to him. Anyone who dares to contradict him will only end up being eliminated. Zhui Qingshu used his skills to quickly approach Shin Tunin with a fierce momentum. Wang Feng showed a sinister smile, as if he had seen Shin Tunin kneeling and begging for mercy. The next moment, Wang Feng's pupils suddenly trembled and an unimaginable expression appeared on his face. Because the scene happening before his eyes was incomprehensible to him. The ruthless hand, which was always victorious, was now standing still, not daring to move at all, as if it had been cast under a spell of immobilization. Shin Tunin just raised his hand lightly, and Zhui Qingshu's eyes showed a look of despair. Then the palm slapped on Zhui Qingshu's shoulder, and the master's true energy burst out and flowed into the opponent's body. Zhui Qingshu felt an unimaginable force coming at him, and his knees slammed directly to the ground, leaving a bloody mess. His breathing became disordered and he could no longer keep it normal. Crack! Crack! There was a sound of bones breaking inside Zhui Qingshu's body, as if a sword was running around in his body, making him feel unprecedented pain and despair. This sword pressure is quite useful, Shin Tunin said softly. He had just used this kind of pressure, which made the half-step grandmaster in front of him feel unimaginable oppression. He was directly suppressed and unable to move, and lost his combat power. Next, it's your turn. Shin Tunin looked at the young master of the Wang family. Chapter 51, The road to martial arts is cut off, the sky collapses. Wang Feng felt Shin Tunin's eyes that were like sharp swords, and he couldn't help but shudder in his heart. Being able to suppress the ruthless hand so easily. There is only one possibility, that is, the other party is a master. There are not many people like grandmasters in their Wang family. Apart from his younger brother, there was a powerful master following him closely, and someone like him had no qualifications at all.
because his talent is much worse than his brother's.
However, Wang Fong was not panicking at all. He spoke slowly, so it's a grandmaster. It was I who was blinded just now. But even if you are a master, you can't touch me today. Listening to Wang Fong's arrogant tone, Shen Tunan was not angry, but just sneered, just because you are from the Wang family?
Wang Fong put his hands behind his back and said, my Wang family has 2 great masters in Changhe City.
So what if you are a great master?
The grandmaster of their Wang family, who is stationed in Changhe City in Luochang, is not an ordinary grandmaster. Instead, they are 2 veteran grandmasters with 5 stars or above who can suppress everything. Besides, his father also arrived in Changhe City because of something.
In other words, they have 3 grandmasters in Changhe City. Unless Shen Tunan is tired of living, anyone who dares to touch him will have to kneel down. Bang! Suddenly, a slap was heard and Wang Fong's face swelled up quickly.
His mind was blank at this moment.
He was stunned by the slap. He didn't understand why the other party dared to hit him.
He looked down on the grandmaster of the Wang family.
The people around felt very relieved when they saw the scene. I am also full of awe for the master.
I'm afraid only a master would dare to teach others like this. If an ordinary person dared to do this, his head would fall off his neck. However, even the young master of the Wang family had to endure the grandmaster's actions.
You dare to hit me? Why did you hit me?
When Wang Fong reacted, his eyes were filled with resentment, like a cat whose tail was stepped on.
Now he wanted to tear Shen Tunan to pieces alive.
In the entire Wang family, no one dared to hit him except his father. And now, a master from outside actually made him lose face in front of so many people.
Now it's not just him who is being hit, but the entire Wang family's reputation is being hit. Even a master has to pay the price in blood. You're finished. Even if it means launching a grandmaster war, my Wang family will not hesitate. Wang Fong roared angrily.
If Shen Tunan just played a ruthless hand, even the Wang family would not cause trouble for Shen Tunan. After all, he had offended the grandmaster, and the fate of the heartless hand was his own fault. But if someone from the Wang family was attacked, this matter would not be resolved so easily. Xu Feng on the side also wiped a cold sweat, although he knew that Shen Tunan was half a step away from being innate.
But the Wang family is not a pushover either, and they might send out a few masters to attack.
Half step to the innate realm, after all, there has been no complete transformation, and it is still only at the level of a grandmaster. If we rely on numbers, there is a chance to defeat or injure it.
Why? Shen Tuanan didn't care what Wang Fong said.
Since the Wang family liked to compete to see who had the bigger fist, he was not afraid at all.
Because I'm a master. Bang!
Another slap came, this time with a little force. Wang Fong's whole body spun several times in the air, and then slammed into the machine.
An expression of extreme pain appeared on his face. As the pampered young master of the Wang family, when had he ever been humiliated like this?
Shen Tunan watched the scene calmly. Not to mention that he and the Wang family already had a grudge. Just now, this kid winked at him and wanted that half-step grandmaster to cripple him.
He was not a good person. Master Grandmaster.
The injured Zhaoque suddenly spoke.
Shen Tunan couldn't help but shift his gaze over.
The patriarch of the Wang family will be arriving in Changhe City to investigate a matter.
It is said that his son disappeared in the ferocious beast forest in Luo City. And Wang Fong is now the only heir of the Wang family's patriarch. This martial artist told Shen Tunan an extremely important piece of news.
When Shen Tunan heard this, he thought it was such a coincidence. This guy was actually a brother of the guy he killed in the forest of ferocious beasts.
It turns out that they are all passed down from generation to generation.
Shen Tunan had noticed Wang Fong a long time ago, and there was a hint of madness and hatred in his eyes. Even though he knew he was a master, he was still full of resentment, and looked like a poisonous snake, ready to pounce on you and bite you at any time. Xu Feng advised, "Sir, there's no need to offend the Wang family to death.
Why don't you just let this matter go?" Now that he has finally vented his anger, he thinks Shen Tunan will let it go. The other onlookers also thought so.
After all, it is completely unnecessary for a master to offend the Wang family to death. At this time, the group of young thugs with colorful hair hurried to Wang Fong and helped him up. However, Wang Fong was angry at the moment and looked at the followers who helped him up.
He was so angry that he kicked them out one by one. "A bunch of useless people, you don't even know how to stand in front of me, what use do I have for you idiots? And you bodyguards, what on earth are you doing here?" My Wang family spends so much money to support you, and you just sit here and watch the show?
He also scolded the bodyguard who followed him. Those people didn't dare to refute, but just lowered their heads and let the young master of the Wang family vent his anger. The bodyguards had no way of saying anything because they were facing a master after all. If they dared to rush up and attack him, they would almost be asking for humiliation. If you are unlucky, you might be crippled by a palm strike from the master. Moreover, they believed that Shintunin would not dare to do anything too extreme. At least young Master Wang's life was definitely not in danger, so they just stood by and watched. At this moment, Shintuanan did not take any more action, and everyone felt that the matter should end here. However, Shintunan suddenly took a step forward and unleashed a powerful swordsmanship. At this moment, everyone felt as if a sword was hanging above their heads and could fall at any time. Countless people were frightened and broke out in cold sweats. The young master of the Wang family showed an expression of extreme horror. He just glanced at Shintunan with resentment again and swore in his heart that he must avenge himself. He must ask his father to cut off the martial arts path of this master in front of him, break his limbs, force him to beg, and suffer humiliation. But he didn't expect that Shintunan would dare to take action directly without paying attention to other people's dissuasion. This is a bit too overbearing and unscrupulous. I really don't like the look in your eyes. The master's true energy in Shintunan's body condensed between his fingers, and then he flicked his fingers lightly. A white light tore through the air, and everyone was suppressed by the pressure of the sword, not daring to move. The bodyguards could only watch as the white light fell on the young master of the Wang family. Ah! Wang Fan let out a painful howl, feeling that his martial arts skills had been abolished. His chi and blood power rapidly weakened, and he soon became almost the same as an ordinary person. The pressure of the sword now receded like the tide. But the people around were all looking at this scene with an unbelievable and dull look. Chu Feng's face twitched a few times, and he said, "It's over, the sky is falling, the Wang family will never let this go." Chapter 52, The Three Grandmasters Attack, Shura Sword. Puff! Long Foam, the ruthless hand, was kneeling not far away and saw this scene, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. He didn't expect that the young master of the Wang family, whom he was protecting, would end up with the same fate as him. His martial arts skills were wasted. But he was deposed, and at most he was just kicked out of the Wang family. But if the young master of the Wang family was deposed, he would not be able to survive. It was rumored that this ruthless man was cruel, but he knew that the Wang family's methods were even more cruel and domineering. At the beginning, there was a master who failed to protect a direct descendant of the Wang family and fled the Wang family. As a result, his family was massacred by the Wang family. The escaped master was eventually caught by the Wang family and killed alive. Although the Grandmaster is high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary warriors, his majesty is inviolable. But facing the behemoth Wang family, even the master had to pay the price in blood. He. The ruthless hand suddenly laughed again, even though he would not survive. But if you destroy his master, you will surely follow in his footsteps. Let's go to hell together. Jui Qingshu smiled and his eyes gradually became cold. The bodyguards immediately gave the young master of the Wang family a bottle of medicine. Then they checked their physical condition, and their faces all changed, becoming extremely ugly. Even my hands were shaking slightly. Let's call the head of the family. One of the guards took out young Master Wang's cell phone and started making a call. If they fail to protect young Master Wang, they will most likely not survive. If they are lucky, they will be crippled and their martial arts skills will become useless. But if you dare to escape now, your family will be implicated. Those young men who looked like gangsters were all frightened and their faces turned pale. Although there was resentment in their eyes, they did not dare to look at Shintunan. The moment the young master of the Wang family was deposed, the fate of these people was almost certain death. The Wang family is well known for its tyranny and iron-blooded tactics. Now I can only pray that I can live as long as possible. At the same time, in a room in the center of Chenghe City, 3 men in suits sat on a chair each. Each of them exudes a powerful aura. Especially the person in the middle, just sitting there, gives people a sense of majesty without anger, as if he is a natural superior. And this person is none other than the head of the Wang family, Wang Ba. Third brother, fourth brother, I'd like to trouble you to investigate my son's disappearance. The head of the Wang family spoke. His tone was commanding. The other 2 masters nodded without hesitation and made their promise. Don't worry, big brother, we will find the murderer. This man is so audacious. He dares to touch anyone from our Wang family. I will grind him to dust. The two masters are half-brothers with Wang, the head of the Wang family. They knew how terrible their eldest brother could be when he got angry. By then, I'm afraid the whole sky will be turned upside down. Besides, this incident happened in the ferocious beast forest in Luo City. Luochang is under the jurisdiction of Chanha City, so they both must bear certain responsibilities. Sudden. Wang Ba's cell phone rang. The head of the Wang family took out his cell phone, looked at the caller, and frowned. Because that was his other useless son and the only son he had left. Has this kid caused me trouble again? Wang Ba answered the phone directly. But the voice was not his son's, but that of a bodyguard. The other party narrated the whole story in a concise manner. The face of the Wang family's patriarch suddenly became solemn, and the pressure of the master on his body spread like wildfire, making the whole room a little depressing. What a courage! How dare you destroy Faner, this ignorant fellow! At this moment, he was burning with anger, his eyes became sharp and full of murderous intent. The two masters' eyes became serious when they heard these words. Who dares to challenge the dignity of our Wang family? My nephew was actually crippled by someone. Even if he's a grandmaster, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death. The two men immediately stated that Wang Feng's dismissal was a disgrace to their Wang family. Do they really have no players left? Go to Thunder Martial Arts School. The Wang family patriarch only said this, and the two powerful masters followed closely behind him, slamming the door and leaving. Then he got into an exclusive private car and headed to Thunder Martial Arts School as quickly as possible. The Wang family has never suffered such serious provocation in these years. Thunder Martial Arts School. 30th floor. After deposing Wang Feng, Shen Tunen didn't plan to leave, but found a chair nearby and sat down. He saw some grapes on the table, and without hesitation, he peeled a few and started eating them. At this time, Wang Feng also slowly woke up. The intense pain just now made him faint, and now he woke up and felt that his martial arts skills had been destroyed. The expression on his face twisted and became as ferocious as a demon. I am a useless person. Wang Feng's eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Shen Tunen, who was calmly eating grapes not far away. Damn it! I'm going to call my father and have him cut this guy into pieces. Wang Feng wanted to take out his cell phone to make a call. At this time, a bodyguard next to him told him that he had called and the owner of the house was on the way. When Wang Feng heard this, even now, when he was in so much pain that he would rather die than live, a smile appeared on his face. It was a resentful smile. He did not die. With his status as the eldest son of the Wang family, even if his strength was abolished, he would be able to command the masters and serve them in the future, and he would still be able to live a prosperous life. But Shen Tunen is different. As long as he waits for his father to arrive, the other party will have only one fate, which is to live worse than a dog. When the time comes, he will personally kill the master who dared to destroy him, one blow after another, making his life worse than death. Time just passes by like this. The scene became quiet. Almost no one dared to speak loudly. Shen Tunen was eating when he realized he had eaten all the grapes. He asked Master Chu next to him, "Is there anything else to eat?" Chu Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. Sir Shen, why don't you leave first? I will report this matter to the museum owner and let him handle it. Chu Feng suggested after thinking for a while. After all, Shen Tunen is a half-step innate master from their Thunder Martial Arts School and has a bright future. Although they were in big trouble now, he felt that they should still protect Shen Tunen. Hearing this, Shen Tunen's eyes, as bright as stars, looked towards the elevator and said, "No need, the Wang family is already here." He felt the aura of several masters. Apart from the Wang family, who else could be capable of such a grand ceremony? The elevator door slowly opened. The middle-aged man in the lead had murderous eyes and was wearing a neat black suit. He strode out. The terrifying pressure of the Grandmaster spread throughout the venue. "Dad, kill him." When Wang Feng saw his father coming, he was overjoyed. He pointed at Shen Tunen and shouted. Seeing his son like this, Wang Ba felt a little distressed. He used his body skills and came to his side in an instant like lightning, and gave him the best 4th-level life potion. Then he locked onto Shen Tunen with his cold eyes, his murderous aura undisguised. "If you hurt anyone from my Wang family, I will kill you today." The head of the Wang family was aggressive and murderous. The master's pressure on his body was released crazily, making everyone feel like there was an insurmountable mountain pressing down on their heads. The terrifying master's true energy flows outside his body.
He even held a weapon ball in his hand and pressed it directly. Then he held a dark golden long sword in his hand, which was the 4th level ally weapon Shura sword. Chapter 53, Defeat the enemy with one sword, the Master's Fear. The Grandmaster was angry. The scene was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. The violent true chi of the Grandmaster was evaporating wantonly. It was visible to the naked eye that the surrounding air was slightly distorted. "Brother, have you reached the half-step Xiantian stage?" One of the Wang family's masters, sensing the Wang family patriarch's incomparably powerful master's true energy, showed a surprised expression on his face. "I thought it would take a few more years for me, his half-brother, to reach that level. I didn't expect it to be so early." This suppressed some of the thoughts that were brewing in his mind. He wanted to fight for the position of the head of the family, but he was not strong enough, and the old ancestor suppressed everything. That's why he didn't dare to act rashly. "Big brother is really good at hiding things," another grandmaster said with emotion. "He is the 4th son of the Wang family and also an invincible grandmaster of 8 stars. However, once you reach the grandmaster level, it is extremely difficult to advance to a higher level. I don't know how much cultivation resources it will take. It also depends on talent. If you don't have the talent, you may waste a lot of training resources and still not reach your realm." Wang Ba, the head of the Wang family, ignored the thoughts of his 2 brothers. The only thing he wanted now was to kill the bastard in front of him who dared to kill his son. Xian Su's sword technique. He tightly grasped the Shura blade in his hand, and the master's true energy covered this alloy weapon. He slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them again, and the violent master's true energy flowed between his palms. All the terrifying power is concentrated in this one knife. The moment when the power is concentrated to the extreme. Swish! The long sword cut through the air, and the sound of breaking through the air echoed in the room. A dark golden light flashed in everyone's eyes. It was a dazzling blade light, and it was difficult to capture the trajectory of the blade light with the naked eye. This is a 4th level martial art, and also Wang Ba's famous sword technique. He has practiced this move to perfection, and it is so powerful that even a master can change his expression in shock. Even this one strike can kill a master. The violent sword light made everyone feel a sense of oppression from the heart. The other 2 Wang family masters watched this scene coldly. In their eyes, Shintunan was already a dead man. Facing this domineering and violent sword light, Shintunan's eyes showed no fear, but instead a slight smile. "Your swordsmanship is good, but it's a pity you don't know what kind of existence you are facing." The master's true energy in Shintunan's body also erupted at this moment, and a terrifying high-temperature airflow emanated from him. The true energy in the body began to flow rapidly. He held the sword in his hand. This 3rd level ally weapon was trembling slightly, as if it could not withstand the power burst out by Shintunan. Cloud-piercing sword technique, 7-fold amplification. As he finished speaking, everyone seemed to see endless clouds rising up before their eyes, filling their sight. The ground cracked silently, and countless stones were shaken up and suspended in the air. His own strength can reach 2 million, and with the sword skills increasing by 7 times, his combat power has exceeded 14 million. Even among the half-step innate realm, he is absolutely terrifying. Except when facing the real innate realm, there is no need to fear any opponent. Clang! The sword energy flowed and disappeared from everyone's sight like lightning, and then suddenly collided with the knife light. But what no one expected was that the knife and sword lights only fought for less than 2 breaths before exploding and dissipating into the air. Then the sword flashed like a broken bamboo and slashed towards the head of the Wang family. The head of the Wang family's face changed drastically, and he held the alloy weapon in front of him. The sword light quickly enlarged in his pupils. Then he felt an unimaginable force coming at him, which made his hands numb. The hand holding the knife was shaking violently. Boom! In the end, he was blown in by this force, directly smashing the floor-to-ceiling window not far away, and falling rapidly from a high altitude. His body fell from the 30th floor and hit an SUV parked outside. The vehicle was directly smashed by him, emitting a lot of thick smoke, and then red flames lit up. Boom! The vehicle exploded violently, sending up waves of heat that blew away all the surrounding cars. Countless passers-by screamed. Ah! They fled in all directions, all of them were terrified. In the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Shintunan stood there calmly, and the sword in his hand shattered and scattered into pieces on the ground. This third-level alloy weapon finally reached its limit and turned into fragments all over the ground. The remaining two Wang family masters stood there in a daze, with expressions of horror in their eyes.
The head of the family was able to kill a half-step innate person in one blow.
Could this person be at the same innate level as the ancestor? But they quickly killed this idea. The innate realm will awaken the power of elements, but the person in front of him did not use any elemental power. He should be just a powerful half-step innate, and he should have come a long way on this road. However, when they looked at the young Shintuanan, they felt that he was living a dog's life at his age. Because the opponent looks much smaller than them, yet he possesses such terrifying combat power. What kind of monster did his Wang family offend?
Chu Feng, who was standing next to Shintunan at this moment, opened his mouth slightly. He didn't know how to express the shock in his heart.
Killing a half-step innate person in one move, what kind of terrifying combat power is this? Chu Feng even suspected that Shintunan's combat power was infinitely close to the innate realm, otherwise how could it be so amazing?
Shintunan glanced at the two masters of the Wang family with a cold gaze. The two Wang family masters actually jumped out of the broken French window without hesitation. Two figures fell rapidly, and then used friction to stay in the air for a short time when landing, and landed steadily on the ground.
Big brother. The third son of the Wang family finally found Wang Ba. At this time, Wang Ba was like a dead dog.
Both of his arms were completely broken, and his clothes were torn to shreds by the explosion. But fortunately, his body was strong enough, and even the explosion just now did not kill him, but only caused extensive burns on his skin.
Wang Laosan quickly took out a bottle of medicine and gave it to the head of the Wang family. Ahem.
The head of the Wang family coughed twice, with fear in his eyes, obviously frightened by the sword just now.
Go! The first thing the Wang family patriarch did when he spoke was to run away.
As for his son, he can only leave it to fate now. Facing such a strong man, if he doesn't run away, he will die here.
The two masters, Wang Laosan and Wang Laosi, just looked at each other and prepared to use their skills to leave.
Just as they were about to leave, his pupils suddenly trembled violently. Because in the air, there was a figure walking in the air, looking at them coldly.
Chapter 54, All Suppressed, Apply for Arbitration. You guys just want to leave like this? Don't you think too highly of me?
Shintunan walked in the air, looking down at the three masters of the Wang family, as if he was stepping on them. At this moment, the three masters of the Wang family all looked extremely ugly, and one could even see fear on their faces.
Leave a way out for yourself so that we can meet again in the future.
Even though you are a monstrous genius, my Wang family has a Xiantian realm master.
Why don't we just let this go? My Wang family will not retaliate. Just let us go.
The third son of the Wang family stepped forward with gritted teeth. Although he was a master, he still felt an unprecedented sense of oppression in front of Shintunan.
If even Wang Ba can be killed instantly, then it will be easy to kill him instantly.
So he didn't dare to take action at all, and could only try to see if he could persuade the other party. Even if the Wang family loses face, they have to swallow their anger for the time being. Wang Ba, the head of the Wang family, was extremely angry at the moment, but he did not dare to show it and could only hide it for the time being. He lowered his head slightly, his face hidden in the darkness, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. However, he secretly swore in his heart that if he could leave today, he would definitely ask the ancestor to help kill this ignorant guy in front of him.
So what if the person in front of me is a genius?
As long as he has not reached the innate realm, he will never be a match for the ancestor.
I heard that your Wang family is investigating something? The young master of the Wang family, Wang Kong, and the master who protected him are missing, right? Shintunan asked calmly.
The head of the Wang family suddenly looked up, his eyes no longer able to conceal his resentment. He had already realized that his other son might have died at the hands of the man in front of him. After all, he only announced to the outside world that his son Wang Kong was missing, and did not tell the outside world about the disappearance of the master. Only the Wang family knew about this matter, no one else knew.
Did you kill Konger?
Wang Ba asked, his fingers digging into the flesh and bright red blood flowing out from between his palms.
That's right.
Shintunan admitted directly, your son deserves to die. He tried to steal my elixir and even wanted to kill me to silence me, so I killed him instead.
Hearing this,
the face of Wang Ba, the head of the Wang family, had become completely hideous and distorted. His blood-red eyes stared at Shintunan, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. Both of his sons fell into the hands of the man in front of him, and even he himself fell into the same trap.
Enough!
The third son of the Wang family roared, the Wang family accepts this loss.
Please let me go, sir. He has now tried to keep a low profile and has no intention of taking action. He just wants to leave safely. But I don't like letting tigers go back to the mountains. Shin Tunin swept his cold eyes over the two masters of the Wang family. Although he did not have a sword in his hand at the moment, the sword energy condensed from the master's true chi was still enough to suppress the two masters. Third brother, fight him. The fourth son of the Wang family couldn't stand it anymore. He was a dignified master, so when had he ever been so servile? But the person in front of them didn't intend to let them go and was determined to kill them all. The third son of the Wang family felt the murderous intent from Shin Tuanan, and his eyes became fierce. If he hadn't been afraid of Shin Tunan's strength, any other master who dared to speak to him like that would have been broken by him long ago. He had done that before. After all, there is a gap between masters. Are you really not afraid of the innate strong men of my Wang family? Do you want to offend my Wang family to death? Asked the third son of the Wang family. Shin Tunan was too lazy to talk any nonsense with him. He used his body skills to disappear on the spot and kicked his opponent with his last kick. The third son of the Wang family caught sight of Shin Tunan's figure, and the master's true energy in his body exploded. He swung his fist directly, and the surging energy wave bombarded towards Shin Tunan. The two of them just collided for a moment before separating. Shin Tunan felt his blood surging, but it soon subsided. Just now he had only used part of the amplification, mainly because he wanted to test his level 3 body skills. However, facing this late-stage grandmaster, the other party had also practiced body skills and had no advantage at all. The opponent can easily detect the trajectory of his attack. However, these are all trivial matters. Once this matter is resolved, I will practice the 4th level Yunhe step to make up for the shortcomings of my body skills. It seems that your strength is not that strong? The third son of the Wang family showed a hint of doubt in his eyes. Logically speaking, someone who could kill his elder brother in seconds couldn't be so weak. Third brother, could it be that his sword technique can only be used once, so it intimidated us, said the fourth son of the Wang family. A bluffing guy? There was a murderous look in the eyes of the third son of the Wang family. He dared to seriously injure the head of their Wang family. If he was just bluffing and could only swing that sword, then he would not let Shin Tunan go. Kill. The fourth son of the Wang family took the lead and used his body skills to instantly disappear from the spot. He kept waving his fists and attacked Shin Tuanan. Court death. The master's true energy in Shin Tunan's body burst out, and he used his hand as a sword. Countless phantoms appeared, and the last sword slashed. With the powerful amplification, one can break all the methods with one force. The fourth son of the Wang family heard the sound of his bones breaking, and then he fell to his knees with a thud, breaking the floor with his knees, and his arms hung down weakly. When the third son of the Wang family saw this scene, the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared, leaving only fear. Then Shin Tunan's figure quickly enlarged in his sight, and he seemed to see countless sword shadows slashing towards him. He instinctively used his martial arts to resist, but it was of no use and he was suppressed in an instant. Like the fourth son of the Wang family, he fell to his knees on the ground, making a sound of bones breaking. One person suppressed 3 invincible masters. At this moment, Shin Tunan's aura reached an extremely terrifying level. A single look from him could make people tremble with fear. And at this time, Shu Feng walked out of the elevator of Thunder Martial Arts School and ran quickly towards Shin Tunan. The two masters knelt on the ground, and the head of the Wang family lay on the ground like a dead dog. The Shura sword in his hand also disappeared, probably because he had put it into the weapon ball. Master Shin, why don't we just forget about this matter? You've also taught these masters of the Wang family a lesson. The Wang family has made contributions to the human race. Give the Wang family ancestors some face. Shu Feng tried to persuade. After all, the Wang family has a powerful innate master. If you really offend him to death, that innate master will not stand idly by. These Wang family members are nothing but a bunch of parasites. If I didn't have enough strength today, I would have been killed by them. Besides, countless warriors of our human race have fought bravely against all other races to protect the human race, while these termites only stay in their own den. Arbitrarily abolishing other people's cultivation and arbitrarily judging others. They deserve this fate today. Shu Feng's eyelids twitched as he watched, and he felt that Shin Tunan was too overbearing. However, considering that Shin Tunan is so young and has such terrifying strength, he can understand it. If he had such strength, he might be even more domineering than Shin Tunan. After saying these words, Shin Tunan came to the head of the Wang family and directly snatched the weapon ball from his hand. Since my weapon is broken, I must use yours as compensation. The opponent's weapon is a 4th level alloy weapon, worth at least hundreds of millions. Shin Tunin naturally would not let it go. The head of the Wang family was seriously injured at the moment and was unable to stop it. He could only watch. I refuse to accept this. I want to ask to see the mayor of Changha City and ask him to do justice. The head of the Wang family roared. There is only one person in the Xiantian realm in the entire Changha City, so he wants to ask the other party to come to arbitrate. Chapter 55, Lord of Changha City, Elemental Lord. The head of the Wang family shouted loudly at this moment so that all the onlookers around could hear it. Since we can't win, we have no choice but to use our background. The mayor of Changha City, like their ancestor, is in the innate realm. Presumably, in order not to offend the Wang family, the other party will be biased and directly convict Shin Tuanan. The reason he said this was that he sensed the murderous intent in Shin Tuanan. He is only seriously injured now. If he doesn't shout out first, the other party will kill him with one sword, and then everything will be over. Shin Tuanan didn't care what the other party said and took out the dark golden lone sword from the weapon ball. This 4th level ally weapon, with dark golden patterns on it, is many times better than his 3rd level sword. Since the Wang family has a powerful innate realm master, I'm afraid the price of this 4th level alloy weapon is definitely not the lowest. Shin Tuanan thought to himself. Although this knife is very good, he uses a sword after all, so it is better to replace it with a sword. Then, he held the Shura knife, pointed the tip of the knife at the head of the Wang family, and said with a gleam in his eyes, "Justice. When you want to kill people at will, have you ever thought about asking someone to do the justice? Now that you can't win, you expect someone to help you? How could such a good thing happen?" Shin Tuanan couldn't be sure whether the mayor of Changha would favor the Wang family. Anyway, after he got the certification of half-step innate, he also has the power to enforce the law. He can just execute first and report later. What can the other party do to him? Just as Shin Tuanan was about to deal with him, Chu Feng hurriedly stopped him and said, "Sir, calm down. The head of the Wang family has already reached the half-step Xiantian realm. He is the next person in the Wang family with the greatest hope of entering the Xiantian realm. If he dies here, the ancestor of the Wang family will go crazy and might even come straight from Xiang Mansion to kill him. You must not take action directly, otherwise the other party might take the opportunity to slaughter you." His meaning was very clear. The ancestor of the Wang family was a real villain. He once killed countless enemies on the front line and was extremely domineering after taking charge of Xiang Mansion. If he knew that his 3 direct descendants all died at the hands of one person, then he would definitely take crazy revenge on the other party. Even Shin Tuanan's family would be implicated, and it might even be possible to wipe out all 9 generations of the clan. It is the most unwise choice to offend a Xiantian realm master to death. So what if he's Xiantian? If he dares to come, I'm not afraid. Shin Tuanan responded domineeringly, not caring at all. According to the speed at which he is improving his realm, the innate realm is just like this. If he is given a certain amount of time, he will surpass this realm sooner or later. Chu Feng was stunned. He obviously didn't expect Shin Tuanan to be so domineering. He wasn't even afraid of the Xiantian realm? If he had not read Shin Tuanan's information, he would have thought that the other party might have a family bigger than that of the innate realm powerhouses. But the fact is that there is no such thing. Shin Tuanan's background and identity are very simple. He is just a rising genius in a small city. Changha City. City Lord's Mansion. At this moment, in an office, a middle-aged man with a dignified face was staring at a message on his mobile phone and frowned. Wang Zhantian actually took the initiative to ask me to look after his son, Wang Ba. The man put his phone down. He and Wang Zhantian, the ancestor of the Wang family, were not very close friends. They had only met a few times. The care the other party mentioned did not mean that he should help Wang Ba, but that he should try not to interfere and let the other party investigate. He had also heard some news recently that a direct descendant of the Wang family had died and they were all looking for the murderer. But he still had to give this face. At this moment, a woman wearing red glasses suddenly walked in. The woman had long hair like a waterfall, clear eyes, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and was dressed in a black suit skirt. She also wore black stockings and high heels on her feet, and had long slender legs. "Mayor, something big has happened." This woman is the secretary of the mayor of Changha City, but at this moment there is a hint of panic in her eyes. Guang, the mayor of Changha City, raised an eyebrow and asked, "What happened that makes you so panicked?" As a secretary, he usually does an excellent job and does everything in an orderly manner. It is really rare to see him in this state today. News came from the Thunder Martial Arts School that a Grandmaster's battle had taken place, with 4 Grandmasters participating, including Wang, the head of the Wang family. Hearing what the secretary said, Wang did not show any surprise, but nodded lightly. I understand. Let them handle this matter. After all, the ancestor of the Wang family had greeted him, so he had to give him some face. But the 3 masters of the Wang family were all defeated, and they are clamoring for you to seek justice, the female secretary said hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Changhua City Mayor Wang almost spit out the tea in his mouth. He felt that the 3 masters of the Wang family were useless. 3 of them couldn't even defeat one, so how could they talk about revenge? However, since he promised to take care of the Wang family's master, he still has to personally deal with this matter. By the way, who is the master who defeated the Wang family, and where is the information? Wang asked. The female secretary quickly handed over the tablet and said, We've investigated thoroughly. He's the new Grandmaster of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. Here's his information. Wang took a look, his pupils dilated instantly, revealing a shocked expression. A 30-year-old half-step innate? Where did this monster come from? He was shocked again. Although he was in the Xiantian realm, what happened recently was really outrageous. How could such a genius emerge from Los Angeles? It's like a joke, too outrageous. On one side is the Wang family, and on the other side is a genius who is destined to enter the innate realm. It's not easy to offend both sides. Besides, Luo Chang is also under the jurisdiction of his Changhua city. If there is another strong man in the innate realm in their area, he will also receive commendations and rewards. Have you investigated the truth of the matter? Wang asked. The female secretary nodded and said, the Wang family members were indeed killed by the Grandmaster of the Thunder Martial Arts School. We have investigated this. Since Grandmaster Shin came out of the ferocious beast forest, he has obtained a large amount of gold, which he exchanged for the Thunder Martial Arts School. He also gained a precious space ring. After hearing the answer, the mayor of Changhua said, the Wang family has been arrogant and domineering in recent years. They don't know how to restrain themselves. Every member of the Wang family has been involved in more or less deaths. It's just that with the Wang family's ancestor as their backer, few people dare to touch them. This time they must have hit a tough opponent. But I still can't intervene in this matter, otherwise I will definitely offend the Wang family. Then I can only ask my master to come forward. His master happened to pass by Changhua City yesterday and is now resting at his home. If it weren't for his busy official duties, he would definitely spend more time with his master. Wang picked up the phone directly, dialed a number, chatted with his master for a few words, and told him the whole story. Got it. I'll take care of this matter. A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. After receiving master's assurance, Wang continued to handle official business and told the female secretary that she could leave. His master was a true elemental master, an existence that surpassed the innate realm. Even if he offended the Wang family, the ancestor of the Wang family would not dare to cause trouble for his master. Chapter 56, Trial, New Target. In a villa. A man in black casual clothes stretched and opened the curtains. The golden sunlight shone down, falling on the man's body and illuminating his fair and handsome face. I never thought that after finally getting a vacation, I would have to deal with such boring things. The man's aura burst out, and an invisible wind pushed the window open. Then, the man stepped directly out of the window. Crackle! A sound of thunder and lightning rang out, and countless tiny arcs of electricity flashed on the man's body, and he himself shone with countless white lights, like a white sun. The surrounding air also distorted at this moment. The aura exuded by the man at this moment was earth-shaking and terrifying, giving people the feeling of being the king of thunder. Boom! The man stepped on the air, and the whole sky was filled with thunder. The terrifying thunder streaked across the sky and shook the earth. The cars on the ground kept making a beeping sound. The man soared into the sky, transformed into a streak of white lightning, and rushed towards the direction of the Thunder Martial Arts School. Outside the Thunder Martial Arts School, Shin Tunin did not hide his murderous intent at all, and Chu Feng's words did not move him at all. And at this moment, not far away, several martial arts bodyguards were helping Wang Feng out of the elevator. When Wang Feng saw that his uncle and his father were both seriously injured, he felt like the sky was falling. You have to know that in his heart, his father is invincible and has never been so embarrassed. Only now did he realize what a terrifying existence he had offended. Even his invincible father was defeated. Even now, there is a possibility of being killed. There was deep fear in his pupils and a shocked expression on his face. He felt that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended this time. "Don't kill my father, I am willing to atone for his sins." Wang Feng suddenly shouted, fell to his knees on the ground, tears streaming down his face, and kowtowed to Shintunen. This made Shintunen stunned for a moment, but he soon calmed down. "It's too late to admit your mistakes now." After all, Shintunen doesn't believe in crocodile tears. If he were to release the Wang family members now, they would definitely turn around and retaliate against him and his family. He was not so merciful. Sudden. Shintunen felt a palpitation in his heart. He looked up at the sky and sensed an unimaginable terrifying aura. I don't know when, but the sky was filled with a lot of fog, blocking the sunlight and making the ground dark. Boom! Then a brilliant white lightning flashed in the sky and quickly approached this place. Shintunen instinctively tightened the alloy weapon in his hand, sensing extreme danger. The white thunder soon arrived above the Thunder Martial Arts School. The other party was emitting a dazzling white light, like an eternal white sun, emitting oppression at will. Even the Grandmaster could feel a sense of suffocation. The Wang family patriarch looked at the big sun in the sky and exclaimed in surprise, "Elemental Lord!" The other party's aura is even more terrifying than that of the ancestor of the Wang family. Coupled with such overwhelming pressure, the identity of the visitor can be understood at once. The Elemental Lord is a terrifying existence that transcends the innate realm. Such a strong man can guard Xiang Prefecture, a city with a population of millions. Even if such a strong man is at the front line, he can defend a city alone and intimidate millions of ferocious beasts so that they dare not step out of line. Generally speaking, a Grandmaster level being is not qualified to see such an existence. The Lord of Ziyang Mansion is at this level, but he has seen that existence, and the elemental power that existence controls is not the power of thunder and lightning. The Elemental Lord in front of him was probably an invincible existence in other important cities, or perhaps he was a lord guarding the front line. The innate realm is only able to initially master some of the elemental powers, which is equivalent to just mastering the basics. The Elemental Lords are beings who have completely mastered the power of elements. They can summon thousands of thunders at will to kill powerful enemies. It can also summon endless flames to bake the earth and burn the sky. Or it could be the power of other elements, all of which can unleash terrifying power that is unimaginable to the world. At this moment, countless people looked up at the sky in astonishment, and some people even collapsed on the ground in fear. The figure in the sky looked extremely sacred, with countless white thunders dancing on his body. He just stood there, without saying a word, giving people the feeling that he was a god patrolling the mortal world. Xu Feng was so frightened that his scalp went numb. He didn't understand why such a terrifying figure suddenly appeared. Even if the owner of their Changha City Thunder Martial Arts School was here, he would have to bow respectfully when encountering such an existence. Even the powerful ones in the Xiantian realm would feel terrified when facing such a big shot. "Young man, you are full of murderous intent." The Elemental Lord spoke in a voice that was not loud, but full of majesty and awe-inspiring. Shintunen felt an unprecedented sense of oppression and felt that even if he tried his best, he would probably not be a match for the supreme powerful man. The thunder that danced randomly on the opponent's body gave him a feeling of extreme danger. If someone wanted to kill such a being, he would probably be dead without a burial place after a few bolts of lightning. But I like your personality. If you go to the front lines in the future, you will definitely be feared by all the ferocious beasts. The Elemental Lord, who was as big as the sun, suddenly changed the subject. The terrifying pressure receded like the tide, and he even praised Shintunen. Shintunen realized at this moment that this person was not invited by the Wang family. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. "Respected Lord, you must uphold justice for my Wang family." The head of the Wang family kowtowed and knelt before the other party, very pious. The mysterious Elemental Lord suddenly snorted coldly, "I already know what happened to the Wang family. You brought this upon yourselves. However, considering Wang Zhantian's contribution in resisting the ferocious beast, I will not kill you. But the death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. From now on, you will be sent to the front line to defend against ferocious beasts for 30 years. Hearing these words, the head of the Wang family and his two brothers turned pale and their pupils were filled with fear. They naturally knew how dangerous the front line was. Not to mention masters like them, even those in the innate realm were at risk of falling. Although going to the front line can gain military merits, it can also serve as a good training ground and there will be a lot of rewards. But all this is based on the premise of being able to survive. If they didn't go to the front line, they could enjoy wealth and glory and unlimited power in the rear, and they didn't need to risk their lives to earn military merits. Your Excellency, I feel that this decision is unfair to my Wang family. The third son of the Wang family first bowed and then expressed his thoughts. He was unwilling to go to the front line and risk his life, as that would be a dead end. But just as he finished speaking, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared in his pupils, and white lightning fell at his feet. Boom! Immediately afterwards, the ground exploded and threw him away. His body smashed through several walls and he was covered in blood. Anyone who refuses to carry out orders will be killed without mercy. The mysterious elemental lord exuded a murderous aura, and everyone seemed to see a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appearing in their minds. The head of the Wang family looked at the miserable state of his brothers and knew that he had to accept the result whether he wanted to or not. Even his father, the ancestor of the Wang family, could not protect them. The head of the Wang family looked at Shen Tunen with resentment, knowing that it was impossible for him to take revenge personally. After 30 years on the front line, it's a question whether you can come back alive. Shen Tunen had no objection to the judgment of the elemental lord. The Wang family members went to the front line to resist the ferocious beasts, which was also a way to atone for the mistakes they had made before. Just wait, the ancestor will never let you go. Although Wang Zhantian is their father, the name of the Wang family's ancestor is the most famous. So in front of outsiders, they would not call him father, but would call him ancestor. If he dares to cause trouble for me, I will kill him. Shen Tunen responded with a cold face, not taking the other party's threats seriously at all. Arrogant. The head of the Wang family was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shen Tunen didn't even look at the other person. He now had a new goal, which was to enter the realm of elemental master in the future. A strong man of this level is extremely domineering, controlling the endless power of elements, transforming into a white sun, shining on the earth, and looking majestic. If he had such strength, even if the ancestor of the Wang family came, he would have to bow down and apologize to him. How could he dare to hold him accountable? After all, this world is where strength prevails. Chapter 57 Grandmaster 2-star, Cloud-piercing sword intent. The sun is high in the sky. Lightning illuminated the earth, and everyone present breathed cautiously. The invincible elemental master in the sky gave everyone an unimaginable sense of oppression. It's as if the other person is a real god, which makes people feel awe. The third son of the Wang family struggled to pull himself out of the wall. He was covered in blood, but he did not dare to show any resentment. Because he realized that if he dared to show such an expression to the elemental lord, the other party would probably kill him. Such a powerful person is so high and mighty that even the ancestor has to smile at him when he comes, let alone him being a grandmaster? Swish! Suddenly, an object appeared in the sky and flew towards Shen Tunen. Shen Tunen was startled, thinking that the elemental lord was going to attack him, and instinctively released the grandmaster's chi, which quickly flowed through his meridians. His body was emitting a scorching heat, like a red-hot iron. The temperature was frighteningly high. However, just as his grandmaster chi burst out, it was suppressed by a stronger force, and the grandmaster chi was forced to flow back into his body. Shen Tunen felt a pair of cold eyes, as if he was looking down on the world. Even after entering the grandmaster realm, Shen Tunen still felt that he was as weak and pitiful as an ant. In the past, he thought that the grandmaster was so high and mighty that he could defeat 10,000 enemies at once and was a truly invincible strongman. But now he found out that he was extremely wrong. The grandmaster was simply too weak in the face of such a terrifying existence. Little guy, don't be so murderous. I'm not your enemy. The mysterious elemental lord said in a gentle voice. Shen Tunen reached out and caught the object thrown by the other party. It turned out to be a ferocious beast crystal. Moreover, this ferocious beast crystal contains more powerful energy than the ferocious beast crystals he absorbed before. Level 4 Ferocious Beast Crystal. Shen Tunen's face lit up with joy. He didn't expect that such a big shot would give him such a gift. It's also his fault that he was too nervous and saw danger everywhere. Thank you for the gift, sir. Shen Tunen bowed to express his gratitude. No need to thank me. Go to the front lines and kill more ferocious beasts in the future, and make more contributions to our human race. After saying this, the elemental lord turned into a streak of white lightning, disappeared from the spot, and flew away into the distance. The sky became clear again, the fog dissipated, and golden sunlight shone down, shining on Shen Tunen. At this moment, Shen Tunen stood in place with his back straight, like a sword rising into the sky. He has a fair face and firm eyes. He seems to have his own goals, and he is willing to risk his life to achieve them. Make way. Soon, a group of law enforcement officers came over, wearing uniform. Without saying a word, they escorted the Wang family members and prepared to send them directly to the front line of the battlefield after treating them. The master of the Wang family did not dare to resist. After all, if they resisted, they would face a catastrophe. Wang Feng, the young master of the Wang family, along with his followers and bodyguards, were escorted away. For 30 years, they will basically spend the rest of their lives on the front line. After General Wang Feng was deposed, even if they did not have the ability to kill the ferocious beasts, they had to go there as logistics personnel. Lord Shen. Chu Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was really scared just now. The appearance of an elemental master put too much pressure on him. His gaze shifted to Shen Tunen, and he suddenly discovered that the other party actually sat down directly in front of him. Afterwards, he actually began to refine the beast crystal in public, not caring at all whether there was anyone around him or not. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng quickly began to disperse the crowd and sent people from the martial arts school to guard. Furnace of heaven and earth, refine it for me. Shen Tunen began to refine the beast crystal, and a huge illusory furnace appeared in his body, emitting endless high temperature to melt everything. Now Shen Tunen's desire for strength has reached its peak. His only thought was to become stronger. He had to become stronger. He found that he had been a frog in a well before, and now he began to open his eyes and see the world. There are many powerful people in this world, and the Elemental Lord is probably not the pinnacle. There are probably even stronger ones. What he has to do is to improve his strength as much as possible in the shortest time. As the furnace started, a large amount of energy was fed back into Shen Tunen's body. Warm currents flowed through countless meridians in his body, making him feel warm all over. It was like a spring afternoon when he was lazily lying in a rocking chair, basking in the sun and enjoying the warm afternoon time. All of this energy was converted into Grandmaster Qi, allowing his strength to continuously increase. After reaching the Grandmaster level, the competition is about Grandmaster Qi. The thicker the true Qi, the higher the realm. Moreover, after entering this realm, Shen Tunen clearly felt that his physical strength had become more enduring, and he was almost in peak condition all the time, as if he would never feel tired. A large amount of energy was refined by Shen Tunen, and his aura continued to rise, and the pressure on his body became more and more terrifying. Countless masters' true Qi burst out from his body and surrounded him, forming one small vortex after another. What a fierce cultivator! Could it be that he wants to break through in public? Chu Feng looked at Shen Tunen at this moment with complicated feelings. In theory, there are certain risks in refining the 4th-level Ferocious Beast Crystal, as the energy contained in the Ferocious Beast Crystal is not as gentle as that of potions. Most people who refine this kind of crystal stone would find a quiet place and absorb it slowly. Unlike the one in front of him, he sucked out all the energy of the 4th-level Beast Crystal in one go like a whale sucking water, without fear of backlash to his body. He could only say that this was truly brave. Other people from the Thunder Martial Arts School also wiped a cold sweat for Shen Tunen, thinking that he was really risking his life for the sake of cultivation. No wonder he is so powerful at such a young age. If it were them, they wouldn't dare to do that. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound, like a volcanic eruption. At this moment, Shen Tunen suddenly opened his eyes, and the master's true energy in his body flowed rapidly. His breathing became long and long. An astonishing aura emanated from Shen Tunen. At this moment, Shen Tunen seemed to have realized something, and the light in his eyes was frighteningly bright. I see, that's how it is. Shen Tunen murmured softly. At this moment, his body was scorching hot, and streams of high-temperature heat swept in all directions. The people from the Thunder Martial Arts School nearby were forced back hundreds of meters by this heat flow and did not dare to get close. Shen Tunen has now entered the realm of Grandmaster 2-star, but what surprised him the most was not this, but something else. What he has always wanted to comprehend is the power of artistic conception. It turns out that I was only half a step away from entering the realm of mind. Shen Tunen held a dark golden Shura sword in his hand. At this moment, any weapon in his hand could be used as a sword. Even a knife can unleash astonishing power. Shen Tunen slowly closed his eyes and raised the Shura sword in his hand high. At that moment, the people around saw endless clouds emerging, and Shen Tuanen's figure was covered by these clouds, becoming blurred and eventually disappearing. Cloud-piercing sword intent. Shen Tunen's majestic voice came from the clouds and mist. Then they saw a flash of dark golden light, the clouds were torn apart by the sword light, and then rushed straight into the sky. Boom! There was a deafening roar in the sky, the heaven and earth shook, countless cracks appeared on the ground, and the entire Thunder Martial Arts School was shaking violently, and it seemed as if it was about to explode in the next moment. The horrifying echo continued to reverberate in everyone's ears. The car that was escorting the Wang family members also shook violently at this moment. The Wang family's patriarch, sensing this aura, was shocked. His pupils instantly dilated as he exclaimed, "This is sword intent." Chapter 58, The Shura Sword. The head of the Wang family had a frighteningly ugly expression on his face at this moment. His hands were clenched tightly, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. Because he felt that the sword intent was extremely similar to the sword technique that defeated him, it could even be said to be exactly the same. In other words, the one who comprehends the sword's meaning will be the one who defeats him. "Brother, we are in trouble now." The third son of the Wang family was lying on a bed at this moment, but there was still a look of horror in his pupils. Because the other party comprehended the power of artistic conception at this time, it caught them off guard. The fourth son of the Wang family was silent at this moment, but a jealous expression appeared on his face. He was unwilling to accept it. Why could the other party comprehend the power of artistic conception? You should know that even ordinary innate strong people may not be able to comprehend the power of artistic conception. Only by stepping into the realm of elemental lord can one definitely comprehend the power of artistic conception. And once he comprehends this power, even if Shintuanan is not a congenital strongman, he will be qualified to hurt a congenital strongman. The elemental shield of a congenital strongman cannot be torn apart by people below the congenital realm unless they burst out with more than twice the power. But all this is impossible to achieve. Wang Ba, the head of the Wang family, said, "Even if that little bastard has comprehended the power of artistic conception, so what? It's not like our ancestor has just entered the Xiantian realm. If the ancestor takes action, he will have no choice but to die." As the mainstay of the Wang family, almost everyone would give some face to Wang Zhantian whenever he was mentioned, with the exception of the elemental lord. Wang Zhantian is a true veteran innate powerhouse who entered the innate realm very early on and settled in this realm. Almost no one knows his true strength. The people of the Wang family only know that as long as the ancestor exists, the Wang family will always be prosperous. That's right. Wang Laosan suddenly raised his head and looked at the torn clouds in the sky. Although we will never be able to surpass this little beast in this lifetime, as long as the ancestor takes action, he is destined to go to hell before us. The three masters of the Wang family all placed their hopes on the ancestor of the Wang family. The geniuses who can comprehend the power of artistic conception are all monstrous characters who are beyond their ability to deal with, so it is normal for them to fall into their hands. City Lord's Mansion. In an office. Bai Guang, the mayor of Shanghai City, had arrived in front of the window at some point, and the sunlight shone through the window, evenly falling on him. However, he didn't even blink, and forced his eyes to look against the strong light at the broken clouds on the horizon. Such a powerful sword intent. When did such a genius appear in Shanghai City? The powerful mayor of the city widened his eyes at this moment, wondering who on earth had this possibility? Could it be Zhang Liang of the Zhang family? He has mastered the swordsmanship to perfection, reaching the level of half-step innate, and is the most likely person to comprehend the sword intent. Or rather, it's Wu Yun from the Thunder Martial Arts School. Although he's the headmaster, he's completely absorbed in his training and is a martial arts fanatic. He rarely cares about the affairs of the Thunder Martial Arts School. He guessed several people in a row, but at this moment he couldn't figure out who it was. Then he was too lazy to guess anymore and quickly called his secretary to ask him to investigate. He wanted to see who had taken this step. In the villa. A flash of lightning passed through the window and returned to the room, transforming into a figure. He opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of milk, poured it into a glass, and then drank it in big gulps. This person is the mysterious elemental master. His name is Beiyu, and he is also known as Beiyu Master. At his level, drinking milk is of no use to him, but it is a habit he has developed over the years. Once you get used to drinking this kind of thing, it all tastes the same. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound rang in his ears, and the clouds in the sky rolled and surged, flowing to both sides. A piercing sword intent permeated the sky. Interesting, that little fellow actually comprehended the power of artistic conception, and the most lethal sword intent. It seems that I didn't give him a level 4 beast crystal in vain. Venerable Beiyu had a look of relief in his eyes, feeling that his efforts in this matter were not in vain. Shanghai City can actually produce such a genius. Being able to comprehend the power of artistic conception means that sooner or later one will step into the realm of elemental lord and be on par with him.
If the human race has one more strong man like this, the deterrent effect on ferocious beasts will be even greater. If I go to the front line in the future, I will definitely be able to scare away millions of ferocious beasts and protect all living beings like him.
The torn clouds shocked everyone present.
Seeing the surrounding clouds and mist suddenly disappear, countless people rubbed their eyes, thinking they had seen it wrong. That scene just now was simply incredible. That sword was so powerful even if it struck the sky.
If it landed on a tall building, it would probably be split in two. This is truly unparalleled divine power, which gives everyone a sense of spiritual shock.
Shin Tunin slowly put away the Shura sword.
After making that move, Shin Tunin felt refreshed.
The panels inside the body also changed. Martial arts, piercing cloud sword technique, perfect piercing cloud sword intention 100%, tenfold increase.
His 10% can only be considered as the entry level of swordsmanship, but it brings huge improvement to Shin Tunin.
The power of the sword just now had terrifying penetrating power. Even if the opponent was wearing alloy armor, this move could still cause damage to him.
This is the terrifying power of artistic conception.
Now I should be able to kill a powerful 1-star Xian Tian.
Shin Tunin was extremely confident at this moment.
After breaking through the 2nd-star Grandmaster level, his strength doubled again, reaching about 4 million. Combined with the tenfold amplification and the burst of sword intent, the elemental shield of an ordinary 1-star innate strongman is nothing but a decoration in front of him and will be penetrated by him in an instant. If the news that a master can kill an innate person gets out, I'm afraid no one would dare to believe it. But Shin Tunin was sure he could do it.
Master Chu.
Shin Tunin suddenly thought of something, and his figure flashed and came to Chu Feng's side. The other party was still confused, and he shouted several times before he reacted.
Sir Shin, what do you want me to do? Chu Feng's attitude became more respectful. Can this Shura knife be exchanged for a sword? Shin Tunin asked.
Although a knife is useful, it is still not as convenient as a sword. The sword energy still needs to be cut out with a sword. It looked weird when he cut it with a knife, and he himself felt a little awkward.
Okay, sir, please come with me to choose. Chu Feng nodded in agreement and took Shin Tunin into the Thunder Martial Arts Hall.
Shin Tunin chose for a while and selected a 4th-level Shura sword, which also had dark gold patterns and was also made of alloy. However, the sword feels a bit more refined, and the blade has a more flowing aesthetic. Moreover, the prices of the two were very similar, so Shin Tunin directly exchanged them and successfully changed from a knife to a sword. Originally, he still had to pay more money because the recycling price was generally 30% off the selling price. But he just happened to have passed the half-step innate certification, so all alloy weapons can be discounted by 30%, so he doesn't have to pay the difference. After changing his weapons, the Yunhaibu martial arts technique was also brought over.
Shin Tuanan put it away and prepared to practice it at night.
I plan to go to Changha City today to relax and go home tomorrow. After all, he doesn't come here often.
Shin Tunin passed a bridge and could see the crystal-clear river water. He knew that the environmental protection here was well done.
Standing on the bridge, Shin Tunin looked at his reflection in the water and knew that when he returned tomorrow, he should go and settle the grudge with He Tao. In the past, because He Tao had the star group behind him, he never took action to settle the feud between them. But now that he has broken through to the 2nd star of Grandmaster, his combat power is astonishing and he can kill even the innate ones. No one in Luocheng can stop him.
Chapter 59, Capture and Welcome the Return of the Grandmaster. Night.
A cool breeze blows. Mr. Shin was standing on the balcony enjoying the breeze. He then extinguished the cigarette in his hand and exhaled a puff of white mist, which was quickly blown away by the wind. For some reason, Father Shin felt a little uneasy, as if something was going to happen. What's wrong with you? Mother Shin suddenly appeared behind Father Shin and asked. Father Shin was startled, but when he saw it was his wife, he showed a helpless smile on his face. Nothing, I just feel something is wrong today.
What's wrong? Shin's mother asked. Father Shin looked at the bright moon in the sky.
At this moment, most of the moon was covered by dark clouds, with only a little bright light showing, falling on the earth.
The director suddenly found me today and said he wanted to promote me. But the more I think about it, the more I feel something is wrong. I always feel something is strange. Father Shin knows that he is old now.
He is in his 50s and will have to retire in a few years. At this time, the director suddenly wanted to promote him to a management position and give him a salary increase. In the past, he would be very excited about such a good thing that fell from the sky, but now, he always felt it was too strange.
Isn't this a good thing? Shen's mother was a little confused. To be able to get a promotion and salary increase at this age is simply incredible luck. I hope it's a good thing. Mr. Shen wanted to take out another cigarette, but when he thought of his wife here, he withdrew his hand from his pocket. Is Tunin not coming back today? Asked Father Shen. Mother Shen nodded. He called me and said he would be back tomorrow. He is still in Changhua City today. Why go so far? Father Shen was a little confused, because there were many job opportunities in Los Angeles. Although there are more job opportunities in big cities, the competition is also greater. Who can guess what your son is thinking? Mother Shen smiled gently. Father Shen smacked his lips and felt that he shouldn't dwell on this issue. The second day. After Shen Mengyao and Shen Zikong finished their breakfast, they rushed to school. The house was noisy for a while, and then it became quiet again. Mr. Shen put on his suit and prepared to go to work, but he went to work much later than his children went to school. I had just put on my leather shoes when there was a knock on the door. Bang, bang. Hearing the voice, Father Shen asked, "Who is it?" But the person outside did not answer him. Puzzled, Father Shen opened the door. But as soon as he opened it, he was stunned because the other party was wearing a uniform and showed his work ID. "Hello, we are from the law enforcement team. Xinyu, you are suspected of corruption and bribery. The amount is as high as tens of millions. We will arrest you according to the law." After saying these words, he handcuffed Xinyu without giving him a chance to react. I didn't embezzle money." Father Shen came to his senses and shouted to explain. If he was corrupt, why would he live in such a community? What are you doing? Do you have any concrete evidence? Are you just arresting people randomly? Shen's mother came out of the kitchen, her face full of anger, and she even felt that these people in front of her were fake law enforcement officers. This is an arrest warrant. If you have any other questions, you can appeal to higher authorities. One of the law enforcement officers took out a piece of paper and said coldly. No, you can't leave this door today. Shen's mother blocked the door directly. She couldn't bear to watch her husband being taken away. Ma'am, you are obstructing law enforcement. We have the right to arrest you and detain you. One of the law enforcement officers scolded him harshly. His name is He Yun, and he is from the He family. He Tao told him that if anyone obstructed the arrest, he should just arrest them directly, as this was the standard procedure anyway. Just as Shen's mother was about to say something, He Yun rushed forward and handcuffed her. Since you are forcibly obstructing law enforcement, then come with us to the police station. When his companion saw this, a strange look appeared on his face, thinking that this was a bit hasty. He Yun did not explain to his companions. After all, he had the star group behind him, and He Tao would support him if anything happened. So he doesn't care what other people think. At the same time, Changhua City. In a room of the hotel, a figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the door. During this action, only a slight sound was made, just like a ghost. What an amazing speed! This person has a high nose bridge, fair skin, bright pupils, and a subtle aura of pressure, giving people a sense of dignity. This person was none other than Shen Tunin. He had also practiced the cloud crane step to perfection, and after some experimentation, he discovered that after practicing this martial art, his speed had undergone a qualitative change. Even a half-step innate person would probably find it difficult to capture his trajectory. This cloud crane step reduces the resistance of wind resistance to the minimum, and when performing the movement, the attack can be truly invisible. Combined with his swordsmanship, ordinary opponents would probably be killed by him before they could even react. Now I have the physical skills, martial arts, and weapons. The only thing missing is a 4th-level martial arts book. But there is no rush for this. After all, his current cultivation speed is not slow. With the 3rd-level martial arts combined with a 7-fold increase, the speed of refining energy is quite fast. After trying out the Yuna step, Shen Tunin pushed open the door, walked out, and then had breakfast in the hotel cafeteria. Then he walked towards an airport and towards a private plane. He had greeted the other party yesterday, and the pilot also did not return to Los Angeles. And the other party told him that this time they came specifically to serve him. Shen Tunin couldn't help but feel that Pavilion Master Long was really a good person. He always thought of him carefully and handled things very well. Sitting on the private plane, the pilot flew the plane high into the sky. Shen Tunin looked at the white clouds outside and quickly retreated backwards. At this moment, he felt very calm. This time, after spending time with his family, he will deal with He Tao and fight against the star group, but he does not feel any pressure. This is the confidence that absolute strength brings him.
A few hours later, when the plane landed, Master Long was waiting there with a group of martial artists and saw Shin Tunin coming down. Pavilion Master Long was the first to bow and say, "Welcome back, Grandmaster Shin."
"Welcome back, Grandmaster." "Welcome, Grandmaster."
Others also saluted, with expressions of respect and excitement on their faces. Shin Tunin is a master who came out of their Luocheng Thunder martial arts school, which makes them feel proud.
"Master Long, there's no need to make such a big fuss." Shin Tunin walked down from the helicopter, wearing a golden badge on his chest.
The 11 golden stars on the badge are extremely dazzling under the sunlight.
Chapter 60 Disaster Star, No.
Pavilion Master Long slowly raised his head at this moment. Then, he stood there like a sculpture, because he saw clearly the badge worn by Shin Tunin. He reacted and quickly rubbed his eyes with his hands, and found that he was not mistaken. Those 11 dazzling stars and the extremely conspicuous word zone all indicate that Shin Tunin has reached the terrifying level of half-step innate.
The half-step innate realm is also known as the strongest Grandmaster realm.
Even in Shanghai City, there are not too many such strong people, and they are all well-known big figures. Of course, the most important thing is the age of the half-step innate person in front of him. Only 30 years old.
Did he hide his strength before? Then why do you want to hide your strength? Or is it that he has no hidden strength and is just cultivating too fast?
At this moment, the owner of Long Pavilion was in a state of confusion and couldn't figure it out. He had personally witnessed that Shin Tunin had just passed the assessment of a half-step Grandmaster some time ago. As a result, he suddenly became a half-step innate. Such a leap was so terrifying that it was hard to accept for a while. It's like having a golden carp in a pond. You need to jump over the dragon gate before you can transform into a dragon.
This is an extremely time-consuming and difficult process.
But now this process seemed to be skipped directly, and the other party turned into a dragon directly.
So this Dragon Pavilion Master was completely confused.
Including the martial artists following behind him, they were all speechless when they saw the dazzling Master Badge. The most shocking one among them was Li De, who was also the first examiner Shin Tunin met. Like Pavilion Master Long, he personally watched Shin Tunin take away the half-step Grandmaster Badge. But the other party jumped now and actually got the badge of half-step innateness, which shocked him beyond words.
He thought to himself, this Grandmaster, was he joking with me last time?
He suspected that the last time he tested the half-step Grandmaster, he might have done it casually and didn't use his full strength, perhaps because he was afraid of damaging the machine.
Master Long, I won't catch up with you for now. I need to go home first.
He didn't come home all night, so he went home to report that he was safe. Also, on the phone, his mother told him that she had taken a day off today so that she could make him pork ribs stewed with corn. In his opinion, his mother's craftsmanship is the best. Especially the pork ribs stewed with corn, the taste is so unique that it makes people's appetite grow just thinking about it. When leaving, Shin Tunin put away the badge and showed it here just to let Master Long know that he had successfully passed the certification assessment. But if he took this Grandmaster badge out for a walk on the street, I'm afraid that when he bought vegetables, people wouldn't dare to charge him.
It might even alert the city lord and cause a lot of trouble.
Master Long just watched Shin Tuanin's back quietly as he disappeared from his sight, and his heart was restless for a long time. He felt that he was about to become completely rich. Previously, he thought that Shin Tunin had the potential to become a congenitally powerful person, but now he felt that the other party might have the potential to enter the realm of the elemental lord. It has become a city that protects tens of millions of people. And such a future big man actually owed him a favor. With such a relationship, I am afraid that the mayor of Tianhe City will have to be polite to him and give him some face when he sees him in the future.
At the same time, Star Group. In a villa.
He Taoxian was sitting with his legs crossed, and next to him stood a tall beauty with delicate features, like a porcelain doll. This beautiful woman was holding a plate of grapes and feeding them into Yi Tao's mouth one by one. At this moment, the door suddenly opened and Secretary Zhao, dressed in a suit and tie, walked in.
It's done. Shin Tunin's parents have been arrested.
His father will not be able to escape the charges of corruption. He will be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison and will also have to compensate for the losses. His mother can only be detained for a maximum of 15 days and will be released. Secretary Zhao reported respectfully. It's such a small thing that anyone else can do it, and there is no need for him, the secretary, to take action. But who made Yi Tao the young master of Star Group?
Interesting.
After Yi Tao finished eating a peeled grape that Lu Meng fed him, a smile appeared on his face.
Didn't Shintunen make a small fortune? He even bought some luxury goods last time.
This time I'm going to bankrupt him, and I'm going to teach him that it's important to know yourself and not offend people you shouldn't offend. After saying these words, a cold light flashed in his eyes.
Because this is just the beginning.
After Shintuanan pays off his debt, he will order someone to break his legs, making things worse for him.
This is the price of his humiliation. Meng, do you think what I did was right?
He Tao asked, looking at Lu Meng's delicate face. Lu Meng smiled faintly. As long as what you did is right, then Shintunen deserves it.
Wasn't it better that I was arrested and imprisoned last time? Now he's even implicated his family. This Shintunen is a disaster. He Tao felt very satisfied after hearing these words. He held Lu Meng's soft little hand and said, "You still understand me?"
He has dated many girlfriends, changing women like changing clothes, but his favorite is still the one in front of him, Lu Meng.
Lu Meng speaks and acts in moderation and just the right way.
Even when she knew that he was still having an affair with other women, she did not cry or make a fuss, but accepted it all calmly. Know where you are and don't force yourself. Generally, his girlfriends who are pretty are not obedient, and those who are obedient are not very pretty. The only one who is beautiful, obedient, and has a strong sense of propriety is Lu Meng.
Mom, I'm back.
Shintunen pushed the door open, but found the house very quiet. He frowned strangely and put some fresh meat he bought into the refrigerator. He walked into the kitchen and took a look, and found that the dishes in the kitchen had not been cleared away and had been soaked in water. He showed a puzzled expression, because he knew that his mother was a bit obsessive-compulsive. The dishes and chopsticks will be washed directly after eating and will not be soaked in water for a long time.
Mom! Shintunen shouted loudly, but no one responded.
At this moment, a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 50s suddenly walked in from outside the door.
The other person is his next-door neighbor. Sister Zhao, do you know where my mother went? Shintunen asked.
The other party has a good relationship with them.
If someone makes a lot of things, they will give them to each other. The relationship between neighbors is very good. Xiao too.
Sister Zhao sighed, don't get angry at what I'm going to say next.
Stay calm. Shintunen felt a sense of unease in his heart.
Well, I heard you guys arguing this morning, so I listened at the door. I heard that your father was involved in corruption, and the law enforcement team came to arrest him, and your mother was also taken away.
Your father and mother are both good people. I don't believe your father would commit corruption.
As Sister Zhao was talking, she suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing past her body, and then she found that Shintunen, who was standing in front of her, suddenly disappeared. The door here is still open. Sister Zhao was startled and looked around, but didn't see anyone.
Am I seeing a ghost?
Sister Zhao trembled with fear. She remembered that she clearly saw Shintunen in front of her, so how come there was no one there suddenly? Chapter 61 Anger, Above the Rules. Swish. On the road, the traffic light had just changed, and a ghostly figure immediately appeared on the zebra crossing, like a streak of silk. It passed by everyone in an instant, stirred up a gust of wind, and then disappeared from everyone's sight. It is noon in the hot summer, but everyone feels a chill as cold as ice and snow rising from their hearts, as if they have seen a ghost.
Did someone pass by me just now?
A woman in a short skirt and a brown ponytail asked with a confused look on her face. The best friend next to her was wearing a white suspender skirt, black overalls, and round-toed black shoes. At this moment, she was also confused and her scalp felt tingling. Maybe we saw it wrong. The woman swallowed, but her small hands were trembling slightly. She just felt a chill on her back and a chill rushing to her head. Countless dense bumps appeared on the body, and there was a sense of crisis as if being targeted by a natural enemy. Because her perception is naturally a little stronger than her best friend's, she feels the threat extremely strongly.
Someone did walk past us just now. That distinguished being must be a grandmaster.
The other party has murderous intentions. I'm afraid something serious is going to happen. A middle-aged man spoke. His blood and energy were as liquid as liquid. He was a martial artist. When he felt someone passing by him just now, he instinctively mobilized his blood and energy, and his arms turned red. Because he also felt the murderous intent, but fortunately, it was not directed at him, otherwise he would be a corpse now. When the two beautiful women heard the middle-aged man's words, their pupils dilated rapidly and they showed expressions of disbelief. They really didn't expect that. They just wanted to go out for a walk, but they met the master. Everyone around was shocked when they heard this. A master harbors such a terrifying murderous intention.
Is he going to turn the world upside down? And when did the second Grandmaster appear in Los Angeles? Are you from some big city?
Although everyone had doubts in their hearts, they didn't think too much about it. After all, most of them are ordinary people, and the existence of a Grandmaster is too far away from them.
At the same time, downstairs of Shin Tunan's house,
an extremely tall and strong man, carrying large and small bags of gifts, with a smile on his face. Behind him were two men in their 30s. They were wearing casual clothes and not the martial arts uniforms of the Thunder Martial Arts School. You too, when you see Master Shin and his family later, remember to greet them politely.
Don't be impolite, Master Long instructed. The two martial artists following behind him nodded.
This was the 10th time the curator had repeated this to them, but they did not think he was nagging.
Instead, they felt it was an honor. There are so many people in the Thunder Martial Arts School, and the owner actually brought them here to personally visit Grandmaster Shin. What an honor it is.
Pavilion Master Long raised his head and looked at the building in front of him.
He said, that person is really low-key. He actually lives in such an ordinary house.
He was a little surprised. After all, countless people would rush to curry favor with someone like Shin Tunan. If he really wanted to, there would even be some wealthy businessmen who would offer sponsorship and directly give Shin Tuan a villa. Of course, these sponsorships come at a price, which means you will owe someone a favor, and this favor cannot be shirked in the future, and generally has to be repaid. Just like the Star Group, it sponsored many powerful people and gained a lot of favors. These favors may seem useless on a normal day, but they can be very effective at critical moments. Pavilion Master Long remembered that in the Star Group in Luochang, there was once a strong man at the half-step Grandmaster level who caused trouble, injured people, and then walked away without a care. But the next day, the Star Group used its connections to invite a master from another city, who used thunder-like means to defeat the half-step master. The strong man who was half a step away from becoming a Grandmaster was from Guangming Martial Arts School, but because they were the ones who started the trouble first and they felt they were in the wrong, the matter ended up being left unresolved. Master Long gathered his thoughts and headed upstairs with two martial artists from the Thunder Martial Arts School. He quickly followed the address and arrived at Shin Tunan's house, but he found that the door was open.
Is anyone there?
Master Long walked through the door carrying gifts, but no one responded, which made him look a little puzzled.
He remembered that Master Shin said he wanted to go home.
At that speed, he should have arrived home long ago.
Who are you?
Sister Zhao at the door poked her head out and asked. She looked around warily, as if frightened.
Hello, I'm Li Di, a friend of Shin Tunan. Do you know where he is?
Li De, a martial artist in his 30s, asked. This time, Master Long instructed that when visiting Grandmaster Shin, his identity must not be revealed.
Because he found that Shin Tunan had always been very low-key and seemed to have hidden his identity.
As a shrewd man, Master Long naturally knew that if Shin Tuanan didn't want to reveal his identity, he would probably offend the other party if he exposed it directly. So he instructed his men to think before speaking and not to reveal the identity of that person. Hearing the name Shin Tunan, Sister Zhao's pupils trembled violently. She said, just now I thought I saw a ghost. I saw a person disappear in an instant, just like lightning. But the Shin family and I have been neighbors for decades, and I watched Xiaotu grow up.
I don't think he has such a skill.
Master Long and the others looked at the middle-aged woman and were speechless when they saw her saying such words in a serious manner. They could sense that the woman in front of them had weak chi and blood power and was not even a warrior. It would be strange if such a person could understand the speed at which the Grandmaster burst forth.
Oh. Blame me for being suspicious. Why am I telling you all this? My name is Zhao Jinhua, you can call me Sister Zhao.
Sister Zhao told Master Long and the others what happened here. After hearing these words, Master Long's face turned pale, and he thought that the people in the law enforcement team were simply crazy.
Who else could be arrested? They actually dared to arrest Master Shin's family. Are they tired of living?
Even the well-established Los Angeles Star Group, when encountering the strongest master like half-step innate, would treat him with courtesy, giving him money, beauties, and luxury cars. They will even curry favor with the other party's family, try to give the best treatment, and try to make this strong person owe them a favor. The law enforcement team is a bunch of idiots.
Pavilion Master Long doesn't know what to say.
Master Long ran downstairs with his two men and prepared to drive to the police station.
In the car, he directly called his apprentice Li Chang'an in the police department, wanting to ask him if the people in the police law enforcement team were mentally ill. They didn't even investigate Master Shin's family background before going straight to arrest him.
With the terrifying power of Master Shin, let alone the fact that his father did not embezzle money, even if he did, it would have to be carefully investigated. After obtaining the evidence, Master Shin's opinion would have to be sought before arresting him. But generally speaking, most people are afraid to ask, and the matter will eventually turn from a big thing to a small thing, and from a small thing to nothing. In this world, strength is king, and if you are strong enough, you can override the rules. Chapter 62, Traitor, Take Action, Zheng Dainyu.
Master, how did you find time to call me?
A deep and doubtful voice came from the other end of the phone. The owner of the voice was Li Chahan. At this time, Li Chanan was on a street. There are many emerald green fallen leaves on the ground, and the air is filled with a lot of fine dust. There were several police cars parked around, blocking an old building. Today, he found the place where the demon cult members were hiding and was about to catch them all in one fell swoop and eradicate these evil tumors.
What are you law enforcers in the police city doing?
You're a bunch of idiots.
Li Chanan was stunned when he heard the roaring voice coming from the phone.
He originally thought that his master called him to praise him, but ended up scolding him, leaving him confused.
Besides, the law enforcement department only obeys Director Wang's orders, and it's none of his business.
He is just a captain.
Why did I get scolded for no reason? What's wrong? Li Chanan held his forehead and felt a headache.
The key point is that the person who scolded him was his mentor, who was as kind as a mountain, and he did not dare to refute him. Master, if those law enforcers have arrested the wrong person, I will go and tell Director Zhang to let him go.
I think he will give me that face. Li Chanan expressed his attitude and said he was ready to help at any time.
After all, he still has some face with Director Zhang. Where are you now? Asked Master Long on the other end of the phone.
Li Chanan answered truthfully, saying that he was on a mission and would not be back so soon. Pavilion Master Long sighed, by the time you return, the daylilies will be cold. You law enforcers are in big trouble. I'm afraid there will be bloodshed today.
When Li Chanan heard these words, the confusion in his eyes became more and more serious. Although those law enforcement guys offend people everywhere, they have the right to do so after all. Besides, they are the police's men.
Who dares to take action against them? The police inspector is under the jurisdiction of the city lord Luo He.
Touching the police inspector is equivalent to slapping the city lord Luo in the face, unless he doesn't want to live.
Master, I don't quite understand what you said. Could you please explain it in detail? Li Chanan asked seriously.
But at this moment the other party had hung up the phone.
Li Chanan smiled helplessly and prepared to deal with these demon cult members first.
However, he still had some doubts in his heart, wondering who was so influential that he could even invite his master. With his master going there, Director Zhang would still release the person, so he would not go back to the police station for the time being.
In a moving SUV.
Master Long threw his phone on the seat, very angry. Traitor, you talk so much nonsense, but in the end the superintendent is not here and can't help at all. The subordinate who was driving didn't dare to say a word. Li De, who was sitting next to Master Long, felt very uncomfortable. Today, the police superintendent and that group of law enforcers who are relying on the power of others will definitely be in trouble.
Superintendent. At the door.
Suddenly, a man appeared in front of the main gate. He had an expressionless face. The golden sunlight shining on him did not make him look warm, but rather gave people a chill. You are the hero who received the hero badge last time.
There were 2 police officers on duty, and one of them had a deep memory of Shintunen.
After all, when Shintunen killed the people from the demon cult, he really used thundering means. The police officer on duty quickly came over and said, Hero, if you have any problems, we will help you first.
Shintunen glanced at the police officer at this moment.
The police officer suddenly felt a biting chill spreading throughout his body, making him feel as if he was being stared at by a terrifying beast.
Did the law enforcers capture a couple today? Shintunen asked. The police officer was a young man in his 20s. He nodded rapidly and said, Yes, they were just arrested and are now in custody. Take me to see them. Shintunen said.
Good. The young police officer Xiao Lu did not refuse, but took Shintunen and walked towards the police station. He even forgot to greet his own companions. His companion was speechless and shook his head. Xiao Lu was really confused. Director Zhang asked him to guard the door, but he actually dared to bring people in. He will definitely be scolded later. As soon as I entered the police station, a group of people came towards me. Leading them was a young man with a smile on his face, looking very happy.
This person is He-yun.
He has already entered the realm of warrior, but due to his seniority and achievements, he has never been promoted to team leader. But just recently, he called Secretary Zhao, who praised him. He also told him that young Master He Tao was very satisfied and that he would personally tell Director Zhang about it after this matter was over, and would then directly promote him to team leader. Once he becomes a team leader, he will have even greater power. Who knows how many people will curry favor with him and give him money.
He definitely doesn't believe this promise from others.
But when he heard this promise from He Tao, he knew it would definitely work. After all, when Chief Inspector Zhang was weak, he had received favors from the Star Group and owed them a favor. He Tao, on the other hand, is of noble status and his words are his due. Promoting him to be a team leader is as easy as eating and drinking water. The two groups of people were about to pass each other. Suddenly, He-yun seemed to remember something, blinked his eyes, and tried hard to recall. Then he suddenly slapped his head.
It's you! Your father was arrested for corruption, and instead of going around raising money to pay off his debts, what are you doing here running to the police station? Are you planning to go to jail for your father?
He-yun had a playful smile on his face. No wonder he felt that the person in front of him was so familiar.
Isn't this guy Shintunen?
Secretary Zhao once sent him a photo and told him that if he could send Shintunen to prison, it would be a great achievement in the eyes of young Master He Tao and he would enjoy endless wealth and glory.
Are you a law enforcer? Shintunen looked down at the other person and asked coldly. I'm the law enforcer, so what? Who are you trying to scare? Don't you see where we are?
He-yun sneered.
He didn't believe that Shintunen would dare to take action here.
If he did, it would be an attack on the law enforcement officers. He should be sent directly to jail to reunite with his father.
Bang!
He only felt something flash in front of him, and then the left side of his face swelled up rapidly.
How dare you!
Before He-yun could finish his words, he was greeted with another slap. The right side of his face also began to swell up rapidly. Before he could continue speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He fell to the ground with his body hunched over, a hideous and painful expression on his face.
If my parents lose even a hair, I will kill you.
Shintunen was filled with murderous aura, almost condensing into substance, which made people feel terrified.
How audacious! How dare you attack law enforcement officers?
Arrest him and put him in jail.
Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone suddenly woke up from their dream. What are you arguing about? Is the sky falling?
At this moment, a man who looked to be in his early 40s walked out of an office. The energy and blood in this person's body have been tempered through thousands of trials and tribulations and are extremely powerful. They have reached the limit of a martial artist, that is, a half-step master. As soon as he appeared, he gave everyone a great sense of oppression.
Director Zhang. When everyone saw the man, they became excited. This person caused trouble here and even injured He-yun.
Director Zhang, you must uphold justice and capture this cult member. A thin-looking man in his 30s walked out from the crowd and spoke passionately. This man is called He Fan and is also from the He family of the Star Group. However, his parents don't have much power, so he can only come to the police station as a small police officer and work for the He family. He directly labeled Shintunen as a cult member. You know, once you are diagnosed as a cult, you are almost certain to die.
The superintendent will do his utmost to hunt him down. This is a death order from above. Ah!
Suddenly, a scream was heard. He Fan, who had just walked out of the crowd, had a fist mark on his chest, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Then he stared at Shintunen's direction and fell to the ground powerlessly. Shintunen, with a gust of breeze, stood still and slowly withdrew his hand. He just used the cloud crane step and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. His moves were invisible, and he directly burst out with power, first taking out the person who wanted to provoke him. Your movements may be exquisite, but such wanton killing is too much. There was anger in Director Zhang's eyes, but before he could finish his words, his throat suddenly seemed to be stuck. He saw Shintunen take out a badge and calmly put it on his chest. The badge had the word Zone written on it, and 11 golden stars, which emitted a dazzling light under the light, so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes.
Zhang Dainio pays homage to the Grandmaster.
The anger in the eyes of the middle-aged man known as Director Zhang disappeared, replaced by shock and astonishment.
Chapter 63 Interrogation, Dark. A few minutes ago.
Detention room, after the law enforcement team left. Two men who looked to be around 40 years old walked in. One of them had a blank expression on his face, but there was a flicker of hesitation and struggle in his eyes. The other one had excitement in his eyes, as if he had thought of something good, and laughed from time to time.
The two men were wearing police superintendent uniforms. They walked into the detention room and brought Xinyu out.
Xinyu was a little confused at the moment, because he felt that he was being arrested.
He was really wronged and it was completely inexplicable.
He has been working diligently for so many years and has never made any mistakes. He tried hard to recall what had gone wrong. But before he could figure it out, he was taken to the interrogation room. The interrogation room was a dim room, pitch black with no light at all. It wasn't until one of the expressionless interrogators turned on the lights that the place became bright. Xinyu sat opposite the two interrogators.
"Lao Wang, go turn off the camera and say it's broken."
One of the interrogators, with a sinister smile on his face, commanded his companions. The interrogator, known as Lao Wang, struggled for a moment, but finally turned off the camera on his own initiative.
When they interrogate people, they usually record it on video.
If he hadn't, his career might have been over. However, when his wife fell ill and his two children had average grades, they could only attend a private high school, but he did not have that much money. All the pressure was on him alone. So, when Secretary Zhao from Star Group found him and said he could help him with his wife's medical expenses and his children's schooling, he would rather gamble his future career. When he was young, he hated people like this the most, thinking that they were spineless and bloodless. But when he reached middle age, he eventually became the person he hated the most, and even became involved in the same evil deeds as the people he hated. Another interrogator with a sinister smile on his face, seeing the camera turned off, immediately threw a contract in front of Xinyu.
"This shows that you embezzled 10 million yuan from your company. It also contains evidence of your crime signed by you. Do you plead guilty?"
This interrogator is also from the He family, and his name is He Yu. This time, Secretary Zhao told him that he must make Xinyu plead guilty and put him in jail.
"Impossible, this is not my handwriting." Xinyu took a look at the contract and quickly denied it.
He would never sign such a contract.
"This is all a frame-up."
"Xinyu, I advise you to honestly confess the process of corruption and bribery, and sign and seal it." He Yu slammed the table with a ferocious expression. This time he was doing something for young Master He Tao. If he could please that person, he would have a bright future and his status and position could be raised. As for wrongful convictions, it's not like he hasn't handled them before. The simplest and most direct method is to force a confession.
As long as torture is used, few people can withstand it.
Besides, he has always been working for the He family, and if any problems arise, the He family will help him solve them. For example, this time, even if it was a wrongful case, the scapegoat in the end would be Lao Wang, not him.
"I didn't embezzle money."
Xinyu was firm in his attitude. He would never admit to something he hadn't done. Moreover, he had been honest all his life and could not stand such slander and accusations, and felt extremely uncomfortable. He also read the contract carefully. The director asked him to read it at that time, but he never signed anything on it. He now suspected that he was being set up, but he just couldn't understand why the director wanted to harm him.
"Is it just to make yourself a scapegoat? You're so stubborn."
He Yu snorted coldly, a cruel smile on his face. "If you really don't want to admit it, I'll pull your fingernails off piece by piece later." When Xinyu heard the other party say such cruel words, his face changed and he said, "You don't have the right." He Yu did not answer, but left the interrogation room first, apparently to find some tools.
Interrogator Lao Wang felt a little reluctant and said, "You'd better confess later."
"Lao, he is cruel and ruthless. What he said is not a joke."
Xinyu ignored them because he felt that the two interrogators were acting.
One deliberately turned off the camera, and the other deliberately said harsh words. The two of them cooperated perfectly. He always firmly believed that there is justice in the world. If the other party really dares to do this, he will sue the interrogator and make him pay the price. Interrogator Lao Wang seemed to see through Xinyu's thoughts and shook his head helplessly.
He knew about old He.
Last time he interrogated and tortured someone, he was given a serious warning. He was originally going to be fired, but someone came forward to save him. The person he tortured was even planning to sue him. As a result, the man was hit and killed by a truck on the day he was released from police service. The case was dropped before it was even filed, and the driver who hit the person also pleaded guilty and was sentenced to several years in prison, saying it was due to brake failure. It is most likely the work of the He family. The He family has a faction in their police department, and those with the surname He are not to be trifled with. Not long after, He walked in from the door, closed the door and said, "What a pity, I didn't find any pliers, but I found a few silver needles. But if this silver needle were to pierce the fingernail, it would feel, tsk, it would be unpleasant." He pulled out a silver needle, which was more than 10 centimeters long and shone white in the light. Shin Yu's face changed drastically, but he was now handcuffed with chains and could hardly resist. "If you still refuse to confess after using this, I'll prepare another electric shock package that will make you live a life worse than death." Although he was wearing a uniform at the moment, he made people feel a biting cold from the inside out, as if he was a demon. The other side. Superintendent's Hall. At this moment, Director Zhang hurriedly saluted towards Shin Tunin with a respectful attitude. As for the person from the He family who died, it can only be said that he died in vain. After all, a strong man of the level of half-step innate has the power to enforce the law. In Luochang, even the city lord has to give him face and dare not offend him. Get out of the way. I need to find my father. Shin Tunin doesn't have time to waste with the police chief now. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang quickly made way, forcing a smile on his face, but at the same time he felt that the people below him were really idiots. How dare you offend such a powerful person? Do you really think you can't die fast enough? Please continue to lead the way. Shin Tunin patted police officer Xiao Lu on the shoulder. Xiao Lu glanced at Director Zhang, seeking his advice. Director Zhang said, "Do whatever the Grand Master asks you to do." Xiao Lu nodded and continued to lead the way. At this time, no one dared to block the way, including He Yun on the ground. Director Zhang glanced at the other person coldly and said, "You are an incompetent idiot who dares to offend anyone. Catch this man first and wait for his fate." Then several police officers handcuffed He Yun. Director Wang followed happily, praying in his heart that nothing would happen. Otherwise, he, a small director, would not be able to withstand the wrath of this Grandmaster. Chapter 64, Correct the Future, You're Seeking Death. Interrogation Room. Beneath the pure white light, there is a shadow that blocks the light. The other person had a sinister smile on his face, holding a silver needle in his hand, and was about to pierce Shin Yu's fingernail with a smile. "What are you doing? You are committing a crime," Shin Yu shouted, with fear rising in his heart. He was just an ordinary person after all. When he encountered such a situation, he was a little panicked. He struggled hard, but could not stop the silver needle from getting closer and closer. "Don't blame me." He Yu's expression gradually became ferocious. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have offended." "Oh. I was wrong. It wasn't you who was offended, but your good son. You are such an ignorant person, you actually dared to offend young Master He Tao and snatch a woman from that master. Don't you even look at what kind of person you are? How much do you weigh?" Shin Yu was completely bewildered when he heard this. He didn't believe that his son would still bother that woman. "You're talking nonsense. My son has had no contact with that woman for a long time. How could my son, who is so proud of himself, go back to his ex?" He sneered, "Foolish. Your son has dated Master He Tao's girlfriend. That's his sin. And if you are guilty, you should be punished." Shin Yu was speechless, thinking that the people of the He family were really a bunch of lunatics. Even the dog they raised was a mad dog. At this moment, he also wanted to understand why the director wanted to frame him. I'm afraid it was all instigated by the He family. The people in the He family are a bunch of beasts. Old He. The interrogator, Lao Wang, still felt a little sorry and said, "Why don't you try using something else? This silver needle is too cruel." When Old He heard this, his eyes were filled with hostility. He had just begun to show some interest, but was interrupted, which made him angry. He pointed directly at the interrogator behind him and poked his forehead, causing him to step back repeatedly. "Why are you pretending to be a saint in front of me? You took the benefits from the He family, and now you are pretending to be a good person in front of me? Don't you think about your wife who is bedridden? She can't be cured without millions of dollars? And your 2 children are attending a private high school. The annual tuition must be a hefty sum. Do you think this money is so easy to get, you idiot? If you dare to speak again when I interrogate you later, your wife and your children will be killed. If you go back on your word, Secretary Zhao won't let you go, and Master He won't let you go either." Faced with Lao He's accusations, interrogator Lao Wang retreated to the wall, not daring to resist at all, and his face became paler and paler. because he had also heard about the Yi family's ruthless methods.
If he really went back on his word, his family would most likely be implicated.
Seeing that his companions did not dare to speak, Old He was satisfied and stood in front of Xinyu, then stabbed him hard with a silver needle.
Lingwu High School.
Shen Mengyao, who was resting with her eyes closed in the classroom, suddenly opened her eyes. A breeze blew in from the window, blowing up the hair at her temples.
Why do I feel a sense of unease? Shen Mengyao looked out the window.
She could hear the sounds of birds singing and insects chirping outside.
Everything was peaceful. Am I overthinking it? Shen Mengyao's beautiful eyes showed a puzzled expression. Because her uneasiness would not be without reason. No. Could it be that something happened to my relatives?
Shen Mengyao stood up from her seat, rushed out of the classroom and went to the next room. Shin Zikong, who was sitting next door, was spinning a pen with his hands in his hand. His brows were furrowed, and he seemed to have sensed something, feeling vaguely uneasy.
Hearing footsteps, Shin Zikong looked up and met his sister Shin Mengyao's eyes.
Sister. He put down his pen, stood up from his seat and walked over to his sister.
Do you feel any uneasiness? Shin Mengyao asked. Shin Zikong showed a curious expression and said, Sister, are you the roundworm in my stomach? You little brat.
Shen Mengyao slapped her brother.
How dare you talk to your sister like that? You're so disrespectful.
Shin Zikong did not resist because he knew that his sister would not use much strength when hitting him.
Sister, do you think something happened at home?
Shin Zikong hesitated for a moment and spoke.
Shin Mengyao didn't answer immediately because she wasn't sure. Is this feeling of uneasiness gone?
Shin Mengyao suddenly felt her mind clear. His younger brother, Shin Zikong, also relaxed his brows and said, Strange.
Sister, you just treated all my talk as nonsense. He also felt the uneasiness dissipate.
Shin Mengyao watched her brother return to his seat and murmured softly, I'm really overthinking it.
In my last life, my family was fine before the ferocious beasts broke into the city, and this life shouldn't be any different. The future direction should automatically correct itself and won't change because of my rebirth.
Although she was in danger at school last time and her future was almost rewritten, in the end, those who held her hostage still died.
So there will be no changes in the future.
Shin Mengyao believes that under normal circumstances, it is difficult to change the future. But if she could become a god before the beasts broke into the city, everything would be possible. Because she had heard before that gods had the ability to change the future, but she was always one step short of that level at the time. Most people cannot change the future because they cannot bear the consequences, which means they lack the strength. When your strength is strong enough and you can bear all kinds of causes and effects, then the future can naturally be changed.
Ah!
In the interrogation room, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared, followed by a scream. I saw Old He lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. The silver needle in his hand was broken, and half of it was stuck in his palm. His face was distorted with pain, and he looked at Xinyu in horror. At this moment, Xinyu didn't know what had happened and had a confused expression on his face.
Old He, what's wrong with you? Interrogator Lao Wang rushed forward and watched the other party pull out the silver needle from his palm and throw it aside. Damn it, he has a body weapon on him.
Old He's eyes were filled with anger as he stared at the jade bracelet in Xinyu's hand. He originally thought it was just an ordinary jade bracelet, but when he was about to attack the other party, the jade bracelet suddenly burst out with light and knocked him away. When interrogator Lao Wang heard this, an expression of horror appeared on his face. He naturally knew how expensive this kind of body protection weapon was.
Even the cheapest one was not affordable for ordinary families? Could it be that the person in front of me is really corrupt? Didn't he get wronged? Then what should we do? Asked Lao Wang.
Old He laughed grimly. Of course, we should take the thing from his hand first, and then torture him. After suffering such a great loss, he now wants to kill Xinyu directly. But he had just finished speaking.
Bang!
The door was suddenly kicked open and shattered into pieces, turning into a large number of wooden blocks with sawdust flying everywhere. Then, a terrifying pressure filled the entire interrogation room, especially Old He, who felt as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast, and goosebumps appeared all over his body.
You're looking for death.
Chapter 65 Death, Identity Revealed. The interrogation room was filled with murderous atmosphere. Old He's teeth were chattering and he felt like he was going to die at any moment. Then, a palm was reflected in his pupils, like a pillar of heaven collapsing, with infinite power. Crack! Then he felt a sharp pain in his chest, his ribs broke one after another, blood spurted out of his mouth, and his body flew backwards like a piece of rag, hitting the wall heavily. The wall was directly smashed, and a large number of fine cracks appeared. Old Wang watched this scene in horror. Seeing that the arrogant old he was blown away again, his heart trembled. Then he quickly came to Lao He and checked his injuries. Puff! As soon as he walked over, blood was vomited all over his body. Lao Wang didn't care, but started to check Lao He's injuries, but was shocked to find out. Old He was almost killed by the opponent's punch. If the opponent had used a little more strength, Old He might have been beaten to death. Who are you? How dare you attack and kill a police officer? Lao Wang asked sternly. You have to know that this is an interrogation room. Although he doesn't like Lao He, the person who came here is too arrogant. Doesn't he take their police officers seriously at all? Tunan? At this moment, Xinyu saw the person who walked in, and there was disbelief in his eyes. How could he not recognize his own son? But when did my son become so powerful? Shin Tunan was relieved to see that his father was fine. He then turned his gaze to Lao Wang and said, "Hand over the key, or I will kill you now." Shin Tunan was filled with chills, and the murderous aura on his body almost condensed into substance, which was terrifying. Old Wang was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he instinctively handed the key out, but a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Shin Tunan took the key, walked up to his father and unlocked the handcuffs. Xinyu didn't have time to be too shocked and said, "You are confused. You shouldn't have come to save me alone, and you attacked the police officer. Now you can't explain yourself. Hurry up and leave this place. Don't worry about me." Xinyu directly pushed Shin Tunan out because he knew that no matter how strong someone was, if they dared to attack a police officer, they would be sentenced to many years in prison. Even a martial artist would be useless unless he was a master. But how many masters are there in Luocheng? Only one. Even if my son is very capable, at most he is just a martial artist. But even if it is a martial artist, if he dares to cause trouble in front of the police station, the chance of him getting away alive is very small. So now he hopes that his son can escape quickly, perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. However, Shin Tunan was unmoved, and even felt a little helpless. He was about to speak. Suddenly, Lao Wang shouted to the police officer Xiao Lu outside the door, "Go and call Chief Zhang over, someone has trespassed and is attacking the police. Hurry and get someone to arrest him." Xiao Lu outside the door was unmoved, and there was even a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He had just heard what Lao He said outside the door, and he felt that this man deserved it. There is also Lao He, who always looks arrogant and ignores ordinary police officers, so naturally there is no question of any friendship between them. Moreover, the other party offended a top master, someone that even the director had to bow to. Now that old he has ended up like this, he deserves it. Seeing that he couldn't call Xiao Lu, Lao Wang took out his phone and shouted into it, "Hello, this is the interrogation room. Someone has trespassed and injured a police officer. Send someone over for support immediately." After taking the money, he tied himself to the Yi family and stood together with them. No matter what, he could not let the Yi family die. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Secretary Zhao. At this moment, his phone was suddenly snatched away by Lao He. Lao He's mouth was full of blood foam and his voice was hoarse. "I am the police officer who was attacked. I feel like I am about to die, someone is coming, hurry." After saying this, his arms fell down weakly and he felt unbearable pain all over his body. Especially in the chest area, all the bones were broken. If he was not treated, he would surely die. Day. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door, and the person leading the group was none other than Director Zhang Daniu. Zhang Daniu rushed in and saw Shin Tunan standing next to a middle-aged man. The two men looked somewhat similar, and it was obvious at first glance that they were father and son. "Hello, I'm Zhang Daniu, it's an honor to meet you. We arrested someone by mistake this time. Please don't forgive us." Director Zhang Daniu looked extremely enthusiastic. He rushed forward and shook Xinyu's hand with a smile on his face. Xinyu was in a daze at the moment. He knew who the person in front of him was. There was a portrait of Director Zhang Daniu on the wall outside the police station. It was at the highest point and was very conspicuous. But now, when the director saw his men being injured, instead of blaming them, he greeted him warmly, which made him a little confused. Not only was he confused, but Lao Wang and Lao He were also confused. Looking at the director's appearance, they looked at each other and saw horror in each other's eyes. After greeting Xinyu, he turned around and his expression changed immediately.
His cold gaze fell on Lao Wang and Lao He, and he said, "Who did you two just say you wanted to arrest?" Lao Wang shuddered all over and felt that something was wrong. "Old," he said with difficulty, "Director Zhang, you owed that person a favor, and now you don't want to repay it? And this man attacked me. His crime is unforgivable. If you don't arrest him, you're dereliction of duty." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw endless anger surging on Director Zhang's face, and he slapped him directly. Bang! Director Zhang used great strength in this palm strike, directly knocking out all of Old He's teeth. "You idiot, do you know who you have offended? The one before me is a true grandmaster. How dare you frame him? I think you are tired of living." Director Zhang shouted angrily. He rarely loses his composure like this, but he has to make his position clear now. If the grandmaster behind him misunderstood him and thought he was in the same group as Lao He and the others, then he would be finished. A top-notch master could kill him with just one move, especially since this master was behind him. Old He's head shook a few times after being slapped in the face. After hearing Director Zhang's words, his head was buzzing and he felt like his brain was about to short-circuit. Old Wang was so frightened that his face turned pale, his teeth couldn't help but chatter, and his hands were shaking. Grandmaster? How did he inexplicably offend a master? Actually, you don't have to talk so much nonsense with him. Shin Tunan's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already next to Lao He, and then glared at him. Old He suddenly felt something vibrate inside his body, his heartbeat stopped on the spot, and his pupils began to dilate. When Shin Tunan made his move, he had already blasted a strand of Master's true energy into the opponent's body. It seems that this person can be saved, but in fact he has been dead for a long time. "Tell me, who wants to harm my father?" Shin Tunan shifted his gaze to Lao Wang. Chapter 66, Parents Shock, The Way to Death. Lao Wang watched with his own eyes as his companion died in front of him. He was terrified and looked at the young man in front of him, who was only in his early 20s, as if he was looking at a monster. I have no idea how Shin Tunan killed Lao He just glared at him? He instantly realized that he had offended someone he shouldn't have. And because of what he did today, he might lose his life. I don't know? Lao Wang shook his head. He couldn't possibly betray the person behind him. If you betray that person, his family will surely die. Because he understood that man's methods and was cruel and ruthless. Old Wang, you are so confused. Director Zhang shook his head in disappointment. Although he was not involved in this matter, he knew who was standing behind Lao He without even thinking about it. The other party only works for the He family of Star Group, which means that the person who took action this time was from the He family. But he didn't know which important figure in the He family it was. Actually, I know this without you having to tell me. Shin Tunan sneered, I was just giving you a chance. But since you don't need this opportunity, then go down and accompany him. Old Wang looked up in the light and saw the Grandmaster badge hanging on Shin Tunan's chest. His pupils trembled violently. He naturally knew what the Grandmaster badge represented. He Tao. Shin Tunan suddenly said a name, and Lao Wang's expression changed immediately. But Shin Tunan caught this change. Just as he guessed, it really was that person. After all, he didn't have much interaction with the people in the He family. The only one he had interaction with was He Tao. The other party framed him last time, and this time he even wants to target his father. He really feels that he is living a very happy life. He Tao, you've already got a way to die. A cold light flashed in Shin Tunan's eyes. He decided that after rescuing his parents, he would kill the other party directly to prevent future troubles. In his eyes, the former Star Group was a behemoth, and he didn't even have the qualifications to join the other company. But now, with his growing strength, the Star Group seems to have become insignificant. This former behemoth can now be trampled under my feet. Puff! Shin Tunan casually released a stream of Master's true energy, instantly tearing Lao Wang's forehead apart, leaving a bloody hole and splattering blood. Old Wang leaned against the wall, his head tilted, his eyes wide open, and he was already dead. Director Zhang closed Lao Wang's eyes and sighed softly in his heart. Lao Wang is a fairly diligent person, and he is unwilling to get involved with people from large groups or form small groups. I just don't know why I'm so confused now. In the end, he lost his life in vain. It really shouldn't have happened. Son, are you really a master? Shin Yu naturally heard what Director Zhang said. At this moment, his face was full of shock and he felt extremely surprised. How did my son become a master? This is not the place to talk, let's go find Mom first, Shen Tuanan said. Everyone left the interrogation room and quickly found Shen's mother.
Then the family of three came to the police chief's living room. Director Zhang personally poured a cup of tea for the three of them and said, "Take your time to chat.
Call me if you need anything."
This half-step grandmaster kept a very humble attitude, but all the police officers did not find it strange and thought it was reasonable.
Tunan, if everything is fine, let's go home. Why are we doing this here?
Mother Shen was a little surprised. After she was taken out of the detention room, she came here and was treated politely. But she felt a little uncomfortable being here.
I have something very important to tell you. Father Shen looked at Mother Shen with a serious expression. What's the matter? Shen's mother asked in confusion. Tunan is the master,
Father Shen said concisely.
Ha!
Shen's mother was full of question marks, thinking her husband was joking. I have watched my son grow up since he was a child.
When did he become a master? How come she doesn't know? Besides, if he is a master, would he go to work every day and work diligently for so many years?
People on the internet are saying that the masters receive an unknown amount of subsidies every year, yet they still look down on the salary they get from their jobs.
Mom, it was wrong of me to hide it. I am indeed a master.
Take this and show it to them if you encounter any problems you can't solve. Shen Tunan directly handed the Grandmaster badge to his mother. With this thing, if there are still people who dare to be reckless and arrest his family, others will know after he shows this thing. Anyone who can hold such a Grandmaster badge must be the Grandmaster's closest person, and everyone has to think carefully about whether they should offend him. Mother Shen held the golden Grandmaster badge in her hand, touching the golden stars on it, feeling like she was dreaming.
This kind of thing cannot be faked.
Especially among police officers, if the information is false, it is a capital crime and the police will be shot directly.
This badge is a symbol of identity. Son, so you are a master. You hid it from us and said you were going to find a job, but you were actually going on a mission, right?
Mother Shen accepted this reality and looked at her son, feeling both strange and familiar. But when she thought about it carefully, she realized that it might be her son, and she was afraid that they would worry, so she didn't tell them.
Yes. Shen Tunan nodded.
Mother Shen thought about the medicine again and said, "No wonder you have the money to buy such expensive medicine and give us such expensive clothes."
Son, you are a master. I am surprised and happy at the same time. What parent doesn't want their children to be successful and outstanding? But when that day finally comes, I feel like it's all just a dream.
I'm afraid that when I wake up, the dream will end. Shen Tunan listened to his mother's sincere words, put his palm on the back of her hand, and said, "Mom, this is not a dream.
I will never let you suffer any injustice again.
I will make the person who wronged you this time pay the price."
Father Shen was watching this scene from the side.
Thinking of his son's ferocious look just now, he knew that his son was serious.
Master Shen, your parents have been wronged.
I promise that this will never happen to us police officers again. And Mr. and Miss Shen, I sincerely apologize to you. This is all due to my failure to discipline my children properly, which is why this happened.
Director Zhang suddenly spoke, bowed to Shen Tunan's family and apologized.
Since you feel sorry, please take care of my parents. Although Shen Tunan was angry, he would not kill people indiscriminately. Director Zhang was obviously unaware of this matter and was not involved.
Okay.
Director Zhang nodded in agreement. Dad, you and Mom can rest here first. I'll go take care of something and come back later. Shen Tunan stood up, and the moment he turned around, his expression became cold, the gentleness on his face disappeared, and his pupils emanated a murderous intent as sharp as a sword. It's time to settle all the old and new grudges with He Tao. Even if he had to overthrow the entire star group, he would find He Tao and kill him.
Chapter 67 Birthday Party, Upper Class. Tunan, be careful.
Mother Shen seemed to sense the murderous aura in her son, and a trace of worry appeared on her face. Although she knew that her son was a master, extremely powerful, and a big shot on the same level as the Lord of Luochang. But no matter how powerful Shen Tunan is, he is still a child in the eyes of his parents.
Mom, don't worry. I'm just going to do something easy and I'll be back soon.
Shen Tunan didn't look back, but walked towards the door step by step, gradually disappearing from his mother's sight. Just as Shen Tunan was leaving the police station, he no longer suppressed his speed and directly used the cloud crane step, bursting out with ghostly speed and disappearing from the spot in an instant.
The people at the police station's door were so frightened when they saw a living person suddenly disappear from their sight that they even suspected they had seen it wrong. At the same time, Star Group. Inside a luxurious high-rise building. There are a large number of luxury cars parked in the parking lot outside the hall. The interior of the building is fully decorated with exquisite style and expensive materials. It is somewhat European in style, giving people a sense of elegance. In the hall, a group of people, some in suits and some in exquisite dresses, were chatting around with wine glasses in their hands. Inside the hall, there are a large number of exquisite foods, including fruitcakes and so on, and there are waiters walking around the hall. And upstairs, there was a melodious sound of piano. It seemed that someone was playing, and the atmosphere was very good. The first thing that comes to mind is that the person who hosted this banquet must be a big shot. At this banquet, a tall young man in an expensive suit was standing on the second floor. Opposite him were some middle-aged men with extraordinary temperament, all chatting and laughing.
Master Hitao, I still need the Star Group's help with my project. A middle-aged man raised his glass to toast.
This person is a big boss in Los Angeles and is active in the business circle. After receiving the invitation to this birthday party, he came immediately. After all, Hitao has a special identity. If he offends him, he will have a hard time in Luocheng. No problem. Hitao casually raised his wine glass and took a sip. Next to Hitao stood a woman wearing a white evening dress and white earrings. The woman was extremely beautiful, with a gentle and beautiful smile on her face, giving people a feeling of innocence and romance, making people want to protect her. This woman was Lu Meng. It was the first time she had seen such a scene. The people here were all big shots whom she would not normally come into contact with. These bigwigs are all powerful and influential. She has no qualifications to contact them on a normal day, nor does she have the qualifications to be taken seriously by these people. But now she can stand here. Your companion is very beautiful. Another middle-aged man came over with a wine glass in hand. This man had a special aura about him. You could see countless people around him looking at him with kindness. Because this person has an extremely extraordinary identity. He is from Luocheng, and his younger brother is the current high and mighty lord of Luocheng. Mr. Luo, you are too kind. It is my honor that you can come to my birthday party. Hitao's expression became slightly serious. He knew that Mr. Luo and his brother had a very good relationship since childhood, and he was like the city lord's spokesperson outside. If anyone offends Mr. Luo, they must first think about whether they can withstand the revenge of a master. Moreover, as a master, he is also the ruler of this city of Luo. The reason why their star group was able to develop smoothly in Los Angeles was also due to the strong support of the city lord. If they lose support, their star group will have a hard time in Los Angeles. Although the headquarters of Star Group is very large, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. After all, this is Los Angeles. The two clinked glasses and chatted for a while, then Mr. Luo left to communicate with people from other big families. Lu Meng was a little nervous and whispered that Mr. Luo just now had such a strong aura. I often see him on TV, but I didn't expect to actually stand in front of him. It was a bit stressful. Hitao smiled faintly and said, "It's normal for you to feel a lot of pressure seeing him. Mr. Luo is in Luo City, and no one dares to disrespect him, unless you don't want to be here anymore. But most people don't have the qualifications to meet him. Only by following me can you meet such a person." Lu Meng nodded quickly and said, "Yes. This is the real upper class. It's completely different from the class I've come into contact with before." Hearing this, Hitao looked a little proud. He thought that although this woman was not knowledgeable, she was easier to control, which was a good thing. In addition, she has a beautiful appearance, making her the most suitable candidate for marriage for him. As he thought about it, he took a sip of red wine and talked to the remaining people. The people he invited were either powerful or rich, and were from major families in Los Angeles. Otherwise, they were not worthy of attending his birthday party. Naturally, he had to treat these people well and not be impolite. As for Lu Meng, she looked at her current boyfriend Hitao chatting and laughing with many important people with an admiring look in her eyes. I feel like all this is just like a dream. Although Hitao likes to flirt with other girls, she doesn't care. As long as she is the one who stays with Hitao, it's enough. It's okay as long as you don't bring the women you mess with outside home. She knew that although she had the advantage of beauty, people like Hitao were not short of beautiful women around them. If she acts unreasonably, she will definitely be replaced, so she always appears gentle and considerate on weekdays.
Her family was not a good one, but just an ordinary one, and her parents were divorced. For her to be able to marry He Tao, she was definitely marrying up high. I must marry into the He family. I want to live a good life like this every day. I don't have to suffer the hardships of working and having to rely on others for everything. As for that good-for-nothing ex-boyfriend, he'd better never appear in front of me again. Compared to Master He Tao, he's nothing but trash. Lu Meng felt sick when he thought about his previous conversation with Shin Tunan. It was all her mother's fault. She urged her to find someone to marry every day and said it would be best to find someone of the same class and social status. At that time, she believed her mother's lies. Later, she found that she could not live that kind of life. When she met an adult like He Tao, she broke up decisively. Have the qualifications to stand here. Her eyes fell on He Tao, who was chatting and laughing, and her eyes were very gentle. Only after following him and living his current life did I realize how disgusting the life he lived in the past was. He Tao drank a lot of wine and was a little tipsy. He was leaning on a chair, trying to relax. Lu Meng sat beside the other person attentively, smiling like a flower. Meng, if Shin Tunan were here, do you think I could crush him to death with one hand? He Tao said with a smile. Lu Meng responded, a poor man like him must be worried about his parents' affairs right now. He's just a cockroach under your feet. If he runs slower, you'll step on him and he'll be crushed to death. Ha ha. He Tao laughed twice when he heard that. Chapter 68 Gift, Ticket to Hell. Outside the building. Suddenly a young man appeared. He had a sharp face and an extraordinary temperament. He looked up at the building and saw a huge plaque with neon lights flashing, with 4 big words Starry Sky Building written on it. This is a famous place of Star Group. It is said that only celebrities and senior executives who come here are eligible to receive invitation letters. This person was Shin Tunan. He came here as quickly as possible just to find someone. Sir, could you please show me your invitation? A tall and burly security guard in a suit blocked Shin Tunan's way. Shin Tunan glanced at him indifferently and asked, who is holding a banquet here? The security guard frowned when he heard this and said, if you don't have an invitation, please leave immediately. This is not the place for you. There are many people who want to sneak in here, and they all want to make connections after entering the banquet. But who are these people coming here? If some people from small families are allowed to sneak in, these security guards will be punished. I just want to know which big shot is in there. Shin Tunan continued to ask. The security guard was getting a little impatient with the question and waved his hand, saying, this is Master He Tao's birthday party. You'd better not get stuck here. If it were any other banquet, if you sneaked in, the worst you'd do would be kicked out. This young master hates evil and hates petty thieves the most. If you dare to sneak in, I will break your legs. Do you believe it? He Tao was famous for his violent temper. Once, a security guard made the young master unhappy and was kicked to death. But young Master He Tao did not receive any punishment at all, and he continued to enjoy his life as usual. So it was him. Shin Tunan raised the corner of his mouth with a smile. I was originally planning to put some effort into finding him, but I didn't expect that after framing my parents, he would dare to hold a banquet here to celebrate his birthday. This big shot is really relaxed now, without any guilt in his heart. That's fine, then let's give this person an unforgettable birthday party. Today I will give him a gift that will send him to hell. Boom! A terrifying heat current burst out from Shin Tunan's body, and the bodyguards were directly pushed back several steps by the heat current and fell to the ground. Including the guests who came, everyone stared at Shin Tunan with horror. They looked at Shin Tuanan, who was emitting a heart-pounding pressure. At this moment, the other party was like a god, high above and indifferent to everything. Shin Tunan's body slowly rose into the air, and everyone's eyes began to widen. The security guard who had just stopped Shin Tunan Road was now pale with fear, and said in a trembling voice, Grandmaster? To be able to walk in the air, one must be at least a master-level person who has practiced special martial arts. As for the more terrifying characters, he didn't dare to think too deeply about them. If the other party is a congenital one, that would be too terrifying. Young Master He Tao probably doesn't have the face to do that. Where did this master come from? He looks like he has bad intentions. A male guest sensed a hint of murderous intent. You think too much. In my opinion, this master is here to congratulate you. Another female guest, wearing a dark red dress and dark red earrings on her ears, was tall, with delicate features and a strong aura. This is a strong woman.
Mr. Chu, have you received any news? The male guest asked in surprise. The woman known as President Chu smiled faintly. I did receive news that a master will be attending the birthday party. It must be the Grandmaster in front of us. She just saw Shen Tuanan being stopped, and she must have been dissatisfied with the security guard, so she got angry. However, it is normal for a strong person like the Grandmaster to have some temper. Young Master He Tao is really very influential, the male guest exclaimed, feeling that his decision to rush over as soon as he received the invitation was the right one. At the same time, in the hall, a bodyguard rushed in, came to He Tao in a panic, and said, Master He Tao, there is someone who looks like a master outside. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. How do you know you are a Grandmaster? Asked a big shot. People outside reported that they saw the master walking in the air with their own eyes, said the male bodyguard. Hearing this, these bigwigs all showed surprised expressions on their faces. Anyone who can walk in the air must at least reach the Grandmaster realm, or else he must be an even more terrifying innate realm expert. But how could it be possible that a person at the innate realm would appear in their Luo city for no reason? So what the bodyguard said was correct, this must be a master. But what exactly is this Grandmaster here for? Was this someone with ill intentions? Everyone was unsure and felt a little uneasy. After all, if a master causes trouble here, their lives will be threatened. Don't panic, everyone. The Grandmaster outside is our invited guest. At this time, a dignified-looking man stood up. He looked to be nearly 50 years old, with sharp eyes and a smile on his face, but he gave people a sense of awe without even being angry. He spoke, and everyone around him listened to him quietly. This person is He Mingchuan, the chairman of Luocheng Galaxy Group. Uncle Jiao, did you invite the master here? He Tao asked with some surprise. He Mingchuan nodded gently, that master and I have some friendship. He has come all the way here. You must treat him well later. In fact, the master was not his good friend, but a good friend of He Tao's father. He Tao is an illegitimate child after all, so some things cannot be said openly. I understand. He Tao was a little proud. Every master must come to his birthday party in person. From today on, his name will resound throughout Los Angeles. And today's incident will also be reported by the media, and he will be the most dazzling protagonist in Los Angeles. Lu Meng's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise at this moment. She really didn't expect that the Star Group had such a wide network of contacts. Even big figures like the Grandmaster can be invited. Although I have heard of him before, I may meet a real master today, and see him with my own eyes. The feeling is completely different from hearing about him. Lu Meng was even a little excited. In her eyes, the Grandmaster was the pinnacle of martial arts. As for warriors above the Grandmaster level, they are too far away from her. She increasingly felt that following He Tao would give her a bright future and broaden her horizons. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door, and everyone saw a young man walking in with strong steps. The lights focused on the man. The man slowly raised his head, looked towards the second floor, and said, He Tao, for today's birthday party, I will give you a big gift, a ticket to hell. On your way to the underworld, remember to thank me. The man was Shen Tuanan. As soon as he opened his mouth, the whole place fell silent and everyone stared at him in shock. Chapter 69, Making a Scene at the Banquet, Handling. In the hall. Everyone looked at Shen Tuanan, and many people had puzzled expressions in their eyes. Especially those powerful figures, they all showed puzzled expressions. Is this person the Grandmaster? A middle-aged man spoke up. He was also an important figure who was invited and had real power. However, Shen Tuanan was very different from the master he had in mind. He looked too young, like a young man who had just started out. In his impression, if he really was a master who looked to be in his 20s, how could he possibly appear here? Mr. Wang, you're joking. He's just a clown. He Tao picked up his wine glass and shook it gently. He's probably targeting me. After hearing this, everyone stopped talking and stood by to watch how the situation developed. Shen Tuanan, right? You should be happy that I can remember you. You come to me now, are you going to beg me? But I don't like the way you're asking. He Tao looked down at him, with sarcasm and contempt in his eyes. He didn't take Shen Tuanan seriously at all. Shen Tuanan, how did you sneak in here and still speak so shamelessly? Do you think you can come to this place? Lu Meng was also shouting loudly there, a little out of control. This caused the people around to look at Lu Meng in surprise. After all, the original Lu Meng looked gentle and sweet, but now she is shouting at the top of her voice, a bit like a shrew. Lu Mengxin felt a little uneasy, afraid that Shen Tunen would tell everyone about their past relationship. Although He Tao knew part of it, if Shen Tunen revealed something more secretive in front of so many people, He Tao would have a grudge in his eyes, and she might not be so favored. She knew that He Tao was a person who attached great importance to face, so she took the initiative. Xiao Tao, what's going on? He Mingchuan asked. He was a little unhappy that a small figure suddenly showed up and caused trouble at such a banquet. You know, a grandmaster will be here in person later, and he will be blamed if he disturbs the grandmaster's interest. Uncle Jiao, it's just a small matter. Leave it to me. He Tao didn't take it to heart. He Mingchuan frowned and said seriously, hurry up and deal with this matter. Don't let the guests laugh at you. He Tao nodded slightly, but didn't take it to heart. Who in Los Angeles dares to laugh at his joke? Anyone who dares to laugh at him will not be able to leave here. I know your parents were arrested, and you're very worried now. You don't even know how you got in, and you're so crazy you want to kill me, but you've come to the wrong place. This is not the place for you. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times right now, then get out like a dog and wait for me outside. Wait until my birthday party is over, then I'll deal with your parents' affairs. He Tao drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp, and then waited for Shen Tunen to kowtow in public. He knows what these lower-class people are thinking. He thought he could easily control Shen Tuanan. As long as he said this, Shen Tuanan would behave like a dog and wag his tail in front of him. There was a hint of contempt in Lu Meng's eyes as she looked at her ex-boyfriend. The other person was standing there at the moment, and no one around him dared to approach him, making Shen Tunen too conspicuous, simply a conspicuous bag. How foolish. You don't know how big the gap is between you and the upper class, yet you still dare to come here and seek justice. She felt that her ex-boyfriend was hopelessly stupid. He dared to rush in alone without any brains at all. Why didn't she realize before? Why was her ex-boyfriend so stupid? He Tao. Shen Tunen seemed to have not heard anything that was said. You sent people to slander my parents, tried to send them to jail, and caused me to lose my job. I've had enough. So you will definitely go to hell today, and no one can save you. Shen Tunen's eyes swept over He Tao, the murderous intent in his eyes undisguised. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng was the first to burst into laughter. Ha, Shen Tunen, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? She laughed so hard that the earrings on her ears swayed slightly. Many of the guests around were also laughing, as if they were looking at a clown. At this moment, a woman in a dark red dress slowly walked in from outside. As soon as she came in, she heard laughter, which was full of sarcasm. What happened here? Why are you all laughing? The woman in the red dress was President Chu, and she asked the person next to her. The man next to him saw Mr. Chu's expression and explained, so it's Mr. Chu. Well, this is what happened. A clueless brat came in from outside, saying he wanted to kill young Master He Tao, and he's even confronting him here. It's really hilarious. But President Chu didn't smile. She looked at the other person's back and remembered that just now outside, the man was walking in the air. He was at least a master-level figure. And this idiot in front of him was actually laughing at the Grandmaster. She originally thought that this master was invited by the He family, but she found out that she was wrong. Maybe the master invited by the He family has not arrived yet. Mr. Niu, you'd better stop laughing, otherwise it will be a problem whether you can walk out of this door alive. Mr. Chu warned seriously. The middle-aged man called Mr. Lu was completely confused, not knowing how he had offended Mr. Chu. Wasn't he just mocking a brat who didn't know his place? Why does President Chu have such a big reaction? Mr. Chu, is this person related to you? Mr. Niu asked cautiously. Mr. Chu said, I wish I really had a relationship with this person. Mr. Niu's face was full of question marks, feeling puzzled. It doesn't matter, why warn him? Mr. Chu is really meddling in other people's business. And right now. He Tao's face changed and he threw the wineglass in his hand down from the upstairs. Everyone retreated. Shen Tunen caught the wineglass steadily in his palm, then let go, letting it fall to the ground and shatter with a snap. Good, very good. You have succeeded in angering me. From now on, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. He Tao's eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. Lu Meng even looked at Shen Tunen with a suicidal look and said, You are such an idiot, isn't it better to be alive? Do you really think you are a master? When the real master comes, you will be so scared that you will hide under the table and dare not move. She suddenly felt that it would be better for Shintunen to die here, completely cutting off all ties with him. Cousin, let me deal with this idiot. On the first floor, a man who looked to be about 20 years old walked out from the crowd. He is also from the He family, and his strength has reached the level of a 4-star warrior. When this person saw that his cousin was angry, he immediately stood up to show his loyalty and prepared to get rid of Shintunen. You have to know that He Tao has a very high status in the Luocheng star group. If I come out now, maybe I can have a place next to He Tao in the future. Your own status and position will also rise as you follow the other person. Healy, I'll give you a chance to show your ability. In 1 minute, I want him to disappear from here. He Tao's voice came from the second floor. Okay, bro. Healy smiled, knowing that his chance to make a contribution had come. Chapter 70, White Hair Sends Black Hair? Kill like crazy. Come here, kick this fool out of here. If he doesn't leave, break one of his legs and throw him out. All of you bodyguards were hired by my He family at a high price, and you let someone like this sneak in. Don't you want to do this anymore? Healy kicked the bodyguards beside him while talking. The bodyguards didn't dare to say anything, after all, they were paid to do the job. Once the money is in place, everything will be easy. Master Healy, let's go and kick this guy out. The bodyguards immediately became ferocious. But when they rushed to Shintunen with great momentum, they suddenly felt a shock in their heads, their bodies were out of control, and their legs became weak. The moment they approached Shintunen, they felt that the person in front of them was not a human, but a bottomless abyss. 4 or 5 bodyguards stood motionless half a meter away from Shintunen, which made the surrounding guests full of confusion. I don't understand what these bodyguards are doing. Waste. Seeing that these bodyguards were so useless, Healy rushed to Shintunen and prepared to take action himself. Hiss. But just when he was half a meter away from Shintunen and was about to take action, he suddenly gasped and felt cold all over, as if he was being stared at by something. He didn't feel this way even when a level 3 ferocious beast targeted him. Zong. Before he could finish his words, a white light flashed in his pupils, and then a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. In front of everyone, he fell to the ground with a thud. Blood was flowing slowly on the ground. The bodyguards were so scared that their faces turned pale and they fled from there in a tumbling manner. There was unconcealable fear in his eyes. Shintunen put his hands behind his back and looked indifferently at the people from the He family whom he had just killed, his heart extremely calm. Killing this person is just for interest. If anyone from the He family dares to stop, then let us accompany you on the road to the underworld. There was silence for a long time. No one said a word. No one spoke. There was a shocked expression on their faces and shock in their eyes. Originally they thought that Shintunen was just a clown, but now they find that this may not be the case. Mr. Chu, who was in the crowd, saw this scene and just said calmly, "Those who provoke the Grandmaster deserve to die." When Mr. Lu next to him heard this, his eyes instantly widened like cow eyes. Shintunen, you lunatic, do you know who you killed? You're finished. No one can save you today. Lu Meng screamed. Daring to kill someone from the He family of Star Group at the Star Group's banquet is simply slapping Star Group in the face. Even the City Lord would not do this and would not offend the Star Group to death. As for the Shintunen in front of him, although he didn't know why he could kill a warrior, it didn't matter. The important thing is that there is no way Shintunen will leave this place alive today. He Mingchuan had a dignified face, but at this moment, it was covered with frost. He said, "How dare any random person dare to challenge the dignity of the He family?" There was even murderous intent in his eyes. But at this moment, a bodyguard beside him suddenly whispered something in his ear, which made He Mingchuan's face suddenly turn ugly. Suspected to be the master's true chi? He Mingchuan stared at Shintunen downstairs, then looked at the bloody hole on the corpse. The anger in his heart was suddenly extinguished. If the other party is really a master, then killing him, a member of the He family, is probably not a big deal. He can only watch the other party leave. After all, they don't have a Grandmaster in charge here in Los Angeles. It is impossible for them to keep the Grandmaster. But if you are not a master, you will die and there is no hope of leaving safely. He Mingchuan planned to wait and see. He Tao first showed a surprised expression on his face. Obviously, he didn't expect Shintunen to kill his cousin. Although that cousin was not the offspring of any important figure in the He family, he was still a member of the He family after all. Very good. You killed innocent people today, and everyone present saw it. Even if I shoot you dead in public today, you deserve it. Just let your parents send you off when you are young. He Tao's pupils were filled with murderous intent, but he didn't need to do it himself to deal with someone like Shin Tunin. His father arranged for him to be protected by several powerful bodyguards. You two, go and break his hands and feet for me, so that he loses the ability to take care of himself. I want him to live a life worse than death. He Tao ordered viciously. Behind him, two burly figures in black suits walked out. The two bodyguards were both 2 meters tall, and even wearing black suits, they couldn't hide their muscular bodies. Both of them were 8-star martial artists, with extremely powerful chi and blood. Standing there, they were like two burning furnaces, constantly radiating heat from their bodies, forcing the people around them to involuntarily step back. At this moment, Shin Tunin's eyes were only on He Tao, and he ignored the two bodyguards. It seems that he doesn't take anyone seriously. He Tao, one of your crimes was ordering someone to frame me and force me to resign. His second crime, he falsely accused my parents, causing them to suffer an undeserved disaster, and even ordered people to torture them. The third crime, you are like an ant to me, yet you dare to offend this grandmaster. You are guilty of multiple crimes and deserve to die today. After Shin Tunin finished speaking these righteous words, the two bodyguards had already jumped down from the building. The two bodyguards were like two iron towers. The energy and blood in their bodies were released, and the temperature around them began to rise slowly. These two powerful bodyguards attacked from both sides with great momentum. But Shin Tunin just glanced over and the sword pressure burst out. The two powerful bodyguards paused uncontrollably, goosebumps all over their bodies, and a sense of fear surged in their hearts, as if there was an imperial sword hanging above their heads, ready to fall at any time and take their lives. It was this pause that brought them their own death. Shin Tunin made no secret of it, the terrifying master's true energy gathered at his fingertips. Finally, it shot out like a bullet. Puff! The two 8-star martial arts bodyguards had two blood holes, each about the size of a thumb, where their hearts should be. Then the two men fell to the ground with a loud bang, and their lives were completely gone. Grandmaster! This man is a master! Countless people screamed. They originally thought that Shin Tunin killed a warrior by using some martial arts, which was nothing special. But now, two powerful martial artists died so quickly, it must be the true chi of a master, and the one in front of him might really be a master. Countless people looked terrified and even shuddered. Thinking that they had dared to laugh at a master just now, he felt a chill on his back and regretted it deeply. At this moment, Lu Meng found that her vision seemed to become a little blurry, her appearance became a little dull, and a confused expression appeared on her face. Shin Tunin is a grandmaster? How is this possible? The other person was a waste after being with her for so many years, so how come he became a master as soon as he left her? She couldn't believe it at all and thought it was too absurd and ridiculous. Swish! Suddenly, Shin Tunin disappeared from everyone's sight, and when they saw him again, Shin Tunin had already taken off into the air and appeared in front of He Tao. He grabbed He Tao's head and threw him directly down from the building. Next to He Tao, He Mingchuan and his bodyguards didn't dare to move and could only watch. Because the master in front of them was too murderous, if they dared to move, they would probably die. Chapter 71: Killing the God and Abandoning Martial Arts. Bang! On the ground on the first floor, He Tao was lying there with his arms and legs spread out, but he did not suffer any fatal injuries. After all, he is a martial artist with a strong physique. Shen Tunin! He Tao jumped up, his face filled with endless anger, feeling that the other party had humiliated him. But when he thought that the person opposite him was a master, his anger quickly died down. What do you want to say? Shin Tunin stood in the air, his eyes cold and sharp, as if he could see through people's hearts. He Tao looked at the people around him and seemed to see mocking expressions on everyone's faces. He struggled internally for a moment and said, "You can't kill me. Even if I'm caught today, I'll have someone send someone to release your parents, and this matter will be over." He Tao felt that since Shin Tunin had killed two of his bodyguards, it was time for him to calm down. No matter what, we have to give face to the He family. After all, the Star Group is behind them. Although there are no grandmasters in Luochang, there are even powerful people in the innate realm in other places. He bowed his head today, and I believe that if Shin Tunin is more sensible, he will let it go. Oh? Shin Tunin showed an expression of surprise, thinking that this young mastery in front of him was really spoiled and could actually say such stupid things. Then should I be grateful for your kindness? Shin Tuanan asked. You don't have to express your gratitude. Just apologize to me in front of everyone. He Tao suddenly felt that there was hope.
After all, Shin Tunan's attitude changed so quickly, perhaps because he was afraid of the star group behind him. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal for the other party to feel fearful.
He. Shin Tunan suddenly laughed, thinking that He Tao was really naive to say such words without hesitation. In that case, I'll apologize to you. The next moment, the master's pressure from Shin Tunan erupted, and the terrifying pressure locked onto He Tao. At that moment, He Tao's whole body was shaking uncontrollably, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. His knees couldn't help but bend, and he fell to his knees with a thud, breaking the tiles on the ground. The fragments pierced his skin, and bright red liquid mixed with the broken tiles, emitting a bloody smell. Shin Tunan landed on the ground, found a chair and sat down calmly. The people around were so scared that they moved away from Shin Tunan, feeling a little terrified and uneasy inside. Master, could you please give me some face and stop teasing the people of the Yi family? He Mingchuan on the second floor spoke with courage. Of course, he couldn't just watch Yi Tao being humiliated. Shin Tunan looked at some pastries on the table. He picked up a piece of cake at random, took a bite, and tasted good. Your face, who are you? Shin Tunan put down the cake and wiped his mouth with a tissue. He Mingchuan looked stunned. He often appeared on TV, but the other party didn't even know who he was? But the other party is a master after all, so it is understandable. My name is He Mingchuan, and I'm the chairman of the Luocheng Star Group. He walked down from upstairs with his bodyguards behind him and took the initiative to reveal his identity. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a slap mark appeared on his face. The bodyguard next to him was filled with anger, and his blood was surging rapidly, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart and did not dare to take action. Shin Tunan withdrew his hand and said, "You didn't educate him well, so I'll educate you. Is that okay?" He Mingchuan was humiliated in public, and he clenched his hands tightly. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes, but he finally let go. He didn't dare to turn hostile on the spot, so he had to swallow his anger. At this time, Lu Meng, who was upstairs, saw that the person she thought was a big shot was now being scolded and humiliated by her ex-boyfriend like a dog, and she did not dare to resist. She felt that this incident shattered her understanding of the world. Why? Why is Shin Tunan a grandmaster? Lu Meng's fair and beautiful face was filled with regret at this moment. If she had known earlier that Shin Tunan was a master, she would never have left him and chosen He Tao. The other guests attending the banquet couldn't help but twitch their eyelids when they saw this scene. Obviously, everyone was shocked by what happened today. It seems that the He family has hit a wall. On the second floor, a middle-aged man with a powerful aura watched the scene indifferently. "Mr. Luo, don't we need to step in to stop it?" someone next to him asked. After all, Mr. Luo has a brother who was a master in the city lord, and he holds a high position and has great power. When he shows up, everyone has to give him face, even the grandmaster is no exception. Mr. Luo looked dignified, and he slowly sipped his wine and said, "I can't control this matter. Let He Mingchuan worry about it himself. He won't clean up the mess that the other party has made." Seeing that Mr. Luo didn't care, the other distinguished guests just waved their hands and watched the show, unwilling to interfere. He Mingchuan's cheeks were red and swollen, but he still managed to force a smile and said, "Grandmaster, you are right. Could you please show some mercy and spare my nephew?" His attitude was so humble that the faces of the guests around him changed slightly. I didn't expect this famous figure in Los Angeles to be so flexible. Shin Tunan was silent for a while, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. In fact, he was waiting for the other party to counterattack, and if he dared to fight back, he would kill him on the spot. But the other party's patience was so high, which was beyond his expectation. "I can clearly answer you, no." Shin Tunan stood up from the chair, walked up to Yi Tao, and kicked him directly, knocking him to the ground. "Yi Tao, have you ever thought you would end up like this? Back then, you were so high and mighty, not only did you harm me, but you also implicated my parents. Today, no matter who comes to plead for mercy, you will have to pay for your actions." Shin Tunan's voice was calm, but everyone around him felt a chill coming towards them. When He Mingchuan saw that he had bowed his head like that and the master didn't give him any face at all, his face turned very ugly. At the same time, I also think that He Tao is really an idiot. Why does he have to offend the grandmaster when he can offend anyone else? It would be fine if he just acted arrogantly on a daily basis, but he actually offended the grandmaster, and now he is powerless to do anything. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream was heard from the hall.
A large amount of bright red blood was seen flowing out of He Tao's body. His face was distorted with pain and he no longer looked like a noble young man. His black suit was stained red with blood, which made the people around him feel uncomfortable. "You, how dare you destroy my martial arts skills?" He Tao's voice was extremely miserable. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Grandmaster is bullying us. There really is no law in this world." Shin Tunen looked in the direction of the voice and instantly locked onto a guy with red hair on his head. This guy should be a dog under He Tao. Swish! Shin Tunen flicked his fingers, a sound of breaking through the air erupted, and a scream came from the crowd. The red-haired young man was hit through the chest by the master's true energy on the spot. His eyes widened and he fell into the crowd with a bang. Everyone around was so scared that they almost jumped up, and they looked at Shin Tunen as if they were looking at a killing god. Chapter 72, Grandmaster Dragon, Crushing Hope. After killing the red-haired young man, Shin Tunen looked around. If there are any accomplices of He Tao, please come out and tell me directly. There's no need to hide in the crowd. The aura that erupted from Shin Tunen instantly shocked everyone. Some people in the crowd wanted to speak up for He Tao, but now they shrank their heads and quickly shut their mouths. They didn't want to lie on the ground motionless like the red-haired young man. And upstairs, Boss Luo looked at Shin Tunen, who was so murderous, and asked, "Does anyone know the identity of this grandmaster?" He suspected that Shin Tunen came from the front line. Only a master who came from there would have such a strong murderous nature. There have been such examples before, but they didn't happen in Los Angeles, but in other cities. In order to break through their own limits, some martial artists hover between life and death, go to the front line and frantically kill ferocious beasts, and finally break through their own limits. But this is also very dangerous. Out of 10 martial artists, only one may come back alive. However, once successful, one's status and position will undergo a drastic change. Everyone around shook their heads, obviously none of them knew Shin Tunen. After all, the original Shin Tunen was just an ordinary person. Shin Tunen, don't go too far. Day. On the second floor, Lu Meng, wearing a white dress and high heels, walked down directly from upstairs. Shin Tunen looked at the woman he had treated with all his heart and her beautiful face, without a single ripple in his heart. "I know He Tao may have wronged you in some way, but now that you've let out all the anger you need to, can't you just forgive him?" Lu Meng knew that there was no possibility for her in Shin Tunen. If she wanted to live an upper-class life, she had to marry He Tao. If He Tao died, everything would come to nothing. Yes. Meng is right, please let me go. Although He Tao was in great pain, he still cherished his life. I have the Starry Sky Group behind me. Luochang is just a branch of the Starry Sky Group. We have many masters in the Starry Sky Group, even innate masters. If you let me go now, I can pretend that nothing happened. I won't seek revenge on you. But if you kill me now, you will face the revenge of the Starry Sky Group. Even if you are a grandmaster, you will die. There will be no way for you to survive. Shin Tunen looked at the couple in front of him who seemed to be in love. Both of them were trying to persuade him to show mercy and leave them a way out. Ha ha ha. Shin Tunen burst into laughter on the spot, his voice was like thunder, making the eardrums of the people around him buzz and their scalps numb. "Shin Tunen, are you going to let him go or not?" Lu Meng asked. She felt that she and Shin Tunen had some friendship, and the other party should not kill her. By doing this, she would also leave a better impression on He Tao. In such a critical moment, she stood up. If this matter is over, He Tao will definitely love her more. What qualifications do you have to say such things to me? Shin Tunen stared at Lu Meng and asked. Lu Meng hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm He Tao's fiancé. We're going to get married and have children in the future. Does this qualify me?" That's enough. The look in Shin Tunen's eyes became increasingly cold. "I'll send you two to hell together. You can go there and hold a ghost marriage. It just so happens that you are a match made in heaven." As soon as the words fell, Shin Tunen used his skills again, and his figure flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. When he appeared again, he came directly in front of Lu Meng, grabbed her snow-white neck, and then threw her to the ground. Bang! Lu Meng grimaced in pain and lay down next to He Tao. Her white evening gown was now stained with bright red blood, which was extremely eye-catching. The two of them were like two blood mandarin ducks, lying on the ground together, and there was no sense of incongruity at all. Lu Meng originally thought that Shin Tunen would not kill her because of their past relationship, but now she suddenly felt a little scared, afraid that the other party would really send her to hell. She just wants to change her fate by getting married, not to go to hell.
Mang.
He Tao was somewhat moved and held Lu Meng's hand, thinking that true friendship is tested in times of adversity. The person who dares to speak up for him at this time is the one who is trustworthy. Lu Meng felt the warmth in his hand and forced a bitter smile on his face.
Don't worry, we won't die today. No matter how brave Shen Tunen is, he won't dare to kill me.
Otherwise, besides him, his family members will also die without a burial place because of his decision.
Isn't it his family he wants to protect the most?
If he dares to kill me, the star group behind my father will make his life worse than death. He Tao said these words without any concealment, but instead raised his voice, just for Shen Tunen to hear.
Shen Tunen's expression did not change when he heard this, and his shoe sole stepped on Lu Meng's delicate cheek. Lu Meng didn't even dare to raise his hand, let alone open it. After all, Shen Tunen is no longer the same person he was before.
After Shen Tunen stepped on Lu Meng, he raised his foot and stepped on Yi Tao's face again, saying with a smile, "You ignorant fool, you have no idea how powerful I am. Since you think I won't kill you, I'll give you a chance.
Now call everyone you can and have them come over."
Shen Tunen raised his foot, looked at the footprints on each of the two men's faces, and smiled coldly. Since Yi Tao felt that he had hope, he would crush this hope completely. He is not even afraid of the innate strong ones now, so who can he invite with Yi Tao's identity?
There might really be someone in the Xiantian realm in the Starry Sky group, but which Xiantian realm expert would come all the way to save Yi Tao?
Therefore, it is likely that the other party will only call upon masters, and the number will not be too large. For Shen Tuanen now, an opponent like the Grandmaster can be killed easily.
Yi Tao's eyes flashed with hatred when he heard this. He then looked at He Mingchuan for help and asked, "Uncle Jiu, when will the Grandmaster you invited arrive?"
He Mingchuan shook his head, then handed a cell phone to Yi Tao and whispered, "There's his phone number on it. He's your father's friend. He held you in his arms when you were a child.
His surname is Long.
You can just call him Uncle Long, talk to him yourself."
Yi Tao looked delighted and immediately made a phone call.
The phone rang for a while, then was quickly connected.
A deep voice came from the other end. "Hello, what's the matter with you calling me?"
On the other end of the phone. On the top floor of a 28-story building in Los Angeles, a man who looked to be about 50 years old was standing there, basking in the sun. Behind him, there were dozens of people wearing black martial arts uniforms. They were all young and strong men, each with powerful energy and blood.
They are all martial artists. "Uncle Long, I'm Yi Tao. A master wants to kill me. Come and save me."
When the middle-aged man heard these words, the master's pressure on his body could not help but burst out. Dozens of cracks appeared silently on the ground, leaving behind a trail of footprints.
"You guys come with me."
He spoke to the people behind him, and those martial artists followed the steps of Grandmaster Long like flying swallows. His purpose of coming here at this moment was to protect Yi Tao, not just passing by. If Yi Tao was killed, he would not be able to explain to his old friend.
Chapter 73 Humanity, Gathering. After the call,
He Mingchuan took the phone back, a hint of hesitation flashed in his pupils, as if he was thinking about something. Finally, I made up my mind and took the initiative to dial a number. Xiao Tao's martial arts skills were destroyed by someone, and the person who did it was a master. He directly told the person on the other end of the phone the most important thing. The person on the other end was silent for a moment, then spoke up, "Mobilize everyone in the Los Angeles Star Group and stop him at all costs.
We absolutely cannot let him leave."
Then the person on the other end hung up the phone. Although He Mingchuan heard the tone of the person on the other end of the phone was very flat throughout, he knew that the person's emotions would not be reflected in his voice. The calmer the other party is, the stronger the murderous intent he probably harbors. Although Yi Tao is only his illegitimate son, his status is really too high. Pass on my order and gather all the warriors recruited by the Starry Sky Group.
He Mingchuan turned around and instructed the bodyguard beside him.
The bodyguard nodded slightly, then began to make phone calls and notify everyone one by one.
At the same time,
in a room, a middle-aged man made a phone call with an expressionless face.
"Su Mu, it's time to repay the favor you owe me.
Go to Luochang and kill a Grandmaster for me." There was a chuckle from the other end of the phone. "I didn't expect you to use the favor I owe you for this matter."
"Interesting. But which Grandmaster do you want me to kill?"
The middle-aged man said coldly, "Someone will tell you when you get to Los Angeles."
"Okay."
Su Miu hung up the phone directly and continued to enjoy the shoulder massage from a beautiful woman behind him. Su Miu is a man who looks to be 25 years old, but this is not his real age, he just looks younger. It's such a hassle. I have to go for such a small matter. It takes 2 hours to get there by helicopter. Su Miu lay on a chair and stretched his arms lazily. On his chest hung a golden badge with 11 stars on it, which was extremely dazzling. Obviously, this is a half-step innate being, who is truly in a high position and has great power. After adjusting his state, he waved to let the woman behind him go away, then stood up and walked towards the door. There was a private airport not far away. He got on the plane skillfully. The plane roared into the sky and headed for Los Angeles. Los Angeles. On the street, a group of people in uniforms were aggressive, exuding an astonishing aura and murderous intent. Each of them released terrifying blood energy and was obviously a warrior. Among them, the dozen or so people who took the lead were all masters of the martial arts level, and each of them was followed by dozens of warriors. The team was more than 300 people long, and everyone around them was so scared that they gave way, suspecting that something big was going to happen. Isn't this someone from the Star Group? They've gathered together with such force, are they going to destroy some family? What on earth just happened? When I recognized the people from Star Group, my heart started beating fast, and I felt that something unimaginable might happen soon. Today's Los Angeles is destined to be turbulent. Starry Sky Building. At this moment, Shintunen was sitting on a chair like a god, calmly eating the delicious food on the table, as if it was none of his business. Lu Meng and He Tao were lying on the ground, and no one dared to help them. Many people were a little nervous at first, but when they saw that Shintunen was just settling a personal grudge, they became bolder and started looking for a place to sit down. Otherwise it would be tiring to stand all the time. I don't know how long I waited, but suddenly dozens of shadows appeared outside the door. The leader was a man with a terrifying aura, and the master's true energy was flowing in his body. As soon as he came in, he gave people a great sense of oppression, the master-level pressure, which made the people around him feel a little uneasy. Another master has arrived, and it looks like a fierce battle is about to begin. Grandmaster Long fixed his gaze directly on He Mingchuan, with a questioning look in his eyes. He Mingchuan took the initiative to greet him and said, "Master Long, you are finally here." Waste. Unexpectedly, he was immediately greeted with a reprimand from the Grandmaster. This Dragon Grandmaster seems to have a bad temper. If you are not from the He family, I will kill you now. After being scolded by the Grandmaster, He Mingchuan could only suppress his anger. This is how the world is, the stronger king. He may be the king of Luochang, but he dare not act rashly in front of the Grandmaster. After scolding, Grandmaster Long came to He Tao's side, checked his injuries, and his expression became even uglier. What a cruel method. It doesn't leave anyone with even a shred of hope for martial arts training. Grandmaster Long glanced around and finally landed on Shintunen, who was eating calmly there. He knew it was this person who did it without anyone reminding him. After all, in such a situation, this person is the only one who can eat calmly. At this moment, there were heavy footsteps outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of warriors rushed in from outside, each with murderous intent on their faces. These people learned from the phone call that it might take a lot of people to stop a master today, but they were all prepared. After all, they have received too many benefits from Star Group. Whether it is their parents' retirement or their children's schooling and other issues, Star Group has given them the best treatment and helped them solve these problems. There are also various cultivation resources to train them and enjoy life on daily basis. As the saying goes, maintain your soldiers for 1,000 days and use them for a moment. Now is the time to use them. Looking at so many people, the guests present, who originally wanted to watch the fun, are now a little scared. He quickly made way for the group to confront each other. They felt that there would be a bloody storm today and things would get out of hand. When He Tao saw the Grandmaster and a large number of people from the Starry Sky Group coming, he felt more confident. He endured the pain and said, "Shintunen, don't even think about walking out of here alive today. I will make you feel a life worse than death later." Lu Meng also quickly got up from the ground, wiped his face with a tissue, and showed a resentful expression in his eyes. It was obvious that he also hoped that Shintunen would die here. "Uncle Long, you must avenge me," He Tao said pitifully. Grandmaster Long nodded, "Don't worry, I will definitely give you justice today." In fact, he also had murderous intentions in his heart, but he also knew that the other party was a master after all and would not be easy to kill. Even though he is stronger than his opponent, it is not easy to kill a master. The best way was to delay time, because when he just arrived, he received a call informing him that Sun Yu was here. He was a true master killer, and more than a single digit of masters had died at his hands. Chapter 74, Killing the Grandmaster with One Sword, Starting a Killing Spree.
Is everyone here?
Shintunin wiped his mouth and looked at the huge crowd without any fear or worry in his eyes. Even if there was a bloodbath today and blood flowed like a river, he didn't care at all.
Seeing Shintunin so confident, Grandmaster Long fell into hesitation.
Because this opponent was too calm, this kind of person should be extremely confident in his own strength, and he is probably a master among the masters.
As a Grandmaster, why would you be so cruel to a junior? Do you still have any shame? Where's the magnanimity and dignity of a Grandmaster? Grandmaster Long scolded.
He finally decided not to take action if possible, and to first stand on the moral high ground to accuse the other party and make the other party feel guilty.
When Shintunin heard what the other party said, he sneered and said, "Do you understand what happened? Are you blaming me here?
If you can't speak, shut up, or I'll sew your mouth shut."
He hated these people the most. They didn't even understand the whole story and were the first to make personal attacks here. Grandmaster Long's expression turned grim.
Although I don't understand the whole story, as a Grandmaster you are a senior.
How can you be so fussy with a junior? Even if Junior made a mistake, he's just a kid.
When Shintunin heard this, his eyes fell on Ren Hatao and he laughed. A child this old, hasn't grown up yet?
He Tao's face turned pale. After all, it was a bit embarrassing to be told that.
But it was the Grandmaster who spoke after all, so he didn't dare to refute anything.
Master Long, right?
In fact, an old man like you who doesn't distinguish right from wrong will cause trouble sooner or later. The child you mentioned has framed me time and again, and even dared to harm my family. It is unjust that he should not be killed.
Today I want to show him that what he relies on is completely useless. Even if I call an old man like you, he can only wait to die. No one can save him.
Shintunin kept calling Master Long an old thing, which made Master Long very angry and felt humiliated. He could no longer hold back, and the master's true energy in his body began to flow rapidly. His eyes were like burning flames, emitting astonishing light. The pressure from his body naturally spread around. When the power in his body accumulated to a peak, his hands turned blood red and hot.
Level 4 Martial Arts, Earth-Splitting Hand.
His hands seemed to contain the power to tear the earth apart, and an astonishing sound erupted, like the sound of iron chains cutting through the sky. The tiles on the ground could not withstand the force he unleashed and shattered in front of everyone's horrified gaze. At this moment, everyone felt that the Grandmaster Long who had taken action was not like a human being at all, but like a terrifying beast that could easily tear apart everyone present. This is the Grandmaster, and his terrifying power fills everyone with a sense of awe. The Grandmaster is so terrifying, his power is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people.
Clang!
Suddenly, the sound of a sword rang in everyone's ears. Then a dark golden light flashed in their sight. It was a sword light that was so bright that it seemed to illuminate the entire hall. At this moment, everyone seemed to see endless clouds rising up and appearing vividly in their sight. When the clouds and mist dissipated, the sound of swords stopped. When everyone saw Grandmaster Long, their pupils were filled with shock and confusion, and they stared blankly at their hands. The blood-red hands, covered in bright red blood, quickly cooled down, no longer scalding hot, but becoming ice-cold. Because his hands are no longer his own. His hands had been cut off by a sword in the previous duel.
Bang!
His hands fell to the ground in front of everyone's shocked gazes.
Cloud-piercing sword technique, why is it so powerful?
Just as Grandmaster Long finished speaking, a line of blood appeared between his eyebrows and along his chest, and then bright red blood gushed out, and his body fell to the ground with a bang.
Everything returned to calm. A master couldn't even withstand a single move from Shintunin.
Hiss! There was silence for a while, and then there was a sound of gasps.
Everyone stared at Shintunin with wide eyes. Did they finally understand why Shintunin was so calm?
For him, killing a master was as easy as slaughtering a chicken.
It was so clean and neat that the opponent didn't even have a chance to fight back. What a terrifying power this is.
He Tao's newly emerged confidence was extinguished all at once, and he felt like the sky was falling.
He found it hard to understand why Shintunin had become so terrifying in such a short period of time. Could it be that everything before was just an act?
Lu Meng's beautiful eyes were also filled with fear and suspicion.
She wondered if the person in front of her was really the Shintunin she knew. Why is it so scary, like a monster? Even a grandmaster can be easily killed. Is there anyone in Los Angeles who can really be his opponent?
She suddenly felt a little regretful, thinking about the time she had spent with the other person. Thinking about why they parted ways, it was all her own fault. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. He Tao's heart was also filled with regret. He now knew that Shintunen was not easy to kill and could not be killed at all. He just regretted that he should not have targeted Shintunen or his family. And the source of all this is Lu Meng. When he thought that it was Lu Meng who was fanning the flames in his ears, he became furious and turned around and slapped Lu Meng in the face. Bang! You are such a beauty, it's all your fault. The only thing He Tao could think of was to pass the buck and put the blame on others. Lu Meng covered her face with her hands, her eyes full of grievance. She seemed to have not expected that He Tao would beat her in public and not give her any face. Master! A man in a black martial arts uniform walked out from the crowd, his face full of pain. These 30-odd people were all disciples of Grandmaster Long. Now, seeing their master die in front of them, their hearts were filled with murderous intent. Brothers, avenge master! The people behind him all had terrifying murderous intent in their eyes. They are a group of orphans who were raised by their master and practiced martial arts. Their achievements are all given by the master. Now that the master is dead and the enemy is right in front of me, I naturally have to take revenge. At this moment, He Mingchuan hurriedly spoke righteously. Shintunen, you dared to kill the grandmaster of the human race? The entire Luochang will not tolerate you. You are a traitor to the human race and a running dog of the 10,000 races cult. He simply put on a big hat and then waved to the people behind him to come on. Kill! The warriors behind him didn't hesitate at all, and rushed towards Shintuanen with determined eyes and murderous intent. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Shintunen glanced in the direction of He Mingchuan, his expression sharp and emitting a biting chill. This person deserves to die. They actually framed him like this, I must not let them go later. Boom! Then he punched out, and a terrifying force suddenly erupted, which was extremely brutal and domineering. The two fastest warriors were knocked away by his punch and died on the spot. A few more people rushed over. Shintunen swung his leg and, with the strength of a master, kicked the two men to death. Blood gushed out. Chapter 75, Blood flows into a river, breaking the sky. Killed several people in a row. Shintunen's eyes were cold and murderous aura filled his body. It was obvious that many people were besieging him, but he acted as if everything was under control and did not take these opponents seriously at all. A grandmaster is not someone who can be defeated simply by relying on numbers. What's more, he is not an ordinary master. Shintunen, you are truly mad and heartless. Killing the grandmaster wasn't enough, but you also carried out such a brutal massacre. You have absolutely no regard for the law. Someone shouted loudly, trying to shake Shintunen's heart and let them find a flaw. But he was soon disappointed. Shintunen's expression was calm and his heart was as still as water. Whatever he does is what he believes is right. How could he be shaken by a word or two from others? Then is he still worthy of being a master? Spreading rumors and slandering the grandmaster, you deserve to be killed. As soon as Shintunen finished speaking, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight like a ghost. Then he came to the man who had scolded him. The man's pupils contracted violently, and then he fell in a pool of blood. Shintunen stood in the crowd. All of them were murderous. When they saw him, they immediately came over with weapons and chopped at him. The energy and blood surged, and the place was filled with murderous aura. Shintunen drew out the Shura sword, swirled it around, and drew a graceful arc. Lines of blood appeared on those people's necks, and they died on the spot without even having time to blink. When facing these opponents, Shintunen didn't even use any amplification, but just used the simplest moves to kill them. There was no way. These opponents were too stupid and could not see their own strength clearly. These idiots really thought that they could join forces to kill the Grandmaster and create a miracle. But this is simply impossible, otherwise how could there be such a saying that a master would bleed for 100 miles in anger? If you want to kill the Grandmaster, you must have an opponent of the same level, otherwise it will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Kill! Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind Shintuanen, and a martial artist, holding a knife in his hand, chopped Shintuanen on the back. He was just about to show an expression of surprise, thinking that he had found Shintuanen's weakness, but he discovered that his knife was like a drop in the ocean, unable to cut into him at all. Even Shintunen's clothes were not chopped into pieces, and an invisible master's true energy flowed through his body. Court death.
Shin Tunan's voice exploded like thunder, and he swung the alloy weapon in his hand backwards. The martial artist's head was cut off on the spot and fell down in front of everyone. Ah! There was a scream and exclamation at the scene. Originally, Shin Tunan would leave his opponent's body intact after defeating him, but now he found this group of people so stupid that it was a bit ridiculous. Such a cruel sight scared away several martial artists who wanted to approach, and they felt a little hesitant. Shin Tunan glanced at them with a cold gaze and said, "If you leave now, I will forgive you." He is not a bloodthirsty person, and this is the last chance he gives this group of people. If you don't want to leave, then stay here and step into the gate of hell. Shin Tunan tightly grasped the Shura sword in his hand, as if he had made up his mind. You killed our master. This feud is irreconcilable. A man in martial arts uniform roared. He was the eldest disciple of Grandmaster Long, and his strength had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, the level of a half-step grandmaster. Baji leg. The man swept his foot across, like a dragon crossing the river, tearing the air and making a violent sound of breaking through the air. His pupils were filled with murderous intent, and it was obvious that he wanted to kill Shin Tunan. But facing this martial arts technique, Shin Tunan did not dodge at all, but directly raised his arm to block it. Bang! He kicked Shin Tunan's arm, but it didn't move at all, just like kicking a steel plate, completely unable to move. Shin Tunan grabbed with his palm fiercely, and the master's true energy condensed, exuding an astonishing momentum, as if he was capturing prey. He grabbed the opponent's calf with his 5 fingers and tore it hard, immediately pulling out all the flesh and blood from the calf. Before the man could scream, Shin Tunan grabbed his neck with his palm and squeezed it hard. The master's true energy pierced through the man's skin and killed him. Shin Tunan has already discovered that this group of people are simply possessed by evil spirits. If that is the case, then he might as well deal with it all at once to avoid any trouble. 9 Shadow Sword Technique, Triple Amplification. The Shura sword in Shin Tunan's hand was emitting a strange dark golden light, attracting everyone's attention. His enemies trembled in fear, and the onlookers were also terrified, feeling that their lives were threatened. Cut. The Shura sword in Shin Tunan's hand fell, and in that instant, 9 sword energies formed and fell from the sky, like a punishment from the gods, which was impossible to resist and impossible to match. Those people watched the sword energy falling, and the sword energy in their pupils became clearer and clearer. The dark golden light was so dazzling that it took away all other colors they could see. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous roars sounded, and the surging sword energy and unmatched power directly killed all the opponents. 9 cracks appeared on the ground, and the surrounding floors all exploded, with countless pieces of rubble flying everywhere and smoke and dust billowing. There were 9 sword marks, and each sword mark extended from Shin Tunan's feet to the door. This was the result of his deliberate control of strength. Otherwise, he could cut down the starry sky building with 1 sword, and everyone inside would probably die except for some martial arts masters. Hundreds of corpses were lying on the ground, and some people were even chopped to pieces and turned into bloody mist. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. It was just 1 move, but it killed hundreds of people, including a powerful half-step master. It was such a bloody and cruel scene that some people almost vomited out what they were eating. The remaining people were finally frightened out of their wits. They threw away their weapons with their eyes wide open and ran out the door like crazy. But there were also some people who were ignorant of the danger and wanted to attack him, but they were easily killed by him, and dozens of corpses appeared on the ground again. Then the place became completely quiet. Shin Tunan shifted his gaze to Yi Mingchuan and the bodyguard beside him. The two had just tried to slip away in the chaos, but were locked in place by his Grandmaster Qi. Now it's your turn. Shin Tunan killed nearly 200 people. The murderous aura on his body was extremely strong. A single look from him could make people tremble and their hearts palpitate. The bodyguard next to him was about to speak when he was greeted by a sword energy that cut off his head. He couldn't even react. He fell in a pool of blood on the spot, his head and body separated. Yi Mingchuan laughed bitterly. It seems that my choice was wrong. I underestimated your strength. However, you killed so many of us, you won't survive later. Someone stronger will kill you. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Shin Tunan did not listen to what the other party said. A dark golden light flashed in his hand, and the sword light cut Yi Mingchuan into 2 pieces on the spot, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The air was filled with a large amount of blood mist. At this moment, Shin Tunan looked like the reincarnation of the god of death. The expressions of the distinguished guests here gradually became solemn, knowing that this matter had been exposed. Too many people died. This was a major event that shocked the city of Luo, and the city lord had to come forward. Mr. Luo quickly made a phone call to inform the city lord. He Tao and Lu Meng were so frightened that their faces were pale and scary, and their eyes revealed deep fear. Chapter 76, Frightened Back, He Family's Heritage. Airport. A helicopter landed quickly and a man stepped out of the helicopter. He had a lazy expression on his face and even yawned as he stepped out of the helicopter. He looked listless. After all, he is Su Mu, one of the top half-step innate people, but that is just his disguise. His true strength has actually reached the innate realm, but he has never been tested and certified. Asking a powerful innate master like me to kill a grandmaster is meaningless and too challenging. Su Mu narrowed his eyes, sighed, and then his body slowly rose into the air. Red flames lit up above his legs, and he stepped directly into the air, turning into a stream of red light and rushing towards the star group. However, when he was about to approach the Starry Sky building, he suddenly stopped, because he saw a figure standing on the roof of the Starry Sky building with his hands behind his back. The other party just standing there gave Su Mu an indescribable feeling of oppression, making every cell in his body tremble. Su Mu greets the senior. He quickly bowed and saluted. This was definitely someone more powerful than himself. Go away and pretend you've never been here. The man didn't even turn his head, but a white arc of electricity lit up on his palm, and then he pointed to the sky. The next moment. Boom! A huge thunder sounded in the sky, and white lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire earth and emitting a deafening sound. Su Mu was startled and his heart began to beat faster. So he didn't hesitate and directly bowed and said, "Senior, I will leave now." He quickly turned into a stream of red light and left, not daring to stay for even a moment. As soon as the other party showed off his skills, he knew that he could not defeat that person. This person is probably not at the innate realm, but a terrifying elemental master. This favor nearly killed me. At this moment, Su Mu, who had left, wanted to curse the person who asked him to take action, but he finally held back. The other party almost killed him without telling him that there was an elemental master standing behind this grandmaster. However, he would still call back to inform the other party, and the favor would be repaid, and they were even. Shortly after Su Mu left, the figure surrounded by lightning slowly turned around. A young face appeared. It was none other than the venerable Beiyu who had given the ferocious beast crystal to Shin Tunan. He has deep pupils and black hair that falls to his eyebrows, and he doesn't look old. Interesting, he really is restless wherever he goes. Venerable Beiyu chuckled. He had arrived a long time ago and even witnessed the entire incident. He was originally going to return to the front battlefield, and happened to pass by here. He checked Shin Tunan's information and knew which city he was in. Moreover, Shin Tuanan continuously released terrifying master's true energy, so he was the first to sense it. He did not think that Shin Tunan's behavior was wrong. He killed people for his parents. On the contrary, he admired such a man of blood. He also discovered that Shin Tunan's realm was improving a bit too fast, and his aura was even stronger. It should be the refining of the 4th level ferocious beast crystal he gave him. Refining that kind of thing is not only dangerous, but also takes a lot of time. Shin Tunan could do it easily, and this kind of talent made him like him more and more. At this moment, a team of guards appeared not far away. The leader was a master, the city lord Luo He. He was too conspicuous. On his suit, he wore a golden city lord badge with the word Luochang written on it, not Zong. However, the lord of Luo City enjoys the same privileges as the grandmaster, because if one wants to be the lord of Luo City, the minimum strength requirement is the grandmaster. After becoming the city lord, the grandmaster badge will be replaced by the city lord badge. There are also 7 golden stars on his badge, representing his 7-star grandmaster strength. Reverend Beiyu instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of Luo He. The city lord and the guards behind him were startled by the sudden appearance of the figure. Especially Luo He is very powerful and can feel that the person in front of him is unfathomable. He doesn't know what level of strong man he is. The people of the Yi family deserve to die, and the grandmaster there also deserves to be killed. You go and handle this matter. Reverend Beiyu said it directly without any beating around the bush. City Lord Luo He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded, "I will handle this impartially." Reverend Beiyu nodded slightly at him, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a white lightning and disappeared from his sight. The city lord swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "Elemental Lord." He didn't expect that such a big shot would come to their small city. That kind of majestic elemental power is simply not something that can be unleashed by the innate realm. Taking a deep breath, Luo he led his guards directly into the Starry Sky building. As soon as he came in, he smelled a pungent smell of blood. A killer-like figure was standing there with his back to him. His aura was so powerful that it was terrifying. "City Lord, you are here, please save me." He Tao seemed to have grabbed the last straw, and he crawled directly to Luo he and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Luo he looked at her with disdain, but he didn't show it completely, it just flashed by. "Don't worry, Master He, I will handle this impartially today." "City Lord Luo," he said with a smile, but for some reason, He Tao felt a sense of unease in his heart. The next moment, this bad feeling turned into reality. The City Lord, Luo He, took out a tablet from the person behind him and made the announcement on the spot. The Starry Sky Group has secretly trained hundreds of warriors, none of whom are registered or affiliated with any martial arts school. Their intentions are despicable. Chairman He Mingchuan secretly used all means to send his warriors to do many cruel and insane things. He only massacred an entire family. He is punishable by death. He Tao, a man who bullies men and women. The more than 10 missing women are all related to him. His remains have been found. He deserves to be killed. The City Lord exposed everything that the Star Group had done. He had the evidence for a long time, but he was afraid of the Star Group. But now someone has stepped forward and helped him eliminate so many troubles in the Star Group, even the Grandmaster was dealt with. Moreover, outside, there was an elemental master who told him personally that the people of Star Group deserved to die, so he had no worries. Today we will eradicate the Star Group in Los Angeles, leaving no one behind. He Tao looked at the City Lord who usually praised him, but now announced his crimes with a ferocious look on his face, and he was filled with hatred. "You actually want me to die? Why do you want me to die?" He Tao laughed with disheveled hair, looking a little mentally ill. The people around were watching this scene indifferently. They did not expect that the City Lord did not care about Shintunen's killing spree, but instead pointed the gun at the Star Group. They knew that the City Lord had probably had enough and wanted to eradicate the Los Angeles Star Group. "Why can't you just die?" Shintunen walked up to Yi Tao step by step. The youthful vigor in his eyes was gone, and his eyes were filled with madness. "I have a worthless life? Ha ha ha. My father is one of the leaders of the Starry Sky Group and is at the Xiantian realm. My grandfather is even an elemental master. You are the worthless one, you are." He Tao's crazy words made the faces of the people around him change. Especially the Lord of Luo City, he heard that the elemental master of the Star Group had died long ago. Judging from his age, that elemental lord is now over 300 years old and should have passed away long ago. "Die." Shintunen didn't bother to talk nonsense, and swung the Shura sword in his hand, trying to kill Yi Tao. But at the critical moment, the jade pendant on his waist suddenly appeared with countless cracks, and then burst out with a blazing white light. In the white light, you can see a white-haired old man with loose skin and cloudy eyes, but he gives people an inexplicable sense of oppression. Shintunen was knocked back several steps on the spot. "Let me be merciful and spare my grandson." The old man's voice was hoarse, and he was just a shadow, but he made everyone present feel nervous. Shintunen narrowed his eyes and realized that the old man in front of him was probably the grandfather He Tao mentioned. He looks so old, yet he is still alive and has such a terrifying aura. "If I let him go, who will let me go?" There was still murderous intent in Shintunen's eyes. He took a step forward and swung the Shura sword in his hand, cutting off He Tao's head with lightning speed. The scene suddenly fell silent. Chapter 77, Admitting Mistakes and Seeking Death? Confronting the Venerable. He Tao is dead. Died in front of his grandfather. Everyone around didn't even dare to breathe, thinking that what was going to happen next would be unimaginably terrifying. Smart people can guess what level of existence this old man's shadow is. The legendary elemental lord, the almighty ruler, even the city lord is like an ant under his feet in front of such a person and does not need to give him any face at all. Good. Very good. How dare you kill my grandson in front of me? If you don't kneel down today, admit your mistakes and ask for death, everyone will die because of you. Everyone in Los Angeles will be buried with you. The words of the Yi family ancestor exploded in the hall like thunder, and the people around who were originally watching the show suddenly trembled in their hearts and felt palpitations. Isn't it unfair that you are involving us in your personal grudge against this grandmaster? A man in a suit stood up, feeling that he had suffered an unprovoked disaster. He.
The He family's ancestor sneered twice, and his cloudy pupils were suddenly filled with murderous intent. He just raised a finger, and a bright blue light shot out quickly, instantly piercing through the chest of the man in the suit, killing him on the spot. In this world, strength is everything, and I am the rule. I want you all to be buried with my grandson, and you must be buried with him. There was an endless chill in the voice of the He family's ancestor, and he didn't take anyone present seriously at all. He can dominate the whole place with just his will, and no one can match him. His arrogance made the people present tremble with fear, and for a moment no one dared to stand up and refute him. When Lu Meng saw He Tao die, she knew that her dream was shattered and it was almost impossible for her to enter the upper class. She originally had a look of despair in her eyes, but now when she suddenly saw the He family ancestor getting angry, new hope lit up in her eyes. The other party was a strong man whom she could not understand, and she did not believe that such a strong man could not kill Shen Tunen. Who do you think you are? Why do you want me to admit my mistakes and ask for death? Shen Tunen snorted coldly, thinking that this ancestor of the He family was ridiculous. Who does he think he is? With this little strength, he wants him to die? An old immortal thing, whose real body has not yet appeared, only has a will. Does it really think it can sweep away everything? Presumptuous. The ancestor of the He family was completely furious. Although he looked old, when he burst out with his aura, people felt an unimaginable sense of oppression. Even the Grandmaster felt his spine was about to bend, as if he was carrying an unimaginable mountain on his back. Suddenly, an endless chill came from the ground. It was not the chill in the heart, but the appearance of countless ice cubes on the ground. And these ice cubes were emitted from the body of the He family's ancestor. Die! The ancestor of the He family suddenly grabbed forward with his palm. With just this simple action, the eyelids of the people around him began to twitch violently. They saw endless ice, which condensed into a huge palm and grabbed towards Shen Tuanen, as if wanting to kill him directly. The Grandmaster is very powerful, but in front of the terrifying elemental lord, even if the opponent only has a will, he cannot contend with it and cannot resist it. The ice seemed to freeze everything, and the cold air it emitted made everyone shiver. In the hall, the cold wind was howling. The huge icy palm was getting closer and closer to Shen Tunen, carrying an unimaginable terrifying aura. There was no fear in Shen Tunen's eyes when facing this move. He gripped the Shura sword tightly in his hand, and a dark golden light shone on it. Taking a deep breath, the Grandmaster's true energy quickly flowed into the Shura sword. Countless clouds and mists began to appear around it, blocking everyone's vision. Cloud-piercing sword technique, 10 times amplification. Facing such an opponent, Shen Tunen directly used his killing move and combined it with his own sword intent. He felt that every inch of his flesh and blood was boiling and filled with hot blood. He felt that his body was like an erupting volcano, containing the power to destroy the world. And this power will be fully released at this moment, erupting with astonishing power. The light emitted by his Shura sword became more and more bizarre, even making the people around him feel dizzy. The sword light accumulated to the extreme and finally slashed out. Boom! A dark golden light flashed across everyone's sight, and it actually cut the giant palm condensed from ice into 2 pieces with ease. Before everyone could be shocked, a dark golden sword light slashed towards the He family's ancestor with overwhelming force. The white-haired old man showed an expression of surprise on his face. Obviously, he did not expect Shen Tuanen's sword to be so terrifying, beyond his imagination. Innate realm? This kind of power is simply not something that a master can produce, so the ancestor of the He family knew Shen Tuanen's true realm at the first moment. He suspected that Shen Tunen had concealed his elemental power. The dark golden blade light was only 10 centimeters away from the ancestor of the He family, but it suddenly solidified. Countless ice condensed into a shield, which withstood Shen Tunen's attack. The sword light dissipated into the air. The surrounding clouds also dissipated at this moment. Everyone saw that Shen Tunen was standing there, unharmed. The terrifying strength of confronting the He family ancestor once again shocked the people around him. City Lord Luo he widened his eyes, thinking that the scene he saw was a little unreal. He just heard the words spoken by the He family's ancestor. Innate realm. The weight this represents is so great that it is unbelievable. The person in front of him, who dared to kill Yi Tao, was actually a strong man of this level. The He family's ancestor had white hair and the expression on his face became extremely ugly. After all, this is just his own will. His strongest fighting power is innate. Without his real body, he can't do anything to Shen Tunen. Lu Meng was stunned. When she heard those words, her heart was in turmoil.
The ex-boyfriend is not a master, but a more terrifying innate? How is this possible?
The regret in Lu Meng's heart surged like a tide. At this moment, she only wished to go back to the time before she broke up with Shen Tunen. But now Shen Tunen didn't even look at her and didn't take her seriously at all.
When you were pursuing me, you said such nice things, saying that you would love me forever and that you would forgive me no matter what I did. I just made a small mistake, and you didn't even look at me. It's disgusting. Shen Tunen, I shouldn't have been with you in the first place.
Lu Meng's expression gradually became ferocious. She knew it was her fault, but she had to find a reason to convince herself and blame all the mistakes on others. This way she would feel less regretful.
Otherwise, seeing this scene would be even more painful than killing her.
The ex-boyfriend whom I have always looked down upon now shows his supernatural power, and even the ancestor of the Yi family can't do anything about it.
Doesn't this mean that she had poor vision before?
Chapter 78, Reappearance of the 10,000 Races, Calmness, Innate Badge.
Night falls. Los Angeles. In an old house, there is a lot of dust and cobwebs.
It is obvious that no one has cleaned it for many years. But at this moment, the door suddenly opened and a group of people walked in. They were all dressed in black, and the leader was wearing a black robe. A group of people filed in, and one of them started to light an oil lamp, which illuminated the place in everyone's faces. The leader lifted up the black robe on his head, revealing a face full of vicissitudes of life. He had many scars, one of which was like a centipede, almost running through his entire face, splitting his face in half. The man smiled slightly, and the scars on his face seemed to come alive, as if a centipede was surging.
Now that everyone is here, we can start the action. Start a bloody feast, slaughter the people of Luochang, and let the beast god descend.
Just as the man finished speaking, a dark shadow suddenly rushed out from outside the door, quickly manifested, revealing a young face. The man who suddenly appeared was wearing a suit and seemed to have just returned from a banquet.
Captain Centipede, something interesting happened in Los Angeles.
This person was one of the people who attended He Tao's birthday party. He told everyone about Shen Tunen's massacre there, but he didn't talk about the subsequent developments because he had already left by then.
Foolish humans will eventually be destroyed.
These idiots are only good at fighting among themselves, but this is just the right thing to do, as it will benefit our actions. Captain Centipede smiled, and the scars on his face made people shudder. Anyone who can become a captain in the 10,000 Races sect must have at least the strength of a grandmaster. His real name is not Centipede, but a code name.
Those who become captains usually use code names instead of their real names to avoid being exposed. Let's get started.
Captain Centipede waved his hand, and a team of people stayed here to set up the formation.
The other team quickly disappeared into the night. Starry Sky Building.
Shen Tunen and the He family's ancestors stood facing each other, and neither of them attacked again. And this has been going on for a long time. The guests around were all tired from standing. You little brat, you are indeed very strong and talented, but you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended.
My will can't do anything to you.
When my true form descends, I will leave you dead without a burial place. The ancestor of the He family spoke first. There was a tremendous rage in his heart, and this rage needed to be quelled with blood. At that time, no one present will be able to survive and will have to be buried with his dead grandson. This is his domineering nature.
Yeah?
Suddenly, a voice sounded not far away. At the gate, a figure appeared out of nowhere. He was a man with messy hair, looking a little lazy, as if he had no interest in anything. He yawned when he came in, as if he felt that what he was doing was a bit boring.
He Li Jun, you are really good at bullying the weak. You are so domineering. I was almost scared by you.
As soon as the man came in, he actually spoke to the ancestor of the Yi family in a joking tone. The hot-tempered ancestor of the Yi family did not refute the man's words immediately after hearing them. Instead, he lowered his eyes, as if thinking about something. The man with messy hair and casual clothes walked up to Shen Tunen slowly and said, "You are really good at causing trouble. You were enemies with the Wang family in Changha City, and now you have offended the Yi family here.
However, I like your personality. Besides, you are the one who is right.
Those people in the Yi family deserve to die. I will help you solve this matter." When Shen Tunen heard these words, he had already guessed the identity of this person.
Shen Tunen, greetings to the senior. Shen Tunen saluted. My name is Beiyu, and I'm at the elemental venerable realm. Most people call me Venerable Beiyu. Just follow their lead and stop calling me senior. The young man with messy hair yawned. Only then did Shintunen know the real name of this young man with messy hair. Your Excellency, the Northern Territory, so he is your man. Then I won't bother with this matter. The Yi family ancestor who had been so domineering just now actually retreated on his own initiative. It seems that he is afraid of this Reverend Bayu. Heelijun, I have always been fair in my work. It was your Yi family who made the mistake first. Don't blame me for protecting Shintunen. Reverend Bayu called the Yi family ancestor by his name, and he was the only one present who dared to do so. Anyone else who shouts out this name will be killed. I see. The Yi family ancestor lowered his head, and then the shadow condensed by his will turned into blue starlight and dissipated into the air. The ancestor of the Yi family is a veteran elemental master, but he is too old and his strength has declined seriously, while Bayu is extremely young, like the rising sun. It would be the most unwise choice for the Yi family to make an enemy of such a person, as it might even lead to the downfall of the family. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he had to do it secretly, otherwise the cost of becoming enemies with Venerable Bayu would be too high. A bloody storm was resolved by a strong man who suddenly appeared. Luo, he pays homage to His Holiness. The city lord hurried forward and saluted respectfully. Reverend Bayu simply nodded and did not communicate much with the city lord. Shintunen, your strength has reached the innate level, and you are qualified to have a higher level badge. I will bestow upon you the Xiantian badge today. With this badge, you can claim the Xiantian realm rewards on the website, which will be delivered to you via courier. Reverend Bayu's hand flashed with light, and a diamond badge appeared. On the badge, there is a word Xian written on it, representing the noble status of the Xiantian realm. I am very optimistic about your future. Venerable Bayu patted Shintunen on the shoulder. But I've spent long enough here. I have to leave now. I look forward to seeing you next time. As soon as the words fell, a white light flashed, and the Bayu Reverend turned into lightning and disappeared from everyone's sight. This astonishing method made the pupils of the people around tremble and they were all frightened. Shintunen watched the Venerable leave and set his eyes on Lu Meng. At this moment, Lu Meng had disheveled hair and dull eyes, and she no longer looked like the goddess she used to be. The people around him pointed at him and talked about him, with contempt, sneers, and expressions of disgust in their eyes. Shintunen originally wanted to kill this person, but when he saw Lu Meng's appearance, he suddenly remembered what the other person had said. Lu Meng loves beauty the most. She once said that if one day she was in a mess, lost face in front of everyone, and was pointed at by others, it would be more painful than killing her. Shintunen shook his head, too lazy to continue killing. Killing such a stupid woman dirtied his hands. And now she looked like she was living a life worse than death, and she looked extremely desperate. He felt that killing such a person would be boring. First, take my parents home, and then go claim the reward for the Xiantian realm. Shintunen had wasted so much time here that he felt it was time for him to leave. He walked out of the door under everyone's awe-inspiring gaze and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 79, Generous Rewards, Pursuit. Shintunen left. The scene became quiet. The city lord Luo, he looked around with his tiger eyes and finally walked away. Lu Meng looked dazed, had lost all his strength, and lay in the hall. She survived, but there were a lot of vicious words around her, all of which entered her ears. This person is truly a fool. He relied on his looks to curry favor with the He family, but ended up offending a Xiantian realm expert. Her life is over. What a stupid woman, she lost the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. The guests around looked at Lu Meng as if he were a dog. None of them had any intention of helping this beautiful woman. If you have offended Shintunen, then in Luochang, it is best not to have any relationship with this person, otherwise you will inevitably be implicated. Everyone quickly left the starry sky building one by one, leaving Lu Meng lying there alone, looking up at the ceiling with regret and hatred on his face. Shintunen, you've lied to me for so long, you deserve to die. There was hatred in her eyes, and she felt that she was the one who was deceived. She felt that Shintunen was clearly at the innate realm, but he had been pretending all these years with her, pretending to be poor and incompetent. Otherwise, why would she leave him? But it was too late to say anything now. Although she wanted to take revenge on Shintunen, she knew that she did not have the ability to do so and there was little hope in her life. And at this moment, suddenly, there were footsteps outside the door. Da-da-day. The sound gradually approached this place. Lu Meng looked outside the door. Now that night had fallen, all the guests had left.
The bodies on the ground had also been cleared away, so logically no one would come. What caught the eye was a black robe with the words 10,000 races written on it. Under the light, Lu Meng could clearly see the hideous scar on the black-robed man's face, like a centipede. There was a look of fear in her eyes. The members of the 10,000 races sect are all cruel and ruthless. When people see the two words on their clothes, they can't help but feel fear. At the same time, inside the taxi, Shen Tunen stayed with his parents. They are now on their way home. Shen Tunen has completely restrained the murderous aura in him, but his aura is still too strong. The taxi driver didn't dare say a word the whole time. Finally, the taxi stopped and arrived at the destination. Shen Tunen got off the car with his parents. The taxi driver glanced at Shen Tunen's back and muttered, "This guy looks so young, but he gives me the feeling of being a big shot." Without thinking too much, he stepped on the accelerator and the car sped away. Return home. It's very late. Shen Tunen took a shower and changed into new clothes immediately. My parents have already gone into the bedroom to sleep. Shen Tunen returned to his room, turned on his computer, and took out the innate badge. The badge is crystal clear and shining under the illumination of the crystal. Log into the website. Shen Tunen began to check the privileges of the innate realm. Privilege 1, annual subsidy of 50 million. Privilege 2, receive a level 5 martial art for free. Privilege 3, 40% off alloy weapons. Privilege 4, receive a bottle of level 5 potion for free. The more Shen Tunen looked, the brighter his eyes became. This treatment is so much better than before. In particular, you can directly choose a 5th level martial art. Shen Tunen placed an order for the Bubati Gong online without hesitation. The whole set was sent to him. I don't know how much money it saved him. Shen Tunen browsed the website and randomly selected a bottle of level 5 frost potion. But after thinking about it, he chose the delivery time, which was better in the morning. After placing the order, Shen Tunen went to bed peacefully. But while he was sleeping, big things happened throughout Los Angeles. The city lord is mobilizing personnel to directly seal off the assets of the Xinghe Group in Luochang. This is a big deal. The giant towering over Los Angeles collapsed. All the top leaders in Los Angeles knew about this matter. What was the reason? It was the man named Shen Tunen who became the person that no one in the entire Los Angeles could afford to offend. He is already at the innate realm, and he has the support of the elemental lord. Not to mention the people in Luochang, even the lord of Changhe City dare not offend him. The next day, the pure sunlight penetrated the window and fell on Shen Tunen. Shen Tunen opened his eyes, then washed up, had breakfast, and looked at the time. Then the phone rang. Shen Tunen went out to pick up 2 express packages and put them into his Lion King ring. When I got home, I found my parents had turned on the TV. The TV is reporting that the Star Group in Los Angeles has now been shut down. "Son, did you do this?" asked Shen's mother. After knowing her son's true strength, she saw through many things. Shen Tunen did not deny it. Father Shen took a puff of his cigarette and said, "I never thought that my son would really become Jackie Chan one day." He originally just wanted his son to live a happy life, but his son's achievements are now so high that he feels like he is dreaming. Shen Tunen took out several bottles of medicine from the ring and placed them on the table. "Mom and Dad, this is a gift for you. Just tell me if you need medicine next time." Mr. and Mrs. Shen didn't look at the medicine on the table. They knew it was very expensive, and now they also knew that the money was nothing to their son. "Tunen, if you have the ability, you can help your brothers and sisters more. We are old and can't really be of any use to us," Mother Shen said. Shen Tunen smiled and said, "Brothers and sisters, I won't neglect them either, don't worry." In the end, his parents did not tell his younger siblings that he was a half-step innate. His younger brothers and sisters did not come to disturb him and went to school early. It was time for him to prepare, practice martial arts, refine potions, and improve his strength again. At the same time, Lingwu High School. Shen Mengyao walked on the road with her long legs. Next to her, there was a guy with dyed yellow hair who kept pestering her. "Shen Mengyao, will you be my girlfriend?" said the yellow-haired man. Shen Mengyao didn't bother to pay attention to him, rolled her eyes at him, and then walked towards the classroom. Seeing that there was no response after he had pursued her for so long, Wang Mao showed an expression of impatience in his eyes. He snorted coldly and left. He has been pursuing Shen Mengyao for a long time, but she always ignores him. This made Huang Mao very angry and he felt insulted.
How could I, Huang Tian, not be worthy of Shin Mengyao? He actually ignores me every time.
This bitch, sooner or later I will get her.
The yellow-haired man spat.
He has made up his mind to mobilize the power of his family.
There is a martial artist in his family. Chapter 80 Soft Heart, Extraordinary Heart.
Shen Mengyao entered the classroom, but there was a hint of doubt in her beautiful eyes. She and her brother originally came to school together, but her brother suddenly said he had a stomachache, so she came to school alone. Now it's almost time for class, but my brother hasn't arrived yet.
What is this brat doing? Is he trying to skip class? Shen Mengyao muttered.
Before she was reborn, her younger brother Shen Zikong basically never asked for leave. Now it seems like he has changed his personality, acting mysterious all the time.
He locks the door every day when he goes to bed. I don't know what he is doing. At the same time, Shen Zikong wore a warrior badge on his chest.
He walked out of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall with his head held high in confidence. After cultivating to the level of a warrior, Shen Zikong no longer had much in mind about going to school. So I passed the certification as soon as possible and wanted to go out and gain experience to become stronger. As for the rewards he deserved, he also received them, but apart from the potions, annual subsidies, and the privilege of buying alloy weapons, he didn't care about anything else. The future martial arts he practices, Star Arts, can make him the most powerful one in the same realm in terms of chi and blood. The future martial arts, Blade of the Fiery Sun, will allow him to burst out with a double increase in power.
This is something that none of the martial arts here can do.
He is now ready to set his own small goal and buy a handy alloy weapon. But I can't hide all this from my family, the truth will have to be revealed sooner or later. My brother Shintunan knows that I am a warrior, but I am afraid he will not allow me to temporarily take a break from school to gain experience.
Shen Zikong did not walk towards the school, but instead walked towards the forest of ferocious beasts.
He just made an appointment, but he didn't expect to be approved directly. With the guidance of the freshman, he believed that there shouldn't be much danger for him to enter the ferocious beast forest.
2 hours later.
The forest of ferocious beasts. Shen Zikong held a long knife in his hand, which was stained with blood. There were several corpses of ferocious beasts on the ground.
Opposite Shen Zikong stood 3 warriors.
You little brat. You haven't even grown all your hair yet, but you're trying to steal the elixir from others, one of them scolded.
Shen Zikong remained unmoved, pointing his long sword at them with murderous intent.
If you want to steal my elixir, then you'll die. The freshman told him that this elixir was extremely precious and would be of great benefit to him in improving his chi and blood power. So there was no way he could just give this thing away.
Court death.
After dozens of rounds of sword fighting, Shen Zikong used the sudden burst of power to cut off the arm of one of the warriors. Although he was young, his desperate look made the 3 warriors who wanted to rob him look fearful.
Just wait for me, you little brat. We'll remember you. Today's revenge will be avenged tomorrow. The 3 warriors left in embarrassment. Shen Zikong took the second-level elixir and put it away carefully.
This thing, combined with the second-level potion your brother gave me, I tell you, is prepared using a special method. I am confident that within half a month, you can advance to a higher level of several stars. A new voice came from the watch. Shen Zikong was sitting on a rock, the long knife in his hand had broken into pieces. He bought this knife when he came in. The buyer said it was very sturdy, but it broke after being amplified. But he didn't feel sorry for the money, but it was the first time he knew that the forest of ferocious beasts could be so dark. The 3 warriors blatantly tried to steal his things and even tried to kill him just now. The freshman kept telling him to fight back and kill the other person, but he was just a student after all, and he was not that cruel, so he just cut off one of the other person's arms.
Xiansheng, you said I would regret letting those people go. If I don't root them out, it will eventually bring disaster to myself?
But I think that after I become powerful, those people will not be able to hurt me even if they want to seek revenge.
Shen Zikong leaned against a piece of bluestone and murmured.
The freshman sighed deeply. He knew that Shen Zikong was soft-hearted, but his future path would eventually be paved with corpses. Let him be soft-hearted for once now, and he will understand later.
Los Angeles. In the ancient house.
Lu Meng curled up in a corner, looking helpless.
She had no idea why this man with scars on his face wanted to bring her back here. She has been locked up since last night.
The other party said nothing, did nothing, and even handed her food on time. But she always felt that everything was too weird and too scary.
If it were an ordinary person, could she guess what the other person was thinking?
But the other party is from the 10,000 Races sect, a notorious cult, and they are likely to do anything.
Sudden.
A shadow appeared in front of her, and Captain Centipede, with a scarred face, stood before her.
Just like what happened last night. What exactly do you want to do? Lu Meng asked tremblingly.
Captain Centipede raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and the scars on his face surged. Nothing, I just want to ask you for a favor, a very small favor.
What? Lu Meng didn't believe what these people said. Do you hate Shin Tunin very much? Do you hate her for making you lose face?
But I heard that she stepped on your face and humiliated you in public.
In the end, he didn't even kill you. Was it because he didn't want to dirty his hands? Captain Centipede's tone was filled with sarcasm. Ah! Stop it!
Lu Meng screamed, hugged her head, and her body trembled. This was the memory she least wanted to recall. Whenever she thought of that person, she gritted her teeth in hatred, wishing she could bite off pieces of his flesh and blood.
There's no use running away. Captain Centipede grabbed Lu Meng's hand and pulled it away from his ear. Because this is the truth. Today's newspaper headlines and news headlines say that you will be the most disgraced person in all of Los Angeles. You are the laughingstock of the entire city of Los Angeles. I'm afraid your parents will also be ridiculed by others. Your parents have straightened their backs their whole lives, and now they're finally bent. It's their blessing to have a good daughter like you, hee hee hee.
Every word Captain Centipede said pierced the heart, like a sharp knife stabbing into the heart, making Lu Meng tremble with pain and feel that life would rather die than live. Lu Meng knew that she probably had no home at this moment, and she didn't dare to go home. She just wanted to live in a daze and forget her troubles. Captain Centipede suddenly changed the subject. However, I now have a chance for you to take revenge on Shin Tunin.
Are you willing to do it?
As soon as these words came out, Lu Meng raised his head abruptly, his eyes bloodshot.
As long as I can avenge him, I'm willing to give everything I have. I want him dead. I want him dead.
As you wish. Captain Centipede smiled with satisfaction. The woman in front of him is just a chess piece, and this chess piece will play the most important role at the critical moment. Originally, they were going to massacre Los Angeles and wash everything in blood yesterday. But he felt the breath of the elemental lord and the plan was temporarily shelved. Later, the latest news came that there was a Xiantian realm person in Luochang. Even if they wanted to massacre Luochang, they had to kill that Xiantian realm person first.
At the same time, on top of a mountain in Los Angeles, Shin Tunin came here and wanted to break through.
He definitely couldn't stay at home now, otherwise his house would be demolished. So find a quiet place.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for being blessed by fate and getting a chance to win the lottery in advance.
When Shin Tunin heard the system prompt, his face twitched.
We agreed to hold a lucky draw every month, but now it's not even a month yet and there is another lucky draw.
Why not just change the lottery to once a week?
Despite all the complaints, Shin Tunin was still very excited to get a new chance to win a lottery.
He silently thought about the lottery.
Suddenly, a golden light flashed in my mind, dazzling and brilliant. This is the most advanced talent. When Shin Tunin saw the golden light, he knew that this talent was extraordinary.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent, the extraordinary heart.
Chapter 81, Elemental Power, Continuous Breakthroughs.
Superb heart, the more resolute your will, the stronger your mental strength, the faster your cultivation speed, and the better the energy you gain. Can generate elemental power in advance, and the speed of comprehending the power of artistic conception is increased 100-fold.
Can comprehend the power of several elements at the same time without conflicting with each other.
The effect of this golden talent manifested in front of Shin Tunin, which was completely beyond his expectations.
This is simply a heaven-defying talent, which makes people want to roar.
The speed of cultivation can be accelerated in the beginning, but it seems to have little effect. What is terrifying is the cultivation of elemental power in artistic conception, which is simply against the will of heaven. Because as far as he knew, strong people at the innate realm or even above could basically only give birth to one kind of elemental power. Those who can give birth to two elemental powers are monsters among monsters and basically will not appear. Once it appears, it will sweep away all beings of the same realm, invincible, and become the supreme of an era. But the elemental power he was born with has no limits, all because of this talent.
Both elemental powers are so terrifying. If it can give birth to 3 elemental powers, or even more elemental powers, how terrifying will its combat power be? Moreover, the more elemental power that is born, the greater the potential it represents and the higher the growth ceiling. Shin Tunin let out a sigh, feeling that he might become the Superman among supermen. Let me see where my limits are. Heaven and Earth Crucible, forge the hegemonic body skill for me. Shin Tunin closed his eyes and waited for feedback. Not long after, Shin Tunin's body was like an erupting volcano, containing endless power. These powers seemed endless and began to circulate in his body. After practicing the 5th level of the Tyrant body skill to the extreme, Shin Tunin felt a sense of calmness all over his body. He circulated the master's true energy in his body, and immediately released a breath like a rushing river, with a rumbling sound. The heart inside the body beats like a drum, and the flesh becomes extremely tight and dense, almost like steel bones. Shin Tunin took advantage of the victory and directly took out the 5th level potion, swallowed it in one gulp, and prepared to improve his realm. After all, he is only a 2-star Grandmaster now. He guessed that this 5th level potion could at least allow him to raise his realm by 2 stars, which would definitely usher in a qualitative change. He directly used his talent and began to refine the 5th level potion at an astonishing speed and gave it to himself. Huff, huff, huff. The wind on the top of the mountain was howling louder and louder, the surrounding trees were shaking, and the leaves were falling rustling. The furnace that appeared in Shin Tunin's body began to feed the effects of the medicine back to his body. Grandmaster Level 3. A lot of white smoke came out of Shin Tunin's body, and his whole body turned red, like a burning piece of iron. This time, he actually felt an extremely painful feeling. I used to worry that the medicine wasn't effective enough, but now the feedback is even stronger. No, logically speaking, the effect of the heaven and earth furnace can't be so terrifying. I'm afraid the effect of the extraordinary heart has also been activated. The terrifying medicinal energy impact almost tore Shin Tunin's internal organs apart. For the first time, he felt that his body was somewhat out of control and extremely painful. He quickly activated the Tyrant body technique to quickly absorb all the medicinal effects. His will was firm and he was determined to reach a higher level. Grandmaster Level 4. After advancing 2 small realms in a row, Shin Tunin still did not feel the decline of the drug's effect. The terrifying energy transformed from the drug was still impacting his limbs and bones, making him feel burning all over, as if he had eaten a devil pepper. Grandmaster Level 5. After reaching a higher level again, Shin Tunin felt something emerging from his body. Then the hot feeling began to fade away, replaced by an unprecedented coldness. Countless white frosts began to condense around Shin Tunin, turning into ice cubes and freezing everything. He actually comprehended the power of the ice element in advance during the breakthrough process. Shin Tunin's pupils turned dark blue, as if he was wearing cosmetic contact lenses. The elemental power he awakened is different from that of ordinary people. You should know that the ordinary ice element is colorless, or white, or something like that. And one of the dark blue elements is more like a beautiful scenery. The power of ice continued to spread, as if it was going to freeze the entire mountaintop. Shin Tunin's realm is still constantly improving, reaching a level that even he cannot predict. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, a group of people came here. The leader was a burly man with a mustache and wearing loose casual clothes. Behind him were 3 men and 2 women. Both men and women were wearing sun protective clothing. The 2 women also wore sun hats on their heads and sun masks on their faces, so their faces could not be seen clearly. Coach Wu, why did you bring us to this remote place so early in the morning? Are we going to climb a mountain? One of the women asked. The woman was 1.75 meters tall, with a great figure, a full chest and outstanding temperament. As soon as he opened his mouth, the 3 men couldn't help but glance at the woman. Although the woman wrapped herself tightly, one could tell from her figure that she was quite pretty. The man with the mustache coughed twice and said, "Yes, I brought you here to climb the mountain today. I know that all of you who sign up for my class want to break through and become warriors. But do you know what is the most important thing to become a warrior?" Hearing the coach say this, everyone looked at him curiously. The reason why they spent a lot of money to enroll in this martial arts coach's class is because he has a high probability of teaching a martial artist. Although most of them are in their 30s, who doesn't have a dream of becoming a warrior? That is an opportunity to completely change your destiny. Coach Wu saw that everyone was interested, cleared his throat and was about to speak. Boom! A terrifying roar was heard from the top of the mountain. Countless blue ice blocks began to condense madly, and soon the entire mountaintop was frozen. From a distance, it is a beautiful glacier scenery. Then, in everyone's horrified eyes, they seemed to see a figure walking in the air and standing on the glacier. There were countless dark blue ice cubes all over the other person's body, and just looking at him from afar gave people a cold chill. Coach Wu slowly turned around and said in a trembling voice, "Innate realm warrior. Controlling the power of elements and walking in the air is the sign of an innate strong person." He really didn't expect that when he brought people out to climb a mountain, brag a little, and try to fool the students, he would encounter an innate realm being. "Coach, that person is approaching us," suddenly a student exclaimed. The figure on the top of the mountain, carrying endless chill, turned into a blue light and approached the crowd at an unimaginable speed. The coach turned pale with fright and was horrified. Chapter 82 Grandmaster 7th Level, God of Darkness. The pressure that such a strong man exerts on an ordinary warrior like him is unimaginable. Facing such a person, he felt like he was facing a god. It only took a dozen breaths. The blue light stopped not far from the crowd, revealing a figure. He was a man who looked to be about 20 years old, very handsome, with sharp features, as if he was the most perfect work of art created by God. There was not a single flaw on the other person's face, as white as jade, even women would be jealous when they saw it. Blue elemental power flows around its body. This person was Shin Tunin, who had just made a breakthrough. However, he did not enter the innate realm, but only reached the 7-star Grandmaster realm. But this is terrifying enough. His basic combat power has reached 14 million. With the help of the elemental power, sword intent and other effects, Shin Tunin had no fear even when facing the terrifying existence of the 7 stars. Greetings to Master Xian Tian. Coach Wu, who had a mustache, saluted quickly, clasped his fists and bowed, not even daring to look up. He was afraid that he would disturb this adult's practice and become a cripple or even kill him. It has been reported in the news that if you encounter a strong person in the innate realm practicing, you must not disturb him, otherwise you may lose your life. All the students seemed to have been frozen, not daring to move. Only the 1.75-meter tall woman stared at Shin Tuanin, as if she thought he was an acquaintance. But she remembered that the familiar face had a bit of baby fat, and his appearance was quite different from that of the strong man in front of her. Shin Tunin glanced at everyone and nodded, then turned into a blue light, swept up a gust of cold wind and disappeared on the spot. Everyone felt as if a cold wind was howling, and waves of chills passed through their bodies. Even though Shin Tunin was far away, they still felt their bodies were a little cold. Is this the legendary Xian Tian realm? This is a god. They say that a Xian Tian realm expert can sit alone in a city with a population of millions and suppress everything. I thought that was an exaggeration, but after seeing it today, I think it's an understatement. This was the first time they had seen a strong man of this level. The overwhelming power made people yearn for it. Luin, I noticed that you've been staring at that Xian Tian realm master. Are you in love with him? A petite woman touched the plump, tall woman next to her with her arm. The two of them are good friends and can talk about almost anything. No, I just feel like he's an old classmate of mine. Luin is 1.75 meters tall. Even without wearing high heels, she is still very tall, with a pair of round and slender legs. She is very outstanding, like a crane standing out among chickens. The petite woman covered her mouth and laughed. It's a good story. Don't do it again next time. A powerful person in the Xian Tian realm, so young, with such outstanding and handsome appearance. If he was really Luin's old classmate, with Luin's personality, he would have told her a long time ago. Luin sighed deeply, but in fact she was not sure either. After all, at that time, Shin Tunin in school was a taciturn classmate in her impression, with little presence. The aura of the man just now was so strong that a single glance was enough to make people tremble. Luin. Don't have this kind of dream anymore. Coach Wu, as a martial artist himself, had amazing hearing, so he naturally heard the conversations between his students. She felt that she was a student who didn't even think before telling lies. If there really is such an old classmate, would it be difficult to break through to become a warrior? Not difficult at all. As long as the other party is willing to squeeze out a little bit of training resources from between their fingers and give some personal guidance, breaking through to become a warrior will be as easy as eating and drinking water. It is even possible to become a martial artist or a grandmaster. The other male classmates also looked at Luin with strange eyes. They all thought that she actually liked the strong man just now, but was embarrassed to say it directly. So he beat around the bush and said that he looked like a classmate. Luin was speechless at this point and was too lazy to explain. Coach Wu, didn't you say you were going to take us hiking? Are we still climbing? She quickly changed the subject. Coach Wu looked at the frozen mountaintop and scratched his head awkwardly. Let's climb somewhere else tomorrow. The other side. Shin Tunin gathered the elemental power in his body, and the biting coldness on his body disappeared instantly. Shin Tunin came to an artificial ornamental lake, where his own shadow was reflected in the water. He looked at the people in the lake, touched his cheek, and looked at his face, which seemed to have changed almost completely. Continuously breaking through realms has made me look like I'm 20 years old, and I've become so handsome. As his fighting power continued to grow, Shin Tunin discovered that his figure and face had reached a truly perfect level, at least visually. He even suspected that if he went home now, his parents might not recognize him. The change was really too great. Handsome guy, can you add me your contact information? A girl wearing a short skirt, white stockings, a ponytail, and dressed extremely fashionably took out her cell phone and asked with a smile. The other person was full of youth and looked to be about 18 years old, about the same age as his younger sister. To some extent, she is even more attractive to men than Lu Meng. After all, men always like 18-year-olds. Little sister, study hard and practice hard. Love is the last thing you should trust. Shin Tunin said calmly. The girl with ponytail was about to continue speaking when she found that the handsome man in front of her had disappeared. She looked around and felt incredible. Did I just hallucinate? The girl with ponytail thought of the extremely handsome face of the man just now, which was even more handsome than the stars on TV. Unfortunately, it was just an illusion. At the same time, in the ancient house, there are thousands of corpses lying here. The air is filled with resentment and the smell of blood is pungent. Among these corpses, a beautiful woman wearing a black ribbed skirt was sitting in the middle. The woman was Lu Meng. But now Lu Meng looked very solemn, with his hands clasped together and an expressionless face as he sat among the corpses, giving people a very weird feeling. Lu Meng, we killed thousands of people for you in a short period of time. Although we were in some remote villages, we will be discovered sooner or later. Please don't let me down. Captain Centipede sneered. The small favor he wanted Lu Meng to do was to make the other party's resentment reach its peak so that he could serve as one of the sacrifices. Then, using the other party's body as a carrier, communicate with the will of the descending beast god in advance. Of course, the beast god he was talking about was not the real god of all races, but the strongest one among all races. The beast god was just a respectful title. I saw a red light flashing on the ground, and countless blood gathered towards Lu Meng, forming some strange red runes on her body, in strange shapes. As the red light flashed, a black halo appeared above Lu Meng's head. Captain Centipede had already knelt on the ground, ready to welcome the arrival of the beast god. Suddenly, a ray of black light appeared in the circle of light. In the ancient house, all light sources were swallowed by this ray of black light, and everyone's vision became blurred. When Captain Centipede saw this scene, his pupils trembled violently and he exclaimed, "God of Darkness!" That was an existence among all races, infinitely close to the realm of gods, and it will actually descended at this moment. Captain Centipede's heart was filled with turmoil. Amidst the endless darkness, a majestic and powerful voice suddenly rang out, "I like the overwhelming hatred and resentment in you. Become my spokesperson in the human territory, and the power of darkness will favor you. You will be reborn and gain unimaginable power." In the darkness, Lu Meng suddenly opened his eyes. "I do." The next moment, black light poured into Lu Meng's body, helping her to be reborn, reshape her body, and reshape her qualifications. Chapter 83, Shanhe City Lord, Saintus, Xingzhou. In the ancient house. The darkness dissipated, and Lu Meng's long hair was draped over her shoulders. Her originally beautiful pupils turned pure black, like two black holes swallowing everything. Her hair was down to her waist, and spread out to her waist, making her temperament become cool and noble. Countless black lights were flowing on her body, and these black lights transformed into countless pitch-black strange insects, emitting a strange smell that filled her nose. These black bugs surrounded Lu Meng and treated her as their master. "You are very lucky to have passed my test. I will anoint you as the Dark Saint. You may now go to Xingzhou." The voice of the god of darkness sounded within Lu Meng's body, calling on him to go to a wider world and do greater things. As for destroying a small city like Los Angeles, for someone like him, it was just like crushing an ant to death, and there was no need for the Dark Saint to take action. "Honorable God of Darkness, I have an obsession in my heart. If I fail to fulfill this obsession, I will not be willing to go to Xingzhou," Lu Meng said softly, with a black light flashing in his pupils. "Forget it, let's complete this obsession as soon as possible." The voice of the dark god disappeared. Captain Centipede then slowly stood up. He looked at Lu Meng with a complicated expression. He really didn't expect that this summoning ceremony would actually make the other party successful.
The other party became the Dark Saint, and her status immediately became more noble than his.
Greetings, Saint Lady. Captain Centipede bowed and saluted.
Lu Meng's gaze shifted over, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. No need to be polite, tell me about your plan. What he wants most now is to see Shen Tunen die. Captain Centipede recounted his original plan, that the death of thousands of people was intended to communicate with the beast god. He estimated that the strength of the descending beast god should be able to reach the 5th level of the innate realm. But unexpectedly, the one who appeared was the god of darkness. It is obvious that the god of darkness looks down on their plan, and even if his will descends, he will not participate in their plan. It's like the difference between a dragon in the sky and an ant on the ground. If a dragon sneezes, all the ants will die. Why would it come down specifically to kill the ants? Are you saying that the more sacrifices there are and the higher their quality, the more powerful the beast god will be when it descends? Lu Meng asked. Yes. Captain Centipede nodded. Lu Meng said excitedly, then you should kill like crazy and kill more human warriors.
Let the beast god of all races that descends become even more powerful.
I will plunge the entire city of Luo into a bloody storm.
Everyone here deserves to die, all of them deserve to die.
As she spoke these words, countless black flying insects on her body flapped their wings and flew around madly, as if they wanted to eat everything.
Captain Centipede was so scared that he stepped back a distance, not daring to approach Lu Meng.
Yes, sir. He hesitated for a moment, but still bowed and accepted the order.
Even though the risk is huge, the Dark Saint's status is higher than his now, and he cannot refuse. At the same time,
Shen Tunen was on his way home when he suddenly received a call.
Hello, are you Shen Tunen? The person on the other end of the phone was very polite. Shen Tunen asked, It's me, who are you? I'm a worker at the Thunder Martial Arts School. We've detected that you've been certified as a Xiantian. I've arranged for you to go to the neighboring Shanhe city and take up the position of city master. There will be an exclusive text message from Thunder Martial Arts School sent to your email address later. Please check it.
On the other end of the phone, there was a young woman's voice, very pleasant.
I understand.
Shen Tunen was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and agreed. He really didn't expect that he would be asked to take up such a position. You have to know that to become a city owner you need to have qualifications, and you may not succeed just by having strong abilities. Maybe it's because he is young and has great potential. Then I wish you a happy life. Goodbye. The other party hung up the phone. Shen Tunen looked at the blue sky and felt that his fate was changing so quickly. The mayor is a truly powerful position. I should go home and tell my parents. Shen Tunen gathered his thoughts and walked towards home. It didn't take long. Shen Tunen returned home. It was noon and his parents were at home. There is delicious food on the table. Shen Tunen sat down and took a few bites of food, then said, Mom and Dad, maybe we have to move soon? What? What happened? The parents asked questions one after another. Shen Tunen said, It's nothing serious. I just joined the Thunder Martial Arts School. Someone notified me that I should go to Shanhe City and take over as the mayor. When the time comes, I will definitely take you two to enjoy life. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Shen looked at each other and saw surprise and disbelief in each other's eyes. They naturally knew what the position of the mayor was. He is a big shot who controls a city with millions of people and is high above everyone else. Now such a big man has become their son. Yes, I support moving. His son has a bright future and it doesn't matter if he doesn't do his job here. Mr. Shen was the first to stand up and support him. The little money they earn in their entire life may not even be enough to provide a monthly allowance for their son. Then it's time to move there. Shen's mother also agreed. Although I have to leave this place, I have to move for the future of my children. It just takes some time to adjust to a new place. Good. Shen Tunen also knew in his heart that his parents agreed to move probably for the future of his younger siblings. It's also to stop myself from worrying. The old house can be kept, and you can come back to visit often in the future. Shen Tuanen said after taking a bite of the food. Both parents nodded. At this meal, my father happily drank a bottle of erguotu. You know, he usually gets drunk after one glass, but today he drank a bottle for the first time and did not faint. He had a smile on his face and kept muttering, My son has made it big.
I'm going to enjoy a lifetime of happiness in the future. It was the first time that Shin Tunin saw his dignified father behave so out of control. Shin's mother carried Shin's father back to the room embarrassedly, feeling that all her dignity as a father had been lost in front of her son. Shin Tunin just smiled slightly and didn't care about his father's loss of composure. After all, my father is just an ordinary person. For my father, being able to reach this point has already reached the ceiling of his imagination. My son is so successful, it's normal for him to lose his composure when he is happy. After finishing his meal, Shin Tunin washed all the dishes, then sat on the sofa, turned on the TV and prepared to relax. But at this moment, the door suddenly opened, and he saw his younger brother Shin Zikong sneaking in. As a result, when he opened the door, he saw Shin Tunin sitting in the living room, and their eyes met. Shin Zikong immediately closed the door and tried to run away. Shin Zikong, you've made it. Shin Tunin's voice came from behind him. Chapter 84, Lying, Moving, and Blood Sacrifice. In the living room, Shin Zikong stood in front of the sofa, with his head down and a guilty look on his face. Shin Tunin looked at his younger brother without saying a word. He knew his brother's character. If he hadn't done anything wrong, he would never be so sneaky. Did you skip class? Shin Tunin asked. Shin Zikong hesitated for a moment, then shook his head violently. No, I didn't skip class. You don't blush when lying, that's good. Shin Tunin said with a smile. He looked at his brother's palms, which were pinching his clothes, and knew that he was lying. This is a habit of his own brother. This is what happens when he lies, and he may not even realize it. Brother, can you not tell mom and dad? Shin Zikong hesitated for a moment, then realized that he had been seen through, so he had to admit it. But he hopes his parents don't know about this. Shin Tunin asked, why do you want to skip classes? Isn't it better to stay in school? Shin Zikong nodded quickly. I feel like there's nothing left for me to learn in school. I should go out and explore the world on my own. Besides, I don't want to study anymore. It's too boring. Before he could finish his words, a door opened and Shin's mother walked out angrily. You little bastard, what can you do if you don't study? When will you learn from your brother and save me some trouble? Shin's mother couldn't accept that her son didn't even want to finish high school and wanted to go out and work. Mom, why are you here? Shin Zikong was startled and wanted to slap himself. He had originally only confessed to his brother, but now that his mother knew about it, he felt that this matter was going to become extremely troublesome. He didn't even know what to say to explain it. Mom, let me talk to my brother. Shin Tunin spoke, asked his mother to sit on the sofa, and stood up himself. Then, Shin Tunin turned his gaze to his younger brother and said, if you don't want to study, you have to give me a convincing reason. Also, you may think you can't learn much in school, but you have to pass the entrance exam to Wuhan University. You can learn much more in Wuhan University than outside. Shin Zikong looked at his brother with a firm gaze, and met his gaze. Brother, you are right, but I really don't want to go to school now. I want to take a break for a while. Then wait until the time comes to take the entrance exam for Wuhan University and then go take the exam directly. Shin Tunin felt the energy and blood of his brother, which was deliberately emitted by his brother. The power of qi and blood is stronger than last time and is improving rapidly. I agree to let you take a week off, but you have to go to school honestly after that and don't make mom angry again. Shin Tunin said with a serious expression. Shin Zikong had no choice but to nod helplessly. Shin Tunin continued, after a while, you will go to a new school. The schools there are different from the schools here, and you will be able to learn more. Shin Zikong asked doubtfully, can you let me transfer to another school? Shin Tunin nodded. That's fine. Shin Zikong was even a little excited. The matter was resolved in this way, but Shin's mother was still a little angry and sat on the sofa sulking. She felt that some idioms were true, everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme. Their eldest son's achievements exceeded their imagination and he reached an absurdly high position. The other son would make them angry, which made her feel suffocated. Mom, don't be angry. My brother is still young and in his rebellious period. Shin Tunin comforted his mother. Although Shin's mother finally figured it out, she still had a stern face. Shin Zikong was a little nervous when eating dinner. Fortunately, his father did not come to dinner and was completely unaware of the situation. He was still sleeping in his room, otherwise he would have been criticized again. Shen Mengyao felt that the atmosphere was not right while sitting at the table. She glanced at her younger brother and probably guessed what was going on. But she remained calm and did not talk about skipping school. The second day, Shin Tunin got up early in the morning and did not disturb his parents. After going out, he bought a few buns from a roadside stall. Then he walked towards the Thunder Martial Arts School. I sent him a text message yesterday, asking him to come to the martial arts gym and telling him the handover process. Shin Tunin came to the Thunder Martial Arts School in Luochang, where the owner Long and a group of people greeted him. He also went to the police station last time and was relieved to learn that Shin Tunin's parents were fine. As a result, he didn't expect that this person had such a hot temper. He directly destroyed Luochang's star group, which could be called a thundering move. This made him even more awed by Shin Tunin. Moreover, he was finding it increasingly difficult to see through Shin Tunin, as the realm this person was advancing it was too fast. Last time he was said to be half a step into the innate realm, but after that incident, he directly became an innate realm. Yesterday, news came from above that the person who would take over as the mayor of Shanha City this time was a young man of 30 years old, and he was shocked. When he finally learned that the successor was actually Shin Tunin, he was extremely surprised. Meet Shin Xiantian. As soon as he saw Master Shin Tunin from afar, he began to salute. Others also saluted, and were deeply shocked. After all, the realm of this person in front of him has been raised to an unbelievable level. I am still at the innate level now, and I don't know what level I can reach in the future. No need to be so polite, tell me about the ceremony of taking over as the mayor of Shanha City. Shin Tunin went straight to the point. Master Long gave a brief instruction and the process was very simple. Shin Tunin will understand it after reading it once. If you have learned it, we have a special helicopter prepared to take you to Shanha City. You can tell your family first. The succession handover ceremony will be held in the next few days. You can go and inspect it first. Master Long said respectfully. Shin Tunin thought it was a good idea, so he took out his cell phone to say hello to his parents and then headed to Shanha City. Suddenly, there seemed to be a flash of lightning in Shin Tunin's eyes, and he looked out the window. In an area of Los Angeles, dark clouds were pressing down, and terrifying energy fluctuations were emanating. A blood-red beam of light shot up into the sky, seemingly connecting to a passage somewhere. This is a blood sacrifice. Pavilion Master Long opened his eyes wide, horrified. He knew who was responsible for this. It was a common tactic used by members of a cult. But looking at the situation, it was even bigger than he had imagined. At the same time, a high-end residential complex in Los Angeles. This is a community with thousands of people, but now there is no one alive. They were all slaughtered by the cult members led by Captain Centipede and turned into cold corpses. Moreover, there are many martial artists among these people, and now they have become sacrifices for blood sacrifice. Lu Meng stared at the scene blankly with a pair of eyes as black as ink, and there was some excitement and madness on his face. Ha, they all deserve to die. Among these people, there were also those who had accused and ridiculed her not long ago. But she didn't die, all these people died, and she felt extremely happy. Chapter 85 Summon, Kill. Lu Meng's long hair fluttered. Standing on top of many corpses, countless black flying insects were circling around him, flapping their wings. Captain Centipede stood beside Lu Meng, looking at the blood-red beam of light, waiting for the beast god to arrive. Of course, these sacrifices are not enough, and the scope of killing needs to be expanded. But he was not so stupid as to just kill in one place. If he did that, it would be easy for others to destroy it. So he arranged the other cult members to be killed in other places, and he could summon some ferocious beasts by killing in a small area. Of course, the highest strength of these summoned beasts is only at the Grandmaster level. How many more sacrifices are needed to make the beast god descend? Lu Meng asked. Captain Centipede thought for a moment and said, a few thousand people will be enough. It is almost impossible for a powerful innate person to sacrifice the entire city of Luo with blood. But this isn't the place where the beast god actually descended. It's just a bait to trick a group of warriors into stopping it. The place where the beast god truly descended is at Lingwu High School. Those are the real sacrifices. Captain Centipede told Lu Meng what he knew. Lu Meng frowned in confusion, his eyes full of puzzlement. He was obviously a little confused. Why did Captain Centipede do this? Why, she asked directly. Captain Centipede confessed, there are the beast statues we buried there, though one is missing. But with the blessing of the beast god statue, the descending beast god will be even more terrifying and even more powerful. By then, ordinary innate masters will all die. They can't be the opponents of the beast god. Hearing this answer, Lu Meng nodded with satisfaction. He realized that there was a reason why Captain Centipede could be the captain. He was really cunning. Even she thought that this was the real place for blood sacrifice, but the other party suddenly told her that this was just a feint. He was really an old fox. It is difficult to tell what is true and what is false. Then I won't be able to wait for the real beast god here, only a 4th level fierce beast will descend? Lu Meng asked. Captain Centipede nodded without hesitation. I will send some believers to guard here and draw the firepower of Luo City over. We have to leave now and head to Lingwu High School, which is the most important place for sacrifice. Lu Meng smiled slightly. What a familiar name, I always remember hearing it somewhere, but I can't remember it for a moment. But none of this matters anymore. Everyone in Luo City must be killed by the beast god. This place is destined to become a dead place. Then the two of them left and headed to Lingwu High School. The other side. When Shintunin heard the words blood sacrifice, his face changed drastically and he rushed directly towards the direction of the blood-colored light column. He must prevent the blood sacrifice from happening. If some terrible beasts are summoned from it, it will be a horrific disaster that will destroy the world for the people of the entire Los Angeles. Master Long hurried over with the people from the martial arts gym. This matter was very serious and he also had the responsibility to stop the evil plan of the cult members. Every citizen of Los Angeles has this obligation, and no one can escape it. Not to mention that he is a warrior. Stopping a cult is the honor of a warrior, even if he dies in battle. High-end residential area. The blood-red beam of light grew thicker and thicker, and a huge circle on the ground flashed with a strange red light. As the bodies disappeared one by one, the red light became more and more intense. Then, in the red light, a huge ferocious beast slowly appeared. This ferocious beast has spikes all over its body, like a giant hedgehog, and its head is somewhat similar to the pier. The ferocious beast was 8 meters tall and released a terrifying pressure as soon as it appeared. The followers of the 10,000 races sect stationed here all felt a tremor all over their bodies. Roar! This 4th level ferocious beast suddenly roared fiercely, and several cult members were blown into a bloody mist on the spot. Then it opened its mouth and sucked everything into it. The ferocious beast was not satisfied with this, and continued to look at the remaining followers of the 10,000 races sect as if they were looking at prey. I'm not full yet, I want to eat more. The ferocious beast opened its bloody mouth and ate a cult member on the spot. It was bloody and cruel, and it made people's scalps tingle. This was eaten alive in front of them, it was so cruel that it was outrageous. The remaining believers, no matter how crazy they were not stupid, and they quickly fled in all directions. But how could they escape from this 4th level beast? The 4th level ferocious beast opened its mouth and roared, causing the eardrums of those who wanted to escape to buzz, their blood and energy to surge uncontrollably, and they could not even stand steadily. The only fate that awaits them is death in the end. The dozens of cult members present eventually became food for this level 4 ferocious beast. I want to eat more. I want to eat more. The 4th level beast spoke in human language, with a murderous look in its eyes, wanting to kill more crazily. His huge body began to move at an extremely fast speed, directly smashing the iron gate of the community and rushing out to kill everyone. But just as he rushed to the door, he saw a man walking in the air. The other person exuded terrifying energy and blood power, although the master's pressure was a little weaker than his. But the beast sensed the fright of its opponent, its pupils trembled, and it said, "You seem very strong, but you also look delicious." The person walking in the air was naturally Shintunin. He looked at the mess here, the air was filled with the smell of blood, and the entire community was silent. He knew that the beast before him could kill him 100 times without any problem. You deserve to die. Shintunin took out his Shura sword and held it tightly in his hand. Today he would transform into Shura. Any ferocious beast that dares to descend upon Luo City will never leave alive. Countless white gases emerged from Shintunin's body, forming clouds and mist that enveloped him completely. The burst of cloud-piercing sword technique and the sword intent, with a 3-fold amplification, the sword light is brilliant, comparable to the innate one. The 4th level ferocious beast in front of him didn't even have time to react before it was cut into 2 pieces by the dazzling sword light. With just one sword, the terrifying 4th level beast was killed. After killing the beast, Shintunin put the beast crystal into his pocket, but did not refine it immediately because he had no time. When Pavilion Master Long, who happened to arrive, saw this scene, he froze in place with shock on his face. Although he knew that Shintunin was a congenital, the shock he felt when he saw him kill a 4th level Grandmaster level beast with his own eyes was much more shocking than simply knowing his realm. One is to be there in person, the other is just to hear about it. There is no comparison at all. But when he killed the ferocious beast, several blood-red beams of light appeared in the distance. Moreover, phantoms appeared among these blood-colored light pillars. Those phantoms looked like humans, but the 6 black wings behind them were extremely conspicuous. And the gem worn between the eyebrows emits a strange light. That direction is Lingwu High School. The master's true energy in Shintunen's body surged like a spring, the surrounding air was distorted, and the temperature was rising rapidly. Chapter 86 Bloody School. That direction is the direction his sister goes to school. Shintunen looked at the time and his face changed drastically, because his sister was already at school at this time. My younger brother should also be in school, so he needs to tell his teacher if he wants to ask for leave. Don't let anything happen. Shintunen burst out at an even faster speed and rushed towards Lingwu High School. Since he was flying in the sky without any obstacles, he could get there as quickly as possible. His body was like lightning, cutting through the sky with a roar. At the same time, in the classroom, the teachers were still giving lectures, explaining martial arts and the difficulties of cultivation to the students. Some students started asking questions and wanted the teacher to answer their doubts. However, Shun Mengyao in the classroom felt bored. After drinking a sip of the potion, she started practicing directly without caring what the teacher was saying. Suddenly, the ground shook violently several times, forcing Shin Mengyao to open her eyes. But when she opened her eyes and saw the huge beam of light and the terrifying shadow appearing outside, her pretty face changed drastically. This is the blood sacrifice formation of the myriad races cult. Is it going to sacrifice the entire Lingwu High School? Seeing this scene, she suddenly thought that it was the same before she was reborn. However, before her rebirth, she and her brother both caught a cold and asked for leave to rest at home. Later, they heard that all the students of Lingwu High School were massacred by members of a cult. But at the time she only knew this and had no idea that she was being sacrificed in blood. Such an important matter, but I have been living a comfortable life recently and didn't even think about it. Don't panic, find a place to hide first, and avoid crowding and trampling, the teacher shouted at the podium. Shen Mengyao left her seat directly and went to find her brother. Just after she left the class, she saw dark clouds covering the sky above Lingwu High School. Endless darkness enveloped the earth, and red lightning roared in the sky from time to time. The entire Lingwu High School looked extremely weird. Some students wanted to rush out of the school out of fear, but they just ran to the school gate. Then I met someone from the 10,000 Races sect. These people all had ferocious smiles on their faces, and they took action to deal with the escaping students without hesitation. A bunch of sacrifices want to escape? Wishful thinking. Everyone will die today. No one will live. These people from the 10,000 Races sect are extremely arrogant and seem to be very confident. The people leading them were naturally Captain Centipede and Lu Mang. The two watched all this with indifference and had no intention of taking action themselves. It doesn't take much effort to deal with some of the students and teachers here. In their opinion, although there are talented students in the school, they are still too young and definitely lack combat experience. If they encounter people from the same race as them who are at the same level, they will definitely be abused. Kill. Kill everyone you see without leaving a single one alive. Captain Centipede waved his hand and issued an order. These followers of the 10,000 Races religion rushed towards the teaching building frantically, wanting to kill everything. Ah! Don't kill me, I'll do anything. Who are you and why are you killing innocent people? You are from the Myriad Races cult. How did you end up here? Why? Countless screams were heard in the teaching building, the air was filled with a fishy and pungent smell, and some of the dark clouds in the sky were dyed blood red. The entire school was plunged into a bloody crisis. Some teachers also rose up to resist, but after several battles, they were all killed by the followers of the 10,000 Races sect. They have no idea that the 10,000 Races can make these people crazy. These people are fighting for their lives and want to kill everyone they see. Some timid people have already started looking for places to hide, hoping that the cult members will find them later. You beasts! An old man shouted, and the strong but vigorous principal stood up, picked up a member of the 10,000 Races sect and slammed him against the wall, cracking it. How dare you be so cruel and ruthless as to massacre the students and teachers of Linwu High School? Aren't you afraid of the disaster that will come? His voice, though deep. But no one paid any attention to him. All the cult members had ferocious smiles on their faces. Old man, if you hide, you can live a little longer. Step forward and I'll take your head off right now.
A member of the 10,000 Races sect laughed wildly, and the blood flow in his body reached the level of a martial artist.
Then try to see if you can do it.
The principal stomped his foot hard on the ground, crushing it and sending countless tiny stones flying everywhere. His body then actively lunged towards the cultist, intending to kill him. But in the end, he could only entangle one person. The remaining cult members simply ignored the principal and began searching other parts of the building. The order they received was to kill all the people immediately without leaving a single one alive. Instead of wasting time dealing with an old man here. Besides, the captain is also outside.
If the captain comes in, the old man will definitely die. Outside the teaching building.
Suddenly, a believer ran to Captain Centipede in a hurry and even fell down, looking extremely embarrassed. Captain Centipede glared at him with a look of disgust in his eyes.
Idiot, you can't even walk now?
The scar on Captain Centipede's face was extremely hideous, and he looked ferocious. The man trembled and said quickly, "Captain, someone is coming from outside to kill us. Many of our brothers have died." The brothers he was talking about were believers.
Captain Centipede said indifferently, "You're reporting such a small matter to me? I'll handle it myself."
The cultist hurriedly continued, "That person is walking in the air.
He is a Xiantian realm expert.
We are no match for him. A random blow from him would kill many of us.
We can't stop him." Captain Centipede's expression finally changed when he heard this.
He looked up in the direction of the teaching building and said, "We have to stop them even if we can't.
Even if it means sacrificing our lives, we have to fight back. Dead cult members can also be used as blood sacrifices.
If a strong man in the innate realm fails to successfully summon the beast god, he will not be able to withstand it. So what he had to do now was to enter the teaching building and start slaughtering, speed up, summon the beast god as soon as possible, and sweep away everything."
Lu Meng's dark pupils also looked towards the teaching building and said, "I'll help you too. Summon the beast god as soon as possible. I want that Xiantian realm cultivator to die without a burial place." Chapter 87 Goal, Growth.
I heard that Lu Meng wanted to help with the massacre.
Captain Centipede smiled sinisterly, "Then I'll trouble the saint to take action."
After saying that, he took out something that looked like a firework and lit it.
Boom!
A crimson light lit up and shot straight into the sky, eventually forming a strange pattern of a ferocious beast. In order to ensure the arrival of the beast god, I have summoned all those scattered throughout Luo City and asked them to gather together. Having them sacrifice themselves can also buy us some time. After saying this, Captain Centipede rushed towards the teaching building without hesitation. Lu Meng followed closely behind.
At the same time, in the teaching building,
Shen Zikong and Shen Mengyao were hiding in an empty classroom.
The sky above the school was dark and the power went out, as if the end of the world had come.
The entire classroom was pitch black, without a single light source.
"Sister, we can't just sit there and wait for death," Shen Zikong said.
He was young and hot-blooded, and when he heard the screams outside, he was unwilling to hide here. Shen Mengyao grabbed her brother's hand and said sternly, "Don't try to show off.
If you run out now, you'll die.
When you don't have the strength, you have to learn to lie low."
"Are we just going to wait here to die?" Shen Zikong asked back.
Shen Mengyao was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Let's find another opportunity.
There are too many people outside.
If we go out now, we will surely die."
Shen Zikong didn't say anything else and decided to listen to his sister. Woo!
Suddenly a cold wind blew by, giving people a creepy feeling.
"How long are you two going to hide here?"
A sissy voice came from outside the door, with a teasing tone that made people feel disgusted.
"We've been discovered." Shen Mengyao looked unhappy. Shen Zikong just wanted to ask his sister what to do. Bang! Shen Mengyao kicked the door of the classroom open violently.
In the darkness, he heard a sound of breaking air. The cult member outside had his teeth kicked all over the ground, his body was kicked more than 2 meters high, and then fell heavily to the ground. But this was not the end. Shen Mengyao used some kind of body skills to rush in front of the cult member and delivered a series of punches, beating the cult member to death. Shen Zikong looked at the flashlight that fell from the cult member's hand, and then at his sister whose body was stained with blood, his mind buzzing.
When did my beautiful sister become so violent?
If it weren't for their similar appearance and temperament, he would even suspect that his sister had been possessed by another soul.
Zikong, I'm telling you, if you can't hide, beat your opponent to death. Don't show any mercy.
After saying that, Shen Mengyao took an iron pipe from not far away and stabbed it into the corpse on the ground. Bright red liquid gushed out. Also, after you've dealt with your opponent, you need to finish him off. Don't leave yourself any trouble. Shen Mengyao pulled out the iron pipe with a look of hostility on her face, which formed a shocking contrast with her pretty face. Sister, you are so cruel. Shen Zikong couldn't help but say. The new student on Shen Zikong's watch said, Shen Zikong, you should learn more from your sister. Your sister is right. If you don't get rid of the roots, you'll be vulnerable. Now that we've confirmed they're enemies, we must not give them even a chance to breathe. Killing them is the correct choice. Shen Zikong nodded mechanically. He needed to digest everything he saw. Shen Mengyao didn't wait for her brother to think about it, she grabbed his hand and rushed in one direction. Originally, she thought her brother was a bit reckless and shouldn't have rushed out. But now she felt that she could give it a try. She had endured for so long after her rebirth, and it was time to go on a killing spree. After all, she is the Empress, and she has mastered a wealth of attack methods and combat experience. Fighting against opponents of higher levels is as easy for her as eating and drinking water. The other side. In a classroom, there were corpses of students everywhere. The teacher was nailed to the blackboard with a steel knife piercing his body. He died with his eyes wide open. Boom! A flash of blood-red lightning flashed outside, shaking the windows, making a deafening sound and illuminating the tragic scene before them. Several followers of the 10,000 races religion revealed strange and cruel smiles. Keep killing. The leader led everyone away from here. Shortly after they left, a man was seen trembling with fear behind the door, and there was even some transparent liquid on the ground. The man's face was pale with fear, without a trace of blood. He had just hidden in the crack of the gate and was not noticed by the cult members. But he heard the screams of his classmates and teachers with his own eyes, and was scared to death. The fear in my heart surged like a spring, and I was so scared that my whole body was trembling. When the cult members left, he collapsed to the ground, his legs completely lacking the strength to stand up. Hey, there's another mouse that escaped. The student just breathed a sigh of relief and thought he had survived, but then he heard a sarcastic voice. A cult member who was about to leave was now looking at him with a smile, before he could even utter a word to beg for mercy. The cult members pinched the student's head with their palms, and then twisted his face with sudden force, with the sound of bones breaking. Crack, crack. The survivors were crushed to death in a horrible way. The cultists' hands were stained with bright red liquid, and they smiled slightly. How boring, they're dead already, let's go find another rat. He compared these students to rats, which were extremely rampant. Blade of the blazing sun. The cultist suddenly heard a voice in his ear, followed by a flash of light that flashed in front of him. He tried to resist in a hurry, but it was too late. The knife flashed across his neck as fast as a lightning bolt, cutting off his head. The person who took action was Shen Zikong. He found a knife where weapons were stored in the school, and used his future martial arts to directly burst out with an amplification, killing his opponent. Originally he was still somewhat soft-hearted, but he had just heard the screams of his classmates, and the anger in his heart could not be extinguished. Now he had to kill crazily to suppress the anger in his heart. You are a beast, not worthy of being a human being. Shen Zikong put away his long sword. Shen Mengyao fell into deep thought as she watched her brother act so cleanly and efficiently. I feel like I can't understand it anymore. Why has my brother become so powerful? His moves were so smooth, as if he had practiced for many years. But she didn't ask any more questions, because the most important thing for them now was how to get out. He could feel several very powerful auras, and those terrifying chi and blood forces were not something they could deal with now. Chapter 88. Are you ready to go to hell? Zikong, let's go to the right. Shen Mengyao continued to escape from the teaching building with her younger brother Shen Zikong. Shen Zikong was standing at the door of a classroom. Outside, red lightning flashed across the sky from time to time, illuminating the scene inside the classroom. Looking at the miserable corpses, Shen Zikong felt like vomiting. These people were living beings not long ago. Among them was the female classmate who gave him chocolate. She was in her prime, but now she was dead in the classroom. Her body was hunched, her eyes were staring at the ceiling, and blood was dripping down. I swear, if I meet people from the cult in the future, I will not show mercy and will not let any of them go. Shen Zikong clenched the long knife in his hand, turned around and followed his sister away. What we need to do now is to save our own life first. As for those who want to take revenge on the cult, that must definitely be done, but not now.
Instead, he wanted to make himself stronger and kill all the members of the cult. Outside Lingwu School. One after another, dark shadows appeared, standing outside the door with expressionless faces. Roar! Suddenly there was a roar and a giant wolf covered in hair appeared. His hair was all a strange blood red, as if it were made of blood. This giant wolf is 7 meters tall and looks very majestic. He exuded a terrifying aura that made people tremble in their hearts. This turned out to be a master-level beast, and it would require the blood sacrifice of at least 1,000 people. On top of the giant wolf's head stood a man in black with a crew cut, and his pupils were a strange blood red, as if they were made up of countless blood threads. Zhang San, you said there was a big prey here, don't lie to me. He actually spoke human language and communicated with the person above his head. The buzzcut man, Zhang San, laughed strangely. Of course I won't lie to you, the prey will be here soon. The bloody night wolf cracked its mouth and said, I sensed it too. I'm really looking forward to the flesh and blood of the Grandmaster. There was a roar in the air, and then a figure appeared in front of everyone. This is a middle-aged man, not Shin Tunan. He was covered in the powerful chi of a Grandmaster, and the Grandmaster's pressure spread throughout the venue, making everyone present feel palpitations. Damn you, the 10,000 Races cult. How dare you perform a blood sacrifice in the area under my jurisdiction? Don't even think about leaving today. You all must die. This master was none other than the city Lord Luo He. He was relatively close to here and arrived first. He had a terrible murderous aura on his body and his clothes were stained with a lot of blood. It was obvious that he had killed countless people from the cult along the way. Bloody Night Wolf, this is your prey. Blood flowed in Zhang San's eyes. The Blood Night Wolf shot fiercely and roared on the spot, oh! The terrifying sound shook the heaven and earth, and countless blood-red rays of light burst out from his body, just like a blood-red sun. The terrifying sound formed a sonic attack, forcing everyone around to retreat. The city Lord Luo He had to use his master's true energy to resist, and was a little surprised. The Blood Knight Demon Wolf was the best among the 4th-level ferocious beasts. Its strength was extremely terrifying, and he had never fought against it before. When he saw him today, he was indeed extremely ferocious and his aura was so terrifying that even he was not sure of defeating him. But this battle is unavoidable. Kill! The city Lord Luo He's master's true energy burst out and soared into the sky. He slapped forward with an overwhelming force that was unstoppable. The terrifying master's true energy flowed between his palms, surging violently. Great compassion palm. Faced with such a fatal attack, the Blood Night Wolf showed no fear at all. Its figure seemed to merge with the night, turning into a blood-red light and pouncing directly at the opponent. Boom! They collided with each other, unleashing a terrifying force. The horrible airflow kept rushing in all directions, and countless cracks began to appear where they fought. The earth is cracking. This is a war at the Grandmaster level, and those below the Grandmaster level are not qualified to be killers. The man with a crew cut, Zhang San, had already jumped off the Dark Night Wolf and was standing not far away watching the fight. His strength has not reached the Grandmaster level, and participating in such a battle is tantamount to seeking death. Both the man and the beast are at the Grandmaster level, and the battle cannot end quickly. They can only keep fighting and fighting to see who reveals more flaws. But generally speaking, ferocious beasts are more brutal, especially the Blood Night Wolf. Once it goes berserk, its combat power will skyrocket. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, the man and the beast collided and each retreated dozens of meters. Gurgle. This is a bottle of 4th-level healing potion that can instantly heal his injuries and improve all aspects of his condition to the best. Roar! The Blood Knight Demon Wolf had completely gone berserk. Its body had grown to 9 meters, its hair had doubled in length, its eyes radiated a bloodthirsty light, and the energy and blood emanating from its body had almost doubled in size. Damn human master, become the food in my stomach. The Blood Night Wolf had just opened his mouth when he suddenly felt his body tremble, and then his pupils quickly contracted and he looked up at the sky. I saw a dark golden sword light falling from the sky. His wolf hair stood up all over his body, and he immediately opened his wolf mouth and spurted out a ray of light. But this was of no use, the light formed by the energy that came out of his mouth was cut by the sword light. Then, a line of blood appeared on his entire wolf head, and his huge body collapsed with a loud bang, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The demon wolf, which had already gone berserk, was killed on the spot by a sword light that appeared out of nowhere. Everyone was stunned, and some people even rubbed their eyes repeatedly to confirm whether what they saw was an illusion. Swish!
A ray of light in the sky approached rapidly and transformed into a young figure. Shintunin held the Shura sword in his hand and took a cold look at the body of the demon wolf. In front of everyone, he directly cut open the body of the demon wolf, took out a ferocious beast crystal stone from it, and put it into his Lion King ring. Now facing a level 4 ferocious beast, Shintunin can easily kill it with one sword, even without using any amplification. His own basic combat power has reached a very terrifying level.
Next, are you ready to go to hell?
Shintunin stood in the air, his eyes sweeping over the cult members on the ground.
Chapter 89. The six-winged beast god arrives. The blood-red beam of light became clearer and clearer.
The entire school, at this moment, seemed to be wrapped in a bloody sun, shining red. At the school gate, Shintunin was holding the Shura sword, with blood dripping from the sword. At this moment, he exuded an incomparable coldness, and endless frost fell from the sky.
It's so cold.
Bald Zhang-san felt his body was cold and without a trace of temperature.
The arrival of the powerful innate realm expert is simply a huge disaster for them. Every person in the Xiantian realm is an almighty powerful being who can suppress unrest.
But he had to strictly guard against the death order given to him by his superiors.
Kill.
Bald Zhang-san gritted his teeth, knowing that he had no way out. The cult members beside him also picked up their weapons and aimed them at the handsome man in the sky.
Boom.
Suddenly, the handsome man swung the dark golden sword in his hand.
It was such a simple action. All I saw was the light rolling up with countless frosts.
The pupils of these cult members began to tremble violently and their teeth chattered uncontrollably. Then they ran away, but it was of no use as they were all frozen by the blue ice condensed by the frost. One by one they turned into ice sculptures, unable to move.
This is the horror of elemental power. All the cult members present, including Zhang San, could not withstand even a single blow. When the city lord Luoha saw the scene, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva.
Although he had seen strong men in the innate realm take action, no matter how many times he saw it, he still felt shocked. The innate strong man who awakened the element of ice has the power to freeze all living things, which makes people feel awe.
Roar!
At this moment, several roars suddenly came from the air, and ferocious beasts gathered from all directions. However, among these ferocious beasts, there is not even a 4th level Grandmaster level beast, all of them are 3rd and 2nd level ferocious beasts.
Shintunin just glanced at him lightly, his clothes fluttering, and he had an indescribable aura.
I'll leave those ferocious beasts to you. Shintunin walked in the air, his figure swept across the sky and rushed into the school. As for those ferocious beasts, the city lord is a master, it's impossible that he is so useless, right? City Lord Luo he watched Shintunin enter the school and felt relieved. He felt fortunate to have Shintunin, the invincible Xiantian realm master. Otherwise, he really would not have the slightest confidence in being able to deal with this horrific crisis. Kill. Luo he turned around and faced the ferocious beasts that came out crazily.
He went up to them alone and fought a bloody battle with them.
The other side.
In the teaching building.
Lu Meng grabbed a teacher's neck with her hands and watched him struggle and finally lose his breath. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth.
Don't blame me, blame yourself for being born in Los Angeles. Everyone in Los Angeles deserves to die.
She threw the corpse aside, her eyes growing colder.
Captain Centipede next to him was even more brutal.
More than 10 corpses fell at his feet. After all, he was a master of the cult and was very familiar with killing people.
He knew how to kill his opponent as quickly as possible.
Suddenly, Captain Centipede frowned, sensing a terrifying aura approaching this place, bringing with it a cold air that could freeze all living beings. Looking out the window at this moment, you can see countless frosts appearing in the sky, covering the sky and the earth, just like snow.
A powerful innate master of the ice element has arrived. The saint should leave first.
Captain Centipede hurriedly said to the woman beside him.
Lu Meng asked, how many more sacrifices are needed before the beast god descends?
Captain Centipede shook his head and said, I don't know either, but I have one last option, which can speed up the arrival of the beast god.
I won't use that option unless it's absolutely necessary.
Lu Meng narrowed his eyes, his dark pupils fixed on Captain Centipede. She didn't ask why, but Captain Centipede felt an indescribable sense of oppression, as if he was about to be swallowed by endless darkness.
The last method is to sacrifice yourself, right? Lu Meng smiled. Captain Centipede's eyes widened and an incredible expression appeared on his face. Obviously she didn't expect it, but Lu Meng guessed it immediately. Actually, when I heard you say that those believers could also become sacrifices, I knew you could become a sacrifice too. And now, you should contribute to the 10,000 races sect and give everything you have. Don't worry, when the beast god descends, the entire Luo city will be buried with you. Go with peace of mind. There was a hint of bewitchment in Lu Meng's voice, like that of a witch. He seemed to have completely adapted to her body as the Dark Saint. Captain Centipede looked at Lu Meng, and then his expression became dull. I will carry out the Saint's orders unconditionally. Countless thin black threads appeared in his pupils, quickly making his pupils as black as ink. He walked step by step to the window, and countless blood-red air emerged from his body and quickly rushed into the sky. The blood-red column became more and more dazzling, and quickly condensed into a huge circle of more than 10 meters in size in the sky. There were many red runes on the circle, which kept flashing, giving people a weird feeling. Immediately afterwards, these runes changed rapidly, and finally turned into a blood-red lotus pattern, blooming at this moment. The moment it blooms, a vast aura bursts out. The dazzling blood-red light almost illuminated the entire world. Who is performing the blood sacrifice and summoning me? A humanoid creature appeared in the blood-red lotus pattern, with 6 pairs of wings behind it, as black as ink and extremely gorgeous, and a diamond-shaped gem embedded between its eyebrows. He was surrounded by countless deathly auras, standing in the sky. He is like the god of death who can reap all souls. Captain Centipede, before dying, saw the beast god descending. His eyes suddenly widened and he burst into laughter. Ha, the 6-winged beast god clone, I actually sacrificed blood to bring it out, the real beast god. After saying this, his body completely exploded and turned into countless blood mists, merging into the body of the beast god in the sky. The 6-winged beast god clone in the sky glanced in Lu Meng's direction and whispered, why would the saint chosen by the dark god stay in such a small place? He is of the same level as the other party, but he just likes to play around. Occasionally, he would send out a trace of his thoughts, transforming into an avatar to destroy some small cities of the human race, and he did it for fun. He can be considered an outlier among all races. After all, powerful people like the Dark God, who shares the same name as him, all go to wider areas and do bigger things. The appearance of his clone here is equivalent to a max-level boss in the game returning to the novice village, where he can easily slaughter everything without any difficulty. Chapter 90 Xiaoyu, are you dumbfounded? Welcome the Beast God. We are willing to sacrifice our bodies and blood to become the power of the Beast God. The 6-winged Beast God in the sky was extremely conspicuous. Countless black death auras were entangled around him. From a distance, he looked like a black sun, distorting the surrounding air. He exuded an extremely cold aura, making people feel fear and trembling in their bones. At this moment, countless cult members began to sacrifice their own strength in order to make the Beast God's clone more powerful and destroy everything. I have received your will. I will fulfill your wish and destroy this small town. The 6-winged Beast God opened his hands, and streams of black death energy turned into waves, radiating in all directions. The black clouds in the sky were blown away, revealing the blue sky. And under the sky, he was like a black sun, about to swallow everything. The real paradise of death will be created by me. In an instant, countless black air on his body burst out and turned into sharp needles, carrying out indiscriminate killing. No matter whether they were cult members or warriors who came to support on the ground, as long as they were touched by the black needles, they would be killed instantly and had no power to resist at all. The breath of death continued to spread. Even after the city Lord Luo he was stabbed by a few needles, several blood holes appeared on his arm and white smoke began to emerge. These things are corrosive and even the master can't withstand it. He didn't take his life, but he was injured. The 6-winged beast god, Eater Wankala, has arrived with his clone, signifying the destruction of a city. Is there any hope for our city of Luo today? When the city Lord Luo he thought of the records, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. Even a strong person with innate strength may not be able to withstand such a terrifying existence. There are even records that innate strongmen have been killed by the beast god's clones. After all, that is the terrifying beast god of all races, an existence infinitely close to that of a god. These sharp needles also fell on Shen Tunan's body, but most of them were frozen by his icy power. However, a needle still pierced his finger. This was because he did not use the power of elements and tried to withstand this force. Obviously he failed. Even he couldn't withstand it with his physical strength, let alone others. Therefore, if we want to save the people of Luocheng now, we must kill this so-called 6-winged beast god, otherwise no one can withstand the other party's large-scale indiscriminate massacre. Innate realm, I didn't expect there would be a small fish here.
The six-winged beast god's eyes curved downwards, as if smiling at Shintunen.
Boom!
The next moment, a rolling aura of death rushed towards him, transforming into a giant pitch-black hand, covering the sky and the sun, blocking out all the light. The terrifying deathly aura caused the flowers and plants on campus to wither and turn yellow in an instant, as if their vitality had been taken away in an instant. Buzz! The dark golden light tore apart the giant hand formed by the death energy, and Shintunen rushed directly towards the six-winged beast god. He found that the other party really underestimated him and wanted to kill him with just one move.
It was too arrogant.
The six-winged beast god, seeing that Shintunen was not dead, grabbed the void with his hand, and countless death energy condensed into a dark long sword. Countless black air flowed above the long sword like flames.
Die!
When the sword came slashing, rolling death energy pressed in from all directions. Shintunen felt that his forward speed had slowed down, and the knife light in his pupils rapidly enlarged.
Cloud-piercing sword intent.
The Shura sword in Shintunen's hand emitted a dark golden light, and countless clouds appeared around it. Cooperate with sword skills to burst out.
Tenfold amplification, cloud-piercing sword technique.
Facing such an enemy, Shintunen did not dare to be careless at all. Even a strong man of the 7th level of innateness had to take this move seriously. A bright dark golden sword light rose from the clouds and directly met the dazzling knife light. Unexpectedly, the knife light shattered in an instant, and the sword light was as powerful as a bamboo breaking through, slashing towards the six-winged beast god, with momentum like a tide and divine power that was unstoppable. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the six-winged beast god, but there was no sign of panic.
That's quite interesting.
I didn't expect such a strong Xiantian realm cultivator could be found in such a small place.
It's just that the person you met was me.
The deathly energy on his body was like a tide, forming a vortex similar to a tornado, which silently swallowed up the sword light emitted by Shintunen. The clouds and mist around Shintunen dissipated, and he found that the beast god was unharmed.
He immediately realized that this opponent was extremely dangerous.
In the teaching building, Lu Meng, who had been watching the battle, was extremely excited when she saw the six-winged beast god showing its power.
No one can help at this moment. Isn't Shintunen in the Xiantian realm?
He made himself so mysterious, with so many clouds and mist surrounding him. What's the use? In the end, you will still die at the hands of the powerful ones from all races.
Shintunen. You deceived me, so go to hell. Anyone who deceives and humiliates me will go to the 18th level of hell. Ha ha ha.
Lu Meng danced and laughed wildly, not believing that Shintunen could leave this place alive. Not only her, but also the city lord Luohe, who had seen Shintunen unleash his tremendous sword power, felt that there was hope. But when that terrifying power was easily resolved by the six-winged beast god, his heart sank.
How can we fight this? Can we really win? Shintunen took a deep breath and then closed his eyes.
He was thinking how to kill the opponent in front of him. To be honest, the opponent was too terrifying, and he himself felt an unimaginable sense of oppression. The six-winged beast god was extremely calm from the moment he appeared, and did not take any opponents seriously at all. If you want to kill him, you may have to fight to the death.
Taishan sword technique, dragon roar style. The elemental power in Shintunen's body gathered on the dark golden Shura sword. The blue light and dark golden light kept shining. Shintunen unleashed his strongest killing move, thrusting the Shura sword in his hand forward fiercely. Roar! A dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth, and the sword light seemed to turn into a sword dragon, roaring and rushing towards the opponent. The six-winged beast god clenched his fingers, not dodging Shintunen's attack at all. A large amount of death energy surrounded his fingers, like 5 sharp blades stabbing at Shintunen's chest. If you don't hide, you will die. He wanted to see if this person had the courage to do so. Boom! The terrifying sword light directly pierced through the body of the six-winged beast god, and a hint of surprise appeared in the other party's originally calm eyes. His palm also pierced into Shintunen's chest, causing blood to flow. This was an injury that would definitely be fatal. Why don't you hide? The six-winged beast god withdrew his palm and watched the deathly aura continue to spread on Shintunen. Is it worth exchanging his life for some ordinary people's? Shintunen also put away the Shura sword and directly activated his talent, the source of life. The originally shocking Wang suddenly emitted a green light and recovered in an instant. The deathly aura on the body was also purified and dissipated. I'm not trading my life for yours, why should I hide? Are you dumbfounded? Shintunen said with a smile. The opponent was hit by his most powerful sword and there was no hope for him. He could see the deathly aura on the six-winged beast god begin to dissipate, and his body became illusory. The six-winged beast god was stunned and his face twitched. He always played tricks on others, but today he was actually played tricks by someone. Very good, I. Just as he was about to threaten, Shintunen picked up the Shura sword and slashed it, and the world suddenly became quiet. Chapter 91 Harvest, Pressure. In the teaching building, Lu Meng was trembling with anger, and his ink-black pupils revealed an astonishing murderous aura. She clenched her fists, her face full of resentment. The invincible beast god was actually killed by someone. She even wanted to call the other person a waste. She had worked so hard to prepare for it to happen, and this was the result? This beast god is a joke and is completely useless. Looks like I have to leave. Lu Meng glanced in the direction of Shintunen, and a black hole appeared behind her. As long as she entered the black hole, she could leave this place. This makes her a powerful means of escape as the Dark Saint. But she really didn't want to leave in such a miserable state. Shintunen, I will remember the humiliation I suffered today. From now on, I will definitely torture you to death with my own hands. Lu Meng's expression was distorted, hatred surged from her heart, and she now hated everyone. Of course, the person I hate the most is Shintunen, it's all his fault. She lost everything, even the opportunity to yearn for light, and could only fall into endless darkness and sink in it. After Shintunen killed the beast god's clone, he suddenly glanced at the teaching building. He felt a strong resentment and murderous aura. The other parties seemed to have an irreconcilable hatred with him. He stared at the direction of the teaching building, and suddenly felt that the breath had completely dissipated. This made Shintunen look puzzled, and he was obviously a little confused. Could it be that I sensed it wrongly? Shintunen didn't think much about it, just looked at the sunlight in the sky, which pierced through the clouds and fell down. The school once again welcomed the light. At this time, in the teaching building, Shin Mengyao, who ran out with her brother, instinctively looked up at the sky. I saw a figure with ice elements flowing all over his body, standing in the sky. He stood there, and the terrifying elemental power seemed to freeze everything, making people feel cold in their hearts. The ending has changed again. Shin Mengyao even began to doubt whether her becoming the empress was just a dream? Why is everything different? The endings keep changing. At this moment, she felt her head become heavy and began to hold her head tightly, feeling extreme discomfort and pain. It's really unbearable. My head hurts so much that it feels like it's about to break. There seem to be countless noisy voices in my head. Xinqing, what level of expert is this? How can he control ice? He looks even more terrifying than a grandmaster. Shin Zikong began to ask the old man in the watch. The freshman responded, that is an existence in the Xiantian realm, an existence above the Grandmaster, who can control the power of elements and is of course beyond the Grandmaster. Don't worry, with me here, it will be easy for you to surpass him in the future. Shin Zikong looked at the figure in the sky shrouded in elemental power and murmured, is it that easy? But he had no such confidence in his heart. He originally thought that the Grandmaster was already an unimaginable existence, but when compared with the innate realm, it turned out that they were not on the same level at all. Such a gap is truly terrifying. Sister, what's wrong with you? Shin Zikong suddenly saw his sister next to him, holding her head in pain. He hurried forward and asked with concern. Shin Mengyao leaned against the wall with her eyes closed and said, it's nothing, I just have a slight headache. Just let me take a break. Good. Shin Zikong stood by to protect his sister. Shintunen, who was in the sky, sensed the presence of his younger brother and sister. He looked over and found that nothing was wrong with them, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly discovered that the dead six-winged beast god had left behind a blood-red beast crystal. This beast crystal emits red light under the sunlight, and at first glance it seems to contain unimaginable energy. Shintunen stretched out his hand and held the beast crystal in his own hand. Sensing the surging energy, a divine light flashed in his eyes. If I were to smelt this thing myself, maybe I would be able to directly step into the innate realm. Although he has always been mistaken by others as being in the Xiantian realm, only he himself knows that he is not. Moreover, an opponent like the six-winged beast god is too terrifying. He needs to improve his strength faster and become stronger. Moreover, when he killed the six-winged beast god, he heard the unfinished words before the other party died, and he felt that the other party would come back again. This shouldn't be the other party's true form. As for the true form of this beast god, what kind of cultivation level does it have? He couldn't guess it at all now. Shin Tunan's elemental power surged, turning into a blue light and landing on the ground. Not far away on the ground was the city lord Luo He and some guards, who were chasing the ferocious beast. Shin Tunan glanced at the fleeing beasts, and countless frosts spread from his body. Those fleeing beasts were instantly frozen into ice cubes once they were touched by the frost. After doing all this, Shin Tunan stopped caring. When he reaches this level, ferocious beasts below level 4 are nothing but ants to him, and he can kill them with just a glance. This scene made the guards who were chasing the beast swallow their saliva involuntarily. They were terrified and shocked in their hearts. Because this method is too terrible and too shocking, it is like a miracle and full of incredible things. Greetings, Lord Shin. The city lord Luo He bowed respectfully, completely impressed by Shin Tunan's strength. He can even kill the clone of the six-winged god. The person in front of him can be called a master in the innate realm. Shin Tunan seemed to remember something at this time. Lord Luo, do you know the identity of the beast god just now? Chenju Luoha was stunned and a little confused. The person in front of him was so that he should know those things. But he didn't think much about it and explained, the six-winged beast god, Eater Wankala, is an existence that is infinitely close to being a god among all the races. It has destroyed several cities, including some where elemental masters were in charge. He is the beast god of all races who spreads fear. Wherever he goes, there is a sea of blood and fear. After listening to the other party's explanation, Shin Tunan held his forehead and knew that he was in big trouble. The six-winged beast god has a very powerful background and is much more terrifying than the elemental lord. If the real body comes and blows on me, I will probably die. I'm still too weak. Shin Tunan sighed inwardly. He originally thought that his strength was pretty good and he could be fearless of anything. He is not far from being an elemental lord, but now he has encountered such a powerful enemy. If he doesn't become stronger quickly, he won't be able to withstand the other party's revenge. Although it may not be that fast, I can't stop improving my strength. Let me see how high the beast crystal I obtained can take me. A gleam of light flashed in Shin Tunan's eyes. Chapter 92, Entering the Xiantian, Dual Elements Prodigy. Lord Luo, I have something to trouble you with. Shin Tunan stared at the city lord. City Lord Luo, he quickly said, if you have any instructions, please feel free to ask. Shin Tunan smiled and said, please prepare a train room for me. My breakthrough might make a lot of noise later. The city lord Luo He was shocked and felt that his self-confidence had suffered a severe blow. You really can't compare with people like this. He investigated Shin Tunan's information and found out that he was only 30 years old, but he was already so powerful. Now he is about to break through again. If he breaks through again, will he enter the realm of Elemental Lord? Good. The city lord was stunned for a moment before nodding and agreeing. Then he took Shin Tunan to a 100 square meter house. There is nothing inside, it is specially built for the strong to practice and break through. The materials used in its construction are all special. Even a master cannot make a dent on it if he tries his best. Shin Tunan looked at the empty training room with great satisfaction. In the past, breakthroughs had to be made outside, and we had to find a deserted place and walk a long way. Sir, you can practice slowly. I will withdraw first. The city lord Luo he closed the door quietly. At the same time, on a black mountain. The mountain reaches straight into the clouds and is surrounded by mist. And at the top of the mountain, there are countless strange crows, circling the top of the mountain and constantly making quack sounds. It's like a devilish sound piercing my ears. There is an exquisite and magnificent palace on the top of the mountain, and in the palace there is a throne. Sitting on the throne was a handsome man with a diamond-shaped crystal between his eyebrows and 6 ink black wings behind him. Just sitting there, he gave people a sense of nobility. He is the real body of the six-winged beast god, and is currently dozing with his eyes closed. And at this moment, he seemed to sense something and suddenly opened his eyes. A large amount of death energy emerged around him, rolling throughout the entire palace. And in the rolling deathly energy, 2 figures with a pair of black wings quickly condensed. The 2 were a little frightened and knelt directly on the ground. The six-winged beast god frowned and muttered to himself, I was fooled by a small fish. How shameful. My lord, I will kill him for you. One of the kneeling humanoid creatures said. The six-winged beast god glanced at him calmly and said, all right, my real body can't descend to that place, so you can do it. After saying that, he tapped his fingers lightly. The person kneeling on the ground had the image of Shin Tunan appear in his mind, as if a person had been constructed directly, so lifelike. For my lord, I must kill this man. The pair of black wings behind him spread out at this moment, and his body was filled with a lot of death energy, as if he was a ghost from hell. His aura was not at the innate realm, had reached the level of an elemental master. Go! Contact the people from the Myriad Races sect. They will help you find this person. The six-winged beast god slowly closed his eyes and seemed to fall into sleep again. That person was considered a genius among the human race, and he was able to make him suffer a small loss, but that was all. How can a mere Xiantian realm cause any trouble in front of him? He can crush the Xiantian realm by sending one of his men at random. As one of the strongest among all races and under the gods, he has a large number of followers, all of whom are his subordinates who can be used by him. You don't even need to take revenge yourself. In the practice room, Shin Tunin has already smelted 2 4th-level ferocious beast crystals, and his realm has reached the 9th level of Grandmaster. Now they are smelting the last blood-red crystal, which is left after killing the beast god's clone. The energy contained in this blood-red crystal is smelted in the furnace of heaven and earth and quickly fed back into the physical body. Shin Tunin felt the feedback energy, as if it was going to burst every one of his meridians. The terrifying energy swept through his body, making him feel as if his whole body was about to be torn apart. Shin Tunin practiced his martial arts, the master's true energy in his body boiled, countless frosts appeared on his body surface, and the power of elements surged. Time passed quickly, and Shin Tunin didn't know how much time had passed. He only knew that he was constantly refining the terrifying energy that was fed back into his body. Finally, the pain began to weaken and the energy in the body was about to be digested. Buzz! At this moment, Shin Tunin felt as if something was breaking out of its cocoon and sprouting inside his body, and terrifying energy was released from his body. All of the Grandmaster's chi began to transform rapidly into elemental power. This is a sign of entering the innate realm. Boom! It was as if a volcano was erupting inside Shin Tunin's body, and all the ice that had condensed around him was melting at an astonishing speed. The master's true energy in his body was transformed into another kind of elemental power. The crimson light illuminated the entire training room, and the dazzling flames seemed to melt everything. The power of elements, blazing fire. When the master's true energy was completely transformed into a blazing fire, Shin Tunin entered the innate realm. His combat power has reached a terrifying 40 million, with a 10-fold increase, making him not afraid of the elemental lord. Shin Tunin's eyes showed a shocked expression, and it was obvious that he was also extremely surprised. With the help of the ferocious beast crystal, he really entered the innate realm. After entering this realm, Shin Tunin felt that his whole body had been tempered and changed, and his meridians and body seemed to have been baptized. The density of the body is even tighter, and the elemental power in the body is like a big river, inexhaustible. A red flame appeared in Shin Tunin's left hand, and dark blue ice appeared in his right hand. These two elemental forces originally repelled each other. But in his body, it was perfectly mastered. Fire and ice appeared at the same time, turning the entire training room into a world of ice and fire. The wall made of special materials was melting on one side and cracks appeared on the other side. When Shin Tunin saw this scene, he quickly restrained his elemental power. The other party was kind enough to lend him the practice room, but it would be bad if he broke it. When he walked out of the training room, he found the city lord waiting outside. When I asked, I found out that 3 days had passed. Shin Tunin quickly took out his cell phone and checked it, only to find that it was out of battery. He borrowed a charger and charged it for a while. Then I found that there were many missed calls on my phone. It was his family calling. He had been gone for so long and such a big thing had happened, so they must be worried about his safety. Shin Tunin called back and told his parents that he was fine and safe. Then, I prepared to go straight home. Let's go. I saw a red flame on his body and he said goodbye to the city lord. Then it turned into a crimson light, streaking across the sky and rushing back home. City Lord Luo, he was completely bewildered, his eyes wide open. Didn't this lord awaken the power of ice? How did it suddenly turn into fire? He muttered to himself, then suddenly woke up with a shocked expression in his eyes. The power of dual elements, a 1 in a million genius. It is incredible that such a genius came from Los Angeles. When Shin Tunin returned home, he found that his family was waiting for him at home. Brother, are you okay? Shen Mengyao asked with concern. Shin Tunin smiled and said, What's wrong with your brother? I am the strongest man in Luocheng. Shen Mengyao stared at her brother's face, looked at it carefully for a while, and screamed, Brother, did you have plastic surgery? Shin Zikong also looked at his brother in surprise.
Although my brother looked younger some time ago, his appearance hasn't changed that much. My brother is so handsome now, he looks like a perfect masterpiece of God. Mr. and Mrs. Shen were not surprised at all. After all, their son was going to be the mayor of Shanha City. It is normal for appearance to change drastically. After all, when martial arts reach a certain level, there are many people whose appearance will change drastically.
Chapter 93 Exposed, I want to become stronger.
Elder brother. Shen Mengyao suddenly held Shen Tunan's hand, her eyes flashing, as if she was sensing something. But she soon found herself disappointed. She couldn't sense the energy and blood in her brother's body.
Mengyao, why are you holding my hand so tightly? Shen Tunan asked puzzledly.
Shen Mengyao let go of her hand and smiled, nothing, I just wanted to see if my brother had been possessed by some old monster.
What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Tunan was a little amused.
I became more handsome, but my sister still doubted me, which gave me a headache.
Stop joking. If everything is fine, I'll go back to my room first.
Shen Mengyao suddenly became serious again.
Shen Tunan nodded slightly.
Then he watched his sister disappear from sight. Shen Mengyao closed the door, an expression of disbelief on her face, and whispered, there are only two reasons why I can't feel any energy or blood.
One reason is that my brother isn't even a martial arts apprentice. Another reason is that my brother's strength far exceeds mine. I'd rather believe it's the latter.
It seems that after being reborn, my brother's strength has undergone a drastic change. Originally, Shen Mengyao suspected that the master who occasionally burst out with terrifying power just lived in their community and was not someone she knew. But now she can be sure that the Grandmaster is definitely her brother. But for some reason, he didn't tell her, and his brother seemed completely unaware of it. As for whether her parents knew about it, Shen Mengyao had no idea.
The person who saved me at school must be my brother.
Shen Mengyao connected all the clues together, and saw a familiar figure, saving the person and leaving. Since my brother is a Grandmaster, if she doesn't want to tell me, then there's no need for me to ask.
I'll just pretend I don't know.
Shen Mengyao was lying on the bed, and suddenly felt a moment of relaxation. With the protection of a master brother, at least during the period when she has not grown up, there is no need to worry too much.
No. I can't let my guard down yet.
There's going to be a great opportunity in Shanha City soon, and I can't miss it.
Now I have to become stronger to have a chance to compete there. Shen Mengyao thought about the great opportunity that appeared in Shanha City before she was reborn, which caused a huge stir.
In her previous life, she had no strength to fight for it, but now that she has been reborn, she must fight for it once. Shen Mengyao looked down at the jade bracelet on her hand. With something like this given to her by her brother, no one except the Grandmaster could kill her with a single blow. If she didn't have this thing, she would definitely not dare to fight for it. Now that she has this thing to save her life, the chances of fighting for it will be much greater. As she was thinking, Shen Mengyao felt sleepy.
She yawned and wanted to have a good sleep first. I'll think about other headaches tomorrow. At the same time,
my younger brother Shen Zikong also returned to the room.
The new person in his watch appeared and asked, "What do you want to ask me?" He noticed the change in Shen Zikong's facial expression.
He found that Shen Zikong had just been chatting with Shen Tunan, and had been staring at his brother's face, looking thoughtful. He knew that when he returned to the room, Shen Zikong would definitely ask him something.
My brother's identity is not simple, Master, you have noticed it a long time ago? Shen Zikong asked with narrowed eyes.
The freshman smiled helplessly, it seems that I can't hide it from you anymore.
Who told you that kid to change so much? Anyone can see the problem.
The boy he was talking about was naturally Shen Tunan.
Is my brother a master? Shen Zikong blinked his eyes.
He had many doubts in his heart, but he still had to ask one by one. The freshman nodded slightly without any hesitation.
He really is a master.
He saved my sister at school.
Did you also discover it at that time and deliberately hide it from me? Shen Zikong's eyes were bright.
There is only one other reason why Shen Tunan has changed so much, apart from plastic surgery. My brother has become super powerful, much stronger than I am now. Seeing that he could no longer hide the truth, the freshman said, your brother might be doing this for your own good.
It's not like he's ever lacked resources for your cultivation.
But I guess your brother wasn't a Grandmaster before, but he luckily reached the Grandmaster level before giving you the potion. After Shen Zikong got the confirmation, he was a little shocked, and at the same time, he glanced outside the door.
He really wanted to rush out and ask his brother why he had been hiding it from him?
But when I think about it carefully, I feel that this is totally unnecessary. Although my brother concealed this matter, it is indeed not a big deal.
If I had known earlier that my brother was a master, would I still have the motivation to keep getting stronger and want to change my destiny?
The answer in his heart was yes. Because he wanted to be a truly strong man, instead of relying on his brother and taking advantage of his brother's power.
Brother, I will become a master in the future.
Shin Zikong felt that his brother and he were real brothers, and since he also had a new master, he felt that it should not be difficult for him to enter the Grandmaster realm.
Master, I want to become stronger. Shin Zikong's eyes were firm.
The freshman smiled.
He just wanted Shin Zikong to have this kind of motivation. That would be good. Very good. Tomorrow I will take you to a very far place. There are many training resources there, and there are also some things that can make you stronger quickly. But I have to tell you one thing. It's very dangerous there.
You must not be soft-hearted. If you encounter an opponent, kill him if you can, and don't leave any trouble behind. Xingqing stroked his beard and gave a solemn warning.
I understand. Shin Zikong nodded slightly.
The other side.
On the sofa in the living room. Shin Tunin hasn't started to explain what he was doing, so why did he come back just now?
Mother Shin said gently, there is no need to talk about some things, just come home safely. I know that with great strength comes great responsibility.
With your strength, you must be dealing with the enemy.
They must be members of the evil cult that appeared in Los Angeles. Shin Tunin saw that his mother had guessed it, and said with a smile, it seems that I don't need to explain further. Father Shin said, son, although you are strong, if you can't win, remember to run away, don't fight hard.
Shin Tunin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
If there was someone in Luochang that he couldn't defeat, then he would be completely finished.
The entire Luochang would be destroyed. If I run away, countless people will die.
However, Shin Tunin did not refute his father's words, but just nodded perfunctorily. Oh, there's one more important thing. I'm leaving again tomorrow for Shanha City. Originally, I wanted to take you over there and enjoy your life, but then I thought about it again and decided to wait until I've established myself there before doing so.
Although Shin Tunin has never been a mayor, he will definitely encounter some obstacles if he parachutes in.
Maybe there are still some people who want to deal with him, so it is not a wise move to take his family there directly.
Okay, you decide on this matter, we will listen to you. Shin's mother had no objection. My son has grown up and his opinion is very important. Mr. Shin listens to Mrs. Shin.
Chapter 94, Twin Dragons Open the Sky, Wonderful Scene. Shin Tunin returned to the room and circulated the two elements in his body to temper his body.
After a moment, Shin Tunin let out a breath. After breaking through the innate realm, Shin Tunin felt an unprecedented sense of security.
The fifth level of Bing Ti Gong, coupled with his own special talent, allows him to perfectly utilize the power of the two elemental forces. But Shin Tunin felt that this was not enough, he wanted to awaken more elemental power.
It would be best to control all elemental forces, so that your potential will be unimaginable. But you can't be impatient about this, you have to take it slow.
My martial arts skills have become my weakness now. I can't use the cloud-piercing sword technique to increase its power tenfold. I need to buy a higher-level martial art.
But I don't have enough money right now.
However, as long as I become the Lord of Shanha City, I can choose a 5th-level martial art for free, and there are other generous rewards.
I still have to hurry to Shanha City. This matter can't be delayed. Shin Tunin took off his clothes and lay on the bed, wanting to have a nap before going to Shanha City tomorrow. However, Shin Tunin tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep. An idea kept popping up in his mind.
I want to create the second move of Taishian sword technique. After all, the first move is only a 4th-level martial art, which is not good enough, and the trump card move is a bit weak. Although the panel still said 10-fold increase, Shin Tunin suspected that the additional 2-fold increase was gone. This is because my realm has become more powerful, and I can achieve a maximum increase of 10 times, which is probably the limit. Thinking of this, Shin Tunin opened the window and felt the cool breeze. Looking up at the sky, the moon was covered by dark clouds, without a trace of light. None of the stars in the sky were visible. Shin Tunin suddenly felt something in his heart, and turned into a red flame and shot out, quickly leaving home and flying in a farther direction. Shin Tunin didn't know how long he had been flying. He only saw a mountain in front of him and landed on the mountain. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and the Shura sword appeared, which he held tightly in his palm.
At this moment, Shen Tunen closed his eyes and recalled all the martial arts he had practiced, and found that these martial arts all led to the same goal. If one carefully analyzes the 9 shadow sword technique, the phantom sword technique and the cloud-piercing sword technique, from his current perspective, he feels that it would be very simple to practice them even without the furnace of heaven and earth. Every cell in his brain began to work rapidly. If he wanted to create a second move, he would probably have to integrate the martial arts he had learned before, and perhaps he would be able to create it. He was enjoying the cool breeze on the top of the mountain, thinking for a long time, but he still didn't swing his sword, which meant that he had not yet comprehended the second move of Taishan sword technique. Because he always felt like something was missing. He could now wield the sword style he had created, but it could only achieve the same power as the dragon roar style, which was not what he wanted. What is missing? Shen Tunen frowned in thought, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He felt something in his heart, and the elemental power in his body surged into his Shura sword. What's Shen Tunen, the man who created this unique and beautiful scene, has returned home. He looked at the panel inside his body at this moment and had an urge to laugh. Martial arts, Taishan sword technique second style, twin dragons open the sky. It doesn't show the level of the martial arts skill above, which means that the move he created is far beyond the 5th level martial arts skill, and can be used as his strongest trump card. With a stronger trump card, Shen Tunen fell asleep peacefully and slept soundly that night. When I woke up the next day, I saw my younger brother and sister. They were both wearing casual clothes and not school uniforms. It seemed that they had no intention of going to school. Elder brother. Both of them greeted Shen Tunen. Are you guys going out to play today? Shen Tunen asked casually, then touched the protective jade bracelets on their hands and quietly injected some elemental power. Of course, Shen Mengyao and the others can't detect it now, because the gap between their realms is too big. Well, I made an appointment with some of my besties to go out and play for a few days, and I won't be back these days. Shen Mengyao did not say her true thoughts, but lied. Shen Zikong also lied. My sister and I have made plans with some friends to go on a trip, so we won't be back for the next few days. Shen Tunen saw through their lies at a glance, but did not expose them. Anyway, with the protective jade bracelet and the elemental power he quietly injected, he would be able to sense it immediately if anything happened to his younger brothers and sisters. Have you told your parents? Shen Tunen asked. Yes. Shen Mengyao answered quickly. Shen Zikong also stated that he had told his parents in advance and they agreed. Have fun, then. Shen Tunen went to wash up, as he would be away from home for a long time. Chapter 95, Flying to the Mountains and Rivers, The 5 Great Families. Los Angeles, Thunder Martial Arts School. A handsome man strode onto a helicopter, while Pavilion Master Long and his companions below saluted and watched him leave. This person is Shen Tunen. After solving the troubles in Luochang, he can finally go to Shanha City and take up that position. However, if he went there now, he wouldn't need to investigate at all, because just a while ago, the other party called him and said that they hoped he would take over as soon as possible. Sitting in the helicopter, Shen Tunen watched the sky below getting smaller and smaller, and watched the clouds moving around him. He felt very calm inside. He has strong enough strength, so even if someone in Shanha City disobeys him, he can only suppress them. At the same time, Shanha City. In a tall building. This is a high-rise building with more than 60 floors, and there is a conference room on the top floor. There are 5 people in the conference room. 2 middle-aged men, a beautiful woman, an old man and a child. It was a very odd combination, with all of them sitting in chairs and the atmosphere being serious. They seemed to be discussing something very important. Regarding the mayor of Shanha City stepping down and letting an outsider take over, are you willing to accept this? One of the children, who looked to be 10 years old, said that although he was young, no one dared to look down on him. Because he is not a child, he just practiced a certain technique to reverse his aging process. The more he practiced that technique, the younger he became, and eventually he would freeze at the age of 10. He is the head of the Situ family, one of the 5 major families, Situ Changkong. Of course we don't want to, but what can we do, the old man said. He is also from one of the 5 major families, Nanfeng family, Nanfeng Yin. How ridiculous. Nanfeng Yin, who was once known for his ruthlessness and cruelty, has become so timid. The beautiful and charming woman was laughing so hard that her body was shaking. She was wearing a black dress with a curvy figure that showed off her good figure. But no one present stole a glance at her. Those who can stand here are all people of the same level. The woman is Morong Baihua, the head of the Morong family, one of the 5 major families.
She is also known as a femme fatale and is a cruel and ruthless person. Morong Baihua, there's no need for you to use this matter to confront me.
How can you consider yourself a good person? When your husband wanted to divorce you, didn't you secretly cut off his head and hang it on the door of your Morong family, blaming outsiders? Don't think I don't know. Nan Fongyin snorted coldly and told the truth.
The other three family heads looked at Nan Fongyin helplessly. Although everyone knew about this matter, there was no need to say it directly.
Morong Baihua didn't get angry when she heard this. Instead, she slowly said, "So what if I did it? Who told him to be isolated from me and be with that little bitch? He deserves to die."
On the contrary, you, because you were afraid that your son would betray you, poisoned your son, who had the opportunity to enter the Xiantian realm.
You really have a cruel heart.
They say even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but I think you're even more vicious than a tiger, and even more disgusting. These words made the old man Nan Fongyin so angry that his beard trembled and he slammed the table.
Morong Baihua, if you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe that my Nanfeng family will go to war with you until you die?
This white-haired old man had a pair of eyes that looked like a beast that could devour people. He stared at Morong Baihua with a ferocious look. This was the thing he regretted most, and it also made him a laughingstock in the entire Shanha city. He could tolerate other things, but when it came to this matter, he showed no mercy to anyone who dared to mention it.
Ah, I'm so scared.
Morong Baihua had a sarcastic expression in her eyes. She is now in her prime. And the old man Nanfenjian is already in his old age. If a war really breaks out, who knows who will suffer?
Okay, both of you take a step back and stop arguing, Situ Changkong said. Nan Fongyin snorted coldly, his face gloomy, and said no more. Morong Baihua no longer provoked or mocked Situ Changkong and gave him some face. Now there's an outsider who wants to easily become the lord of Shanha City. I think we should give him a warning.
A burly middle-aged man stood up, with large muscles visible on his arms.
He was Feng Changtian, the head of the Feng family, one of the 5 major families.
The tall and thin man next to him is the head of the Yu family, Yu Zhangfei. If you want to be the head of a family, you must not only be ruthless but also have to be strong enough. The 5 people in front of him were all at the half-step innate level, with Grandmaster's true energy flowing through their bodies. Once they took action, they would be able to unleash terrifying power.
I agree.
Since this person wants to be the mayor without informing us, we cannot let him take over peacefully. A cold light flashed in Yu Zhongfei's eyes. Among the 5 major families, any one of them could be appointed as the mayor of Shanha City, and no one else would have any objection.
Although they compete secretly, it is just infighting. Once outsiders come, they will naturally unite to fight the enemy. I also think that we should give this Xiantian realm cultivator a warning.
Morong Baihua had a charming face, black stockings wrapped under her black skirt, and black high heels on her feet. The old man Nan Fongyin, in a rare instance, shared the same idea as Morong Baihua. I also think that this person who suddenly wants to pick peaches, no matter who he is, must not be allowed to have a comfortable life. The 5 family heads all had the same idea and they reached a consensus on their ideas.
In that case, each family should send out a grandmaster to properly welcome the new lord of Shanha City, Sita Changkong said with an expressionless and extremely indifferent face.
If they want to target Shintunan, they naturally cannot do it themselves, otherwise they will offend the other party to death. Once the other side gains a foothold, they will definitely target them madly.
So the best thing is to send a master from the family.
If something happens to me, I can say it is the master's personal behavior and has nothing to do with them, so I can get away with it. Of course, the main purpose was to try to find out what kind of background this new lord of Shanha City had that he dared to seize their position at this moment. You know, Sita Changkong was confident that he could enter the Xiantian realm within 3 years. He originally thought that this position was his and it was already secure.
Okay, I agree.
Morong Baihua was the first to raise her hand in agreement, and the other family heads also agreed to send out their masters.
Chapter 96 Taking Over, Showing Strength. The helicopter landed at the airport.
Shintunan walked down from upstairs, and the one who came out to greet him was a man with a lot of white hair, who looked to be in his 50s, with a weathered look in his eyes.
Shintunan, I finally waited for you. This person is very elegant.
Although he looks old, every move he makes gives off the feeling of a superior. There was no need to guess, Shintunan knew that the person in front of him must be the mayor of Shanha City.
I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm the mayor, Zhao Han. I was waiting for you and didn't leave even after I was transferred, Zhao Han muttered.
He seemed to not want to stay here for a moment. This made Shin Tunen speechless. It seemed that the position of the mayor of Shanha City was not a good position. You can tell from the fact that almost half of the hair of this person is white that he must be worried sick. I'm sorry, something happened in Los Angeles and I was delayed. Shin Tunen apologized.
Zhao Han explained, "Hey. I don't mean to blame you. Don't misunderstand me. I'm just eager to take on the position." Although he kept explaining, Shin Tunen realized that this must be a mess. It made even a powerful Xiantian realm expert eager to escape from this place. "Let's start the succession ceremony now," Zhao Han said urgently. Shin Tunen was helpless. Although he felt it was too fast, he was not a hesitant person, so he nodded and agreed. The two of them soon came to a high platform. The platform was full of people, probably hundreds of people, all wearing expensive clothes and with extraordinary temperament. These people should be the top leaders of the entire Shanha city. Mayor Zhao Han said to the crowd, "Today is the succession ceremony. From now on, Shin Tunen will be the new mayor. You must obey his words and not disobey him in secret." Shin Tunen looked at the mayor and was stunned by his words. This is different from the agreed discussion ceremony. Doesn't it still involve reciting a bunch of nonsense? So simple and straight to the point? This kind of succession ceremony confused Shin Tunen, and all he had learned before was in vain. "Brother Shen." Zhao Han handed the crystal badge belonging to the city lord in his hand to Shin Tunen. "I'll leave Shanha City to you in the future. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." He and the former city lord Zhao Han had been in for less than half an hour, and the city lord badge was in his hand. The other party left him and left, just like fleeing. Forehead. Shin Tunen seriously suspected that he had been cheated. "Mayor Shin, I'm Zhao Chang, the former secretary of City Lord Zhao. If you have anything to say in the future, you can just tell me directly." After Zhao Han left, a long-legged beauty came up. The woman was wearing a beige miniskirt and flesh-colored stockings, her hair was tied in a ponytail, she had a delicate face, and was estimated to be 1.75 meters tall, very tall. The woman's legs are very straight and pleasing to the eye. However, Shin Tunen did not judge a person by his appearance. Since he had been able to work under the former mayor for so long, he must not be a vase and must have some ability. Shin Tunen glanced at the audience again. None of the senior executives showed any surprise, as if they were all used to the personality of Mayor Zhao. Shin Tunen held the badge in his hand, knowing that with this badge he could log into the website and receive the reward from the city master. Of course there are rewards, but also responsibilities. After becoming the mayor, it is his responsibility to protect Shanha City. "Shin Tunen, I don't accept you being the mayor." A man stood out from the crowd. He was about 1.7 meters tall, neither too tall nor too short. He was wearing a smart black suit and exuded the aura of a master. This is the master of the human race, who was once a superior being to Shin Tunen. "Why are you not convinced?" Shin Tunen asked. As soon as Zhao Han left, this man appeared, obviously here to suppress him. "I don't agree either. You have no qualifications, so why should you be the mayor? We won't approve of anyone who takes the back door." Voices of opposition were heard from the crowd one after another, and a total of 5 masters stood up, their faces full of dissatisfaction. The 5 family heads sitting in the first row watched the scene coldly. They wanted to see how the mayor would deal with the matter at hand. They are from the 5 major families. It seems that this new mayor is in trouble. At a succession ceremony like this, with so many reporters and cameras broadcasting live, even if the mayor is incredibly powerful, he'll probably have to endure it. The 5 major families picked a good time. This city lord looks quite young. I'm afraid they don't know how to deal with him. The senior officials of Shanha City below were all whispering and preparing to laugh at Shin Tunen's tricks. Who told him to offend the 5 major families? Who told him to want to sit in this position parachuted in? This is the price. Mayor Shin, don't answer their questions directly. You can just avoid them. Secretary Zhao Qing reminded. Shin Tunen gave his secretary a speechless look. This was the strategy she came up with. It was too cowardly. Even though you have such powerful strength, you still have to endure the bullying of these masters here? Shin Tunen stood still and said to the people below, "I have always respected the strong and only listened to the opinions of the strong. If you think you are strong enough, come and challenge me. If you win, I'll let you be the mayor. What do you think?" Shin Tunin took the mayor's badge and flashed it downwards.
But no one came up to the stage, and everyone in the audience fell silent. Shin Tunin shook his head in disappointment. If you don't have the courage, don't give me any suggestions.
She turned around and prepared to leave. Swish!
But at this moment, there were bursts of breaking sounds in the air, and the 5 masters all came to the stage.
Then we will come to learn from the mayor's brilliant ideas. I hope you can teach us.
One of the masters had a sarcastic smile on his face. Behind him stood the Situ family, who were here to discuss Shin Tunin, humiliate him, and give him a big warning. Anyway, if he can't win the fight with the opponent, he can just go back easily.
He is not afraid at all. Wasn't he the same with the previous Xiaohan?
Although he was the mayor, he was still controlled by the 5 major families like a puppet. The real power is in the hands of these 5 major families, so it is extremely difficult for Zhao Han to get anything done. Anyway, they are just pretending to obey but actually disobeying, and they don't take it seriously at all. Zhao Han is a strong man from outside who is here to guard the place, but he is not very good at management.
Would you like to teach me?
Shin Tunin sensed the other party's intention, and a light flashed in his hand, and the Shura sword was in his hand.
Then I will teach you well. As soon as the words fell, a dark golden sword light slashed out quickly.
The master of the Situ family had his hair standing on end at this moment.
Are you serious?
He was so frightened that he almost jumped up, and quickly circulated his master's true energy to resist.
Tear.
However, his master's true energy was as fragile as thin paper under Shin Tunin's sword energy and was torn apart immediately. The sword's power remained undiminished as it slashed through the Grandmaster's body, leaving a streak of blood on his neck.
Sorry, I lost my strength.
Although Shin Tunin apologized, it was obvious that he was not sincere at all. The master of the Situ family fell into a pool of blood with a bang and died on the spot. Shin Tunin watched this scene calmly. As the mayor, he would encounter various obstacles. Since this was the case, he would use the most violent and thunderous means to suppress everything.
After all, if you are too kind, you will be bullied.
The scene was completely silent, and the heads of the 5 major families had expressions of disbelief in their eyes. The new mayor doesn't play by the rules at all.
Chapter 97 Thunderous means domineering.
A master died in public when the old and new city masters took over.
This was like the sky falling.
The scene was silent, like the prelude to a storm.
Master Shin, why did you kill people in public, killing my human race's grandmaster? The woman stood up and questioned.
She was beautiful and charming, and her voice was as sweet as a lark.
She is the head of the Morong family, Morong Baihua.
The other 4 family heads also stood up without hesitation at this moment. Mayor Shin, if you don't give us an explanation for this matter, you can forget about succeeding the mayor today. Situ Changkong's face was as cold as ice, emitting endless chill, and he was obviously ready to overturn the table. A master-level figure is also the backbone of the 5 major families and must not be sacrificed in vain.
Although I'm old, Lord Shin, you've gone too far.
My human grandmaster didn't die on the front lines fighting against the ferocious beasts, but died at the hands of his own people.
How tragic is that?
Leaning on a cane, Nanfo Min, the head of the Nanfong family, looked very sad, as if he had suffered a great injustice. You are unworthy of your position and you plotted to murder the Grandmaster in public.
How can you be the lord of Shanha City? Apologize publicly and get out of Nanfong City. You are not welcome here.
The remaining 2 family heads were hot-tempered and made such remarks. The 4 masters on the stage were so frightened that they kept looking down at the audience. They felt that Shin Tunin in front of them was too dangerous. If they stayed here any longer, they couldn't be sure they could leave alive. Shin Tunin listened to the criticisms from the 5 family heads. Although he didn't know the identities of these people, he could guess. These people should be the biggest obstacle to his becoming the mayor. If a stone is thrown among a pack of dogs, the first dog that is hit will definitely bark. In his eyes, the 5 people who stood out were like dogs that were hit.
You 2 dare to come up here?
He pointed at the 2 family heads who scolded him the most. Although they were very loud in words, they stopped talking when they heard Shin Tunin calling them up.
Both of them looked very unhappy, and even took a step back, obviously not daring to go up.
Shin Tunin sneered, "You 2 don't even dare to come up here, and you are still talking nonsense down there. It's really ridiculous. Whether I am worthy of being the lord of Shanha City is not something you can decide.
You are not qualified."
Beams of light flashed in his pupils. Even the masters did not dare to look him in the eye. they all lowered their heads, fearing that they would be stared at by him. "If you don't dare to come on stage, then stop giving me orders, or I will execute you on the spot." Shin Tunen's majestic voice spread in all directions. His thunderous methods, although violent, were also the most effective. All the high-ranking officials of Shanha City below were silent and dared not say a word. Because they sensed that if they continued talking, Shin Tunen would really continue killing people. The other party is the Lord of Shanha City, an extremely domineering person, completely different from the previous Lord of Shanha City. "Are there any of you who are still dissatisfied?" Shin Tunen glanced at the 5 family heads, and a hint of murderous intent flashed across his face. If they really didn't know what was good for them, he would have no choice but to kill them. At worst, Shanha City would have to be reshuffled. He could also see that these 5 people should be the highest authorities in the entire Shanha City. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it as you've given in. If you're convinced, then go away." Shin Tunen turned and left, leaving everyone with his back. The person who was broadcasting live with a camera had already turned off the live broadcast, and the reporters did not dare to take random photos. "The man in front of me has a strong murderous intention. If he catches me, it will be fatal. Although news is important, your life is more important." They didn't even dare to send out what happened today without Shin Tuanan telling them. Even if it was sent out, they felt that Shin Tuanan would not be afraid, otherwise he would not dare to kill so blatantly. Everyone watched Shin Tunan's back disappear and gradually disappear from their sight. Only then did they dare to discuss in a low voice. "This Shanha City Lord is a bit overbearing. I thought the people from the 5 major families were already overbearing enough, but compared to this guy, they are nothing. The sky in Shanha City is about to change." When everyone said these words, they looked at the 5 family heads from time to time. These 5 should be the ones who are feeling the most uncomfortable right now. Snort! The leader Sitachankong waved his sleeves and left, and the others followed him and left the place. The fact that they did not stop Shin Tunen just now meant that they had already surrendered on the surface. This also means they are afraid. No matter who comes, everyone will be afraid. No one wants to offend a killer. No one wants to give up their life in vain. At the same time, Zhao Cheng quickly caught up with Shin Tunen. She felt that the new mayor in front of her was better than the previous one. The previous person told her to be patient, and that some things would pass if she endured them. But the person in front of me is completely unbearable. He does everything as he pleases and has no fear at all. This kind of person is the wise leader he wants to follow. Where is my office?" Shin Tunen suddenly stopped and turned around to ask. "Ha!" Zhao Cheng was startled at first, then quickly said, "Come with me, I'll take you there." The other side. In the conference room, the 5 family heads gathered again, but all 5 of them looked unhappy. Shin Tunen had just slapped the faces of their 5 major families in front of everyone, and they knew that the new mayor was definitely not someone easy to get along with, and there would be more conflicts in the future. "What should we do? Are we just going to endure this?" The first one to lose her temper was Morong Baihua, who looked the youngest. So she couldn't stand this kind of anger and slammed her palm on the conference table. "Of course not." Before the other family heads could speak, the 6th voice was heard. "Who?" Sitachankong glanced at one place and sensed the fluctuation of true energy, indicating that a master was there. "I saw a black hole slowly forming, and a woman in a black dress walked out of the black hole. She was extremely beautiful, but her pupils were as black as ink, giving people a weird feeling. Beside her, there were 2 women in black, but these 2 women were not human. They exuded the aura of ferocious beasts. The woman on the left is even sticking out her tongue, which is a snake's tongue. The woman on the right has a poisonous scorpion tail behind her. Obviously one was a snake and the other a scorpion, 2 terrifying transformed beasts. You know, in order to transform, most ferocious beasts must have the strength of the innate realm, that is, a level 5 ferocious beast. If 2 ferocious beasts in the innate realm were to cause trouble here, the 5 family heads would not be sure whether they could escape. Their expressions gradually became solemn, and their eyes were full of fear. "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions, otherwise you wouldn't be able to stand here in peace." The woman in the black dress was Lu Meng. She went to Xingzhou and then quickly returned with several of her men. When he learned that Shin Tunen was going to take over as the mayor of Shanha City, he wanted to rush over and cause trouble. Who knew the succession ceremony would be so quick, so it didn't work out. However, when he knew that Sitachankong and the others had fallen out with Shin Tunen, he contacted these people as soon as possible.
After all, these people are just pawns, so it would be a waste if they were not used. Chapter 98 Cooperation, Rewards. What exactly do you want to do by coming to us? Situ Changkong couldn't help but ask.
As soon as he saw Lu Meng, he knew that she must be the daughter of a big shot from the 10,000 races, otherwise they would not have sent two Xiantian realm masters to follow her closely.
This person's identity is definitely not simple.
If you can avoid offending him, then do so. After all, it is always better to have one more friend than one more enemy.
Of course I'm here to help you. Don't you hate Shin Tunin very much?
I can help you kill this guy. Lu Meng did not hide her purpose.
She hated Shin Tunin more than anyone else.
This man must die and no one could save him.
Shin Tunin must return all the humiliation she suffered. Otherwise, why should she fall into darkness and suffer? However, Shin Tunin enjoyed the awe and admiration of the crowd in the light.
The Lord of Shanha City is as great as a mountain, and we all admire him.
We have no hatred against him.
Situ Changkong said a set of words. He couldn't be sure whether Lu Meng was sent by the higher-ups to test him, so he didn't want to tell the truth. After all, if you haven't confirmed the other party's identity, you could get into trouble if you tell the truth. Being able to sit in his position for so long, he is certainly not a fool.
It seems you are worried about me.
Lu Meng said with a smile, but she also understood these people. She had anticipated the other party's idea and had found a way to deal with it.
Shin Tunin, she is my ex-boyfriend and she humiliated me.
If you don't believe me, you can send someone to Luocheng to ask around and you'll find out. He's the reason I'm in this state now, so I want to defeat him, even kill him. My goal is the same as yours, so we can each get what we want. Lu Meng looks extremely sincere, making it easy for people to trust him.
But Situ Changkong is an old fox after all.
Even if what the other party says is touching, he will not believe it easily.
If you're not in a hurry, you can wait for half a day.
Situ Changkong had already sent people to investigate Shin Tuanan's information, and would also investigate the identities of people related to him. By then, he would know whether the person in front of him was truly willing to cooperate. Lu Meng was not in a hurry and waited here for about half a day.
Shin Tunan's information was quickly transferred to Situ Changkong's computer through files.
He turned on the computer and there was a projection on the screen.
It contained Shin Tunan's life experience. For example, what school he attended as a child, his ex-girlfriend, etc. There are detailed introductions on it. There are even photos of Lu Meng, and everything matches. It seems that person really hates Shin Tunan more than we do. After Situ Changkong confirmed the identity, he had already made up his mind.
When facing people with the same goals, cooperation is the best option.
They will work tirelessly for a common goal and use any means necessary to achieve it. Master Situ, it seems you have already made up your mind.
Lu Meng was waiting not far from the conference room. When she saw Situ Changkong walking towards her, she knew that her plan was halfway accomplished.
Yes, I'm willing to cooperate with you. This cooperation is just for once. After we kill Shin Tunan, we won't have any more contact. I hope you know this. Situ Changkong naturally would not leave any handle for himself.
He did not want his position as the Lord of Shanha City to be tainted in the future.
Of course. Lu Meng sneered.
She had never thought about long-term cooperation.
She just wanted to get rid of Shin Tunan.
Since we are cooperating, we naturally need some sincerity, and my sincerity is the two Xiantian realm masters behind me.
I will let them take action against Shin Tunan. I wonder who you can send. Lu Meng's pupils move like flowing black ink. Our 5 major families are usually closely connected.
If I take action, I will also persuade the people of other families to take action as well. However, now is not the time.
I have an important matter to attend to. Once I'm done with this, I'll devise a plan to get rid of Shin Tunan. Situ Changkong did not hide anything at this moment and expressed his thoughts.
Although he also wanted to kill Shin Tunan, this was a critical period and a secret treasure was about to be revealed. There is a treasure in the secret treasure that can help him break through the innate realm. If he can get it, he may be able to enter the innate realm earlier. Moreover, the fewer people who know about this, the better.
Then I'll wait for your good news. Remember to contact me then.
The Dark Saint Lu Meng left a mobile phone number and then left with the 2 level 5 monsters beside her.
Shin Tunan, I don't believe you can turn the tide this time. Just wait for your death.
Lu Meng sneered in her heart. She found that Shin Tunan had become a demon in her heart, and she had to kill him.
At the same time, in the main office of Shanha City, Shin Tunan logged in with the city lord's identity token and collected all the rewards that belonged to him. Shin Tunan chose a 5th level martial art, instant kill sword technique, which focuses on killing with one strike and never giving the opponent a chance to make a second move. If you allow your opponent to use a second move, it only means that your martial arts skills are not good enough. In addition to choosing martial arts, Shin Tunan discovered that he could also choose a body movement technique. He suddenly felt that some of the content on the internet was unreliable and that people were just talking nonsense if they didn't understand. Some things can only be understood through personal experience. Shin Tunan finally chose the 5th level movement skill, Xingyun Step. The mystery of this body technique lies in the fact that it can move in the air and greatly reduce energy consumption. When it is pushed to the limit, the speed can be increased 10 times. You have to know that my speed is already incredible, and with the Xingyun Step, it is like adding wings to a tiger. In addition to these, Shin Tunan discovered that he could also get a level 5 ally weapon for free. Such benefits are simply amazing. His original level 4 Shura sword could be retired first, so Shin Tunan directly chose a level 5 Shura sword. Although they have the same name and look similar, their hardness is at least 10 times different. The level 5 Shura sword can burst out with all its might before he steps into the elemental lord, and it will not break no matter what, and can withstand it. These 3 rewards are the best. Shin Tuanan also accepted the other rewards and put them all into the Lion King ring. Next, it is time to refine all the martial arts and body movements to make oneself even stronger. Chapter 99 Promotion, Contradiction. In the office, Shin Tunan refined the instant kill sword technique and then fed it into his mind. The next moment, his eyes opened, as bright as a lamp in the dark night, like 2 beams of light that could penetrate the darkness. What a terrifying level 5 martial arts! There was shock and disbelief in Shin Tunan's eyes. Because this sword technique is so powerful. Every time you face an enemy, you must give it your all. No matter how powerful the enemy is, you must kill him instantly with one blow, otherwise don't draw your sword. The warrior who created this sword technique must have experienced endless despair and had fearless courage, which is why he was able to create such an amazing sword technique. The sword technique has been practiced to perfection, and every move and every style is a killing move, without any unnecessary movements. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the instant kill sword in 10-20%. Such a reminder suddenly popped up in Shin Tunan's mind. He gripped the Shura sword in his hand, feeling that he could even kill the elemental lord. A feeling of fearlessness also emerged in my heart. This is another talent, the effect is activated. Shin Tunan let out a light breath and looked out the window. A dark golden light instantly flew out, and the birds passing by the window were still flapping their wings and flying. He didn't know he had been stabbed. The next moment, Fei Niao suddenly felt that his vitality was fading, but it was too late and he fell from the sky. Even a strong man in the innate realm might not be able to catch the attack trajectory of such a sword light. Shin Tunan put away the Shura sword and began to refine the Xingyun Step. A huge furnace appeared in my mind, which seemed to have a high temperature that could burn everything, and began to absorb all the words. It didn't take long for the feedback to quickly reach Shin Tunan's mind. The Xingyun Step is complete. At the perfect moment, Shin Tunan tapped his toes lightly, and his figure disappeared from the spot and reached the roof. Secretary Zhao Qing, who had just brought in a cup of coffee, saw the scene and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She didn't know when the window was opened, she could only see the wind blowing outside the window and the curtains fluttering. Where are the people? Zhao Qing saw Shin Tunan sitting on the chair just a second ago, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. His speed was faster than that of a ghost. At this moment, Shin Tunan was on the rooftop, enjoying the cool breeze and feeling every cell in his body becoming active. Especially the cells in the legs, which were extremely active at the moment of the explosion just now. Just now, red flames emerged from his left leg and deep blue ice emerged from his right leg. The 2 elemental forces also erupted at full force at that moment. That's why it can create speeds like teleportation. If such speed were used in actual combat, the enemy would not even be able to touch him and would be toyed with. Even if you encounter an enemy stronger than you, you can easily escape. The Xingyun Step makes my speed absolutely the fastest among those in the Xiantian realm. Even if it is an elemental lord, if he has not practiced the body technique, I am afraid his speed will not be as fast as mine. Shin Tunan is very confident in the speed of Xingyun Step. With new killing moves and body techniques, his strength has become even stronger. Swish! Shin Tunan disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he had returned to the office.
The coffee in the office was still hot and steaming, having just been served.
Ah!
Secretary Zhao Cheng screamed in fright and fell to the ground with her heart beating rapidly. That's because she was scared. Such unpredictable speed, sudden appearance and sudden disappearance, was really scary.
Excuse me.
Shin Tunin reached out, grabbed the secretary's hand, and asked her to pull her up. Then he sat back in his seat, looked at the hot coffee and took a sip slowly. Zhao Qin looked at Shin Tunin, who looked so calm and composed. She suddenly understood why the new mayor dared to offend the 5 major families without mercy and left herself no way out. With such strength at such a young age, there is no need for him to flatter those families. He can make the people of those families surrender through more domineering means.
She even looked forward to the mayor making drastic reforms. At the same time, Shanha City, Airport. As a plane landed, a woman wearing brightly colored sun protection clothing walked down from the plane.
The woman had a great figure, wore a pair of black sunglasses, and had skin as white as jade. When she walked out of the airport, she took off her sunglasses, revealing a pretty little face.
It was Shin Tunin's sister, Shin Mengyao.
With a smile on her face, she left the airport and disappeared into the crowd. Shortly after he left, a young man came out.
It was Shin Zikong. He followed his master's orders and came here to look for opportunities.
His master Xinqing told him that a large number of treasures were about to be revealed in Shanha City and they had to fight for them. Once he succeeds in the fight, his strength will change dramatically with the help of those treasures. So, Shin Zikong came and wanted to take a gamble. No matter how difficult and arduous the process of fighting for the treasure is this time, he must hold it in his hands.
Otherwise, how could he become a master like his brother?
He wanted to shorten the process. The two walked out of the airport one after the other and missed each other perfectly. The other side. Shin Tunin was looking through some documents, but the more he read, the more speechless he became. The documents asked him to deal with some trivial matters, such as a real estate beating incident and an incident of a woman crying in the middle of the night. These documents should not have been passed to him. The police station can handle it.
Who put these documents here? Shin Tunin asked the secretary beside him.
The secretary explained, they are from the 5 major families.
They control the real power in Shanha City. So you're using these documents to fool me?
Shin Tunin's face turned serious, with a hint of murderous intent. No wonder the former mayor ran away so quickly, it turned out that he was sidelined.
He is so good-tempered that he doesn't hold the 5 major families accountable.
If we don't do this, the people from the 5 major families will not cooperate in managing Shanha City, and may even incite people to cause trouble and disrupt the city's security. Secretary Zhao Qing explained helplessly.
At the beginning, City Lord Zhao wanted to suppress them, but they ended up causing chaos throughout Shanha City, turning it into an utter mess.
It was ultimately through the negotiated terms and decentralization that Shanha City was able to maintain stability for so long. After hearing this, Shin Tunin's eyes became even colder. What a great 5 major families. They are not very powerful, but they use these conspiracies to gain power. The key is that he forced the previous mayor of Shanha City into a corner, but he would not be as merciful as that person. If anyone dares to disturb public order, he won't need any reason and will directly attack the 5 major families and massacre them. The previous mayor of Shanha City might not have been unable to do it, but he was probably afraid of affecting his own future, so he kept enduring. But if you keep enduring, it will only make the other party become more aggressive. Shin Tunin tapped the table lightly with his hand, having already made up his mind. If the 5 major families dare not give up power, they will be treated as puppets.
Then Shin Tunin would let these people know what despair is.
Moreover, as the mayor of Shanha City, conflicts between him and the 5 major families are inevitable, and sooner or later, they will have to face off.
Chapter 100, Chasing, Embarrassing. Shanha City. In a quiet valley.
It is surrounded by towering mountains. A stream can be seen winding through the valley. And beside the stream, a woman appeared, breaking the silence. She was holding a lacquered red box in her hands, but her hair was disheveled and she looked extremely embarrassed.
"Chase her, don't let her go."
A deep male voice came from behind the woman, with anger in the voice. The woman was Shin Mengyao. Just now in the secret hiding place, she grabbed a box at random and ran away, but the people behind her were chasing her relentlessly. This left Shin Mengyao speechless, and she couldn't help but mutter, "I haven't even seen what's in here, and you've been chasing me for so long.
Is this fun?"
There was even a master chasing her. If she hadn't run fast, she would have been dead.
Shen Mengyao took a quick step and began to run away.
While running away, she opened the box and immediately smelled a refreshing scent of medicine.
This is a 4th level pill, and there are 3 of them.
Shen Mengyao quickly closed the box and her heart began to beat faster.
This is indeed not a good thing for her who will become the empress in the future. But for her now, this is a treasure. This is a pill left over from ancient times, and it is more effective than today's medicines. With these pills, she can take them slowly, and they may even allow her to reach the Grandmaster level. Swish! But at this moment, a strong wind blew past, and then a middle-aged man appeared in front of her. The middle-aged man had a hooked nose and a black mole at the corner of his mouth, which was covered with black hair and was extremely conspicuous. "Little girl, you can't touch this thing. Hand it over." The man with the gutter nose stood with his hands behind his back, acting like a master, emitting a master's aura of pressure. The master's true energy spread out from under his feet. Shen Mengyao looked solemn, but was unwilling to hand over what was in her hand. "This is clearly ownerless, why are you so domineering?" Shen Mengyao asked. "If you can't beat them, you can only reason with them." "Who said this is ownerless? Whatever I set my eyes on is mine. If you don't hand it over, I'll have no choice but to kill you." The true energy in the hook-nosed master's body flowed rapidly, emitting an extremely dangerous aura, and firmly locked onto Shen Mengyao. At the same time, on the other side of the valley, a young man jumped like a bird and fled quickly. "Zikong, you are going to be rich. This is something left over from ancient times. Golden armor, as long as you wear it, not even a grandmaster can kill you. And this bottle of at least a dozen level 3 pills is enough for you to grow into a half-step grandmaster, or even a grandmaster. The most important thing is this book on alchemy. It's an ancient book on alchemy that has long been lost. I didn't expect to find it here. If you fully master it, you can create an endless supply of pills." The new student in the watch was extremely excited and felt that he was right to bring a disciple here. Instead of practicing slowly, it's better to take a gamble. As long as you escape successfully, you can soar into the sky. Shen Zikong was also extremely excited. He had snatched these things from a group of powerful men, including some martial artists. But at the critical moment, a light appeared in his bracelet, blocking the attacks of the 2 martial artists. With the help of this powerful force, he successfully escaped. However, Shen Zikong was not careless and did not give up his escape. Because there are at least dozens of people chasing him from behind. If those people didn't get the treasure, they would definitely kill themselves. "Zikong, put on the golden armor first," the freshman told him. Without hesitation, Shen Zikong took out an inner armor made of gold, put it on, and covered it with a coat so that others could not see it. He didn't run for long before he suddenly stopped. At the entrance of the valley, a dark-skinned master was gnawing on a leg of lamb, his mouth full of oil. This master was over 2 meters tall, holding a battle axe more than 1 meter long in his hand, which was stuck in the ground. This grandmaster was tall and strong, with extremely dark skin, but his teeth were exceptionally white, so white that they seemed to glow in the sun. Gurgle gurgle. The grandmaster picked up the wine jar and took a few sips of the wine, as if he were drinking water. Then he patted his stomach, apparently he was full. "How can you covet such a secret treasure? Hand over the treasure in your hand, and I will consider leaving you with an intact body." The grandmaster grinned, his white teeth making people feel cold. "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Shen Zikong felt the aura of the grandmaster, and a look of helplessness appeared on his face. He was about to hand over what he had obtained. The great axe master was very proud. The news of the secret treasure was deliberately leaked by the top leaders. Every exit is guarded by a master, and anyone who obtains anything must hand it over. Anyone who enters the secret vault is only exploited by them. If they resist, they will die. Of course, if they don't resist, they will also die to prevent their bad reputation from spreading. You know when to advance and when to retreat. The great axe master laughed and reached out to take Shen Zikong's things. At this moment, Shen Zikong suddenly took back the things and ran directly towards the valley entrance. Court death. The great axe master was furious and chopped down with his great axe. His giant axe made a violent sound of breaking through the air and shone with a cold metallic light, which was extremely dazzling. If he didn't die from this axe, he would at least be half dead. But at this critical moment, the bracelet on Shen Zikong's hand suddenly lit up, and it was as if a dragon's roar was heard, roaring violently. This dragon roar eventually turned into a sword energy, slashing directly towards the giant axe master. The master had to raise his weapon to resist. Boom! But his body was still blown away, creating a human pit in the wall. Shen Zikong ran away without looking back. The great axe master's mouth was bleeding, and a fearful expression appeared on his face. This person must have someone protecting him. He stumbled, but didn't want to give up. No matter who's behind you, don't even think about leaving today. After saying this, the Grandmaster quickly caught up. Shen Mengyao has disheveled hair. The jade bracelet on her hand had broken and fallen to the ground, becoming a piece of waste. His opponent, the hook-nosed master, was not in good shape either. There was a sword mark on his left arm, which almost cut off his arm. There was actually a ray of sword energy transformed from elemental power hidden in the jade bracelet, which suddenly burst out. If he had not reacted quickly, he would probably be dead now. It seems that there is a Xiantian realm behind you, but if you dare to hurt me, I will not let you leave. The hook-nosed master planned to capture Shen Mengyao first. Shen Mengyao was somewhat desperate. No matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't defeat the Grandmaster. The gap was too big. Even having a protective jade bracelet is useless. At the same time, Shen Tunen, who was sitting in the office, suddenly felt a palpitation in his heart and sensed that the elemental power he left in his younger brother and sister had disappeared. And it's somewhere in Shanghai City. No, they are in danger. Shen Tunen used the Xingyun step and left quickly. Chapter 101 News about my younger brother and sister. In the valley. A ghostly figure came here. He walked to the river, looked at the traces of fighting there, and sensed a breath of his own elemental power, which dissipated from here. The elemental power in his body exploded, and the terrifying icy power directly froze the river in front of him. If anything happens to my brother and sister, anyone who is related to them will not be able to escape. I will definitely massacre them. Shen Tunen's voice was as cold as ice in winter. Then, he transformed into a crimson light and headed deeper. At the same time, outside a cave entrance, there are dozens of people guarding the place, all with ferocious faces, and they don't allow anyone else to set foot here. This is the Xingyun secret treasure that appeared not long ago. It is a real treasure land that has only just appeared in the world today. Originally, this place was open to anyone and could enter. However, because the great axe master failed and did not catch the thief who stole the treasure, this place is no longer open to the public. No one except people from their 5 major families can enter. Once an intruder is encountered, the order from the superiors is to kill without mercy, regardless of the other party's identity. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared not far from them, and no one could see clearly how the man appeared. The man was extremely handsome and didn't look very old, probably in his early 20s. Did you see a young boy and a young girl? The man asked politely, very politely. Who are you? This is not the place for you. Get out of here. Among the 5 major families, a man who looked about 30 years old began to drive Shen Tunen away. Oh, what is this place and why can't I come here? Shen Tunen asked curiously. You shouldn't ask so many questions. You should know that the more you know, the shorter your life will be. If you want to die now, I can tell you. A man in his 40s looked ferocious, holding a mace in his hand and with a murderous look in his eyes. Shen Tunen smiled and said, Then I really want to know, can you tell me? The man holding a mace walked out of the crowd with great momentum. The young boy you're talking about, is he around 18 years old? If so, I tell you, he's dead. He was split in 2 by an axe, and no whole body was left. The man holding the mace said as he laughed. Who told him to be so reckless as to rob our 5 great families? He really thinks he's so powerful, but he doesn't know he's just a joke. After hearing these words, Shen Tunen's expression became extremely gloomy, and murderous aura emanated from his body. His figure disappeared instantly, one hand holding the mace, and the man's neck was lifted up. The old man wanted to resist, but found that he felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then his body completely lost strength. His hands dropped and the mace fell to the ground. Shen Tunen threw the man's body aside without even looking at it, showing extreme indifference. Next, tell me, is the young boy really dead? Shen Tunen glanced at everyone. He just went outside to check and didn't see any corpse, which means that the man with the mace was lying to him. Anyone who dares to say that his brother is dead and lies to him is courting death. Killing him in any way would be too easy for him. What is your relationship to his young boy and girl? Among this group of people, a square-faced man who looked more stable walked out. He felt that Shen Tunen was dangerous, but he was not afraid. Because this is the place of the 5 major families, no matter who it is, they have to give some face. If you don't give me face, be prepared to be retaliated against. They are my relatives. Shintunin did not hide anything and was firm in his attitude, determined to get news about his younger brother and sister. The boy escaped and stole the treasure here. The dignified square-faced man said. Where is the girl? Shintunin asked. Knowing that his brother was safe, he felt relieved a little, but his sister's safety was equally important. He must get the exact whereabouts of his sister. At this time, the square-faced man hesitated and did not speak immediately. Instead, he remained silent as if he was thinking about something. Captain, why waste time talking to this guy? He's the one who killed Moronya. Why are you being so polite to him? You should kill him. Someone in the crowd couldn't stand it anymore, and a slightly fat man came out with a knife in his hand and a murderous look on his face. He felt that the people from the 5 major families did not need to explain to others at all. They were the only masters who controlled the entire Shanha city, and the lord of Shanha city was just a puppet. Even though he heard that the new mayor of Shanha city was tough and even dared to kill the masters of their 5 major families, all this was only temporary. The new lord of Shanha city will have to pay the price for his actions sooner or later. Let me tell you, the girl you mentioned was so reckless and dared to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. She has been captured by the grandmaster of my Situ family and is being severely tortured. Even if you knew, what could you do? The man holding the knife had a sneer on his face. He was standing next to the captain at the moment, and he believed that the captain would not watch him being killed. What's more, the masters of their 5 major families are inside the cave entrance. No matter how strong the man in front of him is, he will die. Even a master will be hunted down. That's why he dared to be so arrogant and didn't take Shintunin seriously at all. Are you talking about the Situ family among the 5 major families? Shintunin asked again to confirm. It's good to know the reputation of my Situ family. If you kneel down and beg for death now, perhaps the master of my Situ family will show mercy and let the girl go. That girl is your sister, right? She's so pretty. If she hadn't fallen into the hands of the Grandmaster, I'd really want to. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly found that his legs had lost feeling. He didn't know when they had been frozen by the deep blue ice. The source of the ice was Shintunin. Innate realm. You are the new lord of Shanha city. This person was completely panicked. Although he was a member of the Situ family, he had really offended the mayor of Shanha city, and the head of the family would not stand up for him. Please forgive me, I was just talking nonsense, Before he could finish his words, he was completely frozen by the ice and turned into an ice sculpture, his ugly appearance frozen in place. Shintunin casually unleashed a burst of sword energy, causing the ice sculpture to explode and killing the man instantly without leaving a complete body. Anyone who dares to verbally insult his sister is a dead person in his eyes, and no one can stop him. He found that the people from the 5 major families were more arrogant than each other. Even a mere warrior dared to be so arrogant and did not take other people seriously at all. Is my sister in there? Shintunin asked. Since we have obtained accurate information and he was captured by the Situ family, it is very likely that he is still in the cave. Mayor Shin is not inside. The square-faced man smiled bitterly and said that if he was not forced to do so, he really did not want to fight with this man. Because the gap between them is too big. Chapter 102, 1 Step, 1 Kill, Slaying the Master. Then where is my sister? Shintunin was eager to know the news. Everyone in the 5 major families is crazy and mad. Who knows what they will do? It seems that the square-faced man in front of him is more normal. He would not attack anyone casually, nor would he mock others. She's been taken away. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to save her. The square-faced man sighed. He is also a member of the Situ family. His name is Situ Lin. Although he sometimes dislikes the family's practices, as a member of the family, he is often helpless and has to consider the family. For example, if he was asked to be the captain of a guard outside, he didn't want to do it, but he couldn't refuse. His parents are still living in the Situ family, enjoying retirement benefits. Because of the Situ family, his children attend the best schools in the entire Shanha city and enjoy the best treatment. So he had no choice but to accept his fate. Then let me go in and take a look. Shintunin couldn't completely believe what this person said. If he couldn't find it inside, he would go to Situ's house. Mayor Shin, I may disappoint you. You can't go in, otherwise none of us will survive. Situ Lin stood in front of Shen Tuanan and didn't want to let him go.
Even if the person in front of him is in the Xiantian realm.
Aren't you afraid that I will kill you now? Shen Tuanan asked.
Situ Lin smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid, but I still can't let him go.
This is my responsibility. I see.
Shen Tuanan glanced at the people from the 5 major families.
After knowing his identity, these people began to retreat with some fear in their eyes.
Situ Lin also drew out his weapon, which was a sword as thin as a cicada's wing, not an alloy weapon.
Freeze it!
Shen Tuanan snapped his fingers, and the terrifying elemental power spread wildly. Everyone at the door was instantly frozen into ice, and they had no power to resist at all. Everyone had an expression of horror on their face, but Shen Tuanan felt that these people deserved to die and none of them were innocent. He walked towards the cave entrance and found a stone door that looked quite old.
The stone gate is now open and someone has entered in advance. Shen Tuanan used the Xingyun step, and his body instantly disappeared from where he was and went deeper.
Soon, he sensed the auras of 2 masters, and of course, there were some other people's auras, but those people's auras were not as strong as the masters.
That bunch of losers, they can't even guard the door.
A burly master holding a huge axe turned around helplessly. It was the master with a huge axe who had chased Shen Zikong not long ago. But because he did not succeed and did not get the things back, he had to make amends for his crime.
Let us see if we can find anything good to take back from this secret treasure of Tianqing in front of us.
He was already filled with rage, but when he sensed a strange presence approaching, he naturally became extremely angry and decided to vent his anger.
Master Giant Axe, how about letting me take action and deal with this person? Someone volunteered.
He was a martial artist who thought he was quite strong and wanted to show off in front of the Grandmaster.
No need, I just want to stretch my muscles.
The great axe master strode out, and no one paid much attention to him, knowing that the trouble outside must have been solved.
Boom!
Soon there was a loud noise outside, as if a big battle was taking place, but it soon calmed down again. The people from the 5 major families thought it was the great axe master and quickly ended the battle.
But they soon discovered something was wrong. The air became a little cold.
Originally, the cave was a little stuffy, but now it suddenly felt like winter. They looked at the ground and saw that a thick layer of ice had formed on it without them noticing when, emitting endless chill. A young man was walking in step by step from outside.
The man had a handsome appearance and a deep blue icy power lingering around his body.
He was like a piece of 10,000-year-old black ice, as if he could freeze everything.
Innate.
Hiss. The people from the 5 major families present gasped, knowing that the great axe master was in great danger. No matter how powerful the Grandmaster is, he can never be Xiantian's opponent.
Mayor Shen, what are you doing?
A man walked out from the crowd. He was one of the masters who challenged Shen Tuanan in the ring not long ago. His surname is Morong, and he is the master of the Morong family.
He was very confused at the moment and didn't understand why Shen Tuanan did this. Where is my sister? Shen Tuanan's voice was cold. Grandmaster Morong was puzzled and asked, Master Shen, where is your sister?
You have to go find her yourself.
How would I know? If you don't know, get out of here.
I'll find it myself.
Shen Tuanan was extremely domineering and didn't care about what these people thought at all.
Anyone who dares to stop him will die, including the Grandmaster. Just like the master holding the giant axe just now, he chopped at him without saying a word.
Now he has become an ice sculpture, deader than dead. Master Shen, the treasure inside should belong to our 5 major families. Isn't it a bad idea for you to steal it?
Grandmaster Morong, although he was not sure about dealing with Shen Tuanan, he felt that the other party would not completely betray him. Unless you want to go to war directly with their 5 major families.
I'm just asking you to move aside?
Shen Tuanan's tone gradually became cold.
You can't be so overbearing. The treasures here should be chosen by our 5 major families first.
Grandmaster Morong was unwilling to make concessions, thinking that Shen Tuanan could only scare him at most.
Then go and die.
Another elemental force erupted from Shen Tuanan's body, and the crimson flame radiated high temperature, transforming into a flying sword that rushed towards Grandmaster Morong with a swish. The Grandmaster immediately released the Grandmaster Qi in his body to resist. However, the Master's true Qi and the power of elements are completely 2 levels of power. The flying sword transformed by the power of elements was unstoppable and directly broke through the Master's true Qi. The sword pierced through the chest of Master Morong and pierced his heart. The people from the 5 major families around were all frightened and pale.
A grandmaster died just like that, which showed that they totally disregarded the 5 major families. Hurry up and inform the grandmaster inside that someone wants to steal the treasure. Someone shouted, and several people hurriedly ran deeper, apparently to seek help. But Shintunen didn't care. No matter how many people came, they were all ants in front of absolute strength. If he hadn't found his sister, he wouldn't have hesitated at all, even if he had turned the entire Shanha city upside down, killing people so that rivers of blood flowed and the world was turned upside down. His sister is his relative. If she is hurt, he will bury the entire Situ family with her. Chapter 103 Kill Again, Domineering. The deepest part of the cave. There stood 5 masters who were as big as the sun, and each of them had extremely strong masters' true energy flowing through their bodies. It's just that the faces of these 5 masters are very ugly and gloomy now. They searched through everything here, but they didn't find what they were looking for. There's no alchemy here. Someone took it away. A master of the Morong family spoke up. His name was Morong Chi, a middle-aged man with a mustache. The main purpose of their visit this time was to obtain a level 5 elixir so that the head of the Situ family could take it and break through to the innate realm. They had already obtained it and sent it back to the Situ family. That person should also be taking breakthrough. But another important thing is the book of alchemy. With this thing, you can continuously refine elixirs, so that the 5 major families can have more masters and even more innate realm people. No matter what the cost, this thing must be retrieved. A strong man from the Nanfeng family spoke. He looked to be only in his 30s, with a divine light in his eyes, and he stepped on the ground. A large number of cracks began to appear on the ground, completely unable to withstand the terrifying power emanating from his legs. You're right. The art of alchemy must not be lost. Even if we have to turn the whole world upside down, we must find it. Who dares to snatch food from the jaws of our 5 great families? Don't let me know who it is, or I'll crush his bones inch by inch. Alchemy is a matter of great importance. It concerns the future of our 5 major families. We must not fail. The remaining 3 masters each expressed their opinions, emitting extremely terrifying murderous auras. If that thing is not found, the 5 family heads will not let them go. This is completely incompetent. Several people were filled with anger and prepared to leave the place to search. At this moment, a man stumbled in, looking very embarrassed. Masters, something big has happened outside. They were people from their 5 major families. They were young men who looked to be in their 20s. They ran over stumblingly with a terrified face and even fell down. What a disgrace! The master of the Morong family snorted coldly and wanted to slap the idiot to death. This person was from their Morong family. He couldn't stand the fact that he was being so humiliated in front of so many masters. What exactly happened? Morong Chi asked coldly. The Lord of Shanha City is outside and has already killed a Grandmaster. No. Grandmaster Giant Axe hasn't returned either. He might have been killed. He killed 2 Grandmasters. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 5 masters present darkened. Although each of their 5 major families had several masters. But that requires a large amount of cultivation resources to cultivate, and it is extremely difficult to train each one. Each of them is a true backbone, able to solve many problems for the 5 major families. Therefore, every death is a huge loss to the 5 major families. Is he crazy? Morong Chi was a little confused and anger appeared on his face. Even if he is the Lord of Shanha City, even if he is at the innate realm, they want an explanation for killing innocent people like this. Let's go. I want to see if this Lord of Shanha City really wants to completely break with my 5 major families. Although the 5 of them are only Grandmasters, they cannot be a match for the Xiantian realm together. But don't forget that there are 5 major families behind them. If they all died here, even the Lord of Shanha City would have to give a complete explanation to the 5 major families. Otherwise, be prepared for chaos and forget about managing Shanha City. The 5 people, led by Morong Chi, walked out aggressively. A long time passed. They saw that the people from their 5 major families had all turned into ice sculptures and stood there motionless. Shintunen was standing with his hands behind his back, looking coldly at the 5 masters who came out, and glanced behind them. I found no trace of my sister. He has been killing people so relentlessly. If these people had any common sense, they would definitely drag his sister out to threaten him after capturing her. But now it is completely gone, which means my sister is really not here. Master Shen, you are too overbearing. Why did you kill the people from my 5 major families for no reason? A master with a hot temper was so angry that white steam was coming out of his body. He stared at Shintunen with his eyes. He was the master of the Feng family. If you don't give us an explanation today, this matter will not end so easily. Morongchi's tone was full of warning and threat. Shintunen must pay the price for his actions. Their 5 major families are not vegetarians either. You captured my sister and you want me to explain to you? Shintunen sneered. As soon as these words came out, the 5 masters were all confused. They were not fools, so why would they capture each other's sister for no reason? And they didn't know that Shintunen had a younger sister. What evidence do you have? Someone asked. Shintunen said coldly, the people from your 5 major families have admitted it themselves. It was the Grandmaster of the Situ family who took my sister away. If you know what's good for you, hand over my sister immediately. At this moment, the Grandmaster of the Situ family, one of the 5 Grandmasters, stood up. He was a man in his 50s and said, you are trying to accuse me of something. I'm afraid that no matter how we explain, you will pin this crime on my family. But I have to tell you that today you have completely offended the Situ family. Prepare to be retaliated against. Shintunen laughed out of anger. He really didn't understand where the masters of the 5 major families got their sense of superiority from. It is clear that he is at the Xiantian realm, but now he seems to be rebelling against Tiangang. It seems you don't know your place. Shintunen glared, and the elemental power in his body exploded. Countless dark blue ice emerged from the ground, turning into sharp spikes and directly breaking through the master's true chi. He pierced countless holes in the body of the Situ family's master, but his blood coagulated before it could flow out. He still had a look of disbelief on his face before he died. It seems that he finds it hard to accept that a great master like himself died here in this way. The other 4 masters felt their scalps tingling and thought Shintunen was a lunatic. Their eyelids were twitching. We can talk it over. We really don't know where your sister is. We are only here to look for treasure. Even if your sister was captured, she was taken back to the Situ family. It has nothing to do with us. Morongchi hurriedly tried to shirk responsibility at this moment. The killer in front of him was a little crazy. If he didn't shirk responsibility, he would die. Ah! Don't come over here! Screams were heard behind Morongchi. Without even turning around to look, he knew the fate of his companions. It was probably that no one was left alive. Chapter 104, Coming to the Situ Family, Torture. Morongchi was so frightened that he dared not move. He felt completely cold and without a trace of warmth in his body. Do you know why you are still alive? Shintunen didn't know when he had arrived in front of the master. Morongchi shook his head in confusion. Because I need you to lead the way. Take me to Situ's house. Shintunen had just arrived, so naturally he didn't know where the Situ family was. It would be a waste of time to look for them on his own. If we have this master leading the way, we can naturally save time. I can't take you to the Situ family, otherwise the Situ family won't let me go. He smiled bitterly with some helplessness. Looking at the murderous look on Shintunen's face, one could tell that if he was really taken there, it would definitely be a bloody massacre. When the time comes, the Situ family will come to settle the score and will definitely take revenge on him. Swish! A red sword light flashed across, and Morongchi found that his arm was cut off. Then a severe pain came over him, and he trembled all over. Blood kept flowing out of the wound, and he quickly used the master's true chi to stop the bleeding, but he still felt extremely painful. If you are unwilling to lead the way, I will make you live a life worse than death. Shintuanen spoke in a low voice. But to Morongchi, it was like the devil from hell whispering in his ear. If you don't do it, you will really be worse than death. I'll lead the way. He who knows the times is a hero. Morongchi is not a fool. If he leads the way now, he can live longer. The other side. In a dungeon of the Situ family. Shen Mengyao was tied to a cross at this moment, and the treasure in her hand was naturally taken away. The master with a hooked nose held a whip in his hand and his face was full of hostility. He is Situ Ing, the master of the Situ family. What a pretty young face, and a young body. If I were a few years younger, I might actually have some thoughts about your body. The Grandmaster let out a hoarse laugh as he spoke. Shen Mengyao felt extremely disgusted, but she couldn't resist at this moment. Although I suspect that you have someone in the Xiantian realm behind you,
but when I think about it carefully, I find that if you really have such a powerful backer, you wouldn't come here alone to look for treasures.
That thing must be a treasure you bought from somewhere. Situing asked tentatively.
Shen Mengyao did not answer her because she was also a little confused at the moment. At the critical moment, the protective jade bracelet actually exploded with elemental power.
But isn't her brother a master? Sudden. A man ran in from outside and said something in Situ Ying's ear. Situ Ying's expression changed immediately.
His gaze fell on Shen Mengyao's face and he said, "I only got a few level 4 pills from you.
Did you also get the alchemy technique? Where did you hide it? That thing is extremely important and has a huge impact."
Even though he was originally afraid that Shen Mengyao had a Xiantian realm master behind her, he couldn't care less now.
I don't know what alchemy is.
Shen Mengyao had never even seen this thing, so naturally she wouldn't admit that she took it.
Then another boy took it. That boy looks a bit like you. You two should be siblings, right? Situing suddenly said this.
This reminded Shen Mengyao of her brother's strange behavior recently.
Could it be that my silly brother has come to the secret treasure like me? Shen Mengyao thought of this possibility.
She remembered that she and her younger brother Shen Zikan left home one after another.
Neither of them asked what the other was doing. Why are you silent? Situing looked at the changes on Shen Mengyao's face and he had already guessed it. I don't know what you're talking about. Shen Mengyao decided to pretend not to know. Regardless of whether it was her brother who took it, she definitely couldn't admit it. If you don't want to tell me, I'll beat you until you tell me. He picked up the whip in his hand and brought it down without hesitation. Bang!
The long whip fell on Shen Mengyao, and immediately a blood mark appeared. But he did not stop, but continued to whip her for more than 50 times, and only stopped temporarily when Shen Mengyao passed out.
If you don't explain what happened today, this is just the beginning.
I'll let you taste the feeling of a needle piercing your fingernail. Situing walked out of the dungeon, prepared to smoke a cigarette, and then came back to splash water on Shen Mengyao to wake her up. If you want to torture someone, you have to do it slowly and gradually wear down her will.
At the same time,
in front of Situ's house. There is a tall building here, 70 stories high, with a plaque on it and shining lights.
It says Situ Group on it. As one of the dominant families in Shanha City, they are naturally not short of money.
Outside the door, 2 figures appeared. One of them had only one arm, and the other looked to be a young boy around 20 years old with an extraordinary temperament.
This is the Situ family's headquarters.
They built several dungeons underground, where they secretly detained and interrogated people.
If your sister was really captured, she's most likely in the dungeon.
Morongqi told Shintunan everything he knew, and decided that after the other party let him go, he would immediately flee from his family and escape from Shanha City. This was his only way to survive. Otherwise, just because he told Shintunan such secret information, the current head of the Situ family would never let him go, and he would die a miserable death.
Dungeon. Shintunan frowned, feeling something was wrong.
He didn't expect that the 5 major families would dare to build dungeons and resort to lynching without permission.
They completely regarded themselves as local tyrants.
You must know that trying to build a dungeon and hold a trial privately is a serious crime. He is really bold and has no respect for the law. It seems that you are very familiar with this place.
Come in with me.
Shintunan did not intend to let Morongqi leave. When Morongqi heard this, his face turned pale with fright, but he didn't dare to refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and continue to lead the way. The 2 of them didn't go far before they were stopped by someone.
Stop, you two. You can't go in without a pass.
The 2 warriors guarding the gate stood outside with expressionless faces.
How dare you not even recognize me? Morongqi scolded.
He was a grandmaster after all, and it was the first time he was stopped outside the door.
Our master is in the process of breaking through.
No one can enter except those from our Situ family. The 2 were not prepared to let him go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Red flames erupted from Shintunan's body, and the 2 warriors guarding the gate instantly caught fire.
Ah!
They howled in pain and rolled on the ground.
Shintunan didn't even look at them.
Looking at the tightly closed door, the flames condensed into a palm, smashed the door to pieces, and rushed in directly. Morongqi felt like he was on a pirate ship and couldn't escape, so he could only continue to lead the way. The 2 men rushed in swaggeringly. The strong men inside heard the noise and rushed over from all directions.
Chapter 105 Black Fire Bullet. Who dares to trespass into our situ group? The first person to come over was a thin man, followed by a group of martial artists, and he himself was also a terrifying master. The master's true energy in his body flowed like water, emitting a breathtaking pressure. This time, the Situ family mainly made a breakthrough in the innate realm, which was of vital importance to them. The master took a closer look and realized that the person coming was Shintunin, and his face changed drastically. Then, without hesitation, he made a phone call. Shanha City Lord, they are going to attack the 5 major families, and are targeting my Situ family. Come to support us quickly. Facing the terrifying lord of Shanha City, he knew he was no match for him, so he asked for help without hesitation. Then he retreated behind the crowd, not daring to take the initiative to confront them head-on. Instead, he left those martial artists in front, looking confused. Shanha City Lord, I am Situ Shuelong of the Situ family. Why are you doing this today? Grandmaster Situ Shuelong wanted to delay time and wait for other families to send strong men to support him. Shintunin ignored him. The power of ice spread from his body, and the ground began to condense into frost. Waves of coldness spread in all directions. Everyone shuddered, feeling the temperature in the room drop to an extremely terrifying level. The strong ones in the Xiantian realm are the real uncrowned kings in Shanha City. Even if the masters join forces, the chances of winning are very low. Morong Chi, you've taken refuge with the lord of Shanha City. You traitor! Seeing that Shintunin remained silent, Situ Shuelong directly pointed his spearhead at Morong Chi. Morong Chi was bewildered, with a helpless smile on his face. In fact, he didn't want to do this, but what else could he do? He didn't explain because no one would believe him even if he did. Now everyone thought he was in cahoots with Shintunin. Where is the dungeon? Shintunin's eyes flashed with a cold light. Lead the way quickly, don't delay. The sooner he found his sister, the less danger she would be in. Naturally, he didn't want to come here and waste time any longer. The longer we delay, the more dangerous our sister will be. That's the direction. Morong Chi pointed to where Morong Shuelong and the others were. The next moment, endless ice spread over and turned into ice spikes, starting a bloody massacre. Puff! The sound of ice spikes piercing flesh and blood could be heard. Under the attack of elemental power, those martial artists had no power to resist and were wiped out in an instant. The bright red blood dyed the hall red and froze in the ice, like pieces of bloodstone ice, extremely gorgeous. Situ Shuelong watched his men die one by one, and looked at Morong Chi with hatred. You traitor, just wait for me, I will never let you go. Morong Chi's face was full of helplessness. He only knew how to bully him and let him take the blame. He didn't even move his hands, he just pointed in a direction. Why didn't he threaten Shintunin? Situ Shuelong fled from here in a panic, and Shintunin had no intention of chasing him. He was just a grandmaster and could be killed with ease. As long as the other party doesn't block his way, he doesn't care where the other party escapes to. Keep going. Shintunin instructed Morong Chi, and the two continued to move forward one after the other. But before they had gone far, hundreds of people from the Situ family who had gathered from other places came and tied them up in front of Shintuanan. The leader was Situ Shuelong, and the other was a charming-looking woman. Master Shin, my Situ family hasn't offended you, right? Why are you killing people like this? The charming woman Situ Mei asked. She was wearing a slit red dress and had a charming figure, but others didn't dare to look at her for too long, not even to take a peek. This beautiful master was notoriously cruel and ruthless. She once gouged out the eyes of a man with her bare hands and ate him alive just because he looked at her a few more times. The bloody scene was chilling, and just by hearing the rumors, people wanted to stay away from this woman. Get out of the way, I can spare your lives. There were too many people in front of him, and even if he wanted to kill them, it would take a long time. To settle accounts, we must first rescue my sister and then kill them slowly. Instead of wasting time with them now. How arrogant. Situme covered her mouth and chuckled. Her lips were as red as blood and she was shaking with laughter. Master Shin, if you have the guts to kill everyone in my Situ family today, I will never allow you to run wild in the Situ family. As soon as the words fell, Situme suddenly stretched out her hand, and something shot out from her hand. Morong Chi exclaimed, his eyelids twitching as he watched, those are black fire bombs, 4th level hidden weapons. 5 of them fired simultaneously can kill even a half-step Xiantian. This kind of thing is extremely expensive and is generally used to defeat the strong with the weak, but it will not be used easily unless there is a life and death crisis.
After all, the price of one is tens of millions, and the cost of manufacturing all five is over hundreds of millions.
Only the Sher Situ family is so wealthy. Shin Tunin frowned slightly, but didn't care.
He just raised his hand, and the ground roared. Countless ice condensed and turned into a giant hand, which directly grasped the black firebomb.
Boom! Continuous roars sounded, the entire building was shaking, and countless dense cracks appeared on the ground. Countless elemental forces were shattered and submerged by the explosion. Countless smoke filled the air, obscuring the figures of Shintunin and the others.
Situme chuckled softly, "You really think you're invincible?
Do you really think my Situ family is a place where he can come and go as he pleases?"
Even if she lost hundreds of millions of black firebombs at once, she didn't feel sorry at all.
Killing Shintunin would be a great achievement.
After all, Shintunin had publicly humiliated the five major families. Situ Shuelon looked at Situme with some jealousy. He knew that the reason why Situme could take out 5 black firebombs at will was entirely because of his relationship with the head of the family. The two of them were lovers, and everyone in the Situ family knew it, but no one said it directly.
Interesting. Shintunin's voice was heard from the endless smoke, and then countless ice condensed into an ice dragon.
The ice dragon was more than 10 meters long, flying in the clouds and mist, and suspended in the air.
Shintunin stood on the ice dragon, unharmed.
Beside him was Morongchi, whose face was pale with fear. "Since you want to die, I will grant your wish."
As soon as the words fell,
the ice dragon under Shintunin's feet opened its mouth wide, spewing out deep blue light, and bombarded towards the people of the Situ family.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Situme's smile was still frozen on her face. Before she could react, she was frozen by the ice. Of course, it wasn't just her. The Xianyuan water dragon next to her also turned into an ice sculpture. The men beside them could not escape this fate either. Such horrific casualties made Morongchi's scalp tingle. He felt fortunate that he and Shintunin were not enemies now, otherwise he would have ended up like these ice sculptures.
Chapter 106. The five major families gathered and took action. It only takes a few minutes.
The hundreds of people gathered at the Situ family were all frozen into ice sculptures, displayed in front of Shintunin like works of art.
Shua shua shua.
And at this moment, bursts of breaking air sounds were heard, and strong men arrived outside the door. A total of 12 masters came together. They were from the 5 major families, and were followed by a large army. Thousands of people surrounded the entire Situ group. As soon as they came in, they saw Shintunin displaying his supernatural power and freezing all the warriors of the Situ family by himself. They all looked up, staring in horror at Shintunin standing on the ice dragon, their eyes filled with fear and dread. But they had no way out at this moment. Shintunin was already preparing to take action against Situ Jia.
If the Situ family is destroyed, the other 5 major families will be left. Now is not the time to stand idly by. Master Shin, how did the people of the Situ family offend you? Why are you so cruel and wanton in your killing spree? A master from the Nanfeng family asked this question.
The master was a man nearly 2 meters tall, thin, and wearing a suit. At first glance, he looked like a bamboo pole. His name is Nanfenga. He is the second most important person in the Nanfeng family. He has reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster realm, the level of half-step to innateness.
Heartbroken? Shintunin couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Why didn't you think about the consequences when you asked them to arrest my sister?
When Nanfenga heard this, his brows furrowed.
In fact, he didn't believe what Shintunin said and thought it was just an excuse. Is there any evidence? Nanfenga asked. Why should I give you evidence? Shintunin's attitude was extremely tough, and he was not willing to give this person too much explanation.
The other masters all had thoughtful expressions in their eyes. Looking at Shintunin's performance, they felt more and more that he was deliberately looking for trouble and deliberately wanted to settle accounts with the Situ family. If you don't have any evidence, please leave immediately, Mayor Shin.
Our 5 major families can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to fight.
Grandmaster's chi began to flow in Nanfenga's arms, and he was ready to take action at any time. The 5 major families have always advanced and retreated together, so they have been able to stand firm in Shanha City.
You'd better leave quickly. Morongchi, who was on the ice dragon, dissuaded him with some reluctance.
He saw with his own eyes how Shintunin, this terrifying and powerful man, went on a killing spree. In his eyes, the Grandmaster is just an ant. The black firebomb explosion just now was so powerful, but it was easily resolved by Shintunin with one palm, and the damage from the explosion did not hurt him at all.
Except for the Xiantian realm, no one can be Shin Tuannan's opponent.
After all, he is also a member of the 5 major families, and there are many people from the Morong family, some friends and juniors under him. He doesn't want these people to die in vain.
Morong Chi, why are you there? At this time, the leader of the Morong family stood up. He was a tall man with a face as if carved by a knife and an axe in his hand. He is the second in command of the Morong family. Morong Yunhai is also a half-step innate, and his status is only second to the head of the family. His face was frighteningly gloomy at the moment, and he felt that Morong Chi had betrayed the Morong family. I came here with Mayor Shun to look for his sister. His sister was indeed arrested, and it was not specifically targeted at the Situ family. Morong Chi explained.
He really hopes that the people below him can understand his good intentions and stop doing stupid things.
Morong Chi, you traitor, do you still have any shame?
You defected to Shin Tuannan and helped him tell lies.
You really deserve to die. People from the 5 major families attacked together and insulted Morong Chi.
Among them were many people from the Morong family, who spoke of him as if he were an unforgivable criminal. Morong Chi was speechless, but for the sake of the Morong family, he didn't want to rush into trouble. He continued, as long as the Situ family releases Mayor Shin's sister, this matter can be temporarily resolved. When he said this, I glanced at Shin Tuannan.
Shin Tuannan remained silent, neither agreeing nor refusing.
His main goal now is of course to rescue his sister first, and then think about other things. You want to get beauty, but my Situ family has suffered such a great loss. Even if you are a congenital today, you can't leave without paying a price. I saw a man rushing over with a menacing aura, emitting a terrifying aura of a master. He was also a top master who had reached the half-step innate realm. Situ Lei, the second in command of the Situ family. He was followed by dozens of people, all of whom were powerful martial artists. He was filled with terrible murderous aura. When he got the news, he immediately came down from the tall building, but found it was too late. The Situ family suffered too much loss. Hundreds of people died, and 2 masters died in battle.
This was an unimaginable loss for their Situ family.
Moreover, he also received an important piece of news, saying that the most important, alchemy, was not obtained by anyone from the 5 major families, and the fruit was picked up by others. He also knew that the Situ family had indeed captured a girl, and they were also forcing them to reveal the whereabouts of the alchemy technique. But when he heard that Shin Tuannan was looking for his sister just now, he immediately felt that the alchemy technique might be in Shin Tuannan's hands. The other party did not want to see the rise of their 5 major families, so they deliberately sent people to seize the alchemy skills. After the people were captured, they wanted to get them back. How could such a good thing happen in this world? Do you really think that his 5 major families are soft persimmons that can be easily bullied? It's so ridiculous. Everyone, I believe you all know the art of alchemy. And the alchemy technique is very likely in the possession of City Lord Shun. We can't let him leave so easily. As soon as Situ Lei arrived, he threw out such an important piece of news. At this moment, the eyes of all the masters lit up and were filled with murderous intent. Alchemy is related to whether these masters can break through to the innate level in the future, which is of vital importance to them. Hand over the alchemy skills. Otherwise, you can't leave here. Morong Yunhai was murderous and wanted to fight to the death with Shin Tuannan. Shin Tuannan has experienced so many battles in succession, his combat effectiveness must have declined and he has consumed a lot of energy. If they really fought a bloody battle with them, they would have a greater chance of winning. Kill. Shin Tuannan saw the greedy eyes of these people and knew that he had to fight his way out. If I don't kill these people completely to scare them away, they will really think that I, who am in the innate realm, am a waste. Boom! The ice dragon opened its mouth again, and deep blue light blasted out, freezing everything. At this moment, red flames emerged from Shin Tuannan's body again, condensing into flaming spikes in the air, bursting out with a sound of breaking through the air, and flew towards the people of the 5 major families. Ah! Help! Most of the people from the 5 major families couldn't bear it. Some were frozen into ice sculptures, and some were burned by flames and rolled on the ground with expressions of extreme pain on their faces. Shin Tuannan looked at the scene indifferently. The 3 half-step innate beings avoided Shin Tuannan's attack, and their figures were like lightning, quickly approaching Shin Tuannan, intending to kill him. Chapter 107 Alloy Chains, Suppressing Strength. The 3 half-step innates rushed towards Shin Tuannan as if they were seeking death. There was a chill in Shin Tuannan's eyes, and red flames lit up on his body, ready to get rid of these 3 idiots. At this moment, Morong Yunhai suddenly took out a chain.
Crash! The chains made a sound and flew towards Shintunen. Shintunen didn't bother to dodge at all. He gathered the power of the middle element and tried to break the chain. But something unexpected happened. The chain penetrated its elemental power and fell directly on his wrist. Immediately afterwards, Shintunen felt his elemental power fading, and the condensed ice dragon collapsed, forcing him to fall to the ground. Mayor Shin, do you really think that we have no means to deal with you? Morong Yunhai sneered.
This is a level 5 alloy weapon and alloy chain forged with special materials, but it is a weakened alloy weapon.
The main purpose is to weaken the opponent's elemental power, greatly reducing its combat effectiveness. It can be weakened by up to 70%.
Otherwise, how could the three of them, who are half a step into the innate realm, dare to attack a strong man in the innate realm?
If the 5 major families did not have such a foundation, how could they have dominated Shanha City?
The 2 half-step innate masters beside him had strong murderous intent in their eyes. Situlei and Nanfingha, both of them burst out with powerful master's true energy at the same time.
Thunder Palm!
A sound like thunder and lightning rang out in the void. This was Situlei's famous martial art. It was as fast and domineering as thunder, and it once beat a master to pieces.
Heavenly cruel kick!
Nanfingha's legs were glowing, and the master's true energy gathered on them, emitting a terrifying pressure. The true energy in his legs was highly solidified, like steel.
If the kick hits someone's body, even a master will not be able to withstand it and will be kicked to death.
The 2 men launched a killing move, attacking from both sides at the same time, not wanting to give Shintunen any chance to fight back. Faced with such a crisis, Shintunen's eyes flashed with brilliance.
Boom! The remaining elemental power in his body circulated wildly and finally condensed between his hands.
A red flame burned on one hand, as if it could burn everything. In the other hand, a large amount of dark blue ice condensed and turned into a shield. Facing the attacks of 2 powerful men, he slapped the opponent with one hand and used the other hand to defend against the opponent's attack.
Boom!
Shintunen's palm collided with the other person's, and he felt a tingling sensation on his hand. The elemental power was instantly extinguished, and the other person was not feeling well either, and was slapped back by him. On the other side, he also used his shield to withstand the attack from Tiankanjio, but the ice shield exploded and turned into fragments that fell to the ground.
Shintunen stared at the chain in his hand.
The chain was tied directly to his left hand, suppressing the explosion of elemental power in his body. Otherwise, if those 2 half-step innate beings dared to rush over, it would be their death.
Crash! Shintunen tried to break the alloy chain, but he couldn't do it at all.
It was glowing and kept suppressing the power in his body, preventing him from releasing it.
It's useless.
Unless the opponent unlocks the alloy chain, it will take half an hour to chop it down even with a level 5 alloy weapon. Morongchi told Shintunen that he looked at the people around him, felt the hateful gazes of those people towards him, and shrank his head.
It's too dangerous here. If Shintunen doesn't recover his strength quickly, he might die. My strength has probably been suppressed by 70%.
Shintunen discovered that his current basic combat power should be similar to that of a half-step innate cultivator. He guessed that his combat power was suppressed. This thing is so annoying that it makes him, a person at the Xiantian realm, unable to even unleash his own strength.
Shintunen, just wait and see. Morong Yunhai laughed grimly.
I saw the master's power condensing on his body, and then turned into a spear in his hand, flying out and bombarding him. The spear emitted a cold light, the air was wailing, and the momentum was so shocking that it made people feel a little numb.
The power of this move is terrifying.
Shintunen glanced at the other person coldly, and drew the Shura sword in his hand without hesitation.
You deserve to die.
It was the alloy chain that the other party used that made him restricted in his movements. He was the one who deserved to die the most.
Instant kill sword technique. Shintunen used this sword technique in actual combat.
It seemed as if lightning was dancing at his fingertips, and he exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The next moment, the sword in his hand illuminated the entire place, and the dark golden light gave people a feeling of being indestructible.
Puff!
The sword light easily tore the spear apart and landed on Morong Yunhai's chest, leaving a bloody hole in the opponent's chest, directly piercing his body. The instant kill sword technique will take someone's life with one strike. Even a lion fights a rabbit with all its might.
This is the essence of the instant kill sword technique. Morong Yunhai's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He didn't understand Shintunen's strength.
It was obvious that he was suppressed by 70%. Logically speaking, he only had the strength of an ordinary master. But why was it possible to kill him, a half-step innate being, with just one sword? But no matter how many doubts he had, Shin Tunen would not answer them for him now. His head slowly fell down, and he could see his body breaking into pieces. Boom! Before his head completely fell to the ground, his body and head exploded into a bloody mist and dissipated into the air. Shin Tunen burst out with extreme speed and used his instant kill sword technique to cut the opponent's body in half in an instant. It's just that the other party didn't react. Sitalei and Nanfeng, his eyelids twitched as they watched. They also didn't expect that Shin Tunen had such terrifying fighting power. But this is not important. They have many masters here and brought many people with them. They will eventually wear Shin Tunen down. The two of them did not attack Shin Tunen, but deliberately retreated behind and directed the other people from the 5 major families to take action. But just as they were about to take action, footsteps were heard outside the door. Did. A middle-aged man in police uniform walked in, followed by dozens of police officers, and everyone made way for them. Director Situ. When they saw the middle-aged man, they all greeted him. Obviously, this director is also from the Situ family, and is also a terrifying half-step innate. How dare you? How dare you cause trouble in the Situ family and kill people? Are you planning a rebellion? Director Situ put a big hat on Shin Tunen right from the start, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Treason? I think you are the ones who want to rebel. Shin Tunen stared at Director Situ. Although he was young, he already had a kind of majesty that was intimidating without even getting angry. I am the mayor of Shanha City, the person in charge of Shanha City, and I am in charge of the police station. Yet you dare to abuse your power for personal gain. You deserve to be killed. Director Situ's expression changed slightly. Although he knew Shin Tunen's identity, the other party had killed so many people in his Situ family. If he let the other party leave, wouldn't the Situ family become a joke? The 5 major families will also become the laughingstock of the entire Shanha City. Chapter 108, Entering the Dungeon, the Disgusting Old Master. Nonsense. This man is pretending to be the lord of Shanha City. His crime is even more serious. Shoot him dead on the spot. Director Situ pretended not to know him and ordered his men to kill Shin Tunen. For the sake of justice, we are willing to join forces to kill this man. Others from the 5 major families expressed their opinions and surrounded them from all directions. Now Shin Tunen at least cannot use the power of elements to carry out large-scale massacres. They don't believe that Shin Tunen can still use many swords. Shin Tunen looked at the crowd surrounding him and knew that now was not the time to waste time with them. Without the power of elements, its large-scale killing power is indeed very low. It would take a lot of time to kill the hundreds of people left one by one. Morong-chi, take me to the dungeon. Shin Tunen was still a little worried about his sister's safety, so he planned to rescue her first. But the people around him would not let Shin Tunen go. They approached step by step with ferocious smiles on their faces. Anyone who crosses this line will die. Shin Tunen suddenly slashed the ground, and a crack more than 1 meter long appeared in front of everyone. The floor exploded and smoke and dust billowed. He was filled with a murderous aura that almost became tangible. For a moment, those who wanted to get close to him were temporarily intimidated. Shin Tunen took this opportunity to quickly retreat and move towards the dungeon. What are you idiots afraid of? Pay attention. Sitalei shouted angrily, and the master's true energy in his body burst out, distorting the surrounding air. When everyone saw this, they knew that Sitalei was really angry and chased after him. The other side. Shin Tunen, led by Morong-chi, came to the entrance of the dungeon. There was an iron door here, which was completely locked. It seemed that it was impossible to get in without breaking the door. The pursuers behind had already caught up, and a lot of footsteps could be heard. Is there any way to open this door? Shin Tunen asked. Morong-chi shook his head helplessly. Unless we split it open by force, we can only get in with the key. While they were talking, dozens of people rushed up with weapons. Idiot. Shin Tunen glanced at them coldly, and mist began to appear around him, covering his body. In the endless clouds and mist, a bright and dazzling sword light suddenly burst out. Before these people could react, a bloody mark appeared on their necks. The cloud-piercing sword technique is completely sufficient to deal with these minions, and it may even be a bit of a waste of talent. Although a large amount of elemental power in his body was sealed, it had an amplifying effect.
His combat power was truly powerful in the innate realm, and few people could be his opponent.
After killing the people who were chasing him, the Shura sword in Shintunen's hand flashed again, and a dark golden sword light slashed on the iron gate.
Boom!
The iron gate shook quickly a few times, and a crack appeared, but it was not completely split open.
Swish!
At this moment, Shintunen had to strike with his sword continuously.
The iron door was so hard that it must be made of alloy.
It was not until Shintunen struck out his 30th sword that the iron gate was finally split open.
Some people caught up with him from behind.
Shintunen looked at them coldly, and the sword light was like a dragon, and he slashed out with one sword. The bodies of these people were torn into pieces and fell in a pool of blood.
Shintunen didn't even bother to take a look and walked towards the depths of the dungeon. Who is it?
There was obviously someone guarding the dungeon. When they saw Shintunen suddenly rushing in, they quickly scolded him. But before he could finish his words, a dark golden sword light in his pupils rapidly expanded, his body turned cold, and he fell into a pool of blood.
Shintunen did not stop.
Anyone who dared to block him would be killed instantly. The dungeon was soon stained red with blood, and behind him were dozens of corpses.
You are too arrogant. You dare to break into my Situ family dungeon. Are you trying to start a war with my Situ family?
After killing some minions, the real strong man in the dungeon appeared, a master. However, this master looked very old, with a head full of white hair, and his chi was not very strong. He was still gasping for breath when he came out, and it seemed that he didn't have much time left.
You're not dead yet?
Morongchi looked at the old master who came out, a little dazed, with a shocked expression on his face.
Are you a junior of the Morong family? The old master looked at Morongchi carefully and recognized his identity.
What exactly do you, the Morong family, want to do? Asked the old master.
Have you caught a girl here? Shintunen did not kill her.
The person in front of him is a master, and perhaps he knows something about his sister, so he doesn't have to look for her room by room. After all, there are still quite a lot of rooms in the dungeon.
What girl?
I've killed at least 800 young girls in the dungeon, if not 1,000.
Which one are you asking me about?
The old master grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth and bad breath.
Do you want to save your relatives or your lover? But don't even think about it.
Anyone who enters the dungeon will suffer a fate worse than death. They will all leave this world in the most painful way.
Morongchi looked at the old master's disgusting expression and couldn't help but want to vomit.
This old man was disrespectful when he was young, and he is still so disgusting even when he is old.
Ah!
Suddenly the old master screamed. He found that one of his palms was cut off, and he couldn't even catch any trace of the opponent's sword light.
Who are you?
The old master dropped one of his hands to the ground, and blood dripped out from the wound, quickly dyeing the ground red.
You are not worthy of knowing my name.
Another sword flashed out, and Shintunen deliberately controlled the force, cutting off the opponent's tendons in his hands and feet, but did not kill him. The old master fell to his knees with a thud, his face full of fear and resentment. He was about to utter a threat when another sword flash came and cut off his tongue.
He could no longer say anything and could only stare at Shintunen with resentment. I don't like these eyes either.
The sword flashed, and the opponent's eyes were blinded, and his eyeballs were dug out and fell to the ground. This damn old guy should be made to live a life worse than death. It would be a blessing for him if he died. This old guy must have completely touched his sore spot, otherwise he wouldn't treat someone in such a cruel way. Morongchi felt a chill in his heart when he saw this, and he led the way even faster, searching through each dungeon.
Chapter 109, Kill Again, Turn the World Upside Down. Who?
In a cell, Morongchi just opened the door and heard a scolding. Immediately afterwards, the terrifying master's true energy burst out, turning into a powerful airflow, rushing over and knocking Morongchi back repeatedly. He had one arm broken by Shintunen, and his own combat power was severely reduced. Facing a master of the same level, he was no match. In the cell, a man with a hooked nose walked out. It was Master Eagle.
Morongchi, how did you become so weak? Master Eagle laughed.
He didn't notice at this moment that Shintunen, who was next to Morongchi, had a frighteningly gloomy expression on his face. Shintunen sensed his sister's breath, which meant that his sister was in this cell.
Mayor Shun, I am no match for this man.
Morongchi said helplessly. If his arm had not been cut off by Shintunen, he would not be afraid of Master Eagle.
But there are not so many ifs in the world.
If it is broken, it means that we cannot win, and our hearts are filled with helplessness.
Boom!
Shin Tunin exerted force with his left foot, and the ground was directly shattered.
Master Eagle's eyes widened, because he couldn't even catch any trace of Shin Tunin, as if he had disappeared in an instant.
When he saw Shin Tunin again, all his ribs were broken and his body flew backwards like a waterfall. However, the Grandmaster had great vitality and did not die from broken ribs, but he just felt unbearable pain. When Shin Tunin entered the cell, his eyes immediately turned red. His sister Shen Mengyao had bloodstains all over her body.
You've never suffered like this before.
Shin Tunin untied the rope with heartache, carried his sister on his back, and prepared to rush out. His source of life can only be used on himself and not on his sister.
If I want to save my sister, I have to go outside. Oh right, and you bastard.
Shin Tunin glanced at Master Eagle, and the Shura sword in his hand flew out instantly. He held it in his hand and swung out dozens of swords in an instant, with blood flying everywhere. Shin Tunin did not kill the other person directly, but made him endure a pain more painful than death. He severed the opponent's meridians, destroyed his master's cultivation, blinded his eyes, and finally gave him a palm strike, turning him into a fool. If he has to die, he should die slowly. Killing him directly would be a mercy to him. Morongchi did not sympathize with the other party, but just shook his head, thinking that the end of a great master was really tragic.
But who told him to offend Shin Tunin?
In such a prison, Master Eagle would surely die in one day. Even if he was rescued by chance, he would be a waste and a fool.
Would the Situ family raise a fool? Obviously not.
Therefore, Master Eagle, after becoming like this, is destined to die. They will just die in a painful struggle. Just when Morongchi was stunned, he found that Shin Tunin had disappeared.
Wait for me.
He hurriedly chased after him.
Without Shin Tunin, he could not leave the Situ family. Outside the dungeon,
the crowd surrounded the place, but no one dared to rush in again. Because almost all the people who rushed in were gone.
There is a powerful aura that is about to come out. A master from one of the 5 major families said this.
Everyone became nervous and tightened their grip on their weapons. Not long after, they saw a man carrying a girl on his back walking out.
Seeing someone blocking the road, the man stopped. Get out of here.
It's not convenient to do it now because he is carrying his sister on his back, otherwise Shin Tunin would have gone on a killing spree long ago.
But if these people don't know what's good for them, then they should all die. Shin Tunin, you're still carrying a burden, how much strength can you really display? Someone in the crowd laughed. The more anxious Shin Tunin is, the more exhausted he may be. You are at your wit's end and are just trying to struggle.
Let me experience the power of an innate strongman.
A master stood out from the crowd.
This master was like an iron tower, with a string of Buddhist beads in his hand and a big bald head. He is the master of the Yu family and has powerful physical strength. Now that he sees that Shin Tunin is not in good condition, he wants to become famous because of this.
How can I be left out? A master with a somewhat wretched appearance also stood up. He was nicknamed the Ground Rat. His methods of dealing with the enemies were all shabby and he liked to launch sneak attacks. Today I will kill Xian Tian. A master from the Morong family walked out from the crowd.
Finally, another grandmaster stood up, and a total of 4 grandmasters formed a siege. Everyone's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and they all wanted to keep Shin Tulan here forever. After all, in their opinion, Shin Tunin was a damned being and he must not be allowed to leave this place safely.
If anyone can kill Shin Tunin, it will be a great achievement. Ahem. At this time, Shin Tunin heard his sister coughing, and some bright red blood flowed on his clothes.
He doesn't care whether his clothes are clean or not.
Mengyao, it's okay. Just bear with it for now. I'll help you get out of here.
Shin Tunin released a murderous aura, as if he had transformed into a divine sword that could cut through everything, releasing terrifying sword pressure. Everyone present felt as if a sword was hanging above their heads, ready to fall and deal them a fatal blow at any moment.
Whoever stands in my way will die. The Shura sword in Shin Tunin's hand shone with a dark golden light.
Although it did not have the bonus of elemental power, it still burst out with a force of instant killing.
Words cannot describe the stunning sword light.
Before a master could even blink, his head was chopped off and his body was separated.
But all this is not over yet.
Shin Tunin instantly released 4 swords, as fast as a startled wild goose. Even if the remaining 3 masters reacted and released the master's true energy in their bodies to resist. However, in the face of the instant kill sword technique, their master's true energy was completely vulnerable and collapsed and destroyed in an instant like a paper wall.
Even now, he can still kill 4 masters in seconds. The people from the 5 major families around him couldn't help but blink their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. No one knows where Shintunen's limit is. They retreated one after another, not daring to move forward easily. With such terrifying strength, they would probably just die if they went up. Nanfenghe, Sitalei and others also arrived at the right time, and Director Situ was also beside them. The 3 of them looked at the alloy chain on Shintunen's wrist. It was obvious that a lot of his strength was sealed in it, but he was still extremely ferocious. It was really hard to imagine. That is Shintunen's elemental power. How terrifying would it be if it was not suppressed? I'm afraid all of them will die here, without a single chance of survival. But now they are not afraid of Shintunen, because the head of the Situ family is about to come out of seclusion. They only need to hold on for a while longer. After the head of the Situ family enters the innate realm, he will give Shintunen the most fatal blow. Even if the higher-ups hold him accountable, it would be Shintunen who was asking for death. Who told him to kill so many people for no reason? Chapter 110 Source of Life LV17 History. The dungeon entrance was filled with the smell of blood. Even though Shintunen killed a large number of powerful men, the people from the 5 major families still stood in front of him like a city wall, preventing him from passing. Do all of you want to die? Shintunen asked. If his elemental power had not been suppressed, he would not have wanted to say a single word to these people in front of him. But without the elemental power that can cause large-scale damage, it is really difficult to deal with these people in front of him. He glanced around and found that only 3 people dared to look him in the eye, Director Situ and his 2 companions. The 3 of them are half-step into the innate realm and are quite confident in their own abilities. Shintunen, you are breaking the law knowingly. You have killed too many people. Why don't you surrender quickly? Director Situ scolded, trying to shake Shintunen's mind. Shintunen gave him a cold look and said, "You didn't recognize me just now. How do you know my name now?" In his mind, this person was on the kill list. Director Situ's expression changed slightly. Stop changing the subject and surrender immediately, or my Situ family will never let you go. That girl on your shoulder is your sister, right? She looks a bit like you. But if you don't beg for mercy now and surrender immediately, your sister will die. He seemed to have sensed Shintunen's eagerness, so he said so. As soon as these words were spoken, Shintunen's face showed some fluctuations. His face was suddenly filled with hostility, and his murderous intent was fixed on Director Situ. Next, I'll kill you. Shintunen's voice spread out like thunder. Everyone's ears were dizzy from the shock. Director Situ stood there, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. Just you, how much strength do you have left now? If you kill me, can you take your sister away from here safely? He thought Shintunen would surrender obediently. At this moment, Morongchi finally ran out and said hurriedly, I have a level 4 potion that can repair injuries. Shintunen suppressed his murderous intent and stretched out his hand to ask for it. Give it to me. This potion is very precious, and because Shintunen has the source of life, he is not willing to spend money to buy it. He is not afraid of getting hurt at all. The other party took out a bottle of green medicine and handed it to Shintunen. Shintunen quickly helped his sister drink it. After drinking it, his sister's face became visibly rosy. The wounds on his body were healing rapidly, and he was in great shape. No one knew how much better he was. Shintunen breathed a sigh of relief and glared at Morongchi. Why didn't you say so earlier? Morongchi looked innocent and said, You didn't even ask. Besides, you ran away before I could even tell you. Shintunen reflected on it and felt that he was too worried about his sister's injury and was too anxious. Now that his sister's life is safe and no longer in danger, he can start killing without restraint. No one from these 5 major families can escape. Today, let me transform into the god of death and slay all the evil in the world. In his eyes, none of the people from the 5 major families are good people. You'll be the first to die. Shintunen used the Qingyun step, leaving countless afterimages on the spot. Even a half-step Xiantian cultivator could not detect where Shintunen would attack from. Director Situ instinctively took a step back. But it was too late. A domineering and stunning sword light cut through the air and exploded rapidly with terrifying power that could crush anything in its path. Director Situ opened his eyes wide, and the master's true energy condensed into a wall as strong as a solid wall, trying to withstand Shintunen's explosive attack. However, he ultimately could not escape death. The instant kill sword technique instantly destroyed the city wall he had condensed and killed him in one move.
There was a bloody hole on his chest, and Sitole fell to the ground unwillingly.
Sitole and the others were stunned and really didn't understand. Why is Shintunen getting more and more aggressive? Like a freak, is there really no limit? You two should go down and keep him company.
These two half-step innate beings retreated quickly and fled in two directions, unwilling to die here. However, facing Shintunen, who mastered the Qingyun step, these two people were just two jumping clowns. His sword flashed again, instantly killing Sitole, and then killed another half-step innate. The whole process was smooth and completely crushing, as easy as crushing an ant. Shintunen fell to the ground. He was extremely exhausted. The continuous killing of masters, coupled with the suppression of elemental power, consumed a huge amount of his physical energy. But it's okay, just take a break. Oh, by the way, the source of life can be upgraded.
I almost forgot.
Shintunen suddenly remembered that he had advanced from the Grandmaster level to the innate level. He checked the panel inside his body and sure enough, there was the word upgradable on it.
Upgrade. Shintunen directly chose to upgrade. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for upgrading the source of life.
Source of Life LV17 can instantly replenish all consumed energy, instantly repair injuries, and forcibly release suppressed elemental power. Can be used once a day. Special effect, stepping into the air, life shock.
It has been upgraded 10 times in a row, with several more effects. Before, it could only be said that the injuries were recovered, but there was no consumption of recovery, and there was also an elemental force that forcibly released the suppression.
Both of these effects seem to be very counterintuitive.
As for the special effect, this life shock, Shintunen was a little confused.
But it doesn't matter, just give it a try. Anyway, this is not the kind that can only be used once a day. Shintunen looked at the people from the 5 major families and activated a special effect.
Just a glance and a glare at them, and a shocking scene happened. Hundreds of people began to roll their eyes, and some even started foaming at the mouth, staggering, and falling to the ground. There was only one Grandmaster still standing there, but judging by the heavy breathing he was doing, it was clear he was not feeling well either.
Shintunen looked at the scene indifferently.
Those people were not dead and still had life breath, but they were just knocked unconscious by the shock. Moreover, half of the people were knocked unconscious at once.
This life-threatening shock was a bit incredible.
They were not afraid of group attacks at all.
Break it for me. Shintunen activated his talent once again, forcibly releasing the elemental power in his body.
The alloy chain in his hand exploded at this moment, turning into fragments that fell to the ground.
Shintunen's eyes lit up.
The feeling of having this power returning to him was really great. I saw the red flames on his body surging and condensing into a huge palm, which slapped towards the people below. Now is the time to start a killing spree. He gave the other party a chance to stop these people from stopping him, but they insisted on dying.
In that case, then don't leave. It's time for the 5 major families to become history. Chapter 111 Awakening, Sword descends the innate. Situ Group. The highest level. In a room, a figure was surging with a large amount of Master's true energy, surging out like a tide.
The Master's true energy filled the entire room, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly.
The people in the room suddenly opened their eyes.
At this moment, his body was like a cup filled with true energy, undergoing a qualitative change.
Ha ha ha. He laughed 3 times, and the next moment,
I saw that there was no more Grandmaster's chi flowing out of his body, but it turned into elemental power.
He finally got what he wanted. Entering the innate realm, the power of elements is born.
And its elemental power is wind. Listen to the wind of all things.
These elemental forces surrounded it, blowing his hair. I have finally entered the long-awaited Xiantian realm. Situ Chankong had an ecstatic expression on his face.
As he felt the elemental power in his body, his eyes gleamed with brilliance. The innate realm and the realm below the innate realm are completely 2 levels. It can be seen from the innate realm that he can become the city lord. After the breakthrough, Situ Chankong walked out of the gate confidently, full of energy and a rosy face.
Master, you finally came out. A woman in black stockings was standing outside and quickly came to Situ Chankong's side. This is her exclusive secretary, and of course also his lover.
He has always been sentimental, so naturally he wants to treat everyone equally.
Lingxin, what's wrong? Situ Chankong was in a very good mood and had a smile on his face.
After reaching this level, he felt that he was omnipotent, looked down on everyone, and had a sense of euphoria.
It's like trying to lose weight and eating some awful diet meals all the time. After finally losing weight, I started to indulge myself like crazy, not caring at all whether I gained the weight back or not, and I completely swelled up. Go down and take a look. There's going to be chaos down there. Several masters of my Situ family have died. The woman quickly informed. When she received the call from below, she was a little confused. So many masters had died, what's the point of telling her? The people below kept urging her to tell the head of the family quickly, but the head of the family was in seclusion and she didn't dare to disturb him. She understood the master's temper. When he was in a good mood, he would call her baby or Lingxin. If you are in a bad mood, he. Maybe you will get a slap in the face, your mood will be unpredictable. If he didn't have such great strength and status, who would be willing to follow him? What? Situ Changkong's expression instantly turned cold, and his body was filled with chill, as if he had come from midsummer to winter. The woman felt cold all over. A cold wind blew out from here without her knowing, making her feel as if her blood was about to freeze. The woman stared at her master and disciple Changkong intently. This power was transmitted from each other. In other words, the head of the family has broken through the innate realm. You stinky bitch, you're telling me such a big thing now. Situ Changkong stared at the woman with eyes like sharp blades. The woman was about to explain, but she had no chance. A cold wind blew like a wind blade, passing through the woman's body. It's all my fault. I spoiled you too much and that's why I harmed the grandmaster of my Situ family. He walked past the woman, who fell in a pool of blood with her eyes wide open, and was killed by him with a single blow. Every one of our Situ family's masters is a pillar of our family. Now that we've suffered so much loss, it's time to make that person pay the price. He had already guessed who did it. In Shanha City, the only person who dares to do this is that person. Damn thing, do you really think you are invincible? Do you really think you can kill innocent people? Shintunin, today I will make you die in the Situ family. He turned into a gust of cold wind and disappeared on the spot. Shortly after he left, several bodyguards in black suits walked in. They looked at the woman's body on the ground with no emotion in their eyes. This is already the 30th secretary to die. It's such a pity, such a pretty little face. Who told you this is the master's habit? Whenever he gets angry, he kills a female secretary to vent his anger. The bodyguards skillfully carried the body out and left someone behind to clean the place. Every powerful person seems to have some unknown habits, and these bodyguards have become accustomed to them. All we can say is that this woman was unlucky. At most we can pay some compensation to her family, and the matter will be over. No one dared to speak up for him, and even if they were angry, they had to swallow their anger. Otherwise, your whole family will be in trouble. Situ Group. Shintunin stood in the air like a god, while on the ground, some people turned into ice sculptures, and some were burned by flames, emitting a smell of charcoal. He watched all this with indifference. These people deserved it. He wiped out all the people from the 5 major families. After recovering the elemental power, killing these people is not much different from crushing ants on the ground. It is simple and easy. Shintunin had let out most of the anger in his heart. After dealing with these people, he descended from the sky, gathered his elemental power, and came to his sister's side. And at this time, there was another sound of footsteps outside the door. A group of police officers walked in from outside. The leader was a middle-aged man with a round face and several conspicuous moles on his face. As soon as he came in, he saw the bodies of those who were killed by the power of elements on the ground. Some of the clothes were burned and turned into charcoal. Fortunately, the person who was turned into an ice sculpture had a complete body. It can be said to be a true world of ice and fire, and these people died in extremely miserable ways. The leading police officer swallowed. He is the deputy director, but he is not from one of the 5 major families. He climbed up step by step on his own. Originally, the position of director was his, but because of the interference of the 5 major families, he could only be the deputy director. And now the director who took his position has turned into a cold corpse. This made him feel a little relieved. But he was more afraid of someone who could do all this easily. It can only be a terrifying innate realm expert. Although he is also a master, he also feels awe and fear when facing the innate realm. Mayor Shin. Wusong gritted his teeth and walked over to Shintunin, bowing respectfully. Shintunin checked his sister's injuries and found that she was completely fine now, but she was still in a coma and it would take some time for her to wake up.
You handle the situation here, and clean up the police station while you're at it.
All those from the 5 major families must be thoroughly investigated.
Shin Tunin could feel that this person had no ill intentions and should be a useful talent.
Yes. Wusong nodded quickly, feeling a little excited.
The 5 major families have always been the cancer of Shanha City, and now they are finally going to be completely cleaned up.
Moreover, when Mayor Shin took action, he was truly powerful and domineering.
Once they took action, they did not give the 5 major families any chance to counterattack, and basically killed all the middle and high-level leaders of the 5 major families.
How could he not recognize those famous masters among those corpses?
Those people are all arrogant, even though they are all masters.
However, the masters of the 5 major families are born with an appearance of superiority.
If you have not joined the 5 major families, even if you are a master, they will not take you seriously. Now seeing their miserable end one by one, Wusong actually felt an indescribable sense of relief in his heart.
But he didn't show it directly on his face. Dad.
Suddenly, a young police officer knelt down in front of a corpse. It was the body of a master, the master of the Morong family. The man's eyes were full of despair, as if the sky was about to fall. His nose and tears were flowing, and he kept crying. Wusong flashed and instantly appeared in front of the young police officer and patted him on the shoulder.
Little Morong, you shouldn't have shouted that. Mayor Shin has decided to clean up the people from the 5 major families.
Now this young man is taking the initiative to come and claim to be his father. He is simply courting death.
Ah! I'm going to kill him.
The young man's eyes were full of murderous intent. He stared at Shin Tunin not far away, and seemed to be completely crazy. As the son of a grandmaster, one can enjoy a lot of privileges. But now that his father is dead, these privileges are gone. He wanted to get up, but found that Wusong's hand was holding him down tightly.
Boom!
A stream of master's true energy flowed into his body, destroying his internal organs.
Puff!
The young police officer spurted blood from his mouth, his eyes wide open, and fell beside his father's body. The remaining police officers looked at each other, and roughly understood what cleanup meant.
This is to completely eliminate all the people from the 5 major families.
Pass on my order to reorganize the police station.
All those who belong to the 5 major families must be eradicated and no future troubles will be left.
He didn't even want to investigate the people from the 5 major families, as each of them had committed murders. However, relying on the 5 major families as their backers, they did not accept the punishment they deserved. After all, this is a world where martial arts are respected.
The 5 major families are the real local tyrants here, and there are many powerful people.
Mr. Shin, you are truly so majestic. Suddenly, gusts of cold wind blew up from the place, like knives in icy weather, blowing in people's faces, making their faces hurt. Everyone looked up in horror and looked towards one place. There stood a man walking in the air, with a lot of wind flowing on his body, invisible air currents stirring the air around him. Situ Kong came with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with unimaginable murderous intent.
Innate realm.
Wusong was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party had not made a breakthrough for so many years, but now he had entered this terrifying realm.
Wusong quickly looked at Shin Tunin.
He had just decided to take sides.
If Shin Tunin loses, he won't survive.
Shin Tunin stood under the light, his face was extremely handsome and expressionless, giving people a cold and mountain-like feeling.
Facing Situ Kong, Shin Tunin felt no emotion at all.
A small innate realm is nothing more than this in his eyes. Master Situ, I was just about to settle the score with you, but I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. Today, my sister almost died in your Situ family's prison.
Shouldn't you give me an explanation?
There seemed to be lightning bursting out of Shin Tunin's eyes, emitting a breathtaking aura. Situ Kong still had his hands behind his back, his figure strong and tall.
How ridiculous, how ridiculous.
You killed so many people from my Situ family, and now you're trying to turn the tables on me. Mayor Shin, I have to say, you are much more difficult to deal with than the previous mayor.
But the previous mayor understood and would not confront my Situ family head-on.
And you, since you've made your choice, then go die. Situ Kong raised his hand, and the power of the wind element was mobilized, and soon 5 tornadoes formed, as if they could swallow everything. He just raised his hand and waved.
Boom!
The martial arts tornado was like 5 ferocious beasts that could swallow the sky, covering Shin Tunin. At this moment, everyone watching the game became stiff and their faces were filled with shock.
How could they possibly participate in a battle at the innate realm? As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. To everyone, the Xiantian realm is like an immortal. Situ Chankong believed that this move of his should be able to defeat Shen Tunen and end his life. After all, Shen Tunen has consumed so much elemental power in succession, how much strength does he have left? Even if the 5 major families suffered heavy losses, as long as Shen Tunen died, they would still be the strongest overlords in Shanha City and dominate everything.
Faced with this overwhelming attack, Shen Tunen just raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The next moment, a dark golden sword light burst out. 5 tornadoes were split neatly by the blade and dissipated into the air. Situ Chankong's pupils shrank and a shocked expression appeared on his face. At the same time, he felt a fatal sense of crisis, and he quickly activated the power of elements to try to hold on. But the sword light came. Crimson flames and deep blue ice flowed above the sword light, and the 2 elemental forces that should have been mutually exclusive were perfectly integrated. Boom! His body was pierced through head-on by the sword light, and his body was nailed to the wall in the hall, and the bright red liquid stained his clothes. Instant kill sword technique, how could you possibly cultivate to this level?
Situ Chankong finally changed his arrogant mentality and recognized the martial arts displayed by Shen Tunen.
But it was too late, he felt his life slipping away. If you are hit by the instant kill sword technique, there is only one way to go, and that is death. Shen Tunen did not respond to him, but put the Shura sword into the scabbard, leaving him with an indifferent back. The highest authority in the Situ family closed his eyes with reluctance. At this point, the Situ family was completely finished. Wu Song was stunned as he watched the situation change, with countless noisy voices filling his mind. A Xiantian realm cultivator was killed in an instant like this? There was surprise and disbelief in his voice. It took the police officers a long time to recover from their shock, and they all swallowed hard. In the eyes of everyone, the almost invincible Xiantian realm was not a match for Shen Tunen's move. Such a gap is unimaginable. Ahem! At this moment, Shen Mengyao suddenly started coughing violently, and a mouthful of black blood spurted out of her mouth and spilled onto the ground. Shen Tunen hurried to his sister.
Mengyao, you finally woke up.
Shen Tunen smiled, without any of his previous domineering attitude.
Brother, are you in the Xiantian realm? Shen Mengyao looked at the elemental power flowing through her brother's body and realized his true strength. Yes, I am Xiantian, and I am also the lord of Shanha City.
Shen Tunen calmly told his sister about his current realm and strength. Shen Mengyao was silent for a long time, and finally digested and accepted this reality. She realized that she had underestimated her brother.
Mengyao, I heard Zikong is here too. Have you seen him? Shen Tunen asked. Chapter 112 Fight to the death and send you to hell. Younger brother.
Shen Mengyao still felt a little dizzy, probably from the aftereffects of the injury. She thought about it and realized that she didn't see her brother. But the master with the eagle nose said that his brother might have grabbed the opportunity but didn't he catch it.
Do you know his whereabouts? Shen Tunen asked anxiously.
He had to make sure nothing happened to his brother, otherwise he would not be able to explain to his parents. He couldn't imagine how sad his parents would be if something happened to his younger brother. My brother should have escaped, but he didn't run towards me. He should have run in another direction.
Shen Mengyao felt dizzy. Another direction? Shen Tunen murmured to himself. Well, I have something to say. Morong Chi suddenly interrupted. Shen Tunen looked at him doubtfully, wanting to see what he would say.
According to the information I received, in addition to our 5 major families, there is also a behind-the-scenes force involved.
I've fought one of them before. He's very powerful, and I don't want to make an enemy easily. He told Shen Tunen an extremely important piece of news. Upon hearing this news, Shen Tunen's eyes flashed with brilliance and his whole aura became extremely terrifying. Where are they? Shen Tunen asked.
Morong Chi said, let me lead the way, but I'm not sure if they are still there.
But if they want to be the last one standing, they shouldn't be far from the secret realm.
They must be lying in ambush nearby.
Shen Tunen nodded, hurry and lead the way.
As for his sister, Shen Tunen asked Wu Song to send someone to take good care of her. The other party had been impressed by the strength he displayed and naturally dared not disobey. Besides, he is now the mayor of Shanha City. If the other party wants to stay in Shanha City, they must obey his orders. He now wants to completely reorganize Shanha City and cannot let those miscellaneous families make a mess here. This group of rabble will never achieve anything great. Brother, don't worry.
Be sure to bring your brother back. I will take good care of myself. Shen Mengyao blinked and waved goodbye. Shen Tunan and Morongqi left the place, and soon even their backs could not be seen, disappearing from everyone's sight. At the same time, in a mountain forest, a group of birds flapped their wings and flew out in panic, as if they had encountered something terrible. On a small path in the forest, Shen Zikong was fleeing quickly with a look of fear on his face. There were many wounds on his body, his clothes were soaked with blood, and he smelled of blood. But he didn't dare to stop at all, because behind him, there were several masters like hounds, leading people to chase him. I thought I would be safe after escaping the pursuit of the great axe master. But he soon found out that he was wrong. As soon as he ran outside, another group of people appeared and chased him ferociously. The leader was an extremely ugly master with a cold expression, like a monkey that had not yet transformed into a human. There was a lot of hair on his face and many ugly wrinkles. But the aura on his body was the most powerful. The master's true energy in his body surged out and burst out at an astonishing speed, chasing Shen Zikong closely. Handsome boy, don't run away. Hand over what's in your hand. Maybe I can let you die without pain. The monkey-like master had a smile on his face, but his smile gave people a vulgar and disgusting feeling. There's even a sense of eeriness. With such a look, no matter where you put it, there will be people discussing it, or even despising it. But none of the people following him dared to show such an expression. This is Lian, the master of their Li family. The name is not bad, but he is a notorious madman. At first, someone in the Li family laughed at Lian for being too ugly. The next day, Lian treated everyone to meat soup in front of everyone. But no one dared to drink it because the soup had a foul odor and there was no seasoning added, so no one would drink it. But he drank it all, leaving not even a piece of meat. And the man who laughed at him disappeared forever. From then on, no one dared to laugh at this ugly master. No one wants to be the second pot of broth. Shen Zikong continued to flee, feeling that his physical strength was declining very seriously and he was about to lose all his strength. But he didn't dare stop. Now he had no means to save his life. Once he was caught, he would surely die. The other party also had the intention of joking and deliberately let him go a distance, otherwise he would not have been able to escape so far. Sir, we better quickly seize the opportunity from him, otherwise we won't be able to report back. Next to Ong Li, a rough-looking master reminded him. They could have clearly caught Shen Zikong a long time ago, but Lian insisted on asking them to play a game of cat and mouse. I really don't know what to say. Are you teaching me how to do things? Lian looked back at the master, and the rough man's heart trembled and he felt a pang of palpitations. The other person's eyes seemed to swallow him whole, emitting an astonishing murderous aura. I dare not. The master, who had a somewhat rough face, quickly lowered his head and did not dare to look him in the eye. As a master, he is not as crazy as An Li. Then stop talking nonsense. He scolded without mercy, showing no mercy even to the master. The other masters remained silent, unwilling to offend Liang. Although, if they join forces, Ong Li may not be their opponent. But they had too many ties, and they didn't have the courage to fight to the death with Liang. They are a group. Although Ong Li is their leader on the surface, he always likes to be alone. When doing things, he always thinks about himself and does not care about the feelings of others at all. I'll take care of the patriarch myself. You just have to obey my orders. I'm saying this one last time. If anyone dares to tell me what to do next time, I'll rip your ears off. It should taste good if soaked in wine. He said extremely cruel words with a smile, which made people shudder. They chased for a distance and Shen Zikong finally stopped. He didn't want to escape anymore and he didn't have enough energy. The men in black chasing him from behind formed a circle, blocking his retreat. Lian stood in front of Shen Zikong, a trace of regret on his ugly face. You disappoint me so much, and your persistence was too short. I thought you could go a little further. He did not take action immediately, but instead made some sarcastic remarks in an attempt to provoke Shen Zikong. I'll give it to you. Shen Zikong handed over the elixirs and alchemy skills he had obtained, but he did not hand over the soft armor he was wearing immediately. Lian didn't take the idea, but continued, Do you think I value these things of yours? That's just what the master of the family wants. What I want is fresh flesh and blood. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth that emitted a foul odor, as if he hadn't rinsed his mouth for a long time. When Shen Zikong smelled the stench, he almost vomited and quickly covered his mouth.
When Ang Li saw the scene, his face instantly became ferocious, like a dog whose tail was stepped on.
How dare you despise me? I hate this expression of yours the most. I'm going to cut 108 wounds on your body and make you live a life worse than death. You hate me now, but you will become one with me in the future. He hasn't finished speaking yet. Shin Zikong's watch suddenly lit up, and the old man inside appeared. I can't stand it any longer. Why would there be such a perverted person? Zikong, lend me your body, I'll help you fight your way out. As soon as the words fell, new power surged into Shin Zikong's body. Shin Zikong suddenly felt endless power exploding in his body.
A thunderous sound echoed in the body, and every meridian became extremely hot. The master's true energy diffuses outside the body. The body controlled by the new student has temporarily reached the master level of combat power. However, Shin Zikong could only watch and had no control over his current body.
Master! Shin Zikong couldn't help but shout. He always felt that once this power was used, Master Xinqing would pay a price.
Otherwise, it would not be used at such a critical moment.
Will you listen to what others are saying?
Lian slapped him with a slap, and the master's true energy on it boiled, carrying with it an extremely terrifying power. The freshman's expression changed slightly, and he also burst out with the master's true energy and punched out. Fists and palms collided.
Boom!
There was a loud explosion in the air, a terrifying sound, which formed sound waves that spread everywhere, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. The two figures were no longer visible. But from the billowing smoke, there were constant sounds of bombardment. It was obvious that the two of them were fighting fiercely, and each of them burst out with terrifying power to fight the enemy. The others did not intervene, they watched the scene indifferently. They even hoped that Lian would be seriously injured to dampen his fighting spirit. Otherwise, Lian alone would have put pressure on all the masters of the Li family, making them feel suffocated, which would be really frustrating. Everyone around stood by and watched.
Boom!
A figure suddenly flew out from the smoke and dust, but to the disappointment of the people around him, it was not Lian. The young man flew backwards, smashing dozens of trees, and finally crashed into a mountain wall, spurting out a mouthful of bright red blood from his mouth.
He was seriously injured.
The freshman's hands were numb and he felt extremely painful. There were even many cracks on his body, like broken glass. Your body is too weak to withstand high-intensity combat. Otherwise, I will definitely kill this disgusting guy. The freshman sighed. His soul power had declined a lot, but he still tried to be tough.
Master, please return my body to me, Shin Zikong said.
He was a little worried that his master wouldn't be able to bear it and his soul would be completely destroyed.
Zikong, I'm happy to be able to teach you. I am also proud to have a disciple like you. The road ahead depends on you.
The freshman suddenly said these words, as if he was leaving his last words.
Master, please stop talking nonsense.
Shin Zikong felt something was wrong, and his desire for strength became more and more intense.
If he now has power beyond that of a grandmaster, who would dare to bully him like this?
His master would not become so weak.
Ha!
The freshman was just about to use his remaining soul power to launch the most fatal attack and die together with these people. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar breath approaching rapidly, not far from here.
God is really here to save me. A smile suddenly appeared on the freshman's face. Zikong, my body is returned to you.
The new life transformed into a soul again, entered the watch, and hid its own breath. At this moment, a red flame lit up in the sky. Everyone in the Li family looked towards the fire as if they were facing a great enemy. In the endless flames, there was a young man with a handsome appearance, like a person walking out of a painting, with no visible flaws on his skin. He walked in the air, like a god patrolling the world. I don't know when the sky turned into a scene of fiery clouds, giving people an incomparable sense of oppression.
An innate realm expert is coming. A master of the Li family's expression instantly turned ugly.
The same thing happened to his companion beside him, whose expression changed in shock. Although the Li family also has people in the Xiantian realm, they are the people behind the scenes and generally do not take action personally. And this innate who suddenly appeared was really shameless. He actually came in person to bully these young people. Anyone who can reach the innate realm can be called a senior regardless of age. After all, this is a world where the strong are respected. Shin Zikong regained control of his body, but due to fatigue and physical injuries, he felt extremely exhausted.
My eyelids drooped uncontrollably and I felt sleepy.
I felt a strong sense of dizziness in my head and felt like I had no strength left in my body.
What did Master mean by that? Shin Zikong tried hard to see the figure in the firelight. Why do you look a bit like my brother?
As soon as he finished speaking, the crimson flames in the sky quickly descended beside him. The scorching heat caused the temperature around him to rise rapidly, reaching an astonishing 100 degrees in an instant. Everyone felt a surge of heat and looked at Shin Tunin in horror.
Zikong, don't run so far next time. The flames on Shin Tunin's body subsided, revealing his complete figure.
Shin Zikong stared at his brother with wide eyes, his heart filled with shock.
Isn't my brother a master? How did he become a congenital being able to control elemental power?
But he didn't think too much about it. He couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Shin Tunin quickly hugged his brother, glanced at Morongchi next to him, and stretched out his hand.
Morongchi took out a bottle of healing potion from his arms. Shin Tunin took it and fed it to his brother.
Seeing that his brother's injury was getting better, he said to Morongchi, "Take good care of my brother." Then, Shin Tunin stared at the black-clad men of the Li family with murderous intent in his eyes and said word by word,
"Everyone present, I invite you all to go to hell and receive the hell gift pack.
When you go to hell, remember that it was me, Shin Tunin, who killed you." Crimson flames erupted from his body, forming a flaming tiger in the sky, which roared.
Immediately afterwards, the icy power in his body exploded and condensed into an ice dragon, emitting a dragon roar.
The two elemental forces erupted at the same time, creating an unimaginable sense of oppression. An extremely strong aura suppressed everything, and the air around stopped flowing at this moment.
Chapter 113 Yunjian City, Li Family, Rage. Tigers roar and dragons roar.
The power of the two elements erupted at the same time, giving people a feeling that their souls were trembling. Shin Tunin stood on the ice dragon with his hands behind his back, looking down at his opponent coldly. Although there were many people in the Li family, they all looked horrified at this moment, and felt an endless chill coming from their bodies.
Facing Xiantian, they have almost no chance of winning, the gap is too huge. As a Xiantian, a senior, you are truly so majestic. Just when everyone was afraid, Lian suddenly stood up. He had an ugly face, but he had a fearless courage when facing danger. The other masters don't have this courage. This is why he can become the leader of this group. It was you who attacked my brother just now.
Shin Tunin looked at the other party, with endless flames burning in his pupils, as if to burn the sky.
Li Da said calmly, "It was indeed me who did it, but so what? Do you know my Li family?"
Shin Tunin was filled with murderous intent and raised his hand. Behind him, a giant tiger formed by flames roared.
Roar!
The roar tore through the surrounding air, shaking like thunder. This sound made the world seem to be collapsing. Countless people felt as if their souls were about to be shattered.
What a terrifying power this is! Li Da was not feeling well either. He was forced to step back repeatedly by the roar.
His eardrums were buzzing and his body was shaking. The giant tiger formed by the power of elements gathered energy in its mouth, and a red beam of light burst out, rushing towards Li Da, wanting to burn him to ashes.
Such terrifying power is terrifying.
The beam of light carried the power to destroy the world and completely submerged Rita's figure. But unexpectedly, there were no screams. When the red flames dissipated, Li Da's figure appeared in everyone's sight. The power of elements also surged in his body. Those were some dark thunders, densely packed and emitting a breathtaking aura. These thunders formed a circle of thunder, protecting Li Da intact. The jade pendant in Li Da's hand had been broken. It was the life-saving item left to him by the head of the family. "Now you can finally listen to me, right?" Li Da asked calmly. The fact that he has this kind of life-saving item shows that there is also a person in the innate realm standing behind him, and the dark thunder is a special elemental force. Generally, people who can awaken the power of special elements have stronger combat power than people at the same level, and each of them is extremely terrifying. "It's him!" Morongchi, who was not far away, saw the dark thunder and immediately recognized the other party's identity. "He is from the Li family of Yunjian City," Morongchi told Shin Tunin. When Shin Tunin heard the name Yunjian City, he suddenly remembered that he had heard a report about it while watching TV before. When the current lord of Yunjian City broke through, he caused thunder from heaven and earth to create a spectacular sight. Known as the Cloud City, it is the place most likely to enter the realm of Elemental Lord. What the other party awakened was a special elemental power. The person in front of me and the person behind him should be the Lord of Yunjian City.
I guess you have guessed my identity. Yes, I am from the Li family.
Our Li family's patriarch will serve as the lord of Yunjian City, and his power will be feared by the world.
Li De proudly brought out the people behind him.
As long as they knew that they were from the Li family, even the strong ones in the innate realm would be terrified. Because the lord of Yunjian City is not an ordinary innate realm, but has reached the 7th level of innateness.
With the special elemental power, he can fight against opponents of higher levels.
Even facing the existence of the 8th level of innateness, he is not afraid and has a bright future ahead of him. I don't mind other things, but I hope you can promise one thing.
Shin Tunan's attitude suddenly softened. Senior, please speak.
A hint of sarcasm flashed in Li Da's eyes.
The Xiantian in front of him was finally afraid. After all, their patriarch is extremely domineering.
If Shin Tuanan does not admit his mistake, he will be punished by their patriarch and pay the price in blood.
The other party finally gave in.
I thought he was a tough guy, but now it seems he is just a softie.
Is it okay if I take your life?
Shin Tunan asked calmly, but his body was filled with astonishing murderous aura, and he directly froze Li De. At this moment, Li Da's blood flow accelerated, and he felt uneasy and fearful.
I feel that the opponent in front of me is too scary and seems to be crazy. The other party really wanted to kill him and was not joking.
You bullied my brother so much, but you thought I'd let you off just because you were from the Li family.
Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Shin Tunan's eyes flashed like lightning, and a terrifying pressure spread out. Everyone around him didn't dare to move.
The air seemed to freeze at this moment.
Senior, do you want to go to war with my Li family? Li De asked.
Although he has a strong background, he can't stand the madman in front of him. If he must be killed, he has no choice but to wait for death. After all, he was just a master and was no match for the other party.
Anyone who touches my relatives will die.
Shin Tunan slapped forward, and the two forces of fire and ice merged into a huge palm and slapped forward. Fire and ice flowed on the palm, the two mutually reinforcing and counteracting forces perfectly merged together, erupting with astonishing destructive power.
Boom!
The area where Li De was located exploded with a loud bang, and the dark lightning around him dimmed a little.
This made Shin Tunan frown, as his continuous attacks couldn't hurt the opponent. Then I can only use swordsmanship.
After all, he was just in existence who had just entered the innate realm not long ago. It would be difficult to solve the problem without using some real means. The pressure from Shin Tunan subsided, and he was ready to take out the Shura sword to kill this man instantly. But at this moment,
the people from the Li family nearby had already started to flee. They had no intention of confronting Shin Tuanan. Did I let you go?
These people are the culprits who hunted down his brother, so naturally none of them can escape. Shin Tunan performed the Qingyan step, his figure disappeared in an instant, appeared in front of the two masters, and slapped them. This time, the elemental power directly shattered the bodies of the two masters, blood splattered, and they were killed on the spot. Seeing this scene, everyone around had deep fear in their pupils and felt scared inside. I feel that it is worthy of being in the innate realm.
It is really terrifying, and this power is unimaginable.
Without entering the innate realm, it is really impossible to fight against such a person.
As a Xiantian senior, you are killing innocent people like this. Aren't you afraid that your family will be retaliated against?
Someone threatened that this was a scar-faced master with a thumb-long scar on his left cheek. But such words directly irritated Shin Tunan, who hated it most when others used their relatives to threaten him.
You deserve to die.
Its movement speed was unpredictable and it disappeared in an instant, appearing in front of the Scarface Grandmaster as if it had teleported. The flames on his palms were boiling, and he slapped the opponent's body, shattering his internal organs. The flames on the opponent's body burned fiercely, and his body gradually turned into ashes in the flames. If he had taken care of himself, he would not have fought to the death with the 5 major families.
Another master. Li Da's face became increasingly gloomy.
After all, he is the master of their Li family, and it is not easy to train a master.
Talent and cultivation resources are indispensable.
But now that he has lost several digits, he feels a little sad.
Stop, you can't kill anymore.
My Li family is willing to give up this matter temporarily and apologize to you. Li De even admitted his mistake directly, hoping to ease the relationship between the two. As for Shin Zikong, he naturally cannot be let off. He must be called the head of the family so that he can have the ability to compete with the other party. They must seize the alchemy technique, including anything Shin Zikong obtained in the secret realm.
These things have long been considered as theirs. Who the hell are you? Why should I listen to you?
Shin Tunin continued to slaughter the people of the Li family easily, and no one could escape his attack.
No one can withstand his elemental power. All those below the innate are ants. This sentence is demonstrated vividly.
It didn't take Shin Tunin too much effort to deal with these people. In the end, only Li Da was left. Li Da's face was filled with grief and anger, and he stared at Shin Tuanan with bloodshot eyes, looking like a hungry wolf. All the people he brought with him died, and it would be difficult for him to report back, and the head of the family would not let him go easily. After all, this is the backbone of the family. You bully the weak with your power, causing such a bloody crime. The head of the family will definitely pay the price in the future. There was hatred in his eyes. I don't know if I'll pay the price or not, but it's time for you to die. The Shura sword in Shin Tunan's hand burst out, and a bright and dazzling sword light directly tore through the defense formed by lightning and chopped off Li Da's head with one blow. The opponent's head was separated from his body and he fell into a pool of blood with a thud. Shin Tunan put away the Shura sword and restrained all of his elemental power. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Morong Chi couldn't help but swallow his saliva at this moment, knowing that this was the rhythm before the storm. The one from the Li family will definitely not give up, and then it will be a real battle between the innate and the innate.
Although Shin Tunan is very strong, he can kill Situ Changkong, who has just entered the innate realm, in seconds.
But the one from the Li family in Yunjian City can do the same. He is a master who has been famous for many years and has always been extremely domineering.
Mayor Shin, you might be in big trouble. The one from the Li family is not someone you can easily mess with. Morong Chi smiled bitterly. There is a high possibility that he will be implicated and die as well.
Life with Shin Tunan is really like walking on the brink of life and death.
You worry too much. No matter how strong the opponent is, he will die under my sword.
Shin Tunan was in high spirits, and the golden morning sun shone on him, as if he was wearing a golden battlesuit. His eyes were firm and fearless, as if he didn't take any opponent in the world seriously.
The other side. Yunjian City. This is a city-level city with a population of millions.
There is a moat outside the city, with small bridges and flowing water.
The scenery is beautiful and the artistic conception is extraordinary. Li family.
In this room, a man who looked to be in his 30s opened his eyes.
The moment I opened my eyes. Boom!
A dark bolt of lightning streaked through the void, causing a violent explosion that echoed throughout the entire house. His body was also wrapped in dense black arcs of electricity, and he looked extremely indifferent and powerful.
Why do I feel something is wrong? At his level, this feeling wouldn't appear suddenly. Something must have happened recently. Master, something bad has happened outside.
Outside the door, a disciple of the Li family ran in hurriedly and half knelt on the ground. The life cards of several masters have all been shattered. The disciple said this almost tremblingly. This means that all the masters are dead. This was also a huge blow to the Li family, and the price they paid was too heavy.
Who did it?
Li Changchun, the head of the Li family, asked. I don't know, but I suspect it was done by a Xiantian realm expert.
Only they have the ability to kill so many masters. The disciple who was half kneeling on the ground was a little uneasy. Sudden. Li Changchun's expression changed as he sensed that his elemental power had disappeared. He only left his elemental power to Li Di as a life-saving measure. Because although Li Di is crazy, he has great potential and may become the next Xiantian in the future. But now this hope is shattered. No matter who you are, I will find you and make you pay.
The black lightning on Li Changchun's body flashed wildly, making crackling sounds, and the whole person became extremely terrifying, like a demon walking out of hell. He turned into a black lightning and disappeared directly into the house, moving towards the direction where the elemental power dissipated. He didn't know how the Li family members died, but he had to investigate it himself. If he finds out that someone in the Xiantian realm is bullying the weak, he will make the other party pay with blood. If he was killed by someone at the same Grandmaster level, he would kill the other person. No matter what, if something happens to the Li family, he must help them get revenge and make them pay the price in blood.
Boom! A black bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, startling everyone in Yunjian City, and they couldn't help but look up. There was a loud thunder in broad daylight, and some timid ordinary people even had their heartbeats quickened and looked terrified. Such a strong murderous aura, Mayor Li, are you going to kill someone? Some people sensed who had unleashed that lightning.
They were all shocked, knowing that something big was about to happen, and that the world might be turned upside down. After all, they had never seen the mayor so angry.
At the same time,
Shintunin came to his brother and found that he was sleeping soundly and even snoring. It seemed that he was too tired.
He didn't even have time to watch the battle just now.
Instead, he fell asleep due to exhaustion. Shintunin took out a piece of clothing and put it on his brother so that he could sleep better and avoid catching a cold.
Therefore, warriors are physically strong and rarely get sick. But there is one exception, and that is when you are seriously injured. Mayor Shin, let's go first, Morong Chi suggested.
Shintunin looked at his brother sleeping soundly and said, "There's no need to do this.
My brother wants to sleep here, so let him sleep. We won't wake him up."
As an older brother, he naturally had to transform himself into a mountain to help his younger brother ward off disaster. Shintunin sat next to him and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to adjust his state.
About an hour passed. Boom!
The sky not far away was covered with dark clouds, and a black lightning streaked across the sky, heading straight for this place.
Chapter 114, Framed, Decisive Battle. The weather changes.
The sky was originally clear, but now it is covered with dark clouds, accompanied by terrifying thunder, which makes people feel trembling. This is simply a sign of the destruction of the world. The aura is too terrifying.
Morong Chi's legs were shaking with fear.
Although he is a master, he is high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary people, like a god. However, in front of a strong man in the innate realm, he couldn't even control his own blood and chi. The blood and chi in his body were churning, and his face began to turn red. I even felt like my knees were about to bend and I wanted to kneel down on the ground. You have to know that the other party has such tremendous power before he has even fully arrived.
It is simply unimaginable.
Finally, the thunder was getting closer and closer, and the whole world was roaring. A black lightning came at a high speed from the void, landed dozens of meters away from the crowd, and stood in the sky. His speed was so fast that Morong Chi couldn't see clearly, and the other party came not far away.
Boom!
The void exploded, and a large amount of thunder fell beside him, with black arcs shining. He walked in the air, like the god of thunder who controlled all the thunder in the world.
People couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship him. This is a man who looks about 30 years old and looks very young.
There was a sense of vicissitudes in his pupils, as if he had lived for a very long time. Those who are born strong have a lifespan far longer than that of ordinary people. Even if they are over 100 years old, they may still maintain their youthful appearance.
Who killed someone from my Li family?
Li Changchun's body was shining with thunder, his aura was overwhelming, and his voice spread in all directions. The whole place was shaking 10 miles away, and his questioning voice that was as powerful as the power of heaven could be heard.
Shintunin was not afraid at all.
He took a step forward, and the power of fire and ice covered his body. He walked in the air step by step and stood above the sky.
Endless flames distorted the surrounding air.
The terrifying ice seemed to be able to freeze everything, emitting unimaginable pressure.
Two powerful innate realm masters confronted each other in the sky.
None of them made the first move, but they just released the terrifying elemental power in their bodies, which made people feel palpitations and fear.
So it was you who killed him. Why did you kill someone from my Li family? Li Changchun questioned. Every inch of his skin was gushing with terrifying thunder. This terrifying elemental power made his entire power terrifying and boundless. As the Lord of Yunjian City, he carries the majesty of a superior.
Even his casual scolding makes it difficult for ordinary people to bear such a powerful aura. Shintunin, however, remained calm and used the power of elements to protect his brother so that he would not be harmed.
I am Shintunin, the Lord of Shanha City. Shintunin exposed his identity and didn't care. Mayor?
A hint of hesitation flashed across Li Changchun's eyes, because anyone who could serve as the mayor must have the support of a big shot behind him.
For example, there is an elemental lord behind him.
Without such a strong support, it would be difficult for him to become the city owner. Even if you have such ability, it is useless without background. In their Yunjian city, there are more than one innate strongman, but he happens to be the mayor. It is because of his great strength that he was chosen by the elemental lord to be his disciple, and was able to sit in this position directly. Even some people who are more experienced than him and have also reached the innate realm feel that they are not qualified to compete with him for this position.
So what if he's the mayor? You must give me an explanation today. Why did you kill my Li family? Otherwise, you won't be able to leave this place alive today?
As he said this, the thunder on his body jumped violently, emitting an even more terrifying pressure. Lightning seeped out of his pupils, giving people an unparalleled sense of oppression.
Shin Tunin sneered and said, "Of course it was your Li family who offended me. They deserve to die for offending me.
Anyone who dares to touch his brother is naturally offending him, and there is nothing wrong with this statement."
Nonsense.
Even if the people of my Li family are stupid, we would never offend a Xiantian for no reason.
They are not fools. The gap between innate and grandmaster is insurmountable. You are lying. Li Changchun didn't believe what Shin Tuanan said at all. Because this is particularly outrageous.
Although Lian is a bit arrogant, he is definitely a qualified leader. When leading a team and encountering a strong opponent, he will show weakness and will not confront them head-on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged for Lian to do this.
I've told you.
Whether you believe it or not is none of my business.
Shin Tunan was too lazy to explain too much. The worst that could happen was a fight. It's not like he hasn't killed people in the Xiantian realm before.
When he was weak, even the Grandmaster dared to kill the strong ones in the innate realm by jumping over the level, let alone now. Now that he has entered the innate realm, even the elemental masters dare to touch him. The person opposite him is in the Xiantian realm, pointing fingers in front of him. He is really tired of living.
Who is standing behind you? Li Changchun did not take action immediately, even though he was extremely angry.
Although he just said that he was awesome, he didn't dare to really kill Shin Tunan, for fear of the elemental lord standing behind him. After all, if he killed Shin Tunan, the strong man behind the other party would definitely kill him.
Being targeted by an elemental lord, unless you stay in Yunjian City and don't come out, you will definitely die. There's no one behind me. If you want to take action, just do it. Don't talk so much nonsense. Shen Tuanan said sarcastically.
He found that he had overestimated the other party. This powerful innate realm master was timid and did not dare to fight him at all. He seemed to be worried about something.
Master.
At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared below them. They were from the Li family.
But Shin Tunan had never seen these people before.
They must be new arrivals, otherwise they would have been killed by him long ago.
You came at the right time. Have you seen this person? Li Changchun pointed at Shin Tunan.
The leader of the group below was a tall, slender man in a black suit wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. No, but we know that person. The man in the suit pointed at Shin Zikong, who was not far away, and said, "The other party stole our things and ran away. We must take back what belongs to our Li family from him." He was telling lies with his eyes open, not blushing at all, and even looked very serious, not like he was lying.
Do you want to die? Shin Tunan glared at the other person. Doesn't he know what kind of character his brother is? How could his brother steal things from the Li family? It's ridiculous.
The man in the black suit was startled, his body shuddered involuntarily, and an expression of fear appeared on his face. Facing Xian Tian, he has no strength to fight. How dare you treat someone from my Li family like this? You must have done something wrong. Li Changchun found the starting point. Even if I can't kill Shin Tunan today, I must make him pay the price he deserves. At least I have to beat him so badly that he has to lie in bed for several years. In this way, even if the elemental lord behind the other party knew about it, he would not be able to say anything. After all, he is Shin Tunan's younger brother and he stole things first. Whether it's true or not, this is the reason. Besides, he also guessed what Shin Tuanan's brother took, which should be something from the secret realm. That thing was originally in his pocket. If he didn't get it, then it would be considered stolen by someone else. He has always been domineering and is used to thinking this way. Whatever he likes is his, no matter if it is money, wealth, or beauty. He will kill anyone who dares to compete with him. Shin Tunan laughed when he heard this. If you want to take action, why bother making so many excuses? If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, get out of here. Shin Tunan scolded him without any hesitation, not taking him seriously at all. He is confident and calm, which shows his confidence in his own abilities. Boom! Li Changchun acted without hesitation. His palms rolled, and black thunder flashed on them. Black lightning burst out from his fist, piercing through the sky with terrifying power, and bombarded toward Shin Tuanan. Even an ordinary innate strong man would not be able to withstand such means and would be seriously injured. Shin Tunan's face was calm as the Shura sword in his hand exploded, revealing countless sword shadows. This is a phantom sword technique, wrapped in red flames, and the sword light collides with the opponent's thunder. The two forces raged in all directions, emitting an aura that was shocking and terrifying. The people watching the fight below couldn't help but find a place to hide to avoid being affected. The battle in the Xiantian realm is extremely terrifying, and the lives of those watching are in danger. The two people's power cancels each other out.
Shen Tunen was very relaxed.
He mainly wanted to test how strong the other party was and how he dared to be so domineering. However, he was very disappointed because the opponent's strength was much weaker than he had imagined. If this is all your strength, let alone killing me, it will be difficult for you to escape,
Shen Tunen said sarcastically with a mocking tone.
Li Changchun was so angry that he laughed. Ha, you really think that I, Li Changchun, dare not kill you, right?
I'm the head of the Li family and the mayor of Yunjian City. If I don't have some tricks up my sleeve, how can I convince everyone in Yunjian City to obey me? Just now I was just testing you. If you insist on seeking death today, then I will send you to heaven. Li Changchun has never been humiliated like this before. Who around him is not flattering him?
Even if he was being insincere, he would not speak to him like Shen Tunen did. This made him angry and he wanted to kill the other person. When his emotions take control of his body, he will no longer think about so many messy things, nor will he think about revenge. What he wanted to do now was to kill Shen Tunen in front of him to vent his anger.
At the same time, on the ground, Shen Zikan, who was seriously injured and unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes.
He remembered that he had just fallen asleep and sought his brother before falling asleep. Now he was awakened by the noise outside. When he opened his eyes, he saw a man who was not his brother. The other person had one arm and his sleeves were empty.
Who are you? Shen Zikang asked puzzledly. Morong Qi, seeing that he had woken up, quickly asked with concern, are you feeling unwell? If so, tell me.
I'm your brother's subordinate, and I'm responsible for taking care of you. Having done so many things with Shen Tunen, he now considers himself to be Shen Tunen's subordinate. That's why I introduce myself like this.
You are my brother's man, so what's your name? Shen Zikong continued to ask. My name is Morong Qi, and I'm originally from the Morong family. Morong Qi did not hide anything and said everything in the most direct way. Then where is my brother? Shen Zikong looked around but did not see his brother. Morong Qi pointed to the sky.
Half of the sky was occupied by thunder. The violent thunder roared with astonishing momentum. The other half was occupied by flames and ice.
The flames condensed into a giant tiger, and the ice condensed into a giant ice dragon.
The power of two elements miraculously appeared in one person, emitting a terrifying aura. The dragon and tiger are so lifelike, they look like real dragons and tigers. However, the two people in the sky were wrapped in elemental power, and the air around them was distorted, so their faces and any features could not be seen at all. I could only feel the power of those two people.
My brother is in the Xiantian realm? Shen Zikong opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. Wasn't this unfamiliar elemental force the one who saved them that day at school?
The person who killed that terrifying beast.
He is still impressed by it.
That beast was a fallen angel, a race of formidable angels. Especially those with 6 wings, they are extremely terrifying. He heard those people in the cult call it the beast god. But such a powerful existence was dealt with by his brother. That's why he felt shocked and confused. He looked up at the place where the power of ice and fire elements erupted, and his heart was shocked.
Although he only saw a blurry figure, he now knew it was Shen Tunen.
After knowing the identity of his biological brother, he felt that his efforts seemed to be in vain.
My brother's improvement is even faster than mine.
When I first discovered it, I thought my brother was a master and that I had a chance to catch up with his level. But now it seems too difficult.
At this time, even the new student in the watch side, your brother's talent may have the chance to become a god in the future. This is a very high evaluation.
You should know that his original evaluation was that only Shen Zikong could become a god under his guidance.
But now it has completely changed. Is my brother so talented? Shen Zikong talked to his master.
But in Morong Qi's opinion, Shen Zikong was completely talking to himself, as if he was schizophrenic. Sometimes she was shocked, sometimes she relaxed her brows, and sometimes she said something strange, as if she was communicating with someone, but she was not talking to him, but looking at the sky. Of course, I don't understand your brother's growth rate, but there are very few people who I can't understand, commented the freshman. Shin Zikong's eyes gleamed with brilliance, and he clenched his fists and vowed, "Then I can't fall too far behind.
I don't want to be so embarrassed again. Brother, you protect me now, and from now on it's my turn to protect you."
The freshman watching smiled and shook his head, thinking this was too difficult. Because he found that every time he came into contact with Shintunin, the other party's strength would undergo a drastic change.
He even wondered if Shintunin also had someone like him who came from the future to help him?
After all, if he can come from the future to the present, it doesn't mean that others can't.
Chapter 115 The King of Heaven, the Son of Heaven, and the Venerable One arrive. Above the sky. The two innate strong men, the elemental power erupted unrestrainedly. Black thunder occupied half the sky, flashing with black lightning, which was heart-pounding.
On the other side, the power of fire and ice created a world of ice and fire, and two colors appeared on the horizon. One side is a fiery red color, like a sunset cloud.
One side is dark blue and the temperature is chilling. Shanha City Lord, although you are a genius who has awakened two elemental powers, do you really think you are my opponent?
Although Li Changchun was a little surprised at the two elemental powers awakened by Shintunin, his face was calm without a trace of emotion.
Because there are also differences in the innate realm.
Although Shintunin is a congenital one, he is obviously not as good as him.
He really couldn't figure out what courage Shintunin had to challenge him here. If you want to fight, fight. If you don't want to fight, get out.
Shintunin snorted coldly, looking indifferent.
Li Changchun smiled.
Thunder surrounded him as he walked in the sky, carrying the power of thousands of thunders, giving people a sense of solemnity.
Die.
Endless thunder gathered together and turned into a palm more than 10 feet in size, slapping towards Shintunin.
This time he was serious.
The palm formed by a large amount of thunder power was almost real and had the power to shake mountains. Even a mountain can be smashed into pieces.
This is truly invincible power.
Just one palm is enough to cause the sky to collapse and the earth to split, completely destroying this area.
This is the Sky Thunder Palm. This is one of the Patriarch's unique skills. It once killed a Xiantian realm expert. It seems that the opponent has really angered the Patriarch. He is doomed.
The people from the Li family below all smiled relaxedly and began to talk in low voices.
The reason why the people of the Li family can be so domineering and arrogant.
It is because the head of the family has invincible power that anyone in front of him will be defeated or even killed by him. With the head of the family around, everyone else is like an ant and completely vulnerable. Shintunin could also feel that this extremely terrifying power was equivalent to the beast god at that time. When he faced the power of the beast god, he had to exchange the source of life for one in order to defeat the opponent.
But now it was different.
Shintunin's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the Shura sword suddenly slashed out, directly meeting the opponent's terrifying sword light.
Phantom sword technique, 7 times amplification.
Countless sword shadows appeared in the sky, which were impossible to capture and dazzling. The sword shadow turned into a bright and dazzling sword light, illuminating eternity at this moment.
This sword light is simply indescribable.
Combined with Shintunin's instant killing sword intent, it gives a terrifying feeling. The palm condensed from the heavenly thunder was torn apart in the blink of an eye, then shattered and dissipated into the air. The terrifying sword light emitted bursts of sword sounds.
Buzz.
The sword flashed like a dragon, killing the opponent. Li Changchun was careless and saw the sword light coming at him, leaving a scar on his body. Fortunately, he reacted in time and quickly dodged the remaining sword light. Otherwise, he would most likely have died from that sword. His wounds gradually turned red with blood, his eyes widened, and his body was trembling slightly. Although this sword did not kill him, it made his soul tremble.
If that sword had hit him just now, he would have died for sure? Is this definitely just a newcomer who has just entered the innate realm?
He was a little shocked, and at the same time felt that he might have offended the wrong person, and the anger in his heart dissipated at this moment. Such a terrifying sword technique.
In a head-on confrontation, I'm no match for you.
He conceded defeat voluntarily, feeling mixed emotions. He found it too hard to accept that a junior had surpassed him. The people from the Li family below were stunned, their eyes filled with shock and their faces showing incredible expressions.
Some people even opened their mouths slightly, thinking they had heard it wrong. Why would the always invincible head of the family admit defeat on his own initiative? Is the opponent really that powerful and difficult to fight against? They are unwilling to accept this fact in their hearts. Because it's too outrageous.
Their expressions gradually changed from shock to solemnity. They felt that the Li family might have hit a wall this time and this matter was going to be troublesome. Of course, the most difficult to accept is Li Changchun. He is called a genius by others, but his vitality is far inferior to Shen Tunen. Now that he was completely crushed, he finally understood what it meant that there are always people better than you. The pride in my heart was crushed. You just gave up. You really disappoint me. Shen Tunen shook his head. When he faced the beast god's clone, he was so helpless. If he had hesitated for a moment, he would not have been able to turn the situation around. But now when facing such a strong man, I can completely crush him. This feeling is so cool. When he reached the innate realm, he found that his opponent was no better than him. What else do you want? Li Changchun asked. If one of these strong people bows down, the other party should forgive them and seek peace. It's simple, I'll send you to hell. The Shura sword in Shen Tunen's hand shone with a dark golden light. It is obvious that he is really prepared to kill and eliminate his opponent. When they see that he is weak, they bully him. When they see that he is strong, they just let it go. How can such a good thing happen in the world? Shen Tunen decided not to say anything more, quickly deal with his opponent, and leave with his brother. Do you really think you can kill me? Li Changchun smiled and didn't think Shen Tunen could do it. Although he felt that Shen Tunen was very powerful, he was not without life-saving items. It's just a life-saving item. It can't be used at any time. It can only be used once. And once it is triggered, the master standing behind him will also be able to sense it and will come to rescue him. Could Shen Tunen dare to kill him in front of an elemental lord? So he was not afraid. I just think Shen Tunen speaks a little too arrogantly and without any scruples. Such people are likely to fall even if they have a background. Unless the person standing behind the other person is the king. King, this is the realm above the elemental lord, the full name is the heavenly power king realm. That kind of strong man completely controls the power of heaven and earth, can easily defeat the venerable who controls the power of elements, and his combat power soars to an incredible level. The king's realm can even move mountains and fill the sea, turn decay into magic, and reach a level that is difficult for ordinary people to understand. Almost every king is a living legend, with amazing achievements and a glorious past. As for the younger generation, he only knew one person who had reached this level. That person is the Emperor of Kyoto. Kyoto is the center of the country, and the royal family behind the emperor is an extremely ancient and large family. The ancestor of the Tian family once followed the quasi-god to conquer all directions, and killed countless ferocious beasts. He was very famous. But such a person was too far away from him. Not to mention the ancestor of the Tian family, he didn't even have the qualifications to see the emperor. You have something to save your life with you, right? Shen Tunen did not take action immediately, he had already noticed it. It has become a rule that whenever the other party feels that they cannot be killed, they will almost always have something to save their lives on them. No matter who it is, after being defeated by him, they will say this, as if they don't say it, no one will know that there is a life-saving thing. Li Changchun showed no surprise, it's good that you know. I don't care about this matter, and you shouldn't care too much about it either. Consider it a loss for my Li family, but let it go today. He said this on the surface, but in his heart, anger was already welling up. After this matter is over, he will investigate Shen Tuanen's family and other people. The things in the secret realm can only belong to his Li family. No one else is worthy of taking them. Whoever takes them will die. Just because you can't deal with Shen Tunen now doesn't mean you can't deal with him in the future. The worst that could happen is to ask his master to come and forcibly take away the other person's things. So what if you bully the weak? Just because you have a background means you are arrogant. He was calculating in his mind, but he didn't know that Shen Tunen had no intention of letting him go. Have you ever seen the fastest sword? Shen Tunen asked with a smile, and it seemed that he no longer had any murderous intentions. Li Changchun was stunned for a moment and showed a puzzled expression. What did you say? It's okay, I'll let you see it now. The Shura sword in Shen Tunen's hand began to be filled with the instant kill sword intent, and then the sword was unsheathed. I saw a bright sword light blooming, which could not be captured by the naked eye. I could only see a dark golden light cutting through the sky. Li Changchun's face changed drastically, and his figure moved like a ghost. He wanted to dodge, but found that he had been locked. No matter where you hide, you can feel the sense of crisis. At this moment, he did not hesitate and crushed an object in his hand, and a large amount of elemental power surged around it. These elemental forces are not thunder, but water elements. The water surged to form a defense, turning into an iron barrel, protecting him. Li Changchun just breathed a sigh of relief, but found that his defense was torn apart. He watched the sword light falling rapidly towards his eyebrows, and he didn't even know how to resist. By the time he reacted, there was a bright blood mark below his eyebrows. He stood there motionless. "How dare you kill me?" He said this with his last utterance, and his body immediately split into two and fell from the sky. A powerful person in the innate realm was killed instantly. This is the horror of the instant kill sword technique. Once deployed, it will surely kill the enemy without hesitation and will not give the enemy any chance to breathe. Everyone in the Li family was stunned. They felt that this scene was too surreal, like a dream. They even slapped themselves and felt the intense pain. Only then did they realize that this was not a dream but reality. Their family leader was murdered and died right in front of them? Hiss! Everyone in the Li family gasped, their legs went weak with fear, and they collapsed to the ground. Looking at the figure standing in the sky with a sword in hand, it was like looking at a god. The elemental power in the sky was slowly retracted into Shen Tunan's body, and the surroundings were no longer a world of ice and fire. Morongqi was stunned and at the same time very excited. It was indeed the right thing to follow such a person. Shen Tunan is so powerful, he is like a legend. He followed the right person and has a bright future. On the ground, Shen Zikon's eyes widened and a shocked expression appeared on his face. He knew his brother was very strong, but there was no need for him to be this strong, right? That powerful Xiantian realm master who controlled the power of thunder and lightning was killed just like that? He also knew that it was not that the innate realm expert was weak, but that his brother was too strong. Zikon, your brother is really strong. The freshman couldn't help but be surprised. He could sense that Shen Tunan's swordsmanship had reached an astonishing level. This sword technique was not the same as the one he saw Shen Tunan perform last time. In other words, this sword technique should have been acquired not long ago. But it can burst out with such power, which shows that Shen Tunan's understanding has reached an incredible level. This person is definitely a genius among geniuses and a monster among monsters. After defeating his opponent, Shen Tunan prepared to leave. But before leaving, it is better to kill all those people from the Li family to prevent the news from leaking out. Just as Shen Tunan was about to take action, he suddenly sensed the sound of waves coming from the horizon. He raised his eyes and gazed at a certain place, and sensed the surging waves in the sky, as if the seawater was flowing backwards, rushing towards this side with an earth-shaking momentum. That was a being even more powerful than the Xiantian realm being he had just killed. Being able to control so much water flow, he could feel the bursting momentum even though he was at least 100 miles away from it. This is definitely an elemental lord. Oh no! A strong man has arrived. Let's leave quickly. Morongqi felt something was wrong and spoke quickly. Shen Tunan remained indifferent, and even had excitement flashing in his eyes. He really wanted to try and see if he could kill the current elemental lord himself. Who killed my disciple? The other party's figure had not yet appeared, but the voice had traveled an endless distance and reached the ears of everyone present. The sound was like thunder, shaking people's hearts. This is definitely an unrivaled strong man, extremely terrifying and horrifying. As the overwhelming breath got closer, the waves that Shen Tunan could see became more and more real. Thousands of meters above the sky, a wave hundreds of meters high surged towards them. And above the waves stood a man, about 40 years old, with a black beard and an indescribable aura. As soon as he appeared, both the people from the Li family and Morongqi felt an unimaginable sense of oppression. Their legs began to bend uncontrollably, as if they were about to bow down in worship. This scene occurred because the elemental master who appeared did not restrain his pressure at all. Shen Tunan frowned and saw that his brother couldn't help but kneel down. He quickly used the power of elements to form a flame shield to protect his younger brother and Morongqi, so that they could not feel the pressure. Morongqi stood up from the ground with difficulty, a look of horror on his face. Facing such an opponent, there is really no hope of winning. I didn't expect that the elemental lord would come. How can we fight him? This is equivalent to turning the table over. Now we can only hope that there is an elemental master behind Shen Tunan. Otherwise, no one will leave and everyone will be doomed. Why don't you kneel when you see me? The elemental lord was only 100 meters away from Shen Tunan. He saw Shen Tunan standing in the sky and walking on the air, and he waved his sleeves and scolded him. Who do you think you are? Why do you make me kneel? Shen Tunan released a tremendous sword pressure, combined with the burst of elemental power, and forcibly resisted all the opponent's momentum.
Chapter 116, Inform, Reputation. Interesting.
This terrifying venerable released even stronger pressure, and the air around him was constantly torn apart. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been unable to withstand such force and would have knelt down. But Shintunin stood there motionless, as if he didn't feel the pressure at all.
If you want to take action, then do it. Shintunin sneered.
He is just a venerable, and now he really wants to fight with him.
Who will win and who will lose?
Red flames surged from his body, and the power of ice condensed the air, ready to burst out with the strongest amplification at any time to fight a bloody battle with the venerable.
Since you want to die, then this venerable master will grant your wish.
He is the venerable one of the South China Sea, respected by all quarters.
Who wouldn't give him face?
And the person in front of him, who was only at the innate realm, actually dared to speak to him in such a tone.
He was simply courting death. Who are you?
Before taking action, Venerable Nanhai asked.
Shanhe City Lord, Shintunin.
Shintunin took the initiative to reveal his identity and was not afraid that the other party would know it. After hearing these words, Shintunin discovered that the murderous aura on the South Sea Venerable instantly subsided, and the endless waves began to recede. The sky was calm, with only the Venerable Nanhai standing in the air.
So you are Brother Beiyu's man.
Venerable Nanhai knew who was behind Shintunin and had no intention of taking action. Venerable Beiyu has a good relationship with him.
Moreover, the other party is a notoriously ruthless person.
If you touch someone he has his eyes on, he will definitely come after you to fight you. Other venerables may not do that, but Venerable Beiyu definitely will, as he is known for protecting his own shortcomings. He felt that it was unnecessary to make enemies with Venerable Beiyu just for the sake of his own disciple.
Ha! Shintunin was speechless. Is his identity so useful? Even the Venerable didn't dare to take action. It seems that Venerable Beiyu is even more powerful than he imagined. You're growing so fast.
Venerable Nanhai looked at Shintunin. He had heard of the other person's name. At that time, I heard from Venerable Beiyu that Shintunin was a master with unlimited potential, and he had also comprehended the power of artistic conception. Sooner or later, he would step into the realm of Venerable, or even become a being above Venerable. I didn't expect that he has reached the innate realm now, and is completely fearless of his pressure. Such a growth rate shocked him.
Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the other party would be able to compete with him.
Venerable Beiyu has such a sharp eye that he can even find such a genius.
He couldn't help feeling a little envious. Why are all his disciples so mediocre in talent?
The only disciple who had the potential to become a venerable was killed by Shintunin.
I can only say that this is fate. Shintunin was silent.
He was not familiar with the venerable in front of him and didn't even know his name. Moreover, the other party's attitude suddenly changed, which made Shintunin a little uncomfortable. I originally wanted to kill everything, but now it seems there is no chance.
Nanhai Zun, seeing Shintunin's disappointed expression, felt a tremor in his heart. Could this kid really want to fight me?
He felt a little bit unbelievable in his heart. The disciples accepted by the other party were really interesting and very brave.
My name is Lan Hai, you can call me Venerable Nanhai.
I won't bother with you about my disciples' affairs today, but you have to be careful, you have offended a big shot.
My disciple doesn't just have me behind him.
He secretly contacted a big shot in Kyoto and joined him. Although I don't know who it is, if that important person finds out about this, he will probably take vengeance on you. You have to be careful. Venerable Nanhai warned sincerely. Shintunin frowned, feeling that there was something wrong with the attitude of this venerable towards him.
Is it that Venerable Beiyu is too famous?
But logically speaking, even if Venerable Beiyu is famous, the other party should not remind him of these things.
This person should be a good friend of Venerable Beiyu. Shintunin guessed secretly in his heart. Moreover, this venerable did not even ask why Shintunin killed his disciple?
The other party didn't ask, and Shintunin didn't intend to guess.
Thank you, Venerable Nanhai.
Shintunin clasped his fists and performed a martial artist's etiquette.
If a fight couldn't happen, he had to be polite and couldn't be as domineering as before.
You're welcome. I still have to punish you. Now in Yunjian City, I must select another Xiantian to serve as the city master.
You have given me a big problem. Moreover, you killed a powerful Xiantian and a Xiantian with a high position. This is a serious crime.
The death penalty may be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped.
Today I will punish you.
Guard Shanha City well and keep an eye on the whereabouts of the 10,000 clans. But I heard that there is a spokesperson for the beast god among the myriad races.
He appeared in Shanha City. You must be extremely careful. Those spokespeople are not to be trifled with.
They all have their own special qualities to be chosen by the beast god.
None of them are easy to deal with. Showing up in Shanha City, I'm afraid he's planning a bloody sacrifice to the mountains and rivers.
Venerable Lan Hai pretended to be angry and reprimanded Shin Tunan righteously. But his words were all meant to remind Shin Tunan to be careful. And these, although verbally said, are punishments.
But anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is just a meaningless reminder.
And it was his job.
Even without being reminded, Shin Tunan knew that he had to deal with it. The affairs of the 10,000 races sector are of great importance and we cannot be too careless.
As for the two words beast god, when Shin Tunan heard them, he thought of the beast god's clone who almost destroyed Luochang. A clone has such strength, the strength of the original body is probably unimaginable. Being able to be the spokesperson for such a strong person, he is definitely not a weak person. But it's hard to say when you meet him, after all, there is a huge gap between his apparent strength and his real strength. If you really think that he is in the Xiantian realm and only has the combat power of the Xiantian level, then you are stupid.
Then I'll go and take the punishment. Shin Tunan said with a smile. Go! Venerable Nanhai waved his hand, signaling Shin Tunan to leave.
Shin Tunan landed on the ground, took his younger brother and the shocked Morongchi, and quickly left the place and returned to Shanha City. All the Li family members on the ground were stunned. They did not expect that this venerable, who came with such a fierce momentum, would solve the problem so easily. This made them unable to understand and some were unable to accept it. Your Excellency Nanhai, why are you so unfair? Someone couldn't help but ask. But just as he finished speaking, a wave appeared out of nowhere and swallowed him up, and his body instantly exploded into a bloody mist. When the others saw the scene, they trembled and dared not say anything. The Reverend Nanhai controlled the waves and left, not caring about the people of the Li family and spreading the news.
So what if he knew? Who would dare to trouble him?
In the eyes of the venerable, the people of the Li family are like ants and must keep their tails between their legs and behave themselves. Especially without Li De, the Li family would be in disarray and could fall apart at any time.
At the same time, Kyoto. This is the capital and the most prosperous place.
Zhongzhou, located in the land of Kyushu, is full of powerful people. In a high-rise building, there was a man tapping his fingers on the table, seemingly thinking about something. The man looked to be in his 20s, but he looked very noble. He was wearing an exquisite black suit, as if he was a natural aristocrat. Opposite him was a female secretary wearing black stockings, who was standing there holding documents, motionless like a sculpture. But cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she was obviously scared.
What a loser!
He was killed in a small place like Yunjian City.
Li De is such a fool.
He shouldn't have been accepted into our team in the first place. I'm really disappointed that this chess piece has lost its effectiveness before it's even been used. The young man whispered. He is from the most powerful family in Kyoto, the Tian family.
His cousin is the famous emperor, known to everyone in Kyoto.
His parents were both above the heavenly power king, and had extremely strong backgrounds. I, Tian Zhan, will not tolerate any grain of sand in my eyes. Send someone to investigate who killed my pawn.
Find out and make him cooperate with us. If he doesn't cooperate, send someone to get rid of him.
He said calmly, stopping tapping on the table.
Yes. The female secretary quickly retreated and told someone to do this.
The young man slowly looked towards the window. A bird flew by the window and flashed in front of him.
The other side. Shanha City. City Chief Office. Shen Mengyao and Shen Zikan were sitting opposite their brother Shen Tunan drinking tea.
They all changed into new clothes and looked radiant. After taking a sip of the tea, the two could not help but exclaim, "Good tea, bitter at first, but with a refreshing fragrance in the aftertaste.
If you like to drink, drink more. It's enough for you," Shen Tunan said gently.
He is extremely domineering towards others, but he is extremely loving towards his family.
He would never allow his family to be harmed again. Now that my identity is exposed, it doesn't matter.
He is now the one taking care of his younger brothers and sisters.
Brother, when did you enter the innate realm? Shen Mengyao put down the teacup and couldn't help but ask.
Everything now is completely different from what she knew before her rebirth. But her mentality is gradually becoming stable now. After all, outrageous things happen one after another.
I entered this realm not long ago. Shen Tuanan did not hide the truth from his sister. Shen Zikan drank the tea in big gulps and couldn't help but sigh, "Brother, you are really amazing. Not long ago, you stepped into the Xiantian realm and killed a Xiantian. This fighting power is too incredible."
He saw with his own eyes his brother unleashing divine power to defeat his opponent. Even the elemental lord is not afraid of him, he is so powerful.
What? Shen Manyao's face was filled with shock, and she looked at Shen Tunan with an incredible look.
After all, it was already outrageous that his brother had dealt with that new innate.
And now, another one has been eliminated. This is too outrageous. When did the Xiantian realm become so weak? Or is it because her brother is too strong? But is it really so abnormal to have just entered the innate realm?
You should know that the higher the realm, the more difficult it is to fight against opponents of higher levels.
Brother, what realm are you at now? Shen Mengyao wanted to get to the bottom of it. There are only 3 of them here.
Shen Tunan said, I have just entered the Xiantian realm, so of course I am only at the 1-star realm. Shen Mengyao looked at her brother with complicated eyes, thinking that her brother must have an unimaginable opportunity to have such terrifying ability to kill the opponent in seconds. However, she didn't know how far this opportunity could help her brother reach.
She didn't need to know.
Now her brother is protecting her, and when she becomes stronger in the future, she will come to protect her brother. She had such confidence in her heart. After all, she had reached the demigod realm before her rebirth. At that level, she is among the top group of people in the human race, otherwise others would not call her the Empress. In this life, she wants to truly step into the realm of gods. That way you can protect everything you want. Zikan, you have to work harder and don't let your brother fall too far behind. The freshman's voice sounded in Shen Zikan's ears.
Shen Zikan nodded and secretly made up his mind to practice harder.
It just so happened that he got the opportunity, and these opportunities will be converted into his own strength, and his realm will improve very quickly.
At the same time,
the entire Shanha city was shaken. The 5 major families have now been liquidated, and the head of the Situ family died in battle.
The heads of the other 4 major families had already fled upon hearing the news, leaving the entire family vulnerable. They were easily killed by the police's men and all taken away.
There is no master left in the entire 5 major families, and they have no power to resist at all. The sky of the entire Shanha city has changed.
Everyone was shocked. Why did the 5 major families perish?
Soon news came out that it was Shanha city that took the initiative. The other party wanted to clear up everything and achieve a major reshuffle.
Countless citizens cheered. Because the 5 major families have been arrogant and domineering, and have been oppressing everyone for too long.
They bullied others at will in Shanha city, and many people felt resentful. Now that he has completely fallen, some small families that have grudges against him are taking advantage of his misfortune. He even took the initiative to help the police to capture the escaped people from the 5 major families. For a time, the 5 prosperous families all became drowned dogs and were beaten. The prosperity came to an end, and this was the end of the 5 major families. But this matter is not over yet, and more explosive news came. It is said that the mayor of Shanha city had a conflict with the mayor of Yunjian city, and the two had a big battle. As a result, the veteran mayor of Yunjian city was beheaded. This news spread in Shanha city like thunder. This brought Shen Tunan's reputation to a peak. It is unbelievable that an invincible Xiantian realm master is actually in charge of their Shanha city. Because generally, strong people like Shen Tunan would go to a richer city instead of their Shanha city. The rumors outside became more and more exaggerated, and it was even said that there was a king of the Tianshi realm behind Shen Tuanan. I came here just to thoroughly reorganize Shanha city and gild it. I won't be here for long and will leave. But this also made many citizens very happy. After all, if they eliminate the cancer of the 5 major families, their lives will be much better even if Shen Tuanan leaves and is replaced by a new person in the future.
And at this time,
Shen Tunan stood in front of the French window, holding a book in his hands. The book says, people in this world sometimes add insult to injury, while others add icing on the cake.
Chapter 117, King Jinyang, King of Demonic Elephants, Deduction. Shanha City. In an old house. This old house looks like it has a long history.
The old oil lamps were still used inside, and candles were lit to illuminate the living room. Sitting right above the old house was a woman in a black dress. She had a beautiful face, a cold temperament, and some black lines on her face. There was a dark aura around her body and she had her eyes closed. At her feet were 4 cold corpses, which were the 4 family heads who had escaped from Shanhe City. What a bunch of trash, they are useless. The woman slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were as dark as ink, emitting a bright black light. Lu Meng cooperated with the 5 major families, but before she could take any action, the 5 major families disappeared first. The strongest family head among them at least died in battle. Unlike these 4 losers, he did not run to her side and wanted to seek her protection. She doesn't take in all the garbage. Young master, it looks like we have to do it ourselves. A powerful innate person next to her said, with a poisonous scorpion tail swaying behind him. I am willing to go through fire and water for the young master. Another woman from the 10,000 races spoke, sticking out her tongue. She was also in the innate realm. Lu Meng looked outside and said, that's the only way. However, Shintunen is not easy to deal with. I still need an opportunity. Shintunen is able to escape danger time and time again. His own strength is extremely terrifying and he has great opportunities. If you want to kill him, you must find the right opportunity and kill him with one blow. Not killing the opponent might only make it stronger. Although Lu Meng still hated Shintunen in her heart, she also knew that she couldn't be too impatient or lose her temper. Otherwise, it is very likely that everything will fail. She is no longer the woman who would be easily irritated by someone else's words. With the favor of the god of darkness, she will only become more powerful and have a bright future. Killing Shintunen was just a small step in her growth. At the same time, human front line, line 10 of defense. A magnificent city wall was built here, and strong men were guarding the wall to defend against all races. At this moment, a deafening sound suddenly came from the end of the horizon not far away. There was a rumbling sound between heaven and earth, and the army was approaching. The 9-headed demon elephant of all races, hundreds of feet tall, was pulling a chariot slowly. There are many bells on the chariot, as well as many knife marks, rune marks, etc. As he walked, the bells kept making crisp sounds. There was also a huge throne on the chariot, and on the throne sat a young man in a black robe. Although the man looked very young, his eyes were deep, as if he had experienced countless things and were full of wisdom. There is a huge halo behind his head, like an ancient god. Behind him followed an army of millions of people from all races, coming in full force. Boom! A golden light burst out from the city wall, and then a person rose rapidly like a divine sun, standing in the sky. King of demonic elephants, are you going to go to war with our human race? A powerful man as big as the sun in the sky asked this question. Golden flames flowed on his body, merging with the power of heaven and earth. It was obvious that he was a king in the realm of heavenly power. I hate it when people talk to me like that. The demon elephant king sitting on the throne raised a finger, and countless black flames in the sky condensed into a huge finger hundreds of feet long, pressing towards the sun in the sky. It seems to be extinguishing the fire of the sun. Break! The strong man of the human race had golden flames spreading wildly on his body, turning into a sword of creation, slashing forward. Boom! A terrifying energy wave erupted in the sky, sweeping in all directions. When the King of Heaven is angry, blood will flow for 1,000,000 miles. The destructive power caused by the battle between the 2 powerful men was terrifying, and both had the power to destroy the world. Even the elemental lords find it difficult to participate in such a duel. Reverend Bayu, who was on the city wall, looked up at the sky worriedly. Although he is a venerable, he feels powerless when facing the true king. But as long as he is given enough time, he feels that he can also become a king. Above the sky, the energy fluctuations gradually calmed down. The strong man with golden flames burning on his body was still hanging high in the sky, and the golden flames he emitted dyed the sky golden. You old thing, your strength has improved again. The king of demonic elephants on the chariot was wearing a black robe, leaning on the throne with his chin supported by one hand, looking lazy. The entire battlefield was silent, with only the 2 kings talking to each other. You want to fight? I'm not afraid of it. The king in the sky, carrying the flames that burned the sky, spoke forcefully. He was the king of Jin Yang, guarding the 10th line of defense. He couldn't remember how long it had been. He never let these damned races cross the line. Ha, I'm not here to fight with you today. The king of demonic elephants smiled and waved his hand. Behind him, a powerful man from all races walked out, full of vigor and exuding a terrifying aura. This is a congenital strong man from all races, and he looks very young. This is my disciple, also a genius. Let him compete with the genius of your human race. The young powerful warrior from all races exuded a chill, and the ground he walked on began to condense into frost. It was obvious that he controlled the power of ice. He is an ice snake among all races, and is naturally friendly to the power of ice. The king of demonic elephants watched his disciple step forward, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. This time, when the army was approaching, he mainly wanted to break through the defense line and kill two people. One is called Shen Mengyao and the other is called Shen Zikang. Among their myriad races, there were strong people who were good at deduction and made the deduction. These two are variables, unpredictable variables, and they may become the biggest enemies of all the races in the future. And the powerful person who made the deduction never made a mistake in his deduction. However, he still didn't know where those two people were, so he sent his disciples to test them first. Those who can pose a threat to their races in the future should have emerged now. No matter what, these two people must die. After all, that deduction was made by the powerful man from all the races, who had tears and blood in his eyes. This is unthinkable, because that person is already a demigod. He still remembered what the other party said during the deduction. One is from the past, and the other is from the future. I saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and all living beings weeping. I saw it, the sky collapsed, the earth collapsed, and the corpses piled up like a mountain. Ah! I saw it. A god from my myriad races fell. He was a great god. These two variables are too terrifying. They are inextricably linked to my race. We must eliminate them at all costs. Their names are Shen Mengyao and Shen Zikang. He saw clearly that the demigod who made the deduction, after saying these two names, seemed to have revealed a secret, and was bombarded by thunder for 3 days and 3 nights. He was seriously injured and almost died. The other side. Shanha City. In a training room. Crackle. There was lightning flashing in the void, emitting a terrifying aura. The terrifying white thunder was all wrapped around a man. The man was handsome and his appearance was flawless, as if he was loved by God. Finally awakened the third elemental power. Shin Tunan smiled. Moreover, his realm has also been further improved to the second star of innateness, and his combat power has reached 80 million. Originally, his improvement would not have been so fast, mainly because he obtained a bottle of level 5 potion. It can also be obtained for free after becoming a city owner. Breaking through a small realm may not be a big deal for others, but for Shin Tunan, it is crucial. His combat power has increased even more dramatically. With this increase, the elemental lord may not be impossible to kill. I didn't have this kind of certainty before, but now I am absolutely sure. He left the practice room, and his female secretary Zhao Qing was waiting outside the door. What happened recently? 5 or 6 days have passed since the 5 major families were destroyed. Zhao Cheng replied respectfully, nothing major has happened here, but I heard something major has happened at line 10. The armies of all races are approaching, and it's said that a king has appeared. When the word king was mentioned, her eyes showed horror. She also knew how terrifying the king was. What's going on? Shin Tunan frowned. Defense line number 10 is not far from here. If you take the high-speed rail, you should be able to get there in half a day, and it will be even faster if you fly. The information I heard is that the king did not take action, but was just holding the fort. It is said that the geniuses of all races are provoking us and have defeated many geniuses of my human race. Zhao Qing told him what he knew. White lightning flashed on Shin Tunan's body. Really? Then I'd like to see what the genius of the 10,000 races is capable of. As soon as the words fell, he turned into a white thunder and soared into the sky, disappeared on the spot, and headed towards the 10th line of defense. Line of defense number 10. Puff. A powerful innate human was half kneeling on the ground, his hands and feet frozen by ice, his eyes filled with unwillingness. But at this moment he had no strength to fight. You are so weak, why do you dare to challenge me? The pride of all races laughed. He looked like a young man from the human race, full of vigor and vitality. His hair was in curls and looked as if it had been permed. Gu Bing! Gu Bing! Deafening cheers came from behind the geniuses of all races, resounding through heaven and earth with astonishing power. The strong men on the human defense line all had extremely ugly expressions. This was already the third innate person they had sent out, and he was defeated again, so miserably. This Gu Bing might be able to step into the realm of the heavenly power king in the future. He is a genius among all races with unlimited potential.
What should we do? Someone on the city wall asked blankly.
This is a powerful elemental master, and he himself wants to join the competition at this moment. King Jinyang stood with his hands behind his back and remained silent. At this moment, it is indeed a very troublesome matter. I'm afraid that the geniuses of the human race will suffer a serious blow. Let my disciple try it.
A female elemental master spoke.
Invisible wind flowed around her body. She was extremely tall and sturdy, and she didn't even have long, smooth hair. Instead, she had short hair like a man, and if it weren't for her voice, it would be difficult to tell whether she was a man or a woman at first glance.
Can you do it?
No matter if it works or not, we have to try it first.
That's all we can do.
After they had discussed it, they sent another genius down. The human race's prodigy this time was a woman with a slim figure and bright eyes.
She wore a pink long dress and looked youthful and beautiful.
The elemental power in her is fire, and it is not an ordinary flame, but a purple flame. It's the purple fire goddess. Her flames will surely defeat powerful enemies.
Goddess, you must defeat the pride of all races.
The people behind her cheered her on, hoping that she could defeat the genius of all races.
Is there no more genius in the human race? Why would they send a woman like you to embarrass us?
Gu Bing sneered, his eyes full of contempt. In his opinion, there are no masters among women, they are all trash.
Stop talking nonsense.
The purple fire goddess suppressed the anger in her heart and took action directly. Purple flames were boiling in the sky, overwhelming the enemy and killing them.
Her opponent, however, was not afraid at all.
The icy power on her body spread rapidly, trying to freeze the purple flame. But it was obviously not that easy, the ice was melted by the flames. The purple fire goddess rushed to the other party and fought with him.
Gu Bing calmly blocked her attack, and the two fought from the sky to the ground, seeming to be evenly matched. But the real strong ones have already noticed that something is wrong.
Gu Bing didn't seem to be serious from beginning to end. Sure enough, after fighting for a while, the ice power controlled by Gu Bing suddenly condensed into a huge beast claw and slapped towards the purple fire goddess. With just one strike, the purple fire goddess was severely injured. She fell from the sky and slammed heavily onto the ground.
Another genius was defeated. On the number 10 defense line, everyone showed a look of disappointment. This Gu Bing is so terrifying.
Although he is so young, his strength is at least at the third level of the innate realm. A human venerable made such an evaluation. And their number 10 defense line does not have such a genius. If we send out an older and stronger person, and there is suspicion of bullying the weak, the king of demon elephants will probably not stand idly by.
Then what should we do? Just watch him show off his power?
The female venerable suppressed her anger and looked at her disciple with heartache. Although he won't die, it will take a long time to recover.
Jin Yang, you and I are old friends. If you agree to one of my requests, my army will disperse immediately. Is that okay with you?
At this moment, the voice of the Demon Elephant King came from the army of all races. The real purpose of the Demon Elephant King was revealed, and many people knew that this was probably the real purpose of the Demon Elephant King.
What's up? King Jin Yang asked. It's a very simple thing, you can do it easily.
Let my disciples bring a few protectors and enter the territory ruled by your human race.
Just keep them in there for a month.
The king of demon elephants began to negotiate terms, and it was obvious that he had bad intentions. At this moment, among all the races, a number of innate strong men appeared and stood beside Gu Bing. They were his so-called protectors. These people all exude terrifying elemental power. Some are filled with darkness, and some are filled with elemental power.
None of them is a simple character, and each of them has the aura of a dragon. King Jin Yang was thinking silently.
He was wondering what the other party's purpose was.
Why go to all that trouble? I think the conditions you proposed are not good enough.
Why don't you change them and kneel down and beg for mercy? Above the sky, there was a sound of thunder, and a vast pressure spread out.
Shin Tunin turned into thunder and arrived here at the fastest speed. Chapter 118, Killing 10,000 Clans and Compromising.
White thunder filled the sky, and a figure surrounded by thunder suddenly appeared. This man is handsome, like a god, with a tremendous aura.
Just standing in the sky gives people a sense of invincibility and awe.
When Shintunin arrived here, he heard the arrogant words of the 10,000 races at the first moment, and he responded strongly immediately.
It's him.
Venerable Baiyu's eyes lit up and joy surged in his heart, but he frowned again.
He remembered that Shintunin did not seem to have awakened the power of thunder and lightning. Do you know him? King Jinyang asked.
He thought he was a disciple of Venerable Baiyu.
He's a very talented junior who's growing very fast.
When Venerable Baiyu thought of Shintunin's astonishing growth rate, he felt a little shocked. Shintunin's aura was several times stronger than when he first left. It was as if he was cheating. It is hard not to envy this speed of cultivation. You should know that the higher the realm, the more difficult it is to advance to each level. But these words are of no use to Shintunin, as his growth trajectory is completely unpredictable.
Incredibly fast, unbelievably fast. What's the point of you taking a fancy to him? My disciples have all been defeated, how can he win?
The female venerable on the city wall said without any hesitation. In her opinion, her disciple Zihua is the best among the younger generation in Xiang Mansion. This innate realm that suddenly appeared now is nothing more than this.
Then let's take a look.
Reverend Baiyu snorted coldly, feeling somewhat unhappy.
This female venerable is really annoying.
She always looks so superior, which makes people feel uncomfortable. He and this person also had some conflicts, and the two of them often clashed with each other. Well, now is not the time for internal fighting.
King Jinyang glanced at the female venerable and felt a little unhappy.
Even at this time, he is still thinking about his disciples every day. He doesn't understand the overall situation at all.
For the sake of your status as king, I don't want to bother with you.
The female venerable turned her head away, looking aggrieved. Reverend Baiyu sneered in his heart and was too lazy to say anything more to such a woman.
No wonder the ancients said that only villains and women are difficult to raise. Right now. Shintunin rushed to the battlefield and stood in front of the city wall.
His eyes were like two magic lamps, emitting brilliant light. Lightning and electricity were flowing all over his body, emitting a mysterious aura.
How shameless of a human youngster. Just you still want to stop me?
One of the protectors sneered. He had two tiger ears on his ears and a black-tailed fox body, a very terrifying beast. He is good at killing people with illusions, and the dreams he weaves are difficult to resist.
It can even bring out the inner demons in the human body.
Don't waste time talking to him, Heier will kill him. Another protector beside him spoke. He was a man with a cold face. He did not have the characteristics of a ferocious beast, all of which were hidden by him. The better he hides, the stronger he is. When Heier heard this, his mental power fluctuated and the power of illusion enveloped Shintunin. Buzz! In an instant, Shintunin felt that the world around him had changed drastically. Under his feet was a broken defense line, and countless creatures were wailing. Above the sky, groups of meteorites burning with flames fell. It seemed that there were no telling how many there were. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of them, emitting a terrifying glow that was about to destroy the world. It is hard to imagine how many lives these meteorites will kill.
Save us. Please, protect my child. It doesn't matter if I die.
Countless people reached out to Shintunin for help, and everyone had a look of despair on their face. Shintunin felt this world-destroying scene, but his heart was extremely peaceful. Although everything before him seemed real, he could feel that it was definitely an illusion.
If the opponent was really that strong, the number 10 defense line would have been broken long ago. This is definitely a force above that of a venerable, or even stronger.
At least tens of thousands of meteorites fell, and each of these meteorites was at least hundreds of feet in size.
How many lives will be destroyed by such power? Shintunin simply couldn't imagine it. But how did the other party create such an illusion? Could it be something that happened before?
Thinking of this, Shintunin's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Every pore of his body dilated, and the power of thunder penetrated his body, emitting a terrifying aura.
The extremely terrifying thunder made a loud roar. Since you want to use the illusion to kill me, then I will break the illusion and kill you.
Shintunin's eyes became extremely sharp, and his fists shone like white thunder, breathtaking. This time he did not use his sword skills, but simply used his fists to shatter the heaven and earth.
Boom!
The divine fist wrapped in lightning slammed into the void, and a large number of dense cracks appeared. The cracks expanded rapidly, and finally shattered like a mirror and dissipated into the air. The surrounding scene changed again and returned to reality. And the black-eared man had already come in front of Shintunin, with a sinister smile on his face. Go to hell! Thick black mist was wrapped around the opponent's black claws, and it attacked towards Shintunan's front door. He obviously wanted to kill him with one blow, but he didn't know that Shintunan had already shattered his illusion.
You are the one who died. Shintunan's fist was as bright as the sun.
In addition to thunder, there was also an explosion of crimson flames. The two violent elemental forces merged into one, turning into an even more violent force. Even without using the amplification function, it still possesses the power to destroy the world. Such power fell on Heier's body, and the black mist on his body suddenly exploded, and countless cracks like porcelain began to appear on his body. There was an inevitable look of disbelief in his eyes as he stared at Shintunan, full of unwillingness and despair. He didn't expect that Shintunan was so strong, and he paid the price for underestimating his enemy.
Boom!
His body exploded into a bloody mist in mid-air, a congenital protector.
Die!
The whole place was silent, and everyone looked at this scene in horror.
He is a congenital being, how could he be killed instantly?
The battle ended so quickly that there was not even time for others to provide support.
Go to hell!
A black divine light shot up into the sky, and another strong man stood out. This is also a protector of all races, but his aura is obviously much stronger than Heier's, and there is a black light flowing in his black and white pupils.
The Black Shadow has taken action. This human being is doomed.
Black Shadow is one of the top 3 protectors among us.
He has even killed powerful warriors at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm.
This young man, if he angers the Black Shadow, will die without a burial place. The other protectors sneered.
None of them was optimistic about Shintunan, thinking that he would definitely die.
Gu Bing watched this scene indifferently. He actually wanted to compete with Shintunan in his heart, but he suppressed the warlike desire in his heart. Because the opponent at this moment is not simple, controlling the power of 2 elements, giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. This is something he simply doesn't have when facing other opponents. You know, he is a genius among all races, otherwise he would not have been noticed by the king and accepted as his disciple. The human in front of him had even lower life energy and should be even younger than him, yet he had such a terrifying talent. He was a race that should not be underestimated. The king of demonic elephants sat on the throne, watching this scene with great interest. To him, he was just a protector, and if he died, he died. He suspected that the other party was one of the people in the deduction, and it would be best to eliminate him.
If the younger one can't beat him, then the older one will come? Shintunan looked at the Black Shadow with cold eyes.
The other person was wearing a black robe with countless cloud patterns carved on it, giving people a feeling of noble temperament. The other person looked to be in his 40s, but he already had an air of aging, and it was obvious that his real age was much older than that.
Arrogant youngster, go to hell!
A black light suddenly appeared on the Black Shadow's body, and a terrifying roar came from behind him. Behind him, a huge black tripod condensed and fell from the sky, suppressing Shintunan. At this moment, Shintunan tightly grasped the Shura sword in his hand, ready to unleash his instant kill sword technique and kill the opponent with one sword. Today he must kill so hard that all races are terrified and let these idiots know that it is not that easy to cross the human defense line.
That's enough. An unimaginable pressure spread between heaven and earth, and golden flames appeared above the Black Shadow. The black cauldron he condensed exploded instantly and turned into smoke and dissipated.
His body flew backwards like a rag and hit a mountain not far away, smashing the top of the mountain into pieces. He looked extremely miserable. Shintunan stood in the air with his hands behind his back, his eyes looking towards the city wall. There was an old man over there, with golden flames on his body, which seemed to be able to burn a hole in the sky. This is an existence above the venerable, and it was the other party who took action just now.
If all the races want to bully the weak, I won't tolerate you. King Jin Yang is extremely powerful.
He wouldn't say anything when strong men of the same age or level were fighting each other, but an old man wanted to bully the younger one, and at the same time, he was bullying the younger one based on their realm.
That is simply wishful thinking, and there must be a price to pay.
The king of demonic elephants, who was not far away, still looked calm, as if nothing could move him.
May I have your name? The king of all races took the initiative to ask Shintunan's name and seemed very interested. Shintunan didn't answer at all. If the other party asks, does he have to answer? This is impossible. Who the hell is he? Is he worthy? So what if he is an existence above the venerable?
Sooner or later, he will reach that level and defeat it or even kill it.
Shintunan, come back quickly. Reverend Bayu on the city wall reminded.
You have to know that the king has all-powerful means. If you offend a king, even if he is far away, Shintunin can be wiped out.
The king of demonic elephants is notoriously brutal. If he attacks suddenly, even King Jinyang may not be able to defend himself. Good. He turned into a bolt of lightning, rushed towards the city wall, and landed next to Reverend Bayu. The people around this venerable also have powerful auras, and are obviously of the same level. Most of the venerables looked at Shintunin with kindness in their eyes. Young man, you are truly extraordinary. You are so young, yet your fighting power is so incredible. Who knows, in the future, our human race may have another king. To be able to kill Heier in an instant, he must be at least at the 5th level of Xiantian. The young are truly formidable. After all, we are getting old after all. These people all used words of praise to praise Shintunin, and they all came from the heart. Only the female venerable seemed to dislike Shintuanan very much. She said nothing and felt a little annoyed. Why was her disciple a joke? It was really unpleasant that this young man who suddenly appeared before them had become a hero of their race. At this time, the demon elephant king on the throne showed a disappointed expression after knowing Shintunan's name. It turned out that the other party was not Shinzikong, nor was he the human genius in the deduction. Although Shintunan is performing very well now, he wants to find the two people in the deduction more. In the near future, those two people will be a much greater threat than Shintuanan. Therefore, the matter of entering the human territory must not be delayed. No matter what, Gu Bing and the others must be allowed to enter the city today. Otherwise, even if a bloody battle breaks out and the sky collapses and the earth breaks, he won't care at all. King Jinyang, by breaking the rules, are you going to start a war with our 10,000 races? A huge phantom appeared behind the demon elephant king, a terrifying giant elephant, hundreds of feet tall, with a terrifying and horrifying aura. That was his true form. He was from the demonic elephant clan, one of the most powerful races among all the races, and was extremely famous. You, the 10,000 races, were the first to break the rules. If you want to start a war, then let's fight. King Jinyang was not afraid of going to war. The golden flames were surging and burning fiercely. We haven't taken action yet, so there's still room for easing tension. If you truly want a bloody battle, I'll give the order and a million-strong army will crush your line 10. I will also ask other companions to help, and you may die. The demon elephant king threatened openly. He didn't want to beat around the bush. Do you dare? King Jinyang sneered. If he dies, the human race will have a new king to guard this place, and may even send several. Then the king of demon elephants will not think that he will have an easy time. Why not? The shadow behind the demon elephant king became more and more solid, and the terrifying pressure made everyone look horrified and their hearts tremble. If a king uses all his strength, he might really be able to destroy this place. After all, the destructive power of such a strong man is too terrifying. I don't want to make things worse, let's just stop the fighting. King Jinyang said. He knew that the other party must have some purpose and had always wanted to let Gu Bing in. But instead of guessing like this, it is better to let the other party in first and then send someone to follow. It is not necessarily a bad idea to resolve an anomaly once it is discovered. Shintunan, who was on the city wall, looked puzzled when he heard that the war was going to be stopped. Are you just giving in like that? Shintunan, don't overthink it. We are strong men of the human race and we are not afraid of all races. It's just that the other party wants to enter our human territory, so they must have some purpose. Now you understand, don't you? Reverend Bayu whispered to Shintunan. Shintunan nodded slightly, he had guessed it in his heart. The people of all races are playing tricks, but the strong men of the human race are not fools, and they must have their own plans in mind. The two kings quickly reached an agreement and allowed all races to enter the human territory and stay for a month. But they are not allowed to kill, and if they are found, they will be immediately eliminated. The king of demonic elephants also agreed. After all, his goal was to kill Shin Zikong and Shin Mangyao, so it didn't matter even if he had to endure it for the time being. Later, he successfully killed the two men. Even if the protector of all races and his disciples died, it was worth it. Chapter 119, Guarding the Necklace, Lure the Tiger Away. On the city wall. Everyone was discussing who to send to monitor Gu Bing and other tribes. After all races are extremely dangerous. If no one monitors them, they will go on a killing spree and the human race will suffer heavy losses. Someone has to be able to suppress them. I'll go. Reverend Bayu took the initiative to speak. He was full of murderous intent and never showed mercy to people of all races. Moreover, among the venerables, his strength is also extremely terrifying, enough to suppress all the races entering the city. Can. King Jinyang nodded. The candidate he had in mind was originally Venerable Beiyu. At the same time, in front of the chariot of the Demon King, Gu Bing knelt on one knee with a respectful attitude. Gu Bing, you are my most valued disciple. This time, I will leave the task of entering the city and dealing with those two people to you. Don't let me down. The Demon King spoke. Yes, sir. Gu Bing lowered his eyebrows and nodded. He knew that he was being used as a pawn this time, but for the sake of all races, he had to do it. The two people in the prophecy must be completely eliminated before they grow up. Even if it costs my life, I will do it. The protectors beside him were also determined to die. Black Shadow, you really want to kill Shintunin, right? Asked the king of demonic elephants. The Black Shadow stood out from among the protectors, bowed respectfully and said, I do want to kill him, but for the sake of my race, I can endure it. He hated Shintunin so much that his teeth itched, but he had no choice. For the sake of all races, he had to swallow his anger. No need to do that. This fellow called Shintunin deserves death. I allow you to wait for an opportunity to take action after entering the city and eliminate him. At the same time, there are people who will help you. The black robe of the Demon Elephant King fluttered in the wind. Some time ago, he received a message from the God of Darkness, who told him that she had an agent who had always wanted to kill a guy named Shintunin. But I never found the opportunity. This time, all the tribes are entering the city, and he hopes that the King of Demon Elephants will send people to assist her spokesperson in eliminating the opponent. Otherwise, the spokesperson would be too obsessed and always want to do things himself, making it impossible to concentrate on helping him do things. This time, it is necessary to kill Shin Zikong and Shin Mengyao. But Shintunin, this human being, deserves to die too. He also noticed Shintunin's potential. He was able to awaken 2 elemental powers. His potential was too high. Even if there was no message from the God of Darkness, he would find someone to find an opportunity to kill such a person. Yes, sir. The Black Shadow bowed excitedly and breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would be really uncomfortable to always hold the anger in my heart. Now that I can kill Shintunin with the tacit approval of the Demon Elephant King, I can't tell you how happy I am. The strong men of all races swaggered into the city. Under the hateful gazes of many warriors, they were extremely calm and their expressions were indifferent. They don't care about other people's opinions at all. After all, ordinary humans are just food in their eyes. If it were not for the greater good of all races, they would kill all those who harbor hatred. Everyone, let me lead the team and act as your guide this month. Reverend Beiyu smiled with a dagger hidden in his heart. He followed the other party just to keep an eye on this group of people. At this moment, Shintunin was also next to Venerable Beiyu. He was originally going back to Shanha City. However, King Jinyang hopes that Shintunin will stay with Venerable Beiyu for a while and then go back after a few days. And tell him why. It is said that he killed the protector of all races, and now the other races must hate you to the core. So Shintunin was used as bait to lure all the races into action. As long as they dare to take action, they will be killed directly. There is no need to keep so many people from different tribes alive. Shintunin also readily agreed. If a group of all races dared to brazenly enter the human territory, they must be allowed to enter alive but leave dead. No matter what, it is always good to kill a few of the 10,000 races to establish your authority. At this point, Shintunin had to admire that those who could become kings were all old foxes and were very good at calculating. You humans are such cowards. We're already in your territory, yet you're sending people to follow us. How ridiculous. A protector of all races sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. In his opinion, it was the human race who was afraid of all the other races. You have misunderstood, I am just a guide. Reverend Beiyu smiled wryly and silently put these 10,000 races on the kill list. You, the 10,000 races, are a bunch of trash. You can't break through our human race's defense line, yet you dare to speak nonsense. Shintunin sneered repeatedly, not giving any face to the protectors of the 10,000 races. You. The protector who had just spoken was so angry that his face turned ashen, with mist billowing around his body. He wished he could kill Shintunin immediately. Tunin, they are guests, be polite. Reverend Beiyu seems to be teaching, but in fact he is showing favoritism. Shintunin smiled knowingly, dear guests, please come in. I will show you around the territory of our human race. He felt a little itchy in his heart and wanted to kill another protector of all races. But these guys were quite patient and didn't take any action, otherwise they would have been killed by the Venerable just now. Walk. Gu Bing and the Wanzu behind him got on a bus. Shen Tunan and the others followed with expressionless faces. Night. All was silent. The stars in the sky are invisible, and gusts of evening breeze blow. Fortune Hotel. Gu Bing was on the balcony enjoying the evening breeze, as if waiting for someone to arrive. Not long after, black fog rolled in the sky and a figure landed on the balcony. She was a woman with a snake tongue, and one could tell at a glance that she was the incarnation of a ferocious beast from all races. Lord Gu Bing. The female beast saluted with a respectful attitude. Although they are both in the innate realm, Gu Bing's status is much higher than his. In terms of the age of the ferocious beast, Gu Bing is in his golden years and has unlimited potential. She is much older than Gu Bing, but her potential has long been exhausted. Did you bring the news I wanted? Gu Bing had a handsome appearance, but he carried a chill that made him difficult to approach. It was obvious at first glance that he was someone who was difficult to get along with. The news he was talking about was naturally the news about Shen Zikang and Shen Mengyao. After all, if he had to find it by himself, it would be too troublesome and there would be no clear goal. So we can only trouble the Dark Saint, the spokesperson of the God of Darkness. My saint has found it for you, sir, said the female beast with a smile. Oh? So efficient? The young man had a surprised look on his face. There were only 2 names, which should have been like finding a needle in a haystack. Impossible. Not long after his news spread, the other party sent someone. Unless they knew each other before. Where are those 2 people now? Gu Bing asked. He didn't care whether the Dark Saint knew those people or not, he just needed to complete his mission. In Shanhe City. But it just so happens that those 2 people are inextricably linked to the person my saint wants to kill. They are all related by blood. The female beast spoke slowly. Gu Bing frowned slightly. Are you talking about Shen Tunan? That's right. Shen Tunan is the elder brother of these 2 men. If we want to touch these 2 men, we must kill Shen Tunan first, otherwise we can't do it. Listening to what the female beast said, Gu Bing tapped the balcony railing lightly with his hand and fell into deep thought. The current Shen Tuanan is not so easy to deal with, as there is a venerable person following him. Once you start, it will be a troublesome thing. Unless, lure the tiger away from the mountain. Lure that venerable away first, and then send someone to kill Shen Tunan. But the trouble with this matter is that when that venerable comes back, he will probably go on a killing spree. I'm afraid several of his protectors will die. This price is a bit high. Does your saint have any ideas on how to deal with Shen Tunan? Gu Bing felt that it would be better not to let his people take action. Otherwise, regardless of whether Shen Tuanan was killed or not, everyone on their side who took action would die. The best way is to kill with a borrowed knife, and let the Dark Saint and her people do it. Unfortunately, we are not absolutely sure of getting rid of Shen Tunan, and we still need your help. The female beast sighed. This is what the saint told her. Let me get rid of Shen Tunan. This is the task assigned to me by my king. While the 2 were talking, a man in black walked out from inside, with black light flowing in his pupils. The black shadow was above the battlefield, and he was holding his breath, regretting that he had not killed Shen Tuanan. Now he really can't stand it anymore and wants to get rid of the other party. Moreover, this was the task assigned to him by the king of demon elephants. He felt that he could do it without any worries. Why are you doing this? Gu Bing didn't quite understand the Black Shadow's thoughts. Doesn't he know that once he takes action, there will be no way out? Among all the protectors, Black Shadow is the closest to him, and he doesn't want Black Shadow to die. Young master, I have made up my mind. For my king, what's the harm in sacrificing my life? Besides, after I get rid of Shen Tunan, I will escape immediately. There may be a glimmer of hope. The Black Shadow said with a solemn oath. Seeing this, Gu Bing stopped trying to persuade him. Since you have made up your mind, I will send someone to lure away the human venerable. You will be on your own when the time comes. Thank you for your help, young master. The female beast smiled when she saw this scene and said, Do you need our saint to send someone to help? She knew the Dark Saint and hated Shen Tunan to the core. If they wanted to join forces to kill this man, the saint would definitely show up. No need for that. I need you saints. After I deal with Shintunin, help me kill his brothers and sisters. Those two people are the future enemies of my race. No matter what, they must be killed at all costs.
A large amount of cold air permeated Gu Bing's body, and gusts of cold wind blew in the air, scraping on people's bodies like knives, making them shiver. And since he has decided to take action, he must get rid of Shintunin tonight.
He doesn't want to wait too long.
After all, delay will lead to changes. Once delayed, there is a high probability that a lot of unexpected things will be involved. For example, if the human race suddenly sends more powerful people to supervise them, the possibility of success will be even lower at that time.
The other side. One of the double beds in the hotel.
Shintunin and Reverend Bayu each sat on a bed and turned on the TV in the hotel.
A costume drama was playing on TV. But the two of them weren't looking at all. Shintunin, I guess the people from the 10,000 races will attack you soon.
Are you sure you can fight against them? Asked Reverend Bayu. There are also venerable level figures among the protectors of all races this time. He suspects that the other party will send someone to lure him away.
By then, Shintunin will be in danger. He was wondering whether to leave Shintunin anything to save his life.
If the king hadn't stopped me, the protectors of all races would have been killed by me long ago. They are just a group of ants in front of me.
Shintunin responded domineeringly.
Reverend Bayu was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the young man was full of vigor and confidence. When he was young, he was as confident as Shintunin.
But people still have to grow after being beaten. Maybe Shintunin hasn't met him yet. Are you really sure that you can survive? Bayu Zun asked again, wanting a precise answer. Shintunin said calmly, you are not considering whether I can survive, but whether the myriad races can survive. I will kill anyone who dares to attack their protectors.
Even if they are venerable, they will die under my sword.
As he said these words, white thunder was dancing on his arms, emitting a terrifying aura. Reverend Bayu looked at Shintunin with complicated eyes.
At the beginning, in his eyes, the other party was just a junior who had not grown up.
How long has it been since then? How dare this youngster be so arrogant as to even kill a venerable? Why is he so confident? Take this thing.
Reverend Bayu took out a necklace from his arms and handed it to Shintunin.
Guardian necklace. Shintunin's eyes lit up. This thing is a level 6 defensive weapon and is extremely expensive. Shintunin remembered that he had seen it. How many hundreds of millions was it? Weapons that can reach level 6 are ridiculously expensive.
The other party actually gave it to him directly. He would never refuse such a thing.
Remember to bring this with you.
Even if a venerable attacks, you can withstand 3 hits and it won't kill you.
If you can't win, run away. Don't lose your life.
The Northern Territory Venerable gave a solemn warning.
Shintunin was too lazy to refute and accepted the thing with a smile.
I am not afraid of the Venerable, but my younger brothers and sisters are.
This thing can be left to my family. It's a pity that there is only one, and he doesn't want to ask for another one, and even if he asks, the other party may not give it to him. Boom!
Just as the two were talking, there was a sudden roar outside, followed by a crackling sound on the glass of their hotel, and a large number of dense cracks appeared. Outside the window, a protector of all races wearing a black robe gave them a ferocious smile.
You two, I'm leaving first.
He turned into a ball of black mist and rushed into the distance, which was obviously a deliberate design. But Venerable Bayu knew it was a trick, and he could not allow a venerable of all races to disappear from his sight. After all, the destructive power that the venerable can cause is extremely terrifying.
You protect yourself.
After saying this, Reverend Bayu turned into a bolt of lightning and chased after him. The other party actually dared to provoke him, so let him die.
Shintunin put away the protective necklace. He could feel a powerful aura approaching him. The one who wants to die is coming.
Shintunin touched the Shura sword at his waist, ready to let this ally weapon drink blood.
Chapter 120, Misunderstanding, New Strategy, Demon Breaking Spear. At the door.
A figure emerged, shrouded in black mist and with a cruel smile on his face. Not long ago on the city wall, he was unable to take revenge on Shintunin, but now he finally got the chance. The damn guy deserves to be cut into pieces.
He felt a deep resentment towards Shintunin.
The shadow grinned, opened the door and walked in.
Squeak!
In the room, a 20-year-old boy named Shintunin was sitting there, holding a dark golden Shura sword in his hand.
He saw someone coming in and raised his eyelids, without any surprise, as if he had known it for a long time. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Shin Tunin got up from the bed with a calm expression. The shadowy guardian frowned and said, "Since you knew I was coming, why didn't you run away?" He felt very surprised. Is Shin Tunin an idiot? Or maybe he was too confident and thought no one could kill him. He is just a human genius. If he doesn't grow up, he is just an ant in his eyes. So what if you have the strength of the innate realm? There is also a huge gap between innate and innate. Just you? Shin Tunin showed a somewhat disappointed expression. If there is only one, it would be too boring. He also wants to kill the venerable of all races. Why would I need the other protectors of my 10,000 races to kill you? The Black Shadow snorted coldly, thinking that Shin Tunin was really arrogant. Who did he think he was? Go to hell. Black mist rolled around the Black Shadow, and gusts of cold wind filled the air. The elemental power in his body erupted immediately, and the black fog was mixed with unimaginable power, which was some kind of terrifying elemental power. It was like a mountain pressing down, with astonishing momentum. You can see the elemental power in the black fog condensing into a black cauldron. If it falls intact into the room, everything will collapse. Everything will explode, erupting with terrifying power that will destroy the world. On the city wall, there are people protecting you. Who can help you here? The Black Shadow laughed, as if he had already seen Shin Tunin's demise. This is the consequence of daring to offend him, and the consequence of daring to go against all of their races. He deserves to die without a burial place, be blown into a bloody mist, and never be reborn. Break! The Shura sword in Shin Tunin's hand was unsheathed, and dark golden light flickered in the air, turning into countless phantoms. The extremely terrifying force instantly shattered the black cauldron. The phantom sword technique was completely enough to fight against the 10,000 races in front of him, but Shin Tunin did not kill the opponent, he just broke the opponent's attack. He wanted to see whether the other races would wait for an opportunity to take action. He could feel that the eyes of all races were watching this place, and they were not far away. The Black Shadow's face was filled with astonishment. Seeing his attack was broken, he was a little dazed on the spot, with disbelief in his eyes. He had no idea how Shin Tunin did it. How could he be so strong? He could feel that Shin Tunin's realm was not high, and he was lucky to be able to fight against a higher level and kill a protector of their 10,000 races. But what is going on now? Impossible. How could you, a second-level Xiantian cultivator, possibly break through my attack? The Black Shadow shook his head violently, thinking that everything he saw must be an illusion. Perhaps Shin Tunin is good at creating illusions, and everything in front of him is fake. Shin Tunin looked at the other person with pitiful eyes. This idiot still doesn't believe it. He is useless alone and is just going to die in vain. You could have called for more help. You really can't kill me by yourself. Shin Tunin's tone was full of sarcasm. I just don't believe in the dark demonic mystery. He roared, and the black fog behind him began to condense, transforming into diamond-shaped light cones, as black as ink, emitting a dangerous aura. This is his killer move. Even strong people of the same level have to avoid it. He doesn't believe that he can't break this illusion. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of black light cones were emitted crazily, and terrifying power attacked Shin Tunin. Shin Tunin stood there, too lazy to move, his face calm, as if he was not the one facing the crisis. How can I not make things clear to someone like you? Idiot of all races. The dark golden Shura sword in Shin Tunin's hand exploded. This time, the power of the three elements merged into one. The sword energy he burst out released a force that could break anything. Boom! In just one breath, he instantly tore through the opponent's attack, and all the diamond-shaped light cones disappeared into thin air. The terrifying sword energy burst out with an astonishing whistling sound. Under the Black Shadow's incredulous gaze, a flash of sword light passed through his body, and the door behind him exploded. He looked down and saw a bright red bloodline on his body, and a large amount of blood gushed out. You are not the second level of Xiantian, you are a venerable one. The Black Shadow now fully realized that the person in front of him was most likely an imposter. How could he be just an innate being who could kill him in one move? He didn't believe it even before he died. He suspected that he had been set up and the other party was deliberately waiting for him to jump in. Whatever you think. Shin Tunin put away his Shura sword. Boom! The Black Shadow's body exploded and turned into blood mist that dissipated into the air.
The instant kill sword technique focuses on killing with one strike.
Since he used this sword technique, the opponent had no chance of survival, and even an ordinary venerable could not withstand it. However, this matter cannot be ended so easily.
It would be so boring if we don't teach the mastermind of the 10,000 races sect a lesson.
Shin Tunin walked towards the gate. He had already thought of the reason.
The people of the Wanzhou attacked him first, and he was now tracking down the murderer.
The other side.
Gu Bing looked at the life token in his hand, which shattered into pieces. He knew that the person he sent out was dead.
He also didn't know whether the Black Shadow had defeated the opponent.
Young master, let's leave now. Suddenly, a large amount of black mist condensed behind him and turned into a man in a black robe.
This is also a protector.
His realm is similar to that of the Black Shadow, but his actual combat ability is not strong.
His strong observation ability and stealth ability.
He was not far away and wanted to see Shin Tunin being killed with his own eyes, but it turned out that it was the Black Shadow that died. This made him feel panic. Suddenly, he felt that the human race was too cunning and was not like the other races at all.
Magic Eye, what happened? Gu Bing asked.
The black-robed guardian, with 4 eyes on his face, slowly raised his head and said, "The shadow was killed instantly.
We fell into a trap. And that powerful human has walked out of the room.
I see he's full of murderous intent. I'm afraid he's going to kill more people. Let's just avoid him first." The guardian of the way, Demon Eye, said respectfully. He was a little scared. After all, his opponent was scary, too scary, just like a monster. He also suspected that it was not Shin Tunin at all, but a powerful human in disguise.
That's not right. Wasn't the human venerable lured away? Why is there still one person? Gu Bing's face was full of confusion.
He remembered that there was no third person.
I don't know either.
It's very likely that he is a powerful person from the human race who was good at concealing his aura. Young master, now is not the time to talk about this.
If you don't leave now, it might be too late. Demon Eye advised.
Gu Bing had no intention of leaving and said, "You worry too much.
Even if there is another venerable in the human race, he wouldn't dare to kill me. I didn't do anything.
If he dares to kill me, he will have to pay the price. His master left him a life-saving item, so it is not so easy for an ordinary master to kill him.
And even if he was killed, his master would know about it.
By then, the human race will face the thundering wrath of all races.
He believes that no human race will be so stupid."
Who? Suddenly there was a shouting sound outside the door. Then the gate was broken open, and a guardian lay on the ground with a look of pain on his face. A young man walked in from outside the door. He stepped on the arm of the protector of all races and crushed it. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking made the protector of all races' face distorted with pain, but he could not resist. A dark golden Shura sword was placed on his neck, and any movement would mean death. Shin Tunin looked at the other side, who did not resist and showed a regretful expression. If they dared to fight back, he could kill another protector of all races.
What do you want to do?
Gu Bing frowned, looking at Shin Tunin, who was safe and sound, feeling a little confused. I thought the person who came rushing in was a venerable, but it turned out to be just Shin Tunin.
He was a little confused as to why the Black Shadow died. I'm here to find the murderer. Someone just tried to assassinate me. That person was wearing the same black robe as your protector. I think his name was Black Shadow. Is he still here now? Shin Tunin asked in a pretentious manner.
Black Shadow, I sent him back to the myriad clans to report. If he's not here, please leave immediately. Gu Bing naturally couldn't admit that he sent the Black Shadow to kill Shin Tunin, so he tried to find an excuse to cover it up. No, I suspect you are him.
Shin Tunin used the Qingyun step and came in front of Gu Bing as if teleporting. Gu Bing's pupils dilated rapidly, revealing a look of horror.
Before he could say the second sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Shin Tunin's fist was covered with thunder and fire. The two elemental forces intertwined with each other, bursting out with astonishing power.
Puff!
Gu Bing spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His body quickly retreated, hitting the wall and shattering it. But before he could catch his breath, he saw a big hand coming and pulling hard on his face. The force was so strong that he thought his skin was about to be peeled off. This kind of pain made his face look distorted.
Shin Tunin, what exactly do you want to do?
The demon Eye was startled, but he couldn't stop it at all.
He felt a sword energy locking onto him. If he dares to take action, he will surely die. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Shin Tunen smiled. It seems what you said is true. Someone must be trying to sow discord between our human race and the myriad races. I guess it must be someone from the myriad races cult. Only they would do such a shameless thing. Shin Tunen put away the Shura sword and turned to leave. Gu Bing's heart was beating violently, and at that moment he felt like he was going to die. This madman is really a madman. He was so scared that sweat broke out on his forehead and he no longer had the confidence and composure he had before. Although there was a protector beside him just now, he still felt abandoned. The protector is completely useless. Facing such a strong opponent, if he dares to attack, the protector will die. Young master, I was just locked on to buy a sword intent. Demon Eye explained, feeling somewhat ashamed. The opponent's terror was beyond his imagination and frightened him directly. It's not your fault, this man is a lunatic. This assassination attempt failed, and it will never succeed again. Forget about taking action against him. He finally understood why the Dark Saint didn't dare to take action herself. When faced with such a madman, the cost of taking action was too high. He had given up on killing Shin Tunen. It was simply impossible for him to do so. I will send a message to my master right away and ask him to make a new plan. Gu Bing quickly performed some secret technique, and a ray of black light burst out from his body, floating away into the distance and passing it to his master, the Demon Elephant King. The territory of all races. A towering mountain, where a grand palace is built. In the hall, the Demon King, dressed in gorgeous robes, was drinking. Below him were beauties from all races, singing and dancing. Suddenly, a black mist floated from a distance and landed in his palm. He held the black mist, felt it for a moment, and then showed an expression of surprise. Failed, a trap set by the humans. The Demon King murmured softly, not in the mood to watch the women dance. He waved his hand, signaling them all to leave. These women from all races turned around and stepped back. The king of demon elephants sat in the empty hall and thought. After a long moment, he murmured softly, "It seems we can only negotiate terms with those people from the human race. This time, we will send a group of warriors from all races to set up a competition with the human race and force out the two people in the prophecy. Since we can't kill their brother, we can just kill those two." From the news sent by Gu Bing, he learned that the current realm of these two people was just that of warriors, which was not very high. Therefore, they can only send talented warriors from all races to provoke them. Otherwise, the realm of the warriors from all races sent will be too high, and these two people will definitely not dare to take action, and they will miss the opportunity. However, he knew the old fox King Jinyang. If he sent someone again this time, he would probably have to pay a heavy price. The king of demon elephants turned around, walked to an underground secret room behind him, and pulled out a weapon from it. It was a war spear with smooth lines and emitting a dark golden light. This is the 7th level alloy weapon he obtained after killing a powerful human. It's just that he can't use it, but it's impossible to return it to the human race before. But now, we have to use it. King Jinyang repeatedly stated that if he could return the weapon, he would agree to his conditions. Of course, this condition cannot be too extreme. Come here, send an envoy to the human race's number 10 defense line and tell him that I can return the ally weapon, the demon-breaking spear, to the human race. But they must accept that I, the genius of all races, will challenge the human race. I'm sure he will agree to my small condition. The king of demonic elephants, with dark light surging in his eyes. For the future of all races, the price paid now is worth it.